In the bustling market of Konoha village, an orange figure stood forlornly behind a stall, starkly contrasting with the lively atmosphere surrounding him. Naruto Uzumaki, often regarded as the village's underdog, had taken up an incredulous venture today, operating a street stall. The ultimate street stall system? What on earth is this nonsense? Naruto inwardly lamented, yet the enticing reward of 100 ryo from the system's task loomed large in his mind. He had to earn this sum before sunset, or else he would face the system's punishment, a month of consuming expired milk. Just the thought of that sour taste sent shivers down his spine. Don't miss out. An ancestral secret recipe, honest to all. Freshly made shadow clone pills. Only 10 ryo each, Naruto shouted, his voice straining, but the villagers merely cast skeptical glances, whispering among themselves. What is this kid up to again? Shadow clone pills? Never heard of such a thing, it must be a scam. The oppressive atmosphere made Naruto's heart race like a rabbit caught in a snare. He forced a smile, trying to entice passers-by. This treasure allows you to instantly create multiple clones. Just imagine cheating on exams. Charming a date, it's truly limitless. At that moment, Iruka Sensei approached, his brow furrowed. Naruto, what are you doing? Instead of training diligently, you're here causing mischief. Iruka had expected Naruto to respond obediently, but was taken aback when the boy cheekily replied, Iruka Sensei, this is my unique secret technique. It will surely astonish you. With a resigned sigh, Iruka was about to continue his admonishment when Naruto pulled out a black pill and swallowed it whole. Boom. A cloud of white smoke erupted, and 5 Narutos appeared simultaneously before the stall, all exclaiming in unison, Hello, Iruka Sensei. Iruka was taken aback, his mouth agape, speechless for a moment. Villagers halted in their tracks, curiosity piqued as they gathered around. A shadow silently emerged from the back of the crowd, murmuring, Target exhibiting abnormal behavior, further observation required. This kid is definitely a fraud, who can turn into clones just by taking a pill. Exactly, it must be an illusion, everyone. Don't fall for it. The growing murmurs buzzed in Naruto's ears like a swarm of flies, piercing his head with annoyance. The villagers' pointing fingers made him feel as though he were stripped bare before their judgment, a mix of anger and indignation swelling within him. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh, yet he maintained a facade of calm confidence, as if proclaiming himself the best in the world. Ugh, a bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins, Naruto scoffed internally, while his face radiated a brilliant smile. Dear villagers, these shadow clone pills are genuine treasures, just take a look. At that moment, a languid voice broke through. Hey, Naruto, that thing looks pretty interesting. Naruto looked up to find Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru stood with his hands buried deep in his pockets, his eyes half closed, exuding an air of drowsiness. Naruto's heart leaped with joy. This was a clever fellow who might just assist him in articulating a few words. Shikamaru, you truly possess discerning insight. Naruto chuckled, producing a shadow clone pill from the stall and raising it high in his hand. The pill radiated a soft blue glow, akin to the most luminous star in a night sky, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the vicinity. What is this? An inquisitive woman asked. How beautiful, a child exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Even the villagers, who had initially regarded the scene with disdain, began to exhibit expressions of curiosity, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. As Naruto surveyed the scene before him, a smile crept across his face, and he thought to himself, an opportunity has arisen. Did you all witness that? This pill is the result of my arduous efforts. Just one bite, and you too can possess clones like me, Naruto declared proudly, his tone laced with temptation. At that moment, a voice filled with fury erupted. Naruto, what mischief are you up to this time? Just wait as I expose your ruse. In the bustling market of Konoha, as Naruto prepared to seize the moment and showcase his talents, a furious figure barreled towards him like a cannonball, abruptly interrupting his performance. Naruto, what tricks are you playing? I'll reveal your deception. Kiba Inuzuka shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Naruto, nearly spitting in his face. This is undoubtedly a sleight of hand. You're up to no good. Kiba's tone was charged with disbelief and hostility, akin to a tempest. Naruto furrowed his brows, internally cursing under his breath. Kiba's keen nose was truly a nuisance. He had initially intended to deceive the crowd, but now, the atmosphere had grown tense. Yet, He was a man determined to become Hokage. He would not concede easily. He puffed out his chest and retorted defiantly, "You, with your dog nose," barking without understanding the situation. "If you're jealous of my superior merchandise, just admit it. This is a genuine shadow clone pill, honest as the day is long." Kiba was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's rebuttal, his face flushed with rage, his fists clenched tightly. You dare to argue. I shall ensure you reveal your true colors today." Just as the tension between them escalated, Choji Akimichi, who had been silently observing, suddenly stepped forward. Naruto, is this shadow clone pill real? I would like to try it," Choji stammered. Though his eager eyes betrayed his genuine desire, Naruto's eyes sparkled. This plump fellow seemed to possess quite the discerning eye. He nodded vigorously, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Of course it's real. I, Naruto Uzumaki, am honest as can be." He gestured towards the pill, his voice dripping with allure. "Just 10 Ryo each, and you can instantly possess clones, experiencing the thrill of being the main character." Upon seeing Choji's interest in purchasing, Kiba's anxiety intensified. "Dinxi, do not be deceived by him. This fellow must be up to no good." He attempted to prevent Dinxi from proceeding, yet Dinxi disregarded him, directly extracting money from his pocket and handing it to Naruto. I want one." Naruto accepted the money, feeling its weight, and his heart soared with delight that at long last, he was about to sell his first shadow clone pill. This was the inaugural step towards his ascent to greatness. He gazed at Dinxi's chubby visage, a radiant smile illuminating his face. However, contemplating the system's rules, Naruto felt a pang of hesitation. Should he allow Dinxi to try the very first shadow clone pill? Clutching Dinxi's 10 tails of silver, Naruto's heart raced like a drum. The system was an unforgiving entity. To contravene its rules would incur dire consequences. Stealing a glance at the system interface, he was met with the stark admonition: the first shadow clone pill must be personally tested by the host. Failure to comply will result in personal accountability. Good grief. How utterly treacherous. Naruto's thoughts erupted in frustration. This system was a cunning overlord. He observed Dinxi's eager eyes and the glaring red warning on the interface, his mind tangled in a web of uncertainty. The crowd awaited Naruto's decision, the atmosphere thick with tension. Teacher Iruka furrowed his brow, suspecting Naruto was up to some mischief once again. Shikamaru remained indifferent, hands in his pockets, squinting as if pondering profound life philosophies. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Kiba exhibited impatience, itching to confront Naruto. Just as Naruto was ready to take the plunge and let Dinxi try the pill, a few shadowy figures suddenly descended from the sky, landing solidly in the midst of the crowd. Clad in black attire and adorned with masks, they emanated an aura of frigid intensity, unmistakably formidable. "Anbu?" Someone in the crowd gasped, their voice tinged with terror. Naruto's eyes widened, nearly dropping the shadow clone pill from his grasp. What on earth was happening? Why were the Anbu here? His heart raced to a near halt, his mind blank as if it had crashed, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. One of the Anbu ninjas approached Naruto, their tone icy as they inquired, "Are you Uzumaki Naruto?" Naruto, taken aback, nodded slightly, his throat constricted as though something were lodged within, rendering him speechless. The eyes beneath the Anbu's mask bored into him, as if attempting to see through his very soul. "Someone has reported you for engaging in illegal trade. You must accompany us for questioning." Illegal trade? Naruto finally regained his senses, a sinking feeling settling in his stomach. This was indeed a predicament from which he could not extricate himself. He opened his mouth to explain, yet the Anbu ninja offered him no opportunity, swiftly seizing his shoulder. "Wait." Chapter 1. The new stall at the market. Naruto's tepid sales. In the bustling market of Konoha village, a solitary orange figure stood despondently behind a stall, starkly contrasting the lively atmosphere surrounding him. Uzumaki Naruto, the underdog of Konoha, had taken up the bewildering endeavor of selling goods at a street stall today. The so-called strongest stall system? What on earth is this? Naruto's mind was rife with incredulous thoughts. Yet the enticing reward of 100 Ryo for the system's task loomed large before him. He had until sunset to earn this sum, lest he face the system's punishment of consuming expired milk for an entire month. The mere thought of that sour taste sent shivers down his spine. Don't miss out. An ancestral secret recipe, fair to young and old alike. Freshly made shadow clone pills, only 10 Ryo each. Naruto shouted. But the villagers merely cast skeptical glances in his direction, whispering amongst themselves. What on earth is this kid up to this time? Shadow clone pills? Never heard of such a thing. Could it possibly be a scam? The oppressive atmosphere made Naruto's heart race like a rabbit, pounding wildly within his chest. He forced a smile, attempting to entice the passersby. This is a treasure that allows you to instantly create multiple clones. Just think about it. Perfect for cheating on exams or charming a date. It's truly limitless. At that moment, Irika-sensei approached, his brow furrowed in concern. Naruto, what are you doing? You should be training, not fooling around here. Irika expected Naruto to respond obediently as usual, but to his surprise, Naruto grinned cheekily and replied, Irika-sensei, this is my unique secret technique. It will surely open your eyes. With a resigned sigh, Irika was about to continue his admonishment when Naruto suddenly produced a black pill and swallowed it whole. Boom. In a puff of white smoke, 5 Narutos appeared simultaneously at the stall, all exclaiming in unison, Hello, Irika-sensei. Irika was taken aback, his mouth agape, rendered speechless for a moment. The surrounding villagers halted in their tracks, curiosity piqued as they gathered around. A shadow silently materialized behind the crowd, murmuring, Target exhibiting unusual behavior. Further observation required. This kid is undoubtedly a fraud. Who could possibly create clones just by taking a pill? Indeed, it must be an illusion. Everyone, do not be deceived. The murmurs around him grew louder, buzzing in Naruto's ears like a swarm of flies, piercing his thoughts and causing his head to throb. The villagers' pointed fingers made him feel as though he were being publicly stripped bare, igniting a mixture of anger and indignation within him. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh, yet he maintained a facade of unwavering confidence. Humph, a bunch of Navi bumpkins who've never seen the world. Naruto scoffed internally, though his face was adorned with a radiant smile. Esteemed villagers, our shadow clone pills are indeed genuine treasures. Just take a look. At that moment, a languid voice broke through the noise. Hey, Naruto, this thing seems quite interesting. Naruto looked up to find Nara Shikamaru, hands stuffed in his pockets, squinting lazily, appearing as though he had just awakened from slumber. Naruto felt a surge of joy within. This was a clever fellow who might assist him in articulating a few words. Shikamaru, you truly possess remarkable insight. Naruto chuckled, retrieving a shadow clone pill from the stall and raising it in his hand. The pill emitted a gentle blue glow, akin to the most radiant star in the night sky, instantly capturing the attention of everyone around. What is that? A curious elderly woman inquired. While a child could not contain a gasp of awe, his cheeks flushing crimson. Even the villagers, who initially wore expressions of disdain, began to exhibit curiosity, craning their necks to discern the object in question. Observing this scene, Naruto's lips curled upward in a subtle smile, his heart swelling with delight. Aha! An opportunity has presented itself. Did you all see that? This pill is the result of my tremendous effort, he exclaimed, his tone laced with temptation. Once ingested, you too can possess clones like me. Just then, a voice filled with indignation erupted. Naruto, what mischief are you up to now? I'll expose your trickery. At the Konoha village market, as Naruto prepared to seize the moment, an irate figure charged in like a cannonball, interrupting his performance. Naruto, what are you scheming? I shall reveal your ruse. Inuzuka Kiba shouted, jabbing a finger at Naruto, spittle nearly landing on his face. This is undoubtedly a sleight of hand. You're up to no good. Kiba's tone was charged with disbelief and hostility. Naruto frowned, cursing inwardly. This canine-nosed troublemaker was ruining his plans. Just as he intended to bamboozle the crowd, the atmosphere grew tense due to Kiba's outburst. Yet, he was determined to be the future Hokage. He could not concede defeat so easily. Puffing out his chest, he retorted defiantly. You, with your foolish accusations, barking without understanding the situation. If you envy my ability to sell fine goods, just admit it. This is a genuine shadow clone pill, honest and true. Kiba, momentarily taken aback by Naruto's rebuttal, felt his face flush with anger, his fists clenching audibly. You dare to argue? I will make you reveal your true colors today. Just as it appeared that a quarrel was imminent, Akimichi Choji, who had been silently observing, stepped forward. Naruto, is that shadow clone pill real? I want to try it. Choji's voice quivered slightly, yet his eager gaze betrayed his true intentions. Naruto's eyes brightened. This chubby fellow seemed to possess a discerning eye. He quickly nodded, his face radiating with a smile. Of course it's real. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am honest and true. Just 10 Rio for one pill. And you will instantly acquire clones, experiencing the thrill of being the protagonist. Seeing Choji's willingness to purchase, Kiba grew frantic. Choji, don't be deceived. That rascal is certainly up to no good. He attempted to dissuade Choji, but to no avail. Choji ignored him, pulling out money from his pocket and handing it to Naruto. I want one. As Naruto accepted the coins, feeling their weight in his hands, joy erupted within him. He was finally about to sell his very first shadow clone pill. This marks the initial stride towards his pinnacle in life. Gazing at Ding Si's chubby visage, a radiant smile graced his face. However, contemplating the system's regulations, Naruto felt a flicker of hesitation within. Should he permit Ding Si to trial the first shadow clone pill? Clutching Ding Si's 10 taels of silver, his heart raced like a drum. The system was a stern taskmaster. Flouting its rules could lead to dire consequences. Stealing a glance at the system interface, he was struck by the glaring message. The first shadow clone pill must be tested personally by the host, or they would bear the repercussions. Goodness, this was exceedingly treacherous. Naruto's inner voice erupted in a torrent of complaints, deeming the system a cunning overlord. He observed Ding Si's eager eyes and the vivid crimson warning on the interface. His heart a tangled mess of conflicting emotions. Those around him awaited Naruto's decision, the atmosphere tinged with tension. Iruka-sensei furrowed his brow, suspecting Naruto was up to some mischief again. Shikamaru appeared indifferent, hands tucked in his pockets, squinting as if pondering some profound life philosophy. Inuzuka Kiba bore an expression of impatience, itching to rush forward and give Naruto a good thrashing. Just as Naruto resolved to take the plunge and let Ding Si try it first, a few shadowy figures descended from the heavens, landing squarely in the midst of the crowd. Clad in black attire and adorned with masks, they exuded an aura of chilling menace, unmistakably formidable adversaries. The Anbu. A gasp rippled through the crowd, fear palpable in their tone. Naruto's eyes widened, nearly dropping the shadow clone pill in his grasp. What in the world is happening? Even the Anbu have arrived? His heart raced perilously, his mind blanked, as if faced with a total system crash, utterly at a loss for action. One of the Anbu ninjas approached Naruto, their tone icy as they inquired, "Are you Uzumaki Naruto?" Stunned, Naruto nodded, his throat constricted, unable to utter a single word. The eyes beneath the mask scrutinized him intently, as if seeking to penetrate his very essence. "Someone reported you for engaging in illicit trade. Come with us." Illicit trade? Naruto finally regained his senses, his heart sinking. This was a predicament from which even the Yellow River could not cleanse him. He opened his mouth to explain, but the Anbu ninja seized his shoulder without affording him a chance. Wait. Chapter 2. The Emergence of a Rare Medicine. Trust gradually grows. The Anbu ninja's chilling words sliced through the bustling market like a blade, the air seemingly freezing in place. The surrounding villagers fell silent, not daring to utter a sound, fearful of attracting misfortune. Naruto felt his heart threaten to leap from his chest, cold sweat trickling down his back. This script was all wrong. I merely set up a stall. How could this attract the Anbu? Illicit trade? What I offer are genuine treasures. He hastily defended himself, terrified of being mistaken for a wanted criminal. Look, this is the shadow clone pill. Consuming one allows you to create shadow clones. He hastily retrieved a shadow clone pill from his pocket, raising it before the Anbu ninja in an attempt to prove his innocence. However, the gaze beneath the Anbu's mask remained icy and unyielding, devoid of any emotion, as if he were merely observing a jester. Enough of your nonsense. If there are any issues, we shall return for an investigation. The Anbu ninja disregarded Naruto's explanations, seizing his arm forcefully and attempting to drag him away. Hey, you can't do this," Naruto exclaimed, stamping his feet in desperation. Being taken away would thwart his plans to sell his treasure and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Indeed, there must be something wrong. A voice from the crowd shouted, igniting a barrage of accusations that erupted like a powder keg. Look at him lurking about. He must be selling counterfeit medicine. Exactly. Who knows what those pills are made of? They could be deadly. Quickly, apprehend him. Don't let him harm us further. In an instant, the villagers directed their ire towards Naruto, singling out this boy they deemed an outcast. Some even hurled rotten vegetables at him, plunging the scene into chaos. Anxiously, Naruto scanned the crowd, hoping to find someone who believed in him. His gaze swept over faces filled with suspicion and disdain, leaving him feeling desolate. Just when despair threatened to overwhelm him, a faint voice pierced through the tumult like a ray of sunshine, softly yet resolutely proclaiming, "I believe in you." Hinata Hyuga's voice, though scarcely above a whisper, created ripples in the tranquil surface of the lake. Her fragile tone trembled slightly, yet was as steadfast as the first green shoots emerging from the earth in spring, standing out distinctly amidst the clamor of the crowd. "I believe in you." Naruto was momentarily taken aback, incredulously turning towards the shy girl with her head bowed and cheeks flushed. Hinata rarely initiated conversation, let alone speak up in such a tense situation on his behalf. In that instant, he felt his heart enveloped in a warm current, dispelling the previous chill and helplessness. The surrounding villagers were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that the usually inconspicuous heiress of the Hyuga clan would suddenly rise to support Naruto. The murmurings quieted significantly, as all eyes turned towards the bashful girl. In contrast, Kiba Inuzuka was unwilling to let the matter rest. He stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Naruto, and shouted, "Hey, are you feeding Hinata some kind of potion? She must have been deceived. Don't think you can play the victim." Upon hearing this, Naruto's anger flared, and he retorted, "You're the one who's deceiving. The shadow clone pills I sell are genuine treasures. If you doubt it, ask Hinata. She's no fool to trust just anyone. Humph. Who knows what sweet nothings you've whispered to her." Kiba persisted, rolling up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. "I say, how unreasonable can you be?" Naruto shot back. Stepping forward to confront Kiba, "Why don't you try my shadow clone pill? Then you'll discover whether my words hold truth." "I'll do it. Who's afraid?" Kiba declared defiantly, his neck craned, exuding an air of fearless bravado. The two individuals engaged in a fervent exchange of words, their voices rising to a cacophony, creating an atmosphere thick with tension, as if a clash were imminent. Meanwhile, Hinata stood to the side, utterly at a loss, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothing, her face flushed as if it could bleed. In that moment, a languid voice sliced through the discord. "Can you two settle down?" The crowd turned to see Nara Shikamaru, yawning as he ambled over, his expression replete with impatience. Shikamaru's arrival was akin to pressing a pause button, momentarily diffusing the charged atmosphere. With arms crossed and a languorous gaze sweeping over each person present, he nonchalantly chewed on a blade of grass he had procured from somewhere, his tone laced with annoyance. "Could you behave like adults instead of squabbling like children?" His words possessed an ineffable charm that silenced the previously raucous assembly. After all, despite his usual lethargy, Shikamaru was renowned for his intellect within the Hidden Leaf Village. "Naruto, although he may seem unreliable, I doubt he would resort to any unlawful antics," Shikamaru continued, his tone bland yet tinged with an undercurrent of trust for Naruto. "Why not let him give it a shot? It could be rather entertaining." His words fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through the crowd. A portion of the villagers began to waver, reassessing Naruto and the shadow clone technique in his possession. After all, if Shikamaru had faith in him, perhaps this unassuming youth truly possessed some merit. Upon hearing Shikamaru's remarks, Naruto felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety, though he remained vigilant. Stealing a glance at the system panel, he noted with dismay that the task progress bar still languished at a pitiful 0-1, amplifying his trepidation. Should he fail to make a sale, the repercussions from the system were uncertain. Gripping the shadow clone technique tightly, beads of sweat formed in his palms. He surveyed the crowd once more, noticing a decline in their skepticism and wariness, supplanted by curiosity and anticipation. He understood that this was his final chance. If he could not prove himself now, he might indeed be branded a fraud and apprehended. Resolute in his determination, Naruto inhaled deeply and proclaimed, his voice imbued with conviction, "Let the facts speak for themselves." He raised the shadow clone technique, his gaze unwavering, as if to convey, "I am not jesting." The air seemed to thicken, all eyes fixed upon him, awaiting his next move. As the weight of scrutiny bore down upon him from all directions, Naruto felt a dryness in his throat. He knew that his future hinged upon this small, seemingly inconsequential technique. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, imbued with a touch of sincerity and excitement. "Naruto, I wish to purchase one of your shadow clone pills," called out Chg Akimichi, breaking the stalemate. He scratched his head sheepishly, his stomach rumbling audibly. "Naruto, I want to buy one of your shadow clone pills. I believe you are not a bad person." Chg smiled warmly, retrieving a handful of coins from his pocket to extend towards Naruto. The villagers began to murmur amongst themselves, with one whispering, "If even Chg believes in him, Perhaps this pill is indeed effective? Indeed, CHG is a prodigy of the Akimichi clan. He wouldn't be easily deceived, another added. Growing curiosity replaced the earlier hostility in the crowd, as many began to take an interest in the shadow clone pills in Naruto's possession. Witnessing this shift, Naruto's previously taut nerves finally relaxed, and a look of surprise illuminated his face. With great excitement, he accepted the coins from CHG, carefully stowing them away before solemnly handing over a shadow clone pill, his voice brimming with gratitude. Thank you, CHG. You will not regret this. Without hesitation, CHG swallowed the pill whole. The surrounding villagers held their breath, their eyes fixed upon him, anticipating a miracle. Moments later, CHG's body suddenly swelled, and with a resounding pop, he transformed into two identical CHJIS. Wow, it really works. How incredible. This pill is truly effective. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, their gazes toward Naruto filled with wonder and curiosity. I want to buy one too. Me as well. In no time, villagers scrambled to procure the shadow clone pills, leaving Naruto bustling with activity, a triumphant smile gracing his face. While collecting the coins, he enthusiastically promoted his product, shadow clone pills, an essential remedy for home and travel. Limited supply, first come, first served. Just as Naruto believed things were turning in his favor and the prospect of a profitable venture loomed, a familiar voice emerged from outside the throng. Naruto, what are you doing here? Turning around, he saw Irika-sensei standing at the edge of the crowd. A serious expression etched across his face, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Naruto froze, the shadow clone pill slipping from his fingers and clattering to the ground. He was uncertain of what Irika's presence signified, nor did he know what awaited him. Irika made his way through the crowd and approached Naruto, speaking in a grave tone. Come with me. Lord Third Hokage wishes to see you. A heavy sense of foreboding settled within Naruto as he silently followed Irika, leaving the lively market behind and heading toward the Hokage building. The door to the Hokage's office was gently rapped upon, echoing in the stillness. Chapter 3, The Hokage Nods. Reputation begins to form. Irika led Naruto to the Hokage building, where Naruto's heart thudded anxiously, more so than during the Nin exams. The building was eerily quiet, the atmosphere heavy with a seriousness that felt almost suffocating. Irika rapped on the door of the Hokage's office, the sound echoing ominously in Naruto's ears like the tolling of a death knell. Come in, a deep voice resonated from within. Irika pushed the door open, and Naruto, head bowed, followed him inside with trepidation. The Hokage's office was spacious and bright, sunlight streaming through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows and illuminating a desk cluttered with various scrolls and documents. The third Hokage sat upright, a pipe in hand, his furrowed brow and piercing gaze fixed intently on Naruto. Irika stood to the side, his expression laden with concern. Naruto felt as though he were a misbehaving child standing before his teacher and parents, awaiting judgment. Irika, what is the matter? The third Hokage's voice was low and authoritative, imbued with an invisible weight. Irika respectfully bowed to the Hokage and began recounting the incident of Naruto selling peculiar items at a stall, detailing everything from shadow clone pills to lucky kunai with meticulous accuracy. As Irika spoke, the third Hokage's frown deepened, his penetrating gaze occasionally scrutinizing Naruto, making him feel increasingly uneasy. Naruto, do you have anything to say for yourself? The Hokage's voice boomed again, like thunder crashing in Naruto's ears. Startled, Naruto shivered, feeling as if his throat were constricted, rendering him momentarily speechless. He dared to glance at the third Hokage, who regarded him with a look that was both probing and perplexed, perhaps even tinged with expectation. Taking a deep breath, Naruto summoned his courage, ready to explain. But Irika interjected, Hokage-sama. Naruto, Irika-sensei, allow me to speak for myself. Naruto interrupted, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, my shadow clone pills are no ordinary trinkets. His chest puffed out, his face radiating confidence, the earlier anxiety dissipating. One pill, and you can create a shadow clone. And these clones are not mere illusions. They are capable of fighting and enduring, absolutely reliable. As he spoke, he retrieved a shadow clone pill from his pocket, deftly spinning it on his fingertip as if performing a magic trick. The glossy pill shimmered in the sunlight, piquing curiosity. The third Hokage's previously furrowed brow shifted slightly at the mention of shadow clone, a spark of interest igniting in his eyes. He took the pill from Naruto's hand. weighing it thoughtfully before bringing it to his nose, seemingly studying its essence. Witnessing the Hokage's reaction, a flicker of hope ignited within Naruto, his eyes shining bright as stars. Hokage-sama, do not be deceived by its size. Its potential is immense. This product is an essential remedy for home, travel, and combat. Truly reliable, no one can be cheated or misled by it. He resembled a salesman, exuberantly extolling the myriad benefits of the shadow clone pills, occasionally punctuating his fervent discourse with exaggerated gestures, leaving Irika-sensei beside him in a state of bemusement. However, the third Hokage, after listening to Naruto's enthusiastic pitch, did not immediately express his opinion. Instead, he placed the shadow clone pills on the table, reignited his pipe, and leisurely took a puff, filling the office with a subtle aroma of tobacco. This silence caused the small flame of hope that Naruto had just ignited to waver precariously. His palms began to sweat lightly as he pondered the Hokage's thoughts, feeling as though a small rabbit was thumping wildly in his chest. He sensed the dampness soaking through his back. It was far more arduous than any examination. The Hokage's office was eerily quiet, the only sounds being the occasional puff from the pipe and the rapid beating of Naruto's heart. Do you think these shadow clone pills can truly? The third Hokage began slowly, his tone laced with curiosity, uncertainty, and a hint of expectation. He exhaled a ring of smoke, and amid the swirling vapor, his weathered eyes seemed to penetrate Naruto's very soul. Can these shadow clone pills really allow one to create shadow clones? Upon hearing this, Naruto knew he had struck gold. He immediately nodded fervently, his cheeks flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Of course. I, Naruto Uzumaki, am a paragon of honesty. How about I demonstrate it live?" With that, he rolled up his sleeves, brimming with the enthusiasm of one ready for action. The third Hokage observed Naruto's animated demeanor, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. "No need for that." He gestured lightly, his tone softening considerably. "I believe in you." Naruto paused, momentarily stunned, thinking he must have misheard. It wasn't until the third Hokage nodded affirmatively once more that he fully grasped the situation. Elated, he leaped into the air, performing a 360-degree spin in the Hokage's office, shouting in exhilaration, "Yes! I told you my shadow clone pills are absolutely legendary." The third Hokage chuckled heartily at Naruto's antics, his eyes filled with warmth and anticipation. He retrieved a token from his drawer and handed it to Naruto, saying, "Take this. With it, when you set up your stall in the village, no one will dare to trouble you." Naruto gingerly accepted the token, feeling its cool surface, emblazoned with a large character for fire, which seemed to imbue him with newfound strength. Straightening his posture instantly, "Rest assured, Hokage Grandpa, I promise, I shall never let you down." He bowed solemnly to the third Hokage before dashing out of the Hokage building like a gust of wind. When Naruto reappeared at the market, the villagers were momentarily taken aback. They set aside their tasks, their gazes converging on him. The murmur of speculation rose like the buzzing of cicadas in summer. Why is he back? Did Lord Hokage send him away? They wondered, noting his seemingly cheerful demeanor. In the face of the villagers' puzzled stares, Naruto took a deep breath. Feeling the chakra within him surging with fervor, he stood tall and proud before his stall, exuding an air of confidence, a playful smile gracing his lips. Clearing his throat, he called out loudly, "Esteemed villagers, passers-by, do not let this opportunity slip by. Even the Hokage proclaims that my shadow clone pills are extraordinary." Instantly, the crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated on Naruto, curiosity igniting like wild grass. What? The Hokage is aware of this? What exactly is he selling? Just then, Naruto flashed a mysterious grin and slowly added, "Would you like to know? Then why not purchase one and taste it?" His tone carried a hint of mischief, reminiscent of those street vendors hawking their wares, yet paired with his youthful visage, it appeared irresistibly charming. Among the crowd stood a chubby little boy, a Kimichi Choji, who gulped. His gaze locked onto the shadow clone pills in Naruto's hand, as if he were gazing upon a divine delicacy. He patted his round belly, ultimately succumbing to temptation, raising his pudgy hand and exclaiming, "I'll buy one." With Choji leading the charge, others quickly gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the mysterious pills. Nara Shikamaru lazily leaned against the wall, yawning as he observed Naruto with a glimmer of intrigue. Inuzuka Kiba shouted for a closer look at Naruto's antics. Even the typically shy Hinata Hyuga discreetly lingered at the back of the crowd, quietly watching Naruto's every move. "Give me one." I want one too. Can this really create clones? I'll give it a try. In no time, Naruto's stall buzzed with excitement, the atmosphere as lively as a festival. Villagers eagerly opened their coin purses, vying to purchase the shadow clone pills. Naruto was a whirlwind of activity, collecting money with one hand while handing over pills with the other, all the while cheerfully announcing, "Hold on tight. This is a treasure that can create clones." And everyone who has tried it raves about it. 1 pill, 2 pills, 3 pills. Before long, all 20 of Naruto's shadow clone pills had been snatched up. Looking down at the bulging pouch of coins, he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear, exclaiming, "Yes, I've made 100 Ryo." He tossed the coins in his hand, their silvery gleam reflecting the sunlight, illuminating his ecstatic face, as if sharing in his joy. The surrounding villagers gazed at Naruto in astonishment, never having imagined that this usually troublesome underachiever could concoct such a marvelous creation and earn so much. A cacophony of chatter erupted, predominantly filled with admiration and praise for Naruto. This kid truly possesses talent. It seems we have underestimated him. These shadow clone pills are indeed remarkable. Standing proudly at his stall, basking in this moment of glory, Naruto felt akin to a triumphant hero. Taking a deep breath, he raised his pouch high, declaring, "I, Naruto, will always keep my word. I shall earn the recognition of all." The villagers erupted in enthusiastic applause, showering Naruto with cheers for his success. Naruto's face radiated with a brilliant smile, as if his dreams had drawn a step closer. The setting sun bathed the entire marketplace in a golden hue. As Naruto tidied up his stall, shouldering his pouch of coins in preparation to depart, he suddenly spotted Shikamaru Nara ambling towards him. "Hey, Naruto," Shikamaru drawled lazily. "Do you still have those shadow clone pills?" Naruto paused for a moment, chuckling as he shook his head. Just as he was about to say he had none left, he heard Shikamaru propose, "If you still have some, I'd like to make a trade." Chapter 4. A rescue amidst doubt. Poisonous miasma ensnaring the heart. The afterglow of the sunset had yet to fully fade when Naruto, brimming with anticipation, slung his pouch filled with silver over his shoulder and departed from the bustling Hidden Leaf village, venturing into the depths of the forest, a place rarely trodden by human feet. After all, he aspired to become Hokage. Trivial earnings could hardly satiate his lofty ambitions. The forest was eerily tranquil, punctuated only by the occasional unfamiliar bird call, enhancing its depth. Yet Naruto paid it no mind, humming a cheerful tune as he walked briskly. Suddenly, a faint sound of groaning reached his ears. Instantly alert, he concealed himself behind a tree, peering out cautiously. There, not far away in a clearing, lay several ninjas in disarray, their faces darkened and lips tinged with purple, clearly victims of poisoning. A pang of concern gripped Naruto. Being a compassionate ninja, how could he stand idly by? Resolute in his decision, he swiftly retrieved several antidote pills from his pocket, a confident smile illuminating his face as he dashed towards them. "Hey, are you all right? I have antidote pills, they'll help," he exclaimed, attempting to place a pill into the mouth of the nearest ninja. "Stop!" A deep voice emerged, laced with suspicion. Naruto looked up to see a tall ninja, his gaze sharp as an eagle, scrutinizing him intently. Though he exhibited some signs of poisoning, his demeanor was relatively composed compared to the others. "Who are you? Why are you approaching us?" the captain questioned coldly, his tone rife with distrust, as if Naruto were a looming threat. Taken aback, Naruto hadn't anticipated that his good intentions would be misconstrued. He raised the antidote pills in his hand, hastily explaining, "I merely wish to help you. These pills are effective against poison." "Help? Humph. Who knows what your true intentions are?" the captain scoffed, tightening his grip on his kunai, exuding an air of hostility. The atmosphere thickened with tension, as if the very air had solidified. Hey, what's with this attitude? I'm a ninja from the leaf. I'm here to save you," Naruto pleaded, his anxiety causing him to fidget restlessly, feeling as though he were an ant on a hot stove, desperate to prove his goodwill. "A ninja from the leaf? Huh. Who has to say?" The captain continued to press, his skepticism unwavering. Taking a deep breath, Naruto fought the urge to roll his eyes, feeling like a wronged hero. His earnestness trampled upon mercilessly. The fervent flame of his desire to rescue others was doused, as if by a bucket of cold water, leaving only helplessness and a hint of agitation. "I harbor no malice. You must believe me," Naruto reiterated, his tone urgent and sincere. The captain remained silent, his vigilant gaze fixed upon him, the kunai in his hand gripped tighter. The captain's piercing stare was akin to two kunai, piercing into Naruto's soul. Konoha ninja? In this chaotic world, who knows if you are merely a wolf in sheep's clothing? The captain's voice was frigid, as though intent on encasing Naruto in ice. Within the squad, a young ninja appeared pale as parchment, his lips cracked like the parched earth of the Sahara. He weakly coughed a few times, struggling to speak. Captain, I want to try. His voice was as faint as a whisper, yet it resonated like a small stone causing ripples upon a tranquil surface. The young ninja summoned his last vestiges of strength, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope, akin to grasping a lifeline in a vast ocean. The other team members were struck as if by lightning, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as though they could swallow a whole dumpling. Naruto pondered to himself, why is the captain so obstinate, like someone who has consumed expired military rations? His brow furrowed tightly, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions, sweet, sour, bitter, and salty, all intertwining. If this detoxifying pill were to be condemned as a sham, how could he ever conduct his business? How could he ascend to the position of Hokage and reach the pinnacle of his life? My reputation is more precious than the broth of Ichiraku ramen. Naruto silently cried out, his hand clenched around the detoxifying pill in his pocket, as if it were his last hope. The air around them seemed to solidify, the tension palpable like a taut bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. All eyes were fixed upon Naruto, awaiting his decision, as though he were the ultimate arbiter of this silent conflict. Taking a deep breath, he slowly retrieved from his pocket a detoxifying pill the size of a green bean and extended it towards the young ninja. Brother, trust me, take this, and you shall thrive, more effective than a chakra pill. Just as the young ninja trembled, preparing to accept this beacon of hope, a sinister voice echoed from the depths of the forest. Boy, do not be deceived by him. He is nothing but a charlatan. The ominous voice slithered through the stillness of the forest like a venomous serpent, startling a flock of birds into flight. This voice struck Naruto like a powerful palm, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Who dares to speak so insidiously? Come out and face me, Naruto bellowed, resembling a ruffled cat. Scanning the surroundings for the unseen foe, the captain's expression darkened further, resembling a layer of soot, his gaze rife with suspicion and hostility, as if Naruto were a most notorious criminal. Boy, you are nothing but a fraud. Someone apprehend him. At the captain's command, the surrounding ninjas surged forward, their kunai glinting ominously, like a pack of ravenous wolves poised to pounce on their prey. The young ninja, who had initially extended his hand, retracted it once more, as the flicker of hope in his eyes was extinguished in an instant, leaving only an abyss of despair and fear. He coughed weakly a few times, resembling a candle flame swaying in the wind, on the brink of being snuffed out. The other poison ninjas also retreated, clutching their chests, groaning in agony, their faces growing increasingly pallid, their lips deepening to a purplish hue, akin to flowers on the verge of wilting, stripped of all vitality and vigor. A foul stench permeated the makeshift camp, enveloping everyone like an invisible net, inducing a sensation of suffocation and oppression. Naruto watched helplessly as they writhed in pain, his heart pierced with anguish akin to 1,000 needles. He gripped the antidote beans tightly, as if they were his final glimmer of hope. He yearned to explain, to vindicate himself, yet he found himself at a loss for words. His heart brimmed with rage and helplessness, akin to a caged beast roaring in despair. I am not a fraud, Naruto managed to utter, his voice hoarse and rasping, yet laden with impotence and hopelessness. His gaze dimmed, resembling a gemstone stripped of its luster, devoid of all vitality and brilliance. Every deceiver would utter such words. The captain scoffed. Naruto took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest within. He bit his lip tightly until he tasted the metallic tang of blood. Raising his head, he declared, if you choose not to believe, then so be it. As he carelessly tossed the antidote beans onto the ground, as if offering them to the dogs. With a shrug, he adopted an air of indifference, prepared to depart. Take it or leave it. After all, these are genuine goods, beyond reproach. He appeared to stride forward nonchalantly, yet inside, he felt an unsettling itch. Like a caddis claw, it had taken him considerable effort to procure these new goods. If he failed to sell them, he would incur a significant loss. No, he must devise another plan. Just as everyone assumed he was truly departing, Naruto abruptly halted, a sly grin curling at the corners of his mouth. That smile resembled a fox who had just pilfered a hen, infused with a sense of confidence that suggested he had anticipated this all along. He retrieved a small cloth pouch from his bosom and, with a resounding thud, cast it onto the ground. The antidote beans tumbled out, rolling like emerald gemstones, sparkling in the twilight glow. Never mind. Since you all look so pitifully poisoned, I shall gift these beans to you. Whether or not you use them is entirely up to you. After all, I, Naruto, stand upright and just, and would never engage in deceitful schemes. However, let me forewarn you, these are life-saving items. Should you miss this opportunity, do not blame me for the oversight. With that, Naruto triumphantly waggled his eyebrows, resembling a selfless benefactor. This sudden twist left everyone in a state of shock, as if someone had pressed the pause button, their minds blank. The poison ninjas exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Having anticipated Naruto would persist obstinately, yet his sudden decisiveness left them bewildered. What schemes does this fellow harbor? The captain of the poison squad, engulfed in deeper perplexity, fixed his piercing gaze upon the antidote beans scattered on the ground, as if grappling with a profound academic quandary. Meanwhile, Naruto paid them no mind. Sauntering over to a grand tree where he plopped down nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference, as if to say, "You may do as you please. I shall take my rest first." He procured a piece of roasted meat from his attire, savoring it with delight as the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, stirring the appetites of those around him. As night fell, the forest enveloped itself in an even deeper tranquility, punctuated only by the occasional chirp of insects and the rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. The poison squad remained vigilant, refraining from touching the antidote beans, encircled around a flickering campfire, alert to any potential ambush. Naruto reclined beneath the tree, resting his head upon his hands, leisurely gazing at the stars above, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. Yet, as slumber claimed the others, a shadow stealthily approached the antidote beans, swiftly gathering them into a cloth bag before vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. When dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight caressed the earth, the poison ninjas discovered to their astonishment that a significant portion of the antidote beans had mysteriously vanished. Instantly, they grew agitated, directing their ire towards Naruto, suspecting him of thievery. Damn it, I knew he was no good. How dare he steal our life-saving medicine? Utterly despicable. Naruto, bewildered by the chaos before him, had just awakened from slumber and was still trying to comprehend the situation when accusations rained down upon him, leaving him thoroughly vexed. "Hey, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything," he protested, flailing in a panic, resembling a wronged little hamster, utterly at a loss for words. However, before he could finish, the captain bellowed, "Enough of your nonsense. If it wasn't you, do you expect us to have stolen it ourselves?" With a thunderous stomp, the captain's fury intensified, his already dark visage now resembling the bottom of a pot, as if ink were about to drip from it. "You must provide me with an explanation today." Chapter 5. Unraveling the Mystery. The extraordinary medicine revealed the morning sunlight lazily poured over the ground, casting a golden sheen upon the somewhat desolate clearing. Yet, this warm light did little to dissipate the palpable tension hanging in the air. "What are you saying? I didn't do anything." Naruto, frantic like an ant on a hot pan, gesticulated fervently in his defense. His azure eyes brimmed with innocence, as if to proclaim, "I am more wrong than Do-e." Nevertheless, his feeble explanation was rendered powerless before the enraged ninjas. "Enough of your chatter. If it wasn't you, did we steal it ourselves?" The captain roared, spittle nearly landing on Naruto's face. His complexion darkened to a hue reminiscent of liver, veins bulging on his forehead, as though he were on the brink of an explosive outburst. Indeed, he must be the thief. Yesterday, he was all smiles, and it's clear he's no good. Indeed, capture him. Conduct a thorough interrogation. The poison ninjas echoed in agreement, their expressions twisted with fury, as if Naruto were their sworn enemy. They surrounded Naruto like a pack of enraged beasts, their hostility palpable, eager to devour him alive. Naruto felt tears welling up. He likened himself to a hapless little rabbit under the gaze of ravenous wolves, utterly powerless, unable to utter a single word of defense. Frantically scratching his head, he felt as if he might explode on the spot, internally lamenting, "Truly, one is at home and yet finds trouble descending from the heavens." At that moment, a voice, slightly hoarse yet imbued with authority, shattered the tense atmosphere. "Everyone, cease this at once." The crowd turned towards the sound, and there appeared a tall woman, her formidable presence evident. Her golden hair shimmered under the sunlight, and a hint of impatience graced her brow. It was Tsunade, the medical ninja of the Leaf Village. Tsunade-sama. The poison ninjas were momentarily taken aback. The captain, however, glared at her with suspicion, his tone unfriendly. What are you doing here? There's not a decent person among your lot from the Leaf Village. Hey, sir, do mind your words. Tsunade frowned, clearly displeased with such mindless generalizations. Crossing her arms, her voice bore an undeniable authority. I'm merely here to ascertain the situation. Don't assume everyone shares your foolishness. The captain's expression darkened further. He glared at Tsunade, weighing his options, before finally snorting dismissively. Humph. You'd better not pull any tricks. I don't trust anyone from the Leaf. Tsunade's frown deepened. Feeling a wave of exasperation, this group was truly difficult to handle. Yet, she restrained her temper, deciding to first gather information. Her gaze swept over the anxious Naruto, then glanced at the pale-faced ninjas, her curiosity intensifying. What is going on here? Her tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. The captain scoffed, about to speak. Yet Tsunade abruptly interrupted. Let me assess your conditions first. With that, she stepped forward, causing the captain to instinctively retreat a step, his eyes fixed warily upon her. Tsunade approached the poisoned ninjas, placing her hand on the captain's wrist to feel his pulse. Her brow furrowed in concentration as her fingers delicately pressed against his weakening heartbeat. The air around them seemed to freeze, everyone holding their breath, awaiting Tsunade's diagnosis. After a moment, Tsunade withdrew her hand, her gaze sweeping over the other poisoned ninjas. Their conditions are indeed grave. The poisoning is severe, and ordinary antidotes may prove ineffective. Upon hearing her words, the faces of the poisoned ninjas turned even more ashen. They exchanged glances, and the captain clenched his jaw, his fists tightly balled, nails nearly digging into his flesh. However, Tsunade paused, her gaze shifting to Naruto, a hint of hesitation in her tone. I just conducted an examination, and their symptoms bear a resemblance to a particular type of poisoning I encountered previously. There exists a unique antidote for this poison. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, a flicker of hope ignited within Naruto. He eagerly inquired, Lady Tsunade, what is that antidote? Tsunade glanced at the small beans in Naruto's hand and replied, I have seen a type of pill known as the detox bean, which can effectively treat this poisoning. The beans you possess seem somewhat akin to that pill. Naruto's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Indeed, these are the detox beans. I found this treasure at a street stall. The poisoned ninjas, upon hearing Tsunade's words, also displayed a glimmer of hope, though skepticism still lingered in their eyes. The captain regarded Naruto with a trace of uncertainty in his tone. Are you certain this is genuinely effective? Naruto assured him, Of course it is effective. I assure you, it is foolproof. I stake my reputation on it. Although Tsunade's presence had rekindled a sense of hope in Naruto, he understood that mere reliance on her endorsement was insufficient to completely alleviate the doubts harbored by the ninjas. After all, this was a matter of life and death, demanding utmost caution. Anxiously, Naruto furtively observed the expressions of the poisoned ninjas while rapidly devising a strategy. The surrounding individuals engaged in hushed discussions, creating a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. Suddenly, a furtive figure darted through the crowd, swiftly vanishing into the distant woods. Who? Naruto shouted alertly. Tsunade's expression sharpened, and she immediately pursued the figure with astonishing speed, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. I will investigate. You all stay here and do not move. With Tsunade's departure, the tension in the air escalated. The poisoned ninjas exchanged glances, while the captain fixed his intense gaze on Naruto, as if trying to peer into his very soul. Naruto, feeling helpless, internally lamented, What a predicament. I merely wish to conduct a small business. Why must it be so arduous? Rustling sounds suddenly emanated from the nearby woods, akin to someone intentionally stepping on fallen leaves, creating a crisp crunch. Though the noise was faint, in the tranquility of the morning, it resonated ominously, sending shivers down spines. The poisoned ninjas tensed up instantly, gripping their weapons tightly and scanning their surroundings warily. Who is there? The captain bellowed, his voice laced with trepidation. Yet, apart from the whisper of the wind through the leaves, no other sounds could be heard. Damn it! Who is playing tricks? The captain roared, drawing his longsword and preparing to charge into the woods. Captain, wait! Do not act impulsively. A fellow ninja urgently restrained him. Our current situation does not permit any further conflict. The captain hesitated for a moment, but ultimately lowered his sword, though his eyes remained vigilant. Do not fear, my comrades. Naruto interjected, stepping forward to diffuse the tension. This must be some petty trickster trying to frighten us. We need not pay him any mind. Come, let us return to the matter at hand. As he spoke, Naruto retrieved the last remaining antidote pill from his pocket and offered it to the ninja most severely poisoned. Here, my friend, take this pill. I assure you, it will work wonders. The ninja hesitated, glancing at his captain and then at the pill in Naruto's hand, before ultimately accepting it and swallowing it whole. All eyes were fixed on him, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Time seemed to stretch, the air thick with anticipation. Suddenly, the ninja let out a groan, his body beginning to tremble slightly, and his complexion gradually regained its color. He slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed, I feel so much better. Incredible. This is truly miraculous. The other poisoned ninjas gasped in disbelief, their faces awash with astonishment. The captain's eyes widened as though he had witnessed something extraordinary. Observing this, Naruto couldn't help but smile smugly, relishing the moment. Now you all must believe me. Just as he was about to speak, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. Don't celebrate too soon, kid. Naruto whipped around to see a man clad in black. An eerie smile plastered across his face, standing at the edge of the woods, coldly observing them. The presence of the dark-clad figure instantly froze the atmosphere, dousing the flickering flame of hope like a bucket of ice water. His sinister grin resembled that of a villain from a horror film, sending shivers down spines. The faces of the previously relieved poisoned ninjas turned pale once more, and they instinctively recoiled. The captain's expression darkened as he saw his subordinate in peril, his muscles tensed, ready to explode at any moment. He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking, yet he hesitated to make a move. He glanced at his captured comrade, then at the antidote pill in Naruto's hand. His expression contorted in a struggle akin to constipation, as if he were in the throes of an internal conflict. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. The captain's reaction was peculiar. He should have immediately apologized to Naruto and expressed gratitude for saving them. Yet here he was, hesitating. Could there be more to this situation than met the eye? Naruto, noticing the captain's expression, felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. He thought to himself, brother, your subordinate has been captured, and you are still caught up in your own dilemma? What matters more, pride or life? Truly a blockhead. At that moment, the man in black, a subordinate of Orochimaru, let out a chilling laugh. Haha, I think it would be wise for you to hand over that antidote pill, or else I shall let him experience the venom of my snake, he said, producing a sleek black snake from his sleeve, its crimson tongue flicking in and out, hissing menacingly, causing a wave of unease to wash over the onlookers. How dare you? The captain could no longer contain himself, roaring as he lunged forward. Captain, don't act rashly, the other ninjas exclaimed, restraining him. We are no match for him. Haha, be sensible. Otherwise, I will ensure he meets a grim fate. The man in black taunted, drawing the snake dangerously close to the hostage's neck. As Naruto beheld the scene, a curse escaped his lips. Damn it. This underling of Orochimaru is truly insidious. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, his gaze gradually transforming into one of unwavering resolve. Release him, and I shall provide you with the antidote beans. Upon hearing this, a greedy smile spread across the black-clad man's face. Excellent. You show some sense, kid. Hand over all the antidote beans, and I shall set him free. Naruto fixated intently on the man, slowly extending his hand to retrieve a small cloth pouch from his pocket. Just as he was about to present the pouch, an enigmatic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Here, he abruptly hurled the pouch toward the black-clad man, simultaneously shouting, Now's the time. Chapter 6. The poison is cured, the enemy defeated, and fame spreads. The pouch traced an arc through the air, striking the black-clad man squarely in the face. Caught off guard, he was hit hard, his nose throbbing painfully as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Ouch! My nose! He cried out, clutching his face, causing the small snake in his hand to tumble to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Naruto's prepared shadow clones surged forth from all directions, akin to a swarm of locusts, swiftly encircling the black-clad man. What? How is this possible? The man, filled with terror, gazed at the multitude of Narutos surrounding him, his mind buzzing in confusion. Heh, mere tricks, and you dare to flaunt them? Naruto's true self scoffed, forming hand seals. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. More shadow clones materialized from thin air, leaving the black-clad man utterly dumbfounded. The sheer number seemed capable of encircling the entirety of Konoha. He felt as if he had plunged into an ocean of Naruto clones, his struggles proving utterly futile. Attack! Beat him mercilessly. At Naruto's command, the shadow clones pounced upon the man like unleashed wild dogs. With fists flying and kicks landing, they showed no mercy. The black-clad man was left bruised and battered, crying out for mercy, utterly defenseless. Stop! Please stop! I was wrong. I won't do it again. Naruto approached the bound hostage, swiftly untying the ropes. Are you all right? He inquired with genuine concern. The hostage, casting a grateful glance at Naruto, weakly shook his head. Thank you for saving me. It was a trivial matter. Now, allow me to address the poison afflicting you. Naruto replied with a confident smile, retrieving a small porcelain vial from his pocket. The moment of miracles has arrived with these antidote beans. With a grin, Naruto uncorked the vial, and a faint herbal fragrance wafted into the air. He poured out a handful of vibrant green beans, presenting them to the weary ninjas before him. Come now, each take one, consume it, and you shall be revitalized instantly. A cure for all ailments, honest and true. The poisoned ninjas exchanged glances, for who had ever seen an antidote resembling candy? Yet in their current plight, they had no alternative but to gamble on this desperate remedy. Eat up. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I assure you, this is no trick, Naruto proclaimed, thumping his chest confidently. Thus, with anxious hearts, the ninjas swallowed the emerald green beans. As the substance melted in the mouth, a refreshing sensation swiftly spread from the throat throughout the entire body. The previously numb physique seemed to be infused with a newfound vitality. By the heavens, this truly works, exclaimed one ninja, his once pallid complexion visibly blooming with color. I can feel my strength returning. Me too. Me too. These beans are nothing short of miraculous. Another ninja leapt up in excitement, waving his arms about as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Witnessing his comrades rejuvenate and spring back to life, the leader of the poison ninja team felt a stark contrast to the grim expressions of Orochimaru's subordinates, whose faces were contorted in despair, as if mourning a dearly departed loved one. He could never have anticipated that his meticulously devised scheme would be thwarted by mere beans. The sensation was akin to enduring a week of constipation only to find the toilet clogged. Ahaha, what do you think? Aren't my detoxifying beans remarkably effective? Naruto proclaimed, hands on his hips, laughter ringing out as sunlight danced upon his golden locks, exuding an air of invigoration. A trivial toxin, when faced with me, Naruto, is but a minor nuisance. Observing the ninjas restored to health, Naruto was engulfed by a profound sense of accomplishment, as though he had saved the entire ninja realm. This feeling surpassed even achieving a perfect score. If he were to assign a duration to this bliss, he would wish for it to last a millennium. The leader of the poison ninja approached Naruto, bowing deeply, his tone laced with remorse. Naruto, I was in the wrong to doubt you. You have saved us, and I sincerely apologize. Naruto scratched his head, flashing his signature radiant smile. No worries, no worries. Recognizing one's mistakes is a sign of a good comrade. Besides, I aspire to become the Hokage, so this is merely a small matter. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from afar, accompanied by a familiar voice. What transpired here? I seemed to sense Orochimaru's presence. Upon hearing this, Naruto's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a serious demeanor. He turned his gaze towards the distance, murmuring, "It appears that today's events are far from over." The cloaked figure was pummeled by shadow clones, resembling a battered prizefighter, his face swollen and bruised. Cries for mercy resonating through the air. Dazed and disoriented, he struggled to articulate a coherent thought, reduced to pleading for mercy. Soon, the ninjas from Konoha arrived, binding the unfortunate soul and dragging him away like a lifeless dog. Despite his futile struggles and pig-like wails, his fate remained unchanged, leaving behind only the image of his disgrace. Is this truly Naruto? When did he become so formidable? Indeed, I recall when he was the bottom of the barrel, and that detoxifying bean of his is nothing short of miraculous. The surrounding ninjas murmured among themselves, gazing at Naruto with expressions of astonishment and admiration, as if beholding a marvel. Who could have predicted that the typically jovial Naruto possessed such formidable strength and extraordinary tools? At that moment, the freed ninjas cast grateful glances towards Naruto. Their formerly pallid faces now glowed with a healthy radiance. brimming with vitality. There was no trace of the poison that had once afflicted them. Naruto, we are truly indebted to you. Without your intervention, our fate would have been grim. The captain of the poison ninja squad remarked, bowing deeply with genuine sincerity. Your antidote is nothing short of miraculous. It's akin to a resurrection. Indeed, indeed. Naruto, you are remarkable. The other ninjas chimed in, their words imbued with admiration and gratitude. Standing at the center of the crowd, Naruto basked in their accolades. Adorned with a radiant smile that resembled that of a child who had just received candy, proudly puffing out his chest. It was merely a trifling matter. I, Naruto Uzumaki, am destined to become Hokage. A mere poison is no challenge for me. As sunlight cascaded upon him, it cloaked his figure in a golden hue, rendering him a veritable hero, dazzling and awe-inspiring, evoking profound respect from all present. This moment crystallized into a luminous highlight within Naruto's legendary tale. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, and a cool voice resonated amidst the crowd. Naruto, you little rascal, you are quite the surprise. Upon hearing the voice, Naruto looked up and spotted a familiar figure standing nearby, arms crossed, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she regarded him with quiet contemplation. Lady Tsunade, Naruto uttered, somewhat perplexed. Tsunade strode confidently towards him, assessing him from head to toe, her seasoned eyes gleaming with admiration. A rare smile graced her lips as she exclaimed, Naruto, you have truly astonished me. I never anticipated you possessed such abilities. With that, Tsunade raised her hand and gave Naruto a hearty pat on the shoulder, the force nearly causing him to stumble. Indeed, it seems I underestimated you. This antidote of yours is extraordinarily effective, superior even to the medicines I concoct. Flattered by Tsunade's praise, Naruto felt himself soaring with elation, nearly buoyed off the ground. Knowing that Tsunade was the medical ninja he revered most, earning her approval was sweeter than honey. He chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, and replied, Lady Tsunade, I merely tested the waters. I will become even more formidable in the future. Feeling the warmth of Tsunade's endorsement wash over him, Naruto's heart swelled with a comforting surge, a sensation of trust and validation. He beamed, showcasing his signature sunny smile. They exchanged a knowing glance, their bond deepening without the need for excessive words. As Naruto prepared to bid farewell to Tsunade and return to the Hidden Leaf Village with his companion, Guchangfeng, an abrupt mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The system has detected that the host has triggered a new mission. Please, host, proceed to the poison fog forest at the border of the Land of Fire to investigate the source of the poisoning incident. The sudden system notification caused Naruto's smile to freeze in an instant, his brow furrowing slightly as he contemplated the ominous implications. This was undoubtedly no mere coincidence. There was a hidden hand orchestrating everything. It seemed that this matter was far more complex than he had initially presumed. He raised his gaze to the horizon, intending to speak to Tsunade, but she interrupted him. I see, little one. It appears you have found yourself in yet another predicament, Tsunade remarked with an air of calm, as if she had foreseen this occurrence. Naruto nodded gravely, feeling the fervor boiling within him. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to unearth the mastermind and restore clarity to the ninja world. He turned to Guchangfeng, exchanging a knowing glance. In an instant, they vanished from sight, leaving Tsunade standing alone, her gaze profound, lost in thought. Chapter 7. Seeking the source of the poisonous miasma. Shadows re-emerged. The poison fog forest at the border of the Land of Fire is perpetually shrouded in a thick, eerie miasma, resembling a slumbering behemoth. Naruto and Guchangfeng weaved swiftly through the trees, which twisted grotesquely, akin to demons with outstretched claws, while the air was tainted with a nauseating stench. What is that foul odor? It's worse than a month-old Ichiraku ramen, Guchangfeng exclaimed, covering his nose in disgust. Naruto remained unfazed, for with the system at his side, he was impervious to toxins. This miasma was but a trivial nuisance. His keen eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for clues regarding the poisoned ninjas. System. A hint would be appreciated, Naruto silently pleaded. Beep. Host, please explore independently. This system does not provide spoilers. The cold voice of the system responded. TCH. I knew I couldn't rely on you. Naruto scoffed, continuing onward. Before long, they arrived at a valley where several poisoned ninjas lay, notably the very team they had encountered previously. The team leader, upon seeing Naruto, asked, What are you doing here? Are you trying to steal our techniques? His tone was frigid, laced with hostility. Naruto felt wronged, exclaiming, for heaven's sake, I am here to help you find the source of the poison. Humph. Who knows what your true intentions are? The leader remained skeptical. With a resigned shake of his head, Naruto pondered the difficulty of doing good deeds in this era. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to prove his innocence through action. As he scrutinized the environment, he noticed a pool of water in the valley, surrounded by withered plants emitting a foul stench. I believe the source of the poison may lie within this pool, Naruto pointed out. The leader's brow furrowed, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. Just then, a chilling laughter echoed from the forest. Ha ha ha, little brat, you are indeed here. From the shadows, several figures clad in black and wearing masks emerged. They were none other than Orochimaru's subordinates. Armed with poison, they advanced towards the pool. Stop! What do you intend to do? With a fierce shout, Naruto positioned himself before the tranquil pool. What was his intent? Naturally, to add some fuel to the fire. The cloaked figure emitted a chilling laugh, pouring a vial of poison into the water. An inexplicable fury surged within Naruto's heart. Heh, worry about yourself, kid. The dark figure taunted, vanishing in an instant to launch an attack on Naruto. The battle was imminent, and Naruto's gaze sharpened as he thought to himself, it seems I must work overtime today. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, a chilling aura creeping up from behind. Who goes there? Naruto spun around, only to find the miasma of the toxic forest intensifying, as if an invisible net sought to ensnare all living beings. A wave of discomfort surged through his chest. His breathing grew labored, as though an unseen hand was tightly grasping his throat. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, his complexion paled, and his body swayed perilously. Yet, he gritted his teeth, refusing to succumb to the encroaching darkness. Good grief. This miasma must be enhanced. It's even worse than the stench of rotten feet. Naruto cursed inwardly, yet he dared not falter in his steps. The subordinates of Orochimaru had anticipated that this young man would retreat in the face of adversity. However, they were taken aback to see him persist like an indomitable cockroach, growing ever more resolute, causing them to feel a flicker of trepidation. Amidst the toxic haze, the surrounding trees twisted grotesquely, resembling anguished phantoms that emitted eerie, bone-chilling whispers. The cloaked figures exchanged glances. One of them lowered his voice. This kid is rather troublesome. Our leader instructed us to end this swiftly. Don't linger with him. At that moment, Naruto felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. He was as if trapped within a colossal gas chamber, each breath akin to swallowing a mouthful of decaying poison. His body warned him, with every step seemingly draining his vitality. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug into his palms, he fought against the urge to retch, his resolve only growing more steadfast. He could not falter. He had to uncover the source of the poison and prove that he was not merely a nuisance trailing behind. With a swift motion, he evaded the attack from the cloaked figure, retaliating with a sudden thrust aimed at the opponent's vital point. I'll gladly accept your offering. Naruto's cheeky voice echoed through the forest. How dare you? The cloaked figures exclaimed, clutching their injured areas and letting out furious growls, their eyes narrowing as they swiftly encircled him once more. Just as Naruto prepared to unleash his full power, he suddenly felt an unusual tremor beneath his feet, followed by an intensely cold aura slithering towards him like a venomous serpent. Naruto whirled around, only to find the space behind him empty, save for a few gnarled trees swaying in the wind, producing creaking sounds akin to ghostly whispers. Yet, he distinctly sensed that chilling presence still loomed, drawing ever closer, as if a serpent was stealthily coiling around his neck, sending shivers down his spine. What on earth? Am I seeing things? Naruto cursed inwardly, instinctively reaching for the back of his head, only to encounter a sticky substance. What is this? Naruto lowered his gaze and discovered his hands smeared with a viscous green substance, exuding a nauseating odor that was more repulsive than spoiled milk. He nearly retched, hastily wiping his hands on his clothing, cursing inwardly. This damned forest is dirtier than an old woman's foot binding. At that moment, Naruto suddenly noticed that the green slime was dripping from the trees above. He looked up and saw the branches adorned with this strange substance, which emitted an eerie glow in the dim light. Could this be the source of the poison? A spark of realization ignited within him, and he swiftly retrieved an empty vial, meticulously collecting some of the slime for further examination. System, grant me some insights. What is this substance? he silently implored. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have discovered the venom of the ethereal demon vine. This venom possesses potent corrosive and neurotoxic properties, capable of inducing paralysis and ultimately leading to suffocation. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Ethereal demon vine? That name sounds even cooler than my Rasengan. Naruto thought, a sense of exhilaration washing over him, as though he had stumbled upon a new realm. This reaction surprised the members of his poisoned squad behind him. They had not anticipated that this seemingly carefree individual would genuinely uncover the source of the poison. Yet, despite holding the vial of venom, a conflict brewed within Naruto. Should he divulge this information to them? If he did, would they suspect him? Would they think he was the one who poisoned them? He stood in silence, grappling with his internal turmoil. As those around him awaited his decision, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Hey, kid, what exactly did you find? The impatient captain of the Poison Ninja Squad inquired. Naruto raised his head to meet the captain's skeptical gaze, sighing internally as he slowly lifted the vial. Scratching his head, Naruto hesitantly raised the small bottle, the green slime within casting a ghostly glow in the dim light. Well, I might have found the source of the poison. He stammered, his voice dripping with uncertainty. The captain furrowed his brow, skepticism evident in his expression. Is that it? A vial of green snot. Are you messing with us? By the heavens. This is not snot. This is the venom of the ethereal demon vine. It is extremely toxic. Contact with it is fatal, Naruto earnestly explained, adopting the demeanor of a wandering healer promoting his ancestral remedy. The captain, albeit half convinced, took the vial and examined it closely, even taking a whiff. His expression shifted to one of gravity. This scent is indeed reminiscent of what we encountered earlier. You kid, might actually have some skills. The captain's tone softened, and his gaze towards Naruto became significantly more amiable. The surrounding team members gathered closer, scrutinizing the green substance in the vial and engaging in hushed discussions. Captain, do you think this kid might be deceiving us? I doubt it. This substance appears genuinely suspicious. Perhaps he is the one who poisoned us. Listening to the murmurs around him, Naruto thought to himself, it seems my acting skills are still sharp. At that moment, a figure clad in black suddenly leapt from behind a tree, brandishing an identical bottle, and shouted at Naruto, Captain, I witnessed this scoundrel pouring poison into the waterhole. He is the true perpetrator. The crowd erupted in an uproar, their gazes fixated on Naruto. Initially taken aback, Naruto quickly regained his composure. Chapter 8. The Reversal of Fate and the Reforging of Trust. Naruto, recovering from his surprise, allowed a sly smile to grace his lips. Oh, is that not one of Orochimaru's lackeys? Have you switched careers to food delivery? Or perhaps that vial of poison comes with a complimentary experience for yourself? The black-clad figure's expression darkened, his eyes flickering as he stammered, What nonsense are you spouting? I am not one of Orochimaru's followers. Oh, is that so? Naruto exclaimed, raising his hands in feigned innocence and shrugging. Then how do you possess the same ancestral recipe as I do? Could it be that you also inherit a nose? Laughter erupted among the surrounding ninjas, while the black-clad man turned crimson with rage, shouting, You wretch! Stop spreading lies. Captain, do not heed his fabrications. He is indeed the poisoner. The captain, furrowing his brow, glanced between Naruto and the black-clad figure, momentarily at a loss for judgment. Silence. Clarify what is happening, he commanded. Seizing the moment, Naruto launched into a dramatic performance, tears streaming down his face as he proclaimed, Captain, by the heavens, I am here to save you all. This man is the real culprit. He has deliberately framed me to tarnish the reputation of our Leaf Village. Pointing at the bottle in the black-clad man's hand, he asserted, the contents of that vial are not poison at all. It is, in fact, my specially crafted antidote. If you do not believe me, take a whiff. Does it not carry a faint herbal scent? With that, he produced another vial of green liquid from his pocket and offered it to the captain. Upon receiving the vial and inhaling its contents, the captain detected the refreshing aroma of herbs. He turned to the black-clad man, demanding, What do you have to say for yourself? The black-clad man, now flustered, stammered, I was given this by Lord Orochimaru. He instructed me. His eyes darted nervously, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Feigning surprise, Naruto inquired, Orochimaru? What did he instruct you to do? With a grim determination, the black-clad man bellowed. He commanded me to pour the poison into the waterhole and frame your Leaf Village for it. A collective gasp reverberated through the crowd. The captain and his comrades stared at the black-clad man with shock and fury, as if they wished to devour him whole. Grabbing the collar of the black-clad figure, the captain shouted, "How dare you commit such an act?" The black-clad man trembled under the captain's fierce gaze, stuttering, I was left with no choice. Lord Orochimaru, enough." The captain abruptly released the black-clad man, spitting in disgust. "You, a disgrace like you, are unworthy of being a ninja." He turned to Naruto, saying, "Young brother, I apologize for misunderstanding you earlier." Naruto waved his hand dismissively, feigning magnanimity as he proclaimed, "No worries, no worries. It's all just a misunderstanding. However, what matters most right now is to antidote your poison." He produced a handful of pills from his pocket and offered them to the captain, proclaiming, "These are my specially formulated detox pills, one for each of you, guaranteed to cure your ailments." The captain accepted the pills with gratitude, nodding appreciatively before distributing them among the team. One by one, the team members swallowed the pills and soon felt their strength returning. "Thank you, young brother, for saving our lives," the captain expressed earnestly. "Oh, it was merely a trifling effort, nothing to mention." Naruto waved his hand again, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. This move was simply brilliant. Just then, a figure approached slowly, and a melodious voice rang out. "I heard someone here has been poisoned, so I came to take a look." Naruto looked up to see the visitor, standing still as if abandoned by the entire world. The glances of the surrounding ninjas towards him felt as if they regarded a contagious plague exuding toxic fumes. The miasma that filled the air seemed to mock his impotence, its acrid scent tightening his chest. He could sense the coldness of the earth beneath his feet and the chill of the gentle breeze, as though even nature were opposing him. An overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him, akin to a boulder pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. At that moment, a clear voice shattered the tense atmosphere. "I believe in him." Everyone turned to see a tall woman in a green robe gracefully advancing. It was Tsunade, the medical ninja of Konoha. Her expression was grave, her gaze sharp, as if she could see through all schemes and conspiracies. Her presence softened the previously tense atmosphere. "Tsunade-sama, what brings you here?" the captain of the poison team inquired, clearly surprised that the legendary healer of Konoha had come in person. "I heard that someone has been poisoned and falsely accused, so I came to investigate," Tsunade replied, her voice quiet yet imbued with undeniable authority. "I know this child Naruto. He would never commit such an act." Her words struck like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within the hearts of those who had harbored doubts about Naruto. Naruto lifted his gaze to Tsunade, warmth flooding his heart. In this moment of misunderstanding, someone was willing to stand up for him. It felt akin to experiencing a ray of sunshine on a frigid winter's day. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost piercing through his palms. Nevertheless, others did not immediately alter their opinions. Whispers persisted, questioning whether Tsunade had been deceived by Naruto. Even if he isn't the poisoner, what can he prove?" Someone scoffed. "The evidence is irrefutable. He has no way to clear his name." In the face of skepticism, Tsunade merely smiled faintly and walked toward Naruto, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Naruto, do not lose heart," she said firmly. "I will prove your innocence, but the condition is that you must provide real evidence." As soon as Tsunade's words fell, Naruto's lips curled into a confident smile. He whispered, "Rest assured, Tsunade Baba, the real show is just beginning." Naruto's lips curled into a confident smile, exuding an air of mastery akin to a fortunate soul poised to unveil a mystery box. "Evidence. I possess an abundance of it." He clapped his hands, as if to dispel the negative energy surrounding him. "Ladies and gentlemen, prepare your keen eyes for the true Detective Naruto moment." He darted into the forest with the swiftness of a runaway hound. Within the woods, sunlight cascaded through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, while the air was imbued with the fresh scent of earth and grass. Naruto crouched down, his blue eyes scanning every nook and cranny with the precision of a scanner. His nose twitched, akin to a small dog sniffing the air, leaving no trace unnoticed. "Eureka!" Naruto's eyes sparkled as he pushed aside a thicket, uncovering several dried leaves on the ground, speckled with suspicious white powder. He carefully picked up the leaves, bringing them closer to his nose, where the faint scent of sulfur wafted, identical to the lingering aroma from the cloaked figure. You thought you could deceive me?" Naruto triumphantly waved the leaves, as if brandishing a royal flush. This was the true evidence, far more convincing than that ancestral secret formula. He rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. His face radiant with a smile reminiscent of a child awaiting praise. The surrounding trees seemed to share in his confidence, swaying gently in the breeze, producing a rustling sound. With the leaves in hand, he strode purposefully towards the poisoned ninja team, sunlight illuminating his face with a golden glow. Though he appeared outwardly assured, a tinge of anxiety lingered within, akin to a student awaiting exam results, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. The forest around him was eerily silent, save for the gentle whisper of the wind through the leaves, as if cheering him on. He could distinctly hear his heartbeat, thumping like a war drum. Taking a deep breath to quell his unease, his gaze sharpened with determination. He believed that the truth would ultimately shine forth. He halted before the poisoned ninja team, raising the leaves high, his tone calm, yet confident. Ladies and gentlemen, the true truth lies right here. He shook the leaves, showcasing them as a rare treasure. Audience, widen your eyes and behold. This is no ordinary leaf. It is the key to unveiling the truth. He pointed at the white powder with exaggerated flair, reminiscent of a television shopping host. Do you see this mysterious white powder? It is not mere dust, but, he paused for dramatic effect, sulfur powder, identical to the scent emanating from Orochimaru's minion. Is it not thrilling? Is it not surprising? The captain took the leaves, scrutinizing them closely, his expression shifting from confusion to shock, and then to guilt. Abruptly, he looked up at Naruto. Naruto, my young friend, I misjudged you. I was deceived by that despicable scoundrel. His face flushed crimson, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, wishing desperately to burrow into the earth. Oh dear, Captain. It's hardly a matter of great consequence. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for improvement is truly commendable. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of magnanimity, though inwardly he reveled. Huh? You still have much to learn in this contest. The surrounding ninjas cast admiring glances at Naruto, their initial skepticism transforming into appreciation. Naruto, the once derided underdog, now shone like a radiant star, illuminating the entire forest. Naruto, you are remarkable. Truly the Sherlock Holmes of Konoha, Gu Changfeng exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Naruto, his excitement akin to that of a devoted fan meeting a beloved idol. Haha, keep it low-key, just basic operations. Naruto chuckled, patting Gu Changfeng's shoulder, relishing this sudden acclaim. Just as the crowd basked in the joy of revelation, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The previously tranquil forest was beset by a tempest, trees swaying violently, as if something dreadful was about to emerge from the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth split open, unleashing a torrent of murky green mist that billowed forth, reeking of nauseating stench, swiftly enveloping the area. What is happening? What is this? The poison ninjas cried in terror, feeling their strength draining away, as if all vitality had been siphoned from their bodies. This is bad. It's the power of toxic origin. Tsunade's expression turned grave, her tone more serious than when confronting any prior poison. The dark mist churned ominously, resembling a colossal beast, clawing its way toward the crowd. Wherever the mist passed, flora withered instantly, and the ground began to decay, as if doused in acid. A formidable force radiated from the mist, constricting everyone's nerves and inducing a sense of suffocation. Run quickly! The captain's voice trembled, fear engulfing him at the sight of such horror. Yet, it was already too late. The murky green fog swiftly engulfed the entire forest, consuming all within its reach. Naruto felt his vision blur, his body seemingly pinned beneath an immense weight, rendering him immobile. He faintly heard Tsunade's anxious voice. Naruto, are you all right? Can you hear me? Gritting his teeth, he struggled to open his eyes, striving to discern the unfolding chaos. However, within the fog, a colossal figure began to materialize, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. What manner of monster is this? Naruto exclaimed in terror, his eyes wide with fear. Chapter 9. The Annihilation of the Toxic Origin. A reputation established, the murky green poison swirled like the onset of apocalypse, corroding all that surrounded it. The sudden upheaval left everyone in a state of utter shock. Even Tsunade, known for her vast experience, wore a grave expression, as if facing a formidable adversary. Goodness, this toxic gas rivals a bioweapon crisis, Naruto remarked, albeit without hesitation. He charged forward. His golden figure stood out strikingly against the dark tide, like a fish swimming upstream. After all, as the future Hokage, How could he possibly be intimidated by mere toxic mist? His gaze resolute, a confident smile curved upon his lips. That smile appeared to others as a reckless flirtation with death. Had that lad lost his mind? The leader of the Poison Ninja squad widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched Naruto dash towards the heart of the toxic mist. This was nothing short of a death wish. Yet, Naruto's actions left everyone in stunned silence. He moved like lightning, deftly weaving through the poisonous haze. Akin to a specter, the corrosive potency of the mist was formidable, yet it could not touch him in the slightest. His maneuvers seemed almost supernatural. A team member could not contain their astonishment. As their previous weakness dissipated, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. The toxic mist appeared to be incensed by Naruto's provocation, beginning to coalesce frantically, transforming into a myriad of grotesque minions that lunged at him. These minions, imbued with a potent corrosive nature, left a trail of toppled trees and pockmarked earth, resembling the surface of the moon. Is that all? Naruto scoffed, his form shifting to evade the minions' assault, while simultaneously hurling several specially crafted kunai. These kunai traced brilliant arcs through the air, striking precisely at the points where the minions converged. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of explosive sounds, the minions shattered like fragile porcelain, dissipating into swirling clouds of dark green mist. Incredible. The squad members watched, agape, as if witnessing a Hollywood blockbuster. Could this lad be a hidden powerhouse? Tsunade too exhibited a look of astonishment. She had not anticipated that this seemingly carefree Naruto possessed such extraordinary prowess. This boy indeed had something remarkable, Tsunade murmured to herself. Just as Naruto and the toxic source were locked in a fierce struggle, a chilling voice echoed from the depths of the mist. Hee, quite interesting. But this is where it ends. Following the voice, they beheld a figure draped in a black cloak slowly emerging from the toxic haze, his gaze sinister, a cold smirk gracing his lips. It was one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Tsunade's brow furrowed, her expression darkening ominously. The murky green mist churned, resembling boiling venom, exuding a nauseating stench. Naruto, nimble as the wind, navigated through the poisonous shroud, realizing that while the mist was formidable, it was not invulnerable. He discerned that the core of the mist was a pulsating orb of dark green light, akin to a colossal heart, radiating an eerie glow. Found you. A sly grin crept across Naruto's face as a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. It turned out to be nothing but a coward, hiding here to play tricks. He took a deep breath, chakra surging like a roaring river into his legs, and with a powerful push against the ground, he launched himself towards the emerald light. Shadow clone technique. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, dozens of shadow clones materialized around him. They all launched their attacks simultaneously, unleashing a torrential downpour of kunai upon the core of the toxic mist. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions erupted in succession, causing the core to sway precariously, its glow beginning to dim. Seizing the moment, Naruto concentrated his chakra once more, raising his hands high as a massive Rasengan materialized in his palm. Rasengan. He let out a furious roar, forcefully striking the core of the toxic mist with his spiraling technique. The dark green orb trembled violently, resembling a target that had just been hit, emitting a piercing wail before its radiance dissipated completely. The toxic fog, akin to a river deprived of its source, began to dissipate rapidly. The air around them gradually became fresh again, and sunlight poured onto the earth, banishing the recent darkness entirely. They had succeeded. The members of the Poison Ninja team erupted in cheers, their earlier feelings of weakness vanishing in an instant. They gazed at Naruto, their eyes filled with admiration. This kid truly was formidable, remarkable. Tsunade also exhaled in relief, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, as this Naruto never failed to bring unexpected surprises. However, Naruto's complexion began to pale, and he gasped for breath, sweat cascading down like raindrops. The recent battle had drained him of a significant amount of chakra and stamina, and he felt as though his body had been completely emptied. This poison is no trifling matter. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand, deep within. He refused to allow himself to fall. Never. He surveyed his surroundings. Trees lay toppled, the ground was riddled with craters, and chaos reigned. He knew this was merely the beginning. At that moment, the figure in the black cloak moved, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his deep voice resonating as if it emerged from the depths of hell. The game has only just begun. No sooner had the words left his lips than he vanished like a specter. A suffocating pressure hung in the air, foreboding an even greater crisis on the horizon. Naruto fought against his fatigue, alertly scanning his surroundings, not daring to relax for even a moment. Just then, a miracle occurred. The previously ailing poison ninjas found the dark green spots on their bodies gradually fading, their breathing becoming steady and smooth, their complexions regaining a rosy hue. I feel so much better. My body seems to be recovering. This is nothing short of a miracle. The poison ninjas exclaimed in astonishment, incredulously sensing the changes in their bodies, their gazes toward Naruto, filled with admiration and gratitude. Naruto, thank you. You saved us. The captain of the poison ninja team approached Naruto, bowing deeply, his tone imbued with sincere appreciation. Indeed, Naruto, you are truly remarkable. We doubted you before, which was utterly unjust. Other ninjas gathered around, expressing their gratitude toward Naruto. Haha, it's no big deal. Naruto scratched his head, feigning humility. Yet his heart swelled with pride. This antidote bean is indeed deserving of its reputation. The captain picked up the small bean in his hand, examining it closely. Indeed, this is my exclusive secret formula. So what do you say? Care for a few more? I guarantee results, no deception. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto began to market his product, a sly grin spreading across his face. Yes, absolutely. Such a marvelous treasure. I must procure several more for safekeeping. The captain promptly pulled out his wallet, fearing that Naruto would change his mind. The other ninjas eagerly followed suit, clamoring to purchase the antidote beans, anxious not to be left behind. In an instant, the scene was alive with exuberance, filled with laughter and joy. Naruto stood at the center of the crowd, reveling in the admiration and accolades of the masses, his heart brimming with a profound sense of accomplishment. He felt as though he were under the spotlight, transformed into a star of the moment. Naruto, you are truly remarkable. I must share your deeds with everyone so that all may know of your valiant exploits. One enthusiastic ninja exclaimed. Indeed, Naruto, you are the hero in our hearts. Another ninja echoed in agreement. Naruto's renown spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world, and he became the embodiment of heroism, revered and idolized by countless individuals. However, amidst this celebration, a chilling voice disrupted the harmonious atmosphere. Humph, just a trivial display of skill, hissed a minion of Orochimaru, his cold gaze glinting ominously in the sunlight. His voice was as low and venomous as a serpent, yet it evoked no response from the crowd. All eyes remained fixated on Naruto, filled with respect and gratitude for the hero before them. Observing the disheveled figure of the cloaked man, Naruto could not help but curl his lips into a disdainful smirk. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his eyes radiating calmness and confidence. The cloaked figure seemed to sense Naruto's gaze, glaring at him with intense hatred before swiftly vanishing into the depths of the forest, leaving chaos in his wake. Now, we can breathe easy, sighed the captain of the poisoned ninja squad, releasing a long-held breath as he patted Naruto on the shoulder, his voice laced with gratitude. Naruto, you are truly a great hero. Thank you. Haha, it was nothing. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, though a flicker of vigilance remained in his heart. He surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no further threats lingered, before preparing to return to Konohagakure. However, just as he was about to take his first step, a mysterious force surged forth from the air, as if an invisible hand were gently tugging at his innermost being. This force was both warm and enigmatic, igniting a mix of curiosity and caution within him. What is this? Naruto furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping the area in search of the source of this peculiar energy. The surrounding people appeared oblivious to this presence, still immersed in the celebratory atmosphere without a hint of awareness. Taking a deep breath, Naruto felt his curiosity and desire for exploration fully awakened. He resolved to follow the call of this mysterious force to uncover its allure. Everyone, I shall take my leave. Naruto smiled gently at the crowd before turning toward the depths of the forest. The cheers of the crowd gradually faded into the distance, leaving him alone, his heart filled with a yearning for the unknown. Following the direction of the mysterious energy, Naruto ventured forth, his mind a blend of curiosity and caution. Chapter 10. Embracing Danger. Delving into the unknown, Naruto plunged into the depths of the dense forest, guided by the enigmatic force. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, their branches lush and abundant, nearly obscuring the sunlight, allowing only scattered beams of golden light to penetrate through, creating an ethereal illusion. This place feels eerie. Could it possibly be a trap? Naruto rubbed his arms, feeling a chill creeping down his spine, as if countless eyes were lurking in the shadows, scrutinizing his every move. Despite the unsettling sensation gnawing at him, the allure of this mysterious power was simply too compelling to resist, propelling him forward without pause. After all, one must take risks to attain wealth and glory. With a resolute determination, he quickened his pace. Like a nimble monkey, he leaped and darted through the woods, his figure appearing and disappearing amidst the trees. The surroundings were eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in the breeze, adding to the strange atmosphere. After traversing for about an hour, Naruto suddenly found himself in a clearing. A vast expanse of grassland unfolded before him, dominated by an enormous ancient tree, its branches sprawling and lush, resembling a grand green canopy. Wow, this tree is something else. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. Just then, the ground beneath him became unexpectedly soft, a strange force tugging him downwards. What is happening? Before he could comprehend the situation, he was already sinking into the earth. Help! I don't want to become fertilizer. Naruto struggled desperately, but he only sank deeper. Little brat, you finally arrived. A sinister voice echoed from the depths of the swamp. Bubbles began to rise from the murky depths, releasing a nauseating stench reminiscent of 100-year-old unwashed sock mixed with spoiled milk, overwhelming Naruto's senses. He felt the sticky mud slowly enveloping him, fear coiling around his heart like a vine. Help! System, please. Come save me. He cried out in his mind, but the system remained unresponsive, as if it had frozen. This is it. I'm done for. I'm truly going to become fertilizer for that tree. Naruto lamented, tears welling in his eyes as he flailed his arms, searching for something to grasp. But all around him was nothing but slippery mud and decaying plant matter. The more he struggled, the faster he sank. In his moment of despair, several figures appeared at the edge of the swamp. It was the poison ninja team from earlier. Captain, look, that kid has fallen into the swamp. One team member exclaimed, pointing at Naruto. The captain furrowed his brow. This swamp was a death trap, and once one entered, there was no escape. Captain, are we really going to leave him to die? He saved us. Another team member urged anxiously. The captain hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Save him. Bring the rope. Seeing them appear felt like grasping a lifeline, igniting a flicker of hope in Naruto's previously desolate eyes. Brothers, help me, he shouted hoarsely, his voice echoing through the eerie swamp, reminiscent of a wailing ghost. Hold on, we're coming to save you, the captain shouted, directing his team to throw down the rope. The rope sliced through the air with a whoosh, landing precisely before Naruto. He seized it with fervor, feeling as though he had grasped the very hope of the world. Pull me up. Quickly, pull me up, Naruto yelled with all his might. The team members worked together to tug on the rope, and Naruto felt his body slowly rising, the pull of the mud beginning to wane. Don't waste your effort, the sinister voice resounded from the depths of the swamp. You've entered my domain, and you think you can leave alive? Dream on. The surface of the swamp suddenly heaved, with countless bubbles rising like boiling water. Thick vines surged from the muck, resembling gigantic black serpents, sweeping towards Naruto and the rescuing ninjas. What in the world is that? Naruto exclaimed, realizing the vines were about to ensnare his feet. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, Shadow Clone Technique. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of Narutos instantly appeared around the swamp, creating utter chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the real Naruto clutched the rope and agilely began to climb upward. Is this kid really capable of the Shadow Clone Technique? The captain mused, bewildered by the multitude of Narutos before him. The vines seemed confounded by the clones, flailing wildly as they ensnared one after another, only to explode into a puff of white smoke. Trying to outsmart me with a diversion? You've still got much to learn. The real Naruto had now reached the edge of the swamp, proudly gesturing a middle finger at the vines below. Seeing this, the team members immediately joined forces to pull Naruto up. Phew, I'm saved. Naruto plopped down on the ground, panting heavily, feeling as though he had just completed a marathon. Bro, you're really something. One team member gave him a thumbs up. Just a piece of cake. Naruto scratched his head, smiling modestly. However, the captain approached Naruto with a serious expression. Who are you really? Why did you bring us to this perilous place? Captain, what do you mean by that? He saved us. One team member defended Naruto. Saved us? I believe he means to lead us to our doom. The captain pointed at their surroundings, declaring, This place is even more dangerous than before. What is your true purpose? Naruto sighed in exasperation, thinking the captain sounded like a paranoid individual. He spread his hands in a gesture of innocence, saying, I swear on my honor, I truly came to rescue you. As for how I ended up here, I was guided by a mysterious force, and I had no idea it was this perilous. The captain continued to regard Naruto with suspicion, and the tension in the air thickened once more. Just then, Naruto sighed and was about to explain when he felt that mysterious force intensifying again. A brilliant beam of light shot up from the direction of the ancient tree. What is that? The captain pointed toward the light, his voice filled with astonishment. The beam resembled a colossal pillar of light, piercing the clouds and illuminating the previously dim forest as if it were midday. The surrounding trees glimmered with a sacred radiance, appearing ethereal like a dream. What in the world is that? The captain's eyes widened, his mouth agape. The other team members stared in shock, frozen as if struck by a spell. Only Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt the blood within him boiling, and the pull of that mysterious force grew stronger, as if beckoning him toward the source of the light. Guys, I'm heading out first. Naruto waved to the others and shot off toward the luminous source like an arrow released from a bow. Hey, wait for me. A team member suddenly regained his senses and hurriedly followed suit. Seeing this, the others snapped back to reality and quickly trailed behind. Naruto sprinted forward with astonishing speed, leaving the rest far behind in the blink of an eye. As he drew closer, the radiant light became increasingly blinding, making Naruto feel as though his eyes might be overwhelmed by its brilliance. Could this light herald the emergence of a legendary artifact? Naruto pondered, quickening his pace even further. At last, he arrived at the colossal ancient tree, the source of the light. A massive seal adorned the trunk, shimmering with a dazzling glow, illuminating the entire forest. With excitement, Naruto reached out, eager to touch the seal. However, just as his fingertips were about to make contact, an immense force unexpectedly repelled him. Thud! Naruto landed heavily on the ground, feeling as though his insides had been displaced, wincing in pain. What was going on? Rubbing his sore backside, he stared at the seal in bewilderment. Unwilling to accept defeat, he moved closer once more, scrutinizing the intricate patterns of the seal. Oh, this seems reminiscent of Chapter 11, Unsealing the Peril, Restoring Honor. Rubbing his aching backside, Naruto grimaced as he got back on his feet, muttering, Goodness, this seal is quite the character, with a built-in recoil feature. He dusted himself off, yet his determination only intensified. This light, this seal, there was undeniably something extraordinary about it. Perhaps it concealed the secret to rescuing his comrades. Approaching the seal again, he examined the complex patterns with keen eyes, as if scanning a QR code, attempting to uncover any clues. Meanwhile, the poison ninjas began to gather around, watching Naruto's antics with a mix of confusion and suspicion. The team leader's expression darkened as he pointed an accusatory finger at Naruto, exclaiming, What are you doing, you fool? Don't touch that. If you trigger any mechanism, we're all doomed. Taken aback by the outburst, Naruto felt wronged and explained, Captain, I'm merely trying to find a way to detoxify us. I can't just stand here idly while you all suffer. The surrounding team members began to murmur among themselves. Is this kid trying to take advantage of the situation? I see him as a potential saboteur. Captain, it's better to be cautious and not fall for his tricks. The captain regarded Naruto with suspicion, and the atmosphere grew tense. Taking a deep breath, Naruto disregarded the doubts of his comrades, his gaze fixated on the seal as his fingers gently traced the intricate designs, as if unraveling an ancient enigma. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened as he pointed at a peculiar symbol on the seal, exclaiming, I think I've found the key. Before he could finish his sentence, a strange wave of energy emanated from the seal, causing the air around them to distort. The energy pulsed more fiercely, like an invisible hand gripping Naruto's heart. A searing pain shot through his chest, radiating to his limbs as if countless needles were piercing his body. Naruto let out a muffled groan, staggering backward, his face paling as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Good grief. Does this thing have a backlash effect? Naruto clenched his teeth, enduring excruciating pain as his body trembled slightly. The surrounding air seemed to congeal, enveloping everyone in an oppressive atmosphere. The poison ninjas, witnessing Naruto's torment, cast aside their doubts and exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Could this lad possibly be? No, don't jinx it. Perhaps he truly can break the seal? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, A chilling voice suddenly pierced through. Heh, it appears you've encountered a formidable challenge. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a man clad in black, a sinister smile etched across his face, who had mysteriously appeared behind them. It was none other than a subordinate of Orochimaru. It's you, the captain declared, his gaze fixed warily on the man in black, his hand gripping a kunai tightly. The surrounding ninjas assumed defensive stances, the tension palpable in the air. Do not be alarmed. Do not be alarmed. The man in black waved his hand dismissively, maintaining that unsettling grin. I merely passed by and thought to offer you a small clue. He paused, his gaze settling on Naruto, and spoke in a tone laden with significance. This seal is not something just anyone can unravel. It harbors immense power, and a moment's carelessness could lead to self-destruction. However, he deliberately elongated his words, scanning the crowd with a strange smile. I know a secret that might aid you. The surrounding ninjas exchanged dubious glances, unsure of the man's words. The captain furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice, what secret? The man in black did not respond directly. Instead, he approached Naruto, bending down to whisper in his ear, do you wish to know? Then follow me. Naruto gritted his teeth, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his insides roiling as if caught in a tempest. He felt akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting, ready to explode at any moment. Just then, a spark of realization ignited in his mind as he recalled the man's earlier whisper. The weakness of the seal lies at the convergence of yin and yang. Naruto's eyes widened suddenly, locking onto a black and white symbol at the center of the seal. The design resembled the Taiji diagram, the two colors merging yet distinctly separated. With resolve, Naruto silently urged himself, gathering the remnants of his chakra to his fingertips, and then forcefully pressed down upon the intersection of the black and white symbol. A deep hum resonated, and the light emanating from the seal became blindingly radiant, illuminating the entire cavern like a miniature sun. The surrounding ninjas shielded their eyes, momentarily blinded by the sudden brilliance. As the light diminished, the intricate patterns of the seal began to fade, revealing a fist-sized hole. A refreshing aura wafted from the opening, instantly dispelling the toxic gas that had pervaded the cave. It worked, Naruto exclaimed, leaping with exhilaration, feeling invigorated. The surrounding ninjas were left in awe at the spectacle. They had believed Naruto was doomed, yet he had indeed managed to unravel the seal. This lad is incredible, truly a miracle. Indeed, it is no surprise that he hails from our esteemed Hidden Leaf Village. However, Naruto's expression suddenly turned grave. He had uncovered a staggering secret concealed behind the seal, a secret intertwined with the poisoning incident. Furrowing his brow, he wrestled with his inner turmoil. He understood that revealing this secret could lead to further misunderstandings, perhaps even branding him as the perpetrator. The surrounding ninja, noticing the shift in Naruto's demeanor, fell silent, eagerly awaiting his explanation. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. Taking a deep breath, Naruto spoke slowly. I have discovered certain things. What is it? The captain inquired hastily. Naruto hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved to unveil the truth. I have found that this seal is actually... He paused, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd, and in a somber tone, declared, a trap. A trap? What do you mean? The group exchanged bewildered glances, confusion written across their faces. This trap, Naruto pointed at the holes in the seal, articulating each word deliberately, is intended to what? The captain pressed. Instead of answering, Naruto slowly extended his hand toward a dark corner deep within the cave. There, his voice turned frigid, echoing as though from the depths of hell, revealing the true nature of the situation. Taking a deep breath, he indicated the holes behind the seal, stating, this seal is merely a fade. The true source of the poison does not lie here. Abruptly, he pivoted, directing his finger toward a shadowy recess deep within the cave. There, the others followed Naruto's gaze, and the corner appeared ominous, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. The captain's countenance changed dramatically, prompting him to lead his team forward for inspection. Clearing away obstructing vines and rubble, a hidden entrance emerged before them. From the entrance, a more potent miasma seeped forth, reeking with a nauseating stench. Just as I suspected, the captain exclaimed, his face ashen, teeth clenched in frustration. I knew this was not as simple as it seemed. The true source of the poison lies concealed here. Turning to Naruto, he bowed deeply, his expression filled with remorse. Naruto, I misjudged you earlier. I apologize. You are the true hero. The surrounding ninjas gazed at Naruto with newfound admiration, their previous suspicions evaporating, replaced by a profound sense of trust and gratitude. Naruto, you are truly remarkable. Thanks to you, we have identified the actual source of the poison. Naruto, you serve as an exemplar for us all. Praises erupted, and Naruto scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Oh, it's really nothing. It's what I ought to do. Yet internally, he reveled in delight. This turn of events not only vindicated him, but also garnered him considerable acclaim, a resounding triumph. The atmosphere became electrified with enthusiasm, as if victory was already within their grasp. The captain, brimming with excitement, clapped Naruto on the shoulder as though he had found a savior. Naruto, we shall rely on you from here on. You must have a way to neutralize the poison, right? With unwavering confidence, Naruto stood tall. Rest assured, Captain, I will. Before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The hole in the seal suddenly erupted with a blinding black light, a formidable force of darkness extending like tendrils, instantly enveloping several nearby ninjas. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the cave as the ninjas consumed by the black light writhed in agony, their bodies contorting as if eroded by a malevolent force. Naruto's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of foreboding filling his mind. Chapter 12. The Triumph of Dark Arts. The glory at last. In the moment the black light erupted, Naruto's eyes widened, and without a second thought, he charged forward. What in the world is this? He shouted, his figure darting into the depths of the black light like an arrow released from a bow. The surrounding ninjas stood in stunned silence, their leader exclaiming in shock, Naruto, are you out of your mind? The dense darkness writhed as if alive, exuding a nauseating stench. A chilling sensation crawled over Naruto's skin, akin to countless tiny insects gnawing at him, sending shivers down his spine. This feels invigorating. Naruto gritted his teeth as the chakra of the Nine Tails surged uncontrollably, forming a golden membrane around him to fend off the encroaching darkness. The dark force seemed to sense Naruto's resistance, swirling more frantically, transforming into a multitude of grotesque faces that lunged at him with claws bared. Is this all you've got? Trying to scare me? Not a chance. Naruto scoffed, swiftly forming hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous versions of Naruto materialized, encircling the trapped ninjas and establishing a formidable line of defense. The shadow clones also formed hand signs, shuriken and kunai raining down upon the dark force like a torrential downpour. Taste my might. Spiraling sphere shuriken. One clone bellowed, the spiraling sphere in his hand whirling at high speed, emitting a piercing whistle as it struck the dark force with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the black light trembled violently, appearing severely wounded. However, this dark force proved remarkably resilient, swiftly restoring itself and continuing its assault on the shadow clones. This thing is quite troublesome. Naruto furrowed his brow, realizing it was time to unleash a more powerful attack. He took a deep breath, palms together. As the chakra of the Nine Tails erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion, pushing back the surrounding darkness. Sage Art, Supermassive Rasen Shuriken. A colossal golden spiraling sphere coalesced in Naruto's hands, radiating a brilliant light akin to a miniature sun. Here it comes, he roared, hurling the spiraling sphere toward the heart of the dark force with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the entire cave shook violently. In the aftermath of the blinding light, a vast void appeared at the core of the dark power, as if torn apart by some unseen force. Is it done? Before Naruto could revel in his triumph, he suddenly sensed an even more potent dark aura surging from the void. What is this? No way. This black thing has a core. With keen eyes, Naruto immediately spotted a faintly darkened light at the center of the dark force. A confident smile crept across his face. Aha, so you're just a paper tiger. With both hands forming seals once more, chakra surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam. This time, rather than employing the Rasengan, he concentrated the chakra within his fist, which radiated a brilliant golden light. Feel the power of my iron fist of love. Naruto roared, his right fist launching forth like a cannonball, aimed directly at the core of darkness. Bang! A dull thud reverberated, as though shattering something immensely hard. The dark core erupted instantaneously, scattering into countless tiny black fragments that dissolved into the air. The surrounding dark forces, bereft of their support, crumbled away as if they had never existed. With a sigh of relief, Naruto felt the golden chakra's glow gradually fade. He turned to face his comrades, a radiant smile illuminating his face, warm as sunlight. How about that? I, Naruto, have struck a blow for two. The poison ninjas stood in stunned silence, gazing at Naruto, who resembled a war deity. The captain, overwhelmed with excitement, stuttered, You are simply incredible. We all thought we were doomed. Not so exaggerated, just a small feat. Naruto chuckled shyly, scratching his head. Approaching the captain, he patted him on the shoulder and retrieved a small cloth bag from his ninja tool pouch, filled with the antidote beans he had meticulously prepared. Come, everyone take one. You'll be all right. Despite the battle having drained much of his stamina, leaving him somewhat fatigued, he maintained his spirit and distributed the antidote beans to the poison ninjas. His steps were slightly unsteady, his complexion pale, yet his eyes remained steadfast. Those around him looked upon his weary figure with profound admiration. Go on, eat up. Once we're done, we can head home, Naruto said with a smile, his voice tinged with fatigue but predominantly filled with reassurance. The captain accepted a bean, gazing at Naruto's resolute face, and couldn't he help but murmur, Who is this guy? He seems so foolish, yet in critical moments, he is so reliable. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from the entrance of the cave, shattering the brief moment of joy. Heh, what a lively gathering. I never expected anyone could break my poison. The poison ninjas hastily took the antidote beans, swallowing them without hesitation. Almost instantaneously, their faces began to regain color, and the weakness within their bodies rapidly dissipated. The captain was the first to rise, his eyes filled with astonishment and gratitude. This is remarkable. The beans actually neutralized the poison. Other team members also rose to their feet, supporting each other, their faces aglow with the joy of rebirth. Naruto, you are our savior, one member exclaimed with fervor. Not at all, just a small deed, Naruto replied with a grin, scratching his head once more. He surveyed the reverent faces of the ninjas around him, his heart swelling with pride. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, as though his efforts had finally borne fruit. Wonderful. We can return home once again. Another member cheered, and soon everyone joined in, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Naruto stood among them, seemingly the epicenter of this jubilation, with every gaze fixed upon him. Suddenly, silence enveloped the crowd as their attention shifted towards the source of a sound. A man clad in a black cloak slowly entered the cave, his eyes glinting with a hint of malice and cunning. He was none other than a subordinate of Orochimaru. Instantly alert, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. Dozens of Narutos materialized around him, encircling the intruder. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the henchman attempted to flee, only to be simultaneously restrained by several shadow clones. Left helplessly sprawled on the ground. Is that all you've got? You think you can escape? Not a chance. Naruto sneered coldly, as the surrounding ninjas erupted in applause, the atmosphere reaching an exhilarating peak. This kid is truly remarkable, the captain exclaimed, glancing at Naruto, who, with a confident smile gracing his lips, surveyed each person present, silently resolving, this time, we will surely return safely. Ah, who would have thought I'd be defeated by a street vendor? The subordinate of Orochimaru lamented, yet ultimately bowed to his fate. Naruto chuckled softly, just about to speak when an intense premonition washed over him. Gulping, the captain hesitated, his eyes betraying the weight of something significant he wished to convey, yet he struggled to find the words. Taking a deep breath, he fixed a determined gaze upon Naruto and solemnly declared, Naruto, your performance today has earned my respect. From this day forth, you are my brother. The surrounding ninjas were taken aback, astonished that the captain would utter such words. Naruto was initially stunned, but then broke into a wide grin, firmly shaking the captain's hand. Good brother. Feel free to call on me whenever you need. Their tightly clasped hands symbolized an unbreakable bond of friendship. The surrounding ninjas applauded enthusiastically, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Even the bound subordinate of Orochimaru couldn't help but exclaim, truly a sight to behold. Witnessing a ninja and a street vendor become brothers. Upon returning to the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto was in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune as he prepared for his street vendor business. Today he would sell lucky kunai. Don't miss out as you pass by, purchase my kunai, and excel in every exam, he called out while neatly arranging the gleaming kunai, which sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Suddenly, Naruto sensed something amiss, Instinctively, he looked up and saw several dark figures darting through the trees. What is going on? Naruto squinted, a sense of vigilance rising within him. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the figures' attire bore no resemblance to that of the Leaf Village ninjas. Rather, they appeared to be from Sunagakure. What business do those Sunagakure folks have in the Leaf Village? A sense of foreboding surged within Naruto, an ominous premonition taking hold of his heart. He stealthily concealed a specially crafted shuriken within his sleeve, his gaze fixed intently on the direction from which the shadows had vanished. A barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his lips. How intriguing. Chapter 13. The Sand Shadow's Watchful Blade. The Peril of the Shuriken. Ninja from Sunagakure? Could they be after my cherished shuriken? Naruto mused, his fingers brushing against the concealed shuriken nestled in his sleeve. This was a modified version, enhanced with an explosive tag, ready to serve as a small cannon when the moment called for it. He was determined not to let his prized possession be snatched away. The atmosphere around him seemed to thicken, the once lively marketplace now cloaked in silence. With senses heightened, Naruto observed the surroundings with acute vigilance. Every approaching figure tightened his nerves. He could even discern the rapid thumping of his own heart, echoing like a drumbeat. At that moment, a rotund figure with slicked-back hair ambled over, a merchant of weaponry from Konohagakure. His eyes widened at the sight of Naruto's gleaming shuriken, captivated by its allure. Oh, is that not Naruto? This shuriken looks splendid. What price do you ask? You have a discerning eye, my good sir. This is my exclusive, specially crafted shuriken, capable of slicing through iron, guaranteed to hit its mark. Purchase it, and you shall excel in every exam and mission. Naruto instantly transitioned into sales mode. Extolling its virtues with fervor, the merchant picked up a shuriken, scrutinizing it closely before scoffing. Is this all? The craftsmanship is crude, the materials average. It's worth no more than 5 ryo. 5 ryo? You jest, sir. This is a lucky shuriken, infused with my unwavering love and chakra. Without 50 ryo, there is no negotiation. Naruto retorted, his displeasure evident. 50 ryo? Why not just steal it? You strike me as a rogue merchant, trying to swindle me. The merchant huffed, his face reddening with indignation. Now, my friend, let us not speak in such a manner. This is a fair price, devoid of deception. Naruto stood his ground, arguing his case. Onlookers began to gather, whispering amongst themselves. This boy has quite the audacity, daring to challenge a weapon merchant. Indeed, that merchant is notorious for his unscrupulous dealings. This lad may be in for a rude awakening. As their quarrel escalated, chaos ensued. Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice cut through the commotion. What is happening here? Asuma, cigarette in mouth, strolled over, his penetrating gaze sweeping across the crowd before settling on the merchant. Why the uproar? Are you not aware that this is Konohagakure? Such behavior is unbecoming. Upon seeing Asuma, the merchant shrank back, his bravado dissipating like mist. Asuma-sensei, I was merely negotiating with this youth. He stammered, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face as his flesh quivered like a dog begging for favor. Negotiating? More like attempting to exploit the situation. Asuma saw through his ruse, his tone laced with warning. Though this child may be mischievous, he possesses a kind heart. Do not harbor ill intentions toward him. The merchant, cowed by Asuma's authoritative presence, broke into a nervous sweat, offering an awkward smile. With trepidation, Asuma, the seasoned jonin, remarked that it was his own lack of discernment that had led to the disturbance. He departed in a flurry, casting a fierce glare at Naruto, as if to issue a warning. As Naruto observed the arms dealer fleeing in disarray, a sense of relief washed over him, and he turned to Asuma with a grateful smile. Asuma merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The surrounding crowd, seeing that the spectacle had dissipated, gradually dispersed to resume their own affairs. Naruto, however, remained troubled as he scrutinized the ebb and flow of people, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Should he divulge the matter of the Sand Village ninja's surveillance to others? If he spoke up, it could incite panic, yet if he remained silent, the potential for a sinister plot loomed ominously. His thoughts were a tangled mess, akin to a knot that refused to unravel. The bustling crowd around him remained oblivious to his distress, unaware of the subtle, yet palpable, sense of danger that lingered in the air. Taking a deep breath, he touched the lucky kunai concealed within his sleeve, his gaze resolute. Perhaps it is best to observe the situation for now, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a raspy voice broke through his musings from behind him. Hey, Kid, what are you mumbling about? Startled, Naruto jumped as if struck by lightning, spinning around to find a boy with striking red hair and pronounced dark circles under his eyes standing before him, his icy gaze akin to that of a corpse. Irika! Naruto exclaimed, nearly biting his own tongue in shock. What was this fellow doing in Konoha, and why was he regarding him with such an unsettling stare? Gaara remained silent, fixating on Naruto with a chilling intensity, the corners of his mouth curling into an enigmatic smile. Behind him, Kankuro and Temari appeared without a sound, surrounding Naruto in a menacing formation. The atmosphere thickened with tension, the rustling leaves whispering secrets of an impending crisis. A shiver coursed down Naruto's spine, goosebumps prickling his skin. These three were not here for friendly discourse. Kankuro, ever the hothead, had long harbored a disdain for Naruto, eager to engage. Let me take the first shot. This kid is all skin and bones. I could send him flying with a single punch. Gaara, however, raised a hand to halt him, his eyes deep and inscrutable, shimmering like stars in the night sky. Patience, let us assess the situation first. Kankuro hesitated, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet he complied and stepped back. He couldn't fathom why his brother was exercising such caution. After all, this boy was merely a genin. What was there to fear? Meanwhile, in the shadows, Asuma and Kurenai observed the scene with keen interest. They too found it peculiar that Gaara had not immediately attacked, a behavior that seemed at odds with his character. Did they harbor ulterior motives? The atmosphere grew increasingly enigmatic, as if an invisible web enveloped them all. Gaara's gaze settled on the lucky kunai displayed on Naruto's stand. Kid, I have taken an interest in your possession. As the setting sun cast a crimson hue, Yugao's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She keenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of chakra in the air, akin to the dry winds of the desert carrying grains of sand, silently infiltrating Konoha. A sense of dread washed over her. It was the ninjas of Sunagakure. Instantly, she cast a glance at Naruto, her eyes conveying a grave warning. Receiving her gaze, Naruto felt a chill run down his spine, comprehending her message immediately. Truly, Yugao's perceptive ability was akin to that of a human radar. He instinctively brushed his fingers against the modified lucky kunai hidden in his sleeve, his palms slick with sweat. The situation had escalated. There were indeed intruders intent on theft. He assumed a defensive stance, surreptitiously channeling chakra, poised to unleash a powerful technique at any moment. Gaara's lips curled into a cold smirk, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he scrutinized Naruto, resembling a predator eyeing its prey. Boy, if you know what's good for you, hand over your possessions willingly to avoid unnecessary suffering, he stated, his tone frigid and devoid of emotion. Gaara, your arrogance knows no bounds. This is Konoha, not your playground. Naruto retorted defiantly, a hint of provocation lacing his words. What of Konoha? There is nothing I desire that I cannot obtain. Gaara's gaze hardened, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Temari and Kankuro shifted restlessly, ready to spring into action. The trio formed a menacing triangle, encircling Naruto and cutting off all avenues of escape. Gaara slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the lucky kunai displayed at Naruto's stall. I want that. His voice was low and raspy, reminiscent of a death sentence being pronounced. Temari and Kankuro exchanged knowing glances. A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Step by step, Gaara and his companions advanced towards Naruto's stall, akin to three poised cheetahs ready to pounce on their unsuspecting prey. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze, tension thickening to an unbearable degree, as if a taut string was on the verge of snapping. Asuma and Yugao readied themselves for battle, their gazes vigilant as they prepared to protect Naruto. Gaara's finger inched closer to the gleaming lucky kunai, exuding an oppressive force that was almost suffocating. The air felt stagnant. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath, leaving only the sound of heartbeats resonating like war drums. Ah, so you truly came to steal, Naruto mused, a wry smile playing on his lips, as if he had anticipated this very encounter with the Sunagakure ninjas. A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of a fox lying in wait. The gazes of both parties locked. Invisible sparks of animosity crackled in the air, the hostility palpable. The taut atmosphere was akin to a tightly drawn bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. A fierce battle was on the brink of eruption. Is that all the courage the genin of Konoha possess? Kankuro could no longer restrain himself, a sneer gracing his lips as the massive puppet, Karasu, creaked ominously behind him. reminiscent of a war machine thirsting for carnage. With a resounding crash, Karasu lunged forward with the force of a released arrow, charging towards Naruto. It brandished its sharp claws, accompanied by a howling gale, attempting to rend Naruto into fragments. With a gust beneath his feet, Naruto executed a backflip, narrowly evading the puppet's assault. The claws carved deep rifts into the ground, sending shards of stone scattering. Remarkably, the puppet's technique was commendable. Naruto, impressed, maintained his vigilance, deftly dodging the relentless onslaught of attacks. He moved with the agility of a nimble monkey, weaving through the gaps between the puppet's strikes with astonishing grace. As the puppet's assaults intensified, the surrounding structures groaned under the merciless barrage, swiftly reduced to ruins. Observing this, the ninjas of Konoha rushed to provide aid, transforming the once tranquil street into a chaotic battlefield. Konoha's genin, I wonder how long you can evade. Kanjiro stood proudly, relishing his handiwork, convinced that Naruto's defeat was merely a matter of time. Is that all you've got? Naruto retorted, dodging while simultaneously counterattacking. His gaze sharpened, hands swiftly forming seals, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Let's see who emerges as the ultimate victor. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a spirited exclamation, the air around Naruto warped, instantly conjuring 3 or 4 identical figures. Kanjiro's smile faltered, and his puppet, Crow, momentarily hesitated, its movements exhibiting a barely perceptible sluggishness. Naruto's shadow clones, as slippery as loaches, danced around Kanjiro's puppet, playfully tugging at its arms and legs, throwing Kanjiro into disarray, beads of sweat beading on his forehead. The rhythm of Crow's attacks was disrupted, becoming erratic and chaotic, akin to a drunken man flailing wildly, utterly devoid of its former menace. What is this sorcery? The Konoha ninjas gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Naruto's audacious maneuver. They had anticipated Naruto's imminent downfall, only to witness a stunning counterattack that shattered their preconceived notions of a genin's capabilities. A sly grin spread across Naruto's face, as if everything was under his control. He reveled internally. Did they truly believe I was an easy target? Today, let me show you what it means to be the true king of the street. Seeing Kanjiro falter, Temari's brows furrowed, and with a swift motion, she unfurled her enormous fan. The whirling wind blades sliced through the air like scythes of death, hurtling towards the Konoha ninjas. The air itself seemed to scream as it was cleaved, sending chills down their spines. Illusion technique, haze. Kurenai, undeterred, unleashed her genjutsu, enveloping the area in a pink mist that obscured Temari's vision. The clash of Temari's fan and Kurenai's illusion resonated like explosive bursts, each side refusing to yield. The howling winds and swirling dust transformed the street into a haze of chaos, and just as the battle reached a stalemate, Naruto suddenly shouted to the combatants, "Don't miss out on this spectacle as you pass by. Freshly baked Lucky Kanai, buy one get one free. Purchasing now also grants you Naruto's autograph. An absolute bargain. Don't miss it as you pass by." Suddenly, the noisy battlefield fell silent for a moment. All gazes turned towards Naruto. Even Shikamaru's movements with his fan slowed slightly. And even Kanjiro's hands manipulating the puppets paused momentarily. Gaara slowly lifted his head, his unwavering green eyes fixated on the Lucky Kanai in Naruto's hand. Akin to a leopard eyeing its prey, his gaze filled with intense desire as he murmured, "It is mine." Gaara made his move, the longing in his eyes akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, fierce and perilous. Fine grains of sand poured forth from the gourd on his back like agile venomous snakes, sweeping towards Naruto, attempting to trap him within a prison of sand. "Think you can catch me? Not so easily." Naruto scoffed, quickly forming hand seals, shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of Narutos materialized out of thin air, identical in movement and expression, surging towards Gaara. Gaara was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Naruto to possess such a technique. He manipulated the sand as if wielding a colossal whip, shattering the approaching shadow clones one by one. However, the sheer number of clones was overwhelming, akin to a horde of locusts. Damn it, Gaara cursed under his breath, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Naruto. This kid had no intention of a direct confrontation. Rather, he utilized the shadow clones to draw his attention away, executing a feint. The real Naruto had already dashed towards the storage location of the Lucky Kanai amidst the chaos. His figure agile like a flash of lightning, weaving effortlessly through the tumultuous battlefield. "Naruto, be careful." The surrounding leaf ninjas watched anxiously, fully aware that Naruto's bold move was fraught with peril. Upon reaching the storage location, Naruto halted, hesitating at the sight of the fierce battle before him. Should he prioritize protecting the kunai or continue fighting against the Sand Village ninjas? He struggled internally, his gaze flickering uncertainly. The atmosphere around him grew tense due to his indecision, as if time itself had come to a standstill. What to do? Naruto gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful killing intent approaching from behind. He whirled around to find Asuma, wielding a chakra blade. His sharp gaze fixed on Kanjiro as he coldly declared, "Your opponent is me." Asuma transformed into a green whirlwind, his chakra blade slicing through the air with a fierce arc, aimed directly at Kanjiro's puppet crow. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed through the street, sparks flying. Kanjiro's puppet crow was cleaved in two by Asuma's strike, wooden shards scattering, and Kanjiro was hit by the backlash, spitting blood, his complexion paling instantly. Wow! Teacher Asuma is incredible. The Leaf Ninjas, witnessing this, were instantly invigorated, cheering loudly as if they had been electrified, their fighting spirit surging dramatically. Kanjiro clutched his chest, his face marked by frustration and humiliation. He never anticipated that he would stumble in Konoha Village, and worse yet, at the hands of an obscure jonin. This was an utter humiliation. How infuriating! Those from Konoha, beware. Kanjiro cast a fierce glare at Asuma, then manipulated the damaged puppet, retreating from the battlefield in disgrace. While the Konoha ninjas rejoiced in their victory, suddenly, a ninja clad in Anbu attire appeared before Asuma, kneeling on one knee and speaking gravely. "Jonin Asuma, the Hokage has an urgent command." Asuma furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He took the scroll handed to him by the Anbu ninja, swiftly unfurling it, and his expression turned serious in an instant. The higher-ups of Sunagakure were pressuring Asuma, who murmured the contents of the scroll. His eyes filled with worry and unease. The surrounding Konoha ninjas fell silent, grasping the gravity of the situation. An air of tension enveloped them, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. Asuma inhaled deeply, stowing the scroll away, then lifted his head, his gaze resolutely sweeping over the crowd as he intoned, "The higher-ups of Sunagakure are pressuring Konoha to surrender the lucky kunai." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by hurried footsteps. A Konoha ninja, drenched in sweat, stumbled forward, his face pale and his tone frantic. "It's bad. The Hokage has urgently summoned all high-ranking officials for an emergency meeting." Asuma's countenance darkened, realizing that a storm was indeed unavoidable. He turned sharply and sprinted towards the Hokage building, leaving only a determined silhouette behind. What could have transpired? The Konoha ninjas exchanged glances, filled with confusion and trepidation. They sensed that an immense crisis was quietly descending upon them. Chapter 15. The Blade of Sunagakure, the lucky kunai's fate inside the Hokage building in Konoha Village. The atmosphere was stifling, almost palpable. Sunagakure was clearly intent on stirring trouble. For the sake of a mere lucky kunai, were they truly warranting such a grand display? An elder with a mustache, furious enough that it seemed his whiskers might lift off his face, slammed his hand on the table, producing a resounding thud. The crux of the matter was that this kunai was currently in Naruto's possession. That boy, while the son of the Hokage, was still. Another elder shook his head in resignation, his words laced with helplessness. Seated at the head of the table, the Hokage's expression was terrifyingly dark, his fingers rhythmically drumming against the table, creating a dull echo. He looked up at everyone, his gaze fraught with complex emotions. What we must do now is quell the anger of Sunagakure while also considering Naruto's feelings. Meanwhile, outside the Hokage building, Naruto paced anxiously. Like an ant on a hot pan, he cast frequent glances at the tightly shut doors, his heart racing. He knew that his lucky kunai had become a hot potato, liable to be snatched away at any moment. He clutched the hem of his clothing tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. "This is my kunai. I am the master of it," he internally roared, like a cornered beast. "Naruto, are you all right?" Guchanfone looked at him with concern, gently patting his shoulder. "I'm fine, but why do they want to seize my belongings from Suna?" Naruto ground his teeth, clenching the lucky kunai hidden in his bosom, a surge of inexplicable fury boiling within him. Not far away, the murmurs of a few gathered villagers from Konohagakure reached Naruto's ears. Sigh, is it that Naruto has gotten into trouble again? Indeed, why must he sell that lucky kunai of all things? Now he has brought trouble upon us from Suna. I think he should just hand over the kunai. That might prevent a war. The villagers' discussions pierced Naruto's heart like sharp needles. He felt an overwhelming mix of anger and grievance, as if he had become the most despised figure in the village. Clutching the lucky kunai tightly, his nails dug deep into his palm, yet he felt no pain. I will not give it up. He bellowed silently, an indomitable stubbornness surging within him. At that moment, the door of the Hokage building creaked open. As the door swung wide, blinding sunlight cascaded down, illuminating Naruto's resolute face. He inhaled deeply, straightened his back, and cast a piercing gaze over the gathered crowd. Everyone, my lucky kunai is no mere hot potato. Naruto's clear voice resonated like thunder in the ears of those present. He raised the kunai high, and under the sunlight, this seemingly ordinary weapon shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance, as if it held boundless power. This kunai is not an ordinary item. A confident smile graced Naruto's lips. It can grant wishes and bring unexpected fortune. With that, he suddenly hurled the kunai into the air. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air as the lucky kunai traced a perfect arc before landing steadily back in Naruto's hand. However, in the next moment, something incredible occurred. A small flame materialized in Naruto's hand, and with a pop, it transformed into a steaming meatball. Silence enveloped the crowd. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, including the previously troubled high-ranking officials of Konoha and the gossiping villagers. They widened their eyes, jaws agape, as if they might drop to the ground. How is this possible? One villager exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Could this kunai truly possess magical powers? Another echoed in astonishment. I must have misjudged. It turns out Naruto truly has some skills. Waves of awe surged toward Naruto like a rising tide. The villagers no longer regarded him with skepticism or disdain. Instead, curiosity, admiration, and even fervor filled their eyes. A surge of joy filled Naruto's heart. He knew he had succeeded. Just then, a sharp and caustic voice shattered the lively atmosphere. Mere parlor tricks. Boy, I'll take that kunai of yours. And as for the price, I'll offer just a tad more than before. What do you say? The weapons merchant of Konoha reappeared, rubbing his greasy hands together, his eyes gleaming like a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. Naruto frowned, letting out a cold laugh. He was no fool. I'm sorry, but this kunai is only for those destined to possess it. He deliberately elongated his words, casting a disdainful glance at the merchant. You little brat. Don't push your luck. The merchant's face turned a shade of purple with anger, his finger trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Ignoring him, Naruto turned towards the surrounding Konoha ninjas, flashing a radiant smile. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to try the power of this lucky kunai? Before he could finish his sentence, he felt someone tugging at the corner of his clothing. He looked questioningly at Guchong Feng, who, before he could speak, whispered, Naruto, I sense someone approaching. Naruto's gaze sharpened as he abruptly turned to look into the distance, where a figure clad in a conical hat was slowly approaching. He grinned widely, revealing his bright white teeth. This gentleman has keen eyesight. This is indeed a genuine lucky kunai, no deception here. Only 998, and you won't regret it. A robust Konoha ninja stepped forward, exuding an intimidating aura as he scrutinized the kunai in Naruto's hand. Is this kunai truly so miraculous? If you're deceiving me, I won't let you off lightly. Rest assured, big brother. I, Naruto, am a man of my word, he assured, thumping his chest. Without hesitation, the burly ninja produced a pouch of money and tossed it to Naruto. Here, give me one. Naruto caught the pouch, weighing it in his hand, his face beaming with delight. All right, please take care of it. He swiftly handed over the kunai, adding, I wish you fortuitous encounters and prosperity with this kunai. The muscular ninja took the kunai, examining it closely. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked up at Naruto, exclaiming, this kunai. A faint white light emanated from its surface, followed by a powerful surge of chakra radiating from the kunai, enveloping the entire square. Wow, this kunai can actually enhance chakra. The burly ninja gasped, disbelief filling his eyes. The surrounding Konoha ninjas erupted in excitement. What? It enhances chakra? Is that true? I want one. I want a dozen. Startled by the sudden enthusiasm, Naruto quickly shouted, everyone, don't rush. One at a time. There's enough for everyone. He maintained order while eagerly collecting money, his face alight with joy. Looks like I'm really going to strike it rich this time. At that moment, Gaara and his group reappeared in the square, their expressions grim, their eyes glinting with menace. Hand over the kunai, Temari commanded sternly. Not a chance. This is mine. Naruto retorted fearlessly. Humph. If you refuse a toast, you'll be forced to drink a penalty. Kankuro scoffed, his puppet stirring ominously in his hands. Asuma and Kurenai immediately stepped in front of Naruto, ready to confront the Suna ninjas. To the esteemed members of Sunagakure, this is Konoha, and I kindly request that you refrain from causing any disturbances. Asuma spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Humph. All we desire is that kunai, Temari retorted, unwavering. The atmosphere was tense, charged with impending conflict. Suddenly, Naruto pushed past Asuma and Kurenai, striding directly before Gaara with a mysterious smile gracing his face. Gaara, do you wish for this kunai? Naruto approached Gaara, a smirk dancing on his lips, revealing a knowing expression. Gaara, behold this kunai. It is no ordinary item. It harbors a mysterious power, capable of bestowing immense fortune and manifesting one's desires. As he spoke, Naruto produced a kunai and flung it toward a tree by the roadside. With a swift whoosh, the kunai struck the trunk with precision, and then, astonishingly, a gigantic fruit materialized from the tree, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Goodness, what sorcery is this? The observing Konoha ninjas were left in stunned silence, their jaws nearly unhinged. Gaara regarded the spectacle before him. Is this the so-called lucky kunai? Indeed. Impressive, isn't it? Naruto declared proudly, waving the kunai in his hand. Gaara, I see you possess exceptional talent. Why not become friends? I shall teach you the core techniques to craft this lucky kunai. What do you say? Gaara paused, contemplating, before finally nodding in agreement. It's a deal. Temari and Kankuro, witnessing this, felt reluctant but ultimately acquiesced to Gaara's decision. The Sunagakure ninjas turned to leave, leaving behind a jubilant throng of Konoha ninjas. Naruto, you are incredible. Naruto, protect me from now on. Naruto, I want to have your children. Surrounded by adoring fans, Naruto basked in the glory, his heart swelling with fulfillment. He glanced at the heavy pouch in his hand, filled to the brim with the profits from selling kunai. Hee, 10 kunai all sold out. What a tremendous gain. Naruto mused contentedly, when suddenly he felt a chill creep down his spine. As if a sinister gaze was fixed upon him, he whipped around, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. Who could it be? A shiver ran through Naruto. Could it be Chapter 16? Danger approaches. Konoha stands guard as night descended. The thick darkness enveloped the sky like spilled ink. Several ghostly figures flitted through the trees, silently encroaching upon Konoha. It was none other than the returning Gaara and his companions. Gaara, are you certain about this course of action? This is a surprise attack. Temari whispered, her tone laced with unease. Gaara cast a cold glance in her direction. I must avenge the humiliation from last time. That lucky kunai shall be mine. Kankuro eagerly flexed his fingers, chuckling to himself. This time I shall showcase my puppetry skills. Meanwhile, within Konoha, rumors of an impending assault from Sunagakure had instilled fear among the villagers. It's all that Naruto's fault. His lucky kunai has brought calamity upon us. A villager shouted loudly. Yes, he must surrender the kunai. We cannot be drawn into war. Another villager echoed. The villagers' emotions swelled with fervor as they gathered before Naruto, demanding he surrender the fateful kunai. What are you doing? That kunai exists to protect our village. Naruto argued passionately, yet the villagers remained unyielding. Protect the village? It seems you are endangering it. One villager glared at Naruto with venomous intent. If it weren't for your kunai, Sunagakure would not have set its sights on us. Naruto's fists clenched tightly, his heart brimming with anger and helplessness. He never anticipated that his good intentions would be so grievously misconstrued by the villagers. Enough. A low growl echoed as Asuma and Kurenai pushed through the crowd. Naruto's kunai is not to blame. The fault lies with those greedy individuals. Asuma's gaze was resolute. We will protect the village, and we shall certainly safeguard Naruto. Kurenai gently patted Naruto's shoulder, whispering, Naruto, pay them no mind. You have done well. At that moment, a member of the Anbu rushed in, his expression grave. Report to the Hokage. Ninjas from Sunagakure have infiltrated the village. What? The crowd gasped in shock. The figure of Gaara materialized like a specter outside the Hokage's office window, his crimson eyes scanning the room, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. Humph, Konoha, let us see what tricks you have left. Before his words could fully settle, he transformed into a whirlwind of sand, vanishing into the night. The ninjas from Sunagakure flitted through the streets of Konoha like phantoms, their movements swift and their objective clear, to locate the legendary fateful kunai. Konoha's defenses appeared to be rent asunder, alarms ringing out incessantly, yet the elusive invaders eluded capture. The ninjas scurried about, ensnared in an invisible web, a suffocating dread enveloping the entire village. Curse them! Where could they be? A Konoha ninja panted, leaning against a wall, sweat soaking his forehead protector. Stay calm. Maintain formation. Another ninja called out, though a tremor betrayed his voice. Concealed in the shadows, Naruto was consumed by anxiety. He understood that should the fateful kunai fall into the hands of Sunagakure, dire consequences would ensue. I cannot allow this to happen. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in determination. Kanjiro manipulated his puppet, a trace of disdain etched upon his face. Humph, Konoha is nothing special. It seems this ambush will go smoothly. He directed his puppet with reckless abandon, demolishing numerous homes and shops in his wake. However, just as he reveled in his triumph and prepared to advance, an unusual noise echoed beneath him. What is that? He looked down to discover a massive trap had sprung beneath him, the puppet's feet ensnared. Not good. I've been ensnared. Kanjiro's expression shifted to one of panic as he attempted to command the puppet to break free, only to find it utterly immobilized. Ha! You fools from Sunagakure have fallen for my trap. Asuma emerged from the shadows, a smirk gracing his lips. Surrounding Konoha ninjas revealed themselves, encircling Kanjiro. Capture him alive. Asuma commanded, and the ninjas surged forward. Damn it! Kanjiro seethed, yet found himself powerless to resist. Concealed in the shadows, Tamari's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Kankuro was in peril. Alerted, her almond-shaped eyes widened, and she wielded her immense fan with the ferocity of a tempest. Wind release, gale palm. Several razor-sharp wind blades sliced through the air, shrieking as they hurtled towards the Leaf Village ninjas. Wherever the wind blades passed, vegetation was mercilessly severed, and the ground was etched with deep fissures. Be cautious. The Leaf ninjas swiftly evaded, their movements a blur. These wind blades not only traveled at astonishing speed, but also possessed a broad attack range, rendering any moment of inattention potentially fatal. Kurenai swiftly formed hand seals, casting Genjutsu haze. A cloud of pink mist enveloped the area, attempting to disorient the sand ninjas. The clash of wind blades and illusions erupted in the air, accompanied by crackling explosions, distorting the very atmosphere. The Sand's assault was relentless, while the Leaf's counterattacks were insidious. The two factions exchanged blows, engulfed in chaos akin to two colossal beasts engaged in a ferocious struggle. The villagers of Leaf had long succumbed to terror, trembling in their homes, peering through windows with hearts lodged in their throats. The tension in the air was palpable, akin to a taut violin string, ready to snap at any moment. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the battlefield, ethereal as a specter. It was Gaara, the Sand's trump card, his crimson eyes fixated on the Leaf ninjas. His voice raspy as though it emerged from the depths of hell. Naruto, surrender your lucky kunai, or today, the Leaf will run red with blood. Asuma chuckled coldly, positioning himself before Gaara. Looking for Naruto? You'll have to get past me first. Clenching a cigarette, his demeanor was stern, exuding a powerful aura, reminiscent of a lion safeguarding its territory, unyielding. The two ninja leaders stood at a distance, their gazes locking, as if sparks might ignite from their intensity. Gradually, the surrounding clamor faded, all eyes converging upon them, signaling the imminent commencement of a decisive battle for fate. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Naruto clenched his teeth, a resolute gleam in his eyes. A sly grin crept upon his lips as he mused. Humph, looking for me? It won't be that simple, he whispered. Shadow clone jutsu. His figure flickered and vanished from sight. Naruto's true form concealed in the darkness. Dozens of shadow clones materialized across the battlefield, each brandishing gleaming kunai, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon the Sand ninjas. Rasengan, Chidori, seduction technique. Of course, these were mere diversions. The true trump card was the super invincible Rasen Shuriken. The clones shouted their exaggerated technique names, launching kunai like a torrential downpour towards the Sand ninjas. Although they were ordinary kunai, the sheer volume created a bullet hell effect, leaving the Sand ninjas overwhelmed and in disarray. What the heck? How does this kid have so many clones? Kankuro barely extricated himself from a trap, only to be met with a face full of kunai. Temari's wind blades were also intercepted by Naruto's clones, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Ha ha woohoo. Let us take off. Naruto, hidden behind a tree, couldn't help but chuckle at the frantic antics of the sand ninjas. Seizing the moment of chaos among the sand-hidden ninjas, Asuma and Kurenai swiftly led the leaf ninjas to form an impenetrable encirclement, ensuring that the sand ninjas could not escape. Now you cannot flee, Asuma declared, a confident smile gracing his lips. The leaf ninjas erupted in cheers, sensing that victory was within their grasp. However, the encircled sand ninjas wore expressions of palpable distress, with Gaara gritting his teeth in frustration. At that moment, Kankuro suddenly produced a smoke bomb, which erupted with a resounding bang, enveloping the area in thick smoke that obscured everyone's vision. This is bad. A smoke bomb. Asuma's expression shifted, urgently warning everyone to be cautious. By the time the smoke cleared, the sand ninjas had vanished without a trace. Damn it, they've escaped, Naruto exclaimed, stamping his foot in annoyance, just as Asuma restrained him. Naruto, do not pursue a desperate foe, Asuma advised, shaking his head. Though reluctant, Naruto ultimately heeded Asuma's counsel and halted his advance. The night breeze rustled the leaves, and a tense atmosphere hung in the air. Asuma gazed in the direction the sand ninjas had departed, murmuring, "It seems this confrontation has only just begun." Chapter 17. Obstacles to the blade sale. Opinions vary as the smoke dissipated. The ninjas of the sand village vanished like phantoms, leaving behind only a lingering tension in the air. The village of Konoha returned to its usual clamor, though this time, the center of attention had shifted to Naruto's makeshift stall by the roadside. Don't miss out, folks. The legendary Lucky Kunai, guaranteed to hit every mark, is yours for the taking, Naruto shouted, resembling a seasoned street vendor. Unfortunately, the observing leaf ninjas merely crossed their arms, wearing expressions that conveyed skepticism about his antics, with not a single one reaching for their wallets. The awkward atmosphere enveloped Naruto like a damp cloth, gradually extinguishing his initial enthusiasm. Can this kunai really guarantee a perfect hit? One ninja questioned, pointing at the uniquely shaped kunai on the stall, his tone rife with doubt. Absolutely. No deception here. If it fails, I'll refund tenfold, Naruto boasted, though internally, he felt a pang of anxiety. While this lucky kunai had been exchanged through his system, he had never personally tested it. What a tall tale. For such a hefty price, one might as well buy a regular kunai. Another ninja scoffed dismissively, adding, with this price, I could purchase 10 regular ones. Exactly. The cost-effectiveness is simply too low. Others chimed in, and the once bustling stall rapidly fell into silence. Listening to the surrounding critiques, Naruto felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He had anticipated that after the recent incident with the sand village, everyone would be clamoring for the lucky kunai. Instead, he found himself disheartened. Sighing, Naruto's gaze fell upon a kunai glistening with a cold sheen. Could it truly be that this lucky kunai was unsellable? Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd, rubbing his hands together, wearing a knowing smile as he approached Naruto. Hey there, young Naruto, your kunai seems a tad overpriced, a greasy voice called out. Belonging to a weapons merchant from Konoha, who wiggled his brows while holding two crudely crafted kunai. Observe this kunai of mine, remarkably crafted and fairly priced, devoid of deceit. Why is it that no one seems inclined to purchase it? His sardonic remarks pierced Naruto's heart like a thorn. The surrounding ninjas nodded in agreement, casting skeptical glances at Naruto while whispering among themselves. Indeed, could this lad be attempting to deceive us? Who in their right mind would pay such a steep price for a kunai? Fists clenched, Naruto glared at the weapon merchant, fully aware of the man's ulterior motives, intent on causing a ruckus. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, the efficacy of the lucky kunai remained unproven, and its cost was indeed significantly higher than that of ordinary kunai. Ah, young Naruto, I suggest you close up shop before you further embarrass yourself, the merchant chuckled triumphantly, as if envisioning Naruto's humiliating departure. The murmurs around him grew louder, crashing over him like a tidal wave, nearly drowning him in their disapproval. Breathing became a challenge as a profound sense of helplessness welled up within him. Was he truly prepared to concede defeat? Just then, a clear voice shattered the impasse. Boss, I wish to purchase a kunai. A young Konoha ninja pushed through the crowd, standing resolutely before Naruto's stall. His gaze was unwavering, entirely dismissive of the surrounding doubts. Naruto's head snapped up, and the crowd fell silent, unable to believe that someone would indeed make a purchase. This brother, Naruto thought, feeling a surge of excitement, yet uncertain of how to respond. The young ninja smiled, pointing at the shiniest kunai on the stall. How much for this one? As Naruto looked at the kunai, a thought suddenly struck him, igniting a flurry of internal debate. What if I offered a discount? After all, selling more at a lower margin could be beneficial. But what if everyone demands discounts in the future? No, I must uphold the pricing structure. Yet, this is my first sale. Missing this opportunity would be a grave mistake. Oh, the turmoil. His brow furrowed, contorted in indecision, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. The surrounding ninjas held their breath, awaiting Naruto's decision. A peculiar tension filled the air, making even the rustle of leaves distinctly audible. The merchant stood by, arms crossed, wearing a smug smirk, as if he could already foresee Naruto's impending failure. Enough. I will take the plunge. Naruto gritted his teeth, raising his head with newfound determination lighting his eyes. This lucky kunai, originally priced at 500 ryo, is non-negotiable. The young ninja paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Excellent. How refreshing. Your confidence has won me over. I shall buy this kunai. He produced his coin pouch, paying generously, and grasped the gleaming lucky kunai, caressing it with affection. Wow, this kunai looks incredibly impressive. The young ninja exclaimed, brandishing the weapon as though envisioning his own flawless marksmanship. Its sharpness, its feel, simply perfect. Worth every ryo. Witnessing the young ninja's enthusiasm, the surrounding Konoha ninjas began to waver in their skepticism. Could this kunai truly possess such extraordinary qualities? Perhaps I should procure one for myself as well? Naruto surveyed the bustling crowd around him, a contented smile gracing his face. He felt akin to a weary traveler traversing a desert, finally catching a glimpse of an oasis of hope. Ladies and gentlemen, do not let this opportunity pass you by. The lucky kunai awaits you. He shouted once more, his voice imbued with confidence and vitality. Boss, I want one too. Make it two. The crowd erupted in excitement, rushing towards Naruto's stall, eager to purchase the coveted lucky kunai. As Naruto busied himself, his smile grew ever brighter, as if he could see countless coins beckoning him. Hey, young man, wait a moment. A slightly aged voice called out. An unassuming old ninja approached slowly, a few coins in hand. However, the festive atmosphere was short-lived. A group of skeptical Konoha ninjas encircled him, their brows furrowed. Is this kunai truly worth such a price? Queried a burly ninja, arms crossed and tone laced with skepticism. You've heard the tales. The ninjas of Sunagakure have vanquished their foes with these lucky kunai. Accuracy is no mere boast. Naruto endeavored to dispel their doubts. Accuracy? Then enlighten us on its miraculous properties, another ninja scoffed, fingering a common kunai, as if showcasing his rationality. This lucky kunai is not only incredibly sharp, but the runes inscribed upon it enhance the user's luck, significantly increasing the hit rate with every throw. Naruto proclaimed, retrieving a kunai to display it to the crowd. The weapon shimmered under the sunlight, exuding an aura of magical potential. Runes? Is it truly as extraordinary as you claim? Murmurs of skepticism rippled through the crowd, growing louder and coalescing into a wave of doubt. Isn't this merely bluster? Such an expensive kunai, even with runes, cannot justify the cost. The burly ninja pressed on, his tone dripping with provocation. Naruto took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Everyone, I have personally tested the effects of this kunai through the system exchange. Its value transcends mere physical attributes. It bestows luck and confidence upon its wielder. All right then, how do you quantify this luck? And where does your system originate? The chorus of skepticism intensified, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Just as Naruto prepared to elaborate further, a sudden and urgent voice pierced the air, interrupting the discourse. Alert! Ninjas from Sunagakure are gathering at the border. The crowd fell silent, all eyes turning towards the distant border. A palpable tension filled the air, as if a greater storm was on the verge of breaking. It seems we must hasten back to prepare. Asuma's voice was cold and resolute, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as if making a final decision. Chapter 18. The blade sold out. Sunagakure withdraws. The news of the ninja assembly at the border was akin to a drop of water in hot oil, instantly igniting a fervor among the masses. The defense system of Konoha village was immediately activated, and the alarm echoed through the skies, piercing the once clear atmosphere. Ninjas hurried to their respective posts, as a palpable tension swiftly permeated the air, spreading like a virus among the populace. The onlookers surrounding Naruto began to stir restlessly, Their previously curious gazes, fixated on the lucky Kanai, now shifted towards the border. The impending threat from Sunagakure was formidable. Could it be directed at us? Whispers filled the air, speculating the arrival of Gaara, heightening the sense of impending trouble, like a swarm of buzzing bees creating a cacophony that frayed nerves. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed, embodying calmness amidst chaos. He attentively monitored the situation while continuing to peddle his wares, occasionally calling out, "Don't miss out on the strongest lucky Kanai." Yuan-T regretted. His demeanor suggested that he was not facing an enemy assault, but rather participating in a vibrant celebration. Some villagers, in a state of agitation, confronted Naruto, pointing accusatory fingers at him. How can you still think of selling things at a time like this? If Sunagakure attacks, it will be because of your foolish trinkets. They implored him to pack up and cease creating further disturbances. In response to their reproaches, Naruto merely smiled, his eyes sparkling with confidence. "Everyone, do not panic. Trust me, I can resolve this." His tone was resolute, as if the entire situation rested within his grasp. Amidst the crowd, a figure emerged quietly. It was Gaara of Sunagakure. He regarded Naruto with a cold stare, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The probing attacks from the sand ninjas surged forth like a tide, pushing Konoha's defense system to its limits. The ninjas fought valiantly at their posts, as green chakra and yellow sand intertwined, transforming the battlefield into a chaotic palette of colors. Although the assault from Sunagakure was not their full force, it exerted immense pressure on Konoha's defenses, with several ninjas sustaining injuries, collapsing to the ground with pained groans that echoed in the air, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. Filled with guilt, Naruto stood before his stall, watching his fallen comrades, his palms slightly sweaty, heart-wrenched with sorrow. He realized that the lucky Kanai in his possession was the catalyst for this turmoil. Despite his unwavering belief in their ability to bring fortune, doubt crept in. Had he made the wrong choice? At that moment, the assaults from Sunagakure suddenly ceased. All sand ninjas appeared to receive a signal, retreating in unison. The Konoha ninjas halted their combat, watching warily, none daring to lower their guard. The air was thick with tension, the very wind seeming to carry a heavier weight. Suddenly, a figure approached slowly from the direction of Sunagakure. It was Gaara. Cloaked in black, the white bandages on his head fluttered gently in the breeze, his expression cold. Yet his eyes revealed a complexity that was difficult to articulate. The Konoha ninjas gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes sharp as hawks, ever ready to confront any unforeseen developments. Gaara approached Naruto and halted in his tracks, their gazes converging in that fleeting moment. The surrounding ninjas were so tense that they could almost hear each other's breaths. It felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill. "I see your trinkets," Gaara stated coldly, his voice low yet powerful. "Why do you steadfastly guard these Kanai?" As Gaara spoke, a pin could have dropped and been heard in the profound silence that enveloped the scene. His emotionless voice echoed like thunder in the ears of the crowd. "Why do you steadfastly guard these Kanai?" His unfeeling eyes were now fixated on Naruto, studying him as one would a rare gem or a perplexing enigma. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. How absurd was this turn of events? The esteemed leader of Sunagakure was concerned about a mere street vendor? A slight smile crept onto Naruto's lips, the burden on his heart finally lifted. He patted his chest as if he had just triumphed in an epic battle, his face radiating with a vibrant smile, as if the sun had been drawn into his very being. "Of course I must protect them. They are treasures that bring good fortune. Just like me, I bring luck wherever I go." With that proclamation, Naruto inscribed the word narcissism onto his very forehead. Gaara silently observed Naruto, his gaze seemingly piercing through to the depths of his soul. After a lengthy pause, he slowly uttered, "I understand." Not only the leaf ninjas, but even the sand ninjas were bewildered. What did he understand? Had he lost his mind? "Withdraw," Gaara commanded with a wave of his hand, coldly uttering the single word. The sand ninjas, as if granted a reprieve, retreated in a swift tide, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. As they watched the sand ninjas retreat, the leaf ninjas exchanged glances, as if caught in a dream. Is this really over? They wondered. This was utterly surreal. Naruto gazed at the now empty stall, a mix of emotions swirling within him. The sand village had retreated, but what of his remaining lucky Kanai? They had just sold like hotcakes. Who would dare buy now? Should he resort to a clearance sale? No. Did he not have any pride? He sighed heavily, fiddling with the lucky Kanai in his hand, his brow furrowed as if pondering a world-class conundrum. The surrounding leaf ninjas were also watching him, whispering among themselves, "What is he up to now? Does he intend to sell these to us?" At that moment, Naruto suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, and a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Clearing his throat, he scanned the leaf ninjas and slowly proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed villagers, surely you all witnessed the retreat of the sand ninjas just now. Indeed, it was due to my lucky kunai. They were intimidated by the powerful aura exuded by these kunai, frightened to the point of fleeing in terror." Naruto vividly described the scene, his words animated and expressive, as if he had himself experienced a cataclysmic battle. The surrounding Leaf Village ninjas were filled with skepticism, yet the sight of Naruto's unwavering confidence began to sway them. "Is this for real? Could this kunai be so extraordinary?" Someone murmured softly. "Absolutely. Just watch." Naruto seized a kunai and tossed it into the air. It traced a flawless arc before gracefully returning to his hand. This is the power of the lucky kunai. It guarantees that you will never miss. Wow, how impressive. A chorus of awe erupted from the crowd. There is something even more remarkable. Naruto picked up another kunai and hurled it at a nearby tree. With a swift whoosh, the kunai pierced through the trunk, embedding itself deep into another tree. This is astonishing, but that is not even the most incredible part. Naruto smiled mysteriously, retrieving a gleaming kunai from beneath the stall. "This is my treasured limited edition lucky kunai. It can turn misfortune into fortune and transform adversity into good luck. I want it. I want it." The leaf ninjas could no longer contain their desires, eagerly pulling out their money to purchase. "I want 10 of them. I'll pay any price for the limited edition." The atmosphere instantly became fervent, resembling the bustling chaos of a marketplace. Naruto was inundated with orders, counting money until his hands ached, his face beaming with joy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Naruto stood in the village center, basking in the golden afterglow, tightly clutching a thick stack of bills. The onlookers cast envious glances his way, their admiration ringing in his ears. "Naruto, you will be my idol from now on. Naruto, you are truly the hero of the leaf." Reveling in their praise, Naruto felt a swell of pride and joy. He seemed to be standing at the pinnacle of life, looking down upon the entire world. However, at that moment, a mysterious figure emerged from the shadows of the Leaf Village's alleyway. Cloaked in black, he lurked in the darkness, his piercing eyes fixed intently on Naruto, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "What an intriguing little brat," he murmured, his voice hoarse and deep. Chapter 19. The Secret Pact in the Alley. Danger approaches as the last rays of the setting sun faded. The night enveloped the village like a vast expanse of black velvet, and the clamor of the Leaf Village gradually subsided. Naruto, with his bulging wallet, hummed a cheerful tune, ready to return home for a delicious bowl of ramen. Yet, as he turned a corner, a chilling presence washed over him. Deep within the alley, a shadow appeared to merge with the darkness, revealing only a pair of beast-like eyes gleaming with a cold light. "What is going on?" Naruto instantly became alert, his smile frozen in place. This scene was straight out of a horror film. He rubbed his arms, goosebumps rising as the once familiar alley now felt eerily sinister. The air was thick with a damp, moldy odor, hinting at the unusual events to come. "You must be that Naruto who sells peculiar trinkets, right?" The figure spoke slowly, his voice deep and gravelly, echoing in the empty alley like sandpaper scraping against wood, sending shivers down one's spine. "Yes, that's me. And you are?" Naruto instinctively took a step back, clutching his wallet tightly, pondering whether this person was here to rob him. He could not allow his freshly acquired cash to slip away so easily. "I require some of your special items," the shadow spoke slowly, its tone laced with an undeniable authority. "However, there is a condition." "A condition?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, warily scrutinizing the dark figure. Conditions rarely bode well. "What kind of condition?" "Let it be known, my goods are not inexpensive. Venture to the abandoned ninja base and retrieve an item for me." The shadow's voice remained cold, as though discussing the most mundane of tasks. "If you succeed, I shall purchase everything you wish to sell. The price is of no concern." "What? The abandoned ninja base? That place is notorious for its dangers." Naruto felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, wondering if this individual was playing him for a fool. It was a location even seasoned ninjas hesitated to approach. "Are you jesting with me?" he retorted. "I have no time for your nonsense." The shadow's tone suddenly turned severe, an invisible pressure enveloping Naruto, causing the very air around him to feel as though it had solidified. Clenching his fists, Naruto was filled with doubt and reluctance. Yet he found himself inexplicably drawn to the shadow's words. All that I wish to sell. Price is no issue. Images of the exorbitantly priced shadow clone pills and detox beans flashed through his mind. Deal. Naruto gritted his teeth, though timid by nature. Who could resist the allure of wealth? The shadow emitted a low, eerie chuckle, reminiscent of an owl's call in the night. Go forth. I shall await you there. With that, the shadow gradually faded into the darkness, as if it had never existed. Naruto stood frozen, his gaze flickering towards the spot where the shadow had vanished. Tightly gripping his fists, already having made a decision, he swallowed hard, contemplating the abandoned ninja base, a place infamous for consuming the unwary whole. It was said to harbor an array of traps and terrifying wild summoning beasts. His mind conjured horrific images, foreboding corridors, walls oozing viscous substances, and giant spiders springing forth unexpectedly, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. Yet, another force pulled at him powerfully. This was the opportunity to sell everything he desired. Price was not an issue. He envisioned mounds of glistening bills piled high before him, his eyes transforming into the shape of currency symbols. With this money, he could indulge in ramen daily, acquire the latest shuriken, and even— the thought alone filled him with delight. I'm in, Naruto declared, raising his fist with determination etched across his face. Fortune favors the bold. I shall take the risk and transform my bicycle into a motorcycle. For the sake of wealth, I will go for it. He could almost see himself standing atop a mountain of money, extravagantly tossing bills into the air. A chill breeze swept by, causing him to shudder. The surrounding alley grew even more sinister, the howling wind echoing like the cries of specters, sending a chill down his spine. He tightened his clothing, feeling a clammy sweat pooling in his palms. He understood that the abandoned ninja base was not a matter to be taken lightly. A momentary lapse in caution could very well cost him his life. Yet, Naruto gritted his teeth, realizing what a splendid opportunity this was. How regrettable it would be to let it slip away. What if he could indeed strike it rich? He envisioned a pile of gleaming bills, and the insatiable greed within him triumphed over fear. He was determined. Naruto clenched his fists once more, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he sprinted towards the direction of the forsaken ninja base, his silhouette gradually fading into the shadows of the alley. Stop! A chilling voice echoed from behind, shattering the night's silence. 3 dark figures emerged from the corners of the alley, obstructing Naruto's path. Clad in black attire and donning animal masks, they exuded an aura of coldness, the very members of the Konoha Anbu. They had initially assumed Naruto would shy away from such a perilous transaction, but to their astonishment, he had readily agreed. This unexpected turn of events only deepened their conviction that he harbored some hidden secret. Who are you? Naruto gasped, nearly exclaiming in shock. These suddenly appearing figures were even more intimidating than the shadow he had seen earlier. The Anbu members paid no heed to his inquiry, their gazes fixed upon him with a sharpness akin to blades, as if they sought to pierce through his very being. Their mission was to covertly safeguard Naruto's safety while monitoring his every move to prevent any threats to the village. Naruto swallowed hard, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. He instinctively reached for his wallet, wondering if these individuals had come with the intent to rob him. Clearing his throat, one Anbu member adorned with a cat mask broke the silence. Naruto, we are here under orders to ensure your safety. Protect me? Naruto was utterly bewildered, pondering how a mere genin like himself warranted the attention of the Anbu. Was he truly held in such high regard? Enough talk. Come with us, another Anbu member, wearing a dog mask, said impatiently. Though reluctant, Naruto dared not defy the Anbu's command and complied, following them obediently. As he walked, he discreetly observed his surroundings, noting the remarkable agility of the Anbu members, their movements silent and ghostly. As darkness enveloped the sky, the surroundings grew desolate. The trees lining the roadside swayed in the night breeze, whispering eerily like phantoms. Naruto felt an inexplicable sense of solitude and depression, as though countless eyes were watching him from the shadows, sending a chill down his spine. I say, where are we headed? Naruto could not restrain his curiosity any longer. To the abandoned ninja base, the Anbu member with the cat mask succinctly replied. What? We really are going there? Naruto felt an icy dread wash over him. That place was notoriously treacherous. Even seasoned ninjas dared not tread lightly there. Was he not walking willingly into the jaws of danger? Stealing a glance at the 3 Anbu members beside him, He pondered whether they truly meant him no harm. After all, they had claimed they were there to protect him. Quit dawdling, keep up. The member of the Anbu, donning a dog mask, spoke in a cold tone. Naruto, with no choice but to steel himself, continued forward. He could feel his heartbeat quickening, his palms slick with sweat. Clutching his kunai tightly, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings with keen eyes. Suddenly, the ground beneath him seemed to vanish. Grab him. Naruto followed the trio of Anbu members, eventually arriving at the entrance of an abandoned ninja base. This place truly lived up to its ominous reputation. The crumbling walls were overrun with vines, and the dark entrance resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, poised to devour anyone who dared to approach. The air was thick with an overwhelming stench of decay, mingled with the earthy odor of soil and moss, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. Ugh, this place is quite sinister, he thought, grimacing as he rubbed his arms, goosebumps rising on his skin. Stealing a glance at the trio of Anbu beside him, he noted their expressionless faces, as if they were accustomed to such sights. These guys are indeed impressive, he mused. Their mental fortitude remarkable. Clearing his throat, he resolved not to cower any longer. For the sake of a little reward, let us go. Ahem, gentlemen. Would you mind waiting for me here? Naruto inquired cautiously, all the while calculating his own little scheme. The trio exchanged glances and nodded. Their task was to protect Naruto while monitoring his actions. As long as he remained within their sight, the rest was of little consequence. Thank you very much. Naruto rubbed his hands together, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. With a flicker of thought, he swiftly formed hand seals, shadow clone jutsu. With a loud bang, a clone identical to Naruto materialized beside him. The clone scratched its head, beaming a smile, a perfect replica of the original. Go ahead, my clone. Naruto winked at his counterpart, speaking with pride. Venture inside and scout for any dangers. The clone nodded, unhesitatingly striding toward the dark entrance, its form swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Meanwhile, Naruto stood at the entrance, arms crossed, exuding an air of confidence. He felt remarkably clever. Utilizing a shadow clone for reconnaissance was both safe and efficient, truly a flawless strategy. Bravo to myself for this maneuver. That lad is rather astute, remarked the Anbu member in the cat mask, his tone laced with mild surprise. They had initially expected Naruto to charge straight in, but he had opted to use a shadow clone for scouting. It appeared he was not without merit after all. Merely a trivial cleverness, scoffed the Anbu member in the dog mask, his voice tinged with disdain. He considered Naruto's ploy hardly worthy of note. Just as they were engaged in discussion, a resounding explosion suddenly erupted from deep within the abandoned ninja base. A powerful shockwave surged forth from the entrance, accompanied by the acrid scent of smoke and burnt matter. Naruto's eyes widened, shock and confusion replacing the smug smile that had adorned his face moments before. His shadow clone had only just entered. How could an explosion have occurred so swiftly? What transpired within those walls? With little time to ponder, his heart raced like a war drum, an ominous premonition swelling in his chest. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails nearly piercing his flesh, he fixed his unwavering gaze ahead and charged into the abandoned ninja base without hesitation. Chapter 20. Confrontation in the Ruins. A counterattack from desperation. The shockwave from the explosion reverberated, causing Naruto's eardrums to buzz, while a wave of heat washed over him. The acrid scent of smoke provoking a cough. What in the world? Did my shadow clone just explode? Squinting against the discomfort, Naruto plunged into the forsaken ninja stronghold. Inside, chaos reigned supreme. The already dilapidated walls were now riddled with gaping holes, rubble strewn about, and the air thick with the pungent scent of gunpowder mingled with an odd charred aroma, reminiscent of burnt takoyaki. Covering his nose, Naruto advanced cautiously, contemplating the unsettling odor. Suddenly, several shadowy figures emerged from the smoke, shurikens raining down upon him. What the? An ambush? Reacting swiftly, Naruto executed a backflip to evade the assault, landing firmly on his feet. Misty Village scum? What are you doing here? The attackers were indeed ninjas from the Mist Village, each one exuding a menacing aura, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Little brat, your time is up. One of the Mist ninjas sneered menacingly, brandishing a kunai as he charged forward. Naruto, refusing to underestimate them, swiftly drew his own kunai to engage in battle. The metallic clash of weapons echoed throughout the base, sparks flying in every direction. Utilizing his agile movements and extensive combat experience, Naruto deftly maneuvered against multiple mist ninjas. He unleashed spiraling balls of chakra and tossed explosive tags, catching the mist ninjas off guard. The members of Konoha's Anbu, hidden in the shadows, watched in astonishment. "This kid has some real skill," whispered the masked Anbu member with a cat face. "Humph, merely a display of cleverness," scoffed the Anbu member with a dog face, still unimpressed. As the battle intensified, the surrounding structures trembled under the force of jutsu. While fighting, Naruto scanned his environment, seeking an escape route. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure darting past. Could it be that mysterious customer from before? A startling thought crossed his mind. What if it was all a trap he had orchestrated? At that moment, a mist ninja seized the opportunity as Naruto was distracted, delivering a powerful punch directly to his chest. Ugh! Naruto spat blood and was sent flying backward. "Naruto!" In the distance, Shizen gasped. Naruto felt a crushing sensation in his chest, as if his insides had shifted, a metallic taste flooding his throat. These guys are ruthless. He gritted his teeth against the pain, kneeling on one knee, one hand clutching his chest as he gasped for breath. The mist ninjas, grinning like ravenous wolves, closed in once more. "Ha, little brat, your demise is imminent." The ninjas brandished their kunai, their faces twisted into bloodthirsty smiles, their figures flickering in the smoke, reminiscent of demons emerging from the depths of hell. Naruto's pupils constricted as he surveyed his surroundings. The number of mist ninjas was substantial, and their strength was formidable. A direct confrontation would likely yield unfavorable results. Pain radiated from multiple wounds on his body, and his stamina was dwindling, akin to a drained battery. He felt on the verge of collapse. Was he destined to meet his end here today? A sense of unwillingness surged within him as he gritted his teeth, desperately squeezing the last vestiges of energy from his body. No, he absolutely could not concede. There were still so many things left undone. With a cough, he spat out another mouthful of blood, his complexion pale and body swaying, as if he might topple at any moment. Gradually, he sank to the ground, feigning the appearance of having been severely beaten, yet a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. The mist ninjas, noticing this, relaxed their vigilance, their faces breaking into wide grins as they approached him eagerly, resembling a pack of hyenas awaiting their share of prey. Is he already down? What a weakling! Just as the mist ninjas drew near, Naruto abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as that of a leopard. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Several shadow clones materialized instantaneously, charging toward the mist ninjas like arrows released from a bow, kunai glinting with a chilling light. What? The mist ninjas were momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for Naruto's ruse. "Rasengan!" Naruto shouted, his original self coalescing a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra in his hand, which he hurled forcefully at one of the mist ninjas. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the ninja was sent flying, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness instantly. What? The remaining mist ninjas were thrown into disarray, astonished that this seemingly feeble boy could unleash such formidable power. "Ha! Surprised, are you? Unexpected, isn't it?" Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "Damn it! This little brat dares to toy with us." The mist ninjas roared angrily and surged forward once more. "Humph! Now it's my turn to retaliate." The corners of Naruto's mouth curved upward slightly. He flexed his wrists, feeling the surge of power within him, an amused smile playing on his lips as he murmured to himself, "The game has only just begun." With another resounding crash, Naruto combined his shadow clones with the Rasengan, toppling several mist ninjas to the ground, the air thick with the scent of smoke and charred remnants. Standing amidst the ruins, he panted heavily, a gleam of satisfaction evident on his face. His shadow clones dissipated around him like victorious smoke, adding to his imposing presence. However, just as the battle seemed to be drawing to a close, Naruto suddenly halted, bending down to pick up a fallen piece of cloth inscribed with strange symbols. "What is this?" Naruto frowned in concentration as he examined it closely. His gaze sharpened suddenly, as if he had discerned something significant. This was the mark of the mysterious client. A surge of fury ignited within him, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, as if to transform that rage into strength. "Damn it! This guy has set a trap, intending for me to meet my demise." Naruto gritted his teeth, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. However, he was determined not to be outmaneuvered so easily. He surveyed the surroundings, where remnants of battle lay scattered across the ruins, shattered shurikens, scorched earth, and fallen mist ninjas. All these signs served as reminders that the conflict was far from over. Should he seek the mysterious client's item or retreat? Naruto stood rooted in place, his heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. A fierce unwillingness surged within him, refusing to concede defeat. Yet the looming threat of traps weighed heavily on his mind. A single misstep could spell his doom. The atmosphere was thick with tension, silence enveloping the area. Members of the Anbu, masked with feline visages, observed Naruto from the shadows, muttering about the troublesome nature of the young ninja. Another member, adorned with a canine mask, scoffed disdainfully, declaring they would see how long he could last. Naruto's gaze flitted across the debris, and in an instant, he resolved his course of action. Drawing in a deep breath, he muttered defiantly, "I shall not yield so easily." Rising to his feet, a playful smirk graced his lips as he strode deeper into the base, each step a proclamation of his unwavering resolve. At that moment, a shadow clone materialized, whispering, "Boss, be cautious. This place is no ordinary locale." Naruto smiled slightly, patting the clone's shoulder as he reassured, "Fear not, I am not so easily dispatched." With renewed determination, Naruto inhaled deeply and advanced boldly into the abyss of darkness. Standing at the entrance of the ruins, he breathed in deeply, his eyes radiating steadfastness and resolve. A fierce flame ignited within him, fueled by a thirst for victory and a loathing for treachery. He pressed forward into the depths of the base, each stride resolute and powerful, as if declaring his intent to all who opposed him. The interior of the base was even more dilapidated, walls riddled with cracks, and the stones beneath his feet creaked ominously with each step, a silent declaration of war against his adversaries. Naruto's shadow clones dispersed, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, poised to confront any imminent threat. "This place is indeed formidable," one clone remarked softly, his voice echoing in the confined space, imparting a chill in the air. Naruto nodded, resolutely affirming, "The greater the danger, the more we must remain composed." He replied quietly, the kunai in his hand glinting ominously in the dim light. As he ventured deeper, the environment grew increasingly intricate, with traps and mechanisms lurking at every turn. Utilizing his cunning and experience, Naruto adeptly navigated through perilous contraptions. He even employed the distraction of his clones to lure away several hidden adversaries, efficiently neutralizing potential threats. At last, he halted before a concealed chamber. The door was adorned with peculiar symbols, identical to those on the fabric strip he had previously discovered. Clenching his fist, a surge of fury bubbled within him. With swift determination, he thrust open the door, and the sight that greeted him filled him with elation. A beautifully crafted wooden box lay within, its lid etched with the same markings as the fabric strip. Naruto cautiously opened the wooden box, revealing a finely crafted jade pendant that emitted a faint glimmer. He squinted, a victorious smile illuminating his face. "Huh, I will not be so easily outsmarted." He chuckled proudly, carefully stowing the pendant away, preparing to leave the base. However, at that moment, an ominous premonition surged within him. He abruptly turned around, only to see a mysterious shadow suddenly materialize at the doorway of the secret chamber, its eyes shimmering with a chilling light. Behind the shadow, a throng of Mist Village ninjas surrounded him, exuding a menacing aura. "Naruto, your journey ends here." The enigmatic figure spoke coldly, each word piercing like ice. Naruto's gaze sharpened instantly. A slight smile graced his lips as his kunai glinted in the air. "Humph, I've seen such scenes many times before. Come, let us see who the true victor is." Naruto stood firm, exuding an imposing presence, reminiscent of an invincible war deity. Everything around him seemed to freeze at that moment, the air thick with a palpable tension and murderous intent. His eyes were resolute and self-assured, as if proclaiming, "The game is far from over." Chapter 21. The strategy unfolds. Glory returns. The ninjas from the Mist Village surged forth like a relentless tide, their shurikens raining down upon Naruto like a dense shower. "Humph, mere trifles." Naruto scoffed, executing the shadow clone technique, causing dozens of clones to disperse, evading the shurikens effortlessly. "Do they truly think me a fool?" Rasengan. Dozens of Narutos simultaneously formed the Rasengan, the blue chakra orbs radiating a blinding light, illuminating the entire chamber like miniature suns. Boom! The deafening sound of an explosion erupted, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. The Mist Village ninjas were thrown into disarray, their cries echoing amidst the chaos. Hidden in the shadows, members of the Konoha Anbu watched in astonishment. Goodness, this kid is truly formidable. In Konoha Village, Tsunade clasped her hands together, silently praying for Naruto's safety. As the smoke cleared, Naruto stood unharmed, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. Is that all? You couldn't even touch a hair on my head. He taunted arrogantly. The mysterious figure's expression darkened. Kid, do not become too complacent. The real battle has only just begun. With a cold snort, he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon erupted from the mysterious figure's mouth, roaring as it charged towards Naruto. Unwilling to underestimate the threat, Naruto swiftly dodged. The water dragon collided with the wall, producing a tremendous roar that shook the entire chamber. Jiraiya, concealed in the shadows, smiled slightly. This kid is becoming increasingly interesting. He decided to continue observing, ready to intervene if necessary. As Naruto evaded the water dragon's assault, he observed the mysterious figure's movements. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar about the figure's hand seals. They did not appear to belong to any Mist Village technique. Who on earth is this person? Doubt crept into Naruto's mind as a bold thought emerged. Could it be that he is not even from the Mist Village? The battle rages on as Naruto deftly navigates his confrontation with the enigmatic client, all the while contemplating his strategy. He intentionally exposes a weakness, luring the mysterious figure closer. As anticipated, the client falls for the bait, believing Naruto to be exhausted, and approaches with a sense of triumph. In that fleeting moment, a sly smile graces Naruto's lips. You've been deceived. With a resounding thud, Naruto vanishes from his position, reappearing behind the client, a kunai materializing in his hand, poised against the client's throat. Now, it is time for us to have a serious discussion. Once more, the ninjas of the hidden Mist Village launched themselves at Naruto, their kunai and blades glimmering with blue chakra, slicing through the darkness. Naruto's nerves are taut, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He evades their relentless onslaught, shifting his weight rapidly between the ground and the walls, each landing causing the earth to tremble slightly beneath him. Just as fatigue begins to envelop him, a cold, mocking laugh from the mysterious client pierces his ears. Humph, you are finished, Uzumaki Naruto. This time, there is no escape. The client's laughter reverberates in the chamber, wrapping around Naruto like invisible chains, constraining his every move. A wave of helplessness washes over Naruto, yet he grits his teeth, silently reciting his dream of peace. He refuses to surrender. He cannot afford to. The encroaching enemies press closer, the weight of their presence crashing upon him like a tidal wave, each breath becoming increasingly laborious. In that moment, it feels as though darkness has consumed him, obscuring any glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashes before Naruto, a powerful surge of chakra sweeping through the chamber. Jiraiya, that carefree and unrestrained old man, has finally arrived. He casts a disdainful glance at Naruto's assailants, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Are you lot tired of living? Jiraiya's presence acts as a potent stimulant, instantly reigniting the fighting spirit within Naruto. The surrounding foes, shaken by this formidable aura, halt their attacks, their expressions filled with fear and disbelief. An overwhelming sense of joy and hope floods Naruto's heart. A warm current surges through him, rejuvenating his very essence. Thank you, Master Jiraiya, he expresses gratefully, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Cut the pleasantries, eliminate them swiftly. We have little time, Jiraiya responds coolly, his hands forming seals at a dizzying speed. Naruto nods, leaping into action, wielding his kunai once more. The enemies, paralyzed by the immense pressure of Jiraiya's aura, find themselves devoid of the courage to evade. Naruto and Jiraiya move in perfect harmony, swiftly dispatching the remaining foes. The mysterious client, witnessing this turn of events, glares at Naruto and Jiraiya with a sinister smile creeping across his face. Do you truly believe this will halt me? How naive. At that moment, Naruto's eyes suddenly spark with realization. He seems to uncover something, a faint smile unwittingly gracing his lips, while the client's gaze grows increasingly intricate. With a gentle flick of the kunai in his hand, Naruto enveloped the air with an eerie atmosphere, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The game had only just begun. His words echoed within the confines of the chamber, resonating like an unbreakable oath. The sudden appearance of Jiraiya utterly disrupted the plans of the mysterious customer. This old rascal. How could he not fade into oblivion? The mysterious customer cursed inwardly, turning to flee. After all, he was facing the legendary Sannin. His own abilities were hardly sufficient to contend with them. As he prepared to escape, Jiraiya, ever vigilant, waved his hand and summoned a toad, blocking the exit. Trying to run? Have you consulted my toad first? Jiraiya wore a mischievous grin, resembling a cunning old fox. The mysterious customer's complexion soured, looking more distressed than if he had swallowed a fly. This old fellow was serious. His eyes darted, formulating a scheme. Ahem, he feigned calmness. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm merely here for a vacation. A vacation? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. You brought so many ninjas from the hidden mist for a holiday? Do you take us for fools? The mysterious customer's facial muscles twitched. This old man was indeed unpredictable. His eyes rolled, and suddenly he pointed at Naruto, exclaiming, "It was him. He instructed me. It's all his fault." Naruto. This blame was almost too much for him to bear. He looked bewildered, pointing to himself. Me? What did I do? It's you. You offered me benefits, causing me to act dramatically. Jiraiya observed Naruto with a half-smirk, a glimmer of mockery in his gaze. Naruto, care to explain? Taking a deep breath, Naruto realized this was an impossible task. He decided to abandon all pretense, spreading his arms. I confess, I'm the mastermind behind it all. Mysterious customer? Jiraiya? What is this boy up to now? Jiraiya rubbed his forehead, feeling his blood pressure rising. At that moment, Naruto approached the mysterious customer, snatching a scroll from his grasp, and with a mysterious smile declared, "Thank you. I will take this." The mysterious customer was left dumbfounded. This script was all wrong. Subsequently, members of the Konoha Anbu surged forward, binding the mysterious customer tightly. Upon witnessing their leader's capture, the ninjas from the hidden mist scattered like frightened birds, fleeing faster than rabbits. Naruto watched the enemy's hasty retreat, hands on his hips, laughing triumphantly. Ha! A bunch of amateurs. Jiraiya shook his head helplessly. This boy was truly a source of both admiration and exasperation. Naruto approached Jiraiya, waving the scroll in his hand, and said mysteriously, "Teacher Jiraiya, the next part will be even more thrilling." Upon returning to Konoha, Naruto felt like a triumphant hero. He hummed a cheerful tune, swinging the scroll he had obtained from the mysterious customer, utterly elated. The villagers along the way cast curious glances, whispering, "Look, isn't that the underperforming Naruto? Has he struck it rich?" Naruto reveled in the attention, wishing to emblazon the words "I am formidable" upon his forehead. He deliberately slowed his pace, allowing everyone to admire his demeanor as a true victor in life. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Naruto slammed the scroll onto the table with a flair reminiscent of a film scene. The third Hokage took the scroll, examined it meticulously, and nodded in satisfaction. "Naruto, you have done remarkably well this time. Konoha is proud of you." It was nothing. Naruto scratched his head, feigning humility while his heart brimmed with joy. The moment for rewards had arrived, and a pile of gleaming coins lay before him, dazzling his eyes. He grasped the coins, relishing their smooth texture slipping through his fingers. Feeling elated, this sensation surpassed even the delight of savoring a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Exiting the Hokage's office, Naruto felt as though he was walking on air. He held his head high and strode confidently down the bustling streets of Konoha, basking in the accolades of the crowd. Passers-by, particularly young women, gazed at him with admiration, some daring to approach for autographs and photos. Naruto welcomed them all, striking various poses for the camera. He even rushed to Ichiraku ramen, treating the entire village to a meal. Observing their contented expressions as they relished their ramen filled him with a sense of accomplishment. He felt like a radiant star, the center of attention wherever he went. "Naruto, you are incredible. Naruto, you are our hero. Naruto, I want to marry you." The chorus of praises echoed around him, lifting his spirits to celestial heights. Standing in the village square, clutching his generous reward, he reveled in the cheers of the crowd. In that moment, he had reached the pinnacle of his life. However, just as Naruto was enveloped in joy, a member of the Anbu suddenly appeared before him, presenting a scroll. "Naruto, this is a new mission. The Hokage requests you to proceed to the border of the Mist Village immediately." The smile on Naruto's face froze instantaneously as he stared at the scroll in his hand, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. What was happening? Before he could savor the fruits of victory, he was thrust into a new mission? He inhaled deeply, resignedly accepting the scroll. It appeared that the path of a ninja was an unending journey. A new adventure was about to commence. Chapter 22. The Perilous Path resumes. Bravely embracing the mission, Naruto stood at the center of Konoha, the scroll in his hand feeling heavier than any reward. His emotions were a tumultuous blend. He had just been reveling in the villagers' admiration and cheers, yet now he was to embark on a new journey. He took a deep breath, silently vowing, Hokage-sama, I will complete this mission and return safely. The surrounding Anbu members watched him with indifference, their eyes betraying a hint of vigilance. Their presence serving as a reminder that the world of ninjas is forever fraught with uncertainty and peril. With little time to ponder, Naruto swiftly gathered his belongings and bid farewell to his friends and the villagers. Before departing, he made a point to visit Ichiraku Ramen, purchasing a hefty bag of ramen to stave off hunger on the road. Gazing at the weighty bag in his hands, a faint smile crept onto his face, and the unease in his heart seemed to lighten slightly. The moment Naruto departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, the sky abruptly darkened, heavy clouds gathering as a fierce wind howled. He embarked on the arduous journey toward the borders of the Hidden Mist Village, each step seeming increasingly laborious. The wind shrieked, whispering ominous forebodings in his ears, while the soil beneath his feet became saturated with rain, making every movement feel akin to sinking into a quagmire. A struggle to extricate himself. The surrounding environment grew ever more foreboding. The shadows of trees danced, leaves rustled in the breeze, and every subtle sound sent his heart racing. Gripping his kunai tightly, he scanned the area with vigilance, poised to confront any impending danger. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air. Uzumaki Naruto, you have finally arrived. Startled, Naruto turned sharply to see several figures clad in the attire of hidden mist ninjas emerging from the shadows. His heart raced, yet he did not falter. Instead, he tightened his grip on the scroll in his hand. You again, he exclaimed through clenched teeth, ready to face the challenge that lay ahead. Chapter 22. The Perilous Path resumes. Bravely embracing the mission, the ninjas from the Hidden Mist lunged at Naruto, their movements swift and lethal, as though they intended to rend him to shreds in an instant. However, Naruto's mind swiftly regained its composure. He understood that a mere brute force approach would not suffice. He quickly formed hand seals and called out, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, dozens of Naruto's clones materialized around him, each brandishing a kunai, prepared for battle. The Hidden Mist ninjas, momentarily unable to discern the real from the illusions, launched their assaults on the clones. As they fervently attacked the shadowy figures, Naruto seized the opportunity, identifying a weakness in one of the ninjas. He charged forward and executed a spinning kick, sending the enemy flying. The atmosphere of tension escalated as Naruto's clones engaged fiercely with the ninjas from the Hidden Mist. Nearby trees swayed under the tumult of battle, leaves cascading down, and the air became infused with the mingled scents of earth and rain. Ugh, you lot are truly a handful, Naruto muttered inwardly, deftly maneuvering through the battlefield in search of his next opportunity to strike. Suddenly, he noticed a low-lying area ahead, and a plan began to form in his mind. He swiftly made his way there, shouting, Come over here. The ninjas from the Hidden Mist, oblivious to his intentions, followed closely behind, unwittingly heading toward the designated spot. Just as they were about to step into the depression, Naruto stomped his foot, causing the ground to collapse. The Hidden Mist ninjas, caught off guard, tumbled into the pit. Disoriented and bewildered. What in the world is happening? My back! Cries of despair echoed from the depths of the pit. Standing at the edge, Naruto gazed down at the flailing ninjas, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Sorry about that, everyone. Next time, watch where you're going. He waved dismissively, turning away with nonchalance, leaving behind a chorus of lamentations. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated gradually with the defeat of the Hidden Mist ninjas. In the distance, a pair of sinister eyes watched the unfolding events with keen interest. Originally, I thought these minions would be sufficient to delay Naruto for a while. I never anticipated that this lad would be so slippery, resolving matters with such swiftness. How infuriating. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. The mysterious customer's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Naruto continued his journey towards his destination, effortlessly overcoming all obstacles in his path as if he were under some enchantment, moving at an incredible speed, seemingly unstoppable. As he neared his destination, the atmosphere around him suddenly grew heavy and tense, a formidable sense of oppression enveloping him, making it difficult to breathe. He abruptly halted, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Yet he discerned nothing amiss. However, he could distinctly sense a potent aura of danger approaching rapidly. What is happening? This feels rather unsettling. A shiver coursed through Naruto, tightening his grip on the kunai, bracing himself for battle. Hee, you have finally arrived. A low, raspy voice echoed from all directions, as if summoned from the depths of hell. Chapter 23. In the face of despair, hope emerges. Naruto paused, his heart seemingly gripped by an invisible hand, the air around him thickening and weighing heavily. He inhaled deeply, clenching his kunai, cautiously surveying his surroundings. What is happening? This feels rather unsettling. He murmured softly, his gaze sharp as he scanned every corner. Yet, all remained eerily silent, save for the distant rustling of leaves and the whisper of the wind, mocking his unease. Suddenly, the low, raspy voice resounded again, now seemingly closer. Hee, you have finally arrived. Naruto whipped around, but saw no one. The voice echoed once more, now even nearer. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Humph, I am not afraid. Naruto retorted through gritted teeth, though his heart raced with trepidation. He acutely sensed the powerful aura of danger drawing near, as if countless eyes were watching him from the shadows. Without warning, the ground shook violently, earth flying in all directions as a group of black-clad ninjas from the hidden mist village surged forth, surrounding Naruto. Their gazes were fierce, weapons glinting ominously, exuding a murderous intent. Die, brat! Roared the leading ninja, his long blade cleaving towards Naruto with the ferocity of thunder. Naruto swiftly dodged, yet the assault came relentlessly. Like an avalanche. Though agile, he found himself increasingly challenged by this swarm of formidable foes. As blades sliced through the air, he sustained numerous wounds, blood dripping from his injuries and staining his garments. How infuriating! Naruto gritted his teeth, retaliating with all his might. He wielded his kunai, engaging in a fierce duel with his adversaries. However, their numbers were overwhelming, and their strength far surpassed that of the minions he had previously encountered. His movements gradually slowed, injuries accumulating, the tide of battle turning ever more against him. Dust swirled around them, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. A profound sense of despair surged within Naruto's heart. He was acutely aware that he had reached a dead end, yet he refused to surrender. Naruto, you truly are a fearless soul. Just as Naruto was on the verge of being cornered, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind him, carrying an air of undeniable authority. Naruto whirled around, and there stood Jiraiya, a smile gracing his lips, though his eyes reflected deep concern. Jiraiya-sensei. A flicker of joy ignited within Naruto, only to be swiftly overshadowed by the mocking laughter of the surrounding enemies, as if to deride his fleeting hope. Jiraiya, however, merely smiled softly, slowly drawing the long blade from his back. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, every gaze fixated upon him. Ha ha ha, another fool rushing to his demise. The mist ninjas cackled, viewing Jiraiya's arrival as mere fodder for their amusement. Naruto clenched his teeth, his chakra nearly depleted, waves of pain crashing over him. And feelings of despair swelled within him like an overwhelming tide. He felt his eyelids growing heavier, as if they might succumb to gravity at any moment. At that instant, a figure darted by like lightning, accompanied by the cheerful chime of bells. A female ninja, clad in a light purple attire, appeared by Naruto's side, forming hand seals as several shuriken, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, flew towards the mist ninjas, forcing them to retreat from their assault on Naruto. Naruto, are you alright? The female ninja inquired with genuine concern, and as Naruto met her gentle gaze, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. This feeling it resembled Hinata, yet there was something subtly different. I'm fine. Naruto managed to force a smile, though the pain coursing through his body made him involuntarily gasp. Observing his discomfort, the female ninja promptly retrieved bandages and ointment from her ninja pouch, carefully tending to his wounds. Be gentle, please. Naruto winced, gritting his teeth. The female ninja, noticing his pain, adjusted her touch to be more delicate, her eyes brimming with empathy. Jiraiya stood aside, watching the scene unfold, a faint smile playing on his lips, revealing a knowing expression. He did not rush to intervene, but rather observed the unfolding situation with keen interest, as if anticipating something. Kid, you have quite the fortune, Jiraiya suddenly remarked, a teasing tone lacing his words. Naruto's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, at a loss for how to respond. Suddenly, Jiraiya's expression shifted, his gaze piercing as he looked into the distance, his voice dropping to a grave tone. This is bad. Something's amiss. At that moment, the shadowy figure of a mysterious customer appeared atop a nearby tree, eyeing the encircled Naruto and his companions. A sinister smile creeping across his face. The real show is just beginning. Before Jiraiya's words had fully settled, he lunged into the fray like an arrow released from a bow, his long blade dancing through the air. In the ensuing chaos, mist ninjas fell one after another. This was no battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Truly, he was the sage of the toads. His strength was formidable. Naruto felt a surge of adrenaline. The pain in his body momentarily alleviated. The female ninja also joined the fray, her movements light and agile, flitting between enemies like a butterfly, each strike precise and lethal. The sound of her bells rang sweetly, yet it carried a melody of death. It's my turn to take the stage. Naruto felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed the shadow clone technique. Boom! Hundreds of Narutos materialized in an instant, encircling the remaining mist ninjas, leaving no escape. Spiraling sphere. Chidori. Seduction technique. A myriad of ninjutsu erupted in a chaotic display, resembling a grand melee of ninjutsu. The mist ninjas were caught off guard, crying out in despair and fleeing in disarray. Haha, delightful. Naruto laughed heartily, a confident smile returning to his face. The despondency he had felt moments ago vanished, and he now resembled a phoenix reborn from the flames, radiating brilliance. In the distance, a mysterious observer hidden in the shadows watched the scene unfold, nearly choking on his fury. Damn it! How did this kid suddenly become so powerful? My plans have failed again. He pounded the table in frustration, the surface groaning under the strain. After the battle, Naruto approached Jiraiya, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. It's nothing. You are my disciple, and it is only natural for me to protect you. At that moment, Naruto noticed a peculiar metallic fragment on the ground. He picked it up for a closer inspection, discovering strange symbols etched upon its surface. What is this? He wondered aloud. Perplexed. It seems to be a code from the hidden mist village, a female ninja remarked gravely as she leaned over to examine it. Naruto's heart raced as memories of the mysterious observer's actions and words resurfaced in his mind. Could it be that all of this is part of a grand conspiracy? It appeared that matters were far more complex than they seemed. Narrowing his eyes, he clenched the fragment, which bore the enigmatic symbols, his gaze piercing as if to unravel its secrets. The sense of battle lingered in the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the ground, all of which became the ingredients for his quest for truth. No longer was he the carefree youth. He had transformed into a finely tuned detective, his intense focus capable of drawing others in. This is certainly no mere coincidence, he murmured, his voice deep and magnetic, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous demeanor. He carefully tucked the fragment away, replaying every conversation and action with the mysterious observer in his mind, leaving no detail overlooked by his keen eyes. Those around him observed Naruto's demeanor with a mix of confusion and intrigue, sensing an aura of mystery enveloping him that deterred them from approaching. Let us go. Ino, we must unravel this matter thoroughly, Naruto called out, striding purposefully toward the village of Konohagakure. He was eager to uncover the staggering secrets that lay hidden beneath the surface. However, the path to discovery would not be without its challenges. As he stepped into the village, an unsettling feeling washed over him. The air was thick with a faint yet palpable aura of hostility, as if countless eyes were watching him from the shadows. Indeed, several ninjas clad in black suddenly emerged from the shadows, launching a fierce and merciless assault upon him. How persistent they are, Naruto scoffed, nimbly evading their attacks, while simultaneously activating his shadow clone technique. Countless Narutos materialized, encircling the black-clad assailants, plunging the scene into chaos. The sounds of fists and feet colliding creating a tumultuous symphony. As he fought, he remained vigilant, noting that their techniques bore a resemblance to those of the ninjas from the hidden mist village. The battle raged with intensity. Naruto moved like a divine warrior, his strikes precise and powerful, each blow resonating with thunderous force, driving his adversaries into retreat, leaving them utterly defenseless. Yet, this was merely the beginning. What explosive revelations awaited him next? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves, and Naruto sensed an unusual aura. Instinctively, he glanced upward, only to see a shadow descending from the heavens with lightning speed, exuding an oppressive presence. Naruto swiftly raised his arm to block the impending strike, but was forcefully repelled several steps back, the ground beneath him screeching from the friction of his feet. Attempting to flee? Not so easily. The shadow chuckled coldly, its voice deep and gravelly, imbued with a sinister undertone. Naruto stared at this uninvited guest, confusion swirling within him. Who could this person be? Was everything merely a coincidence? Taking a deep breath, his resolve hardened. He vowed to uncover the truth behind this enigma, sparing no effort against anyone who sought to instigate trouble. With a steely gaze, he slowly lifted his head, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "This is rather intriguing." Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the shadow, Naruto stumbled back, regaining his footing only after several steps. Rubbing his numb arm, anger surged within him. What was this? Such a ruthless approach. As he focused, he discerned that the shadow was cloaked, its face obscured, emanating a chilling aura that was profoundly unsettling. "Child, spare yourself the effort. Today, you are destined to fall here." The shadow sneered ominously, its voice grating like metal scraping against stone, sending shivers down Naruto's spine. It lunged at him with alarming speed, akin to a wraith, a dizzying blur of motion. Naruto dodged left and right, narrowly evading the shadow's assaults. Yet his mind was engulfed in bewilderment. Who was this person? Why was he being attacked? Was he sent by a mysterious patron? A torrent of questions swirled in his mind, overwhelming him. He felt as though he had been ensnared in a vast conspiracy, akin to a headless fly. Utterly lost in direction, it felt as though he was engulfed in an endless abyss, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, threatening to consume him entirely. Anxiety surged like a tidal wave, constricting his breath. He clutched the metallic fragment tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. He struggled to grasp something elusive, yet everything felt intangible, leaving him at a loss. "No, I cannot continue like this." Naruto shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the confusion within. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. He reminded himself not to be deceived by the predicament before him. He must uncover the truth and expose the mastermind behind it all. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, recalling a phrase uttered by the mysterious client, a phrase that served as a key to unlock the door of his uncertainties. He meticulously remembered every detail, every expression, and ultimately discovered the crucial evidence hidden within. A long-awaited smile graced his face as he felt he had finally found a breakthrough, piercing through the dense fog to glimpse the dawn of truth. Gripping the metallic fragment firmly, a confident smile blossomed on his lips, akin to a beam of light piercing the darkness, illuminating everything in its path. So that is how it is. This is quite intriguing," Naruto remarked softly, his voice laced with amusement and anticipation. With a confident smile lingering on his lips, Naruto strode purposefully towards the Konoha Anbu. He presented the metallic fragment along with his meticulously organized clues and deductions to the Anbu leader. Initially, the Anbu ninjas regarded him with skepticism. Yet as Naruto unraveled the threads of analysis, their expressions grew increasingly grave, culminating in a gaze filled with admiration directed at him. "Well done, young man. You have truly accomplished something remarkable." The Anbu leader patted Naruto's shoulder heartily, his tone brimming with praise. Following the clues provided by Naruto, the Anbu swiftly launched into action, soon apprehending the enigmatic client. Witnessing the once mysterious and arrogant figure now bound and lying on the ground like a defeated animal, Naruto felt an exhilarating rush of satisfaction. He couldn't help but whistle, striking a dashing pose, reveling in the moment. Surrounding ninjas and villagers gathered around, pointing and exclaiming, "This kid, Naruto, is truly full of surprises. Who would have thought he could unearth the traitor lurking within the village? Absolutely impressive. Naruto, you are indeed a hero of Konoha." Listening to the accolades surrounding him, Naruto felt a swell of pride, yet he remained grounded, aware that a more significant task awaited him. True to his agreement, he brought the special items requested by the mysterious client to the designated location for their transaction. This exchange proceeded remarkably smoothly, and upon receiving the items, the mysterious client hurriedly departed. After the transaction, Naruto stood at the center of Konoha, basking in the cheers and praise of the crowd. Holding the weighty reward in his hands, he felt as though he stood atop the pinnacle of life, radiating brilliance. Just as he reveled in this glory, A familiar notification tone echoed in his mind. Ding. The most powerful street vendor system is upgrading. Naruto paused momentarily. Then a mysterious smile curved his lips. An upgrade? What new feature is this? Chapter 25. A sudden predicament. A brave escape. Naruto paused for a moment. A mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. An upgrade? What could this new feature be? He hastily opened the interface of the street vendor system, and a new mission prompt appeared before him. Ding. New mission. Proceed to the abandoned ninja base to search for special items. Mission rewards. 3 exclusive shadow clone pills. Note. The base is filled with various traps and mechanisms. Proceed with caution. As the mission alert faded, the surrounding ninjas and villagers continued to cheer for Naruto's glorious achievements. Their applause surged like a tide, ebbing and flowing, instilling within Naruto a sense of pride and warmth. However, this sense of honor was soon overshadowed by the tension of the new task. He took a deep breath, stowed away his rewards, nodded quickly to the crowd, and turned to leave the bustling square. Navigating through the narrow streets and throngs of people, he made his way toward the abandoned ninja base. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the earth, casting a resolute silhouette of Naruto. He traversed a desolate forest, and the dilapidated base gradually came into view. The outer walls were worn and weathered, and the creaking wooden door seemed on the verge of collapse. With caution, Naruto pushed open the door, which slammed with a resounding thud, echoing in the stillness of the base. Dim light filtered through shattered windows, enveloping the entire space in an air of mystery. An unsettling aura pervaded the atmosphere, as if countless dangers lurked in every shadow. Clutching his kunai tightly, he advanced deeper into the base, each step accompanied by the ominous creaking of the floorboards. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, igniting the tension within Naruto. He inhaled deeply and pressed onward. Just as he was nearing the core of the base, a thought flickered through his mind. Who exactly is this mysterious client? Why have they tasked me with such a perilous mission? Before he could ponder further, a dark shadow suddenly lunged from the darkness, its eyes glinting with an eerie light. Naruto reacted swiftly, rolling to evade the attack, his heart racing with caution. That was close. Who could this be? He quickly regained his footing, fixing his determined gaze on the shadow, a smile creeping onto his lips. It seemed this mission was not going to be straightforward after all. Taking a deep breath, Naruto braced himself for the impending challenge. The shadow gradually revealed itself to be a puppet guardian arranged by the mysterious client. These puppet guardians were agile and swift as phantoms, their bodies glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Naruto's heart raced, and he swiftly retrieved several shurikens from his ninja pouch, launching them at the puppet guardians. The shurikens whistled sharply through the air, yet the puppet guardians merely sidestepped effortlessly. In an instant, they pounced upon Naruto like leopards, their arms transforming into razor-sharp blades, sending a chill through the air. Naruto darted left and right, acutely aware that the air around him was being cleaved into disarray. His garments bore several gashes inflicted by the puppet sentinels, the sensation of a mild sting emanating from his skin. Nearby, the mechanisms flickered in response to the tumult of battle, the glimmering lights resembling the eyes of death, poised to swallow him whole. The assaults from the puppet guardians grew increasingly ferocious, and Naruto felt as though he were a solitary vessel adrift in a tempest. His breath quickened, the rhythm of his heartbeat resonating in his ears. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, fixated firmly on his adversary. In that pivotal moment, a spark ignited in Naruto's eyes, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight smile as a brilliant idea dawned upon him. With deft precision, he swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a technique that would catch the puppet sentinels off guard. Shadow clone technique, he exclaimed, and with a series of explosive sounds, dozens of Narutos flooded the space, buzzing like a swarm of bees, encircling the puppet sentinels tightly. Come and catch me. The shadow clones scattered in various directions, leaving the puppet guardians bewildered, their minds racing to determine which clone to pursue. Seizing the opportunity, the real Naruto crouched low, nimble as a monkey, maneuvering through the base. He meticulously scrutinized his surroundings, searching for the core of the mechanism. The runes on the walls, the scratches on the floor, and even the subtle changes in the air currents were all within his keen perception. Eureka! Naruto's eyes brightened as he spotted a device emitting a faint glow tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. It was cleverly concealed, easily overlooked had he not been so observant. This is it, he thought, a surge of triumph coursing through him as he approached the device with caution. In a swift motion, he brandished a kunai and decisively severed the connecting wires. With a click, the device ceased its operations, and the puppet sentinels collapsed to the ground like heaps of scrap metal. Done. Naruto clapped his hands together, grinning at the fallen guardians with a self-satisfied smile. In the shadows, an enigmatic observer paused, taken aback by the scene. He had anticipated that Naruto would be ensnared in the trap, but was astonished by how swiftly he had broken free. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by composure. Interesting, he murmured, while Naruto pressed on, continuing his quest for the special items required for his task. Following the guidance of the marketplace system, he ventured to the deepest recesses of the base. There, he beheld a scroll emanating a gentle radiance, resting quietly at the center of the base, surrounded by an aura of mysterious energy, as if an invisible barrier were safeguarding it. Naruto extended his hand to touch the scroll, only to encounter a formidable resistance. He furrowed his brow, determination gleaming in his eyes. It appeared that the true challenge was only just beginning. Chapter 26. Breaking Through. Perilous paths ahead. Naruto gazed intently at the scroll radiating an ethereal glow, his expression akin to that of a fervent enthusiast spotting a discount on ramen. The mysterious force surrounding this object resembled a barrier that forbids touch, akin to an enhanced version reserved for affluent players. He rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and thought to himself, "Today, I shall play the role of a demolition crew and dismantle this wretched barrier." Naruto stepped forward, attempting to approach the scroll. However, upon making contact with the intangible force, it was as if he had collided with a wall of extraordinary resilience, propelling him back with a swift whoosh. He felt as though he had been sneakily ambushed, leaving him momentarily dazed. What on earth is this? Naruto massaged his numbed hand, internally grumbling. Could this be the legendary physical engine? The force of the rebound was excessively potent. Undeterred, Naruto charged once more. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. He was once again forcefully ejected, this time feeling as if his very organs were shifting within him. A twinge of pain began to stir in his chest. Yet he remained defiant, shouting, "I, Uzumaki Naruto, shall demonstrate a vertical leap today." He persisted in his attempts, repeatedly being flung back. As though engaged in a childish game of tag, dust billowed from the ground, resembling a small mud monkey that had just emerged from the earth. Sweat soaked through his garments, and fatigue began to creep in as he realized that this barrier not only possessed formidable rebounding strength, but also seemed to carry a mental assault, mocking his impotence. How infuriating! Is this contraption deliberately opposing me? Naruto roared in frustration, though a hint of dejection crept into his voice. He felt akin to a wild beast trapped in a cage, brimming with strength, yet lacking an outlet for it. Gasping for breath, he gazed at the scroll emitting an eerie glow, perceiving it as a haughty maiden casting flirtatious glances, appearing aloof while beckoning, "Come forth, conquer me." He began to suspect that perhaps his fortune was exceedingly poor, as every encounter with something valuable resulted in torment. Yet, his innate tenacity refused to yield, compelling him to contemplate how he might unravel this vexatious barrier. Just as Naruto prepared for another attempt, a sharp sound sliced through the silence of the base. Several dark figures swiftly darted past, shattering the eerie stillness of the abandoned facility. A group of figures clad in the garb of the hidden mist village appeared like phantoms, their gleaming shuriken reflecting a menacing light, unmistakably up to no good. The hidden mist scoundrels? A chill ran down Naruto's spine, realizing his misfortune. Why did they have to show up now? Were they here on a mission to catch him red-handed? In that instant, he felt akin to a student caught cheating during an exam, panic overwhelming him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, one of the hidden mist ninjas launched an attack. He charged at Naruto like an arrow released from a bow, his shuriken aimed directly at Naruto's heart, moving with astounding speed that sliced through the air with a whistling sound. No way. Are they serious? Naruto, quick as lightning, sidestepped the attack, executing a backflip to create distance. "Hey there, little brat. Your time is up." Another ninja from the hidden mist village wore a sinister smile, his hand seals executed with such rapidity that they seemed to blur. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged forth from his mouth, roaring as it charged towards Naruto. Wherever the dragon passed, the ground was thoroughly cleansed, and the splashes of water shot out like bullets in all directions. Good grief. Must it be so ruthless? Naruto quickly dodged, fully aware of the formidable power of the water dragon. If struck directly, he would either perish or suffer grievously. As he evaded the dragon's assault, he remained vigilant against the sneak attacks from other ninjas of the hidden mist. Feeling akin to a lamb ensnared in a den of wolves, susceptible to being torn to shreds at any moment. Damn it, are these guys dogs? Their noses are so keen. Naruto lamented internally while dodging, silently cursing his misfortune. Just when he thought his troubles couldn't worsen, this new group of adversaries appeared, compounding his woes. Dust from the battlefield swirled in the air, adding to the chaos of the scene. Naruto's figure flickered through the dust like a nimble monkey, darting back and forth amidst the encircling ninjas of the hidden mist. He leaped, rolled, and used shadow clones to confound his foes, his movements more agile than before. As if the battle had awakened latent potential within him. The ninjas of the hidden mist were equally relentless, coordinating their efforts to ensnare Naruto. Shuriken and kunai rained down upon him like a tempest, the air filled with the sound of clashing metal. Just as Naruto was growing weary, he suddenly sensed a waning of that mysterious power, akin to a phone signal dropping from full bars to a single one. Naruto's gaze sharpened as a bold idea ignited in his mind. "I'm going for it," he shouted, disregarding the shuriken that hurtled toward him, charging toward the scroll like a cannonball. "Is this kid insane?" One of the hidden mist ninjas exclaimed, caught off guard by his reckless approach. "Water release, water prison technique." Another ninja reacted swiftly, attempting to ensnare Naruto in a watery trap. Yet Naruto moved with astonishing speed, seizing the scroll before the prison could materialize. Buzz. The protective force surrounding the scroll suddenly dissipated, like a punctured balloon vanishing without a trace. I've got it." Naruto gleefully brandished the scroll, feeling as if he had struck gold. "See you later, kiddos." The ninjas of the hidden mist stood dumbfounded. This turn of events defied all logic. How could this be possible? With the scroll in hand, Naruto dashed away, leaving a few bewildered ninjas in his wake. Meanwhile, in another clandestine base, a mysterious client watched the surveillance footage, his face turning an alarming shade of green with fury. He violently hurled the cup in his hand to the ground, shattering it into pieces. "Useless. A bunch of imbeciles," he roared, resembling an enraged beast. As Naruto sprinted away, his mood soared, as sweet as honey. He hummed a cheerful tune, envisioning the lucrative opportunities that awaited him upon his return to the hidden leaf. Armed with this precious scroll, as Naruto approached the village of Konoha, he abruptly halted, his keen senses detecting the unsettling awareness of eyes fixed upon him from behind. Who could it be? He swiftly turned around, yet found nothing amiss. Was it merely an illusion? Frowning, a twinge of unease crept into his heart. He resumed his stride, only to hear the faint rustling behind him, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss, sending a chill down his spine. Whirling around, his gaze swept across the surrounding woods with fierce intensity. "Show yourself," he commanded, his voice laced with a note of warning. The forest lay still, as if nothing had transpired. Yet Naruto was certain his instincts had not betrayed him. "I see you," a cold smirk graced his lips, his eyes glinting with danger. Chapter 27. The conspiracy unravels, a new journey awaits. As night descended, the forest loomed like a monstrous beast, devouring the last vestiges of light. Squinting, Naruto endeavored to capture that elusive sensation of being watched amidst the darkness. He was no naive fool, having navigated through perilous encounters to reach this point. He had honed his skills in counter-surveillance. "Hey, little brother, are we playing hide and seek?" A playful smile danced on Naruto's lips as he deliberately slowed his pace, seemingly granting his pursuer an opportunity. Indeed, the presence behind him faltered, caught off guard by his antics. In this day and age, who resorted to such antiquated tactics of stalking? Naruto scoffed internally, questioning the audacity of such ineptitude. Drawing forth a shadow clone pill, he refrained from hurling it immediately, instead toying with it in his hand as if teasing a cat. "Interesting," he murmured softly, his ears attuned to the whispers of the surrounding flora. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, mingled with a faint metallic tang that caused Naruto's brow to furrow. Clearly, his pursuer was growing impatient, the footsteps drawing nearer like blades poised to strike. No longer jesting, his expression hardened, resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce. "Since you wish to play, let us indulge in this game," he barked, launching himself forward with the force of an unleashed arrow. Swish! Shuriken whizzed past the spot where he had stood moments before, embedding themselves into the trunk of a tree with a crisp sound. Naruto executed a swift roll to evade the attack, only to be caught off guard by a tree root that ensnared his foot. Thud! He tumbled to the ground, his knee colliding painfully with the unforgiving stone, sending a jolt of agony through him. The fall was severe, rendering his legs momentarily numb. Damn it, what a misstep! Naruto gritted his teeth, scrambling to his feet, wincing as a sharp pain shot through his ankle, limping forward. He recognized the urgency of escaping this relentless pursuer. Now was not the time for confrontation. Anxiously, beads of sweat trickled down his brow as his breaths quickened. The unyielding presence behind him clung like a parasite, instilling a sense of imminent capture. As he ran, he frequently glanced back, his eyes betraying a mixture of agitation and apprehension. Alas, this cannot continue. He silently cursed, feeling the pain in his leg, while the footsteps behind him drew ever closer. He halted his retreat, breathing heavily, akin to a cornered beast driven to desperation. Have they caught up? A cold smirk escaped his lips as Naruto ceased his flight, abruptly turning to face the dense, shadowy grove, his mouth curling into a disdainful sneer. Hiding in the shadows, are you not weary? Come forth, for today I have no time to indulge in your game of hide and seek. A rustling echoed through the forest as several dark figures emerged from the obscurity, clad in the distinctive attire of the Mist Village, wielding shimmering shurikens. Their faces adorned with sinister grins, reminiscent of demons risen from the depths of hell. Oh, Mist Village, you truly hold me in high regard. Naruto whistled nonchalantly, though his gaze turned steely. Boy, do not jest. Someone has paid a price for your head. One of the Mist Nin flashed a predatory grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, his tone laced with a bloodthirsty excitement. Oh, it seems my value is quite high. Naruto shrugged, retrieving several shadow clone pills from his pack, tossing them casually into the air. However, if you wish to claim my head, you must first prove your worth. Humph. Utterly deluded. The Mist Nin scoffed, launching their attack. A flurry of shurikens sliced through the air, whistling sharply as they hurtled towards Naruto's vital points. In an instant, Naruto's form flickered, evading the deadly projectiles effortlessly, while his hands formed seals, summoning several shadow clones that materialized around him. Shadow clone technique. The clones surged forward, engaging the Mist Nin in fierce combat. The clash of kunai and ninjutsu erupted into a cacophony of metallic screeches, sparks flying, illuminating the darkness with their brilliance. The Mist Nin moved with agility and precision, employing an array of ninjutsu to assault Naruto, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves stalking their prey. Yet Naruto was undeterred. His clones danced with versatility, constantly disrupting the Mist Nin's line of sight, buying him precious moments to breathe. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A Mist Ninja swiftly formed seals, unleashing a colossal water dragon from his mouth, surging with the force of a tempest, barreling toward Naruto. Wind style, spiraling sphere. Naruto gathered chakra in his right hand, conjuring a rapidly spinning energy orb that appeared in his palm. He leapt into the fray, charging headlong at the water dragon. Boom! The spiraling sphere collided with the water dragon, erupting with a thunderous roar, the shockwave uprooting trees and sending tremors through the earth. The intensity of the battle exceeded Naruto's expectations. The prowess of these Mist Nin surpassed his assumptions, compelling him to unleash his true abilities. By heavens, this is quite the explosive encounter. If I do not reveal my genuine skills, I may well meet my demise today. Naruto muttered, a subtle grin playing on his lips, a knowing smile gracing his face. He slowly raised his left hand, revealing an object that shimmered with an otherworldly glow in his palm, murmuring softly, "It appears the time has come to test my new skill." In Naruto's left palm, the luck-bringing kunai radiated a soft luminescence, akin to a miniature sun, scorching the air around it. Ah, let me introduce you to the power of the fortunate sovereign. He chuckled lightly and hurled a kunai. Whoosh! The kunai sliced through the night sky, leaving a fleeting shadow in its wake, striking the forehead of the leading Mist Ninja with impeccable precision. The Mist Ninja barely had time to emit a cry of despair before collapsing to the ground, blood splattering in all directions. How is this even possible? The remaining Mist Ninjas stood in stunned silence, witnessing their leader's instantaneous demise, a wave of inexplicable terror surging within them. They had never encountered such a bizarre projectile. It was akin to the legendary scythe of death. Stop dawdling. It is your turn now. Naruto smirked, his figure springing into action once more. Akin to a wild stallion breaking free, weaving between the mist ninjas. The kunai in his hand appeared to possess a mind of its own, each throw claiming the life of a mist ninja. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, all the mist ninjas lay lifeless in a pool of blood, the air thick with the nauseating stench of carnage. Naruto clapped his hands as if he had merely completed a trivial task. He approached the corpse of the mist ninja leader, retrieved the blood-stained lucky kunai, dusted it off, and returned it to his system storage. TSK, this tool is truly effective, Naruto mused, then turned his back and strode towards the village of Konoha. Upon his return to Konoha, the horizon had already begun to blush with the first light of dawn, the air imbued with the refreshing essence of morning. He made his way directly to the agreed-upon location, where the mysterious client awaited him. "Oh, it seems my goods have arrived," the mysterious client remarked, taking the package from Naruto with an air of surprise. "Of course, when it comes to business, you can trust me," Naruto replied with a nonchalant shrug, flashing a radiant smile. The mysterious client promptly paid the remuneration, but just as he was about to depart, several members of Konoha's Anbu suddenly appeared, surrounding him. "You are suspected of conspiracy and rebellion. Please accompany us," the Anbu leader stated coldly. "What? Conspiracy? I know nothing of this." The mysterious client attempted to protest, but his voice grew fainter, ultimately being escorted away by the Anbu. Naruto stood rooted to the spot, watching the mysterious client being taken away, devoid of any sympathy. He understood that this individual undoubtedly harbored a greater conspiracy, which he had merely uncovered ahead of time. "Naruto, you have done exceptionally well." Jiraiya suddenly appeared behind him, patting his shoulder. "You truly are an extraordinary ninja." "Heh, just average, world third." Naruto scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. "By the way, have you heard? The ninja tournament is about to commence." Jiraiya exclaimed abruptly. "The ninja tournament?" Naruto's eyes lit up, and an idea immediately sparked in his mind. This presents an excellent opportunity to earn money. He could leverage his street vendor system to sell unique items, surely reaping considerable profits. "Come on, Shizune. Let us go take a look." He waved to Shizune, his eyes brimming with excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to see what tricks he could devise for this upcoming ninja tournament. He turned and walked towards the gate of Konoha village, where a multitude of ninjas had already gathered, preparing to participate in the ninja tournament. A slight smile graced Naruto's lips as he gazed down at the shadow clone pills resting in his palm. Chapter 28. Initial exploration of the arena, breaking limits, and advancing. The bustling crowd surged around him, and Naruto navigated through the crowded streets to the outskirts of the competition venue. The deafening clamor, intermingled with the calls of vendors from various lands, ignited a fervor within him. Flags of myriad colors fluttered in the wind, and the air was thick with a palpable sense of tension and excitement. Perfect. Naruto rubbed his hands together, retrieving a foldable stall from his system space. With a snap, it unfolded, revealing a dazzling array of goods that emanated an otherworldly glow. Shadow clone pills, detox beans, lucky kunai, everything one could desire was laid out before him. Save for a loudspeaker announcing rock-bottom prices, it was a risk-free purchase. He indulged in daydreams of wads of cash filling his wallet, his smile widening uncontrollably. "Excuse me, young man, where is your selling permit?" A cold voice interrupted Naruto's reverie. He looked up to find a serious-looking ninja clad in Konoha's uniform standing before him, resembling a gatekeeper. "Permit? What permit? Is a permit really necessary to set up a stall?" Naruto was bewildered. Had the freedom to sell goods vanished in this day and age? Unauthorized trading is prohibited within the competition venue. Please pack up your belongings and leave immediately. The organizer's expression was impassive, and his tone brooked no argument. "Come on, big brother. Can't you make an exception?" Naruto quickly forced a smile. "All of these are quality items, fair and square, absolutely worth the price. Just look at these shadow clone pills. They're perfect for home travel or, well, any scenario. Absolutely not. No permit, no stall." The organizer's stance was unwavering, completely unmoved by Naruto's pleas. Naruto's heart raced. This was a golden opportunity for him to strike it rich. How could he let it slip away so easily? "Big brother, how about this? I can offer you a little something." Just as the organizer frowned, preparing to speak, a wave of snickering reached their ears from a short distance away. Several vendors, also operating stalls, were pointing and laughing at Naruto, their expressions dripping with mockery. "Oh look, isn't that the bottom feeder Naruto? Still hoping to set up shop here? He should really know his place," a scrawny vendor said with a sneer, his tone laced with schadenfreude. "Exactly. Does he even know that this isn't a place for just anyone to set up a stall? A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Another portly vendor chortled, clutching his belly in laughter. As they mocked Naruto, they intentionally crowded around his stall, and before long, his once prominent stand was shoved into an inconspicuous corner, the surrounding noise growing even more deafening. What had once been a moderately spacious stall now felt unbearably cramped, and the once radiant products were now overshadowed by the encroaching darkness. Fuming at the sight of his stall pushed to the corner, Naruto clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly dug into his flesh. He surveyed the scene around him, the faces of those vendors resembling grinning demons, eager to devour him whole. The onlookers surrounding the scene, with their indifferent gazes, seemed to be witnessing a farcical spectacle, and not a single soul was willing to extend a helping hand. A tide of oppressive emotions, frustration, anger, and resentment, intermingled, leaving Naruto gasping for breath. Just as he was on the verge of a breaking point, a melodious voice rang out from the crowd. "Oh? Naruto, what are you doing here?" Lifting his head, Naruto spotted a girl with twin buns, adorned in a vibrant green qipao, curiously gazing at him. It was Tenten. "Tenten, what brings you here?" he asked, somewhat astonished to encounter her at this moment. However, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Tenten approached Naruto, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she examined the peculiar items spread before him. "What are these things? They look so fascinating." Naruto's spirits lifted immediately. He pointed to a shimmering, pale blue orb, exclaiming, "This is a remarkable item, the Shadow Clone Pill. Consume it, and you can create shadow clones. It's an essential remedy for home, travel, and even for mischief." Tenten's eyes widened with intrigue. Although she found Naruto's manner of speaking a bit exaggerated, she couldn't help but wonder if the Shadow Clone Pill was truly as extraordinary as he claimed. "Really? May I see it?" With a mischievous grin, Naruto picked up the Shadow Clone Pill and presented it to her. "Of course it's real. This is my exclusive concoction, guaranteed to broaden your horizons." He lowered his voice, adopting a conspiratorial tone. "Just purchase one, and you'll experience the joy of shadow clones. Do whatever you desire." Captivated by Naruto's words, Tenten hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to her curiosity. "All right, I'll buy one to try." Naruto beamed with delight, swiftly retrieving a shadow clone pill from his system space and carefully handing it over to Tenten, all the while chanting, "Hold it tightly. This is your first one, and it will surely bring you good fortune." Watching as Tenten eagerly departed with the pill, a triumphant smile crept across Naruto's face. He gently wiped the items on his stall, his lips curling into a smirk as he murmured, "The show is just beginning." Just as Naruto bid farewell to Tenten, the other vendors anticipated his discouragement, but to their surprise, he revived with renewed vigor. He raised his voice, akin to an exuberant salesman, and began to exuberantly promote his wares. "Don't miss out. The Shadow Clone Pill, with one in hand, the world is yours. Detox beans, a must-have for every household. Those who use them will know their worth. And this lucky kunai, precise as a dart, essential for those seeking to find love." As he shouted, he animatedly showcased his products, embodying the essence of a street performer. His unyielding optimism dazzled the onlookers, leaving some vendors green with envy, as if they were the ones being sidelined. Originally mere spectators, some ninjas, drawn in by Naruto's indomitable spirit, began to reevaluate the peculiar items at his stall. At that moment, a familiar figure suddenly emerged from the crowd. It was Lee. He, sporting his signature watermelon hairstyle, breathlessly dashed to Naruto's stall, seizing Naruto's hand and exclaiming, "Naruto, I have seen you selling splendid items. I must support you. I want to buy. I want the most impressive one." The arrival of Lee was akin to a bombshell, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Other vendors panicked, hastening to obstruct him. "Hey, kid, don't be deceived by him. He sells nothing but useless junk. Just look at him. It's clear he is no good." However, Lee paid no heed to their clamor and excitedly shouted at Naruto, "Naruto, I want that. The lucky kunai. It looks so powerful." Naruto beamed with delight, promptly retrieving the lucky kunai and handing it to Lee. "Absolutely. Lee, you have an exceptional eye. This is the treasure of my shop, guaranteed to provide you with immense value." Lee clutched the kunai with great affection, exhilarated like a child with a cherished toy. He promptly paid without hesitation. The surrounding ninjas were astonished by Lee's generous gesture, whispering among themselves, their curiosity about Naruto's merchandise piqued further. "Naruto, having successfully sold 2 items, was elated. Just as he prepared to continue his sales pitch, the organizer who had previously interrupted him reappeared, his expression darker than before. He approached Naruto, his tone icy as he warned, "Uzumaki Naruto, I warn you once more, you are not permitted to set up your stall here. If you sell again in violation, I shall expel you from the venue." Watching the organizer depart, a sly smile crept upon Naruto's lips as he slowly picked up a cloth, meticulously polishing the items on his stall, softly muttering, "The best show has just begun." Chapter 29. Selling is tough. Reputation is rising as Naruto observed the organizer's retreating figure. A mischievous curve formed at the corners of his mouth. Expulsion? Huh. I am as resilient as a cockroach. He scoffed, swiftly tidying up his stall before darting into a secluded corner of the arena like a gust of wind. Finding an excellent position backed against a large tree with a clear view, Naruto set up his strongest stall once more. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, the dappled shadows of the trees seeming to rally around him, fueling his resolve as a shrewd merchant. Clearing his throat, Naruto adopted a professional sales demeanor, announcing, "Walk by. Don't miss out. The strongest stall system presents exquisite goods, honest and fair for all. Shadow clone pills grant you the power of 1,000 troops instantly. Detox beans cure all ailments, sickness be gone. Lucky Kanai guaranteed to hit the mark every time." Several competing ninjas strolled by, halting at the sight of Naruto's modest stall and his exaggerated promotional phrases. "What is this? Shadow clone pills? Instantly possess 1,000 troops? How absurd." One ninja from the hidden cloud village scoffed. "Indeed, there are so many con artists these days, even daring to swindle at the ninja tournament." Another from the hidden sand village chimed in. Hey, don't speak recklessly. These are genuine treasures." Naruto, in a state of urgency, hastily clarified that the shadow clone pills were crafted using a time-honored family recipe, meticulously refined through an intricate process of 49 steps, and were undeniably effective. "Uft, who would believe that?" scoffed a ninja from the hidden cloud village, rolling his eyes. "If it were truly that remarkable, why wouldn't you use it yourself?" Naruto, visibly aggrieved, replied, "I'm saving it for those who are destined to receive it. Spare me your excuses, you're nothing but a fraud." Mocked a ninja from the hidden sand village. "Let us go, we're wasting our time here." As several ninjas turned to leave, Naruto, in a flurry of desperation, exclaimed, Hey, don't go. I can offer you a discount. 10% off. 20% off, 30% off, 50% off. Please, don't leave." Watching the ninjas retreat into the distance, Naruto sighed and squatted down, drawing circles in the dirt. Alas, business is truly challenging. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. "Hey, kid, how much for that lucky shuriken?" Naruto turned to see a sharp-eyed ninja standing at his stall, fiddling with a shuriken, his gaze fixed intently on Naruto. This esteemed brother, the lucky shuriken, is originally priced at 5,000 Ryo, but now, it's only 3,000 Ryo, an absolute steal. Naruto quickly slipped into his sales pitch, a charming smile gracing his lips. 3,000 Ryo. Quite expensive, isn't it? The ninja furrowed his brow, yet it was clear he was intrigued by the shuriken. "Oh, come now, this is a one-of-a-kind lucky shuriken. Using it guarantees hits in competitions, never a miss." Naruto pressed on, undeterred. "If you find it too pricey, I shall offer you a 50% discount. 500 Ryo. What say you?" After a moment of hesitation, the ninja nodded, retrieving 500 Ryo and handing it to Naruto. Elated, Naruto quickly passed the lucky shuriken to the ninja. "Here you go. Wishing you triumph and victory in all your battles." Naruto beamed. The ninja accepted the shuriken, nodding in satisfaction before turning to leave. Just as Naruto was about to continue his sales pitch, he was suddenly engulfed by a cacophony of noise around him. He glanced about, noticing other vendors, seeing his success as an opportunity to further undermine him. "Come see. The shurikens here are of superior quality, absolutely genuine," bellowed a loud vendor, drawing a crowd. "Esteemed patrons, this potion will instantly restore your stamina, and essential for competitions. Once missed, it shall not return." Another vendor shouted defiantly. Naruto felt a surge of anxiety. The surrounding din frayed his nerves, and the already scarce customers were being swept away. Gritting his teeth, he resolved not to concede defeat. Don't miss out. The ultimate street vendor system, absolutely effective. Shadow clone pills, detox beans, lucky shuriken, each a premium product. Naruto shouted, straining to outvoice the other vendors. At that moment, a participating ninja rushed towards him, clutching his arm, his expression wrought with pain. Naruto quickly approached, concern etched on his face. What happened to you, esteemed brother? The ninja managed a pained smile. I accidentally got poisoned during the competition. My arm is aching terribly. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly retrieved a packet of detoxifying beans from his stall, presenting it with enthusiasm. Quick, consume these miraculous beans. They cure all ailments. The skeptical ninja accepted the beans hesitantly, following Naruto's instructions to swallow them. Within moments, the ninja's complexion visibly improved, and the pain in his arm began to dissipate. Incredible! These beans truly work, the ninja exclaimed, astonished, while others in the vicinity cast him incredulous glances. You see, this is a time-honored remedy, utterly reliable, Naruto declared with a triumphant grin. Now what else do you require? Observing this, the other ninjas began to express interest in Naruto's wares, gathering around him eagerly. Naruto felt a surge of delight and was poised to continue his sales pitch when a familiar, stern voice echoed from nearby. Vendor, aren't you supposed to pack up your stall? Naruto stiffened momentarily, his gaze darting towards the source of the voice, his legs trembling slightly, a sense of dread washing over him. However, he quickly regained his composure, a sly smile spreading across his face as he turned to respond. Ah, esteemed organizer. Your timing is impeccable. I was just about to close up. Upon seeing Naruto's stall, the organizer's expression darkened. He had hoped that his previous warning would deter Naruto. But to his dismay, the boy had merely relocated his sales. Just as he prepared to intervene, he felt several piercing gazes fixated upon him. Organizer, can you not grant us a bit of freedom? After all, Naruto's merchandise is genuinely impressive, a voice called from the crowd, tinged with dissatisfaction. The organizer turned to see Tenten, her eyes laced with concern, clearly intrigued by Naruto's products. Indeed, organizer, Naruto's goods are quite effective, chimed in another voice, belonging to Lee, whose serious demeanor suggested unwavering faith in Naruto's offerings. The organizer frowned, about to retort, when he realized he was encircled by several competitors, all wearing expressions of support and evident interest in Naruto's goods. Fine, I shall let you off this time. The organizer sighed in resignation, pointing at Naruto. But should I catch you again, prepare for expulsion. Seeing this, Naruto quickly replied with a cheerful smile. Thank you, esteemed organizer. I shall be cautious. Internally, he reveled in his triumph and returned to his stall. As the organizer departed, an increasing number of competitors drew near, their curiosity piqued by Naruto's merchandise. Eagerly inquiring about his wares, Naruto was busily engaged, his smile radiant with confidence. His stall grew increasingly lively, his reputation beginning to spread throughout the competition. Good sir, would you care to try this lucky kunai? I assure your satisfaction. Naruto enthusiastically promoted, the kunai shimmering under the sunlight. Does this shadow clone pill truly grant me the power of 1,000 troops? A young ninja asked, half in disbelief. Of course, a treasured family secret, utterly genuine. Naruto replied, his confidence unwavering. At that moment, a discordant voice suddenly emerged. Organizer, please come and see. Naruto is secretly selling again. Other vendors banded together, reporting him with voices filled with jealousy and indignation. Upon hearing these accusations, Naruto felt a tightening in his chest. Yet, he displayed no signs of panic on his face. Instead, he calmly contemplated his course of action. What a nuisance, here we go again, Naruto muttered under his breath as he swiftly tidied his stall, casting a discreet glance around, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 30. The Resurgence of Sales, Fame on the Arena. The tournament organizer, with a stern demeanor, pushed through the crowd and approached Naruto's stall. What is going on? Someone has reported you for illegal selling, he said, his tone severe, his sharp gaze sweeping over the myriad of goods displayed. The surrounding competing ninjas and vendors ceased their activities, focusing their attention on Naruto, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Some vendors even snickered softly, relishing the prospect of Naruto's expulsion. However, Naruto remained unperturbed, his signature confident smile still adorning his face. Organizer, you've misunderstood. I am selling strictly according to the rules, with integrity and fairness. There are no violations. As he spoke, he produced a thick stack of documents from his pocket. Here are my sales records and some customer feedback for your review. The organizer accepted the papers Naruto offered and began to peruse them carefully. The other vendors, sensing urgency, rushed forward to embellish their claims. Organizer, these are all fabricated. What he sells are substandard products with no efficacy whatsoever. Yes, exactly. He is engaging in malicious competition, disrupting market order. Naruto let out a cold laugh, surveying the crowd with a hint of disdain. Ladies and gentlemen, while meals can be haphazardly consumed, words should not be carelessly spoken. My products have undergone rigorous testing, and their effectiveness is beyond question. If you doubt it, just ask these satisfied customers. He gestured towards the ninjas around him who were utilizing his products. They nodded vigorously, affirming the efficacy of Naruto's goods. Upon reviewing the evidence presented by Naruto, the organizer's brows furrowed in contemplation, caught in a dilemma. On one hand, the accusations from the other vendors were vehement. On the other hand, Naruto had furnished ample evidence proving his compliance. The atmosphere grew tense as he struggled to make a judgment. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. Organizer, I believe Naruto has not violated any rules. His products are indeed beneficial, as I have personally experienced. The speaker was a tall ninja holding a chakra enhancement pill, an expression of excitement lighting up his face. After using this pill, my chakra has significantly increased, and my combat ability has improved tremendously. An increasing number of ninjas stepped forward to advocate for Naruto, all attesting to the effectiveness and fair pricing of his products. Observing this, the organizer's expression gradually softened. He glanced at Naruto, then at the other vendors, and ultimately reached a decision. Let this matter conclude here. Naruto, you must be cautious in the future to avoid misunderstandings with other vendors. Naruto smiled faintly and cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you, esteemed organizer, for your keen insight. I shall certainly be more vigilant in the future. He turned his gaze towards the accusing vendors, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, business should be conducted based on merit. These petty tricks are utterly futile. The other vendors, their faces pale with frustration, could only watch helplessly as a throng of customers flocked to Naruto's stall, bustling with activity. At that moment, a masked ninja approached Naruto's stall, inquiring in a low, gravelly voice, Is it true that this invisibility charm can render one invisible? Naruto responded with a mysterious smile, Of course, but it comes at an additional cost. He rubbed his fingers together, embodying the guise of a crafty merchant. The masked ninja remained silent, producing a stack of bills and slapping them on the counter, his eyes brimming with a yearning for the invisibility charm. Observing this, Naruto's face lit up with joy as he handed over a piece of parchment adorned with strange runes. However, the good fortune was short-lived. As the tournament progressed, some ninjas who had utilized Naruto's products began to realize that their effects were not as miraculous as he had boasted. For instance, the chakra-enhancing pills, which were claimed to amplify chakra, merely left one feeling bloated. The speed-enhancing charms, when affixed to the soles of the feet, rendered movement as cumbersome as if one had been glued to the ground. Seeds of doubt began to spread among the ninjas, and those who initially intended to patronize Naruto's stall began to reconsider. Watching his stall grow increasingly desolate, Naruto felt a pang of disappointment. The stark contrast between the current stillness and the previous hustle and bustle weighed heavily on him. The once thronging crowd had thinned, and the sounds of hawking had diminished significantly, leaving only occasional skeptical glances from passing ninjas. Naruto, do not lose heart. Tintin suddenly appeared before him, clutching a shadow clone pill. I've experienced remarkable results with your shadow clone pills during my training. Thanks to it, my shuriken throwing practice has improved dramatically. Lee chimed in enthusiastically, Indeed. After taking your super invincible youth vitality pills, I felt an overwhelming surge of energy. I completed 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, and ran 5 kilometers. He excitedly brandished his fists, overflowing with vitality. Tintin's endorsement and Lee's fervent recommendation rekindled interest among the hesitant ninjas, who began to gather around to inquire about the efficacy and pricing of Naruto's products. Grateful, Naruto gazed at Tintin and Lee, his heart swelling with warmth. He regained his enthusiasm and passionately introduced his merchandise to the customers. The other vendors, witnessing Naruto's resurgence of trust among the ninjas, grew sullen. They huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. A portly vendor glared at Naruto with malice, muttering, This kid is tougher than he looks. The group of vendors, their expressions twisted with resentment, looked like they were ready to pounce. He's tougher than he seems, spat a scrawny vendor, his voice dripping with disdain. It seems we must resort to harsher tactics. They conspired to employ their old tricks once more to slander Naruto's products. However, before they could approach, they were halted by a group of furious ninjas. You lot. No one wants the junk you peddle, so you're envious of Naruto, are you? Bellowed a muscular ninja, brandishing a freshly purchased strength-enhancing pill, its power apparent in his vigorous gestures. I've personally tested it. Naruto's products are simply outstanding. The other ninjas chimed in, vociferously condemning the vendor's disgraceful behavior. The vendors, thoroughly berated, slunk away in defeat. Upon witnessing this, Naruto's heart soared with joy. Seizing the moment, he began to shout exuberantly, "Passers-by, don't let this opportunity slip away. Shadow clone pills, detox beans, lucky kanai, each a treasure, and buying is akin to winning. Supplies are limited. First come, first served." His voice brimmed with passion, captivating everyone in the vicinity. The ninjas were once again drawn to him, hastily producing coins to purchase Naruto's wares. "I'll take that shadow clone pill. I want the detox bean. Bring me a lucky kanai." The clamorous calls echoed like a vibrant marketplace. Naruto busily attended to the throng, his face radiant with a smile brighter than the sun. The coins jingled in his hands, a cacophony of prosperity. As time passed, Naruto's unique items flew off the shelves at an astonishing rate. The stall became increasingly sparse while his pockets swelled with wealth. When he successfully sold over 50 special items, amassing a staggering 500 taels of silver, Naruto leapt into the air in exhilaration. Standing at the center of the grand arena, surrounded by satisfied ninjas who had purchased his goods, he basked in their approving smiles. "Naruto, your products are truly effective. I'll be back for more next time." The accolades surged like a tidal wave, enveloping Naruto in adoration. He raised his hands high, reveling in the cheers, savoring the sweet taste of triumph. In that moment, he became the most dazzling star of the event, a legendary figure. As Naruto reveled in his success, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the stall system, where a new prompt caught his attention. Observing the fresh notifications, his eyes widened in astonishment, and a grin spread across his face, his heart racing like a rabbit in his chest. "Woohoo! Time to soar," he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, eager to embark on a new challenge. Amidst the bustling crowd, he felt as though he had donned noise-canceling headphones, completely immersed in his own world, ambition glimmering in his eyes. Other vendors, envious of Naruto's exuberant demeanor, gathered like a pack of rats in a gutter, whispering among themselves. "This kid is far too arrogant." One vendor, with a face full of disdain, spat. "We must show him what for." "Absolutely," echoed another, thin as a monkey. "This time, we shall drive him out." Their eyes glinted with malice, as if they could already foresee Naruto's downfall. "Hee, this treasure has me drooling even more than usual." Naruto gazed at the new item on the system interface, Sharingan jelly beans, his mouth nearly watering. Just one jelly bean grants the experience of wielding the Sharingan. Surely, it will sell like hotcakes. Eagerly, he set the jelly beans on display and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Don't miss out. The latest Sharingan jelly beans. Experience the power of the Sharingan. Only 998. You can't go wrong. You can't be fooled." "What? Sharingan jelly beans?" A participating ninja's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the jelly beans on the stall. "Is this for real?" Another ninja approached, curiosity etched on his face. "Of course it's real," Naruto assured, thumping his chest. "Honest as the day is long. Don't believe me? Try it for yourselves." The jelly beans were snatched up as if they were free, and Naruto's pockets swelled once again. "Ha ha ha, I'm rich, I'm rich." He laughed heartily, his heart blooming with joy. At that moment, a tall man clad in the Leaf Village ninja uniform approached, his expression dark as he fixated on Naruto and his bustling stall. The organizer's hawk-like eyes were like invisible shackles, tightly binding Naruto in their gaze. Every move he made was scrutinized under that piercing stare. A chill crept down Naruto's spine, akin to being targeted by a venomous snake. He realized he might have landed himself in trouble this time. "TSK, this old coot is watching closely," Naruto muttered to himself, feeling a bit uneasy, yet still wearing his signature sunny smile. He was no coward to easily concede defeat. Secretly, he opened the system interface, a smirk playing on his lips. "Hee, I've been prepared." Naruto pulled out a delicate wooden box from beneath the stall and cautiously opened it. Inside lay several limited edition shadow clone balls, each one radiating vibrant colors. These balls not only looked spectacular, but each possessed unique attributes. Some enhanced speed, others increased strength. and some released smoke to confound enemies. Attention, everyone! Naruto cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, exciting news. Limited edition Shadow Clone Balls are on sale today. Each ball is imbued with mysterious powers, and quantities are limited. First come, first served. As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted with excitement. Participating ninjas flocked around, their eyes gleaming with curiosity and desire. What is this intriguing new item? It looks incredibly powerful. I want to try it. Seeing the throng of eager customers, Naruto's heart soared with delight. He skillfully collected the money while enthusiastically explaining the benefits of the balls, his eloquence capable of reviving the dead. Purchasing is a gain. Don't miss out. In mere minutes, the limited edition Shadow Clone Balls were sold out. Naruto's stall buzzed with life once again, laughter and cheers echoing all around. He stroked his chin with pride, reminiscent of a victorious general basking in the adoration of his people. He cast a glance at the distant observer, whose face was ashen, and a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Internally, he scoffed, "Old man, do you think you can manipulate me? You are rather naive." At that moment, several vendors huddled together, exchanging glances that sparkled with a hint of conspiracy. "This kid truly possesses some skills," muttered a scrappy vendor in a low voice. "Humph, don't celebrate too soon," sneered another, whose face was adorned with excess flesh. "The real show is yet to come." The other vendors had initially believed that intensifying their surveillance would intimidate Naruto, as none wished to attract official scrutiny. However, they could never have anticipated that Naruto not only remained undaunted, but grew even more fervent. They stood there, dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, their faces etched with confusion and disbelief. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to beam like a blossoming flower, enthusiastically marketing his treasures to the ninjas, his eloquence reaching dazzling heights. Among them was a contestant ninja from Sunagakure named Maki. After much hesitation, he ultimately succumbed to temptation and spent a substantial sum on a limited edition instant shadow clone pill. This pill was no ordinary item. It was said to enable instantaneous movement, making it an indispensable asset for domestic travel, heists, or even murder. Once the competition commenced, Maki's initial performance was rather mediocre, even bordering on dismal. Just when everyone believed he was destined to fail, he produced the instant shadow clone pill. With a resounding bang, Maki vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind his opponent, executing a splendid spinning kick that sent his adversary crashing down. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. "My heavens! What sorcery is this? Instantaneous movement. This is simply extraordinary." The other ninjas, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of envy, as if they had been invigorated by a potent stimulant. And they all rushed towards Naruto's stall. "I want the instant pill. No matter the cost, I'll buy it. Give me 10. No, 20. Naruto found himself overwhelmed, counting money until his hands cramped, his speed rivaling that of a money-printing machine. He instantly became the focal point of the entire tournament, basking in glory that overshadowed even that of the Hokage. Just as Naruto was reveling in the joy of counting his earnings, he suddenly noticed something amiss among the special items at his stall. Why had the detox beans darkened? Why were the runes on the lucky kunai blurred? Picking up a Sharingan candy bean for a closer inspection, he discovered tiny cracks on its surface. What on earth was happening? A furrow creased Naruto's brow as an ominous premonition welled up within him. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the nearby vendors, who now appeared flustered, his expression growing increasingly frigid. "You tampered with my belongings?" Chapter 32. Turning peril into peace. Reputation established. Naruto narrowed his eyes, resembling a fox that had caught the scent of prey. At his stall, the detox beans appeared dull, the lucky kunai's runes were indistinct, and the Sharingan candy beans bore minute cracks. These anomalies stood out to him like fireflies in the night, vivid and exceptional. A surge of fury erupted from his very core, and Naruto felt as if he might explode on the spot. These treasures were hard-earned, acquired through his own sweat and toil. How dare anyone touch his belongings? He surveyed his surroundings, where the vendors appeared to be casually tending to their wares, their calls blending into a vibrant cacophony. Yet, Naruto astutely noticed a flicker of unease and guilt in the glances they occasionally cast his way. "Humph, feigning innocence, are we?" A cold smile crept across Naruto's mind as he commenced his investigation. Pretending to arrange his goods, he discreetly observed the vendors' every move. The air was thick with a faint medicinal scent, one that was all too familiar to him, reminiscent of the herbs he utilized while crafting his detoxifying beans. Following the fragrance, his gaze settled on a vendor selling medicinal herbs. He watched as this vendor furtively poured an unknown liquid into a spray bottle, then resumed his sales pitch with feigned nonchalance. How audacious of you, with your bushy eyebrows and wide eyes, to take such underhanded actions. Cursing under his breath, Naruto resolved to strike first. He strode purposefully to the herb vendor, snatching the spray bottle from his hands, lifting the lid to inhale its contents. A pungent medicinal odor assaulted his senses. What is this? Naruto's tone was frosty, his gaze sharp as blades. The herb vendor's expression shifted dramatically, stammering. This is, a pesticide. Yes, a pesticide. It's meant to prevent pests from ruining the herbs. Pesticide? Are you trying to deceive me? Naruto scoffed, recognizing it as a corrosive agent. You're using it to sabotage my detoxifying beans, thinking I wouldn't notice? The herb vendor faltered, vehemently denying. You're speaking nonsense. I didn't do anything. At that moment, several other vendors gathered around, chiming in. Yes, we all saw it. He didn't touch your things. You're slandering him. This is an outright defamation. Naruto surveyed the crowd, his eyes brimming with disdain. Do you think I'm unaware that you're all in cahoots? Stop pretending. Your act is woefully inadequate. What did you say? The vendors erupted in indignation, anger etched on their faces. You little brat, don't slander us. Slander? Very well. Let us see who stands their ground. A cold smirk spread across Naruto's face, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. Do you dare? Just then, a middle-aged ninja clad in the Leaf Village uniform approached, his expression grave. He was the organizer of the tournament, tasked with maintaining order. What is going on? This ruckus is unacceptable. My lord, this brat is slandering us. The herb vendor immediately complained. He claims we damaged his goods. Utter nonsense. The other vendors chimed in, echoing their accusations against Naruto. The tournament organizer scrutinized Naruto, then shifted his gaze to the vendors, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Lacking evidence, he was more inclined to trust these familiar faces. What proof do you have to substantiate your claims that they damaged your goods? He questioned sternly. A wave of indignation washed over Naruto as he pointed to the slightly altered products, explaining, My lord, look, the color of my detoxifying beans is dull. The Lucky Kunai has faded symbols, and the Sharingan candies are cracked. This is clearly the result of tampering. The surrounding crowd cast doubtful glances, murmuring amongst themselves, and the weight of scrutiny pressed heavily upon Naruto. The organizer glanced at Naruto's goods and then at the surrounding vendors, ultimately shaking his head, without solid evidence. I cannot hastily draw conclusions. If there is further disruption to the order, I shall revoke your qualification to compete. Naruto, feeling anxious, exclaimed, Sir, at that moment, a competing ninja approached, holding a mundane kunai, eyeing Naruto's so-called lucky kunai with skepticism. Can this lucky kunai truly enhance your hit rate? Naruto's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Of course. Why not have a little contest? The organizer, intrigued, agreed. Let us see what miraculous properties your lucky kunai possesses. Naruto and the ninja distanced themselves, each aiming at a target. The ninja made the first move, striking the bullseye with precision, eliciting applause from the onlookers. When it was Naruto's turn, he grasped the lucky kunai and silently chanted, May the system bless me. I must hit. He then hurled the kunai with force. The lucky kunai traced an unusual arc through the air, curving past the target and heading straight for a nearby apple stall, where it struck true. The apple burst open, juice splattering everywhere. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Everyone was amazed. Is this even possible? Feigning calm, Naruto explained. Ahem, just a mistake, a mistake. I am not very skilled with it yet. Let us try again. He picked up another lucky kunai, this time hitting the bullseye with even greater force than the previous ninja, embedding the kunai deep into the target. So what do you think? Are you convinced? Naruto raised his eyebrows smugly. Expressions of astonishment spread among the crowd, and their gazes toward Naruto shifted. The organizer appeared contemplative, while the other vendors wore grim expressions. They had initially believed they could use the event organizer to drive Naruto away, but it seemed this young man was not to be underestimated. A shifty-eyed vendor muttered, This kid is a bit uncanny. The other vendors exchanged worried glances. Their plans to oust Naruto had completely fallen apart. Meanwhile, Naruto stood proudly, akin to a victorious rooster, chest out and head held high. So who else doubts me? Bring it on. He surveyed the crowd with a challenging glare. This display had astounded everyone present. The perceptions of the surrounding ninjas shifted from skepticism to admiration and curiosity. Many ninjas hurriedly pulled out their coins to purchase Naruto's goods, eager not to miss out. Boss, I'll take 10 shadow clone pills. I want 2 lucky kunai, and a detoxifying bean, please. The crowd around Naruto's stall surged, his business thriving immensely. He was so busy he could hardly keep his feet on the ground, yet his smile grew ever brighter. Money flowed into his pockets like a rushing river, creating an exhilarating sensation. Naruto felt as though he stood atop the pinnacle of life, basking in the limelight, secretly reveling. Hee, I am truly remarkable. Anyone who doubts me should step up. As he collected payment, he cheerfully called to customers. What can I get for you? I have everything you could desire. I guarantee your satisfaction. In the midst of the bustling competition venue, the exuberant cries of lucky kunai, you won T regret it, you won T be deceived, echoed vibrantly, becoming a picturesque highlight of the event. He, Uzumaki Naruto, an ordinary genin, had unexpectedly emerged as the most dazzling star of the tournament. Yet, just as Naruto reveled in the euphoria of his success, the organizer approached him with a serious demeanor. Uzumaki Naruto, the organizer intoned gravely. Due to the uniqueness of your merchandise, in order to ensure fairness and justice in the competition, we have decided. He paused, his gaze fixed on Naruto. Starting tomorrow, every contestant will be permitted to purchase only one type of your product each day, with a maximum of 3 items. Chapter 33. Overcoming obstacles and returning triumphant. Naruto's smile instantly froze, his brow furrowing deeply. It was as if he had been struck by a pause button. The surrounding cheers and laughter faded into the distance, becoming blurred and indistinct. What had once been a lively stall was now shrouded in an ominous shadow, starkly contrasting with the surrounding merriment. Naruto stroked his chin, his mind racing as he contemplated this rule, which seemed explicitly designed to thwart him. Heck, kid. It's your turn to face the music. Nearby, a few vendors sneered mockingly, their faces alight with schadenfreude. They had long envied Naruto's meteoric rise to wealth that night, and witnessing his predicament brought them immense satisfaction. Naruto narrowed his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the petty merchants, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You want to see me falter? Not so easily. He surveyed the bustling scene around him. Despite the restrictions, the participating ninjas were still eyeing his goods, though they began to disperse in small groups. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the charged atmosphere, determination igniting in his gaze. I say, sir. Naruto turned to the stern-faced organizer, his tone laced with defiance. Isn't this rule a tad too rigid? We, as merchants, thrive on flexibility, wouldn't you agree? The organizer remained impassive, adjusting his glasses, embodying a bureaucratic demeanor. Rules are rules and must be strictly enforced. If you wish to continue participating in the competition, you must comply. TSK, this old man is quite stubborn. Naruto mused inwardly, then promptly donned a harmless smile. You're right, sir. Rules should indeed be followed. However, he elongated his words. Shouldn't there be room for a bit of flexibility within those rules? As the words escaped his lips, the air seemed to freeze. The other vendors exchanged glances, astonished that Naruto dared to confront the organizer directly, their eyes alight with curiosity, eager for the unfolding spectacle. Even the contestants who had initially intended to forego purchasing Naruto's products paused, intrigued to witness how this stall prince would navigate the impending challenge. Ignoring the whispers surrounding him, Naruto extended his finger and gently tapped the table, producing a crisp sound as if deep in contemplation. He surveyed the crowd before him, and suddenly, a radiant smile blossomed on his face, filled with confidence and a hint of mischief. It seemed a change in strategy was in order, he murmured softly, an inexplicable gleam flickering in his eyes. Casually, he picked up a shadow clone pill and raised a slight smile at Lee. Hey, Lee, isn't this what you wanted? Naruto's unexpected exclamation startled Lee, who had been engaged in hushed conversation with Tenten. Staring blankly, he pointed to himself in confusion. Me? Yes, you. Naruto exclaimed with a hearty laugh, thrusting the shadow clone pill into Lee's hand. It's a gift. A gift for me? Lee was even more bewildered. This was a precious item, and to simply give it away? Instinctively, he glanced towards Tenten for support. She, too, appeared puzzled, wondering what scheme Naruto was concocting. Hey, no need to fret. It's truly a gift. Naruto winked mischievously, adding, however, since you're receiving my item for free, you ought to show some appreciation. Don't you think? With that, he gestured towards a pile of ordinary shuriken at his stall. How about buying some shuriken to practice with? Suddenly enlightened, Lee's eyes sparkled with excitement. He eagerly clutched the shadow clone pill and nodded vigorously. Yes. I want to buy? I want to buy? In a single breath. He purchased 10 shuriken, fearful that Naruto might change his mind. The surrounding ninjas quickly grasped the situation. It turned out that the rules merely restricted the sale of special items, but did not prohibit gifts. This clever lad was truly ingenious. I'll buy shuriken. How about a detox pill as a gift? I'll purchase explosive tags. Can I get a lucky shuriken as well? In an instant, Naruto's stall was once again bustling with activity, even more vibrant than before. The vendors who had initially awaited a spectacle were left agape, astonished at Naruto's cunning approach. Busy and exhilarated, Naruto wore a confident smile as he collected money and distributed special items, his heart brimming with joy. It appeared that these rules were no match for him. As sales continued, Naruto noticed that many of the ninjas purchasing items hailed from foreign lands, all seeking items linked to a particular special technique. It seemed significant events were on the horizon, Naruto mused. Just then, a mysterious figure appeared before him, speaking in a low, urgent tone. Amidst the flurry of activity, Naruto was relentless, dispensing shadow clone pills, detox beans, and lucky shuriken as if they were worthless, in exchange for jingling coins. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have achieved your goal of selling 50 special items, earning 500 taels of silver. The system's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, more melodious than the roar of the 9 tails. Haha, a trivial matter, Naruto proclaimed, hands on his hips, laughing heartily, basking in his success. At the stall, ninjas from various nations were fervently competing to purchase Naruto's gifts, creating a scene that was nothing short of spectacular, with drums beating, firecrackers exploding, and vibrant banners fluttering. Truly a grand spectacle. Ahem, perhaps that was a bit exaggerated, but it was undoubtedly a lively affair. The organizer of the competition, a rather pedantic old man, stood there, utterly astonished. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the radiant brilliance of Naruto, and thought to himself, this boy has truly accomplished the unimaginable. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged that the rules seemed incapable of restraining this little prodigy. As the contest concluded, Naruto inevitably became the center of attention, his glory dazzling the eyes of all present. Standing in the arena's center, he basked in the cheers of the crowd, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life, ready to marry a beautiful heiress and embark on the path of a true victor. Ahem. Perhaps he was getting ahead of himself. Naruto's fame spread like a rocket with wings, swiftly permeating the entire shinobi world. Upon returning to their respective villages, ninja from various nations boasted, let me tell you, there's a street prince in Konoha, and he is unbelievably impressive. The villagers of Konoha walked with an air of pride, their expressions radiating the sentiment that their village had produced a hero like Naruto. This once underestimated underdog had now become the beacon of hope for Konoha, surpassing all expectations. He felt akin to a rising star, illuminating the entire shinobi realm. Admittedly, he might have been a tad melodramatic, but nonetheless, he had reached a significant peak in his career, and it felt exhilarating. Just as Naruto reveled in this monumental honor, preparing to embark on his money-making schemes, a cloaked Anbu ninja suddenly appeared before him, kneeling on one knee with urgency in his voice. Lord Naruto, the Hokage urgently summons you. Something has transpired in the shinobi world. Something has happened in the shinobi world? What could it be? Has someone encroached upon my territory? Naruto scratched his head, bewildered. Just as he was savoring his success, ready to unleash his ambitions, this sudden grim news hit him harder than discovering his ramen lacked chashu. The Anbu ninja spoke with gravity, stating that the Hokage would explain the situation, urging him to proceed immediately to the Hokage's office. Naruto wiped the playful grin from his face, sensing the urgency in the Anbu's tone. It seemed this matter was indeed serious. Upon entering the Hokage's office, he was met with an atmosphere of palpable tension, as if the very air had solidified into ice. The third Hokage's expression was ashen, brows furrowed tightly, resembling a worker deprived of his wages. Naruto, the situation is critical. There is no room for hesitation, the third Hokage stated bluntly. An evil force is stirring in the shadows, with the intent to annihilate the entire shinobi world. We must unite the strengths of all ninja villages to confront this threat. Annihilate the shinobi world? How absurd. Naruto couldn't help but scoff at the villain's reasoning, which was as peculiar as his own thoughts. Nevertheless, a fierce determination ignited within him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to showcase his abilities. Hokage-sama, just tell me what I need to do. I, Naruto, will not shy away from the task of saving the world, he declared, thumping his chest with fervor. Thus, Naruto embarked on his diplomatic journey. First, he returned home to enlist the help of Gu Changfeng, Kankuro, and Shino. Xiang Lin analyzed the current situation and provided detailed intelligence from each village, while Chongwu expressed his unwavering commitment to carry out any orders given by Naruto. With his strongest support team, Naruto hurriedly made his way to each ninja village. However, reality struck him like a thunderbolt. What? Collaborate with the lower ninjas of Konoha? Are you jesting? The leader of Sunigakure rolled his eyes, exhibiting an utterly dismissive attitude. Such a young age, yet such grand claims. By what right do you assert that you can save the ninja world? The leader of Kirigakure responded with scornful derision, wearing an expression of amusement. In the face of the village leader's skepticism and distrust, Naruto did not falter. He showcased the peculiar trinkets he had sold at street stalls, as well as the prowess he had displayed in competitions, striving to persuade them. Esteemed leaders, though I am merely a lower ninja, my aspiration is to become Hokage and save the world, Naruto declared emphatically, his clear gaze brimming with determination. I believe that as long as we unite our efforts, we can certainly triumph over evil forces. Yet, many village leaders remained skeptical, still observing from the sidelines, not fully convinced by Naruto. The atmosphere was so suffocating it was nearly unbearable. Naruto clenched his fists anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He understood that time was of the essence. Every moment wasted meant an increase in peril for the ninja world. Esteemed leaders, will you truly stand by and watch the ninja world crumble? Just as Naruto was making his case, a weary ninja rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "It's dire. Such and such village has been attacked. It's terrible. Takigakure has been assaulted." The messenger was pale as a ghost, struggling for breath. This news struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in everyone's ears. The previously wavering village leaders instantly changed their expressions, and an atmosphere of panic permeated the air. What? Naruto felt a buzzing in his head, darkness creeping into his vision. Takigakure? That was a peaceful village renowned for its hot springs. Without a moment to ponder, Naruto immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished before the crowd. When he arrived, the sight before him shattered his heart. The once thriving Takigakure now lay in ruins. Crumbling walls, flames reaching for the sky, and the acrid scent of charred debris filled the air. The once bustling streets were now strewn with bodies. The anguished cries of villagers echoing like wails from the depths of hell, each sound striking at Naruto's heart. How could this happen? His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, powerless. He trembled as he reached out, desperately trying to grasp something, but only grasped a handful of cold earth. The surrounding ruins radiated a sense of despair, as if an invisible hand was tightly constricting his throat, rendering him breathless. He felt his insignificance, like a grain of sand in the vast ocean, utterly powerless against the towering waves. Just as Naruto sank into despair, a familiar figure appeared at his side. It was Uchiha Sasuke. As stoic as ever, he bore an expression that betrayed a hint of concern. "Sasuke." Naruto lifted his head, his voice hoarse. "You did well." Sasuke's tone, though brusque, conveyed a resolute assurance. "I will assist you." This succinct statement bestowed upon Naruto an immense sense of encouragement. He sprang to his feet, his eyes reigniting with the flames of hope. Sasuke's presence acted as a potent tonic, invigorating the hearts of all present. The previously indecisive village leaders began expressing their willingness to collaborate in the face of malevolent forces. "What shall we do next, Naruto?" Shikamaru inquired, approaching Naruto with a grave demeanor. Taking a deep breath, Naruto fixed his unwavering gaze into the distance, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Let us rally all our strength and prepare for a counterattack." "Wait," Ino interjected suddenly, interrupting Naruto's strategy. "I believe the situation is more complex than it appears." The leader of the malevolent forces stood atop a vantage point, surveying the chaotic scene of battling ninjas below, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. He had anticipated that this assault would shatter Naruto completely. Instead, the boy exhibited an indomitable spirit, proving him gravely mistaken. Yet, this only amplified the intrigue. "The game had only just begun, little one," he murmured, On Naruto's side, spurred by Ino's caution, they refrained from hasty actions. After meticulous planning, Naruto resolved to launch an assault on a small outpost of the evil forces situated at the borders of the Land of Fire, intending to test their strength and bolster morale. "Brothers, charge with me." With this command, Naruto led a throng of ninjas, their spirits aflame as they surged towards the enemy's stronghold. The battle was astonishingly fierce, with the clamor of combat reverberating through the air. Blades flashed, and various ninjutsu, fire, water, lightning, illuminated the night sky. Naruto truly maximized his makeshift system. He produced a lucky shuriken and casually hurled it, striking the enemy leader's vital point with precision. "Huh. Did you expect this? I exchanged a hefty sum for this treasure from the system." Naruto laughed triumphantly, inciting a chorus of cheers from the surrounding ninjas. "Another bottle of chakra boost pills. I feel invigorated," Naruto exclaimed, swallowing a pill that filled him with renewed vitality. Like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, he plunged into the enemy ranks, weaving and darting with unmatched agility. The opposing ninjas found themselves overwhelmed, crying out in despair. The enemy leader, witnessing this spectacle, turned pale and hastily commanded a retreat. As they observed the enemy fleeing in disarray, the ninjas erupted into deafening cheers. Naruto, too, exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow while donning a contented smile. It seems we are not entirely without prospects for victory. However, the euphoria of triumph was short-lived. Just as they reveled in their success, a shocking piece of news arrived. Konoha had been attacked. What? Naruto's expression shifted dramatically, a chill racing from his toes to the crown of his head. "What shall we do now, Naruto?" Shikamaru's voice trembled. "Konoha has been attacked." Naruto's brow furrowed deeply, this news striking him like a bolt from the blue, extinguishing much of the hope he had recently rekindled. He cast a glance around, and the once impressed ninjas now wore expressions of hesitation and doubt. I knew it. This kid is nothing but a harbinger of misfortune, just when things were looking up. Calamity strikes," muttered a sand ninja under his breath. His words, though softly spoken, reached Naruto's ears with crystal clarity. Taking a deep breath, Naruto understood that now was not the time for despair. He rose abruptly, his gaze resolute and fierce, sweeping over every ninja present as if he were a sovereign surveying his domain. "I am aware of your thoughts. You perceive me as a troublemaker. However, this attack is undoubtedly linked to the sinister forces we faced previously. Now is not the moment for internal strife. We must unite." His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable power, as if infused with a certain enchantment that gradually quelled the surrounding clamor. "Don't be fooled by him. This kid could very well be in cahoots with the malevolent forces," a cloud ninja vociferously challenged, attempting to incite the sentiments of others. Naruto let out a cold snicker. He had anticipated that someone would rise to sow discord. "I, Naruto, act with integrity. Who dares to question me? Let them come forth." He exuded an aura of formidable presence that silenced those who had initially contemplated retorting against him. "Sasuke, Karen, Choji, let us proceed," Naruto called out, leading the way. Sasuke followed closely, a rare hint of approval gracing his typically stoic countenance. Karen adjusted her glasses, a subtle smile hinting at her satisfaction with Naruto's demeanor. Choji, in his endearing simplicity, scratched his head and trailed behind them like a loyal sentinel. The group swiftly arrived at a clearing, where Naruto laid out the nefarious tools and remnants seized from the recent skirmish. "Esteemed village leaders, open your eyes and behold. These are not conjured by me. They are veritable artifacts." He gestured emphatically towards the sinister weapons, proclaiming, "These pieces of evidence are sufficient to demonstrate the formidable adversary we face. If we fail to unite, being picked off one by one is but a matter of time." The village leaders exchanged glances, their faces etched with gravity. Yet, some still voiced skepticism, suggesting that these items might be fabrications of Naruto's own making. "In my opinion, this kid is attempting to pull off a grand deception. Who knows if he orchestrated this himself?" scoffed a bearded leader from the Rock Village. "Indeed, how can we be certain he isn't merely performing for our benefit?" echoed the Mist Village leader in agreement. Confronted with such doubts, Naruto felt as if he were rowing upstream, each advance fraught with difficulty. He clenched his teeth, enduring the debate, striving to persuade them with his sincerity and strength. The atmosphere was thick with tension, a palpable sense of impending conflict hanging in the air. Suddenly, a figure burst forth, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "This is bad." Our village, our village. What has happened? Speak clearly, demanded a leader, his brow furrowed with concern. The newcomer's face was ashen, as if he had encountered something profoundly terrifying. He opened his mouth, but could not articulate a single coherent word. The individual gasped for breath, akin to a fish out of water, finally managing to utter a complete sentence. Our village's medical team has been attacked. Upon the utterance of these words, a wave of uproar engulfed the gathering, as if a boulder had been cast into a tranquil lake, instantly shattering the calm. The village leaders paled, their faces ashen, engaging in fervent discussions, the scene spiraling into chaos. Some pounded the table in rage, others sighed deeply, and a few collapsed onto the ground, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Naruto observed all of this with a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. He could acutely sense the pervasive panic in the air. The glimmers of hope that once shone in the eyes of those around him were now overshadowed by despair. He understood that the malevolent forces were acting with a savagery beyond his imagination, employing ruthless methods. The medical supplies, they may not last much longer. A trembling rock ninja voiced, his tone laden with hopelessness. Infuriating. These bastards are utterly deranged. A hot-tempered cloud ninja bellowed, itching to rush out and rend the wicked forces to pieces. Just as the assembly found themselves at a loss, Cheyenne stepped forward, adjusting her glasses. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if she could pierce through the shrouds of confusion. Please remain calm. I have discerned a clue, she said, pacing deliberately before the crowd. Clearing her throat, she continued, based on prior intelligence and this recent assault, it appears that the malevolent forces are not acting blindly. Their actions seem to follow a discernible pattern, as if they are targeting something specific. Pointing to the debris strewn across the ground, her voice resolute, she stated, I have analyzed the residual traces of these evil ninja tools and discovered that they all point to a common source of energy, which should be their weakness. If we can locate and obliterate this source, we can stem their offensive. Cheyenne's words shone like a beacon in the darkness, instantly igniting hope within the hearts of the assembly. The once despairing gazes rekindled with renewed vigor, as if they beheld the dawn of victory. Miss Cheyenne, is what you say truly accurate? An excited Miss Ninja inquired. With a gentle smile, Cheyenne confidently replied, I assure you, in the name of Cheyenne, every word I speak is true. Her declaration resonated with all present, infusing them with her unwavering confidence. They began to reassess Naruto and his companions, recognizing not only their formidable strength, but also their incredible intellect. The earlier doubts dissipated like mist. Naruto cast a grateful glance at Cheyenne, his heart brimming with emotion. He knew that her analysis had undoubtedly secured them precious time. Turning to the assembly, he surveyed each ninja, feeling the trust and expectation radiating from their eyes. Everyone, this is not the moment for sorrow. We must act without delay. For our village, for our families, for the peace of the ninja world, Naruto proclaimed, raising his fist high, his voice resonating powerfully. The ninjas rallied in response, their voices echoing with fervor. For the village, for the families, for the peace of the ninja world. As the atmosphere brimmed with enthusiasm, Chongwu suddenly exclaimed, Naruto, my detox pills are almost sold out. Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd, their expressions a medley of surprise and concern, as if the air itself had solidified. Naruto slowly turned to face Chongwu, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, and said, Chongwu, can you please calm down for a moment? With a sweeping gesture, Naruto declared with unbridled spirit, what are we afraid of? If we're out of stock, we'll procure more. Brothers, charge with me. He led the charge like a cannonball propelled from its barrel, followed by a torrent of fervent ninjas, a surging wave of indomitable force. Chongwu, brimming with excitement, let out a wild cry, transforming into a cursed seal state. His muscles bulging like a feral beast, rampaging through the fray, sending adversaries flying and their screams echoing in the air. The scene resembled a human bulldozer in an extravagant display. Rasengan, Naruto bellowed, as the azure chakra sphere in his hand spun at high velocity, emitting a piercing whistle, before crashing into the enemy ranks with a thunderous explosion. The shockwave from the blast toppled nearby foes, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sun. Sasuke, not to be outdone, activated his Sharingan, with his kunai glinting ominously as he navigated through the enemy lines like a phantom, claiming lives with each precise strike. Meanwhile, Cheyenne remained composed, analyzing the battlefield and directing the ninjas to execute effective assaults, thoroughly disrupting the enemy formation. The malevolent leader, perched high above, surveyed his disorganized troops with fury boiling within him, gritting his teeth as he roared, "Damn Naruto! How dare you thwart my plans?" He had believed that increasing harassment would ensnare Naruto, yet it had instead forged an unbreakable bond among the ninjas, a development he had not anticipated. As Naruto observed the enemy's disarrayed retreat, a triumphant smile spread across his face. With hands on his hips, he laughed heartily. "Ha! You think you can challenge me? You're still too inexperienced. Come again, and I assure you, you'll return empty-handed." Seizing the moment, he continued to bolster the trust among the ninjas, weaving grand visions and imparting wisdom, leaving them in a daze. However, amidst the chaos of battle, Naruto recognized a grave issue. The supply of market goods was dwindling. Gazing at the few remaining shadow clone pills in his hand, a sinking feeling enveloped him. "Chongwu, it seems our stock is running low," he remarked, scratching his head, his tone tinged with embarrassment. Chongwu, equally taken aback, scratched his head in confusion. "Huh? Is it already sold out?" Naruto's expression darkened. This was not as simple as restocking at a marketplace. He understood the severity of the shortage of market goods, which could jeopardize future battles and even threaten the safety of the entire ninja world. "It seems I must devise a solution," Naruto murmured to himself, casting his gaze into the distance. "Naruto, what's wrong?" Chongwu inquired, puzzled. Naruto remained silent, clenching his fist tightly. Chapter 36, A Counterattack in Desperation. Temporarily averting crisis, Naruto furrowed his brow, rhythmically tapping his fingers against his thigh, each beat resonating like a drum in the hearts of those around him. A shortage of market goods was akin to a ninja devoid of chakra. How could they continue to fight? He spoke to himself, his tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. In their hiding place, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could be wrung out for water. The ninjas exchanged glances, each face betraying a deep concern. The air was thick with a palpable tension, like an invisible net ensnaring everyone. Yet, in such moments, Naruto's optimistic spirit shone even brighter. He took a deep breath, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. "What is there to fear? Isn't it merely a matter of supplies? We shall procure more," Naruto exclaimed, slapping his thigh with unexpected fervor. "Procure more?" Jago looked utterly bewildered. "Where would we go for that? It's not like we're heading to Ichiraku Ramen. Of course, we're going to the enemy's lair." A sly smile crept across Naruto's lips, his eyes glimmering with the brilliance of a cunning plan. "They must have acquired their supplies from somewhere. Let us take out their supplier in one fell swoop." The proclamation left everyone astounded. Sasuke was the first to voice his dissent. "Naruto, have you lost your mind? This is far too perilous. The enemy's stronghold is surely riddled with traps. It would be akin to lambs entering a tiger's den. If one does not enter the tiger's lair, how can one hope to capture its cubs?" Naruto stood firm, his gaze unwavering. Rather than waiting idly for doom, it is better to take a bold risk. Moreover, I have a premonition that this endeavor will yield unexpected rewards. "A premonition?" Sasuke scoffed. "When has your intuition ever proved reliable?" This time is different," Naruto replied mysteriously, teasing them with intrigue. "In any case, trust me." Seeing Naruto's unwavering determination, the others hesitated to voice further objections. Shine stepped forward, calmly analyzing the situation. "If we are to go, we must be thoroughly prepared. Knowing ourselves and our enemy will ensure victory in every battle." "Shine is right." Naruto nodded appreciatively. "Jago, you shall wait." Sasuke interjected suddenly. "Even if we go, we cannot leave everyone behind. We need some to remain here, just in case." Sasuke made a valid point. Naruto pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. After a moment, he raised his head, his eyes scanning the group with intensity. "Here's the plan. I, along with Sasuke, Shine, and Jago, will form a quartet to infiltrate the enemy's lair. The rest shall stay behind, ever vigilant." Naruto and Sasuke wished to voice further thoughts, but Naruto silenced them with a glance. "It is settled," Naruto declared with an air of finality, turning to stride out of their hiding place. The four figures vanished into the night, leaving behind the anxious breaths and restless anticipation of their comrades. The night was ink-black, shrouding all in obscurity. On the rugged mountain path, Naruto and his trio pressed forward with great difficulty. To evade the enemy's patrols, they were forced to take a longer route, traversing seldom trodden paths. "Ugh," Naruto gasped, clutching his arm, which had been scratched by thorns. This path is treacherous. It's even more daunting than the forest of death in Konoha. Less complaining, trailing behind, Sasuke shot him a cold glance. If it weren't for your insistence on procuring supplies here, we wouldn't be enduring this torment. Ahem, Cheyenne coughed lightly, breaking the tension between them. This is not the time for quarrels. Let us focus on how to locate the enemy's resource depot. Jago silently walked at the rear, steadfast as a mountain, providing protection for the group. As the journey unfolded, traps abounded and crises loomed ominously. Naruto, relying on his remarkable reflexes and a stroke of fortune, narrowly evaded peril time and again, albeit at a considerable cost. His body bore numerous scars, his clothing was tattered in several places, and he appeared utterly disheveled. I can't go on any longer, Naruto exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. The surrounding darkness seemed poised to engulf him, and waves of despair surged within his heart. Naruto. Ino gazed at him with concern, urging him to rally. We have come so far. We cannot falter now. Although Sasuke remained silent, the worry in his eyes was unmistakable. Even the taciturn Nin, Shikamaru, approached Naruto, gently patting his shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. Naruto's eyelids grew heavier, and his consciousness began to blur. Are we truly destined for failure? Just then, he felt something beneath his feet. He abruptly opened his eyes and, aided by the faint moonlight, discerned an inconspicuous mechanism on the ground. Wait, he exclaimed, seizing Ino's hand. I think I found something. Cautiously, he activated the mechanism, and with a click, a hidden door emerged from the floor. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Taking a deep breath, Naruto pushed the door open, and a pungent aroma of medicine wafted out. We found it, Naruto shouted in exhilaration, hope rekindling in his eyes. Beyond the door lay a vast underground storeroom, brimming with various materials, crucial components for crafting street wares. We're rich. We're rich. Naruto danced with excitement. Now we have a chance. But let us not celebrate too soon. Ino cautioned calmly. We need to move these materials out quickly, and then we'll surprise them. A mischievous glint flickered in Naruto's eyes. Hee, I have a brilliant idea. What idea? Sasuke inquired curiously. With a mysterious smile, Naruto leaned closer to Sasuke and whispered a few words. Can that really work? Sasuke expressed doubt. Trust me, Naruto reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. The quartet swiftly set to work, emptying the storeroom of its contents before vanishing, leaving behind an empty warehouse and a larger surprise awaiting discovery. Upon returning to their hideout, Naruto and his companions were met with anxious ninja, who had been eagerly anticipating their return. When they beheld Naruto, laden with a sack full of spoils, a jubilant cheer erupted among them, lifting their spirits. Brothers, it's time to counterattack, Naruto declared, raising his arms triumphantly. The reinvigorated ninja, buoyed by their newfound supplies, surged with renewed determination. Under Naruto's leadership, they united the ninjas from various villages and launched a comprehensive assault against the malevolent forces. The battle was fierce, with cries of combat echoing through the air. Naruto fully harnessed his advantage as a street vendor, unleashing an array of bizarre items that caught the enemy off guard. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Transform. Naruto swallowed a pill, instantly conjuring hundreds of shadow clones that encircled the adversaries. Antidote beans. Release. In the face of the enemy's toxic gas assault, Naruto scattered a handful of beans, causing the poison to dissipate instantaneously. Fortune favored the kunai. With perfect precision, Naruto hurled the weapon, striking the enemy's vital point with unerring accuracy. Witnessing the adversary's disarray, the morale of the ninjas soared, their cheers echoing through the heavens. Naruto, the eternal god. Naruto, you are magnificent. Under Naruto's leadership, the ninja coalition surged forward, vanquishing the malevolent forces with overwhelming might. However, just when victory seemed within reach, the leader of the evil faction managed to escape amidst the chaos. Cursed be his flight, Naruto exclaimed, his fist crashing into the ground in frustration. Although he had not entirely eradicated the sinister threat, this battle had nonetheless elevated Naruto's reputation throughout the ninja world. The leaders of various ninja villages regarded him with newfound respect, fully acknowledging his prowess and leadership. Standing amidst the smoke-laden battlefield, basking in the admiration of his peers, Naruto felt no joy in his heart. He was acutely aware that greater battles lay ahead. Meanwhile, the leader of the malevolent forces, having fled to a mysterious location, stood before an enigmatic altar murmuring incantations. Heh, the real drama is only just beginning. Chapter 37. Infiltration and annihilation of the evil foe bathed in the glow of flames. Naruto stood on the battlefield, hands on his hips, gazing at the retreating enemy in the distance. Despite his exhaustion, an indomitable spirit burned brightly in his eyes. The surrounding ninjas sheathed their weapons, their faces alight with joy. Naruto, you are incredible. Gu Changfeng approached and patted Naruto on the shoulder. Naruto smiled in response. Though they had achieved victory, the leader of the evil forces had escaped. Cursed be his flight. He bellowed, striking the ground once more in vexation. Though the ninjas around him expressed understanding, Naruto could not shake his discontent. Naruto, what shall we do next? Xianglin inquired, her gaze revealing both concern and determination. Naruto's expression gradually hardened. He lifted his gaze toward the mountains shrouded in night. I know where he has fled. We must take the initiative and eradicate this source of calamity. Resolute in his decision, he turned to the ninjas surrounding him. Naruto, we shall follow your lead, Chongwu declared, raising his fist with conviction. Gu Changfeng and Uchiha Sasuke nodded in agreement. Although Sasuke's demeanor remained stoic, trust glimmered in his eyes. Naruto acknowledged them with a nod and led the ninja coalition toward the mysterious location. They traversed towering mountains and rushed rivers, confronting the harshness of the environment. Tension and unease filling their hearts. Naruto, the path ahead grows increasingly treacherous, Gu Changfeng remarked with a frown. Indeed, the route was fraught with thorns and mire, as well as traps set by the malevolent forces. Naruto, perhaps we should rest for a moment? Continuing forward may lead to peril, Chongwu suggested. Yet Naruto resolutely shook his head. No, we must hasten to our destination. Otherwise, the enemy will seize the opportunity to regroup. His tone was firm, his eyes gleaming with an undeniable intensity. The surrounding ninjas exchanged glances, their hearts filled with hesitation, yet they were inspired by Naruto's unwavering resolve. Each one steeling themselves for the journey ahead. Let us forge onward together, Kankuro encouraged, her voice imbued with a hint of determination. Sasuke clenched his fists tighter, maintaining his cool demeanor, yet internally resolved to follow Naruto to the bitter end. Just as they prepared to advance, a subtle rustling emerged from the nearby bushes. Instantly alert, Naruto drew his kunai, eyes fixed on the source of the sound. There is someone, he whispered sharply, prompting the surrounding ninjas to enter a battle-ready stance. The atmosphere thickening with tension. Hold your positions. Let us discern who it is, Naruto commanded, his voice steady and authoritative. The kunai in his grasp glinting in the dim light. In that moment, a figure clad in black leaped from the underbrush, wielding a sharp blade, eyes glinting with malice. You wretched scum! The assailant roared, preparing to strike. Shadow Clone Jutsu appear. With Naruto's command, a mist enveloped the area, and numerous shadow clones encircled the dark-clad figure. The assailant's expression shifted to one of panic as he attempted to flee, but Naruto's next order was already issued. Lucky kunai, hit your mark. The kunai shot forth like lightning, striking the assailant's vital point with unerring accuracy. A scream escaped him as he collapsed, lifeless. Naruto smirked and turned to his comrades. Prepare yourselves. The battles that lie ahead will be even more perilous. We must unite to vanquish the forces of evil. His words resonated like a war drum, stirring the hearts of all present. The ninjas responded with fervor, their spirits soaring. As they readied to move forward, an ominous wind swept through, carrying an unsettling aura. Heh! The true spectacle is only just beginning. A deep voice echoed through the night, reverberating from all directions, sending shivers down their spines. Naruto's gaze sharpened, gripping his kunai tighter, determination radiating from him. No matter the challenges that await, we shall press on without hesitation. His declaration was resolute, imbued with an undeniable conviction. The ninjas nodded in agreement, following him into a new odyssey. The night was as dark as ink, the wind howled ominously, as if countless vengeful spirits whispered in the shadows. Cautiously, Naruto led the group into the enemy's lair, revealing a dim underground chamber, filled with the stench of decay and blood, inducing a wave of discomfort. Be wary. The air is thick with malevolence. There may be foul entities lurking, Kankuro cautioned, closely trailing Naruto, her eyes gleaming with vigilance. Yugo brandished his massive fists, ever ready for combat, while Sasuke, though still stoic, gripped his kunai with renewed intensity. Everyone, keep your spirits high. Don't let this eerie atmosphere intimidate you. Naruto shouted, deliberately raising his voice to shatter the oppressive tension, forging ahead, his shadow clones ever watchful. However, the adversaries were evidently not to be trifled with. No sooner had they delved into the lair than a multitude of shadowy figures surged forth from all directions, brandishing their blades like a relentless tide, charging towards Naruto and his companions. Goodness, the sheer number is utterly outrageous. Triumphant could not help but exclaim as he swung his ninja blade, struggling to fend off the onslaught of foes. The battle erupted instantaneously. A cacophony of clashing steel and anguished cries filled the air, while the ground was stained crimson. The pungent scent of blood permeating the atmosphere, and despair began to spread among the ranks. I can barely hold on. Why are there so many of them? A ninja shouted, his arm gaping with a deep gash inflicted by an enemy, blood gushing forth. Heavy Wu also began to gasp for breath, his body marred with wounds. Despite his formidable strength, he felt overwhelmed in the face of such a multitude. Just as despair loomed over them, a sly smile crept upon Naruto's lips. The show is about to begin. Swiftly, he produced several scrolls, casting them to the ground. In a puff of white smoke, an innumerable number of shadow clones emerged, detonating like miniature bombs amidst the throngs, sending the advancing enemies sprawling in disarray, their screams echoing. Incredible! Is this even possible? Naruto is amazing. Triumphant watched in astonishment, his own movements growing more vigorous. Unfazed, Naruto continued his assault, producing bags of detoxifying beans and scattering them across the ground, a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. The injured ninjas eagerly scooped up the beans and consumed them, their wounds swiftly mending and vigor returning. This must be divine medicine, an injured ninja exclaimed, feeling revitalized and rejoining the fray. Lucky kunai charge. With Naruto's command, countless kunai gleaming with an otherworldly light struck true, dispatching foes en masse. The enemies beheld the bizarre array of tools scattered about, their faces etched with terror and confusion. Despite their numerical superiority, they were being repelled by Naruto's peculiar arsenal. Charge! Annihilate them! The ninjas' morale soared, akin to tigers descending from the mountains, as they surged ferociously towards their foes. They fought with the fervor of those invigorated, overwhelming the enemy, who fell apart in disarray. Observing the chaos among the adversaries, Naruto wore a confident smile, arms crossed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Is this all? I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already crumbled? Just as Naruto prepared to press further, a sinister voice echoed from afar. Do you truly believe this will defeat me? Such naivety. The chilling laughter reverberated through the vast underground chamber as the figure of the malevolent leader materialized from the shadows. A disdainful smile gracing his lips, as if he were witnessing a farce unfold. He had presumed his stronghold to be impregnable, yet Naruto had breached the outer defenses with alarming ease, leaving him both astonished and enraged. How is this possible? The leader's expression froze, his eyes glinting with disbelief. Observing the captivating expression on the leader's face, Naruto's lips curled into a signature mischievous grin. Hey, old man, your lair isn't all that impressive, is it? Is this all you've got? Dare to show your face in public? Without granting the enemy a moment to react, Naruto commanded his ninja comrades, who surged forward like arrows released from a bowstring. The clashing of swords, roars of fury, and cries of anguish intertwined, creating a chaotic symphony. Sasuke moved like a wraith, his kunai slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, each strike precisely targeting the enemy's vital points. His cold gaze seemed to harvest the very lives of his foes. Jugo resembled a ferocious beast, wielding his massive fists, each blow accompanied by the thunderous sound of air bursting, leaving the adversaries battered and bloodied. Triumphant showed no signs of retreat either, his ninja blade dancing through the enemy ranks, carving a bloody path. Meanwhile, Kaguya remained at the rear, continuously analyzing the situation, utilizing her keen insight to provide support for her allies. Naruto was also far from idle. He alternated between producing shadow clones and tossing lucky kunai, employing an array of peculiar gadgets to bewilder the enemy. The battlefield resembled a colossal meat grinder, relentlessly devouring the lives of their foes. The malevolent forces were retreating in disarray, their screams and wails resonating like a mournful requiem for the dead. Surrounding structures crumbled amidst the fierce combat, raising clouds of dust, rendering the underground space a scene of devastation. What? Are these guys cheating? The leader was utterly bewildered, his gaze fixed on Naruto, who appeared as a god of war, an overwhelming sense of dread surging within him. He understood that if this continued, his demise was imminent. Just as the ninjas were on the brink of achieving ultimate victory, the entire underground space began to tremble violently, cracks appearing in the walls, as if something was about to collapse. Crack! A crisp sound shattered the cacophony of battle, followed by a chilling electronic voice. Self-destruct mechanism activated. Countdown initiated. 10, 9, 8. What the hell? What is this trick? Gu Changfeng exclaimed, his face paling as he observed the blinking red lights, a wave of intense anxiety washing over him. However, in that moment, Naruto swiftly regained his composure, surveying his surroundings. Chapter 38. A narrow victory. Dawn breaks. What the hell? What is this trick? Gu Changfeng screeched, his face turning green as he watched the incessantly blinking red lights, his calves tightening in fear. The surrounding ninjas were thrown into utter chaos, frantically fleeing like headless flies. Everyone stay calm. Naruto's thunderous shout resonated like a clap of thunder in their ears, reverberating through their very beings. Follow my lead. The ninjas paused, turning their attention to Naruto, awaiting his command. A tense atmosphere enveloped the space, akin to a taut string, poised to snap at any moment. Run! Quick, run! One ninja shouted hoarsely, turning and sprinting back the way they came. Run! The exit is blocked. Another ninja grabbed him, frantic and stomping his feet in desperation. This wretched place is riddled with traps. We cannot possibly escape. What then? Shall we wait for death? The previous ninja was on the verge of tears, his face a mess of snot and sorrow. Why not take a chance and dismantle this contraption? A burly ninja pointed at the self-destruct device, his voice resonating with determination. Dismantle it. Why not just fly to the heavens? This is clearly advanced technology. Do you think you can break it? Another ninja retorted without mercy. Silence. Naruto's voice rang out sharply, his formidable presence instantly commanding attention. He surveyed the surroundings, his mind racing as he weighed the pros and cons. Escape? The exit is blocked. There is no way out. Dismantle? There is insufficient time, and the risks are too great. Naruto, what shall we do now? Sasuke approached Naruto, his brow furrowed, a hint of urgency in his tone. Despite his usual cool demeanor, he could not help but reveal his reliance on Naruto in this life-and-death situation. Sasuke, take everyone and retreat. I will find a solution. Naruto's voice was resolute, his eyes shimmering with confidence. No, if we leave together. Sasuke insisted firmly, unwilling to abandon Naruto to face danger alone. Trust me, I have my own methods. Naruto grasped Sasuke's shoulder, his tone leaving no room for dissent. However, Sasuke attempted to protest, only to be interrupted by Naruto. Believe in me. Naruto gazed deeply into Sasuke's eyes, his voice imbued with trust and determination. Sasuke, looking into Naruto's steadfast expression, ultimately nodded. Just be careful. Rest assured. Naruto smiled slightly and turned to Karui. Karui, do you have any ideas? After a brief contemplation, Karui began to speak, but was interrupted by Shugo. He pointed to a ventilation duct above the self-destruct device. Perhaps we can escape through there. Shugo's voice was deep and resonant, standing firm like a mountain, instilling an inexplicable sense of security. The ventilation duct? Naruto looked up, observing that it was long and narrow, barely wide enough for a single person to pass. Do you think it's feasible? Better to try than to wait here for death. Gu Changfeng lamented, his face a mask of despair. Karui, what do you think? Naruto turned to Karui, his eyes filled with inquiry. After a careful examination of the duct, Karui nodded. It's worth a shot. According to my senses, the duct connects to the outside without any other traps. Excellent. Let us proceed. Naruto decisively declared. Sasuke, you take everyone and go first. Shugo and I will cover your retreat. No. If we leave together. Sasuke remained adamant. Enough with the arguments. We have little time. Naruto firmly pushed Sasuke aside, his tone resolute. Move quickly. Reluctantly, Sasuke led the others into the ventilation duct. In the cramped space, they huddled together like sardines in a can, struggling to breathe. The countdown of the self-destruct device grew increasingly urgent, the red lights flashing more rapidly, like ominous notes striking at their hearts. Beads of sweat formed on Naruto's forehead, his heart pounding like a drum. He surveyed his surroundings, desperately seeking a way to deactivate the self-destruct mechanism, yet all efforts seemed in vain. What to do? What to do? Naruto's heart burned with anxiety, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his very soul. Naruto, over here. The voice of Cheyenne suddenly resonated in his mind, illuminating his path like a beacon in the dark. Cheyenne, what have you discovered? Naruto inquired hastily. The control core of the self-destruct mechanism is right here. Cheyenne's voice brimmed with excitement. If they could destroy it, they could avert the impending doom. Where? Following Cheyenne's guidance, Naruto's gaze fixed upon an unremarkable corner, where a small button flickered with a faint red light. That's it. A surge of joy welled within Naruto as he dashed toward it, hand poised to press the button. Just then, a powerful force struck him, violently propelling him away. Who is it? Struggling to rise, Naruto beheld a shadow standing before him, exuding an oppressive aura. Hee. Trying to thwart the self-destruction? Not so easily. The shadow cackled ominously. Naruto's eyes widened, filled with shock and confusion. Naruto, be careful. Cheyenne's voice echoed again. He. Did you think you could escape through the ventilation ducts? Such naivety. The shadow laughed sinisterly. He was the leader of the evil forces. He had anticipated that the self-destruct mechanism would ensnare Naruto and his companions, but their unexpected survival ignited his fury. Goodness, this specter just won't relent. Gu Changfeng exclaimed. Trembling behind Sasuke, dusting himself off, Naruto rose, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You think you are the only one who can play dirty? The outcome is yet to be determined. Overestimating yourself. The evil leader scoffed, a powerful chakra emanating from him, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let's take him down. At Naruto's command, he charged forward. Rasengan. Naruto concentrated his chakra, forming a rapidly spinning blue energy sphere, which he hurled fiercely at the evil leader. The leader sneered dismissively, effortlessly evading Naruto's assault. Child's play. Sasuke, you go, it's your turn. Naruto called. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke formed seals with his hands, unleashing a massive fireball that engulfed the evil leader. Roar. Yugo bellowed, his body swelling rapidly into a colossal beast, swinging his enormous fists down upon the evil leader. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, flames soaring into the sky, shrouding the area in smoke. Cough, cough. The evil leader emerged from the haze, his clothing tattered. A trickle of blood seeping from his lips, clearly injured. You dare. The evil leader gritted his teeth. Cheyenne, now's the time. Naruto urged. Perception technique. Cheyenne closed her eyes, forming seals with her hands, sensing the flow of chakra around them. Found it. The core energy source of the evil forces is right there. Cheyenne pointed to a large crystal orb. All right, everyone, let's destroy it together. With a single command from Naruto, the crowd unleashed their full potential, attacking the crystal orb. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as a fissure appeared on the orb. Boom. Another thunderous noise resounded, shattering the crystal completely, significantly weakening the forces of evil amidst the ensuing chaos. Cursed lot, you shall pay for this. I will return, and when I do, the price will be 100-fold. The leader of the dark forces spat venomously before vanishing into the shadows. What shall we do next, boss? Gu Changfeng inquired. Naruto, gazing in the direction the malevolent leader had disappeared, flashed a glimmer of cold determination in his eyes. We wait. Chapter 39, the final showdown. Peace on the horizon. The smoke had yet to clear, and the acrid scent of charred remnants filled the air. Yet it could not quell the fervor coursing through the hearts of the gathered warriors. The leader's menacing words were cast aside by Naruto, as if swept away by an autumn breeze. TCH, that old fool, making threats while fleeing. How pathetic. Naruto scoffed, his eyes reflecting not fear, but an unquenchable fighting spirit. The surrounding ninjas, inspired by Naruto's demeanor, rallied together. Naruto, we stand with you. If that scoundrel dares return, we'll make him regret it. They shouted, emboldened, as if ready to tear their enemies to shreds, the atmosphere thick with an unyielding resolve. With a grand gesture, Naruto proclaimed, Brothers, pursue. I'll write my name backward if we don't bring this old fool to justice. Thus, under Naruto's leadership, the ninja coalition surged forth. A formidable wave set on a path of annihilation. They scoured for traces of the evil leader, intent on eradicating him entirely. However, the forces of darkness were far from defenseless. Their remnants lurked in the shadows, seizing opportunities to disrupt the ninjas. Enemy ambush. Remnants of the dark forces ahead. A reconnaissance ninja shouted. Charge. Give them a thrashing. With Naruto's command, the ninjas surged forward like wild stallions. Shuriken and kunai rained down like a torrential storm. while the brilliance of ninjutsu illuminated the battlefield in a kaleidoscope of colors. Each clash erupted in a shower of sparks, creating a visual and auditory spectacle on the battlefield. Gu Changfeng moved like a mobile artillery, unleashing powerful ninjutsu that sent foes sprawling. Sasuke Uchiha, with a cold demeanor, wielded his Kusanagi sword, each swing claiming a life. Meanwhile, Kaguya calmly assessed the battlefield, providing precise support to her allies. Zhongwu transformed into a human tank, standing firm against the relentless assaults from the enemy. Yet, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming, like unyielding cockroaches surging forth, inducing considerable strain on the ninjas. The intensity of battle escalated to a fever pitch. With the roars of fury, the clashing of weapons, and the explosions of ninjutsu merging into a cacophony of chaos. Just as the skirmish reached a fevered climax, a slender poison needle stealthily approached Naruto's back. Naruto caught a glimpse of a flash of silver in the corner of his eye, but it was already too late to evade. He felt a sharp pain sear through his back. "Boss, watch out!" Gu Changfeng's anguished cry reverberated across the battlefield. The instant the poison needle pierced Naruto's back, a wave of intense paralysis coursed through his body, causing him to stagger, nearly losing his footing. "Damn it! How could they ambush me?" "Naruto!" Sasuke exclaimed, attempting to rush to his aid, only to be ensnared by a throng of foes. "Ha ha! Now that you've been struck by my paralyzing needle, prepare to meet your demise." A nefarious figure leaped forth from the enemy ranks, the very assailant who had targeted Naruto. He wielded a peculiar blowgun and wore a sinister grin. The sensation of paralysis intensified, causing Naruto's body to gradually betray him, his chakra flow sluggish and hindered. The surrounding enemies, sensing his vulnerability, descended upon him like ravenous wolves, their blades flashing menacingly, each strike potentially fatal. "Curse it, I can't move." Naruto gritted his teeth, striving to summon his chakra, yet it felt as if he were ensnared in quicksand, unable to make any progress. "Boss!" Gu Changfeng fought fiercely against the enemies before him, striving to reach Naruto, but was soon surrounded by even more adversaries. Despair began to seep in. Was this to be his end? No. I must protect Konoha and realize my dream of peace. Rasengan. With a fierce roar, Sasuke crackled with lightning, breaking through the enemy encirclement and reaching Naruto's side, delivering a Rasengan that sent the assailant flying. "Naruto!" Sasuke called weakly. "Hold on." A voice echoed from afar. Karen, forming hand seals, summoned a surge of green chakra that flowed toward Naruto, alleviating the paralysis somewhat. Roar. Yugo unleashed a beastly growl, transforming into his cursed state, barreling through the foes and sending them sprawling. "Brothers, stand together." Feeling a resurgence of strength, Naruto retrieved a lucky kunai from his system space and hurled it with great force. The kunai traced a bizarre arc in the air, piercing through multiple enemies and striking true at their vital points. What the hell? The enemies stared in terror, disbelief etched on their faces as they beheld their injuries. "Lucky kunai, care to understand?" A wicked smile crept across Naruto's lips as he produced another kunai, preparing for another strike. "Stop wasting time. We must finish this swiftly," Sasuke urged coldly. "All right." Naruto stowed the kunai, swallowed a shadow clone pill, and with a resounding pop, dozens of Naruto clones materialized on the battlefield. "Brothers, grab your weapons," Naruto commanded, and the clones brandished an array of bizarre armaments, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the enemies. "Antidote beans, go!" Naruto tossed a handful of small beans toward the poisoned ninjas, who instantly felt revitalized, their combat prowess surging beyond measure. Caught off guard, the enemies faltered, their ranks collapsing in disarray. As he beheld the fallen foes, a profound sense of accomplishment swelled within Naruto. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions echoed from the distance. The deafening blasts rattled the ground, as if heralding the apocalypse. As the smoke cleared, a disheveled figure emerged before them, the leader of the malevolent forces. He was clad in tattered garments, his hair a disheveled mess, utterly devoid of the previous arrogance he once exuded. "This is impossible. How could you?" He gazed at Naruto incredulously, as if beholding a monster. Naruto brushed off the dust from his clothes, disdainfully curling his lip. "Tch, old man. Do you really think your petty tricks can affect me? I am destined to become the Hokage." The nefarious leader trembled with rage, having believed that Naruto would be vanquished by his remaining subordinates. To his astonishment, this individual staged a fierce counterattack, sending his henchmen sprawling. Panic surged within him. He was genuinely frightened. Retreat. Quickly retreat. He bellowed to his remaining followers before turning to flee, his speed surpassing that of a rabbit. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Naruto sneered, utilizing a body flicker technique to block his path. Today marks your demise. His gaze was piercing, akin to a leopard fixating on its prey. The climactic battle between the two was imminent. The malevolent leader unleashed an array of ninjutsu with reckless abandon, hurling them at Naruto as if they were free of cost. Fire release, wind release, earth release, various elemental chakras intertwined, forming a resplendent web of death. Naruto adeptly evaded the onslaught while seeking an opportunity to retaliate. No longer the Na'vi youth he once was, he had matured into a true warrior through countless battles. Rasengan. Seizing an opening, Naruto delivered a powerful Rasengan directly into the nefarious leader's body. The leader let out a harrowing scream as he was propelled by the immense force, crashing violently against the wall and creating a large dent. It's over. Naruto afforded him no respite, his figure flashing once more before him, delivering a swift and clean chop that rendered him unconscious. Is that all? I expected more, he remarked dismissively, dusting off his hands. With the downfall of the evil leader, the remaining subordinates relinquished their resistance, culminating in the long-standing war's resolution. Cheers and shouts reverberated across the battlefield. Ninjas gathered around, hoisting Naruto high into the air. Naruto, you are incredible. Naruto, you are our hero. As he surveyed the jubilant crowd, his heart swelled with pride and joy. He understood that he had finally safeguarded what he cherished, and the ninja world had at long last embraced the long-awaited peace. At that moment, a man clad in peculiar attire appeared in the market of Konohagakure. He approached Naruto's stall with measured steps, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Greetings, I possess items you have undoubtedly never encountered before." Chapter 40. The Emergence of the Otherworldly. Transactions disrupted the market of Konohagakure buzzed with vibrant energy, alive with the sounds of its bustling populace. Fresh from battle, Naruto set up his stall, cheerfully polishing his treasures, shadow clone pills, antidote beans, and lucky kunai, essential items on his path to greatness. However, at that moment, a man with an entirely different aura emerged from the crowd. He donned an unusual outfit of unknown material, topped with an exaggerated headpiece. As if he had traversed from another dimension, he slowly approached Naruto's stall, his curious eyes scanning each item with the precision of a scanner, a playful smile gracing his lips as if he were admiring a rare treasure. Who on earth is this? Naruto pondered inwardly, his gaze fixated on the unexpected visitor. The villagers of Konohagakure also took notice of this peculiar figure, abandoning their fruits and vegetables to gather around, a tense atmosphere beginning to permeate the air. Greetings. I possess some items you have undoubtedly never encountered, the enigmatic figure proclaimed, extending his hand to reveal a crystal shimmering with an otherworldly glow. His voice tinged with a hint of mystery. He gestured towards the goods on the stall, then pointed to the crystal in his hand. I wish to exchange these for your shadow clone jutsu pills. Before Naruto could respond, a thunderous voice erupted from the crowd. Halt! Who are you? What is your purpose in Konohagakure? The village advisor pushed through the throng, his expression grave and his eyes sharp, exuding an air of hostility. The advisor of Konohagakure? I am merely here to trade, harboring no ill intentions, the mysterious figure replied dismissively, a trace of disdain in his tone. Trade? Humph. The items you present are unfamiliar to me. Who knows if they are part of some nefarious plot? The advisor scoffed, his demeanor resolute. The rules of Konohagakure prohibit transactions with unknown entities. Moreover, we have no use for such currency. Naruto felt as though he were caught in a battlefield, with an otherworldly customer on one side and the conservative village elite on the other, trapped in a dilemma. He glanced at the crystal radiating peculiar energy in the stranger's hand, then at the advisor's grim visage, uncertain of how to proceed. What if I told you that this crystal could bring unimaginable benefits? The stranger suddenly smiled, his grin laden with significance. The advisor furrowed his brow, skepticism mingling with curiosity in his eyes. I shall show you something extraordinary, the stranger began, but before he could finish, he flicked his wrist and produced an odd object. The emotions of the Konohagakure villagers ignited like a powder keg, erupting into chaos. The advisor's words seemed to fan the flames of their hostility. The crowd became restless, shoving and shouting, a torrent of harsh words directed at the stranger. Get out. Konohagakure does not welcome you. Who knows if you're here to cause destruction? Leave at once. Your appearance screams trouble. The cacophony of insults pierced the air like 1,000 needles, and the stranger's smile faded, replaced by a flicker of displeasure. Naruto stood behind the stall, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He scratched his head, thinking, this script has taken a wrong turn. How did it turn into a large-scale siege? These villagers are far too quick to incite a riot. Amid the clamor, Naruto noticed the advisor still wore a stern expression, seemingly ready to order the arrest of the mysterious figure. Meanwhile, Sakura Haruno approached, her brow furrowed, as she too contemplated how to resolve the unfolding crisis. Kakashi remained concealed in the shadows, intermittently observing the fluctuations of the situation. Yamato, accompanied by several members of the Anbu, stood guard near the inn where the foreign envoy was temporarily residing, showing no signs of complacency. Naruto took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and proclaimed loudly, everyone, please remain calm. This esteemed guest is here to engage in trade. Let us first hear what he has to say. His voice, though not particularly loud, carried an inexplicable authority that gradually subdued the clamorous crowd. All eyes turned towards Naruto, reflecting a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. He glanced at the foreign envoy, a confident smile gracing his lips. My good sir, as you can see, we have our rules here. How about we take a moment to understand each other's trading protocols? This way, everyone will know you are not here to stir up trouble, correct? Upon hearing this, the envoy's eyes brightened, and he regarded Naruto with appreciation, a playful smile returning to his face. He thought to himself, this young man possesses a certain charm. Truly, one who can set up a stall has a quick wit. Just when the crowd expected Naruto to outright reject the envoy, he extended his hand towards him, cheerfully stating, come on, my friend. Let us shake hands and begin our discussion on the trading rules. Naruto's unexpected maneuver transformed the atmosphere dramatically, catching everyone off guard. The advisor's eyes nearly bulged out, as if witnessing a rare creature. The surrounding villagers stood frozen, their expressions akin to that of startled deer. Only the foreign envoy exhibited a glimmer of admiration, a slight smile playing on his lips, thinking this young man possesses potential for business. The advisor was about to interject, but was silenced by a mere glance from Naruto. With a jovial demeanor, Naruto led the envoy to the stall, inviting Sakura to join them, thereby initiating an extraordinary negotiation. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? Naruto broke the ice, retrieving a treasured drink from his collection. Call me Aluba, the envoy replied, taking a hearty gulp of the beverage and speaking with gusto. Excellent. Brother Aluba, what marvelous properties does this precious item possess? Naruto inquired, pointing excitedly at the crystalline stone emanating an otherworldly glow. Aluba smiled mysteriously and began his exposition. This crystal, he revealed, contained immense energy, capable not only of crafting weapons, but also of enhancing ninjutsu potency, and even had properties for beautification. Sakura listened intently, occasionally interjecting with insightful questions, while Naruto's mind raced with thoughts of newfound wealth. As Aluba unveiled an array of extraordinary resources from his world, fruits that could amplify chakra, self-repairing ninja tools, and even wings that granted temporary flight, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant, resembling a product launch rather than a mere negotiation. As the lively conversation unfolded, a villager suddenly dashed out from the crowd, snatching a fruit exuding an enticing aroma from Aluba's grasp and shoving it into his mouth, mumbling, "Let me see what this is." Aluba's eyes widened in disbelief, his fury palpable. Chapter 41. Resuming hostilities. Transactions re-emerged. The villager from Konoha clumsily emerged from the throng, seizing the peculiar fruit from Aluba and hastily consuming it while uttering indistinct words. Aluba, his face contorted in rage, glared fiercely. "Stop it!" Naruto rushed forward, gripping the villager's hand and tugging him back forcefully. The sudden action startled the villager, nearly causing the fruit to slip from his grasp. A wave of murmurs swept through the surrounding villagers, igniting a cacophony of voices and plunging the scene into chaos. "What are you doing?" Aluba's voice, tinged with anger, struggled to be heard over the din. Naruto quickly interjected with a nervous smile, "My apologies. This gentleman was merely too curious. Sometimes our villagers from Konoha can be a bit overly enthusiastic." Aluba's expression remained stormy, as he suppressed his ire and fixed a cold gaze upon the villagers. "I expect you to respect our foreign possessions. Otherwise, this transaction cannot proceed." The atmosphere turned tense, thick with unspoken tension. At that moment, a counselor from Konoha stepped forward, his gaze filled with discontent and wariness, his tone icy. Naruto, look at the consequences of your insistence on trading with outsiders. Not only has it disrupted the order of the village, but it may also pose greater dangers to Konoha. Naruto furrowed his brow, undeterred as he retorted, esteemed counselor. You underestimate the capabilities of our ninjas. We possess the skill and wisdom to navigate this situation, and these extraordinary items hold immeasurable value for our jutsu enhancement. We cannot forsake such a monumental opportunity over a minor conflict. The counselor's eyebrows arched, a glint of sharpness crossing his eyes. Impudence. Are you questioning my judgment? Not questioning. But I have glimpsed the future, Naruto asserted firmly, a resolute determination radiating from his gaze. We of Konoha require these resources to grow stronger. Only then can we better protect our villagers and friends. The two stood their ground, their positions crystallizing in the argument. Gradually, the crowd quieted, captivated by the confrontation, as if anticipating a thunderous resolution at any moment. It was then that Aluba spoke, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. If that is the case, let me see if Konoha truly deserves my trust. His gaze swept over everyone present, finally resting on Naruto, his lips curling into a knowing smile. Naruto inhaled deeply, nodding resolutely, while the counselor's expression grew more complex, as if he had come to a realization. Let us continue our discussion. Naruto turned to Aluba, his tone imbued with an undeniable resolve. Aluba offered a slight smile and nodded, yet a hint of contemplation lingered in his gaze. He narrowed his eyes, surveying the tense crowd before him, his profound eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. His brow furrowed slightly, as if weighing some intangible matter, adding an elusive quality to his already peculiar visage. Upon witnessing Aluba's demeanor, Naruto felt a pang of anxiety. He sensed that this enigmatic envoy might reconsider his stance upon witnessing the turmoil within Konoha. How could they proceed under such circumstances? Beads of sweat formed on Naruto's forehead, as the weight of pressure bore down upon him. He had initially believed that his silver tongue, bolstered by the makeshift system, would secure this transaction effortlessly. To his dismay, the internal discord proved to be far more significant than anticipated. It was akin to having an unreliable ally inadvertently jeopardizing their efforts. In the midst of Naruto's mounting distress, a clear voice rang out. Everyone, please remain calm and listen to me. Sakura Haruno stepped forward from the crowd, her verdant eyes radiating with rationality. Taking a deep breath, she raised her voice to ensure all could hear her. Have we all forgotten the transactions Naruto undertook previously? The treasures he returned are undeniably valuable. The shadow clone pills and detox beans, each one enhances our strength. We cannot forsake such a promising opportunity over trivial disputes. Sakura's words acted like a gentle breeze, dispersing the villagers' doubts. They exchanged glances, recalling the significant enhancements Naruto's previous trades had brought to their village. Those villagers who had been seizing the fruits of discord felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing their earlier impulsiveness. Moreover, Sakura continued with renewed conviction, Naruto is our ally. He desires Konoha's strength more than anyone else. I trust he will adeptly manage the dealings with the envoy, safeguarding our interests. The villagers nodded in agreement, murmuring among themselves. Their gazes shifted from skepticism towards a burgeoning trust in Naruto. He cast a grateful glance at Sakura, warmth swelling within him. How fortunate it was to have a reliable companion. Aluba observed the unfolding scene with a hint of amusement gracing his features. He turned his attention back to Naruto, his gaze laced with scrutiny, as if probing the mysteries concealed within this seemingly carefree youth. Very well, Konoha's ninja, you have presented me with something intriguing. Aluba's tone softened slightly, yet retained an air of undeniable authority. Sensing the shift, Naruto exhaled a small sigh of relief, though his heart remained cautiously tethered. He understood that this was merely the beginning, a long journey lay ahead. Esteemed advisor, Naruto turned his head to gaze at the consultant who had persistently voiced his dissent. Seizing the moment, he aimed to garner the advisor's support. Yet, the consultant's gaze drifted elsewhere, his eyes deep and complex. With a contemplative tone, he slowly remarked, Stranger envoy, that fruit you possess appears quite intriguing. Upon noticing the advisor's expression, Naruto's heart sank. He thought to himself, oh no, this cunning old fox isn't planning something devious again. Is he? With a quick shift in demeanor, he donned a sincere expression and earnestly assured, rest assured, esteemed advisor, you need not worry about my capabilities. I, Naruto, will manage this matter with utmost diligence, ensuring that Konoha suffers no detriment. As he spoke, Naruto retrieved a scroll filled with meticulously penned notes, unfurling it and gesturing toward its contents. Behold, this is my carefully crafted plan for transaction safeguards, accounting for every aspect from the security of the items exchanged to the propriety of the process. It is foolproof and entirely trustworthy. The advisor received the scroll, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the text, occasionally nodding in thought. The surrounding villagers craned their necks, eager to discern the scroll's contents. Witnessing a shift in the advisor's stance, Aruba felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Initially believing the transaction was doomed, he was pleasantly surprised by the boy's cleverness in devising such a strategy. Just as everyone anticipated the advisor would maintain his opposition, he surprisingly nodded slowly and declared, "Very well, Naruto, I consent to your continued dialogue with the stranger. However, you must report to me on the progress of the transaction at all times, without any concealment." An uproar erupted among the crowd, the sudden change of events leaving them astonished. Even Sakura covered her mouth in disbelief, pondering the advisor's true intentions. Naruto, however, felt a surge of joy within, while outwardly feigning overwhelming gratitude as he exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed advisor. I shall not disappoint your expectations." The advisor cast a meaningful glance at Naruto before turning his attention to Aruba, stating, "Stranger envoy, the fruit you have brought indeed holds some significance. Shall we find a suitable place to discuss this matter further?" Aruba smiled slightly and replied, "I would be delighted." He then cast a knowing look at Naruto, saying, "Young man, you are quite remarkable. I hold you in high regard." Naruto quickly waved his hands in modesty, insisting, "Oh, it is merely luck on my part." Yet, at that moment, the advisor leaned closer to Naruto and whispered, "Young man, do not presume I am oblivious to your hidden intentions." Upon hearing the advisor's tone, Naruto realized the old fox surely harbored ulterior motives and inwardly cursed his cunning nature. Nevertheless, he maintained a cheerful facade, responding, "You flatter me, esteemed advisor. I am a man of integrity, devoid of any such schemes." The advisor snorted dismissively, opting not to pursue the matter further. As he turned to lead Aruba toward the Konoha conference room, watching their retreating figures, Naruto secretly contemplated his forthcoming strategies. "Naruto, are you alright?" Sakura approached him with concern. "I'm fine, really. Just a trivial matter." Naruto waved his hand nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference. "What shall we do next?" Sakura Haruno inquired. "No worries." Naruto chuckled. "When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water comes, I shall divert it. What is there to fear? With the system at my disposal, the world is at my command." The two exchanged smiles, brimming with confidence about the future. Subsequently, Naruto engaged in a profound dialogue with Aruba, meticulously discussing the intricacies of the transaction, including its content, method, and timing. With the advantage of his marketplace system, Naruto spoke eloquently about the rare treasures, leaving Aruba astonished. "You truly are a treasure trove of knowledge." Aruba could not help but exclaim. "Hee, just average, ranked third in the world." Naruto modestly scratched his head. As their dialogue deepened, both parties began to comprehend each other's trading systems and developed a mutual admiration for one another's talents. The villagers around them gradually grew excited about this transaction, eagerly discussing the extraordinary treasures presented by the enigmatic visitor. However, at that moment, Kakashi Hatake, who had been silently observing, furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual aura emanating from Aruba, one that felt distinctly different from ordinary chakra, instilling a sense of unease within him. Kakashi approached Naruto discreetly and whispered, "Naruto, be cautious. I sense something amiss with this foreign envoy." Chapter 42. The successful transaction and a bountiful return. Kakashi's words were like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the crowd. The villagers, who had been murmuring quietly, fell silent, their gazes fixated on Aruba. Even Sakura retracted her smile, her expression turning serious as she scrutinized Aruba. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Aruba shrugged, raising his hands and, in somewhat clumsy universal language, explained, "There is no need for alarm. This is merely a normal phenomenon from our world. Akin to how you ninjas utilize chakra, we possess our unique energy system. However, the manifestation of this energy may appear peculiar, which could lead to some discomfort on your part." Naruto regarded Aruba with skepticism, stroking his chin and muttering, "Is that true?" I can't shake the feeling that you're trying to pull a fast one on me. At that moment, an elderly advisor from Konoha, leaning on a cane, approached. Squinting as he scrutinized Aluba, he spoke with a grave tone. Dear foreign friend, while your words may be reassuring, we must conduct a thorough investigation for the safety of Konoha before proceeding with any transactions. Upon hearing this, Aluba grew anxious, stamping his foot in protest. This is unacceptable. Time in our world differs from yours. If this drags on, I will be unable to complete this transaction. Seeing the tension, Naruto quickly stepped in to mediate, smiling and saying, Please, esteemed advisor, do not rush. Our friend Aluba is merely here to fulfill his mission. How about we proceed with part of the transaction now and continue once the investigation results are in? What do you think? The advisor stroked his beard thoughtfully for a moment before speaking. This is acceptable, but the scale of the transaction must be kept within a certain limit, and we will need to assign someone to supervise the entire process. No problem, Naruto readily agreed, then turned to Aruba and asked, Brother, do you think this will work? Though reluctant, Aruba found himself with no better alternatives and nodded in assent. However, just as both parties were preparing to commence the transaction, a sudden voice pierced through the air. Wait. A villager emerged from the crowd, pointing at Aruba and shouting, We cannot trust these outsiders. Who knows what their true intentions are? Exactly. What if they are colluding with those traitorous ninjas? Another villager echoed. Shut up. What nonsense are you spouting? Naruto bellowed, a formidable aura emanating from him, causing the surrounding villagers to retreat in fear. Naruto, calm down, Sakura urged, quickly grasping his arm and speaking softly. Taking a deep breath, Naruto endeavored to suppress his rising fury and turned to Aruba, only to find Aruba's expression had darkened considerably. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze ominously fixed on the villagers as he spoke each word with deliberate intensity. You had better pray that this transaction proceeds smoothly. The air grew instantly tense, resembling a taut violin string on the verge of snapping. Naruto felt his heart skip a beat. The deal they had painstakingly negotiated was on the brink of collapse. He was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, scratching his ears and feeling beads of sweat form on his forehead. The atmosphere felt stifling, suffocating in its heaviness. What is going on here? Naruto muttered under his breath, cursing the villagers for complicating matters. He glanced towards Kakashi for assistance, hoping this reliable mentor could conjure a solution. Kakashi maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, but a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Esteemed advisor, time is of the essence. Kakashi spoke slowly, yet his tone bore an undeniable firmness. Why not allow me to use my Sharingan to swiftly examine this foreign envoy? This would save time and ensure safety. The advisor hesitated, glancing at the sullen-faced Aruba and then at the anxious Naruto, before finally nodding in agreement. Kakashi approached Aruba. His crimson Sharingan suddenly activated, resembling two blazing rubies that emitted a captivating glow. Aruba's body trembled slightly, yet he did not resist. He stood still, allowing Kakashi to scrutinize him. Time passed slowly, the air feeling as though it had solidified, punctuated only by Kakashi's soft breaths and Aruba's rapid heartbeat. At last, Kakashi withdrew his Sharingan and turned to the advisor, stating, No abnormalities detected. Naruto exhaled a sigh of relief, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. The advisor, too, relaxed, stroking his beard as he declared, In that case, let us commence the transaction. Yet, at that moment, Aruba spoke up suddenly. Wait. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Before the transaction commenced, I wish to first examine the goods you have prepared. His gaze fixated intently on Naruto, his eyes shimmering with an unusual glimmer. All right, no problem. Naruto readily nodded, secretly relieved. He swiftly retrieved a stack of exquisite small boxes from his backpack, each interior adorned with chips of various colors, emitting a faint glow. These chips were among his proudest wares from the market, imbued with potent energy. Aruba took the box, cautiously opening one, and instantly, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, causing him to furrow his brow. The patterns on the chip's surface resembled flowing ripples, casting a soft blue light that accentuated the oddness of his somber expression. What is this? Aruba inquired, his tone laced with skepticism, yet evidently captivated by the item before him. This is the evolved version of the Shadow Clone Pill, the Shunnying Pill, Naruto declared with pride. Consume one, and you can create countless shadow clones in a short period, each possessing strength and speed far superior to ordinary clones. Aruba's fingers gently brushed against the chip, feeling its cool surface, and he nodded thoughtfully. This item is indeed remarkable, but I am uncertain if it warrants the resources we wish to trade. Rest assured, this is my exclusive concoction. You won't find another like it on the market, Naruto replied confidently, determination gleaming in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Aruba finally nodded. Very well, but I require some time to verify the quality of these goods. Not a problem, Naruto readily agreed, then turned to the advisor. Advisor, does this arrangement work for you? The advisor gave a slight nod, signifying agreement. Naruto promptly instructed the ninjas of Konoha to begin preparing for the transaction, and several swiftly brought out boxes, neatly arranging them before the stall. Each item glimmered with distinctive radiance, captivating the attention of the surrounding villagers. Humph, I knew that outsider harbored ill intentions. One villager persisted, but upon witnessing Naruto's resolute gaze and Kakashi's piercing stare, he had no choice but to silence himself. The transaction progressed smoothly, and after inspection, Aruba nodded in satisfaction, retrieving some peculiar devices and materials from his pack to hand over to Naruto. These devices emanated a soft blue light and felt cool to the touch. As Naruto's fingers grazed them, he sensed an extraordinary energy coursing through his fingertips. These are special resources from the world of outsiders. Each one can significantly enhance the effectiveness of your stall's merchandise, Aruba explained, pride evident in his tone. Fantastic, Naruto exclaimed, eagerly accepting the resources, his heart brimming with joy. The surrounding villagers, witnessing this, cast admiring glances, and the initial hostility gradually dissipated. Naruto, you are truly impressive, a villager remarked, patting Naruto on the shoulder with a beaming smile. Others echoed their agreement, and the previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably. Sakura Haruno also displayed a pleased smile, softly saying, "Well done, Naruto. Ahem, let us return to the stall and see what great feats these new resources can accomplish." Naruto smiled, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, eager to experiment with these novel trinkets. Aruba offered a faint smile, nodded in farewell, and turned to leave the Hidden Leaf Village. Amidst the crowd, Kakashi observed Naruto, laden with bountiful resources, embarking on his journey back to his stall, his heart brimming with newfound hopes and plans. Humming a cheerful tune, Naruto scampered back to his stall, akin to a cat that had just pilfered a fish, delightfully carrying the otherworldly resources he had recently acquired. As soon as he set up his stall, his keen eyes could hardly contain their excitement as he began to tinker. Carefully, he unwrapped the package, revealing otherworldly ores that emanated a soft blue glow, cool to the touch, reminiscent of smooth jade stones. The moment of witnessing miracles was at hand. Rubbing his hands together, Naruto gingerly placed the ores into his wondrous universal alchemy pot. Before long, vibrant colors began to emanate from the pot, accompanied by a sizzling sound. As an unusual aroma filled the air, somewhat reminiscent of strawberry-flavored popcorn, tinged with a metallic essence that made one's stomach grumble. Soon, a series of exquisite little gadgets emerged freshly from the pot. There were shurikens imbued with a blue luminescence, said to multiply upon being thrown, bewildering adversaries. Energy recovery pills that emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance, capable of instantly replenishing chakra with a single mouthful, an essential remedy for home, travel, and skirmishes. And a variety of odd-shaped gadgets that Naruto could not quite identify, but decided to display nonetheless. Wow, Naruto, what new tricks have you conjured up this time? Kakashi, accompanied by a crowd of onlookers, had unknowingly approached, a flicker of curiosity passing through his ever-obscured gaze. Sensei, these are treasures I brought back from another realm, guaranteed to broaden your horizons. Naruto proudly waved the shuriken in his hand, flicking his fingers to instantaneously disperse it into a multitude of shimmering replicas, tracing blue arcs through the air. Wow, what is this? It's so dazzling. The surrounding ninjas and villagers gasped in astonishment, particularly the children, whose eyes sparkled with wonder. Naruto, you're truly onto something big this time. Gu Changfeng patted Naruto on the shoulder, his face awash with envy, having long been captivated by Naruto's extraordinary stall. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd filled Naruto with immense satisfaction, making him feel like the trendsetter of the ninja world. Beaming with his signature radiant smile, he reveled in the admiration and envy directed at him. Just as he basked in the joy of his success, a subtle tremor resonated from afar, akin to distant thunder. emanating from deep within the earth. The ground quivered slightly, trees began to sway, and an unusual aura permeated the air, prompting the surrounding ninjas to heighten their vigilance. What is happening? Kakashi furrowed his brow, his perceptive gaze scanning the horizon, seemingly in search of something. Naruto sensed something amiss. However, he merely furrowed his brow slightly before breaking into his signature grin. Whatever, let's proceed with the trade. He clapped his hands, cleared his throat, and called out to the surrounding ninjas. Chapter 43. A new trade journey, a strange transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, don't miss out. Freshly made shadow clone pills. Available in limited quantities. Also, essential antidote beans for your home or travel. Buy them, and you won't regret it. Naruto's voice rang through the streets, his trademark shouts echoing around him. He retrieved from his system's space a collection of pills radiating an unusual luminescence, displaying them on the makeshift stall as if showcasing rare treasures. At that moment, an alien envoy slowly approached. Towering in stature, his skin bore an odd grayish hue, and a pair of curved horns protruded from his head. He spoke in a peculiar tongue, declaring, "This is insufficient." "Insufficient?" Naruto exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Brother, these are the prized possessions of my shop." The alien envoy pointed at the items on the stall and, in a halting version of the common tongue, explained, "We require a deeper collaboration." He indicated his head, implying a mental connection. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. What was this alien envoy up to? The advisor from the Hidden Leaf Village stepped forward, his expression grim. "This is absolutely unacceptable. Who knows what sorcery your mental connection entails? What if it turns against us?" Naruto scratched his head, feeling the complexity of the transaction escalating. Initially, he merely wished to sell a few items and earn some pocket money. Yet it had morphed into a negotiation akin to international trade talks. What if we approach this differently? Naruto tentatively suggested, his heart beginning to race, fearing this deal might fall through. "Impossible," the alien envoy replied firmly. "Only through a mental connection can we truly assess the value of these items." The atmosphere grew tense, with villagers murmuring among themselves, casting hostile glances at the alien envoy. Naruto felt caught in a sandwich, squeezed between two opposing sides. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure. "Everyone, please trust me. I will find a solution. How will you solve this? What can you, a mere child, possibly do?" The Leaf Village advisor scoffed mercilessly. Naruto clenched his teeth, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. There will always be a way. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the typically insular crowd of Leaf villagers. At this critical juncture, a frail silhouette, supported by a cane, slowly stepped forward. It was an elderly man, weathered by time, his face lined with wrinkles, yet his gaze remarkably clear. "Old man, what brings you here?" The Leaf Village advisor inquired, his tone laced with impatience. This elder was known for his exclusionary views. Why was he suddenly stepping up, ignoring the advisor? The old man spoke in a voice that was both frail and resolute. "I believe in Naruto." Huh. Everyone was taken aback, including Naruto himself. Was the old man not in his right mind? He was the most stubborn traditionalist in the village. The elder continued, "Young people must always be willing to try new things. We cannot allow our fear of the unknown to deny us all possibilities." The words of the elder stirred the air like a pebble tossed into a still pond, dispersing the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped the gathering. The villagers exchanged glances, beginning to reassess the situation before them. Indeed, they had been excessively cautious for far too long. Perhaps it was time to grant the youth an opportunity. Haruno Sakura stepped forward, her gaze imbued with encouragement. "Naruto, if they wish to give it a try, then let them. Fear not, for we stand behind you." With a resolute nod, Naruto cast a grateful glance at Sakura before turning to the otherworldly envoy. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggested. Mental connection." The envoy revealed a peculiar smile, extending his ashen-hued hand to rest upon Naruto's forehead. A chilling surge of energy flooded Naruto's mind, leaving him feeling as if doused in icy water. Minutes later, the envoy withdrew his hand, regarding Naruto with a complex expression. He gestured toward the items on the makeshift stall, beginning to critique them in halting universal language. "This shadow clone pill, of low value. This antidote bean, of minimal worth. This lucky kunai, of very low value." With each assessment, Naruto's countenance darkened further. How could the treasures he had painstakingly crafted be deemed mere refuse in the eyes of the envoy? The blow was devastating. Whispers among the villagers began to swell. expressions of regret echoing in the air. It seemed that Naruto was indeed on the brink of losing everything. The atmosphere was thick with tension, rendering it nearly suffocating. Frustration welled within Naruto as he scratched his head, feeling that he had miscalculated this endeavor. The envoy's method of evaluation was utterly absurd. Just then, a spark of inspiration ignited within Naruto, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He chuckled softly, rubbing his hands together, his heart brimming with joy. This formidable stall system of his was not merely for selling goods. It also possessed the ability to assess the value of items across different dimensions. The envoy's earlier mental scan had merely revealed the mundane worth of these items in their realm, overlooking their true potential. System, please reassess these items. Naruto silently commanded, and a torrent of data surged into his consciousness. Shadow Clone Pill, highly valuable in the otherworldly realm for enhancing the success rate of low-tier clone techniques. Antidote Bean, a rare resource in the otherworldly realm capable of neutralizing various toxins, highly valuable. Lucky Kunai, a rare item in the otherworldly realm that can slightly enhance fortune, highly valuable. Astounded, Naruto marveled at their true worth. These were not mere trinkets, but treasures. Clearing his throat, he donned his signature radiant smile once more. Dear Envoy, perhaps you overlooked these items earlier. While they may seem trivial here, in your world, they are indeed remarkable. Truly, I, Naruto, am a man of integrity. The envoy regarded Naruto with bewilderment, scanning the stall again with renewed mental scrutiny. This time, his expression shifted dramatically, shock written across his previously calm, ashen face. This is impossible. He gasped, his voice trembling with disbelief. The Konoha advisors were momentarily taken aback. The plot twist unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Just moments ago, they appeared to be facing a loss, and now they had become the center of attention. Could it be that this little rascal truly possessed remarkable skills? The advisors couldn't help but regard Naruto with newfound respect. Observing this shift, Naruto felt a surge of pride. He cleared his throat and began to negotiate with the envoy of the otherworldly beings, leveraging the newfound value provided by the system to secure greater benefits for Konoha Village. Shadow Clone Pills, 1 for 10 energy crystals. Antidote Beans, 1 for 5 defensive gear. Fortunate Kunai, 1 for 3 offensive weapons. The villagers of Konoha were astonished by Naruto's bold demands, but soon erupted into cheers, celebrating his cleverness and bravery. Initially filled with hostility towards the otherworldly beings, they now found the prospect of doing business with them rather appealing. The advisor's face broke into a satisfied smile. This little rascal had truly exceeded his expectations. Naruto had become a hero in the eyes of the crowd, grinning like a fox that had just pilfered a chicken. Just as the transaction was nearing completion and Naruto was preparing to sign the contract, the envoy suddenly received a mysterious message, causing his expression to shift to one of grave seriousness. The peculiar smile vanished, replaced by an air of unease and tension. The transaction may need to be paused, the envoy said slowly, casting a complex gaze into the distance. Chapter 44, Breaking the Deadlock. The transaction will proceed. The envoy's solemn demeanor fell like a boulder into the once jovial atmosphere, causing every heart to skip a beat. Naruto's smile froze on his face. Scratching his head, he cautiously inquired, "What is going on? What is the issue?" The envoy took a deep breath and, with his peculiar tone, responded, "There are some minor discrepancies regarding this transaction in our world." He paused, seemingly weighing his words. "Some are not in agreement." "What? Not in agreement? Why is there dissent?" Naruto exclaimed, growing anxious. Could it be that this cooked duck was about to take flight? The surrounding villagers began to murmur, their expressions shifting from excitement to disappointment and concern. An atmosphere of tension permeated the air, taut like a string ready to snap. The Konoha advisor's expression darkened. Stroking his beard, he declared gravely, "I knew the otherworldly realm was unreliable. Now we may find ourselves entangled in their internal disputes." The envoy hastily waved his hands in explanation. No, this will not affect Konoha Village. It is merely a matter of, differing opinions within our ranks." The advisor clearly remained unconvinced, snorting coldly, "Differing opinions? That's easy to say. Who knows if you might use Konoha Village as a pawn?" The two parties found themselves at an impasse, with Naruto caught in the middle, feeling more uncomfortable than after devouring 10 bowls of ramen. As he watched the hard-won opportunity slip away, he refused to succumb to despair. This was a matter of great significance for the future development of Konoha Village. How could he abandon it so readily? Wait, Naruto suddenly shouted, interrupting the heated exchange. He stepped forward to the envoy, his tone resolute. I believe in you. I also believe that this collaboration can succeed. Pray tell, who is it that obstructs this transaction? I am most curious to uncover their rationale. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and time stretched interminably. The envoy from the other world felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, occasionally casting his gaze skyward as if receiving some clandestine message. The eagerness once present in his peculiar eyes was now supplanted by a hint of hesitation. He stammered, resembling a gramophone stuck on a loop, the pressure mounting with each passing moment. Naruto's heart sank. This was certainly an ominous sign. He watched helplessly as the opportunity slipped away. Akin to a duck that had been caught only to escape the pot, his anxiety palpable, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. The villagers of Konohagakure, who had initially harbored hope for the transaction, now wore expressions of despair, their sighs permeating the air like a contagion. What on earth is happening? Naruto internally raged. Is conducting business in this era truly so arduous? Just as the atmosphere reached a freezing point, he inhaled deeply, realizing he could no longer remain passive. He resolutely approached Sakura and Kakashi, shedding his usual light-hearted demeanor, and earnestly implored, Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, I beseech you to assist me. Oh, Naruto, what peculiar request do you have this time? Kakashi's languid voice held a note of curiosity. Please investigate what turmoil brews within the other world. I sense that matters are far more complex than they appear. Naruto asserted with unwavering determination. Sakura and Kakashi exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in the other's eyes. They understood that this transaction was of paramount importance to Konohagakure and could not afford failure. Thus, with Kakashi and Sakura's assistance, Naruto buzzed about like a diligent bee, traversing various channels to gather intel on the intrigues of the other world. After considerable effort, they ultimately discovered that the obstruction to the transaction stemmed not from dissatisfaction with the deal itself, but rather from an internal factional struggle within the other world, entirely unrelated to Naruto's humble wares. Is this truly the case? Naruto pondered, gazing incredulously at the information in his hands. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable. Armed with this revelation, he approached the advisor and the envoy. As the onlookers beheld the comprehensive report in Naruto's grasp and noted the confidence radiating from his demeanor, the previously tense atmosphere began to ease. The advisor's brow unfurled, his initial skepticism replaced by a measure of approval, while the otherworld envoy's hope rekindled, excitement glimmering in his eyes. What further arguments can you present? Naruto crossed his arms, surveying the assembly with an imperious gaze, reminiscent of a vendor haggling in the market. At that moment, the envoy produced an unusual black communicator, speaking into it in a hurried and peculiar tone. Upon concluding, he turned to Naruto with a strange smile and declared, the transaction shall proceed. Naruto's earlier proclamation echoed through the air, embodying the unassailable confidence of a vendor who had successfully negotiated a deal. The once furrowed brow of the elderly advisor relaxed, his gaze towards Naruto transforming from skepticism to admiration. This young lad indeed possessed a remarkable talent. The envoy of the foreign realm, invigorated as if electrified, felt a flicker of hope reignite in his previously dim eyes, his hands rubbing together in excitement. See, I told you there would be no problem. Naruto, feeling a surge of pride, scratched his head and donned his signature sunny smile once more. In this day and age, who hasn't experienced a bit of internal conflict? As long as it's resolved, that's what matters. Naruto, you truly are incredible. The villagers of Konohagakure joined in the cheer, their previous gloom dissipating, replaced by anticipation and exhilaration for the future. They surrounded Naruto, patting his shoulders as if he were the hero destined to save the world. The final steps were at hand. Naruto rolled up his sleeves, brimming with energy, and meticulously rearranged the goods on the stall. Shadow clone pills, detox beans, lucky shurikens, all neatly arranged like soldiers awaiting inspection. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement and anticipation as everyone gathered to witness this historic moment. The envoy cleared his throat, solemnly producing a contract, while Naruto had already signed his name in grand strokes, eagerly awaiting the other party's signature. His heart fluttered like a small rabbit, bouncing with the hope of a lucrative transaction. Just as the envoy lifted his pen, poised to sign the contract, he abruptly halted. His expression froze, mouth agape in astonishment. As if confronted with something utterly unbelievable, he set down the pen and pulled out a new sheet of paper from beneath the contract, revealing several newly added clauses. As he scrutinized these stipulations, his initial surprise morphed into a grave seriousness. Slowly, he raised his head and addressed the crowd, stating, "We need to reassess this." Chapter 45. A successful transaction. A glorious reputation. The air seemed to thicken as all eyes fixated on the suddenly revealed additional clauses. The envoy's face, once adorned with a smile, now resembled a block of ice, stiff and serious. His piercing eyes meticulously scanned the newly inscribed text, furrowing deeper with each passing moment, as if they might twist into a knot. Naruto felt a jolt in his chest, akin to being yanked back just before a sprint, nearly tumbling into the dirt. Straining his neck to glimpse the contents of the paper, he found himself obstructed by the crowd, leaving him anxious and restless. What on earth is happening? Naruto scratched his head, bewildered. Weren't we on the verge of signing? Why have these complications arisen? The advisor of Konohagakure, typically stern-faced, now wore an expression of utter dismay. He snatched the sheet containing the additional clauses, his glasses nearly sliding off his nose. As he meticulously examined each stipulation, his complexion darkened with every line he read. These terms were nothing short of tyrannical. The advisor slammed his hand on the table, producing a resounding bang that startled those nearby. He pointed at the terms and bellowed at the emissary, "This is utterly intolerable. We, Konoha, can never acquiesce to these demands. Please, calm down." Sakura hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, anxious that the situation might escalate. Her brow furrowed, clearly perceiving the outrageousness of the terms. Yet she sought to reconcile the conflicting parties. "It is not our desire to impose this," the emissary replied, helplessly spreading his hands, a hint of grievance in his tone. "These are the provisional regulations from our world, and I too am at a loss." Naruto felt as if his head were about to explode, akin to being struck by 10 shadow clones simultaneously. Gazing at the flimsy paper, he envisioned countless coins sprouting wings, fluttering away into the distance. This cannot be allowed. He silently vowed. He must secure this deal. It was not merely about the profit at stake, but also about his dignity as the king of street vendors. "Everyone, let us take a moment to breathe." Naruto inhaled deeply, striving to imbue his voice with calmness and resolve. "Is there perhaps a misunderstanding? We can discuss this amicably." He resembled a consummate salesman, maintaining composure even in the most critical moment. However, the surrounding crowd began to murmur, voices rising in a cacophony. Some accused the emissary of dishonesty, while others worried that these terms would jeopardize the interests of Konoha, creating a din akin to a bustling marketplace. Naruto felt overwhelmed, the situation resembling a tangled mess that left him at a loss. At that moment, the emissary slowly raised his hand, silencing the chatter. He smiled faintly, his tone laced with significance. "It appears this transaction is indeed proving to be quite challenging." An air of urgency hung thick, as time seemed to stretch into a viscous ribbon, each passing second a torment. Naruto felt like an ant on a hot pan, itching with anxiety, on the verge of madness. The prospect of the substantial payment slipping away seemed to take flight, leaving his heart in turmoil akin to being clawed by a cat. The emissary's smile faltered. He began to rub his hands nervously, his gaze flitting between Naruto and the advisor, like a shrimp in a boiling pot, agitated and restless. The advisor from Konoha stood like a block of ancient ice, expressionless, exuding an aura that screamed, "Do not expect me to yield." The entire scene resembled a powder keg on the brink of explosion, teetering on the edge of chaos. Was this truly the end of the line? Naruto pondered, feeling his throne as the king of street vendors wobble precariously. Just as despair began to engulf him, a spark of brilliance illuminated his mind, as if struck by lightning. "Of course, I still have the system. Those peculiar items might just come in handy." He slapped his forehead, nearly leaping with excitement. Clearing his throat theatrically, Naruto retrieved an ancient wooden box from his ninja tool pouch. "Ahem, esteemed emissary, honorable advisor, I happen to possess something that could potentially resolve our predicament." As he spoke, he carefully opened the box. In an instant, a gentle radiance emanated from the wooden box, casting a warm glow upon the faces of all present. As the crowd focused their attention, they beheld a smooth, purple orb resting quietly within the box, its surface adorned with flowing, enigmatic patterns, exuding a delightful wave of energy. "What is this?" The envoy of the extraordinary gazed in astonishment, akin to one who has stumbled upon a rare treasure, eager to delve deeper into its mysteries. Even the ever-composed advisor could not help but lean forward, revealing a rare expression of surprise. Naruto chuckled to himself, pondering, this is the energy balance orb I procured from the system, possessing the remarkable ability to stabilize spatial energy. Isn't the new regulation demanding a stable energy source? This artifact will undoubtedly satisfy their needs. Clearing his throat, he began to expound upon the myriad miraculous properties of the energy balance orb, extolling its virtues with grandiloquence, rendering it an unparalleled gem of the cosmos. The onlookers stood agape, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Even Kakashi, who had been quietly observing, could not suppress a raised eyebrow, his eyes betraying a flicker of interest. The atmosphere shifted dramatically from tense and oppressive to lighthearted and joyous. Everyone lauded Naruto's cleverness, particularly the extraordinary envoy, whose gaze brimmed with admiration and anticipation. Just as the assembly believed that matters had reached a satisfactory conclusion, the envoy suddenly raised his head. His deep-set eyes fixed intently upon Naruto, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This energy orb is quite intriguing. However, I desire your shadow clone pills. Naruto was taken aback, nearly losing his composure. What? My shadow clone pills? That's my signature product. A pang of regret struck him. This prized possession was his lucrative treasure, not something to part with lightly. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. One must take risks to reap rewards. The envoy was generous, and if this transaction were successful, the profits would far exceed those from several shadow clone pills. Resolute, Naruto clenched his teeth and proclaimed, "All right, it's a deal." The envoy nodded in satisfaction, accepting the shadow clone pills and examining them closely before swallowing them whole. Not bad, though a bit tough on the teeth, he remarked. The deal was sealed. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the assembly. The villagers of Konoha, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, rushed to share the news. Celebrating this historic moment, the elderly advisor, rarely seen smiling, approached Naruto, patting him on the shoulder. "Well done, lad." In that moment, Naruto felt as though he were soaring, standing atop the pinnacle of the world, basking in the adoration of the masses. He puffed out his chest, reveling in the glory of that moment, his heart swelling with joy, sweeter than honey. Suddenly, the formidable street vendor system at his waist emitted a dazzling beam of light, so intense that it illuminated the entirety of Konoha. The crowd gazed upward in wonder at this unexpected spectacle. As the radiance faded, Naruto discovered a transformation in his system interface, with an entirely new section materializing before his eyes. His curiosity piqued. He clicked on it, revealing a line of enigmatic text that gradually emerged. "Congratulations, you have unlocked the hidden features of the street stall system." What on earth? Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured to himself. He extended his finger and gently touched the text. Chapter 46, The New Facade of the Street Stall. Encountering challenges again, the dazzling light, akin to the scorching sun of midsummer, instantaneously engulfed Naruto's vision, silencing the surrounding cheers. He felt as though he was enveloped in a colossal cocoon of light, warm and yet tinged with a peculiar sting. As the brilliance dissipated, he blinked, and the world before him regained its clarity. What is happening now? Naruto scratched his head, his gaze fixated on the system interface before him. The newly revealed section resembled a hidden map just unlocked in a game, brimming with the allure of the unknown. Cautiously, he reached out. As his fingertip grazed the mysterious text, a torrent of information surged into his mind, akin to a movie playing at double speed, flashing by in a blur. Goodness! The street stall system can actually be upgraded. Naruto could not contain his exclamation, his voice laced with unbridled excitement, his eyes sparkling like two tiny stars. Curiosity clawed at his heart like a cat's paw, urging him to unravel the mystery immediately. The villagers around him were equally astonished by this sudden development, gathering around him, craning their necks to glimpse the marvel before Naruto. They whispered amongst themselves, reminiscent of chattering ducks at a market, their tone tinged with awe. Yet none dared to approach too closely, wary of disturbing something beyond their understanding. Sakura Haruno, intrigued, edged closer, rationally analyzing the situation. "Naruto, what new changes has your system undergone? This light feels remarkably powerful." Naruto rubbed his hands together in excitement, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously. "Sakura-chan, listen closely. Our street stall is about to undergo an upgrade. The items we sell will surely be even more impressive. However, as Naruto meticulously examined the new features, the exhilaration on his face gradually faded, replaced by a solemn expression. The system indicated that upgrading the street stall items required a material known as the otherworldly crystal. The issue was, such things were as elusive as shadows in Konoha village, truly a case of a skilled artisan unable to work without materials. In haste, he turned and sought out the elder advisor. Grandpa advisor, I need otherworldly crystals. Please help me. The elder's brow furrowed, his wrinkled visage resembling a crumpled piece of paper, emanating reluctance. Otherworldly crystals? I've never even heard of such a thing. Moreover, do not forget that the village has just struck a deal with the outsiders. It would be best not to complicate matters. He waved his hand dismissively, akin to swatting away a fly, outright rejecting Naruto's plea. No way, Grandpa. You are being too conservative. Naruto felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his fervor extinguished in an instant, and his smile froze in place. Upon hearing the elder advisor's refusal, the surrounding villagers shook their heads in unison, and an oppressive silence fell over the atmosphere, akin to the stillness before a storm. Naruto felt a jolt of anxiety. An unprecedented pressure weighed heavily upon him. Was this newly awakened ability, so hard-won, to be stifled at birth? It seemed he had no choice but to devise a solution himself. With a steely gaze, he resolved internally to never surrender. He turned and strode purposefully toward the gates of Konoha, his silhouette fading into the warm glow of the setting sun. Like a headless fly, Naruto dashed about the village in disarray. He scoured every shop, from general stores to weaponry shops, leaving no corner unturned. Yet he found not a trace of the otherworldly crystal. Next, he ventured outside the village, hoping to stumble upon fortune in the woods, but alas, he encountered nothing but mosquitoes, which left him covered in itchy welts. Exhausted, he plopped down on the ground, feeling like a frostbitten eggplant, completely wilted. His relentless running had left him breathless, sweat pouring down his cheeks, sticky and uncomfortable. Surveying his surroundings, the familiar scenery, the well-known trees, he found none of the coveted otherworldly crystals, and a significant portion of his determination deflated. What does this thing even look like? The system doesn't even provide an image. How frustrating, he lamented, his voice laced with despair. Villagers passing by observed Naruto's disheveled state, shaking their heads and murmuring among themselves, "See, we knew he wouldn't succeed. What a futile effort. It's a wonder if he finds anything at all. Perhaps he should simply accept his role as a lowly genin." These words pricked Naruto's heart like needles, deepening his sense of despondency. Was he truly destined to fail? Was this newly opened function to be shelved so soon? With his brow furrowed, he tugged at his hair, feeling as though a great weight pressed down upon him. Just as he teetered on the brink of surrender, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. Of course, there were the beings from other worlds. They might possess knowledge of this elusive crystal. With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, he sprang to his feet, invigorated as if fueled by an elixir of vitality. Naruto hurriedly made his way to the temporary abode of the otherworldly envoy. Breathless, he arrived before the envoy, excitement bubbling within him. "Excuse me, esteemed otherworldly brother. I am in search of a substance known as the otherworldly crystal. Do you happen to have any?" The envoy tilted his head, his peculiar cat-like eyes blinking as if in recollection. After a brief moment, a sly smile crept across his lips. "Otherworldly crystals? We have an abundance of them. It's a trivial matter." He extended his hand, revealing a crystal that sparkled with an enchanting light, exuding an air of mystery. "Here, consider this a token of our meeting, along with some rare materials. Perhaps they will prove useful to you." Naruto gazed at the gemstone-like crystal before him, his eyes illuminating as if they had become bulbs. This was nothing short of a stroke of luck. The sudden surge of happiness nearly overwhelmed him, leaving him on the verge of fainting. The surrounding crowd was momentarily taken aback, murmuring among themselves, their eyes brimming with astonishment and confusion. They had not anticipated that this individual, whom they regarded as a peculiar outlier, would so effortlessly produce the elusive interdimensional crystal that Naruto had been seeking in vain. Their perception of the outsider's demeanor subtly shifted, as the once oppressive atmosphere transformed into one imbued with a sense of lightheartedness and joy. With a beaming smile, Naruto eagerly accepted the crystal and materials handed to him by the otherworldly envoy. He felt the cool sensation emanating from the objects in his palm, and his heart soared with delight. It seemed as though the dawn of hope had finally arrived, prompting a slight upward curve of his lips. Glancing back, he noticed the fading rays of the setting sun and murmured to himself, "Now, this is going to be exciting." Naruto hurried back to his makeshift stall, akin to a child who had just received a new toy, rubbing his hands together in glee. He carefully placed the interdimensional crystal and the peculiar materials into the system panel. Suddenly, a dazzling display of lights erupted forth, akin to the fireworks of a festive celebration, leaving onlookers in a state of awe. Ding! Congratulations, host. The items at your stall have been successfully upgraded. The system's cheerful notification rang out, as refreshing as a summer breeze, dispelling the clouds of worry that had lingered in Naruto's mind. Before him, the once ordinary stall was transformed, as if enchanted by magic. The shadow clone pills radiated a gentle aura, the detoxifying beans shimmered with increased translucence, and even the lucky shuriken gleamed with an air of mystery, their aesthetic appeal reaching new heights. Wow, this is absolutely incredible, Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he beheld the wondrous transformation. He felt as if he were a game master, wielding the power to conjure miracles at will. The surrounding villagers were equally captivated, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as though they were beholding an extraterrestrial phenomenon, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. My heavens, what is this? It's simply astonishing. Is this truly Naruto, as humble stall? This is nothing short of a magic show. Could it be that he is on the verge of success? Even the villagers who had previously mocked Naruto now gasped in astonishment, their expressions shifting from disdain to shock, as though they had been soundly rebuked. The elderly advisor pushed his way through the crowd, his wrinkled face displaying an unusual look of surprise. Squinting, he scrutinized the new items on the stall, his fingers absently stroking his beard, deep in contemplation. Could these items truly possess such remarkable qualities? He murmured, his voice laced with curiosity and skepticism. Sakura Haruno approached as well, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she surveyed the newly displayed goods. Naruto, you have truly outdone yourself this time. These items appear even more formidable than before. As Naruto observed the astonished expressions of those around him, his heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment, as sweet as honey. He felt as though he were the star of a grand performance, basking in the attention of the crowd. With a proud scratch of his head and a grin that stretched from ear to ear, he declared to the onlookers, of course, anything produced by Naruto is bound to be a masterpiece. The atmosphere at the scene transformed instantaneously into a lively celebration, brimming with joy and vitality. The crowd gathered around the stalls, pointing at the novel items as if they had stumbled upon a new world. Just as Naruto reveled in the attention of the onlookers, a mysterious ninja clad in a black cloak and wearing a wide-brimmed hat silently appeared before the stall. An aura of chilling coldness emanated from him, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. The enigmatic ninja slowly lifted his head, revealing a pair of keen eyes beneath the hat, coldly fixated on Naruto. Instantly, Naruto felt a surge of intense hostility, and the smile on his face froze. Chapter 47. The Mysterious Visitor. Obstacles in trade. Naruto's grin became rigid, as if a pause button had been pressed. His hand, which had been scratching his head, halted mid-motion, and the air of triumph around him was abruptly encased in a frigid chill. The mysterious ninja seemed to exude an air-conditioning effect, plunging the surroundings into an icy atmosphere. The villagers sensed the shift, gravitating toward the scene and whispering in hushed tones, their murmurs buzzing like mosquitoes. The previously vibrant ambience turned tense, filled with an inexplicable sense of oppression. The mysterious ninja gradually raised his head, his eyes sharp as a cheetah's, piercing through Naruto as if seeking to carve a hole into him. Naruto felt akin to a lamb ensnared by a wolf's gaze, every hair on his body standing on end. Who is this person? This newcomer harbors ill intentions. The items you are selling carry dangerous powers and should not be traded with outsiders. The mysterious ninja spoke, his voice low and hoarse, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. Upon uttering these words, it was as if a bomb had been thrown into a tranquil lake, creating an immediate uproar. Hey, who are you? On what grounds do you claim our goods are dangerous? They are produced by me, Naruto, and are absolutely trustworthy. Naruto retorted, his displeasure evident. Impudence. How dare you be so rude? The mysterious ninja's presence intensified with his words. The envoy of the outsiders, unable to remain passive, furrowed his brow and countered sharply, Ninja, your accusations are unfounded. The items we are purchasing are acquired through legitimate means. Where is this so-called dangerous power? Do not slander us." In an instant, the two parties found themselves locked in a fierce dispute, akin to two roosters fighting with fervor, neither willing to concede. The advisor of Konoha village was baffled. What was the situation with this suddenly emerging mysterious ninja? He glanced between Naruto and the outsider envoy, caught in a quandary, uncertain whom to believe. The villagers were divided in their opinions, some siding with the mysterious ninja while others defended Naruto, proclaiming that anything produced by him must be of exceptional quality. The scene descended into chaos, the tension escalating as if a battle were on the verge of erupting. The mysterious ninja's demeanor remained unyielding, akin to a cold stone. Impervious to the words of the crowd, he surveyed the onlookers with a frigid gaze, as though they were mere ants. Naruto, acutely aware of the formidable hostility radiating from the mysterious ninja, was engulfed in confusion and unease. Who exactly is this individual? Why does he seek to obstruct his dealings with outsiders? Is there truly something amiss with these goods? Humph. The enigmatic ninja scoffed coldly, producing a stack of items from his cloak, proclaiming, "Open your eyes wide and behold." The evidence he flung forth scattered before the crowd like a deck of playing cards, revealing several blueprints depicting Naruto's trinkets, accompanied by crooked, juvenile annotations resembling a primary school project. "Look, this is the proof. These items harbor malevolent chakra, capable of corroding the human spirit," the mysterious ninja asserted with righteous fervor, as if he held the profound truths of the universe. The advisor from the Hidden Leaf Village, already skeptical of dealings with outsiders, furrowed his brows upon viewing this evidence, beginning to waver. "Indeed, this does appear rather peculiar." The advisor adjusted his spectacles, his tone laced with doubt. Naruto, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "This is nothing short of slander. Hey, you, stop spouting nonsense. My goods are entirely legitimate. How can they be deemed evil? This is defamation." "Silence, brat. Do you dare question me?" The mysterious ninja's furious roar sent shivers down the spines of the nearby villagers. Naruto felt more wronged than anyone could imagine, his heart heavy with grievances he could not express, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. The villagers, already predisposed to disdain outsiders, now regarded Naruto with suspicion following the revelation of this evidence. The once bustling marketplace fell into an oppressive silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Naruto felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame, utterly uncomfortable. "Wait a moment." A clear voice shattered the stalemate. Sakura Haruno parted the crowd, stepping forward with a calm gaze fixed on the mysterious ninja. "You claim this as evidence, but what is its foundation? We must scrutinize this closely." True to her reputation as a medical ninja, Sakura's astuteness and keen observation shone through. She picked up the blueprints and examined them meticulously. While the illustrations appeared somewhat convincing, the annotations were riddled with errors, even containing misspellings. Sakura's lips curled slightly upward, revealing an imperceptible smile. "This handwriting, it appears distinctly forged." "Impossible." The mysterious ninja, about to retort, found himself at a loss as his fabricated lies crumbled. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow, his gaze shifting nervously. The emissaries from the outsiders could not suppress their laughter, realizing that this ninja was intentionally causing trouble. The villagers, too, began to respond, voicing their accusations against the mysterious ninja, and the previously stifling atmosphere transformed dramatically. It was all a ruse. I knew Naruto's goods could not be flawed. Who is this scoundrel that dares to frame Naruto? With a sigh of relief, Naruto finally cleared his name, triumphantly sticking his tongue out at the mysterious ninja. The latter, witnessing the unraveling of his scheme, turned pale with fury, glaring at Naruto with clenched teeth, muttering, "You will pay for this, boy." In a fit of rage, the mysterious ninja, his previously darkened expression now even more menacing, swung his hand violently, bellowing, "If you refuse my courtesy, do not blame me for being uncivil." Like a ravenous wolf pouncing upon its prey, he charged toward Naruto's stall, his eyes fixated on the array of peculiar trinkets. "I shall seize it. I shall seize it. I shall seize it," he bellowed, racing forward with a nonsensical chant, resembling an out-of-control parrot. "Attempting to pilfer? You appear to have wandered into the wrong scene." A languid voice interjected, as Kakashi Hatake materialized before Naruto, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, exuding an air of unfazed composure, as if orchestrating the unfolding events. The moniker of Copy Ninja Kakashi was not merely a boast. He stood like an imposing mountain, obstructing the mysterious ninja's path. Humph. Kakashi, are you intent on meddling as well? The mysterious ninja halted, while Kakashi, maintaining his calm demeanor, asserted, safeguarding the peace of Konoha is my duty. Yet, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. In the next instant, the two were embroiled in combat. Kakashi's form flitted about with an ethereal grace, akin to a specter, appearing now behind the mysterious ninja, now above him, leaving onlookers in a daze. Though the mysterious ninja possessed commendable prowess, he appeared clumsy and utterly overmatched before Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you are magnificent. Strike him! Strike him! The villagers erupted in cheers, animated like fervent fans rallying for their idol. Even the normally stern advisors of Konoha could not help but nod in admiration. Kakashi truly epitomizes the elite shinobi of Konoha. His strength is indeed extraordinary. Just when the crowd anticipated Kakashi would apprehend the mysterious ninja, an unforeseen twist ensued. The mysterious ninja abruptly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations. As a peculiar surge of chakra emanated from him. Substitution jutsu, explosion. A thunderous boom reverberated, and a thick cloud of smoke quickly enveloped the area, obscuring all vision. When the smoke dissipated, the mysterious ninja had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a smoldering crater. Kakashi furrowed his brow, his Sharingan rapidly scanning the surroundings. Yet he could not uncover any sign of the elusive ninja. Naruto felt a surge of anxiety. Who was this mysterious figure? Why was he targeting him? Where had he gone? Damn it, he escaped. Chapter 48. The deadlock breaks. The transaction completed. Kakashi's brow remained knitted in concentration, his Sharingan whirling with intensity as he sought to detect the residual chakra lingering in the air, but the mysterious ninja seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. That was quite the maneuver. Kakashi mused inwardly, acknowledging the ninja's remarkable elusiveness. A sense of foreboding washed over Naruto. He instinctively knew that this adversary would not relent easily. He hurried to Kakashi's side and whispered, Kakashi-sensei, what is the origin of this individual? Something feels amiss. I am uncertain, but his chakra is quite peculiar, Kakashi replied, shaking his head, revealing that he was not an all-knowing compendium. The villagers of Konoha began to murmur amongst themselves, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Could he be a spy sent from another village? He certainly does not appear to be of good intentions. It would be prudent to exercise caution. Sakura Haruno approached Naruto with a serious expression, cautioning him, Naruto, this transaction may prove to be rather troublesome. You must prepare yourself mentally. Yamato, equally grave, immediately intensified the security around the envoy's residence, determined to prevent the mysterious ninja from launching another attack. The atmosphere hung heavy, as if the world had been paused, suffocating in its tension. Naruto inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. No, he could not allow this individual to jeopardize his grand plans. He clenched his fists, resolved to unearth this troublemaker and eradicate the threat entirely. At that moment, the envoy's distinctive voice shattered the silence. Ahem, young brother, it appears that the security situation here is rather concerning. His tone was laced with a hint of jest, yet tinged with genuine apprehension. The advisor from Konoha frowned, displeased, and remarked, Lord Envoy, as you can see, our village is facing unexpected circumstances. For the sake of safety, I suggest we pause this transaction. Pause. Naruto's voice rose sharply, vehemently opposing the idea. No way. Not at this critical juncture. The transaction absolutely must proceed. His tone was urgent, as if he were safeguarding a cherished possession. That individual was merely a minor nuisance, not a cause for alarm. The advisor scoffed, his mustache bristling. That may be so, but who knows if he will attempt to disrupt things again? What if something goes awry? Who will take responsibility? The envoy stroked his chin, watching Naruto with keen interest, seemingly awaiting his reaction. Well, the young brother does make a valid point, he drawled, his gaze shifting pointedly toward the advisor. The implication was unmistakable. But what? Naruto pressed anxiously. However, we from the other world would prefer not to engage in transactions within such an insecure environment, the envoy said, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. As if he were relishing the unfolding drama. The scene fell into a stalemate, both sides entrenched in their positions. The air thick with the oppressive silence reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Naruto glanced from side to side, feeling as if he were perched atop a powder keg, on the verge of being shattered to pieces. Perhaps we could discuss this further? He suggested. wiping the cold sweat from his brow and forcing a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. Neither the envoy nor the Konoha advisor responded. Their eyes locked in a silent duel of wills. Time ticked away, and the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. The envoy and the advisor stood like statues, both unwilling to yield. Naruto felt as though he were being subjected to relentless heat, his insides growing increasingly chilled. As he watched the significant deal slip away, he felt an overwhelming urge to explode, letting out a desperate lament to the heavens. This is so difficult. Around him, the villagers of Konoha sighed in dismay, their disappointment spreading like a contagion, thickening the very air they breathed. What are we to do? Are we really going to leave empty-handed today? Naruto scratched his head, frantic as an ant on a hot pan, a dark cloud seemingly hovering above him, pressing down and stealing his breath. He felt like a drowning man, engulfed by an immense pressure, everything around him blurring into indistinctness, with only a buzzing in his ears remaining. At this critical juncture, a spark of inspiration illuminated Naruto's mind as he suddenly recalled the hidden feature of the street vendor system, the absolutely secure transaction barrier. This function, often perceived as trivial, now emerged as the key to breaking the impasse. A sly smile graced his lips, as though he had discovered a winning talisman. Clearing his throat, Naruto raised his voice to capture everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a secret technique that can ensure this transaction is absolutely secure, he proclaimed, his tone infused with an air of confidence. The otherworldly envoy raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what is this secret? Pray do tell. Although the Leaf Village advisor maintained a stern facade, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Naruto began to passionately elucidate the principles and functions of the absolutely secure transaction barrier. He vividly illustrated how the barrier could isolate all threats and guarantee the transaction's infallibility, elevating the barrier to the status of an invincible shield. Upon concluding his explanation, the envoy and the advisor exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions betraying disbelief. They had never encountered such a marvelous invention. This was beyond their comprehension. Is it truly that powerful? The advisor stammered. Absolutely, Naruto declared, thumping his chest with pride. Naruto Uzumaki, never boast. Observing the unwavering determination in Naruto's eyes, the envoy's doubts began to dissipate. In that case, let us give it a try. The Leaf advisor ultimately nodded in agreement. The crisis was averted. The atmosphere lightened instantly, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted, and smiles reappeared on everyone's faces. The villagers of the Leaf Village gazed at Naruto with admiration, while Sakura Haruno gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Naruto, you are simply amazing. Seeing the joy radiating from the crowd filled Naruto with a sense of accomplishment, making him feel like a hero destined to save the world, imbued with newfound strength. Just then, the envoy suddenly wore a mysterious smile and began to speak. In that case, he paused, his gaze deepening as if brewing an earth-shattering secret. Let us discuss the specifics of the transaction. The absolutely secure transaction barrier was activated. Golden light enveloped the trading scene, akin to a divine presence descending, rendering it difficult for onlookers to open their eyes. The envoy produced an array of peculiar items, glowing mushrooms, talking stones, and tea leaves that could predict the future, leaving the villagers of the Leaf Village in a state of bewilderment, exclaiming, Goodness, city folk truly know how to have fun. Naruto, in turn, showcased his prized possessions, shadow clone pills, detoxifying beans, and lucky shuriken, creating a dazzling display that filled the entire stall. Those unaware might have mistaken it for a grand promotional event akin to a Double 11 sale. Come, take a look. Don't miss out as you pass by. Naruto transformed into the most formidable salesperson, his shouts resonating with thunderous energy, more animated than the monkeys on the mountains. The villagers, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, eagerly reached for their wallets, resulting in a scene of fervent activity reminiscent of market-goers scrambling for discounted eggs. The trading atmosphere was vibrant, with Naruto reaping abundant rewards, his smile outshining even the sunflowers. The emissaries from other realms were equally impressed, lavishing praise on Naruto's stall and vowing to return. As the transaction concluded, the barrier dissolved, and the villagers of Konoha erupted in cheers, lifting Naruto into the air to celebrate this historic moment. The advisor, usually stern, transformed into a vision of joy, beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum as he grasped Naruto's hand. struggling to articulate his excitement. Naruto, you are indeed the great benefactor of Konoha. I am truly filled with profound gratitude. Standing at the center of the crowd, Naruto basked in the adoration, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. He felt as though he stood atop the pinnacle of life, surveying all beneath him. Filled with exuberance, nearly bursting forth in a triumphant shout. Is there anyone else? Yet, amidst this celebration, a chilling figure stealthily emerged outside the village. Cloaked in black, he lurked in the shadows, his sinister eyes fixated on the bustling Konoha, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How lively it is, he murmured, his voice raspy, akin to whispers from the depths of hell. Naruto Uzumaki, I have found you. Chapter 49, The Betrayer's Temptation. Naruto's integrity. The cloaked figure slithered into Konoha like a venomous serpent, gliding through the throngs of people until he stood before Naruto. His face, shrouded in shadow, revealed a malevolent grin that seemed to corrode the very air around him. Indeed, it is you, Naruto Uzumaki, the figure hissed, his voice resonating with a chilling aura reminiscent of the abyss. Naruto furrowed his brow, his instincts flaring to life like a startled cat. He steeled himself, feigning nonchalance. Who are you? What do you want with me? My identity is of little consequence, the figure replied, stepping closer, his cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. What matters is that I can offer you everything you desire. Join us. Power, wealth, status, all within your grasp. Is it not a waste of your talents to remain here in this humble Konoha, peddling trinkets? My good sir, I believe you are mistaken, Naruto thought to himself, internally scoffing while maintaining a facade of polite laughter. Life here is quite pleasant for me. I have no complaints. Besides, your rhetoric is rather predictable. I've grown immune to such offers. The cloaked figure seemed momentarily taken aback by Naruto's bluntness, but quickly intensified his allure. Do you not realize how splendid the world beyond is? Our organization can provide you with the rarest of jutsu scrolls, the finest training resources, and countless treasures. All you need do is nod, and they shall be yours. He extended his hand, as if presenting a tantalizing confection. Gazing at the outstretched hand, Naruto was overwhelmed by a palpable sense of discomfort. He instinctively stepped back, as though to evade something unclean. No thank you. I prefer to rely on my own strength to forge my fortune. Moreover, I have little interest in your so-called resources. Humph, an ungrateful fool. The man in the black robe's expression darkened, his tone turning icy. Since you refuse my hospitality, do not blame me for being impolite. I shall take everything from your stall. Just as he bared his fangs, ready to strike, a piercing gaze shot from the side, sharp as a blade of ice, aimed directly at him. Naruto, how could you associate with such a person? Hyuga Niji's eyes were keen, as if capable of seeing through all deceit. He fixed a cold stare upon Naruto, disappointment lacing his voice. Are you truly prepared to betray the village of Konoha and ally with rogue ninjas? Naruto was momentarily taken aback, grappling with the dubious expression in Niji's eyes, left momentarily speechless. The surrounding air grew heavy, oppressing him with an unbearable weight. Just as Naruto opened his mouth to explain, he was interrupted by the man in the black robe. Ha ha, Uzumaki Naruto, I shall remember you. Your choices will exact a toll. With a haughty laugh, the man vanished into the darkness with his subordinates. Niji watched their departure, then turned back to Naruto, casting a deep, cold glance. I will not believe you, Naruto. With that, he turned and left, leaving Naruto standing alone, unable to articulate a defense. A faint voice suddenly emerged, seemingly whispering, "Foolish Konoha ninja, let you taste the feeling of being toyed with." The man in the black robe chuckled ominously, his voice as piercing as an owl's at night. He commanded his subordinates, "Go, spread the news that Uzumaki Naruto has agreed to join us, and will soon bring his precious stall to our side." The rogue ninja members obeyed, swiftly disseminating the insidious rumors throughout every corner of Konoha like a plague. Have you heard? That kid Naruto is about to defect. Is that true? He is the son of the fourth Hokage. What's that to us? Even the son of the fourth Hokage has been swayed by our leader. The rumors spread like wildfire, quickly engulfing the entire village of Konoha. The villagers gazed at Naruto with suspicion, disdain, and anger. The once heroic son had now become synonymous with treachery. As Naruto walked through the streets, he felt the weight of piercing glances, each one like a needle pricking his skin. The friendly faces that once greeted him transformed into cold, unforgiving visages. He felt as though he were trapped in an ice cellar, chilled to the bone, struggling to breathe. Naruto, Are you truly going to betray Konoha? A sharp voice pierced his heart like a dagger. He looked up to see a former companion regarding him with disgust, their voice heavy with disappointment and fury. I didn't. Naruto attempted to explain, but found his throat choked with emotion, rendering him voiceless. The surrounding accusations rose in volume, washing over him like a relentless tide. He felt as if he were suffocating, abandoned by the entire world. I believe in you. A steady voice suddenly emerged, a beacon of light in the darkness, illuminating Naruto's despairing heart. As Yahi approached Naruto, his gaze unwavering and his voice imbued with trust, he declared, I know you will not betray the village of Konoha. I will assist you in uncovering the truth and restoring your innocence. Yahi's words enveloped Naruto's heart like a gentle spring breeze, rekindling the flickering flame of hope within him. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding them lightened somewhat, though a palpable tension still lingered in the air. Naruto gazed at Yahi with profound gratitude, his heart swelling with emotion. Yahi placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder and spoke solemnly, Do not worry, everything will turn out well. After a brief pause, his eyes sharpened with determination. Now, we must identify the rogue ninja who has spread these rumors and expose his nefarious plot. Suddenly, a soft voice reached Naruto's ears. It was Hinata, rushing forth with concern etched across her features. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe tomato as she grasped the hem of his garment. Naruto, please don't be sad, she implored. A subtle, almost whimsical atmosphere enveloped them, as if the very air was adorned with pink bubbles. A warmth spread through Naruto's heart. This girl truly was an angel. At that moment, Kakashi stepped forward, stabilizing the restless villagers like an anchor in a storm. Everyone, please remain calm. Naruto felt a surge of gratitude towards Kakashi, recognizing him as the village's sage strategist. His actions were nothing short of brilliant. The tension in the air began to dissipate, akin to parched earth rejuvenated by a timely rain. Meanwhile, the rogue ninja leader, hidden in the shadows, seethed with frustration upon witnessing his plans thwarted. Damn it, how can that brat still have so many supporters? He hissed, his malevolence palpable. It seems I must escalate my tactics. He grinned ominously, resembling a venomous serpent flicking its tongue. Fetch the forbidden scrolls we have hidden away and present them to Naruto. I refuse to believe he will remain unmoved. Simultaneously, he dispatched several agile rogue members to stealthily approach Naruto under the cover of night, intending to catch him off guard. Humph, if gentle persuasion fails, then I shall employ force. He will soon learn the consequences of crossing me. As night descended, enveloping Konoha like a cloak of deep velvet darkness, only a few flickering lamps illuminated the surroundings, reminiscent of ghostly flames dancing in the wind. The shadows of the trees swayed ominously, reminiscent of monstrous claws, silently narrating the perils of the night. A faint metallic scent of blood mingled with the earthy aroma of soil, instilling an unsettling sense of dread. Naruto narrowed his eyes, surveying his surroundings with the vigilance of a leopard. He acutely sensed a malevolence in the air that felt distinctly foreign to Konoha. The corners of his mouth curled upward slightly, sketching a hint of a devilish smile. Ah, it appears that tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. I wonder which friend has come to warn me. While he secretly grumbled within, his hands were not idle. He stealthily retrieved several distinctive shurikens, gripping them tightly in his palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds shattered the tranquility of the night, akin to the whispers of death, instantly tearing apart the false calm. Several shurikens, glinting with a chilling brilliance, sliced through the air towards Naruto's position, propelled by a deadly resolve. How utterly dishonorable. Naruto sprang lightly on his toes, his form drifting backward like a wraith, narrowly evading the lethal attack. The shuriken struck the tree trunk where Naruto had just stood, producing a cacophony of splintering wood. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Following closely, a multitude of ninjutsu erupted from the darkness like roaring beasts, bearing the might to devastate, converging upon Naruto as if to consume him entirely. Shadow clone technique. Naruto formed hand signs, and in a puff of white smoke, dozens of identical Narutos appeared around him. They, like invigorated spirits, struck comical poses while laughing heartily. Haha, is that all you've got? Brothers, let us see how long they can last. This ninjutsu, flamboyant and ostentatious, was clearly the mark of a novice. The rogue ninjas were taken aback by this farcical scene, their attacks faltering momentarily as they stood bewildered, watching the multitude of Narutos flit about like headless flies. The leaves surrounding them rustled violently in the powerful gusts, as if countless invisible hands were frantically waving. What in the world is this? The rogue ninjas exchanged glances, having never witnessed such an eccentric ninjutsu. Momentarily lost in direction. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, countless Narutos abruptly vanished, dispersing into wisps of white smoke. Before the rogue ninjas could react, the real Naruto appeared behind them like a specter, his specially crafted shuriken glimmering with a cold, lethal light. Ah! A scream pierced the night as one rogue ninja clutched his arm, collapsing in agony. Naruto offered them no respite. He moved again, vanishing from sight, leaving only a phrase that lingered in the wind. The game has only just begun. At that moment, a figure gradually emerged from the treetops in the distance, observing the chaotic scene with a glint of complexity in his gaze, murmuring to himself, Naruto. Hyuga Niji's eyes were sharp as a hawk, keenly watching the skirmish from afar. He witnessed Naruto, outnumbered yet agile, executing peculiar techniques, and a flicker of doubt arose within him. Could it be that Naruto had truly betrayed them? He recalled the rumors circulating in the village about Naruto's collusion with outsiders, solidifying his suspicions. Stop! Uzumaki Naruto! How dare you betray Konoha? Niji shouted furiously, his form like lightning as he prepared to plunge into the fray to halt Naruto's rampage. Wait, Niji! A composed voice resonated through the mountains as Hai appeared before Niji, obstructing his path. Look closely. Those individuals are rogue ninjas. Rogue ninjas? Niji paused momentarily, his gaze once again drawn to the battlefield. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the ninjas, who had been thoroughly defeated by Naruto, bore a distinct, deep scratch on their forehead protectors, the unmistakable emblem of betrayal. Impossible. How could Naruto possibly defeat so many rogue ninjas? Niji remained incredulous, skepticism evident in his tone. Facts speak louder than words. Hai replied with a resigned shrug. Observe Naruto's techniques closely. They are far from ordinary ninjutsu. Only then did Niji notice that Naruto's ninjutsu indeed differed significantly from that of typical ninjas. With remarkable speed, Naruto formed hand seals, chanting, Rasengan Shuriken, spin it large. A colossal Rasengan Shuriken materialized in his grasp, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the night sky like a miniature sun. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Niji's eyes widened, his heart brimming with astonishment. This is a new technique Naruto acquired from the world of the extraordinary, Hai elucidated. Its power is immense, capable of annihilating any adversary. The world of the extraordinary? Niji's confusion deepened. Now is not the time for explanations, Hai interjected, cutting Niji off. First, we must assist Naruto in eliminating these rogue ninjas. Humph. Niji scoffed, still harboring doubts, yet he joined the fray. On the battlefield, Naruto, utilizing the various peculiar techniques he had learned from the extraordinary realm, relentlessly drove the rogue ninjas into retreat. He alternated between throwing explosive tags and employing the modified Thousand Years of Pain, unleashing an array of bizarre and ingenious maneuvers that left the rogue ninjas bewildered and in despair. This kid is nothing short of a monster, one rogue ninja lamented, clutching his rear in agony. Boss, we should retreat. Another rogue ninja exclaimed, his face pale and trembling. The rogue ninja leader gritted his teeth, casting a reluctant glance at Naruto before finally issuing the command to retreat. Fall back. We are leaving. The rogue ninjas fled in a panic as if granted a reprieve from certain doom. Thinking of escaping? Not so fast. Naruto sneered. Experience my new technique. Summoning jutsu, Pikachu. In a flash of golden light, a small creature, entirely clad in gold and adorned with a lightning tail, appeared beside Naruto. Pikachu. The little creature called out with a bright voice, shimmering with dazzling electricity. Thunderbolt. Naruto commanded, and Pikachu opened its mouth wide, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning that struck the fleeing rogue ninjas, leaving them charred and convulsing on the ground. Wow. Incredible. A crisp voice rang out from a distance. Naruto. Well done. Keep it up. The melodious tone pierced the night like a refreshing chilled soda on a summer day, instantly dispelling the tension that enveloped the battlefield. Tenten, waving her fists from afar, sparkled with admiration, akin to an ardent fan cheering for Naruto. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Naruto felt invigorated, as if infused with a potent energy. A confident smile graced his lips as he remarked, Watch closely, Tenten. This is the true moment of performance. He moved with a vitality akin to being invigorated by an elixir, his form more agile and his strike sharper. The shuriken in his hand resembled the scythe of death, reaping the lives of the rogue ninjas with astonishing speed, leaving only afterimages in its wake. The rogue ninjas were paralyzed with terror at Naruto's sudden outburst of combat prowess. Akin to leaves tossed about by the wind, utterly defenseless as they fell to the ground, their cries of despair resonating through the night sky. Damn it! A bunch of useless fools. The rogue ninja leader, witnessing his subordinates fall like ripe wheat, vanished in a flash, appearing before Naruto like a specter, wielding a long blade that glimmered with an icy sheen. "Kid, your game ends here," he hissed with a malevolent grin, his voice as chilling as a serpent's, sending shivers down one's spine. The long blade descended upon Naruto with the force of thunder. Is this old man finally going all out? Naruto's pupils contracted as he felt an unprecedented pressure, hastily retreating to narrowly evade the strike. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing sound, leaving a profound fissure in the ground. The atmosphere around them seemed to solidify, becoming oppressively heavy. Naruto's heart raced, his palms beginning to sweat. He understood that this rogue ninja leader was not to be compared with the previous lackeys. This was a formidable adversary. Interesting, Naruto mused, realizing that without revealing his true capabilities, he could not hope to overcome this opponent. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly analyzed the situation in his mind, searching for an opening. At that moment, a bold idea flashed into his consciousness, illuminating his thoughts like lightning. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he resolved to employ an entirely new strategy to surprise the old man. Suddenly, he feigned weakness, his movements becoming sluggish, as if drained of strength. "Humph, it seems you are not so impressive after all." The rogue ninja leader, seeing Naruto's apparent decline, resumed his aggressive assault, intensifying his onslaught as he sought to completely engulf Naruto. The opportunity has arrived, Naruto thought to himself. His eyes sparkled with determination as he deliberately exposed a significant flaw in his defense, stumbling as if weakened, even falling clumsily. "Oh dear, my poor back," he exaggeratedly exclaimed, glancing surreptitiously at the rogue ninja leader's expression. The leader, indeed falling for the ruse, cackled, "You little brat, you're finished." He raised his long blade, radiating lethal intent, lunging at Naruto. The atmosphere was thick with tension, laden with intrigue. The watching ninjas held their breath. Hyuga Neji furrowed his brow, internally perplexed. "Naruto, what on earth are you doing?" In that critical moment, a cunning smile played on Naruto's lips. He leaped into the air with the swiftness of lightning, appearing behind the rogue ninja leader in the blink of an eye. Rasengan, a swirling blue sphere of energy spun in Naruto's hand, emitting a resonant hum. "What?" The leader of the rogue ninjas was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that Naruto possessed such formidable prowess. The Rasengan struck the back of the rogue ninja leader with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, dust swirling in his wake. Coughing, the leader spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as a ghost. Before he could comprehend the situation, Naruto launched another assault. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of Narutos materialized on the battlefield, encircling the rogue ninja leader. Attack. The Narutos unleashed their onslaught simultaneously, an array of jutsu raining down like a torrential downpour. The rogue ninja leader found himself utterly defenseless, retreating under the relentless barrage. The battle unfolded with breathtaking intensity, reminiscent of an exhilarating anime. Onlookers were left in awe of Naruto's overwhelming strength, and Hinata Neji stood speechless, unable to fathom that Naruto harbored such immense power. Even the usually composed Shikaku displayed a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "How about now? Do you wish to continue?" Naruto dusted off his hands, grinning at the rogue ninja leader. The leader struggled to rise, stammering, Who are you?" "I am the man destined to become Hokage," Naruto declared, his thumb raised high, his signature smile dazzling everyone present. The rogue ninja leader nearly coughed up another mouthful of blood at the revelation. This kid was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Had he known, he would never have provoked him. Seeing their leader incapacitated, the remaining rogue ninjas scattered in all directions, fleeing faster than rabbits. "Run for your lives," someone shouted, and the scene turned comically chaotic. Trying to escape? Not so fast. Naruto formed hand seals once more. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. More shadow clones emerged, pursuing the rogue ninjas and delivering a thorough beating. The spectacle was even more lively than the fireworks festival in Konoha. Ouch, my rear end. Stop hitting me, I surrender. Mommy, I want to go home. The wails of the rogue ninjas echoed, provoking laughter from the surrounding ninjas. Naruto was indeed a lively character. As the dust settled, he clapped his hands, surveying his spoils with satisfaction. Not a single treasure was missing from his loot. Perfect. He raised an eyebrow at Hinata Niji, saying, "So, Niji, am I impressive or what?" Niji regarded Naruto with a complex expression. He had previously believed Naruto to be a hopeless underachiever, incapable of greatness. However, it was clear now that he had underestimated him. Not only was Naruto powerful, but he was also cunning, a depth of strategy that even Niji found humbling. "Naruto, I misjudged you before. I apologize," Niji said sincerely, earning the admiration of those around him. "No worries, it's all a trivial matter." Naruto waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. "From now on, we shall be good brothers." "Indeed." Niji nodded solemnly. The two exchanged smiles, the previous animosity evaporating. Naruto's cheerful voice rang out, as he bounded through the crowd like a joyous little bird, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Naruto, you're incredible. Simply amazing." She excitedly grasped Naruto's arm, her small face flushed with exhilaration, as though her joy surpassed even that of winning a great battle. Naruto, taken aback by Tintin's sudden enthusiasm, scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. "Ahaha, it's just average. I'm third in the world." He feigned modesty with a wave of his hand, yet the smile at the corner of his lips betrayed his delight. The air around them was imbued with an atmosphere of light-hearted joy, akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze against one's face. Not far off, Kakashi and Yamato observed Naruto being surrounded by admirers, their faces adorned with expressions of satisfaction. Kakashi nodded slightly, remarking in a deep tone, "This kid Naruto is truly exceeding my expectations. It seems he genuinely has the potential to become Hokage." Yamato, in agreement, nodded earnestly. "Indeed. He possesses not only formidable strength, but also extraordinary wisdom and courage. More importantly, he harbors a kind heart, one that strives for the village and for peace." The villagers of Konoha had completely come to trust that Naruto would not betray them. They gathered around him, expressing their admiration and gratitude. "Naruto, thank you for protecting us. Naruto, you are truly the hero of Konoha. Naruto, I want to have your children." A bold girl in the crowd shouted, provoking a wave of hearty laughter. Surrounded by this sudden outpouring of warmth, Naruto felt as though he were enveloped in a sea of comfort. He smiled and waved to the crowd, his heart swelling with pride and joy. He had finally earned their recognition. He had become the hero in their hearts. At that moment, a figure silently emerged at the edge of the crowd, cloaked in black, shrouded in shadows. With cold eyes fixated on Naruto and a strange smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Vortex Naruto, you have not disappointed me," he murmured softly. But the game has only just begun. Standing at the center of the crowd, enjoying the cheers and praises, Naruto felt as if he were at the pinnacle of his life. He smugly touched his nose, reveling in the thought. "Hee, I truly am the chosen one. Irresistible in my charm. Just look at these adoring fans. Their gazes are blinding." Moreover, the treasures from the market remained intact, which was of utmost importance. Naruto mused contentedly, envisioning a substantial profit on the horizon, his heart brimming with joy at the prospect of countless bills waving at him. "Naruto, you are simply incredible. You're my idol," Tintin exclaimed, excitedly clutching his arm, her eyes sparkling like stars. Hey, hey, mind your image. There are so many people watching," Naruto said, though inwardly he was elated. The feeling of being admired by a beautiful girl was truly delightful. Just then, a strange sound echoed from afar, a buzzing reminiscent of countless bees flapping their wings. Or perhaps the roar of some machinery. The noise grew closer, becoming increasingly clear and jarring, sending a chill down one's spine. "What is that sound?" someone in the crowd questioned, bewildered. "I am uncertain," another voice responded, tinged with unease. The previously jovial atmosphere abruptly froze. Everyone ceased their activities, straining to listen to the increasingly ominous sound approaching. Even the typically composed Rukyu furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. "This is bad," Hiyu exclaimed, his expression shifting as he spoke in a grave tone. He felt a powerful chakra surging rapidly towards them, imbued with an aura of malevolence and destruction that sent a shiver down his spine. A foreboding sense of dread welled up within Naruto as he abruptly lifted his gaze toward the source of the sound. In the distance, a colossal shadow loomed in the sky, hurtling toward them at an alarming speed. What is that? A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd, and fear swiftly spread among them. As the shadow drew nearer, the true nature of the apparition became clear. It was a massive airship, cloaked in darkness. Resembling a ghostly vessel from the depths of hell, exuding an oppressive atmosphere that stifled the air. On the deck of the airship stood a mysterious figure clad in a long black robe, their back turned to the onlookers, obscuring their features. Yet the formidable presence radiating from them instilled a profound sense of terror. Naruto Uzumaki, we meet again. The enigmatic figure slowly turned, revealing a pale and sinister visage, a chilling smile curving at the corners of their lips. This time, I shall not allow you to escape. Chapter 52. The Return of the Rogue Ninja. Guarding the heart is difficult. The enormous shadow descended ominously, the airship hovering steadily above Konoha, heralding an apocalyptic omen. A fierce wind howled, whipping up fallen leaves. As tension permeated the atmosphere, Naruto Uzumaki, it has been quite some time. The leader of the rogue ninja leaped from the airship, landing firmly on the ground. His pallid face appeared even more ghastly under the sunlight, a disquieting smile gracing his lips. Surprised to see me back? Naruto crossed his arms, a calm demeanor masking his true feelings, unfazed by the rogue leader's imposing presence. Oh, isn't this the guy I tricked last time? What's the matter? Didn't you earn enough money, and now you wish to offer your head as a gift? The villagers of Konoha tightened their grips on their weapons, cautiously observing the rogue leader and his subordinates. The atmosphere was taut, poised for conflict. The rogue leader's expression darkened. Naruto, I concede that I underestimated you last time. However, this time, I come bearing sincerity. He clapped his hands, prompting his rogue members to present several large crates. Upon opening them, a treasure trove of rare herbs and gleaming scrolls was revealed. These are all for you. Join us, and you shall bask in wealth and glory without end. Naruto cast a dismissive glance at the offerings, curling his lip in disdain. Is this a joke? Are you trying to bribe me? The last debt remains unpaid. And now you seek to entice me with trinkets? Dream on. The rogue leader's countenance darkened further, taken aback by Naruto's blatant refusal. If you refuse my hospitality, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Hey, let us not act rashly. Naruto raised his hands, feigning innocence. In the realm of commerce, when negotiations fail, one must remember the virtue of integrity. Why the fierce demeanor? Business is merely a dance of bargaining. If your offer falls short, it is only natural for me to express my discontent. How about this? Increase your offer a tad. The renegade leader, filled with rage, responded with a sardonic laugh. Increase my offer? What more do you desire? Naruto scratched his chin, his eyes darting with mischief. Let me ponder, he drawled, then pointed at the airship behind the renegade leader, grinning. That airship of yours looks rather splendid. Why not gift it to me? The renegade leader's face turned a deep shade of crimson. You must be dreaming. He waved his hand violently. Attack. Seize his belongings. Hey. No need for violence. Let us discuss this civilly, Naruto exclaimed, but before he could finish, the renegade members surged forward. Wait. A voice suddenly echoed from the airship. A tall, masked figure descended slowly, exuding a formidable chakra. The mysterious figure approached the renegade leader, whispering a few words in his ear. The leader's expression shifted dramatically, and he gestured for his subordinates to halt their assault. Naruto, consider yourself fortunate today. The renegade leader glared at Naruto with malice, hastily retreating with his men as the airship ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight. Yet, the renegade members did not relent. They scattered, sowing chaos throughout the village. Flames engulfed homes. Thick smoke billowed skyward, obscuring the sun, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred wood. The villagers of Konoha were in a frenzy, cries for help resonating in a cacophony of despair. This is intolerable. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. He surveyed the devastation of his beloved village, a place where he had grown up, a home now ravaged. How could he not feel enraged? Byakugan. Neji Hyuga appeared beside Naruto, activating his Byakugan to swiftly pinpoint several renegade members setting fires. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Neji moved like a specter, unleashing a flurry of strikes that felled the rogue members to the ground. Neji. Naruto cast a grateful glance at him. I merely wish to prevent further destruction to the village. Neji replied coolly, though a flicker of concern briefly crossed his features. The surrounding villagers, witnessing Niji's intervention, erupted in cheers, momentarily alleviating the tense atmosphere. "Naruto, watch out!" Tenten suddenly shouted, shoving Naruto aside just as a shuriken grazed his cheek, embedding itself in a nearby tree. "Tenten, thank you." Naruto gasped, his heart racing, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Are you all right?" Tenten asked, her voice laced with concern. "I'm fine," Naruto replied, shaking his head, yet his expression grew more serious. It was evident that this assault by the renegades was premeditated. What could their true objective be? Naruto stood still as Yamanaka Ino approached, her expression grave. She leaned closer to Naruto and whispered, through sensing their spiritual fluctuations. "I have discovered that the rogue ninja leader appears to be highly sensitive to a certain mysterious chakra wave. It seems to be his weakness." Naruto's eyes lit up, and a sly smile crept across his lips as he thought, "Ah, so this old fool is not invulnerable after all." He clapped his hands and shouted, "Everyone, watch me. Today, let this bunch of fools understand that Konoha is not a place they can invade at will." With a swift step, Naruto vanished from his position, only to reappear right before the rogue ninja leader. Shadow clone technique. Countless Narutos surged forth like an unstoppable tide toward the rogue ninja leader. The rogue leader's expression shifted as he sensed the abnormal chakra fluctuations around him, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He retreated repeatedly, yet was still ensnared by Naruto's shadow clones, struggling to regain control. "Damn it, what is this kid's deal? Ha ha, my friend, your doom is upon you." The real Naruto descended from the heavens, delivering a powerful kick to the rogue leader's chest, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut. The rogue leader crashed heavily to the ground, disheveled, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Impossible. How can this kid be so strong? As Naruto landed, hands on his hips, he wore a triumphant expression. "What do you think? Not bad, right? You think you can compete with me? You're still too green." At this moment, Hokage and other Konoha ninjas arrived, surrounding the remaining rogue members. The rogues displayed fear, fully aware that their fate was sealed. The villagers of Konoha gathered around, their faces alight with excitement and joy, cheering and shouting in support of Naruto and the Konoha ninjas. The atmosphere surged to a climax, the air thick with the scent of impending victory. "Humph, a bunch of useless fools." The rogue leader rose from the ground, his face contorted with rage. He produced an ancient scroll from his cloak, its surface adorned with ominous patterns, exuding a sinister aura. "Since that's the case, let me show you the true power capable of destroying Konoha." The rogue leader gradually unfurled the scroll, and an overwhelming chakra wave erupted, shaking the surrounding ninjas and villagers to their core. Chapter 53. The Scroll Unveils. Perils abound. The mysterious scroll in the rogue leader's hand radiated an eerie glow, the patterns on its surface twisting and shifting like serpents in the dark of night. The atmosphere grew tense, as if the very air had solidified. The Konoha ninjas and villagers felt their hearts race, each holding their breath, daring only to steal glances at the scroll from the corners of their eyes. Naruto furrowed his brow, filled with uncertainty and vigilance. His eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings, searching for any potential vulnerabilities. He sensed the immense power lurking within the scroll, a chakra fluctuation unlike anything he had ever encountered, laden with foreboding. "Listen well, little brat," the leader of the rogue ninjas snarled, his eyes glinting with a ferocious light. "If you refuse to come with us, I shall unseal this scroll and unleash its power, leaving your beloved Konoha to face annihilation." Naruto furrowed his brow, a flicker of defiance flashing in his gaze. He subtly shifted his hands, poised to strike at any moment. Just then, a calm and resolute voice resonated from the crowd. "Lord Kakashi," Yamanaka Ino whispered as he stood beside Kakashi, "we must act. We cannot allow the rogue ninjas to prevail." Kakashi nodded slightly, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the rogue leader. "You listen well, rogue ninja. Konoha will never capitulate. Whatever schemes you harbor, we shall resist with all our might." The rogue leader let out a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with cunning. "Kakashi, you are truly a stubborn old man, but I am well aware of your secrets. Pay heed. 5, 4, 3. He began to count down, his voice slicing through the air like a blade, piercing every heart present. Naruto's fists clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Hokage and Yamanaka Ino braced themselves, ready to spring into action. The ninjas of Konoha gripped their weapons tightly, while the villagers held each other's hands. the rogue leader's voice echoing ominously, each number a heavy toll upon their hearts. 3, 2, 1. Just as the countdown neared its conclusion, the rogue leader slammed the scroll, a surge of potent chakra erupting instantaneously, causing everything around to tremble. The ninjas of Konoha staggered back, and the villagers screamed in terror, the atmosphere charged with tension. "Naruto, be careful!" Neji shouted. Naruto's eyes widened as an intense sense of danger surged within him. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to charge recklessly towards the rogue leader, but at that moment, he caught a faint whisper in his ear. The secret scroll emerges, perilous yet promising. "Naruto, you can do it." Chapter 53, The Secret Scroll Emerges. Perilous yet promising, continued. The countdown rang in their ears, echoing like a death knell, hammering against the hearts of Konoha's villagers. Fear spread like a plague. Timid villagers began to scream, children cried out in fright, and women clutched their little ones tightly, despair washing over them like a relentless tide, nearly engulfing everyone. As Naruto surveyed the chaotic scene before him, an unprecedented weight bore down upon him, making it hard to breathe. Just then, a figure stepped forth, Tenten. Her petite frame radiated remarkable courage as she deftly drew her ninja tools, shuriken and kunai flying like a tempest towards the rogue leader, aimed directly at the mysterious scroll in his grasp. "You shall not succeed," Tenten declared fiercely, embodying the strength of a warrior. Her actions ignited a spark, rekindling the fighting spirit within the ninjas of Konoha. They stepped forward, no longer retreating, gripping their weapons tightly as chakra surged within them. The atmosphere shifted instantaneously from the depths of despair to a fervent battlefield. The leader of the rogue ninja gazed at the suddenly reversed situation before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face, only to be swiftly replaced by a sinister grin. "Humph, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Do you truly believe this will thwart me?" Such naivety. With a fierce clap of the scroll, he declared, "Let me show you the true power." As his words echoed, the intricate patterns on the scroll began to writhe violently, and a tremendous surge of chakra erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. The winds howled, sand and debris scattered, and the very fabric of space seemed on the verge of being torn asunder. "Not good," Dujio shouted, attempting to organize a defense. "Naruto, be careful," Neji cautioned again, activating his Byakugan to observe the surroundings. Gritting his teeth, Naruto felt the overwhelming force bearing down on him. He inhaled deeply, ready to charge recklessly at the detestable rogue ninja leader and grind him into the ground. Suddenly, a faint yet crystal-clear voice penetrated Naruto's ears. "The secret scroll is here. Fraught with peril, but Naruto, you can do it." As the voice faded, Naruto sensed a power awakening within him. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Heh, I'm destined to become Hokage. This little scene is nothing." Just as he prepared to unleash his prowess, he noticed Hachi beside him, winking meaningfully. Hachi's eyes glinted with mischief as he swiftly formed hand seals, an invisible mental force instantly spreading forth, aimed directly at the rogue ninja leader's mind. The rogue ninja leader felt a buzzing in his head, as if swarmed by countless mosquitoes, his concentration faltering momentarily, causing his movements to slow. "Now's my chance." A spark ignited in Naruto's eyes, and like an arrow released from its bow, he surged forward at breakneck speed, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Leaping into the air, he swung his right leg like a battle axe, delivering a powerful kick to the scroll in the rogue ninja's grasp. With a resounding thud, the rogue ninja screamed in agony, his body uncontrollably flying backward, the scroll slipping from his grasp, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground. "Goodness, this kid has some skill." The surrounding Konoha ninjas gasped in astonishment, even the typically composed Neji allowing a flicker of a smile to appear on his lips, showing a hint of admiration. Tenten jumped up in excitement, loudly cheering for Naruto. The rogue ninja leader scrambled to his feet, his face ashen. "You dare to kick away my scroll? How infuriating!" he bellowed, preparing to charge once more, but was intercepted by Dujio and Hachi. In that moment, all eyes were fixed on the scroll lying on the ground. Everyone held their breath, anticipating the cataclysmic power that would emerge from it. Yet, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and the scroll lay silently, offering no sign of movement. Uft! Someone couldn't contain their laughter, and soon, the sound of mockery surged forth like a tidal wave. "Ha ha, I thought it was some treasure. Turns out it was just a bluff. This rogue ninja leader is utterly pathetic. I was expecting the apocalypse." TCH, I thought it was something formidable. Yet it's just a paper tiger. The rogue ninjas surveyed the mocking smiles of the Konoha ninjas around them, their faces betraying a mixture of embarrassment and fury, as their previously soaring morale plummeted to an abyss. The leader of the traitors trembled with rage, pointing at Naruto, yet unable to articulate a single word. Just as everyone let down their guard, believing that all was concluded, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Something was amiss. Shikaku's expression shifted, and he shouted a warning. At that moment, the earth split open, and a multitude of shadowy figures emerged from the depths, clawing and shrieking with spine-chilling howls. Cackle, you foolish Konoha ninjas. Relish this banquet of despair. The leader of the rogue ninjas emitted a sinister laugh, his face contorted with a nefarious grin as he beheld the monsters that had appeared, wildly gesturing as if to proclaim something grand. Chapter 54. The final battle against the rogue ninjas. Returning with glory, the tremors intensified, the fissures yawning like a gaping maw. As the black shadows twisted their forms, emitting a cacophony of terrifying roars, reminiscent of a horror film's midnight terror. The Konoha ninjas, who had been basking in their mockery, were suddenly plunged into a frigid state of fear, screams erupting in tumult. What the hell is that thing? Someone gasped, their legs turning to jelly. Run. That creature looks formidable. Amidst the chaos, a figure shot forth like a swift arrow. It was Naruto Uzumaki. His gaze unwavering, he showed no signs of retreat. Akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, aimed directly at the monstrosity. Everyone, do not panic. I am here. He bellowed, his voice infused with strength and resolve, stabilizing the hearts of his comrades like a steadfast anchor. Naruto, you rascal. Shikaku observed Naruto charging at the forefront. His brow furrowed, but a flicker of admiration danced in his eyes. Truly, he was the one who consistently delivered surprises. Everyone charge. For Konoha, for peace. Niji Hyuga followed closely. No longer the proud and aloof youth. His fierce determination radiated as he fought to protect his comrades. Tintin swiftly retrieved her ninja tools, her gaze resolute, preparing to provide ranged support. Other Konoha ninjas rallied, drawing their weapons and advancing towards the creatures. The battle erupted instantaneously. Dust billowed, obscuring the sky, as various ninjutsu illuminated the scene, intertwining like brilliant fireworks. Naruto initiated the shadow clone technique, encircling the monster with hundreds of clones, while he himself concentrated radiant energy in his palm, a manifestation of alien technology bestowed by the system. Take this, Rasengan, Naruto shouted, his figure darting like a specter among the creatures. The sounds of explosions echoed, black mist dissipating, yet the monsters appeared inexhaustible, relentlessly attacking. Niji's gentle fist struck with pinpoint accuracy, targeting the creatures' vulnerabilities, each blow claiming a portion of their strength. Tintin wielded an array of ninja tools, delivering precise strikes from afar. The Konoha ninjas fought as one, their synergy unwavering, staunchly repelling the monsters at the village's outskirts. The battle was extraordinarily fierce, every collision unleashing staggering energy, as if the very heavens would tremble in response. Ha ha ha. Struggle all you wish, you leaf ninjas. The sinister laughter of the rogue ninja leader echoed across the battlefield, as he reveled in what appeared to be a magnificent spectacle of slaughter. Suddenly, a monstrous creature let out a wail as Niji struck its weak point, its body collapsing instantaneously. The tides of battle seemed to be turning in favor of the leaf ninjas. Just then, a peculiar smile curled upon the lips of the rogue ninja leader as his gaze fell upon the goods stacked behind Naruto, fiercely defended by the leaf ninjas. Attack! He hissed, his voice barely audible to his nearby rogue comrades. With a malevolent grin, he commanded his subordinates to pounce on Naruto's stall like ravenous wolves. Seize everything of value. The eyes of the rogue ninjas sparkled with greed as they charged forward, envisioning mountains of gold. This is bad. Their target is Naruto's stall. Yamashita Hachi's keen eyes quickly discerned the rogue leader's sinister plot. Rokuju also reacted with urgency, his expression darkening as he shouted, Hachi, we must intercept them. The two immediately abandoned the monstrous foe before them and rushed towards the rogue ninjas. Huh, you think you can stop me? Not so easily, the rogue leader sneered, his form flickering as he obstructed their path. With hands forming seals, a surge of black chakra erupted like a venomous serpent, emitting a nauseating hiss through the air. Today, you shall witness true power. Unwilling to underestimate him, Hachi and Rokuju stood back to back, coordinating their efforts. Rokuju employed the shadow imitation technique, aiming to restrain the rogue leader's movements, while Hachi attempted to control his mind with the mind transfer technique. However, the rogue leader's prowess far surpassed their expectations. He slipped through their attacks like an elusive eel, narrowly evading their strikes time and again. The clash escalated, with both sides exchanging blows in a whirlwind of dust and fallen leaves. Gradually, Hachi and Rokuju began to feel the strain. The rogue leader's assaults rained down upon them like a tempest, leaving them gasping for breath. Beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads, and their backs were drenched in cold perspiration as the battle reached a stalemate. By my word, this cunning foe is quite formidable. Naruto observed the rogue leader's movements from the corner of his eye, instantly grasping his intent. With a fierce roar, he accelerated the rotation of the Rasengan in his hand, radiating a blinding light. He resembled a spinning top, instantly obliterating the monstrous adversary before him. Shadow clones, guard the stall. I shall show this old wretch what I am capable of, Naruto declared, his feet taking flight as he surged towards the rogue leader at lightning speed. You dare to steal from me? Taste my colossal Rasengan. With a resounding crash, the massive Rasengan collided with the rogue leader's chest, eliciting a scream as he was sent soaring backwards like a severed kite, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a deep crater, sending dust swirling into the air. The leader of the rogue ninjas coughed up blood, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror, clearly taken aback by the immense power possessed by Naruto, whom he had long underestimated. Boss, the members of the rogue ninja group, who had been plundering the market stalls, stood dumbfounded as they witnessed their leader being sent flying, their morale plummeting instantaneously. At that moment, Naruto licked his lips, his fighting spirit igniting like a blazing flame. He slowly raised his right hand and shouted, "Brothers, let us get hyped. Charge with me." With a roar akin to that of a fierce tiger descending the mountains, Naruto, accompanied by his shadow clones, plunged into the enemy ranks. The morale of the Konoha ninjas surged, each one invigorated as if they had been infused with energy, charging towards the terrified rogue ninjas and monsters with fervor. Rasengan, Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Various dazzling ninjutsu erupted across the battlefield, akin to blooming fireworks, resplendent and captivating. The monsters were obliterated, their anguished cries resonating in the air, sending shivers down the spine. The rogue ninja lackeys were paralyzed with fear, fleeing in utter panic, transforming the scene into utter chaos reminiscent of a bustling spring festival. Hinata Niji embodied the divine warrior of the Byakugan, executing each move with unparalleled precision, dismantling the monsters one by one like a skilled butcher carving meat. Meanwhile, Tenten unleashed a relentless barrage of ninja tools from the rear, showering the monsters, forcing them into frantic retreat. Run. If we don't escape, we'll lose our lives. A rogue ninja shrieked, swiftly vanishing into thin air. Thinking of fleeing? Not a chance. Naruto sneered, employing a swift body flicker technique to pursue, delivering a decisive blow that sent the rogue ninja to his demise. The battle raged for approximately an hour, culminating in a resounding victory for the Konoha ninjas. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, strewn with bodies, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood. Though the Konoha ninjas were covered in grime, their faces radiated with the joy of triumph. We won. We triumphed. Naruto, you are extraordinary. You are our hero. The villagers cheered ecstatically, lifting Naruto high and tossing him into the air, celebrating as if it were a grand festival. Those who had once misunderstood and mocked Naruto now regarded him with deep admiration. Standing amidst the crowd, Naruto reveled in the accolades and applause, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. However, in that moment of celebration, he suddenly heard a chime by his ear. Looking down, he saw a new prompt on the marketplace system interface. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 1 mysterious treasure chest. Before Naruto could fully comprehend, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Kid, did you think this was the end? Startled, Naruto turned around to see the rogue ninja leader, who had somehow reappeared behind him, a cold smile lingering at the corner of his lips. Chapter 55, The Rogue Ninja's Deception, Naruto's Resolve. Naruto's heart raced as the marketplace system's notification sounded again. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 1 mysterious treasure chest. However, he had no time for a detailed examination, as a familiar and chilling voice echoed in his ear. Boy, do you truly believe this is the end? Naruto abruptly turned around to find the leader of the rogue ninjas standing behind him, a peculiar smile etched on his face. The atmosphere shifted instantly to one of tension, as if the very air had solidified. "You've just descended from the battlefield, and that's quite impressive," the rogue leader sneered. "But true power is not derived from fleeting victories. Join me, and together we shall dominate the entire ninja world. You will acquire unprecedented strength and status." Naruto furrowed his brow, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He understood that the rogue leader was a cunning fox, unlikely to concede defeat after a single setback. The air around them seemed thick with the scent of treachery. Even the sunlight appeared dimmed. "How much blood have you shed for Konoha? How much suffering have you endured? Only to be treated as a mere tool?" The rogue leader continued to incite. "Follow me, and you shall gain everything you desire: wealth, power, and even greater friendship and respect." Taking a deep breath, Naruto endeavored to maintain his composure. He recognized that every word from the rogue leader was a meticulously crafted trap. Yet his resolve remained unyielding. "I have heard enough of your words," Naruto slowly declared, his voice imbued with undeniable conviction. "I will not betray Konoha, nor will I betray my friends or my ideals. I fight to protect them, for the sake of peace." The rogue leader's expression darkened abruptly. With a wave of his hand, a throng of rogue ninja surged forth from all directions, encircling Naruto with alarming density. Each rogue bore a fierce countenance, wielding various ninja tools, as an oppressive aura of murderous intent filled the air. "In that case, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy," the rogue leader coldly proclaimed, and in an instant, the rogue ninja launched their assault. Ninjutsu whistled through the air, fireballs, wind blades, and earth palms converged, transforming the world into a perilous realm. Naruto exhibited no sign of retreat. His eyes gleamed with determination and courage. He inhaled deeply, fists clenched, bracing himself for this new challenge. "Come on, watch how I deal with you," Naruto shouted with exuberance, his body instantly morphing into a flash of lightning as he charged towards the foremost rogue, clutching a shadow clone explosive, ready to ignite a new battle. The rogue ninjas descended upon him like ravenous wolves, their various techniques weaving an impenetrable net aimed at Naruto. Fireballs radiated with searing heat, wind blades emitted a piercing howl, and earth palms bore down with crushing weight, distorting the very air around them. In that moment, Naruto felt as though he were ensnared within a colossal blender, surrounded by lethal threats from every direction. "Ha ha ha, this kid won't escape now," the rogue leader chuckled, arms crossed, a more sinister smile gracing his features as he observed the unfolding drama. His eyes, filled with mockery, fixated on Naruto within the barrier, reminiscent of a cat watching a mouse in a cage, full of amusement and disdain. Naruto's brow furrowed deeply. He sensed the surrounding space becoming increasingly viscous, the power of the barrier taking effect. He endeavored to break free, yet each attempt was mercilessly repelled by the barrier. This was dire. He found himself ensnared and utterly isolated. "Humph, do you think you can trap me? You underestimate my capabilities." With a mere thought, Naruto retrieved a lucky kunai from his inventory. This kunai radiated a faint golden glow, as if imbued with some arcane power. He hurled it forcefully at the barrier, and with a crack, it shattered like glass. The rogue ninjas, witnessing this, were left in stunned disbelief. Their prideful barrier had been effortlessly obliterated by a mere kunai thrown by Naruto. Who on earth is this young man? Now, it is my turn to retaliate. A confident smile crept upon Naruto's lips as he swiftly formed hand seals, a surge of potent chakra erupting from within him, stirring the very air around. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. He bellowed, summoning a colossal wind spiraling shuriken in his hand, imbued with an ominous aura, sweeping towards the rogue ninjas. As the shuriken passed, it uprooted sand and stones, sending the rogue ninjas hurtling through the air amidst their anguished cries. Those once arrogant rogues now lay scattered on the ground like kites severed from their strings, utterly disheveled. Naruto's prowess resembled that of a divine warrior descending from the heavens. The villagers of Konoha, witnessing this spectacle, erupted into thunderous cheers, their fists raised in support, igniting the atmosphere as if it were a festive celebration. Outside the barrier, the rogue ninja leader's smile vanished, replaced by sheer shock and disbelief. His eyes widened in incredulity as he beheld the astonishing scene unfold before him. This young man is indeed formidable. Just as he contemplated his next move, Naruto coldly declared, "The game ends here." Naruto narrowed his eyes, his golden locks swaying gently in the breeze, resembling a poised lion ready to strike. What? Are you seeking mercy now? It's too late. His voice pierced the air like ice, devoid of any emotion. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the rogue ninja leader quickly altered his demeanor, collapsing to the ground. Weeping profusely as he lamented, "Lord Naruto, I see my errors. I was blind to your greatness and have offended you. I beseech you, overlook my transgressions and spare my life." As he sobbed, he subtly gauged Naruto's expression, searching for a glimmer of hope for escape. The surrounding Konoha ninjas stood in stunned silence, exchanging puzzled glances, bewildered by the rogue leader's sudden change of heart. Could it be that he truly felt remorse? Neji Hyuga furrowed his brow, skepticism evident in his gaze. "Naruto, be wary of deception." Shikako nodded gravely, stating, "This old trickster is full of schemes. We must remain vigilant." Even the typically optimistic Naruto maintained a heightened sense of alertness, having long seen through the rogue leader's facade. "Spare me your theatrics." Naruto scoffed. "Do you think I would be swayed by your deceitful words? Such a person as you, even if you claimed the sun rises from the west, I would not believe you." The leader of the rogue ninjas, upon realizing his pleas for mercy were in vain, suddenly wore a grim expression. He glared fiercely at Naruto, saying, "You'd best not provoke me." "Oh, what do you intend to do?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes. The rogue ninja leader ground his teeth, pulling a signal flare from his pocket and igniting it with a swift motion. Whoosh! A crimson signal flare sliced through the sky, bursting into a magnificent display of red fireworks. A chill ran through Naruto as an ominous premonition washed over him. He turned abruptly to the horizon, where a dark mass loomed, rapidly approaching. "This is bad. Reinforcements!" Tenten exclaimed. Both Kaji and Sai's expressions grew serious. Naruto took a deep breath. It seemed a fierce battle awaited him today. Chapter 56. The Arrival of the Rogue Ninja Reinforcements. Naruto unfazed. The scarlet signal flare blossomed like a bizarre flower in the night sky, its fleeting brilliance heralding the tempest's approach. The horizon was engulfed in darkness, resembling a swarm of locusts, imbued with an aura of murderous intent, drawing closer swiftly. The deafening sound of marching feet grew increasingly distinct, echoing in the hearts of all present. It was the rogue ninja reinforcements. "Damn it, this old man has a backup plan." Naruto cursed under his breath, yet his face bore no trace of fear. After all, he was a man equipped with a system. Though the system was still undergoing upgrades, he was no pushover. The reinforcements quickly merged with the remnants of the defeated forces that Naruto had toyed with earlier, forming a vast assembly that nearly filled the open ground. One might mistake the gathering for a concert. Their faces were twisted in rage, their eyes gleaming with a predatory glint, akin to starving wolves spotting their prey. "Kid, you're as good as dead." The rogue ninja leader laughed boastfully, as if victory was assured. "Is that so?" A smirk curled at the corner of Naruto's mouth. "Uncle Kaji, Uncle Sai, it seems we are in for a workout today." "Naruto, be careful," Tenten shouted, her face etched with concern. Despite knowing Naruto's formidable strength, the sheer number of adversaries made her anxious for his safety. "Don't worry, Tenten, this little spectacle won't intimidate me." Naruto flashed her a confident smile, then turned to face the enemy. "Come on, show me what you're capable of." The rogue ninjas ceased their idle chatter, swiftly forming hand seals as a barrage of diverse jutsu rained down upon Naruto like a tempest. Fireballs, water dragons, and earth spikes intertwined in a grand display, overwhelming to behold. Naruto. Neji Hyuga frowned deeply, ready to lend his support. However, Naruto, engulfed by the onslaught, remained composed. His movements were ethereal, weaving effortlessly through the gaps of the attacks, akin to a nimble butterfly dancing in the breeze. This fellow, Kaji thought intently, his gaze fixed on Naruto, silently marveling. The boy's strength is truly unfathomable. At that moment, a mocking laughter rang out from the crowd. "With such meager skills, you think you can stop us? How utterly foolish." Before the laughter faded, three figures erupted from the ranks of the rogue ninja army, their speed astonishing. They descended upon Naruto like three streaks of black lightning. These rogue ninjas exuded a chilling aura, their prowess evidently far superior to that of the lesser foes. "Interesting," thought Naruto, with a dismissive snort. "Mere trifles." One of the rogue ninjas scoffed disdainfully, his kunai glinting ominously as it lunged towards Naruto's true form. "True form? Can you guess?" A cunning smile flickered across Naruto's face as 5 shadow clones simultaneously launched their assault. In an instant, kunai flew haphazardly, shurikens rained down, and chaos erupted. However, these rogue ninjas were clearly not to be underestimated. They coordinated seamlessly, their offensive and defensive maneuvers perfectly balanced, effectively countering Naruto's onslaught. Moreover, they seemed to have discerned Naruto's shadow clone technique, consistently targeting his true form. Damn it! Naruto cursed under his breath, in a moment of carelessness. One rogue ninja's kunai grazed his arm, causing blood to gush forth and stain his sleeve. Naruto! Tintin gasped, her heart racing with anxiety. The villagers of Konohagakure, witnessing Naruto's injury, were gripped by apprehension. The previously vibrant atmosphere turned stiflingly tense. Byakugan! Niji Hyuga declared sharply, activating his Byakugan and swiftly joining the fray. His Bagua Palm technique was precise, each strike targeting the enemy's vital points, dramatically shifting the tide of battle. Body flicker technique. Yamashiro Aoi also sprang into action, ensnaring one rogue ninja and forcing him to turn against his comrades, alleviating some of Naruto's burden. Naruto, catch! Tintin hurled a specially crafted kunai towards him, exclaiming, "This is my newly developed explosive tag kunai, incredibly powerful." Naruto seized the kunai, a fierce glint in his eyes, just the opportunity one needed. With the addition of Niji, Aoi, and Tintin, the battle once again tipped in their favor. The 4 Konohagakure ninjas coordinated like 4 razor-sharp blades, carving a breach through the ranks of rogue ninjas. The rogue ninjas were driven back, cries of despair echoing around them. The morale of the Konohagakure ninjas soared, their cheers resounding through the air. Humph! A bunch of worthless fools. The rogue ninja leader's face darkened, casting a furious glare at his subordinates. Charge! Eliminate them. However, before he could finish his command, he realized that one of his comrades had inexplicably vanished. Puzzled, the rogue ninja leader scanned his surroundings. Right here, the voice of Kakuzu pierced through the air from behind him, cold as the judge of the underworld. Kakuzu appeared like a specter, silently materializing behind the rogue leader. His shuriken pressed against the man's back, voice chillingly frosty. "Where do you think you're going, boss?" A cold sweat trickled down the rogue leader's brow. His back chilled to the bone. He stammered awkwardly. "A misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. I was merely admiring the scenery." Kakuzu let out a cold chuckle. "The scenery is lovely, but it's a touch perilous. How about I escort you to a more secure vantage point?" He applied a slight pressure, the shuriken piercing the rogue leader's clothing and drawing forth a trickle of blood. This scene left the already flustered rogue ninjas in utter disarray. Their leader had been so effortlessly subdued by a Konohagakure ninja. It was an unspeakable humiliation. "Boss." A few rogue ninjas attempted to rush to his aid, but were intercepted by other Konohagakure ninjas. "Your adversaries are us." Hinata Niji's Byakugan fixed its gaze upon the enemy, and the 8 trigram's 64 palms descended like a tempest, rendering the rogue ninjas utterly powerless. Shadow clone technique. Naruto unleashed his shadow clones once more, and dozens of Narutos emerged simultaneously, encircling the remaining renegades. The scene erupted into chaos, bustling with fervor akin to a vibrant marketplace. The rogue ninjas resembled bears besieged by a swarm of bees, flailing desperately, yet unable to break free. Despair etched across their faces. They recognized they were ensnared in a dire predicament. "Cease your futile struggles and surrender." Naruto crossed his arms, exuding an air of assured victory. At that moment, the leader of the rogue ninjas suddenly let out a sinister laugh. "You are too jubilant too soon." He retrieved a black pill from his cloak and swallowed it without hesitation. The pill dissolved instantly, unleashing a bizarre energy that surged throughout his being. The leader's presence swelled at a visible rate, distorting the very air around him. His previously murky eyes now blazed with a blood-red hue, filled with madness and a thirst for carnage. "What is this?" A chill of foreboding gripped Riku's heart. The rogue leader grinned menacingly at Naruto, his voice a terrifying rasp. "Boy, prepare to meet your doom." Chapter 57. Annihilating the rogue ninjas, bathed in glory as the rogue leader consumed the black pill. It was as if a switch had been flipped to unleash fury. His already ferocious gaze transformed into that of a hellish fiend, blood-red and seemingly intent on devouring all. His muscles swelled visibly, veins protruding as if an ancient beast lay dormant within, poised to erupt forth. An overwhelming sense of pressure surged towards Naruto like a tidal wave. warping the air itself with a disquieting crackle. Goodness, has this old fellow taken drugs? Naruto furrowed his brow. He had never encountered such ferocious power. Yet his combat spirit soared higher. He inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute, showing no inclination to retreat. Boy, prepare to die, the rogue leader bellowed, charging at Naruto with astonishing speed, leaving a phantom in his wake and stirring gusts of wind, as if a moving mountain bore down upon him with terrifying momentum. In the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Naruto remained vigilant, skillfully navigating through the gaps in the rogue leader's attacks, evading the fierce blows like a nimble eel. Initially, he could only manage a defensive stance, but as time passed, he began to discern the openings exposed by the leader's surging strength. Humph, while his power has indeed increased, his speed has diminished considerably. A confident smile graced Naruto's lips as he identified a moment of vulnerability, swiftly increasing the distance between them and forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Rasengan, a sphere of radiant blue energy materialized in the palm of Naruto's hand. Yet this time, the Rasengan seemed distinct from its predecessors. Not only was its hue deeper, but it also emanated an enigmatic vibration that hinted at something extraordinary. This is the new technique that Naruto recently exchanged in the System Mall, a spiraling sphere infused with the powers of the, significantly enhancing its potency. Go, Naruto shouted, launching the spiraling sphere fiercely at the leader of the rogue ninjas. A thunderous roar erupted as the spiraling sphere struck the rogue ninja leader squarely, the immense force fracturing the ground around them. The leader let out a wretched scream as he was sent flying, crashing heavily into a large tree, cleaving it in two. The surrounding leaf ninjas and rogue ninjas stood transfixed, their eyes wide in disbelief at the ferocity of the battle, which had surpassed their wildest imaginations. Their hearts raced, teetering on the edge of fear for what might unfold next. Breath held, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, as if the very air had solidified. Coughing, the rogue ninja leader struggled to rise from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His face twisted with resentment, he glared at Naruto, muttering curses under his breath. Wiping the blood from his lips, he bellowed, "Brothers, seize the moment. Take everything from him." Struck senseless by Naruto's enhanced spiraling sphere, he resembled a rabid dog, utterly devoid of reason. With a primal roar, he activated the charge command for his comrades. "Brothers, seize the moment. Take everything from him." The rogue ninjas surged forward like a pack of frenzied wolves, their eyes glinting with greed as they lunged toward Naruto's trove of treasures. They brandished their weapons, the scene erupting into chaos as the clamor of clashing arms and anguished cries filled the air. The leaf ninjas, undeterred, bravely charged into the fray, engaging the rogue ninjas in fierce combat. Hyuga Niji's sharp gaze, akin to a radar, accurately detected every movement of the rogue ninjas, his gentle fists unleashing a tempest upon them. Tenten adeptly wielded various ninja tools, coordinating with her teammates to thwart the rogue ninjas' advances. Yamashiro Aoi calmly assessed the battlefield, directing his allies in effective defense. "By the heavens, these fellows are truly relentless," Naruto mused, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he observed the frenzied rogue ninjas. With swift hand signs, he summoned the shadow clone technique. In an instant, numerous clones of Naruto appeared on the battlefield, darting like agile monkeys among the rogue ninjas, incessantly disrupting their assaults. "Oh my dear little ones, your opponent is none other than me," the real Naruto declared, moving like a specter through the chaos, making his way to the location of the treasures. "You wish to take my belongings? Not a chance," Naruto roared, his chakra surging forth like an erupting volcano as he swung his fists down upon the encroaching rogue ninjas with ferocity. His fists struck like hammers, each blow infused with tremendous power, sending the rogue ninjas sprawling and wailing for their mothers. The traitorous ninjas, utterly defenseless, lay on the ground, bruised and battered, resembling deflated balls, emitting cries of despair. Fear was etched upon their faces, and the leaf ninjas gazed at Naruto in awe. They had not anticipated that the usually carefree Naruto possessed such formidable strength. Their previous doubts and prejudices evaporated, replaced by profound admiration and pride. The village's possessions remained intact, and the leaf ninjas successfully safeguarded the community's treasures. They cheered and exchanged high-fives in celebration, the atmosphere brimming with joy across the battlefield. At that moment, Naruto resembled a triumphant hero, radiating a dazzling aura. Hinata Niji regarded Naruto with a complex expression, his mouth opening as if to speak. Taking a deep breath, Neji approached Naruto and placed a hand on his shoulder, stating, "Naruto, you truly did it. We, who once held biases against you, were indeed blind." Naruto offered a slight smile, patting Neji's shoulder in return. "Neji, I never held it against you. I knew that as long as I proved my strength, you would eventually understand." Simultaneously, the villagers, under Neji's guidance, began to express their apologies to Naruto. Those who had previously spoken ill of him now stepped forward to congratulate him, thanking him for protecting the peace of the village. "We're truly sorry, Naruto. We misunderstood you," one villager admitted, his face flushed, while others echoed his sentiments, creating a warm, heartfelt atmosphere. Naruto, a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied with a smile, "No need to mention it. As long as everyone understands me now, I am content." Just as the villagers were paying their respects to Naruto, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura of battle. Turning his gaze, he spotted the rogue leader struggling to rise from the ground, yet devoid of any fighting spirit. The surrounding rogue ninjas had also been subdued by the leaf ninjas, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. "Enough!" Naruto shouted, his chakra surging dramatically, forming a colossal vortex. He struck the ground with a mighty punch, unleashing a shockwave akin to an earthquake that sent the rogue leader flying, crashing heavily onto the earth. Unable to move again, Konoha village returned to tranquility, the villagers jubilantly welcoming their new hero. Standing in the center of the village, Naruto basked in the admiration and glory of the crowd, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. This moment would forever shine brightly in his memories. While immersed in the euphoria of victory, a subtle vibration emanated from his pocket. He retrieved an exquisite invitation, inscribed with the words, "You are cordially invited to the Ninja World Auction. Please bring your precious items." Naruto's eyes sparkled, a smile creeping upon his lips as he thought, "The Ninja World Auction? It seems an exciting spectacle awaits." He unhesitatingly tucked the invitation into his bosom, turned to wave at the villagers, and strode forth towards a new journey. Chapter 58. The bidding begins. Naruto, bearing his rare possessions, traversed the bustling streets to arrive at the venue of the auction. It was a vast circular hall, with rows of neatly arranged seats at its center, and the flags of various ninja nations fluttering around the periphery. Within the hall, ninjas and wealthy merchants from numerous countries gathered, engaging in hushed conversations, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The cacophony of voices intertwined like a complex symphony, evoking feelings of both excitement and tension. Naruto's gaze swept through the crowd, spotting numerous individuals clutching precious items. There were gems glimmering with an otherworldly radiance, herbs exuding rich fragrances, and ninja tools emanating a subtle glow. Each item appeared exceedingly valuable, yet a sense of worry nagged at Naruto. Although his possession was unique, its advantages seemed less pronounced in such a fiercely competitive environment. Is this what the Ninja World's auction is like? Naruto mused quietly, his heart brimming with both anticipation and vigilance. He took a deep breath, recalibrating his mindset, bracing himself for the impending competition. At that moment, a suave middle-aged man ascended the stage, wielding a long rod with which he gently tapped, gradually quieting the clamor of the hall. "Welcome, esteemed guests. I am the host of this auction. There are many precious items awaiting your bids, and I hope each of you walks away with something valuable." As his words fell, applause erupted throughout the venue. Naruto scanned the surroundings and recognized many familiar faces. Tsunade and Shizen sat not far away. Tsunade cast him an encouraging glance, while Shizen gave a slight nod, signaling him to remain calm. Naruto smiled and nodded back, feeling a surge of gratitude. The auction commenced in earnest, with sellers from various nations taking to the stage to showcase their items. One individual presented a gem radiating blue light, claiming it could enhance chakra recovery speed. Another displayed a special kunai that could autonomously seek its target, boasting remarkable attack power. Each presentation elicited gasps of awe from the audience, and buyers began fervently discussing and comparing the merits of each item. A sense of unease crept into Naruto's heart. His possessions seemed rather inconspicuous amidst these magnificent treasures. He clutched the shadow clone pill tightly, silently praying, "I hope someone appreciates my item too." Just then, a deep voice resonated from behind. "Young man, I've seen your item. It's indeed decent, but the price." Naruto turned to see Hokage standing not far off, his gaze sharp and his tone tinged with provocation. A tightness gripped Naruto's chest as the wealthy merchants from various nations, as if consorting together, began to collectively drive down the price. Each one, portly and adorned with glimmering jewels, engaged in negotiations reminiscent of hawkers at a marketplace. "Youngster, this item has flooded the market lately. It's hardly worth that price," one merchant remarked, fanning himself with a palm leaf, feigning sagacity. Another wealthy merchant echoed in agreement. "Indeed, indeed. I reckon this item is worth no more than a cabbage price. I won't pay a penny more." These words pierced through Naruto's ears like sharp thorns. He felt as if the air around him had thickened, rendering his breath labored. An invisible pressure enveloped him, inducing a sense of anxiety and unease. The sweat pooling in his palms soaked the small pouch containing the shadow clone pills. The cacophony of surrounding voices seemed to vanish, leaving only the buzzing discussions of the merchants, akin to a swarm of flies buzzing around his ears. Naruto felt as though he were an insect ensnared in a spider's web, utterly immobilized. Instinctively, he glanced towards Tsunade, who immediately discerned his predicament. Rising, she approached him and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, a warm current flowing into him, providing a modicum of solace. "Esteemed guests, I believe there may be some misunderstanding." Tsunade's voice rang clear and strong, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "What Naruto presents is no ordinary merchandise. It is a unique recipe, unmatched in the marketplace." She held up a shadow clone pill, showcasing it to the crowd. This tiny pill contained potent chakra, capable of instantaneously creating multiple clones, proving invaluable for both combat and everyday training. Tsunade paused for effect before continuing. Moreover, Naruto's shadow clone pills possess additional extraordinary properties. She deliberately left them in suspense, piquing their curiosity. "For instance, it can be used for you'll discover that once you make your purchase," she concluded with a mysterious smile, adding an air of intrigue to the pills. The buyers began to reassess Naruto's wares, murmuring among themselves. Some started to waver, reconsidering whether this item might indeed be exceptional. Grateful, Naruto looked towards Tsunade, his heart finding a measure of calm. The tense atmosphere began to dissipate. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze upon the assembly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Tsunade-sama is correct. My shadow clone pills are not to be compared with the shoddy imitations found elsewhere." He paused, retrieving an exquisite small box from within his robes. "As for their true effects, that will depend on your sincerity." A sly grin played upon his lips. With a delicate tap of his finger, a glimmer of light flickered, causing the small box to tremble slightly as an unusual wave of energy radiated outward. System notification: "Congratulations, host, for successfully utilizing the limited time enhancement feature." This display left the surrounding merchants astonished, their eyes wide, as if witnessing the miraculous. "What in the world is this kid doing? Has he unlocked some sort of cheat?" one ninja seller exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Another seller chimed in. "Can this thing actually be upgraded? The youth of today are truly remarkable." Seeing the reaction, the auctioneer quickly seized the moment, raising his voice. "Attention, esteemed buyers. This young ninja's item has just undergone a mysterious enhancement. Its efficacy now significantly magnified, and its value truly extraordinary. Now, let us witness the true power of this rare treasure." As he spoke, he cautiously opened the box held by Naruto. The moment the box was unveiled, a dazzling light burst forth, illuminating the entire venue. A rich aroma of medicine wafted through the air, invigorating and refreshing the senses. Inside the box lay a glimmering golden pill, exuding an irresistible allure. The buyers, captivated, gasped in excitement, their breaths quickening, yearning to possess the pill immediately. Even the rakeage was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, pointing at the pill in the box, momentarily at a loss for words. How had this young man's item become so extraordinary? He pondered, his respect for Naruto growing. Clearing his throat, Naruto confidently proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this enhanced shadow clone pill not only allows for the instantaneous creation of numerous clones, but also significantly amplifies their strength, effectively doubling your combat prowess. Are you not intrigued?" As he spoke, he provocatively glanced at the rakeage, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The rakeage's expression darkened, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Yet he could not deny the undeniable allure of Naruto's offering. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Young man, is this truly as remarkable as you claim?" Without hesitation, Naruto replied, "Absolutely. Lord Rakeage, I assure you, I am sincere and would never deceive you." His tone was resolute. Just then, the auctioneer's voice rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen, Please hold on for a moment. A hidden seller is about to make an appearance, bringing forth an item that will serve as the piece d'arrestance of this auction. As the words echoed, the doors of the auction hall creaked open, revealing a mysterious figure at the threshold. Chapter 59. A new foe emerges, obstacles ahead. The doors of the auction hall slowly swung open under the gaze of the crowd, as if unveiling a portal to another dimension. A figure cloaked in black materialized like a specter at the entrance, cradling a tray wrapped in dark cloth, obscuring its contents from view. What on earth is this? Someone whispered, breaking the silence, and soon whispers cascaded through the audience like a rising tide. Such an enigmatic appearance. Could it be a legendary weapon? How intriguing. The wealthy patrons ceased their hushed conversations, straining their necks in eagerness, as if their very eyes could pop out in anticipation. Even the Hokage, who had previously sought to drive down the price, narrowed his eyes, his keen gaze fixated on the mysterious figure, akin to a wolf stalking its prey. Naruto, too, was bewildered by this unexpected development, alarm bells ringing in his mind. What was this? Had a powerful figure come to disrupt the auction? He silently heightened his vigilance, clenching his fists. The enigmatic individual ascended the stage with measured steps, placing the tray upon the auction table. Their movements deliberate as if conducting a sacred ritual, captivating the curiosity of all present, the air thick with anticipation. Ladies and gentlemen, the mysterious figure rasped, a hint of sinister mirth in their voice. My item will undoubtedly astonish you. Having spoken, he abruptly pulled down the black cloth, revealing a series of glass bottles filled with pills of various hues, each emanating a faint glow. What is this? Someone gasped, bewildered. Goodness, these resemble Naruto's shadow clone pills. An observant individual had already detected the resemblance. No, upon closer inspection, the colors are different, indicating distinct functionalities. The mysterious figure paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd, instead lifting a bottle of red pills, declaring, "This is an enhanced version of the clone pill. Upon consumption, the number of clones doubles and their strength increases by 30%, all at a lower price." At this revelation, the audience erupted in astonishment. Their attention immediately captivated. Even the buyers who had previously shown keen interest in Naruto began to waver. What? A lower price? The Hokage's expression shifted, feeling as though he had been deceived. Such tactics exist. Tsunade was taken aback, though her concern for Naruto outweighed her surprise. Witnessing his painstakingly prepared product lose its competitive edge, Naruto felt a wave of despair wash over him, and he shouted, "Hey, you're engaging in malicious competition." However, the enigmatic figure merely responded with an inscrutable smile, uttering not a single word more, and the atmosphere turned tense as an unspoken battle commenced. It seems an entertaining spectacle is in store. The mysterious figure, his back to Naruto, whispered something, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, as he slowly reached for another bottle of pills, ready to unveil its effects. Extracting a bottle of blue pills, he grinned wickedly. Behold, the Chidori pill. Upon consumption, one gains lightning chakra, instantly enhancing speed and attack power. How about it, esteemed merchants? Care for a bottle? At this, the Hokage could no longer remain composed. His initial interest in Naruto's shadow clone pills was entirely eclipsed by the allure of the Chidori pill. Observing the introduction of yet another novelty, the wealthy merchants, like sharks sensing blood, became increasingly brazen in their attempts to negotiate lower prices. Kid, your shadow clone pills are practically worthless now. Half price, no, a third of the price. Take it or leave it, scoffed a rotund merchant with an arrogant demeanor. The others echoed his sentiments, as if they had conspired to present a united front, exuding an air that suggested they would turn elsewhere if their demands were not met. Naruto felt utterly stifled. It was nothing short of coercion. He felt like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. A wave of helplessness surged within him, leaving him breathless. At that moment, Shizen quietly approached Naruto, whispering, "Naruto, don't panic. We still have a trump card. Have you forgotten the hidden function of the shadow clone pills?" Naruto paused, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, how could he have overlooked that? The real show is just beginning. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he retrieved a specially crafted shadow clone pill from his pocket, raising it triumphantly above his head. Esteemed merchants, behold. Naruto swiftly swallowed the pill, and with a resounding bang, 10 Narutos appeared in the same spot, each radiating a faint golden light. What? The entire venue erupted in astonishment, with every jaw dropping in disbelief. What on earth was happening? The wealthy merchants, who had previously worn expressions of disdain, now widened their eyes in shock, their gaze nearly popping from their sockets. The other ninja vendors stood dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Naruto's shadow clone pills possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Well, what do you think, esteemed bosses? My shadow clone pills are far from ordinary. They can produce clones imbued with chakra, and their numbers and strength far surpass those of any other clone pills. Naruto proclaimed with unabashed pride, surveying the crowd with confidence. The buyers were instantaneously captivated, their eyes shimmering with the allure of untold wealth. The Hokage, in particular, was so overwhelmed with excitement that he sprang to his feet, his eyes glinting with avarice. So, esteemed guests, if you purchase my shadow clone pills, I can also. Naruto paused deliberately, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Clearing his throat, he amplified his voice, declaring, if you acquire my shadow clone pills, I shall additionally offer exclusive privileges from the Hidden Leaf Village. For instance, priority access to collaborative opportunities with the Leaf, as well as preferential treatment for medical services. What do you say? Isn't that an incredible deal? This strategy proved effective. The buyer's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, the Hidden Leaf boasted formidable strength and abundant resources. Partnering with them was a coveted dream for many. Moreover, the prospect of medical services was a boon for ninjas accustomed to skirting peril. Even the Hokage seemed to waver, stroking his chin in contemplation. Initially intending to seize a bargain, he now realized the added value of the shadow clone pills far exceeded his expectations. Seeing the tide turn in his favor, Naruto's heart swelled with joy, secretly reveling in the thought. Heh, think you can match wits with me? You are still quite inexperienced. The auctioneer, observing Naruto's ability to draw buyers back in, was as frantic as a cat on a hot tin roof. If the sales didn't increase, his commission would be at risk. He swiftly grasped his gavel and called out, esteemed bosses, this is a rare opportunity. Don't let it slip away. We shall commence bidding now, starting at 1 million ryo. 1,500,000 ryo. A wealthy merchant eagerly raised his paddle. 2 million ryo. Another followed suit. The prices soared, and the auctioneer's face flushed with excitement, envisioning the piles of money flying toward him. However, the other sellers were incensed. Watching in frustration as Naruto usurped their spotlight, their hearts filled with envy. Wait, this lad is clearly cheating. His shadow clone pills must be flawed. One seller shouted, stepping forward to voice his accusation. Exactly. We painstakingly brought our treasures, yet no one shows interest. Why should he monopolize the attention? Another seller chimed in, stirring the crowd into a frenzy. The atmosphere quickly devolved into chaos, with shouts and arguments erupting, while the auctioneer, drenched in sweat, desperately attempted to restore order to no avail. Meanwhile, Naruto stood aside, arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold with a hint of a cold smirk. At that moment, a deep voice emerged from the crowd. I have heard that this auction may involve manipulation behind the scenes. The utterance silenced the venue instantly, all eyes converging on the source of the voice, as an eerie atmosphere enveloped the air. Chapter 60. The Crisis of the Auction, a Triumphant Return. The somber voice was akin to a stone cast into a serene lake, sending ripples across the calm surface. The auction hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Wealthy merchants from various nations exchanged glances, their previously fervent bidding enthusiasm extinguished as if doused with a bucket of ice water. Other ninja sellers began to whisper among themselves, their faces etched with concern. Naruto's smile widened, relishing the unfolding drama. He had anticipated that someone would grow envious and stir trouble. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. Clearing his throat, he declared loudly, since there are doubts regarding the fairness of this auction, we must thoroughly investigate the matter and provide everyone with an explanation. The auctioneer's expression shifted dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He quickly donned a forced smile and replied, young man, you misunderstand. Our auction has always upheld fairness and integrity. Enough with the pleasantries. Naruto interjected, unceremoniously. Whether there is manipulation or not can be revealed with an inquiry. I propose we immediately disclose the origins and reserve prices of all items for everyone to scrutinize. The auctioneer's face turned pale, stammering that might not adhere to the rules. Rules? Naruto scoffed. Rules are rigid, while people are alive. If we cannot ensure fairness and justice, What value do the rules hold? With that, he produced a scroll from his robes, stating, "Here is evidence I have gathered, indicating potential unfair competition surrounding certain auction items." The auctioneer's complexion darkened further. Realizing Naruto had come prepared, it seemed there was no escaping today as confrontation. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Naruto with malice, saying, "You are playing with fire, boy." Undeterred, Naruto met his gaze with defiance, his eyes brimming with challenge. "Playing with fire? I am eager to see who will be burned first." The atmosphere crackled with tension. Poised on the brink of chaos, the crowd held their breath, anxiously watching this sudden clash. "Enough!" A commanding voice resonated, as Tsunade stepped forward from the throng, followed closely by Shizune. Approaching Naruto, she placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Naruto, I will handle this matter." Nodding, Naruto stepped aside. Tsunade's gaze swept over the assembly, her voice steady and resolute. "As the Hokage, I assure you that this auction will be thoroughly investigated, and any violations will not be tolerated." Her words resonated with authority, instilling a sense of calm throughout the crowd. Many nodded in agreement, expressing their support. The auctioneer, however, appeared deflated, collapsing onto the floor like a punctured balloon. The Hokage emerged from the gathering, his interest piqued as he regarded Naruto, saying, "You possess quite the audacity, which I find admirable. Those shadow clone pills of yours." Tsunade's commanding declaration acted as a potent tonic, swiftly stabilizing the atmosphere. The previously charged tension dissipated, replaced by an air of bewilderment. As everyone exchanged glances, each pondering the true intentions of the esteemed Hokage of the Leaf, the auctioneer appeared deflated, akin to a wilted eggplant, and was supported off to the side by several staff members. Tsunade stepped forward, surveying the crowd, and reiterated her commitment to uphold the integrity of the auction. The provenance and starting price of each item would be disclosed, and she would oversee the proceedings to ensure that every transaction was fair and just. Her declaration sent a ripple of astonishment through the audience. None had anticipated her forthrightness in addressing the matter so openly. This maneuver was nothing short of brilliant. As the auction resumed, the atmosphere had palpably shifted. The previously eager wealthy bidders seemed to have hit a pause button, their bids now cautious and restrained. They understood that with Tsunade present, no one dared to engage in any shenanigans, resulting in a notable decrease in prices. Naruto observed the anxious buyers below, feeling a pang of urgency. This simply would not do. At this pace, his dream of overnight riches would surely evaporate. Clenching his fists, he realized a change in strategy was imperative. The oppressive ambience hung over him like a heavy cloud. Suddenly, the deep voice of Hokage pierced the silence. "Hey, I say, could I have a sample of that shadow clone pill?" His curious gaze fixated on Naruto, akin to a leopard eyeing its prey. Naruto raised an eyebrow, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. "Interested, are you? Then you'll need to show some sincerity." Hokage grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Oh, what do you have in mind?" With a mysterious smile, Naruto leaned closer to Hokage and whispered a few words. Hokage paused in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter, clapping Naruto on the shoulder. "Kid, you've got guts. I like that." Naruto then produced 3 scrolls from behind him, handing them to Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy. The trio opened the scrolls, their faces transforming into expressions of shock as they read the contents. Clearing his throat, Kakashi stepped to the forefront and addressed the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, in my capacity as an elite jonin of Konoha, I can attest that Naruto's shadow clone pill indeed possesses extraordinary effects. It can instantly create multiple clones, each imbued with the original's chakra and skills, an indispensable remedy for both home and travel, as well as for combat." As Kakashi concluded, the crowd erupted in excitement. "No way. Is that true? That's incredible." With Kakashi's endorsement, doubt was cast aside. "I want to buy it. I want to buy it." Following suit, Asuma and Guy took to the stage to vouch for Naruto's detox beans and Lucky Kanai, respectively. These detox beans may seem unassuming, but they can neutralize a myriad of toxins. Even the venom of a scorpion can be instantly dispelled, Asuma asserted earnestly. And this Lucky Kanai is the epitome of fortune. As long as you wield it, your aim is guaranteed to be true. Kai, brimming with fervor, executed a stunning display of archery that left the audience in awe. The buyers in the crowd erupted in frenzy, shouting bids of 1 million, 1.5 million, and 2 million. The price soared, leaving Naruto dazzled. A smile stretched across his face, and he felt a surge of joy within. This remarkable turn of events was simply extraordinary. Ultimately, the Shadow Clone pills were sold for 5 million, while the Detox Bean and Lucky Kunai fetched 3 million and 2 million respectively. In an instant, Naruto became a millionaire, feeling as though he walked on air. Wealthy merchants and ninjas from various nations regarded him with newfound respect, eager to forge connections. The Hokage personally approached to congratulate him, expressing a desire for future collaboration. "Kid, you are quite impressive. I admire you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out," he said, patting Naruto on the shoulder with a meaningful glance. Naruto humbly smiled and replied, "Thank you, Lord Hokage. I look forward to your guidance in the future." At that moment, a mysterious figure appeared at the entrance of the auction, draped in a black cloak, obscuring his features. Yet, the formidable aura he emanated instilled a sense of pressure among all present. He slowly approached Naruto, his deep voice resonating in Naruto's ears. "You are Uzumaki Naruto?" As the auction concluded, Naruto emerged as the center of attention. Wealthy merchants and ninjas surrounded him like starstruck fans, showering him with flattery and praise that nearly overwhelmed him. "Naruto, my boy, remember us when you come across something valuable," a plump merchant said, grinning as he handed over a business card, its gold-trimmed edges almost blinding Naruto. "Naruto-kun, your business acumen is truly admirable. Let us discuss the art of making money together." A cool ninja wearing sunglasses chimed in, his tone laced with admiration. Amidst the enthusiastic crowd, Naruto secretly reveled in his triumph. "Heh, this operation is nothing short of spectacular. With the most formidable street vendor system at my disposal, the world is mine." With a bulging wallet, he hummed a merry tune, preparing to leave this tumultuous place and return to Konohagakure. "Naruto, well done." Tsunade approached with a beaming smile, patting his shoulder. "I didn't expect you to possess such business savvy." Indeed." Naruto scratched his head proudly, crediting Tsunade's guidance. "Stop buttering me up." Tsunade chuckled playfully, though the gleam in her eyes betrayed her delight. "You have done a great service for Konoha. I shall treat you to barbecue when we return." "Oi!" Naruto exclaimed, ecstatic at the thought of barbecue, a delicacy he had long yearned for. Just as Naruto was about to leave with Tsunade, a staff member hurriedly approached, holding a letter. "Mr. Naruto, someone asked me to deliver this letter to you." The staff member respectfully handed the letter to Naruto. Curiously, Naruto took the letter, noting the absence of a signature, save for a mysterious black seal. His brow furrowed slightly, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He slowly unsealed the envelope and extracted the letter within. Upon its surface were inscribed several flamboyant characters, "Akatsuki Organization, awaiting your esteemed presence." At the sight of these words, Naruto's pupils constricted sharply. In that moment, his action of opening the envelope seemed to stretch infinitely. He fixated on the bold characters "Akatsuki Organization, awaiting your esteemed presence." His heart leapt as an ominous premonition surged within him. This familiar sensation was akin to the feeling one gets while watching Conan, where there is always a schemer lurking to cause trouble. What on earth is happening? Unable to contain himself, Naruto muttered a curse. His voice, though quiet, pierced through the stillness of the atmosphere. Instinctively, he glanced around, realizing that the previously bustling venue now felt as if it had been muted, with all eyes converging upon him, as if anticipating a thrilling spectacle. He scrutinized the letter once more. The ink was still fresh, and the words exuded an air of conspiracy. A chill ran down his spine as he comprehended that this letter bore no goodwill. Could it be that someone was plotting against me? The depths of this situation are quite troubling, Naruto mused. This individual, surely the merchandise he peddles cannot be legitimate? A sharp, scornful voice shattered the silence as a rotund, wealthy merchant regarded him with suspicion. Indeed, in this day and age, one encounters all sorts. Who knows what dubious goods he is selling? If there is any issue, would we not become the unwitting fools? Another affluent merchant rose to condemn him, a glint of cunning flickering in his shrewd eyes. Hey, do not slander me. Naruto could no longer restrain his fury. He despised being wrongfully accused. My goods come from legitimate channels. There is absolutely no issue. Oh, who would believe that? A mocking ninja seller retorted. Perhaps you pilfered them from the Akatsuki. Otherwise, why would they send you a letter? Naruto found himself momentarily speechless, realizing he had stumbled into a vast pit. He had merely intended to sell a few trinkets for some extra cash, only to find himself entangled with a perilous organization like Akatsuki. The unfolding drama was more absurd than a soap opera. The atmosphere turned tense, with a cacophony of doubts, jeers, and insults crashing over him like a tidal wave. Naruto felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame, discomfort radiating through his being. Anger boiled within him, yearning to send these individuals flying. Ahem. The auctioneer cleared his throat, a hint of unease etched upon his otherwise suave visage. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. This matter requires further investigation. To avoid unnecessary disputes, I have decided. His gaze turned pointedly toward Naruto, laden with meaning. In the interest of maintaining order and fairness at this auction, I hereby suspend the auction of Mr. Naruto Uzumaki's items until the matter is thoroughly investigated. The auctioneer wiped the sweat from his brow. This sudden turn of events had disrupted his plans and hinted at an undercurrent of danger. Naruto felt as if a colossal stone was pressing against his chest, suffocating him. After painstakingly preparing for so long, he was on the verge of reaping significant rewards, only for everything to be dashed by this inexplicable letter. Clenching his fists, his nails dug deeply into his flesh. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. The air around him seemed to solidify, the oppressive atmosphere nearly choking him. A pause? On what grounds do they dare to suspend my auction? Naruto abruptly lifted his head, his golden hair shimmering under the lights, and his azure eyes blazed with an inferno of fury, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Just because of a mysterious letter? How reckless of them. As the crowd anticipated that Naruto would vehemently argue or even engage in a heated dispute with the auction house, he unexpectedly shifted his tone, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Very well, I concede, there are indeed some issues regarding the provenance of my items. At this declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of Naruto's true intentions. Ignoring their incredulous stares, Naruto retrieved a plethora of materials from the street vendor system and, before everyone's eyes, miraculously recreated an identical item. The speed and dexterity of his movements were nothing short of astonishing. How is this possible? The rotund, wealthy merchant was left agape, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Who is this young man exactly? Other ninja sellers displayed similar expressions of shock. They had never witnessed such extraordinary talent. The formerly tense atmosphere was instantly replaced by curiosity and intrigue. Buyers, as if having discovered a new world, fixated their eager gazes upon the objects in Naruto's hands. Now, who among you dares to question the integrity of my goods? Naruto lifted the item triumphantly, his smile radiant. Would you care for a live demonstration of its extraordinary capabilities? With a flick of his wrist, a vibrant, emerald shadow clone pill materialized in his palm, radiating brilliance like a rare treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, behold. A mischievous grin danced on his lips as he hurled the shadow clone pill into the air. With a resounding bang, the pill exploded, transforming into numerous miniature Narutos that frolicked in midair, delighting the crowd with their lively antics. What do you think? Isn't it spectacular? Naruto raised an eyebrow in triumph. I can also demonstrate live. These clones not only assist you in labor, but can run errands as well, making them indispensable for both home and travel. Next, Naruto produced a shimmering kunai from the vendor system, tossing it playfully in his hand. This is no ordinary kunai. It is a lucky kunai that can turn the tide in critical moments. Furthermore, today, all items are being offered at unbeatable prices that will surely entice you. Upon hearing this, the eyes of wealthy merchants from various nations sparkled with excitement, their previous doubts evaporating in an instant. Really? I want to buy? Give me 10 shadow clone pills. I want the lucky kunai too. Bring me 20 of those. The price is negotiable, young man. I'll take them all. As other ninja merchants beheld this dramatic scene, they were filled with regret, realizing too late that they should not have taken advantage of this peculiar individual. Now, the benefits had been seized by others. They could only stamp their feet in frustration, gritting their teeth as they cast glances at Naruto. At that moment, a booming voice resonated like thunder. Naruto, you have done exceptionally well. Truly, you are the shining star of our Konoha. The crowd turned to see Lady Tsunade, accompanied by Shizune, striding confidently to the front. This boy possesses remarkable talent, capable of creating such wondrous things. What is there to be surprised about? Tsunade declared, her arms crossed and exuding authority. I have faith in his character. He would never do anything to harm Konoha. Her words undoubtedly served as a powerful encouragement for Naruto, bolstering his confidence. Seeing that even the higher-ups of Konoha were supporting him, The buyers' doubts dissipated entirely, and they eagerly prepared to re-enter the bidding. The atmosphere in the venue surged once more, with all eyes fixated on Naruto, as if he were the brightest star in the night sky. However, just as everyone was ready to resume the auction, a commotion erupted at the entrance. A group of ninjas clad in peculiar attire stormed in, led by one who bellowed, "Uzumaki Naruto, you have infringed upon our patent. You must provide us with an explanation today." Before his words could fully settle, one of the ninjas hurled a scroll towards Naruto, which unfurled in midair, boldly declaring, "Patent infringement." Chapter 62. A new crisis unfolds. Astonishing, all this sudden turn of events rendered the previously lively auction hall utterly silent, as if a pin could be heard falling. Wealthy merchants from various nations exchanged bewildered glances, instinctively retracting their eager hands like frightened rabbits, wary of attracting trouble. Meanwhile, the other ninja merchants whispered in glee, anticipating the unfolding drama surrounding Naruto. Patent infringement? What nonsense! Naruto mused internally, though he maintained a facade of composure, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. Deep down, he knew that some unwise individual was attempting to ensnare him. The mysterious ninjas closed in, encircling Naruto as if he were a nefarious criminal. The leading ninja pointed at Naruto, accusing him in a harsh tone, "Don't play dumb. The shadow clone pills and detox beans you are selling are clearly our family's proprietary secrets. How dare you steal from us?" As he concluded, the other ninjas echoed their demands for Naruto to compensate for damages and surrender all stolen goods. The atmosphere was charged with tension, as if a battle was on the verge of erupting at any moment. Naruto scanned the room, noticing the gazes directed at him were filled with suspicion and scrutiny. Even Tsunade and Shizune, who had previously supported him, now bore expressions of concern. The pressure was immense. Naruto felt like a sheep surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves, vulnerable to being torn apart at any moment. Yet, he did not succumb to panic, for he knew he possessed the powerful system that would aid him. "System, quickly help me analyze the true identities of these individuals," Naruto silently implored. Ding! The sound of the system scanning resonated in his mind. Moments later, the system announced, "Scanning complete." These ninjas hailed from a mysterious organization known as the Shadow, their intentions shrouded in obscurity. Yet it was evident that they harbored hostility towards the host. The Shadow Organization? A chill ran down Naruto's spine. It appeared that this adversary was formidable indeed. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and addressed the ninjas. "You claim I have infringed upon your patent. Do you possess any evidence? You cannot simply slander me without substantiation, can you?" The leading ninja scoffed, producing a scroll from his robes and tossing it before Naruto. "Here lies your evidence. Examine it for yourself." Naruto unfurled the scroll, revealing it filled with intricate symbols and characters, resembling a form of secret formula. "What is this?" Naruto's expression was one of bewilderment. He could not decipher a single word. "Huh, you cannot comprehend it, can you? This is our family's unique secret formula, one that only we can understand," the leading ninja proclaimed with an air of triumph. "Now what do you have to say?" A sly smile crept onto Naruto's lips as he retorted, "Since this is your exclusive formula, why not demonstrate the production of a shadow clone pill right here for me to witness?" His words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. This boy dared to openly challenge the Shadow Organization. The expression of the leading ninja shifted, a flicker of panic crossing his gaze. Are you afraid?" Naruto pressed on, his tone laced with derision. The leading ninja's face flushed crimson under the pressure, yet he managed to regain his composure, coldly stating, "Do not presume you can bluff your way through. We will have experts authenticate the legitimacy of these formulas." At that moment, the auction host hurried forward to mediate, his tone tinged with caution. "Mr. Naruto Uzumaki, should you fail to prove the legality of your items, we shall permanently revoke your auction privileges. I advise you to consider this seriously." A heavy weight settled in Naruto's heart, as the items before him seemed to grow burdensome. The shadow clone pills and detox beans feeling akin to searing hot potatoes in his hands. He inhaled deeply, scanning the room and realizing all eyes were fixed upon him. The invisible pressure of scrutiny threatening to overwhelm him. Noticing his distress, Ino quickly approached, whispering to Naruto, "Let me see that scroll. Perhaps I can uncover a flaw." Naruto nodded, handing her the scroll. Ino examined it closely, her brow gradually unfurling. "Naruto, while this scroll contains their unique formula, several key symbols do not align precisely. and the production process exhibits distinct discrepancies. Ino's voice, though soft, was crystal clear to Naruto. Suddenly, a light flickered in Naruto's eyes, a plan forming in his mind. He took a deep breath and declared, "Since you assert this is your exclusive formula, I shall publicly demonstrate my production process, allowing the experts present to judge whether this truly is your formula." As his words echoed through the hall, astonishment swept over the crowd, with wealthy patrons whispering amongst themselves, speculating fervently. The mysterious ninjas were momentarily taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing the eyes of their leader. Yet he managed to maintain his composure and declared, "Very well. Let us see what you can do." Naruto proceeded to operate the stall system, instantly projecting a hologram that clearly demonstrated the entire production process of the shadow clone pills and the detox beans. Every step, every detail was presented before the audience without reservation. Throughout the manufacturing process, the spectators observed that the selection of materials, the mixing ratios, and the final products diverged significantly from the secret formula described on the scroll. The mysterious ninjas were utterly astonished, and the leader's complexion turned a shade of ashen disbelief as he murmured, "How is this possible?" The atmosphere in the venue shifted from one of oppression to astonishment. And at this moment, Ino stepped forward, pointing out the flaws in the scroll, further corroborating Naruto's claims. The wealthy merchants began to murmur among themselves. Their interest and curiosity reignited. Observing the unfolding scene, Naruto's lips curled into a subtle smile, his heart swelling with pride. He turned to the host and boldly proclaimed, "Host, I have proven my innocence. These items are entirely my own creation and have no connection to them." The host, with a resigned nod, announced, "Very well, Mr. Naruto Uzumaki. You have passed this test. The auction shall continue." Naruto smiled slightly, surveying the room, contemplating, "This round is secure." The atmosphere at the auction was exhilarating, akin to a thrilling roller coaster ride. Merchants from various nations, ignited by passion, eagerly raised their bidding paddles, fearful of missing this opportunity to capitalize. Those who had previously held back were now animated, their voices rising in a cacophony of bids. "I offer 500,000 Ryo. I bid 600,000 Ryo. I must have the shadow clone pills. Oofed, you dare to bid with such petty sums? I bid 700,000 Ryo." The other ninja sellers watched in disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The rare treasures they brought had become mere background pieces, ignored as they helplessly witnessed Naruto's hot-selling items being snatched up. Jealousy flared within them, a burning desire to rush over and dismantle Naruto's stall. On the contrary, Naruto basked in the fervor. He remained calm, grinning as he observed the continuously rising prices, his heart elated. This sensation was exhilarating, far surpassing any feeling of invincibility. Occasionally, he would employ limited-time promotions and buy-one-get-one-free tactics to elevate the atmosphere to a fever pitch, extracting every last coin from the wealthy merchants. "Esteemed sir, your discernment is commendable. This detox bean is truly a bargain. Consume it, and you shall be impervious to all poisons, reveling in nightly festivities." As Naruto eloquently extolled the virtues of the bean, he handed it to a particularly generous merchant, who beamed with delight and promptly produced a large sum of cash. After a fierce competition, Naruto successfully sold 2 rare items at record-breaking prices. His stall instantly became the focal point of the auction, every gaze fixated upon him, as if he were the true protagonist of the event. Suddenly, a powerful aura enveloped the venue, and the previously raucous atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Hokage, the leader of the Hidden Cloud Village, strode purposefully towards Naruto. His imposing stature, coupled with an innate aura of authority, rendered those around him too intimidated to even breathe audibly. "Naruto Uzumaki, I find your possessions quite intriguing." Hokage's voice resonated deep and powerful, echoing through the venue like distant thunder. "You are a fascinating young man." Instantly, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of pride, as if he were standing at the pinnacle of his life. He straightened his back and donned a confident smile, engaging in lively conversation with Hokage. The surrounding wealthy merchants and ninjas were left astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. "Wow, this kid can actually banter with Lord Hokage. That's impressive," one murmured. "Indeed. His stall is like a money tree. I wish I could have that too." Just as Naruto reveled in the attention and admiration of the crowd, he suddenly noticed a flicker from his marketplace system. Almost immediately, a glaring red warning appeared on the screen. "System error, data corruption. Please cease transactions immediately." Chapter 63, System Anomaly. Pinnacle of prosperity. While Naruto basked in the limelight, under Raikage's almost tangible gaze, his heart swelled with elation. He felt as though he stood atop the ninja world, with every fiber of his being exuding an egoistic sense of supremacy. The chorus of gasps and envious glances around him elevated his spirits, making him yearn to let out a triumphant shout to express his exhilaration. However, just as he prepared to delve deeper into discussions of wealth accumulation with Raikage, a blinding flash of red light flickered before his eyes. Startled, he focused intently, only to discover an alarming red warning box had popped up on his precious system interface, bearing the distressing message, "System error, data corruption, please cease transactions immediately." Naruto's smile froze, a jolt of anxiety racing through him. What in the world was happening? Was this a critical moment gone awry? He hastily masked his concern, attempting to appear nonchalant while surreptitiously glancing at the chaotic data on his screen, which resembled a drunken programmer's erratic keystrokes. Panic surged within him. Was his fate about to take a turn for the worse? As he engaged in awkward small talk with Raikage, he discreetly probed his system's information. Observers noted Naruto's alternating expressions of foolish laughter and furrowed brows, their curiosity piqued by his peculiar behavior. The atmosphere grew tense and mysterious, with everyone holding their breath, fearful of missing an unfolding spectacle. The glaring red warning on the system interface persisted, followed by a new mission prompt. Urgent mission, repair system error. Mission details. Within 10 minutes, create a brand new rare item, Ultimate Spiral Shuriken. Mission rewards, system restoration, inventory expansion to infinite capacity. Mission failure, system collapse. All sold items become void. Goodness! Naruto mentally screamed, nearly unable to contain his expletive. What sort of torturous task was this? Create a brand new rare item within 10 minutes? This was nothing short of a hellish challenge. Moreover, the cost of failure in this endeavor is exceedingly harsh, isn't it? A bead of sweat began to form on his forehead, and an unprecedented wave of anxiety surged within him like an unstoppable tide. He cast a furtive glance at the surrounding wealthy merchants and ninjas, all of whom stared wide-eyed, craning their necks in anticipation of his next astonishing move. Yet, at that moment, Naruto felt as though time flowed like sand through an hourglass, suffocating him with its weight. He had to accomplish this seemingly impossible task within 10 minutes. Uzumaki Naruto, why are you dawdling? The voice of the Raikage thundered in his ears, pulling Naruto back from his anxiety-laden reverie. Naruto raised his head, forcing a smile. Lord Raikage, I just thought of a brilliant idea that requires a bit of preparation. Please bear with me for a moment. The Raikage raised an eyebrow, and at that moment, the nearby merchants appeared increasingly impatient, with several already whispering among themselves, hinting at a desire to abandon their purchases. The patience of the affluent merchants from various nations was as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. One particularly impatient merchant, his head gleaming and clad in golden silk, rapped his cane on the ground. Young man, do you have any capability? Our time is precious. We cannot afford to indulge you in this childish play. The chorus of complaints from the other merchants echoed, resembling the clamor of bargaining housewives at a market. Several ninja sellers, relishing the spectacle, mockingly taunted, "Oh dear, I thought we were in for a treasure of unimaginable worth. But it turns out to be a mere embroidered pillow, beautiful yet utterly useless." Indeed, such youthful bravado, yet he ought to take a good look in the mirror. These piercing remarks jabbed at Naruto's ears like sharp needles, exacerbating his already frayed nerves. The air around him felt as though it had solidified, stifling his breath. As time ticked away, Naruto felt his heart racing, threatening to burst from his chest. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to regain composure, his mind racing to devise a solution. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He recalled that there were some unused special materials in the system's warehouse. Though unassuming, these materials possessed remarkable properties. I must take the plunge, Naruto thought to himself, promptly accessing the system's repository and spilling out the special materials in a chaotic heap. A vibrant array of materials piled into a small mountain, radiating an extraordinary luminescence. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations under his breath. As his chakra surged, the materials appeared to come alive, spinning, merging, and transforming before his very eyes. The surrounding merchants and ninjas were rendered speechless, utterly perplexed by Naruto's mysterious concoction. They held their breath, fixated on Naruto, terrified of missing any detail. As the seconds ticked away, at last, in the final moment, a dazzling spiral shuriken materialized in Naruto's hand. This shuriken emanated a resplendent golden glow, its blade sharp beyond measure, surrounded by a halo of vibrant colors, exuding an aura of formidable power. It was done. Naruto's heart swelled with elation as he raised the spiral shuriken high above his head, exclaiming, "Ultimate spiral shuriken, freshly crafted." The crowd fell into an astonished silence, utterly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Moments later, a deafening roar of cheers and gasps erupted. "My goodness, what is this? It's simply miraculous. I must possess it." The wealthy merchants from various nations, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, clamored to acquire Naruto's ultimate spiral shuriken. The ninja sellers who had previously mocked him now stood dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief, as if turned to stone. A confident smile graced Naruto's lips as he surveyed the crowd, his gaze settling on the Raikage. "Lord Raikage, what do you think of my treasure?" The Raikage's eyes glinted with fervor, his throat tightening as he replied, "How much does this remarkable item cost?" He struggled to articulate his words, his voice tinged with an unmistakable yearning. Naruto beamed, revealing a dazzling smile and feeling a surge of delight within. Clearing his throat, he stretched out his words, "Lord Raikage, this is a one-of-a-kind treasure. Its price, of course, must reflect its worth." A flat rate of 1,000,000 ryo. A collective gasp arose from the audience. Such a price seemed outrageous. Yet, upon reflection, they recognized the shuriken's formidable power. Even if the price were doubled, there would still be eager buyers. Although the Raikage felt a pang of regret, he ultimately gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Thus, Naruto sold the final piece of his collection at a record-breaking price, successfully achieving his goal of selling at least 3 rare items for the highest price. The atmosphere of the auction was ignited by Naruto, reaching an unprecedented crescendo. Those ninja sellers who had once scoffed at him now found themselves utterly humbled. Wealthy merchants from all corners approached Naruto, seeking to establish long-term partnerships with him. He became like a colossal magnet, drawing various factions into a whirlwind of excitement. In no time, Naruto's name resonated throughout the auction, with nearly everyone regarding him as a legendary figure. Titles such as King of Street Stalls, Business Prodigy, and Model of Resurgence rained down upon him like confetti. Naruto felt as though he had been elevated to the heavens, his entire being infused with a euphoric sense of triumph. With his bountiful rewards and accolades, he prepared to leave the auction amidst the envious gazes and blessings of the crowd. In that moment, he felt like a victor of life, with the pinnacle of success within his grasp. Yet, as he approached the exit, an icy gaze suddenly pierced through him, leaving him with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Naruto instinctively lifted his head, only to behold a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak, standing in the shadows not far away. With eyes that were both profound and intricate, the corners of the enigmatic individual's mouth curled into a knowing smile, sending a chill down Naruto's spine in an instant. Chapter 64. Striving Against Adversity. Shining brighter than ever, Naruto paused momentarily, feeling the cold gaze wrap around him like a venomous serpent, inducing an uncomfortable sensation throughout his being. Yet, having weathered many storms, he swiftly recalibrated his mindset, a confident smirk gracing his lips. A mere glance from an unknown source was not enough to rattle him. How absurd. He was destined to become the Hokage. Such trivialities were nothing. The onlookers noticed Naruto's unusual demeanor, casting puzzled glances his way. The previously lively atmosphere, now thick with tension. Whispers erupted among the crowd, speculating on what had transpired, as an undercurrent of unease permeated the air. Taking a deep breath, Naruto clapped his hands, the sharp sound instantly capturing everyone's attention. "Everyone, please remain calm. The real show has only just begun." He flashed a confident smile, unaffected by the earlier interruption. With the street vendor system at his disposal, he was poised to ascend to the pinnacle of his life. This minor disturbance was merely an appetizer. The auctioneer quickly regained his composure. A practiced smile plastered across his face as he announced the commencement of a new round of bidding. Next, the sellers would showcase their prized possessions, and he urged everyone to stay tuned. However, at that very moment, a few ninja sellers, previously overshadowed by Naruto's brilliance, quietly conspired together, their eyes glinting with malicious intent. Clearly, they were unwilling to concede the spotlight to Naruto, secretly plotting their retaliation. "Why should a lowly genin like him steal our thunder?" scoffed a burly ninja. Disdain etched across his face. Indeed, our treasures far exceed his worthless trinkets. Another chimed in, jealousy dripping from his tone. Let us join forces and show him a thing or two. A cunning ninja proposed, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In unison, they resolved to devise new auction rules to create trouble for Naruto. One of the ninjas stepped forward to address the auctioneer, proclaiming, "We believe that to ensure the fairness of the auction, we should introduce an appraisal phase for the items being sold. After all, not every trinket can be put up for sale." At this pronouncement, the crowd erupted in uproar, all eyes converging on Naruto. It was clear that this was aimed directly at him, an obvious attempt to oust him from the proceedings. Naruto furrowed his brow slightly. He had anticipated envy over his success, yet he did not expect such underhanded tactics. Surveying the room, he felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, the atmosphere thickening with gravity. Now, this was becoming interesting. A cold smile graced Naruto's lips, for he relished such challenges, the greater the obstacle. The more it ignited his fighting spirit. As Naruto pondered his strategy, a chilling voice pierced through the tumultuous atmosphere. "Heh, authentication? Are you certain?" The voice, as frigid as ice, instantly silenced the once boisterous venue. The crowd turned to see the speaker, the previously reticent Hokage. His imposing figure loomed like a mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority, with eyes sharp as a hawk's, seemingly capable of piercing through all deceit. Observing this, the affluent merchants from various nations began to murmur amongst themselves, their hands that had previously reached for the bidding device now hesitating. Whispers floated through the air. This sudden alteration of rules. Who knows what is genuine and what is not? If one were to purchase a counterfeit, the loss would be substantial. Some even exclaimed, if the authentication criteria are truly to be modified, I must reconsider my bid. Clearly, they were not naive. This unexpected turn of events had severely undermined their trust in the auction. An invisible pressure enveloped Naruto like a vast net, rendering his breaths labored. Frowning, he surveyed the room. Those merchants who had once shown him warm regard now wore expressions of doubt. And even the ninja sellers who had previously dismissed him now bore expressions of amusement, their gazes brimming with schadenfreude. Ah, this is quite the predicament, Naruto mused inwardly, sensing he had been thrust into a bind. Just then, a slight smile crept upon Naruto's lips, revealing a knowing grin. Calmly, he produced a scroll from his attire, unfurling it to reveal the official seal of Konohagakure. Ah, esteemed guests, regarding the authentication, I have long been prepared, Naruto announced, his voice soft yet resonant. Reaching the ears of every attendee, he methodically displayed the content of the scroll, an official authentication document from the Leaf Village, meticulously detailing the provenance and worth of each item he was selling, available for verification by all. The revelation sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. The ninja sellers, who had anticipated a spectacle at Naruto's expense, were left agape, their expressions grotesque, as if they had swallowed a fly. They had never imagined Naruto would arrive so prepared, enlisting the backing of Konohagakure, an overwhelming tactical advantage. The once doubtful merchants found their interest rekindled, their previous apprehensions dissipating in an instant, reassured by the endorsement of the Leaf Village. This lad possesses considerable acumen, the Hokage thought, though he remained resolute in his own convictions. As Naruto tucked away the authentication document, a confident smile adorned his face, his gaze sweeping over the astonished ninja sellers, relishing in their dismay. With a slight hum, he radiated self-assurance, as if to convey, such trivial antics cannot thwart me. How naive. Now, shall we proceed with the auction? Naruto slightly tilted his head, a hint of provocation gracing his lips as his gaze fell upon the auctioneer, his eyes brimming with intrigue and anticipation. The auctioneer wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging Naruto's undeniable prowess. He cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "The auction shall proceed." Naruto made a dazzling reappearance, holding a nondescript vial. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next treasure is a genuine rarity, the Chakra Infinite Replenishment Potion. Just a single drop can instantly restore your chakra to its fullest. No more worries for my mother about my chakra deficiency." As he spoke, he squeezed out a droplet, which arced beautifully through the air. A collective gasp reverberated through the crowd. This was indeed the coveted artifact every ninja dreamed of. The wealthy merchants from various nations were now wide-eyed, eagerly raising their bidding paddles, fearful of missing out. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million. The price soared like a rocket. leaving other sellers astonished. Observing the escalating bids, Naruto's face broke into a triumphant smile, his heart dancing with joy. It seems I am ever closer to reaching the pinnacle of success. Ultimately, the vial of chakra infinite replenishment potion fetched an astronomical sum of 10 million, shattering previous auction records. The room erupted in awe, and Naruto instantly became the focal point of attention, with flashes from cameras illuminating the space, more dazzling than a celebrity gracing a red carpet. Humph. What's so impressive about that? It's merely good fortune, sneered a jealous ninja seller, his tone dripping with envy. Naruto shrugged, unfazed. Luck is also a form of strength. Just as he prepared to present his next item, the auctioneer unexpectedly took the stage again, a mysterious smile adorning his face. Due to time constraints, we will now enter a brief intermission. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion stirring within him. Time constraints? We were just reaching the climax. He sensed that something was amiss. The auctioneer retreated backstage and whispered to a cloaked figure. Commence the plan. Chapter 65. Breaking through to glory. Naruto scratched his head, eyeing the auctioneer who wore a grin akin to a fox that had stolen a chicken, feeling increasingly suspicious. What trickery is this? Just when the excitement peaked. We break for intermission? This script feels all wrong. He scanned the room, noticing other sellers wore equally bewildered expressions, some murmuring. What on earth is going on? Is something fishy afoot? The air was thick with the scent of intrigue. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto thought, well, this is getting interesting. Though he maintained a calm facade. Internally, he was like a radar, keenly observing the expressions of those around him, attempting to uncover any clues. A few minutes later, the intermission concluded. The auctioneer returned to the stage, sporting an even more amiable smile, though it bore an unsettling undertone. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to ensure the fairness and impartiality of the auction, our auction house's upper management has decided to conduct a re-evaluation of all sellers' auction items. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? A re-evaluation? This is utterly absurd. Is this not a blatant attempt to stir up trouble? How unscrupulous this auction house appears. The audience erupted in a cacophony of discontent, voices overlapping like a boiling pot of porridge. Many sellers' expressions shifted, for no one wishes to see their treasures devalued. Upon hearing this, Naruto's gaze sharpened, and he instantly comprehended the underlying intention. This old fool is undoubtedly targeting me. He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking ominously, a dangerous smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself, you wish to challenge me? Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? The atmosphere grew intensely charged, as if the very air had solidified, suffocating all present. Every eye fixated on the stage, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. The auctioneer cleared his throat, his tone laced with a barely perceptible malice. Then let us begin with this gentleman. He gestured towards Naruto, the record-breaking individual. Naruto scoffed, ready to retort, but a low voice beside him interrupted. Ah, the show is about to commence. With arms crossed, Naruto gazed disdainfully at the auctioneer, as if to emblazon the words, what are you up to? Across his forehead, the auctioneer feigned a cough, signaling staff to approach and inspect Naruto's merchandise. Several workers gathered around, pointing and whispering, their expressions reminiscent of those appraising counterfeit antiques. Meanwhile, a few other ninja sellers huddled together, murmuring, their gazes darting about. Among them, a lanky individual discreetly slipped a stack of cash to a staff member, gesturing furtively. How brazen, a bribe in plain sight. The staff member, understanding the implication, donned a disdainful expression and remarked on Naruto's shadow clone pill. This trinket is hardly worth a pittance, mass-produced goods, you know. Another staff member exaggeratedly picked up a detox bean, sniffing it with a look of revulsion. What is this odor? It reeks of low-quality, unbranded products. A wave of suppressed fury surged within Naruto, his teeth clenched and fists crackling. These knaves were evidently conspiring to swindle him. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the impulse to send these buffoons flying with a single punch. No, now is not the time for action. He must maintain his composure. Tsunade, it seems I require your assistance. Naruto discreetly reached out to Tsunade. Upon receiving the message, her expression darkened. How dare they bully someone under her protection? They were truly courting disaster. Accompanied by Shizune, she stormed into the auction venue with formidable presence. As she stood there, her powerful aura instantly dominated the room. Approaching the auctioneer, she spoke with icy composure. I have heard that your assessment of Naruto's items appears rather unfair. The auctioneer's face turned ashen upon seeing Tsunade. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stammered, "Lord Tsunade, what brings you here?" She replied with a weighty tone, her sharp gaze scanning the host and the few staff members who had accepted bribes. The host was thoroughly flustered, realizing that today he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. In the territory of Konoha, to offend Tsunade was akin to inviting calamity upon oneself. He quickly forced a smile, signaling the staff to reassess the items. This time, the staff dared not engage in any trickery. Each of them meticulously re-examined Naruto's goods, and the results were markedly different from before. Observing the resolution of the matter, Naruto beamed with gratitude and approached Tsunade, saying, "Thank you, Granny Tsunade." She patted his shoulder and reminded him, "Don't forget your promise." "Rest assured, Granny Tsunade. I am determined to become Hokage," Naruto replied confidently. Tsunade smirked slightly at his boldness. With that, Naruto turned towards the stage, picking up an exquisite wooden box. And the moment of witnessing a miracle was at hand. After the reassessment, the atmosphere of the auction invigorated as if infused with a potent elixir. With a confident smile, Naruto stepped back onto the stage. With a flick of his wrist, an ancient wooden box appeared in his hands, emanating a faint glow under the lights, shrouded in mystery. "Ladies and gentlemen, what I am about to auction is no ordinary item." Naruto cleared his throat, a hint of jest in his tone. "This is my treasured secret. The lucky kunai." He opened the box to reveal a uniquely designed kunai, radiating a subtle golden glow, unmistakably extraordinary. "This kunai is not merely for throwing." He paused for effect. "It is infused with my unique chakra. Not only does it enhance the user's fortune, but it can also save your life in critical moments." His words piqued the interest of the wealthy attendees to its zenith. "I bid 5 million, shouted a middle-aged tycoon, his head gleaming with sweat, eager to secure the item before anyone else could. "I bid 8 million. Another rotund businessman followed closely, his eyes gleaming with greed. 10 million. 12 million. The prices soared like a rocket, igniting the atmosphere into a frenzy. Watching the bids escalate, Naruto's heart soared with joy. This money was far too easy to earn. He envisioned stacks of cash flying towards him, a feeling that was simply exhilarating. Other sellers could only watch enviously as Naruto commanded the spotlight, their discomfort akin to tasting sour lemons. Ultimately, the lucky kunai fetched an astronomical price of 18 million, and the auction hall erupted into thunderous applause. Naruto felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life, a step closer to realizing his dreams. "Thank you all for your support. I have one last treasure to showcase." Naruto once again produced a black box, his tone imbued with confidence. He was certain that this final item would undoubtedly elevate the auction to its zenith. However, at that moment, a voice thundered through the venue. "Wait, young brother. Your treasure is indeed remarkable, but before the auction of the last item, I have a small request." The Hokage rose slowly, his towering figure exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a mountain, his gaze shimmering with a barely perceptible glint. He fixed his eyes on Naruto, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he said, "I hope you can demonstrate the special qualities of this final treasure right here." As the Hokage's words settled, all eyes in the room instantly turned to Naruto. This sudden turn of events silenced the previously boisterous auction, a palpable tension enveloping the air. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile, his heart untroubled, even harboring a hint of amusement. He had anticipated such disruptions. After all, this was the ninja world, and a little excitement was to be expected. Since the Hokage had spoken, the young man naturally acquiesced. With a glimmer of confidence in his eyes, Naruto readily agreed, as if everything lay within his grasp. "Truly impressive. Naruto possesses remarkable audacity," murmured Gu Changfeng, quietly admiring Naruto's bravery. Tsunade and Shizune exchanged approving glances, thoroughly pleased with Naruto's performance. The Hokage, noticing Naruto's swift compliance, received nods of agreement from the wealthy merchants and ninjas around him, all eager to discover what lay within Naruto's enigmatic box. Taking a deep breath, Naruto slowly opened the black box in his hands. Inside lay a pitch-black pill, exuding a faint, alluring fragrance. Esteemed guests, this pill is known as the Shadow Clone Pill, as the name suggests. It grants the user the ability to instantly create shadow clones, Naruto declared, his voice resonant and authoritative, each word echoing with a certain enchantment that captured everyone's attention. "What? Create shadow clones? How is that possible? This kid must be boasting." The crowd erupted in disbelief, a cacophony of skepticism filling the air. The shadow clone technique was an advanced ninjutsu, mastered by only a select few elite ninjas. The notion that a mere pill could bestow such power seemed utterly fantastical. Huh? Kid, you can't be serious. Such a thing cannot possibly exist, scoffed a wealthy merchant, his tone dripping with derision. Who would believe such nonsense? Another ninja chimed in, adding to the uproar. The Hokage sneered, saying, if you can't deliver real results, then spare us the embarrassment and get off the stage. In the face of the crowd's doubts, Naruto remained unfazed, even sporting a faint smile. Since you do not believe, allow me to demonstrate right here, he proclaimed, seizing the pill and swallowing it without hesitation. Naruto. Gu Changfeng gasped in shock, wishing to intervene, but it was already too late. As Naruto swallowed the pill, a surge of formidable chakra erupted from his body. In an instant, with a resounding bang, his form fragmented into dozens of identical clones, encircling the auction platform. The spectators were left utterly astonished, as if they had encountered a specter, rooted to the spot in disbelief. The Hokage's expression shifted dramatically after a moment of silence. He slowly uttered, how can this be possible? The real spectacle is just beginning, Naruto remarked, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The multitude of shadow clones, initially imposing on the stage, suddenly doubled over in agony, clutching their stomachs. Oh no, what's wrong with my stomach? I suddenly feel the urge to use the restroom. Did I eat something bad? They lamented in a cacophony of complaints, creating an awkward atmosphere. The once stunned audience could no longer contain their laughter. What on earth is this kid doing? Can shadow clones even have stomach issues? This is hilarious. Surely, this must be a counterfeit product. The other ninja vendors reveled in their schadenfreude, mocking him. I knew it. This kid must be boasting. Such a thing cannot possibly exist. It's utterly ridiculous. The wealthy merchants from various nations began to waver, their initial eagerness replaced by hesitation as they reconsidered their intentions. Naruto felt an immense pressure mounting, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events, and inwardly cursed the unreliable system. The atmosphere grew tense, as if the very air had thickened. Ahem, Naruto cleared his throat, striving to maintain his composure. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. This is merely a minor malfunction. Grant me a moment to rectify it. As he spoke, he discreetly accessed the system panel, rapidly perusing the manual. Oh, so it was a miscalculation on my part. Naruto realized, understanding that the release time of the pill's effects had been set too short. He promptly adjusted the parameters and shouted to the clones, hang in there, brothers. We're almost there. Barely had he spoken when, miraculously, the clones' stomachs returned to normal, and they stood upright, full of vigor. How is this possible? How did he achieve this? Who exactly is this boy? The crowd was once again struck dumb with astonishment, the venue buzzing with excitement. The Hokage's earlier disdain faded, replaced by a flicker of appreciation in his gaze. Kid, you do possess some skill, he slowly acknowledged, but this alone does not suffice to prove your strength. Fear not, Lord Hokage. The best is yet to come. Naruto replied with a mysterious smile, retrieving an even more exquisite box from his robes. The box, crafted from an unknown black metal, was adorned with intricate runes that radiated an ancient and enigmatic aura. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment to witness a miracle has arrived, Naruto proclaimed, his tone theatrical, akin to a seasoned television host, tantalizing the audience's anticipation. He gradually opened the box, and a beam of golden light erupted, illuminating the entire venue. In a box, there lay a mesmerizing orb radiating a spectrum of colors, the chakra amplification orb. This remarkable jewel possesses the ability to permanently enhance the total chakra capacity of its user. Its effects undeniable and trustworthy. As Naruto's words echoed in the air, the atmosphere of the venue erupted with fervor. What? A permanent chakra enhancement? Is this real? This is nothing short of divine. I must have it. I'll pay any price. The eyes of wealthy merchants from various nations gleamed with greed, akin to famished wolves pouncing on their prey, as they fervently raised their bidding paddles. 10 million Rio, 20 million Rio, 50 million Rio. The price soared like a rocket, leaving onlookers in a daze. Standing on the stage, Naruto beamed as he witnessed the escalating bids, his grin stretching from ear to ear. I'm going to be rich. This is it. His heart soared with joy, wishing he could howl at the heavens. Ultimately, the chakra amplification orb was sold for an astonishing 100 million Rio. claimed by a mysterious masked financier. Congratulations to this gentleman on acquiring the divine jewel. Naruto's smile was as radiant as if he had stumbled upon treasure. With the auction concluded, he returned home with a bounty beyond his dreams, successfully achieving his goal. Elated, he waved his arms in exuberance, as if infused with boundless energy. Wahoo! Let us soar. The atmosphere reached its zenith, with all present cheering for him, his name resonating throughout the shinobi world. Moreover, Naruto forged connections with numerous influential ninjas and merchants, expanding his network significantly. He emerged as the undeniable victor of the auction, receiving reverent glances from all, as though he were the rising star of the shinobi realm. Bursting with joy, he hummed a cheerful tune as he embarked on his journey back to Konohagakure. However, just as he was about to cross the borders of the land of fire, an unsettling chill enveloped him, as if a sinister gaze were fixated upon him. Curious, Naruto paused, murmuring to himself, "This feeling." Chapter 67. The Return Journey. Confusion and safety in danger. Naruto continued humming, his spirits soaring as if he were on a rocket, propelled skyward. Having reaped a substantial profit at the auction, he felt like a walking treasury, radiating an aura of wealth. Wahoo! This wave is truly taking off. He couldn't resist throwing a victorious gesture towards the sky, his joy nearly overflowing. Yet, just as he was about to step beyond the borders of the land of fire, a cold gaze ensnared him like a serpent, causing discomfort to wash over him. What is going on? It felt as if he had been pressed on pause. His footsteps abruptly halted. The sensation was akin to having eyes on his back. Scrutinized under a magnifying glass, goosebumps erupting all over his skin. The surrounding woods were eerily silent. Even the chirping of insects and the songs of birds seemed muted, creating an unsettling stillness. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, further accentuating the uncanny atmosphere of the area. Taking a deep breath, Naruto sensed something amiss. There was definitely something hidden beneath the surface. He muttered to himself, his eyes darting about. Quietly, he formed a hand seal, conjuring several shadow clones that dispersed into the surroundings, akin to leopards lurking in the shadows, poised to pounce on their prey. He slowed his pace, appearing leisurely. Yet every muscle in his body was taut, poised for battle. Just as he heightened his vigilance, the once tranquil forest erupted into chaos. As several dark figures shot forth from the dense treetops, exuding a chilling aura of menace, instantaneously obstructing Naruto's path. Well, if it isn't our wealthy friend? Have you amassed quite the fortune? Sneered one of the ninjas, a sinister grin plastered across his face, as he toyed with a shuriken. Naruto squinted, fully aware of their intentions. Indeed, these scoundrels were after his riches. He smirked, a hint of derision playing on his lips. It seemed trouble followed him wherever he went. Looks like avoiding trouble is quite the challenge these days, he mused, his tone laced with a tinge of resignation. Yet beneath that calm exterior lay a razor-sharp edge. Brothers, enough chatter, let us get to it. Another ninja urged eagerly, his eyes gleaming with the vision of mountains of wealth. The atmosphere thickened with tension, an oppressive weight permeating the air. Gazing at the malevolent ninjas before him, Naruto instinctively clenched his fists, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he declared, "It appears I must extend a warm welcome to you all." With a command, several shurikens whistled through the air towards Naruto. The shurikens sliced through the atmosphere with a sharp whistle, akin to deadly notes in a sinister melody. Naruto, refusing to be complacent, agilely twisted his body, narrowly evading the onslaught. These ninjas were evidently well-trained, their coordination flawless, their relentless assault crashing upon him like an unyielding tide, forcing Naruto into a defensive stance. Wow, these guys are surprisingly skilled, he thought, startled as he dodged. The shurikens fell like rain, leaving a multitude of marks upon the ground, a sight that sent chills down his spine. He felt as though he were a mouse trapped in a cage, scurrying for escape, yet finding no avenue for reprieve. The sky had darkened ominously, thick clouds gathering as if sharing in Naruto's plight. A fierce wind howled, swirling fallen leaves and adding to the atmosphere of impending doom. I can't let this continue, Naruto realized with a jolt. He understood that he must swiftly turn the tide, lest the consequences be dire. A glimmer of inspiration struck him. Seizing the moment while evading attacks, Naruto discreetly retrieved a detoxifying pill from his system space and swallowed it without hesitation. The pill dissolved instantly, a warm surge coursing through his body, invigorating his strength and speed. igniting him with an electrifying fervor. Now, the real performance begins. A wicked smile graced Naruto's lips, his eyes sparkling with newfound confidence. No longer would he evade, he would charge forward. Rasengan, he shouted, as he summoned a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra in his hand, launching it ferociously at one of the ninjas. With a resounding crash, the ninja was sent hurtling backwards, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing violently to the ground, his fate uncertain. The other ninjas were momentarily stunned. They could hardly fathom that Naruto, who had previously been at a disadvantage, suddenly unleashed such formidable power. What on earth was happening? Did this kid consume some sort of stimulant? One ninja exclaimed in disbelief. Stop gaping, let's attack together. Another ninja reacted, shouting loudly. However, it was far too late. Naruto had transformed into a human weapon, descending like a ferocious tiger, unstoppable in his assault. He struck with both fists and feet, each blow lethal, and within a few exchanges, the remaining minions lay defeated on the ground. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Once arrogant and domineering, the ninjas now lay groaning on the floor, their faces etched with fear and regret. Naruto clapped his hands and remarked nonchalantly, "Is that all? I expected more from you." The remaining ninjas, sensing the dire situation, exchanged furtive glances and, as if in unison, turned to flee, their speed akin to that of oil-slicked feet. Thinking of running? Have you consulted my Rasengan? Naruto sneered, swiftly forming hand seals, multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of Narutos appeared, encircling these hapless foes with no escape. Ah, now you are truly trapped. The real Naruto crossed his arms, watching the spectacle unfold. The shadow clones surged forward, delivering punches and kicks, the cries of anguish ringing out in a cacophony reminiscent of a one-sided slaughter. Hey, 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 don't hit my face. I still need it for my livelihood. Big brother, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please spare me. Oh my goodness. This kid is too ruthless. The sounds of wailing and pleas for mercy intertwined, creating a scene more chaotic than a bustling marketplace. Naruto observed the bruised and battered group with a sense of satisfaction. Now confess, who sent you? He asked in a stern voice. I, a ninja stammered, unable to voice the truth. Refusing to speak? Then prepare to experience my Rasengan once more. Naruto threatened, preparing to strike again. I'll tell you. It was several sellers who lost to you at the auction. They harbored resentment. The ninja, terrified, divulged everything in a rush. Oh, so it was them. Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully. After dealing with these minions, he straightened his slightly disheveled clothing and resumed his journey back to the village. At that moment, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a golden glow upon him, imbuing him with an air of majesty and power. He inhaled deeply. The faint metallic scent of blood mingled with the earthy aroma, invigorating him. Konoha, I am back. However, just as he was about to step into the territory of Konoha, he suddenly halted. Before him lay a peculiar formation, radiating a disconcerting dark red light. A strange energy permeated the air, instilling a sense of unease within him. What on earth is this? Naruto murmured, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Chapter 68. Breaking the formation and counteracting the scheme. Naruto squinted, fixated on the bizarre formation before him, its crimson hue reminiscent of expired ketchup, exuding an aura that drained one's spirit. He stroked his chin and muttered, could it be the deadly gossip formation? Trying to stop me? What a joke. He had no intention of recklessly stepping into the fray as a test subject. Exercising caution, Naruto began to circle the formation, akin to a detective on the case, seeking any clues that might reveal the truth. The edges of the formation shimmered with an erratic glow, and the air around him felt as though it had solidified, oppressive enough to render him breathless. A peculiar odor wafted through the atmosphere, reminiscent of a noxious blend of rotten eggs and durian, nearly causing Naruto to collapse in a fit. What an atrocious stench! Which dark culinary master concocted this? Naruto pinched his nose in disdain. Activating his sage mode, his perception surged 100-fold, allowing him to probe the energy flow of the formation. As his awareness deepened, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. This formation was no trivial matter. It was not merely an ordinary ninjutsu, but rather a sophisticated amalgamation of advanced techniques and malevolent sorcery, its complexity rivaling that of a strenuous college entrance exam. To decipher it required an extraordinary level of skill and knowledge, a feat more challenging than scaling the heavens. The tense atmosphere enveloped Naruto. as if an invisible hand were tightening around his throat. He felt a wave of suffocation, as though submerged in the depths of the ocean, struggling for breath. This situation posed quite a conundrum. Taking a deep breath, Naruto endeavored to maintain his composure. He understood that impulsive actions would only plunge him into greater peril. Suddenly, he detected a subtle change at the center of the formation. A black rune flickered past, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. Naruto's pupils constricted, his heart racing. Indeed, something was amiss. Slowly extending his hand toward the center of the formation, he whispered, "It seems it's time to get serious." A sly smile crept across his lips, akin to a fox that had just pilfered a chicken. With a chuckle, his hands moved with such swiftness they could have qualified for the Olympics. Retrieving an object from the makeshift system that caused the surrounding air to freeze, an adorable pink Peppa Pig doll adorned with lace. Can this thing really break the formation? The onlooking ninjas stood in bewilderment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them. This was not the expected course of action. Who would employ Peppa Pig to unravel advanced ninjutsu? Countless question marks swirled in their minds, as they wondered if they had wandered onto the wrong set. Don't underestimate it. This is my secret weapon, Naruto declared mysteriously, his face radiating confidence. Then, under the astonished gaze of all present, he unhesitatingly tossed the pink Peppa Pig doll into the ominous, darkly glowing formation. With a thunderous boom, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, the very ground of the auction hall trembled. The crimson light surged violently, like countless bloodthirsty tentacles lunging toward the doll, while a disconcerting distortion echoed through the air. The surrounding ninjas felt their hairs stand on end, retreating in haste, fearful of being caught in the wake of this overwhelming force. Naruto narrowed his eyes, acutely aware of the intense pressure emanating from the formation. This power was utterly unreasonable. It felt as though an immense mountain bore down upon him, rendering each breath a laborious endeavor. He sensed his very being teetering on the brink of disintegration, an overwhelming despair washing over him in a sudden tide. Damn! Has this thing gone awry? Naruto cursed inwardly, feeling as though his insides had been rearranged. Yet, just as everyone anticipated that he would succumb to this formidable force, he unexpectedly revealed a cryptic smile. With a disdainful curl of his lip, he murmured, "The true spectacle is only just beginning." The pink Peppa Pig doll whirled frantically within the eerie formation, resembling a cotton candy drawn into a black hole, as the surrounding crimson light intensified, threatening to erupt at any moment. In this moment of imminent peril, Naruto sprang into action. His hands formed seals at a speed so swift that only afterimages were perceptible, while he recited, "The art of multiple shadow clones." Bang! 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 Hundreds of Narutos materialized out of thin air, crowding the auction venue to the brim. Each clone wielded an assortment of peculiar implements, from washboards to frying pans, and even gleaming butcher knives. To the uninitiated, it might have appeared as though a film crew were in the midst of a shoot. "Brothers, charge!" With Naruto's command, the clones surged forward like wild stallions toward the heart of the formation. Clang! 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 A cacophony of bizarre sounds erupted, as the crimson light within the formation began to fluctuate violently, akin to a pitiful creature besieged by a horde of unruly children. At that moment, Naruto's gaze sharpened as he discerned the formation's critical node, a black rune, concealed within the depths of the red glow, exuding an aura of malevolence. "There you are?" Naruto snickered coldly, brandishing a glimmering lucky kunai and hurling it with force at the rune. With a swift whoosh, the kunai struck its target with precision, shattering the black rune and causing the red light to dissipate, leading to the formation's complete collapse. A blinding radiance illuminated the entire auction venue, with Naruto standing amidst the brilliance, akin to a celestial deity descending from the heavens, exuding an aura of unmatchable charm. Impressive, truly formidable. The onlookers gasped in awe, their eyes filled with admiration as they regarded Naruto. He offered a modest smile, feigning nonchalance while secretly reveling in the praise. Heh, just a trivial feat. By tracing the residual aura of the formation, Naruto followed the trail to the true mastermind, an envious ninja seller at the auction, intent on sowing chaos. "You dare to thwart my endeavors." The ninja seller seethed, wishing nothing more than to tear Naruto apart. "Apologies, but I simply cannot abide such treachery," Naruto shrugged innocently. He exposed the seller's nefarious plot to the public, tarnishing the villain's reputation within the ninja world, leading to his disgrace. The gathered crowd erupted in applause, lauding Naruto with cheers. "Naruto, you are truly exceptional." Tsunade beamed, giving Naruto's shoulder an approving pat, clearly pleased with his performance. Just as Naruto basked in the accolades. Believing the matter settled, he received a mysterious letter. The envelope bore no signature, only the blood-red warning, "Beware of Konoha." Naruto opened the envelope, and his expression changed drastically. In Chapter 69, the final chapter of Glory, the ninja world proclaims, Naruto unfolded the letter that reeked of blood, and an ominous premonition surged within him. The blood-red ink on the paper writhed as if it were alive, and the four shocking words "Beware of Konoha" seemed to mock his earlier pride. He quickly scanned the contents of the letter, his face darkening to such an extent that it could have dripped ink. The letter claimed that the trinkets he sold at the auction were entangled with an ancient secret of the ninja world, and he must immediately surrender all profits. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Huh, what a ridiculous farce. Naruto scoffed, the corners of his mouth curling into a disdainful arc. Did they truly believe this pathetic threat would intimidate him? They expected him to relinquish the hard-earned money he had acquired? Not a chance. He crumpled the letter into a ball and tossed it into the trash can, wearing a look of defiance. "You wish to stir trouble? Come on then. I, Naruto, am not one to be easily frightened." The atmosphere around him seemed to solidify, an invisible pressure beginning to spread. The crowd, initially immersed in joy, felt the sudden wave of oppression and fell silent, casting curious glances at Naruto. Just then, several figures appeared in the auction hall like phantoms, clad in uniform black attire, their faces obscured by eerie masks. They emanated an aura of deadly intent. "We are the guardians of the ninja world. Uzumaki Naruto. You are suspected of harboring a forbidden treasure of the ninja realm. Please accompany us." The leading masked ninja spoke coldly, their voice echoing as if from the depths of hell, imbued with undeniable authority. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Guardians of the ninja world? He had never heard of them. If they wished to take him, they would have to prove their mettle first. With a powerful push from his legs, he shot forward like an arrow, swiftly distancing himself from the mysterious ninjas. Chakra surged around him, forming an invisible barrier that kept the eager ninja sellers at bay. Tension crackled in the air, and a fierce battle seemed imminent, with a heavy scent of gunpowder permeating the atmosphere. The surrounding crowd held their breath, fearful of becoming collateral damage. "Humph, obstinate fools." The masked ninja leader snorted, gesturing for his companions to encircle Naruto. A formidable sense of oppression descended upon Naruto, thickening the air around him. Clenching his fists, he felt the palms grow slightly pale from the exertion. "You wish to move against me? First, you must consider whether my fists will allow it." He grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "Heh, overestimating yourself." The masked ninja leader's lips curled into a sinister smile as he raised his right hand. With a swift motion, he brought it down, and the surrounding ninjas pounced on Naruto like ravenous wolves. In an instant, the auction hall transformed into a battleground, filled with glinting blades and an icy atmosphere. These ninjas were formidable, their coordination impeccable, each move lethal. They surged forward like a relentless tide, offering Naruto scant opportunity to breathe. Naruto dodged left and right, peril lurking at every turn. The shuriken in his hands danced in the air as he barely managed to fend off the onslaught of attacks that crashed upon him like a violent storm. Is this all they have? Is this truly all? As Naruto deftly evaded his adversaries, he unleashed a torrent of taunts, striving to disrupt their rhythm. "You lot can't even defeat the husky at my doorstep, yet you dare attempt to capture me? How laughable." Yet, the ninjas were unfazed by his jests. Their attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Naruto's garments were torn, and wounds marred his visage, crimson blood oozing from the lacerations. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute, displaying no hint of retreat. It appeared he would need to reveal his true prowess. Gritting his teeth, Naruto retrieved a kunai that shimmered with an otherworldly glow from his system space. My precious. It is your time to shine." Gripping the kunai tightly, a surge of formidable energy coursed through his body, invigorating him with enhanced strength, speed, and reflexes. "Now, it's my turn." A grin spread across Naruto's face, his eyes alight with excitement. He darted through the crowd like a wraith, the kunai in his hand leaving a series of afterimages. Each swing unleashed a fierce gust of wind, striking the enemies with pinpoint precision. Bang, bang, bang. The self-proclaimed guardians were driven back, their astonished expressions revealing Naruto's overwhelming power. They could scarcely fathom that an apparently ordinary youth possessed such terrifying strength. How is this possible? The masked ninja leader stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, questioning the nature of the kunai in his grasp. Ignoring the leader's astonishment, Naruto intensified his onslaught. Resembling a ferocious tiger amidst a flock of sheep, wielding his strength with abandon. I warned you, if you wish to capture me, you must prove your worth. Naruto sneered, directing the kunai at the masked ninja leader. Now it is your turn. The leader's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the kunai's ethereal glow, as if death itself beckoned him. He opened his mouth to speak, but found his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. Naruto, however, afforded him little time to react. Swiftly appearing before him, the kunai traced a flawless arc, aimed directly at the leader's face. With a resounding thud, the mask shattered, revealing a visage rife with fear. The masked ninja leader was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, the other masked ninjas faltered, unable to believe that they had been bested so thoroughly by an unassuming youth. Is this all you've got? Naruto stood with his hands on his hips, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the surrounding ninjas, exuding arrogance. You so-called guardians are nothing but a farce. He toyed with the kunai in his hand, prompting the remaining masked ninjas to abandon their posts, fleeing in disarray, vanishing from the auction venue in the blink of an eye. TSK, how dull. Naruto scoffed, retracting the kunai back into his system space. He turned to face the crowd, drawing forth the letter reeking of blood, displaying it for all to see. Do you all see? This letter is the very reason they have come to trouble me. They seek to exploit the goods I sell to concoct some insidious scheme. They want me to take the fall, but that will never happen. Though Naruto's voice was not loud, it resonated with power, echoing throughout the auction hall. These scoundrels are utterly detestable. To think they could use Naruto is nothing short of delusional. Naruto, we stand with you. The wealthy merchants and ninjas from various nations expressed their admiration for Naruto, his reputation in the ninja world amplifying. Everyone knew he was a hero willing to defy tyranny and uphold justice. Upon Naruto's return to the Hidden Leaf Village, the entire village erupted in fervor. Villagers lined the streets, welcoming him with cheers that surged like waves, each louder than the last. Not only did Naruto return with immense wealth, but he also forged alliances with many influential figures, emerging as a hero of the Hidden Leaf. The village basked in a joyous atmosphere. Standing atop the Hokage building, Naruto reveled in his glory, savoring the sweetness of success, when suddenly, the street stall system issued a new prompt, akin to a Pandora's box awaiting his discovery. As he gazed at the new notification, a hint of a smile graced his lips, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Chapter 70. A new journey begins. System Assistance Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the hidden task, Ninja World Auction. The mechanical voice resonated in Naruto's mind, followed by lines of flickering text appearing on the street stall system interface. Naruto squinted, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This system always manages to introduce something novel. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, as everyone speculated on Naruto's next move. Lady Tsunade crossed her arms, watching him with keen interest, while Shizen quietly reminded him of important considerations, buzzing around like a diligent little bee. The merchants exchanged whispers, their eyes gleaming with avarice as if they could already envision stacks of currency beckoning them. A new round of challenges? How intriguing. Naruto clenched his fists, a surge of combativeness swelling within him. He scrutinized the system prompt, a flurry of information racing through his mind like a tempest. He understood that this auction was unlike any before. The competition would be fiercer, and the adversaries even more formidable. An invisible pressure enveloped the hall, thickening the air. Other ninja sellers presented increasingly rare items, a dazzling array of treasures radiating brilliance, overwhelming the senses. Some brought legendary artifacts, others rare medicinal herbs, and even more extraordinary items. Naruto furrowed his brow, feeling an unprecedented weight upon him. He realized that only by presenting something even more captivating could he stand out in this auction. His gaze swept rapidly across the street stall system interface, searching for a treasure that could turn the tide. A spark ignited in his eyes, a mysterious smile formed on his lips. Taking a deep breath, he slowly retrieved an object from the system space. Ladies and gentlemen, behold. Naruto lifted a peculiar black marble that radiated an eerie aura. The crowd was filled with confusion, Even Tsunade furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend the nature of Naruto's enigmatic offering. This is an explosive talisman marble. Naruto grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Though small in size, its power is astonishing. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked the marble, which shot forth into the air, tracing a dark arc. With a thunderous boom, a distant hill was instantly flattened, clouds of dust billowing forth, the deafening explosion resonating throughout the venue. What on earth is that? Incredible! The wealthy merchants from various nations stared in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping. Once indifferent to Naruto, they now buzzed with excitement, as if invigorated, each one eager to claim this extraordinary marble for themselves. The expressions of other ninja merchants turned pale. The so-called treasures they had brought seemed like mere scrap metal in comparison to the explosive talisman marble. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Naruto produced several marbles of varying colors from the system space, introducing them one by one. This is a smoke bomb marble. This one is a flash bomb marble. And this is a charm marble. With each introduction, Naruto's presence grew more commanding, and the atmosphere in the hall intensified. Meanwhile, dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder and lightning seeming to cheer for Naruto's performance. What do you say, esteemed patrons? Care to try one? Naruto asked with a charming smile. I want one. I want a dozen. No matter the price, I'll buy it. The merchants clamored eagerly, desperate not to miss out on the miraculous marble. A smile crept onto Naruto's lips, satisfaction swelling within him. System, upgrade, and transform. A brilliant white light enveloped the marbles in his hand, imbuing them with an even more potent energy. Now, let the auction commence. Naruto raised the marble high, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Starting bid, 10 million Ryo. 20 million Ryo. 30 million Ryo. The price soared, swiftly surpassing 1 billion Ryo. 500 million Ryo. The Raikage's commanding voice broke through, imbued with undeniable authority. Heh, Naruto chuckled softly. Raikage, don't you think that's a bit? 600 million Ryo. A crisp female voice interrupted, prompting everyone to turn. Tsunade regarded the Raikage with a knowing smile. The Raikage's expression darkened, about to respond, when Naruto suddenly withdrew the marble. Apologies, everyone, Naruto stated calmly. But today's auction ends here. What? The atmosphere in the auction hall boiled over with disbelief. A triumphant smile graced Naruto's lips as he gazed at the substantial stack of currency in his hand, feeling as though he were floating. This sensation was exhilarating. He couldn't help but roar in delight within his heart. The merchants, invigorated as if on a high, were willing to spend recklessly, their eyes wide with determination to seize his explosive talisman marble. The expressions of the other ninja merchants turned an ashen hue as they gazed at Naruto, their eyes reflecting the astonishment akin to witnessing a living currency printing machine. This lad is truly a prodigy. Some murmured, their tones laced with envy and resentment. Humph, what is so remarkable about him? Others voiced their discontent, though their words lacked conviction. Naruto felt a surge of delight within, sensing that he was one step closer to his ambition of becoming the wealthiest in the ninja world. He gently tucked the bills away into the system space, a profound sense of accomplishment blossoming within him. This is merely the beginning. Just as the crowd anticipated that Naruto would unveil even more astonishing treasures to capitalize on his momentum, he abruptly declared a temporary halt to the sales. This unexpected maneuver left everyone momentarily dumbfounded, and the ambience fell into a hush so profound that one could hear a pin drop. What is going on? What is this lad up to? Confusion reigned among the onlookers. Dear esteemed patrons, please do not rush. Naruto cheerfully approached the wealthy merchants from various nations, engaging them in casual conversation. Come, let me regale you with tales of my misadventures during my time at the Ninja Academy. They are quite entertaining. He animatedly narrated his stories, evoking hearty laughter from the crowd. So, what kind of treasures do you desire? He continued, subtly probing their needs. This unexpected dialogue left the audience thoroughly bewildered. What exactly is this Naruto selling? They could not decipher his intentions, but they all sensed he was indeed an anomaly, operating outside conventional norms. This exchange not only alleviated the tension in the atmosphere, but also granted Naruto deeper insights into the desires of the buyers, showcasing his unique commercial acumen. It seems I must present something truly exceptional. Naruto contemplated silently, just as he prepared to unleash another astonishing revelation that would leave everyone agape. He suddenly realized that a crucial item was missing. Naruto scratched his head. Where's my shadow clone pill? Naruto's expression shifted dramatically, his previously affable smile vanishing, replaced by a visage of sheer panic. This shadow clone pill was his most prized possession, the ace of his auction. Without it, how could he possibly turn the tide? He was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, frantically searching. The surrounding crowd was taken aback by his sudden agitation. The once lively auction hall fell silent, punctuated only by Naruto's hurried footsteps and rapid breaths. Damn it, where could it have gone? Naruto rummaged through his pockets, scanning his surroundings, wishing he could tear up the floor itself. His eyes widened, searching every nook and cranny. The merchants exchanged glances, whispering among themselves, their expressions shifting from anticipation to confusion. What is this fellow up to? Is he attempting to deceive us? What is this shadow clone pill? Seeds of doubt rapidly spread through the crowd, enveloping the space in a tense atmosphere. Beads of sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead, and his back was drenched. His heart raced violently, as if it were about to leap from his throat. Had it been stolen? This thought struck Naruto's mind like a bolt of lightning. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he scanned the other ninja vendors surrounding him. Each of them displayed a different expression. Some were gleeful, others indifferent, while a few wore looks of palpable anxiety. Who was it? Who stole my shadow clone pills? Naruto bellowed, his voice reverberating through the auction hall, deafening all present. His eyes were ablaze with fury, as if he could consume the very souls of those around him. The other ninja vendors instinctively stepped back. Some vehemently denied any wrongdoing, while others fell into a heavy silence. The atmosphere was thick with tension, poised to erupt. It wasn't me. I haven't taken your things, a burly ninja exclaimed, his eyes darting nervously. Nonsense. I clearly saw you acting suspiciously, Naruto accused angrily, pointing at another ninja. You brat, you can eat whatever you like, but don't speak recklessly. What proof do you have? The ninja sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Proof? Naruto found himself momentarily speechless. He indeed had no tangible evidence. Humph. I suspect you are deliberately causing chaos. You wish to disrupt the order of the auction. Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd. Naruto, what is the matter? Tsunade pushed through the throng, followed closely by a worried Shizune. What has happened? It's so noisy, Tsunade inquired. Her brows furrowed as her sharp gaze swept across the room, an aura of authority enveloping the auction hall. Without the shadow clone pills, Naruto felt as though his very backbone had been severed. He slumped in despair. The wealthy merchants from various nations, like sharks sensing blood, flocked to other vendors. And the once bustling scene in front of his stall dissipated, leaving him standing alone, empty-handed. The lights around him seemed to dim, and Naruto felt abandoned by the world. A chill settling in his heart. My shadow clone pills are missing, he lamented to Tsunade, his voice barely above a whisper, akin to a mosquito's hum. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression tightened further. What happened? Think carefully. Where did you place them? Naruto strained to recall, but the more anxious he became, the more muddled his thoughts grew. I distinctly placed them. He froze, his eyes widening as if a revelation struck him. System. Item tracking. Naruto silently chanted to himself. A glimmer visible only to him passed over his form, and soon an arrow appeared before his eyes, pointing towards a corner of the auction hall. I found it. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, sprinting in the direction indicated by the arrow, like an arrow released from a bow. The crowd was left bewildered by his sudden action, craning their necks to see what he was up to. Reaching the corner, Naruto pulled aside a drape, revealing a wooden box concealed beneath it. He opened the box, and there lay his treasured shadow clone pills, quietly resting within. So it was here all along. Naruto, filled with excitement, seized the shadow clone pill and raised it triumphantly above his head, a victorious smile illuminating his face. The other ninja vendors stood in utter disbelief, unable to fathom how he had managed to locate the lost item. How could he possibly find it? One ninja murmured incredulously. This kid is quite extraordinary, another ninja remarked. Swallowing hard, clutching the recovered shadow clone pill, Naruto turned and returned to his stall, a slight grin playing on his lips as he surveyed the crowd that had gathered once more. My esteemed friends, thank you for your patience, Naruto called out, clearing his throat. Now, let the auction resume. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the audience before settling on the Raikage. Dear Raikage, did you not express your desire to purchase my shadow clone pill earlier? Well, it has returned. Will you still buy it? Naruto brandished the pill in his hand, grinning mischievously. A treasure regained. now offered at no extra cost. Don't miss out, folks. He cleared his throat once more and launched into an animated sales pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes. This is an exclusive formula, an essential remedy for every ninja's travels, the Shadow Clone Pill. With it, you shall master the art of duplication, accomplishing the tasks of 10 with the efficiency of 1. Whether you're slacking off at work or wooing a date, it won't hinder you in the slightest. Truly, it's a boon for the time management virtuoso. Initially hesitant, the wealthy merchants found their interest piqued by Naruto's eloquent presentation. Is this truly so miraculous? One merchant queried, skepticism lacing his tone. Could it be anything but? I assure you, there is no deceit here. What you see is what you get, Naruto declared, thumping his chest confidently. Don't believe me? Watch this. With that, he produced a shadow clone pill and swallowed it. With a resounding pop, he instantly multiplied into 10 Narutos, encircling the merchants in a captivating display. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? The 10 Narutos chorused in unison, creating an electrifying atmosphere. The merchants were utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads as they exclaimed, incredible! I want this. One merchant shouted in excitement, immediately offering a substantial sum. The others, unwilling to be outdone, began to bid fervently, the price soaring well beyond their initial expectations. 10 million Rio, 20 million Rio, 50 million Rio. In the end, the shadow clone pill was sold for an astronomical price, acquired by a wealthy merchant from the hidden cloud village. The other vendors looked on, envy etched on their faces, regretting not seizing the opportunity themselves. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause as Naruto successfully sold his first major item, drawing ever closer to his goal, hope swelling in his heart. Next, Naruto unveiled another treasure, the Lucky Kunai. Eschewing traditional auction methods, he introduced an entirely new game rule, esteemed merchants. To purchase this Lucky Kunai, it's not merely a matter of wealth. You must first complete a small challenge. Whoever can strike the bullseye with the kunai shall earn the right to buy it. Upon hearing this, the crowd buzzed with excitement, intrigued by Naruto's unorthodox approach. How does this work? One merchant inquired, bewildered. It's simple. Naruto pointed towards a distant target and declared, whoever can strike the bullseye shall emerge victorious. The affluent merchants, eager to participate, eagerly grasped their kunai, aiming for the center, each one appearing invigorated and spirited. The atmosphere in the venue transformed into a lively spectacle, brimming with tension and exhilaration. Just as Naruto was on the brink of achieving his goal, counting the money to the point of cramping his hands, a masked buyer abruptly materialized, his voice resonating with a deep timbre. I propose a condition. The masked figure's voice reverberated through the hall. Young man, your kunai sounds quite remarkable, but mere words will not suffice. If you wish for me to purchase it, you must demonstrate its true fortune. I require you to hit 3 targets with a single throw. Gasps echoed around the room. 3 targets with a single throw? Was he jesting? This was a kunai, not a shuriken. Hitting 1 target was already a feat, and now he expected 3? Was this masked individual intent on ruining the event? Upon hearing this demanding condition, Naruto's heart sank. To be candid, the luck of his special kunai primarily lay in subtle nuances, such as slightly altering its trajectory or evading obstacles. The thought of hitting 3 targets was something he had never attempted, leaving him feeling uncertain. Instinctively, he glanced towards Tsunade, seeking her support. She offered him an encouraging glance, as if to say, I believe in you, little Naruto. In a hushed tone, Ino advised from the side, Naruto, don't panic. Just think about how you usually promote it. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Naruto contemplated the notion of promotion. He was, after all, a seller of integrity. Honest and trustworthy. Well, perhaps there was a slight element of theatrics involved. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to devise a solution to the immediate challenge. With a spark of inspiration, he raised his lucky kunai high and proclaimed, esteemed patron, your discerning eye is commendable. This lucky kunai is no ordinary weapon. It harbors mysterious chakra that can attune to the wielder's intent. He paused dramatically, intentionally creating suspense. To hit 3 targets is indeed within the realm of possibility. Feigning an air of mystery, Naruto smiled enigmatically and extended 3 fingers. I require 3 items. What 3 items? The masked individual queried, his tone tinged with impatience. First, Naruto raised 1 finger, 3 lively toads. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Toads? What on earth was he planning? Second, he raised another finger, a fresh vine harvested from Mount Myaboku. Mount Myaboku? When had he established a connection with that place? The audience's curiosity only deepened. Finally, he raised his last finger, a smirk playing on his lips as he elongated his words. Dog hair. Dog hair. The crowd was utterly flabbergasted. Toads, vines. Dog hair. What was he concocting? The masked figure fell silent for a moment before his deep voice once again filled the air. I shall grant you 3 days' time. In 3 days, I will await your return here. With that, he turned and vanished into the throng. Naruto gazed in the direction the masked figure had departed, murmuring to himself, 3 days? Time was of the essence as he cast a glance at the lucky kunai in his hand, suddenly sensing an unsettling warmth emanating from it. A wave of foreboding surged within him. He abruptly lifted his gaze and hurled the kunai towards the distant target with all his might. Wait, my kunai? Naruto exclaimed in alarm. The kunai spun through the air, carving an odd arc, barely grazing the edge of the target before it ultimately clattered into the drainage ditch. Oh my heavens, that was my last stock. Naruto lamented, burying his face in his hands, feeling utterly defeated. Nearby, the ninja merchants began to chuckle, pointing and gossiping, akin to a crowd relishing a spectacle. Wealthy merchants from various nations exchanged whispers, their initial eagerness swiftly extinguished, much like a frostbitten eggplant wilting in the cold. A sense of despair enveloped Naruto, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, chilling him to the core. What a peculiar description, he thought, gazing skyward, only to find the once clear skies shrouded in ominous clouds, a chilling wind swirling, seemingly heralding his downfall. This is it, I'm doomed. Naruto bit his lip, striving to maintain his composure. No, he could not surrender. He aspired to become the unrivaled king of street vendors. Clearing his throat, he feigned calmness and addressed the crowd. Esteemed patrons, that was merely a minor mishap. The moment to witness a miracle is upon us. He produced a glimmering pill, the newly developed enhanced shadow clone pill, proclaiming, consume one, and you shall summon an abundance of clones with unparalleled combat prowess. He swallowed the pill, stamped his foot, and with a resounding bang, conjured a multitude of shadow clones, instantly surrounding the platform in an impenetrable mass. Each clone was animatedly alive, some striking poses, others enthusiastically hawking, while a few broke into a breakdance, creating a delightful chaos that unexpectedly captured the audience's attention. Wow, the effect is astounding. This lad truly possesses talent. I must buy. The affluent merchants hastily retrieved their wallets, eager to procure the shadow clone pills, fearing they might miss out. Concealed in the shadows, the masked figure observed the lively scene, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He spoke slowly, his voice echoing with an eerie resonance. Young one, you have successfully piqued my interest. Naruto wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, gazing at the mountain of cash before him, grinning widely. The last rare item, the Chakra Infinite Power Bank, sold for an exorbitant price. He had accomplished the system's task, selling at least 3 rare items at the highest price. Thunderous applause erupted, and the gazes of the wealthy merchants toward Naruto brimmed with envy and admiration, yet they could not deny the lad's undeniable talent. Naruto, your business acumen is truly remarkable. It's a pity you aren't in commerce. The rugged voice of the rakeage conveyed a hint of appreciation, echoed by the nods of the dignitaries beside him. Naruto humbly waved his hand. Oh, it was merely luck, just good fortune. At that moment, he felt as though he stood atop the pinnacle of life, the flash of cameras incessantly blinding him, as if he were amidst the glitz of an Oscar award ceremony. This sensation was exhilarating. He felt as though his hair had taken on a life of its own, radiating a resplendent golden glow. Just as the crowd anticipated that Naruto would depart with a substantial fortune in a grandiose manner, he unexpectedly made a startling announcement. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have decided to donate a portion of my earnings to the ninja villages in need." A profound silence enveloped the room, as if one could hear a pin drop. Soon after, a wave of applause erupted, even prompting shouts of Naruto. Naruto. His benevolent act earned him the respect of all present. He was not merely a prosperous merchant, but also a ninja with a noble heart. Tsunade watched Naruto on stage, her face lighting up with a proud smile. This boy never ceased to astonish her. At the celebration banquet, glasses clinked and laughter filled the air. Naruto was surrounded by admirers, akin to stars orbiting a brilliant moon. While he graciously navigated a flurry of compliments, he discreetly indulged in delectable treats. savoring the exquisite flavors of caviar sushi. Yet, just as he reveled in his joy, a mysterious whisper reached his ears. Have you heard? An ancient relic has recently been discovered, rumored to contain enigmatic treasures. Suddenly, the sushi in Naruto's hands lost its allure as he perked up, eager to glean more information. An ancient relic? Mysterious treasures? This seemed to be the key to further upgrading his stall system. Guchangfeng, let us go, Naruto exclaimed, grabbing his companion's arm, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Where to, Naruto? Guchangfeng asked, bewildered. Treasure hunting, Naruto replied with a cryptic smile, his tone imbued with anticipation. Treasure hunting? Are you serious, Naruto? Guchangfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly choking on the meat in his mouth. We are ninjas, not tomb raiders. Fool, this is called archaeology. Do you understand archaeology? Naruto tapped Guchangfeng lightly on the head. Moreover, this is crucial for the upgrade of my stall system. Just imagine, if we were to discover any treasures, wouldn't our stall business reach new heights? With that, Guchangfeng's spirits lifted. Indeed, if we could sell an ancient artifact, we could strike it rich. Naruto grinned. Exactly. Quickly gather our team. We shall depart. The news spread like wildfire, attracting a throng of eager Konoha ninjas. For the youth, the allure of adventure and treasure hunting was simply irresistible. Before their departure, an elderly archaeologist, distinguished by his gray hair and thick glasses, was invited to brief everyone on the relic's details. This ancient site was fraught with peril, riddled with traps that demanded utmost caution. He pointed to the intricate pathways on the map, speaking gravely. A moment's carelessness could trigger deadly traps. Listening intently to the archaeologist's guidance, Naruto's determination shone through, fueled by the thrill of the unknown. Aware of the dangers that lay ahead, he remained resolute in his quest to upgrade his stall system. The team members brimming with energy, a palpable blend of excitement and tension permeated the atmosphere. They shouldered their packs, gripping their weapons tightly, in readiness to embrace the challenges that awaited them. The entrance to the ruins lay concealed within a dense forest. As soon as one stepped through the threshold, a chill swept over them, evoking an involuntary shiver. Who goes there? Suddenly, several dark figures emerged from the shadows, blocking Naruto and his companion's path. Who are you? Do you wish to partake in our endeavor? The tone of the intruders was menacing, and Naruto quickly recognized them as treasure-seeking teams from other nations. Clearly, news of the ruins had spread, enticing many to seek their fortunes within. This ruin does not belong to you. What right do you have to bar our entry? Naruto furrowed his brow, retorting defiantly. Humph, do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? Be wise and leave at once, or we shall not be polite. The opposing team unsheathed their weapons, and the air thickened with the scent of gunpowder, a conflict poised to ignite. The other treasure hunters eyed them greedily, their intentions clear. Naruto let out a cold chuckle. You wish to fight? I shall oblige. Wait. Guchangfeng suddenly grasped Naruto's arm, pointing towards a hidden corner at the entrance of the ruins. What is that? Naruto followed Guchangfeng's gesture and spotted a semi-transparent rune emitting a faint glow. It was evidently a trigger for a mechanism. Be cautious, this may be a trap. Naruto swiftly warned his team and dashed forward, guiding them to disperse to the sides. You fools, you are digging your own graves. The rival treasure hunters jeered, failing to perceive the impending danger, instead pressing forward. Just as the words left their lips, a colossal stone plummeted from above with a deafening crash. The entrance transformed into a vast pitfall. Panic ensued among the team members, many narrowly escaping being crushed, their faces etched with despair. Dodge! Naruto shouted, eyes fixed on the rune. With a thought, the ground system activated in his mind, revealing a detailed map of the mechanism, highlighting weak points and escape routes. 3 steps left, 5 steps right, move swiftly. He directed his team, who followed his commands precisely, skillfully evading every perilous point. As the massive stones thundered past, they emerged unscathed, their morale soaring. Conversely, the taunting treasure hunters were not so fortunate. They found themselves ensnared by the massive stones. Frantically scrambling in confusion, screams for help echoing through the chaos. Ha! A bunch of greedy fools, Naruto laughed heartily, though a flicker of complexity danced in his eyes. He turned to glance at the trapped treasure hunters, a slight smirk gracing his lips, yet he refrained from taking advantage of their misfortune. The journey is long. Let us proceed, Naruto stated calmly, leading his team further into the depths of the ruins. Naruto's team passed through the entrance smoothly, leaving behind a cacophony of wails. Observing the trapped treasure seekers, Naruto's lips curled into a playful grin. Oh, what a splendid maneuver. Naruto, are you not going to finish them off? Gu Changfeng scratched his head, puzzled. Finish them off? There is no need. We are here to seek treasures, not to kill. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, a serene expression gracing his face, as if the earlier traps had merely been a trivial jest. This magnanimity commanded the respect of his team members, who regarded him with admiration, acknowledging that a true leader possesses a grandeur of spirit. Following their leader ensured they would partake in the spoils of victory. The team members expressed their admiration, their spirits soaring, growing even more devoted to Naruto, as they ventured deeper into the ruins. The walls flanking the passage were inscribed with ancient runes, and the air was thick with an aura of mystery. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the corner, lunging directly at Naruto. What the hell is that? Gu Changfeng shouted in alarm. It was a small guardian of the ruins, agile and fierce, its fangs bared, emanating an ominous presence. Everyone, be cautious. Naruto commanded in a low tone, leading the charge against the foe. In a flash, he evaded the guardian's attack and executed a spinning kick, striking the creature squarely in the abdomen. The guardian was sent staggering back, letting out a roar before it lunged at Naruto with renewed ferocity. Rasengan, Naruto bellowed, concentrating a swirling ball of blue chakra in his palm and smashing it into the guardian. With a thunderous explosion, the guardian was propelled away, crashing to the ground with a pained cry, struggling momentarily before falling silent. Impressive. Our leader is magnificent. The team members erupted in cheers, the atmosphere electric with excitement. However, Naruto reminded them, this is merely the beginning. The true challenges lie ahead. He dusted off his clothes, and just as the group believed the danger had passed, 3 diverging paths emerged before them, each shrouded in an enigmatic aura, as if leading to different realms. Naruto stood at the crossroads, scrutinizing each route, his brow furrowed in concentration. The left path was cloaked in darkness, suggesting unfathomable mysteries. The central path glowed faintly with a blue light, imparting a sense of coolness, while the right path was thick with a metallic scent of blood, evoking an instinctive fear. The team gathered around him, their faces etched with anxiety and anticipation. Leader, please make a decision quickly. We are short on time, Gu Changfeng urged, his eyes betraying a hint of worry. Trust my instincts. I will lead us correctly. Naruto replied confidently, his voice resolute. He gestured towards the dimly lit left passage. We shall proceed this way. Just as Naruto prepared to lead his team onward, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. The group turned to see a treasure-hunting team composed of ninja from various nations approaching rapidly, led by a man clad in a black cloak, his eyes glinting with avarice. Well, if it isn't Naruto Uzumaki. What is this? Still hesitating? The cloaked man taunted, his tone dripping with provocation. You are the one hesitating. Naruto retorted defiantly. You ragtag bunch should vacate and not impede our pursuits. Haha, you speak so lightly. As if we are mere pushovers, the man scoffed. The man in black laughed heartily, and the treasure-hunting team behind him swiftly drew their weapons, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Naruto, be cautious. Their strength should not be underestimated, Jiraiya cautioned in a hushed tone. Understood, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto replied, nodding with determination. He turned to his team members and declared, everyone, be prepared. We must not be intimidated by them. Leave it to us, boss. Gu Changfeng responded loudly, and the team members tightly gripped their weapons. Observing this, the man in black smirked coldly. Since you are so confident, let us see who can reach the correct passage first. The victor will be crowned. Naruto smiled faintly, already concocting a strategy in his mind. Very well, but don't say I didn't warn you. This ruin is not easily traversed. Humph, enough with the chatter. Let us see your fists. The man in black bellowed as he charged forward. Naruto swiftly dodged the man's attack and executed a whirlwind kick, sending him flying. The other members of the treasure-hunting team also surged toward Naruto's team, plunging the situation into chaos. Rasengan, Naruto shouted, his blue chakra sphere shimmering as it hurled into the crowd. With a resounding explosion, the chakra ball detonated, propelling several enemies backward. Seizing the opportunity, his team retaliated fiercely, engaging in a tumultuous melee with the treasure hunters. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, the man in black suddenly shouted, attack. Eliminate them all. We will enter first. Naruto furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, perfect timing. I shall send you on your way. He swiftly made a decision, leading his team to confront the oncoming foes. However, the overwhelming number of enemies gradually surrounded them. Team, scatter and break through. I will hold them off. Naruto commanded resolutely. The treasure hunters surged forward like a tide, encircling Naruto's team. Their eyes glinted with malice, akin to hungry wolves eyeing their prey, greedily scanning for any supplies Naruto's team might possess. The team members instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, sweat beading on their palms. As a heavy sense of oppression enveloped them, someone swallowed nervously and whispered, "Boss, this seems a bit tricky." "Fear not." Naruto grinned broadly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "They're merely a bunch of small fry. Watch how I handle them." Yet deep down, Naruto understood that facing such a multitude head-on would surely lead to disadvantage. His mind raced, devising a plan. Just then, a figure appeared before them like a specter. With flowing white hair and holding a gourd of sake, it was none other than Jiraiya. "Ah, little Naruto, in trouble again?" He yawned lazily, as if just awakening from slumber. "Jiraiya-sensei," Naruto exclaimed joyfully, as though he had clutched a lifeline. The team members sighed in relief, their faces reflecting the joy of survival. Jiraiya glanced at the covetous treasure hunters surrounding them, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "Toad oil fireball." A massive, viscous flame erupted, instantly heating the surrounding air to a suffocating degree. The fire blazed fiercely, emitting crackling sounds that sent the treasure hunters retreating in terror, fearing they would be consumed by the dreadful flames. "Wow, how impressive!" The team members looked on in astonishment, exclaiming in wonder. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a sense of ease and joy. "Master Jiraiya, you are truly remarkable," Gu Changfeng exclaimed excitedly. His eyes filled with admiration. Jiraiya, pleased, stroked his chin and chuckled. "Basic skills, nothing too extraordinary." He turned to Naruto and inquired, "By the way, what brings you here?" Naruto smiled mysteriously. "We are in search of," he paused deliberately before lowering his voice, "an extraordinary treasure." Jiraiya's interest was piqued, his eyebrows raised. "Oh? What treasure?" Naruto pointed towards the entrance of the maze ahead. "It's right inside there." Jiraiya unleashed his toad oil fire technique, clearing a path and sending the treasure-seeking group into disarray, the air thick with the scent of charred remains, a truly intoxicating atmosphere. Seizing the moment, Naruto led his team into the dim left passageway, leaving behind a chorus of lamentations. Within the passage, the walls were etched with peculiar runes that emitted a faint glow, illuminating their path. The clues provided by the archaeologists were indeed as remarkable as claimed. Naruto carefully examined the runes, cross-referencing them with the map, and swiftly discerned the correct direction. "Wow, boss, are you using hacks? You found the way so quickly." Gu Changfeng gazed at the markings on the wall, his eyes gleaming as if he beheld mountains of gold and silver. "Just basic operations, no need for excitement. Follow me, and we shall feast." Naruto smiled triumphantly, leading the team onward. The passage was fraught with various traps. The floor threatened to collapse at any moment, and poisoned arrows occasionally shot from the walls. This was akin to an escape room challenge. "Wow, this place is too thrilling." The team members held their breath, cautiously trailing behind Naruto. Naruto activated his Sharingan. "Apologies. Wrong scene. It's actually my makeshift radar system, accurately guiding everyone to evade one trap after another." He resembled a human GPS, each command precise, leaving the team members in awe. "Boss, you are truly my idol. Naruto, with your skills, I shall proclaim you the strongest." The team members enthusiastically gave Naruto a thumbs up, and the atmosphere ignited with excitement. This was not merely an adventure. It was a team-building experience. Just as the crowd cheered and reveled in their triumph, Naruto suddenly halted, his expression turning grave. "Everyone be cautious. There's something ahead." From deep within the passage came a low, rumbling roar, the ground beginning to tremble slightly. An unsettling aura filled the air, as if something terrifying was about to emerge. Naruto licked his lips, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that the true challenge was about to make its entrance. He tightened his grip on the kunai, excitement glimmering in his eyes. The sense of oppression was palpable, filling the air with tension. Gu Changfeng swallowed hard, his voice quivering. He clutched the kunai, an essential weapon for ninjas, retaining its original term, his palms already drenched in sweat. At the end of the corridor, a colossal shadow gradually emerged, accompanied by a dull thudding sound. causing the very maze to tremble. It was a gigantic statue, its form resembling a small mountain, enveloped in heavy rock armor, with blood-red eyes exuding a chilling glow. With each step it took, the ground cracked beneath it, as if the entire maze were on the verge of being torn apart. "Is this really not the final challenge?" one of the team members exclaimed, a hint of despair in their tone. "What is there to fear? It's just a rock." Naruto grinned widely, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. "Brothers, let it know today who truly reigns over this relic." He charged forward, his form like the wind, leaping several times until he stood before the statue. The kunai in his hand shimmered with a cold light, slicing through the air as he aimed directly for the statue's eyes. Clang! A thunderous sound echoed as the kunai struck the statue's eye, yet it felt as though it had hit steel, leaving merely a faint white mark. The statue let out an enraged roar, swinging its massive arm down toward Naruto. "Goodness, this strength must be supernatural," Naruto exclaimed, swiftly leaping back to evade the attack. Steadying himself, he shouted to his teammates, "Brothers, charge. Do not falter. Today we shall reveal why the flowers bloom so vividly." Triumphant was the first to rush in, channeling chakra, an energy utilized by ninjas, into his attack aimed at the statue's leg. Konoha's Lianwan kick. His feet struck the statue's leg repeatedly, producing only a dull thud, while the statue remained utterly unmoved. "Goodness, its defense is utterly extraordinary." Triumphant's eyes widened in disbelief. Other members of the team joined the fray, employing their abilities to assault the statue from various angles. Some hurled kunai, others unleashed ninjutsu, while some focused on distraction. Naruto darted around the statue, searching for its weakness. His makeshift radar was working overtime, analyzing every detail of the colossal figure. At last, he spotted a rune cleverly concealed on the statue's back. "I found it. Its weakness lies there," Naruto shouted with excitement. "Brothers, concentrate your firepower on its back." There's a rune. The team members swiftly adjusted their strategy, redirecting their attacks toward the rune. They focused their strength, relentlessly assaulting the rune, until at last, cracks began to appear. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the rune shattered, causing the statue to sway, its movements becoming significantly slower. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto charged forward once more, the kunai in his hand gleaming with a brilliant radiance as it plunged fiercely into the chest of the stone statue. With a thunderous roar, the statue collapsed entirely, shattering into a multitude of fragments that scattered across the ground. "We have triumphed." The members of the team cheered exuberantly, exchanging high-fives in celebration, the atmosphere reaching an exhilarating crescendo. "Incredible, boss. You are simply magnificent. Naruto, you will forever be my idol." That maneuver deserves full marks. Just as the jubilations echoed around them, a cacophony of fierce combat erupted from the depths of the passage ahead. The sounds of clashing weapons mingling with roars of fury and cries of anguish. Naruto's expression sharpened, instinctively tightening his grip on the kunai. He raised a finger to signal for silence. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he listened intently to the sounds emanating from ahead, a sly smile slowly curving his lips as he murmured, "Ah, it seems someone has gotten a head start on us." Chapter 75. The treasure chamber beckons deep within the passage, the clangor of weapon strikes, the explosive sounds of ninjutsu, and the rising wails of the fallen intertwined to create a chaotic symphony. Naruto squinted, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. A thrilling spectacle awaited. Lowering his voice, he instructed his team members behind him, "Everyone, be on high alert. Let us not falter at this critical juncture." The group held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly as they cautiously advanced. A palpable tension hung in the air, akin to a taut string ready to snap at any moment. A foreboding sense of impending conflict spread through the hearts of all present. At last, they reached the end of the passage. Before them lay a vast circular chamber, revealing the treasure vault. In the center of the room, an enormous beast was engaged in a fierce battle with a group of treasure seekers. The creature was entirely enveloped in tough, scaly armor that shimmered with a metallic sheen, its massive crimson eyes radiating a menacing glare. It swung its gigantic claws with devastating force, sending the treasure seekers reeling. Clearly, the seekers were no match for this formidable beast, each one battered and bruised, their cries of despair echoing throughout the chamber. Several lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the ground, blood staining the earth, the air thick with the scent of iron. Another group ready to be slaughtered? One battered treasure seeker caught sight of Naruto and his companions, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Let us all attack together and take down this monster. What gives you the right to command us? Naruto crossed his arms defiantly, his expression one of disdain. If you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you. Kid, don't be foolish. Another treasure seeker shouted angrily. The creature's strength far exceeds our expectations. Only by uniting can we hope to survive. Hope? Naruto shrugged dismissively. I believe it is you who have lost all hope. Brothers, prepare for action. Naruto, look. Confronting pointed excitedly behind the beast. There, nestled behind the creature, lay a treasure chest radiating with dazzling brilliance. Crafted entirely of gold and adorned with various rare gemstones. It was immediately evident that its worth was beyond measure. It appears there are indeed numerous treasures. Naruto licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Brothers, our target is that treasure chest. Charge. Hey! The treasure hunters were unable to intervene as Naruto's team surged forth like arrows released from a bow. Seeking death, the monster let out a deafening roar, its enormous claws striking towards Naruto with ferocity. Rasengan! Naruto exclaimed, conjuring a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra in his hand, which he forcefully hurled at the monster's claws. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the shockwave from the explosion engulfed the entire room. What kind of power is this? A treasure hunter stared in shock, murmuring to himself. The blast shockwave swept through the air, stirring up clouds of dust. Amidst the smoke, the monster's colossal form swayed slightly, but remained unscathed. It let out a furious roar, wildly swinging its claws, each strike accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, as if intending to tear the very fabric of space asunder. Damn! The monster's defense is utterly absurd. Naruto spat, feeling a tingling in his wrist. Behind him, Confronting and the others were also caught in the onslaught, sent hurtling backward like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. This monster is incredibly strong. A team member gasped, clutching his chest, his complexion pale, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The others were equally battered, their bodies marred with wounds, the air filled with their pained groans. The oppressive atmosphere hung over the entire team like stagnant air. It seems I must reveal my true abilities. Naruto licked his lips, his mind racing. He murmured silently, street vendor system, grant me a boon. In an instant, a surge of formidable power erupted from within Naruto, akin to a volcano in eruption, enveloping his entire being. His eyes transformed into brilliant suns, and his previously youthful visage now bore an air of determination. He felt his strength, speed, and reflexes significantly enhanced, as if he had become a different person altogether. Watch closely. Naruto flow, one strike to kill, he declared, his form darting like a specter amidst the monster's attacks. He nimbly evaded the creature's massive claws and tail, his speed so swift that only an afterimage remained. Bang! Naruto's fist struck the monster's abdomen with a resounding thud. The beast's colossal body trembled violently, a prominent crack appearing in its scaled armor. Roar! The monster bellowed in agony, its fury intensifying as it lashed out at Naruto even more ferociously. However, at that moment, Naruto seemed to have activated an invincibility mode, deftly dodging the monster's assaults while delivering precise counterattacks. With powerful punches and kicks, each strike resonated with pain, eliciting anguished howls from the creature. How has he suddenly become so formidable? Confronting rubbed his eyes in disbelief, witnessing the extraordinary scene unfold before him as if watching a Hollywood blockbuster. Indeed, it feels as though he has transformed into an entirely different person. Another team member gasped, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground in astonishment. The previously despondent atmosphere was instantly ignited by Naruto's formidable prowess, transforming the ambience into one of fervor. The treasure hunters, who had been lamenting on the ground, ceased their cries, mouths agape, staring in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Hey, monster, your demise is at hand. A confident smile graced Naruto's lips as he accelerated his assault, charging at the creature like a tempest. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding crash, the monster was driven back relentlessly, ultimately collapsing in disarray upon the ground. Naruto chuckled softly, casting a glance over the crowd before fixing his gaze upon the treasure chest. He spoke slowly. Next, we shall witness a miracle. Rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin, he approached the chest, seizing the opportunity while Naruto captured the monster's attention. Gu Changfeng and the other team members meticulously searched the treasure chamber, following the clues provided by the archaeologist. "I think I've stepped on something," one team member exclaimed. The others quickly gathered around, observing a seemingly inconspicuous stone tile slightly depressed beneath his feet. "This is it," Gu Changfeng shouted with excitement. Pressing down firmly on the stone tile, a rumbling sound erupted as the ground in the center of the chamber slowly cracked open, revealing a passage leading downward. From the depths of the passage emanated a soft glow. "Brothers, charge," Gu Changfeng declared, leaping down first, with the other team members swiftly following. Vanishing into the passage in the blink of an eye, the treasure hunters still entangled with the monster could only watch in envy, their eyes turning red with jealousy. "Damn it, they've gotten ahead of us," one treasure hunter roared in frustration, powerless to intervene. As the monster's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, they could only struggle to defend themselves, with no opportunity to seize the treasure. Meanwhile, Naruto had vanquished the monster and stood leisurely before the treasure chest. "Is this all? I expected something more impressive," Naruto scoffed, kicking the chest open. Inside lay a softly glowing orb. "Is this it? It doesn't seem remarkable at all." He picked up the orb, scrutinizing it with a disdainful expression. "Naruto, we found the treasure." At that moment, Gu Changfeng and the others emerged from the passage, cradling an ancient wooden box, their faces beaming with excitement. "What treasure? Let me see." Naruto snatched the box, opening it to reveal a scroll of ancient parchment. "No way. Could this be a long-lost secret technique?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, nearly leaping in delight. "Let us go," he commanded, gesturing for his team to prepare to depart. "Trying to leave? Not so easily." The disgruntled treasure hunters encircled them, glaring menacingly at Naruto and his companions. "You lot think you can stop me?" Naruto sneered, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared before one of the treasure hunters, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, the treasure hunters lay defeated at Naruto's feet, groaning in agony. "Foolish of you," Naruto remarked, brushing his hands together dismissively. "Let us go." Naruto, accompanied by his team members, swaggered out of the treasure chamber. Upon reaching the entrance of the corridor, he abruptly halted, casting a glance back at the dimly lit chamber, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The real spectacle has only just begun. Inside the corridor, the group hurriedly advanced, fearful that the treasure hunters trailing behind would catch up. The air was thick with a faint scent of damp earth, and the walls occasionally flickered with phosphorescent sparks, casting an erratic glow within the passage. Finally out, one of the team members gasped, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. "Do not let your guard down. We are not yet in a safe place," Gu Changfeng cautioned, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. Naruto, however, appeared relaxed, toying with a golden bead in his hand, a playful smirk gracing his features. Though it seemed unremarkable, he mused, anything produced by the system is undoubtedly of superior quality. The group pressed onward, swiftly exiting the ruins, where bright sunlight bathed them, dispelling the chill that clung to their bodies. "We did it," one team member exclaimed, triumphantly raising a wooden box aloft. "Hooray! Naruto is magnificent." Another member cheered, bouncing with excitement, while the rest joined in jubilant celebration, having safely emerged from the ruins with treasure in hand. It felt like a dream. "Calm down, everyone. Remain composed." Naruto waved his hand dismissively, grinning like a mischievous fox who had stolen a chicken. Such a trivial treasure was merely a drop in the bucket. The group resembled a triumphant team emerging from a marathon gaming session, exuding an air of exhilaration as if they had just achieved an epic victory. Next, they would thoroughly examine their newfound treasures. Naruto narrowed his eyes, already plotting how to utilize these items to elevate his street vending business. Just as he was about to lead the team back to Konohagakure, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before them, a messenger ninja from the village, his expression fraught with urgency and breathless. "Naruto, there's trouble. Something serious has occurred in the village." "What?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, an ominous premonition surging within him. "What is happening?" Before the messenger could respond, he noticed Naruto's expression darken, prompting him to turn and shout to his team, "Back to the village." The wind howled past their ears, stirring up the dust beneath their feet. Naruto clenched his fists, a singular thought racing through his mind. What has transpired? Chapter 76. Crisis emerges. Reversal in despair returned to the village. Naruto commanded, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority, rendering him devoid of the earlier playful demeanor. The team members felt a chill run down their spines, instantly shedding their previous levity. They understood that something truly grave must have occurred in Konohagakure to elicit such a reaction from Naruto. The group transformed into a gust of wind, darting swiftly through the forest. The shadows of the trees danced ominously, resembling countless grotesque faces that rushed past them. The sound of the wind whistled in their ears, mingling with the rustling of leaves, as though accompanying the urgency of their hearts. Naruto pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze fierce and focused. His speed so swift that he left only an afterimage in his wake. His heart raced as though it might leap from his throat. An overwhelming desire to return to the village and uncover the truth gnawing at him. The air felt as if it had solidified, a palpable tension spreading among the team. Silence enveloped them, brows furrowed in apprehension, save for the rustle of their garments, a testament to their unease. Gu Changfeng trailed closely behind Naruto, acutely aware of the oppressive aura emanating from him, his own heart heavy with worry. As they sped forward, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. "Ah, isn't that our star, Naruto? What's this?" Struck it rich and thinking of fleeing. A sardonic voice shattered the tranquility of the forest, dripping with mockery. They were compelled to halt, confronted by a band of unwelcome guests. Each one bore a fierce glare, their faces alight with avarice, brandishing an array of weapons that encircled Naruto and his companions. The air crackled with the scent of gunpowder, an imminent clash seemingly unavoidable. "And who might you be?" Naruto squinted, a dangerous aura radiating from him, akin to an enraged beast. He recognized them as the treasure hunters they had encountered previously in the ruins, some faces all too familiar among the ninjas. They eyed Naruto's group like famished wolves, eager to devour them whole. "Enough of the charade, kid." A burly figure stepped forward, a glinting blade in hand. "Hand over the treasures you acquired in the ruins, and I might spare your lives." "Do you truly believe you can claim my treasures?" Naruto scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. "You lot. Pathetic. What are you waiting for, brothers?" The hefty man bellowed, igniting a frenzy among his comrades, who swiftly drew their weapons and charged at Naruto's group. The clash of blades and the stench of blood heralded an inevitable bloodbath. Gu Changfeng gripped his kunai tightly, his expression grave. The other team members assumed battle stances, their strengths varied, yet they all displayed remarkable courage in the face of danger. Just as the two sides were poised to engage in fierce combat, Naruto's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "It seems today, we have some entertainment ahead." Chapter 76. Danger arises unexpectedly, however. The adversaries were far stronger than anticipated, numerous, and well-prepared. Naruto's team began to falter amidst the fierce skirmish, several members sustaining injuries. Blood splattered, anguished roars echoed, and the pained expressions of the wounded cast a shadow over the team, underscoring the dire state of affairs. As Naruto's team found themselves in perilous straits, he suddenly smiled cryptically. From his robe, he produced what appeared to be an ordinary scroll, softly declaring, "Since you all have such a fondness for treasures, allow me to present you with a surprise." The treasure hunters momentarily froze, the atmosphere thick with confusion and curiosity. The scroll in Naruto's hand gleamed with an unusual light under the sun, seemingly harboring untold secrets. "Heck, catch this!" With a light chuckle, Naruto swiftly hurled the scroll towards his adversary, filling the air with a palpable tension. The scene fell into an eerie silence, every gaze fixated on the rapidly approaching scroll. In that very instant, Naruto sprang into action. With a gust at his feet, he moved with such velocity that only an afterimage remained, simultaneously shouting, "Brothers, it's time to unleash our power." His hands flew through a series of seals, chakras surging wildly as a mysterious force enveloped the entire squad. The team felt a warm current coursing through them, their strength, speed, and reflexes dramatically heightened, as if they had transformed into super saiyans. "What is this? I feel an overwhelming surge of power." Gu Changfeng exclaimed excitedly, his kunai seemingly infused with a newfound spirit, becoming ever sharper. "Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating." The other team members echoed their approval, feeling reborn as their previous fatigue and pain vanished entirely. "This kid has hidden talents." The burly antagonist gasped, his expression darkening. He had anticipated Naruto's newfound abilities, akin to having an unfair advantage. "Brothers, charge. Don't let them act so arrogantly." Enraged, he swung his massive blade and lunged forward once more. However, Naruto's squad was no longer the lambs they once were. They descended like tigers from the mountain, unleashing astonishing combat prowess. Gu Changfeng led the charge, his kunai striking like lightning, each swing drawing forth a spray of blood. The other members unleashed their unique ninjutsu, wind release, water release, earth release, intertwining their techniques to form a dazzling array of assaults. Bang! Ah! Cries of agony erupted as Naruto's squad overwhelmed the treasure seekers, leaving them battered and bruised, scurrying in panic. They gazed at this formidable group as if confronting demons risen from the depths of hell. Their previous arrogance evaporated into thin air. This is terrifying. They are not even human. Was this truly the same feeble squad from before? It had to be an illusion. The treasure seekers, wailing in despair, scattered in fear, no longer daring to harbor any covetous thoughts. Naruto sneered, giving a middle finger to their fleeing backs. A bunch of trash, daring to oppose me, huh? After dispatching the troublesome foes, he once again led his team towards the direction of Konoha village. At this moment, the team members regarded Naruto's silhouette, comprehending that their seemingly carefree captain possessed unfathomable strength. Their confidence in the journey ahead soared. However, just as they were nearing Konoha, the sky suddenly shifted ominously. The previously clear sky became shrouded in eerie, dark clouds. This strange blackness loomed as if a vast inkwell had been spilled across the heavens, evoking an unsettling discomfort. Naruto gazed up at the sky, his eyes sharpening with intensity. He halted. Chapter 77. The clouds conceal the sun, breaking the bindings. Squinting, he focused on the ominous dark clouds, a sense of inexplicable pressure welling up within him. This phenomenon feels rather sinister, he muttered to himself while stroking his chin. Captain, those clouds seem rather foreboding, Gu Changfeng said anxiously, rubbing his hands as he stared at the darkness that appeared poised to engulf everything, his voice trembling slightly. Of course, I can see it's not looking good. Naruto shot him a glare, irritation evident. Everyone, stay alert. You never know what foul creature might lurk within those clouds. He surveyed his team, his voice grave. Prepare for battle. What we face this time is no trivial matter. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the squad, each member gripping their weapons tightly, eyes vigilantly fixed on the sky. The air was thick with tension, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Suddenly, a shrill screech pierced through the clouds, sending chills down their spines. Almost immediately, a swarm of dark figures dove from the clouds, hurtling toward Naruto's team like arrows released from a bow. What in the world is that? A team member exclaimed in shock. These creatures were grotesque, resembling enormous bats but equipped with sharp claws and pointed beaks, exuding a nauseating stench. Stop gawking. Attack! Naruto bellowed, charging forward. Rasengan. A sphere of blue energy coalesced in his hand, slicing through the air as it struck one of the monsters. The impact echoed loudly as the beast was hurled backward, crashing to the ground with a piercing scream. The remaining creatures launched their assaults on Naruto's team, their claws tearing through the air with a deafening shriek. The sounds of fierce combat reverberated around them, a cacophony of flashing blades and splattering energy. These creatures are quite formidable. Naruto grunted, dodging their attacks. Captain, there are too many of them, Gu Changfeng exclaimed, wielding his kunai with difficulty as he struggled to fend off the onslaught. We're barely holding on. One team member was slashed on the arm by a creature's claw, blood gushing forth. Damn it! Naruto shouted in fury, Jiraiya-sensei, if you don't show up soon, your disciple will meet his end here. Hey, what is all this shouting about, disturbing my sweet dreams? A white-haired figure materialized out of thin air. None other than Jiraiya himself. He yawned lazily, squinting at the chaotic scene before him. Oh, this is quite lively. Lively, my foot. Get over here and help. Naruto barked in exasperation. Only then did Jiraiya take a serious look at the creatures, his expression turning grave. These beings are rather troublesome. He began forming hand seals. Summoning technique. 1,000 needle jizo. Countless chakra needles, as fine as cow hair, erupted from his mouth, raining down upon the monsters like a torrential downpour. The creatures shrieked in agony, pierced by the chakra needles, dissipating into clouds of black smoke. Finally, that's taken care of, Naruto sighed in relief. Plopping down on the ground and gasping for breath, the other team members collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and covered in dirt, bearing numerous wounds. Captain, what exactly are these creatures? Gu Changfeng inquired, clutching the injury on his arm, his face pale. Naruto shook his head. I don't know either. I've never encountered such beings before. He gazed upwards, where dark clouds still shrouded the earth, showing no signs of dispersing. It seemed that matters were far more complicated than they appeared. Suddenly, Naruto had a realization and sprang to his feet. Wait, these creatures seem to fear light. He meticulously recalled the battle, noting how the monsters emitted even more agonizing screams and grew weaker when struck by the Rasengan. The Rasengan is a technique of light attribute. An idea sparked within him, and he retrieved a collection of flash bombs from his system space. Let us try this. He distributed the flash bombs to his teammates. Everyone, throw them. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions erupted, and blinding white light illuminated the sky, enveloping the monstrous beings. The creatures howled in terror, their bodies trembling violently as if enduring immense suffering. Effective, Naruto exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing this. Again, the team members obediently hurled their flash bombs, and the air was filled with flickering white light and echoes of anguish. As the brilliance faded, the monsters had vanished without a trace. It's done, Naruto declared proudly, clapping his hands. He turned to Jiraiya. What do you think? Impressive, right? Jiraiya chuckled helplessly. You always manage to come up with the most peculiar solutions. Hee. Naruto scratched his head. What can I say? It's all thanks to my system. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the clouds, as though a colossal creature was awakening. Naruto's expression shifted. This is bad. There is something even more formidable. Just as he had begun to relax, the thunderous roar echoed again, and a massive shadow gradually emerged from the clouds. Its body was as immense as a mountain, equipped with 4 sharp claws and a long tail, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red light. The presence of this being seemed to freeze the surrounding space. So it's this thing. Naruto gritted his teeth. Captain, this creature is too powerful. We cannot withstand it. Gu Chongfeng's voice trembled, yet his eyes still shone with defiance. What are we afraid of? We are Naruto's team. Naruto bellowed, retrieving a shadow clone pill from his system space and swallowing it. Instantly, dozens of shadow clones surrounded the gigantic creature. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth flow wall. Team members unleashed their unique techniques to attack the colossal beast. The shadow clones also formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu in a concentrated assault. The enormous creature roared in fury, swinging its claws and shattering rocks and trees. Yet it could not shake off the relentless onslaught of the team. After a fierce battle, the massive creature finally emitted a pitiful scream, collapsing to the ground and dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Well done. Naruto erupted with excitement, and his team members joined in the jubilant cheers. The atmosphere charged with an exuberance reminiscent of a fierce battle just concluded, each individual brimming with the joy of victory. Captain, we did it! Gu Chongfeng exclaimed, patting Naruto on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. Naruto smiled, gazing into the distance where the outline of Konoha village became increasingly distinct. An exhilarating surge welled up within him as he declared, Look, Konoha village is right ahead. His teammates turned their eyes toward the horizon, hope sparkling within their gazes. They advanced towards Konoha with resolute steps, each footfall steady and powerful. However, just as they were about to enter the village, an overwhelming force suddenly emanated from the village entrance, an invisible barrier seemingly obstructing their path. Naruto frowned, his expression grave, and turned to his team members, resolutely stating, This force is formidable, but we cannot retreat. Taking a deep breath, he extended a hand and gently placed it against the barrier, his eyes shimmering with indomitable courage. Chapter 78. Overcoming obstacles, triumphantly returning home as Naruto felt the resistance from his palm. The force resembled an invisible wall, exuding a suffocating pressure. A smirk crept onto his lips, igniting an indomitable spirit within him. What kind of nonsense is this? Do they really think they can block my path? They must be dreaming. Retracting his hand, his gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, scanning the peculiar barrier as if attempting to pierce through its enigmatic veil. Stay alert. Everyone, Naruto shouted to his comrades. This is definitely not good. Prepare for battle. His team members, upon hearing his words, promptly assumed fighting stances. The previously light-hearted atmosphere instantly replaced by a tense air. Their hearts raced, eyes warily darting around, anticipating any sudden threats. Captain, this force feels rather unsettling. Gu Chongfeng swallowed hard, sensing a malevolent aura within the power, and his concern grew. Humph, whatever nonsense it is. Naruto scoffed, let them come. I'll meet force with force. Those who dared to obstruct Naruto's path would face consequences. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his teammates to follow and boldly stepped forward towards the barrier. As Naruto approached, the force began to stir, an invisible bloodlust seemingly permeating the air. Suddenly, the barrier twisted, revealing several familiar figures. They were the rival treasure-hunting teams from the ruins, along with the remnants of the Guardian they had defeated, now eyeing Naruto's group with predatory intent. "Haha, kid, we meet again," sneered a gangly figure, his malevolent grin widening. "This time, you won't be so fortunate. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. This is a surprise we have meticulously prepared for you." His companions displayed sinister smiles, while the remnants of the Guardian, now merely a swirling mass of dark mist, emitted chilling roars, seemingly enraged by their previous defeat. "What on earth is this bizarre assembly? Are we playing a revival match here?" Naruto gazed at the ragtag group before him, a twitch of his lips betraying a flicker of amusement. Yet his visage betrayed not an ounce of trepidation. He raised the shuriken in his hand, pointing it defiantly at his adversaries, declaring, "It seems you are courting death. Brothers, charge." With a commanding shout from the leader of the treasure-seeking team, all enemies surged forward, rushing towards Naruto and his companions. Their eyes glinted with malice, as though they sought to rend Naruto and his allies into pieces. In an instant, the battle erupted, the cacophony of screams and clashing resonating throughout the village entrance, enveloping the area in an ominous atmosphere. "Protect the captain," Gu Changfeng shouted, urging the other members to advance and thwart the enemy's assault. However, the sheer number of foes and their formidable strength quickly turned the tide against them. After several exchanges, the team members found themselves increasingly outmatched, the situation growing dire. At that moment, a piercing scream pierced the air. A team member had been slashed by an enemy's weapon, blood instantly staining his sleeve. Witnessing this, Naruto's gaze turned frigid, an immense chakra surging forth from within him. He clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking with a resounding pop. "You wretched scum," he uttered coldly, then suddenly halted, slowly raising his head. His eyes transcended the immediate threats, gazing towards the direction of Konoha, a profound smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "It seems I shall have a splendid time this time." The enemy's onslaught came crashing like a tidal wave, infused with a fierce wind as if to devour Naruto and his companions whole. The dazzling lights of various ninjutsu flickered, with deafening explosions reverberating, illuminating the village entrance as if it were midday. The team members fought valiantly to withstand the assault, yet it was a futile endeavor. They resembled fragile boats in a tempest, on the brink of capsizing at any moment. Another anguished cry erupted as a team member was struck, a weapon tearing into his leg, blood gushing forth and saturating the ground. He clutched his wound in agony, his face as pale as a ghost, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The suffocating atmosphere loomed over the entire team like a dark cloud, each visage etched with fatigue and despair. These foes are indeed formidable. Naruto observed the retreating team members, his brow furrowing as a flame of fury ignited within his chest. He inhaled deeply, summoning his chakra, preparing to teach these oblivious adversaries a lesson they would not soon forget. "System, unleash maximum power." Naruto silently commanded within, an overwhelming force instantaneously coursing through his body. He felt as though he were brimming with boundless energy, his bones crackling with intensity, his muscles tightening with newfound strength. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted from Naruto, swirling the surrounding dust and debris into the air. He felt akin to a cannonball, ignited and yearning to unleash the tumultuous power within. What the hell? This kid was just floundering, and now he seems energized as if he has been injected with adrenaline. The leader of the treasure-seeking team widened his eyes, a surge of unease washing over him as he beheld the formidable Naruto. "Brothers, fear not. He must have employed some underhanded technique. Let us all converge and tear him apart," he shouted with a fa of bravado, urging his subordinates to charge at Naruto once more. However, this time, Naruto was no longer the defenseless lamb awaiting slaughter. Like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, he plunged into the throng of enemies. His fists, propelled by a gust of wind, struck with the force of thunder, rendering the adversaries incapable of halting his advance, each one tumbling back like a severed kite. Bang! 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 The resounding thuds of flesh meeting flesh intertwined with the agonized wails of the foes, composing a symphony of victory. The once menacing enemies were now retreating in disarray, utterly powerless, akin to a flock of chickens driven towards the chopping block. Goodness, has this kid gone berserk? One fallen foe, clutching his swollen face like a pig's head, gazed at Naruto in disbelief, his words slurring incoherently. A smirk danced at the corners of Naruto's mouth, revealing a wicked charm, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over the trembling adversaries. He then slowly turned to face Jiraiya, who stood a short distance away, and softly inquired, "Sensei, what do you think of my technique?" Before Jiraiya could respond, Naruto moved with lightning speed. Performing a flawless backflip to evade an incoming attack, he swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." Numerous shadow clones materialized around him, encircling the enemies entirely. Whoosh! The clones brandished shurikens, launching a rapid assault upon the foes. Dust erupted into the air as the battlefield echoed with the cries of the defeated. The real Naruto infiltrated the enemy ranks, seizing the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch to the leader of the treasure-hunting team, sending him crashing into a tree. "Do you think you can defeat me with such trivial tricks? Dream on," he scoffed, suddenly producing a peculiar little bean from behind him and hurling it at an enemy. Antidote bean, go! Upon contact, the bean emitted a radiant glow, causing the enemy to collapse, stripped of their combat prowess. As the battle intensified, Naruto's team gradually regained their confidence. Gu Changfeng swung his ninja blade, parrying attacks left and right, as foes fell at his feet. Other team members, unwilling to be outdone, showcased their skills, sending enemies scattering in all directions. With a final resounding crash, the last enemy fell to the ground. Silence enveloped the battlefield, the lingering dust slowly dissipating. Naruto stood firm, panting heavily, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. "Brothers, we have succeeded," he proclaimed, raising his hands to the sky as if to celebrate their victory. The team members erupted in cheers, exchanging high fives, each face beaming with the joy of triumph. "Quick, follow me into the village," Naruto urged, leading his team swiftly through the village entrance towards the heart of Konohagakure. As the villagers witnessed Naruto's return, they surged forward, their cheers ringing out, enveloping the entire village in a jubilant atmosphere. "Young Master Naruto, you have finally returned." An elderly man rushed over, his hand clasping Naruto's with fervor, tears glistening in his eyes. "What treasure have you brought back?" "This is the artifact that shall rescue the Hidden Leaf Village from its plight." With a smile, Naruto unveiled the treasure he held, a crystal emanating a peculiar radiance, eliciting gasps of awe from the villagers. "System, unleash maximum power," Naruto silently commanded, and the brilliance of the marketplace system swiftly enveloped the entire village. He commenced the sale of formidable items, shadow clone pills, detox beans, and lucky shuriken. The villagers eagerly formed lines to purchase, the atmosphere brimming with excitement. As these potent items were utilized, the crisis besieging the Hidden Leaf Village began to wane. Injured ninjas received healing, and the village's structures gradually underwent restoration, rejuvenating the spirit of the entire community. The villagers' reverence for Naruto deepened, and the ambience reached a fevered pitch. "Young Naruto, you are truly our savior," the elder proclaimed, echoed by the crowd, their applause thunderous. At that moment, a letter materialized in Naruto's hand, adorned with the distress symbol from other ninja villages. He unfolded the correspondence, scanning its contents swiftly, a frown etching his brow. "It seems, new challenges have arisen," Naruto murmured, raising his gaze toward the horizon, his heart brimming with renewed hope and determination. Chapter 79. A new mission to aid villages. Naruto unfurled the letter bearing the plea for help from a distant village, his fingertips tracing the coarse surface of the paper, the resolve in his eyes blazing like a fierce flame. He understood that he could not remain sheltered in the comforts of the Hidden Leaf. There were other realms in the ninja world that required his strength. The fire of responsibility blazed within his chest, urging him onward. "Young man, it is time to showcase your true skills. Gather round." Naruto's voice rang out, resonant and commanding, slicing through the remnants of celebration in the Hidden Leaf Village. He was the protagonist armed with the most powerful marketplace system, ever mindful of maintaining his prestige. Gu Changfeng, along with his team members, though wearied, heeded Naruto's call without hesitation. These fellows complain of fatigue, yet their bodies betray them. Naruto chuckled. "Brothers, a new mission awaits us." A confident smile graced his lips. "This time, we shall save the world and perhaps earn a little profit along the way. What could be better?" Despite their exhaustion, the team members, upon hearing of the new adventure, were invigorated, clamoring to set forth. Our target, the next ninja village, onward. With a grand gesture, Naruto ignited a fervor among all present. However, their journey to deliver aid was not without obstacles. No sooner had they crossed the borders of the Hidden Leaf Village than a group of unwelcome guests blocked their path. These individuals advanced with an intimidating demeanor, their eyes glinting with malice and hostility, as if to declare, "This road is ours, and this tree is ours. If you wish to pass, you must pay the toll." Oh, are they here to provoke us? Naruto squinted at the intruders, the air thick with tension, both sides poised for conflict. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path?" Gu Changfeng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Naruto, his tone laced with caution. "Humph, you Konoha scoundrels. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you." The burly man at the forefront scoffed, his eyes glinting with disdain. "This matter does not involve you." Naruto furrowed his brow, a powerful aura emanating from him. "It seems you are here to provoke trouble?" A slight smirk graced his lips, a hint of defiance evident in his expression. The burly man bellowed in anger, tightening his grip on his weapon. "Brothers, draw your arms." His subordinates brandished their weapons, the glint of blades flashing ominously. "Ah, quite the spectacle." Naruto chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed intently on them. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced through the air. "What a lively scene. Since that is the case, let us conclude this farce promptly." These ruffians truly showed no sign of remorse until faced with dire consequences. Naruto silently cursed, maintaining a calm demeanor on the surface. Before him stood a sea of adversaries. No less than 50 or 60 fierce-looking individuals, each brandishing weapons that glimmered menacingly, clearly not to be trifled with. In stark contrast, his own side, including Gu Changfeng, barely numbered a mere dozen. The disparity in numbers was pitiful, reminiscent of a budget from a spin-off series. "Brothers, hold the line," Naruto shouted, leading the charge. His kunai danced through the air with the grace of a butterfly flitting among flowers, swiftly taking down several thugs. Wow, when did Naruto become this formidable? The team members gasped in astonishment, quickly joining the fray. The cacophony of battle erupted, the clash of steel ringing out, chaos ensued. However, sheer numbers began to overwhelm, and the team's stamina waned. Gu Changfeng was struck with a heavy blow, sent crashing to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Changfeng. Naruto's heart tightened at the sight. The condition of the other members was equally grim, each sustaining injuries, groans of pain echoing, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping them. "We cannot continue like this." Naruto gritted his teeth, his mind racing. A direct confrontation was futile, a strategy was needed. "Wait," Naruto suddenly shouted, halting the battle between both sides. "What? Have you backed down?" The burly man taunted. "Back down, you fool." Naruto rolled his eyes. "I merely wish to inquire about your intentions. We are all just trying to survive out here. Why resort to violence? Is peaceful coexistence not preferable?" This unexpected plea for reason left the opposing group momentarily speechless. They exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. "Indeed, we have not provoked you. Why obstruct our path?" Gu Changfeng, clutching his wound, chimed in to support Naruto. The burly man scratched his head, hesitating. "We are merely carrying out orders on behalf of someone. Orders from whom?" Naruto pressed. The burly man hesitated, seemingly weighing the consequences. The atmosphere grew tense, all eyes fixated on him. Just as he was about to speak, a cold voice resonated from the back of the crowd. "Who allowed you to speak out of turn?" The chilling voice slithered through the air like a venomous serpent, instantly sending a shiver down the spine of every individual present. A figure clad in a black robe emerged slowly from the crowd, his face adorned with a sinister grin, reminiscent of a demon risen from the depths of hell. Goodness, the background music clearly signals a formidable antagonist. Naruto silently criticized in his mind, while outwardly maintaining an impassive demeanor as he discreetly activated the unique capabilities of the street vendor system. Suddenly, a shimmering shadow clone pill, radiating a golden glow, materialized in his hand, emanating a potent energy wave that distorted the surrounding air. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold. This is a limited edition shadow clone pill. Just one will plunge you into the terror of being controlled by your own shadow clones." A slight smirk graced Naruto's lips as the pill spun incessantly in his grasp, its golden light illuminating the area like a miniature sun. "What in the world is that?" The burly man stood dumbfounded, his weapon slipping from his grasp. The other henchmen, equally terrified, retreated hastily, Their earlier ferocity vanished without a trace. We must flee. The black-robed man's expression shifted dramatically, abandoning any pretense of bravado as he yanked the burly man and fled in panic. The remaining henchmen scattered like rabbits, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest with a speed that rivaled the flying thunder god technique. Is that all they can muster? How dull. Naruto scoffed, allowing the golden light to dissipate as the shadow clone pill vanished from sight. Naruto, what was that you just used? It was incredible. Gu Changfeng gazed at Naruto with admiration, his eyes sparkling with wonder. The other team members crowded around, each eager to inquire, their tones brimming with curiosity and reverence. A mere trifle, hardly worth mentioning. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance, though the corners of his mouth betrayed his delight. His heart swelling with joy at the efficacy of the street vendor system. All right, my friends, let us not squander any more time. We must press forward. With a sweeping gesture, Naruto led his team onward. After this spectacle, the morale of the team soared, each member invigorated as if they had been infused with vitality. As they approached the distressed ninja village, they were confronted with a shocking sight. Ruins lay scattered, smoke hung heavily in the air, and what was once a thriving village had been reduced to a desolate wasteland, the stench of blood wafting through the atmosphere. What on earth has happened here? Gu Changfeng's eyes widened in horror, his voice trembling. Who could have done this? Naruto clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening as a fiery rage ignited within his chest. He vowed to unearth the malevolent forces behind this devastation and ensure they faced dire consequences. The team members echoed his anger, their spirits rekindled by the sight of the catastrophe before them. They resolved to fight relentlessly for the suffering ninja village and its innocent inhabitants. As they set foot within the village, a chilling and malevolent aura enveloped them, like an invisible hand gripping their throats. Be careful, Gu Changfeng attempted to warn, only to find that words had abandoned him. Chapter 80. Seeking Answers in the Village. Initial confrontation with darkness. The frigid wind weaved through the dilapidated shacks, emitting a wailing sound akin to the whispers of vengeful spirits. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of the metallic scent of blood and the acrid smell of scorched earth. Naruto inhaled deeply, his brow furrowed. This stench was far more unbearable than a bowl of Ichiraku ramen left unwashed for 3 days. The place was eerily desolate, resembling a haunted house. He rubbed his arms, goosebumps prickling his skin. Despite his boldness, the bizarre atmosphere sent shivers down his spine. Naruto, be cautious. Something feels amiss here. Gu Changfeng's voice resonated lowly, his grip tightening around the kunai as he warily scanned their surroundings. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall bury it, Naruto retorted, though internally, his vigilance heightened. This makeshift system, while formidable, did not guarantee absolute safety. The team members cautiously trailed behind Naruto, each on high alert. The splintered beams, shattered tiles, and scattered household items all narrated the tragic events that had transpired here. Everyone, tread carefully, watch your step, Naruto advised in a lowered tone, a nagging sensation that something lurked in the shadows unsettling him. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, stirring the dust at their feet into a sinister vortex. At the heart of the whirlpool, a shadowy figure flickered into view. What on earth is that? Naruto exclaimed, instinctively retreating a step. The shadow gradually solidified, transforming into a grotesque creature that emitted a spine-chilling roar. Goodness, what an abstract monstrosity, Naruto muttered under his breath. Yet his movements remained swift as he brandished a kunai, adopting a combat stance. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let us take it down. With Naruto's command, the team members drew their weapons, preparing for battle. The creature let out a piercing shriek, baring its razor-sharp fangs as it lunged at Naruto. Come at me, Naruto shouted with exhilaration, dodging the creature's attack and aiming his kunai towards its throat. However, the creature's speed was astonishing, and Naruto's strike missed entirely. Its speed is unreal. He cursed silently, hastily retreating to evade the monster's onslaught. Naruto, watch out, Gu Changfeng shouted, hurling his kunai, which struck the creature's shoulder. The beast howled in agony but did not falter. Instead, it became even more ferocious in its assault. This thing is surprisingly resilient. Naruto gritted his teeth, retrieving a shadow clone pill from the system space and swallowing it. With a resounding pop, a multitude of Narutos appeared on the battlefield, encircling the creature. Now where will you escape to? Naruto grinned mischievously, directing his clones to attack the monster. Intense combat erupted, the sounds of various ninjutsu and clashing weapons resonating all around. Suddenly, Naruto halted his assault, an ominous premonition washing over him. The monster's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, leaving the squad members struggling to withstand the onslaught. One member, unable to evade in time, was slashed by the creature's claws, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground while clutching his wound. "Damn it!" Naruto cursed under his breath, hastily tossing a detoxifying bean to the injured teammate. "Hurry, consume this. It can staunch the bleeding and heal you." The wounded member grasped the bean, terror etched on his face. "Naruto, I feel so cold," he stammered, his voice trembling, pallor washing over his features and his lips turning a shade of blue. "Goodness, the monster's attack is poisonous." Naruto's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of foreboding filling his heart. The other squad members also bore injuries, their faces betraying horror. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped them, as if an invisible hand were tightening around their throats, making it difficult to breathe. This cannot continue. Naruto realized that this dark power was far more formidable and sinister than he had anticipated. Conventional ninjutsu appeared ineffective, seemingly provoking even more violent assaults from the creature. Furrowing his brow, Naruto's mind raced as he contemplated a strategy. Suddenly, he recalled information provided by the archaeologist regarding the ruins, and a daring idea surfaced in his mind. "Brothers, cover me," Naruto shouted to his comrades, swiftly retrieving an unusual device from his system space. "Naruto, what are you planning to do?" Gu Changfeng looked at the device in confusion. It resembled a lid of some sort. The other squad members also wore perplexed expressions, unsure of Naruto's intentions. Disregarding their bewilderment, Naruto infused the device with chakra, which emitted a buzzing sound and radiated a soft golden light. This contraption, could it be? Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He resolved to take the plunge. Aiming the device at the monster, he began to chant. The golden light intensified, eventually transforming into a beam that shot toward the creature. Wait, this feeling. Naruto's gaze sharpened as he suddenly looked deeper into the ruins. The golden light sliced through the darkness like a blade, striking the monster squarely in the chest. The creature let out a piercing wail, its body writhing as if seared by a red-hot iron, releasing plumes of black smoke. "Incredible! We've got a chance," Naruto exclaimed, exhilaration surging within him as he pumped his fist. This chakra-enhancing lid had truly proven its worth. Although it had initially seemed the most useless item he had drawn from the system, today it had achieved a tremendous feat. It seemed he ought not to underestimate any item in the future. "Brothers, focus your fire, let's bring it down." With Naruto's command, the shadow clones unleashed their assault, shuriken, kunai, and a barrage of ninjutsu raining down upon the monster. Under the relentless onslaught, the creature began to falter, enveloped in swirling black smoke, akin to a deflated balloon. Stripped of its prior arrogance. With a mournful cry, the monster's form gradually grew ethereal, ultimately dissipating into a cloud of black mist that vanished into the air. "We did it! We won!" The squad members erupted in jubilant cheers, exchanging high fives in celebration, their excitement palpable. Just moments ago, he had been ruthlessly pinned down by a monstrous foe, and now, to his astonishment, he had turned the tables. The exhilaration was utterly intoxicating. "Naruto, you're incredible!" one of the team members exclaimed, while others cast admiring glances at him. Through this fierce battle, their trust in Naruto had ascended to new heights. "Oh, it's nothing. Just the merit of my street vendor system," Naruto replied with a smug grin as he ruffled the back of his head, his heart brimming with joy. "Come on, let us investigate the source of this dark power," he called out, leading his comrades towards the dissipating shadows. They traversed the ruins, arriving at a vast pit. The rocks surrounding the chasm were corroded and uneven, emanating a repugnant stench, with an unsettling aura of malevolence lurking within. "This is the lair of the dark force." Naruto squinted, sensing the chilling presence emanating from the depths of the pit. It felt akin to standing beside a foul restroom, the stench sending shivers down his spine. "And Naruto, this place is eerie. Should we venture in?" A team member stuttered, a tremor in his voice betraying his fear. "What is there to fear? With me, Naruto, here, the sky could fall, and I wouldn't blink an eye," he declared, thumping his chest. "Let us go in and eradicate this dark power once and for all." Taking a deep breath, Naruto boldly stepped towards the pit, with his team following closely behind. Despite their unease, they summoned their courage and plunged into the darkness together, a spirit of fearless valor enveloping the squad. Just as they were about to enter the chasm, an immense force surged from within, as if it sought to devour them whole. What the? Naruto gasped, his body suddenly pulled downwards, instinctively reaching out to grasp Gu Changfeng beside him. Chapter 81. Destroying the Lair. Unveiling a new chapter. What on earth is this? Naruto exclaimed as he felt an overwhelming force threatening to tear him apart. He instinctively seized Gu Changfeng's arm, gripping it tightly until his knuckles turned white. Stay calm. Hold on to each other, he shouted, a barely perceptible tension lacing his voice. He sensed the pull akin to a ravenous beast, voraciously consuming everything in its vicinity. Gu Changfeng, caught in Naruto's grip, stumbled a bit but quickly regained his balance and clutched the arm of another teammate. The rest of the team reacted swiftly, forming a human chain. Like a chain of iron buffeted by a tempest, though precariously swaying, they remained resolute. Their eyes met, sharing an unyielding spirit and a solemn vow of solidarity in life and death. What the hell is this thing? Team member Shaoli managed to say, his body trembling slightly from the strain. Whatever it is, we face it together. Naruto bellowed, planting his feet firmly, feeling a rush of adrenaline surge through him. As his chakra began to flow with fervor, under their collective effort, the suction suddenly diminished, and they stood resilient like rocks battered by colossal waves, ultimately being drawn into a profound abyss of darkness. In an instant, everything before them was engulfed by shadows, as if they had stepped into an infinite black hole. The air was thick with a rancid stench, and a low, ominous hum reverberated in their ears, sending chills down their spines, as though they were ensnared in the depths of hell. Suddenly, a sharp shriek pierced the darkness, accompanied by a massive wave of energy that bore an oppressive weight, crashing violently towards them. As the energy wave passed, the very fabric of space seemed to contort and warp. Beware! Naruto shouted, swiftly forming hand seals, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, a multitude of Naruto's clones materialized around the team. Scatter! Evade! He commanded, while he himself darted forward to confront the oncoming energy wave. Boom! 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 A cacophony of explosions erupted, as the shadow clones were effortlessly torn apart by the dark force, dissipating into wisps of smoke. The colossal energy wave collided with Naruto, eliciting a muted grunt as a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Yet, his gaze burned with unwavering determination, akin to a blazing flame. The other team members unleashed their respective jutsu, striving to halt the onslaught of the energy wave, but their resistance seemed feeble in the face of such overwhelming darkness. The energy wave rampaged like a tempest, each strike imbued with chilling destructive power. Within the lair, only the growl of dark energy and the cries of Naruto's team echoed, reminiscent of leaves caught in a storm, repeatedly toppled, yet fiercely rising again. The intensity of the battle escalated to a fever pitch, with the energy wave clawing incessantly at Naruto's team's defenses. Suddenly, a more formidable wave of attack surged forth, carrying the momentum of annihilation, swiftly engulfing Naruto's team. PFF. The roars of combat, the splattering of blood, intertwined with the hum of dark energy, created a dissonant symphony that was painfully jarring. Be careful. Gu Changfeng's warning was swallowed by the darkness. As he raised his arm, an energy wave struck him, sending him crashing violently against the stone wall. In the next moment, he caught sight of Naruto's lips parting, seemingly about to utter something, yet he was consumed by a greater force of darkness. The onslaught of dark energy raged mercilessly against Naruto's team. Their bodies bore countless wounds, blood soaking through their garments, each one resembling leaves battered by a tempest, teetering on the brink of collapse. The oppressive atmosphere enveloped the lair like thick ink, the air reeking of blood and decay, inducing nausea. Coughing violently, Gu Changfeng clutched his chest, blood seeping through his fingers. His complexion was as pale as parchment, lips cracked, rendering him utterly feeble. The other team members fared little better, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Naruto gazed at his injured comrades, his heart swelling with guilt and fury. He clenched his fists tightly, nails digging deep into flesh. Blood trickling through his fingers, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. He clenched his teeth, fire igniting in his eyes, silently vowing, I shall eradicate this dark force and protect my comrades. Do not give up, Naruto shouted hoarsely, We have not yet lost. He bore the excruciating pain in his body, struggling to rise. His form swayed, as if he might collapse at any moment, yet he stood tall, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Rather than confronting the dark force alone, he instructed his team members to form a special formation tailored to their individual strengths. Lee, the swiftest among them, took on the role of agile attacker. Tintin, adept with ninja tools, provided ranged support. Niji, with his Byakugan, undertook reconnaissance of the enemy, while he himself assumed the core position, directing and controlling the strategy. This unexpected approach caught the dark force off guard. It had anticipated Naruto would charge in recklessly, fueled by fervor and brute strength, but instead, he altered his strategy. The atmosphere shifted into something surreal, with the dark force's attacks halting, seemingly perplexed and observing. This moment granted Naruto's team a brief respite. They swiftly adjusted their formation, maximizing their respective advantages. Lee darted through the shadows like a specter, each strike precise and lethal. Tintin unleashed a torrential barrage of ninja tools, driving the dark force back. Niji's Byakugan kept a vigilant watch, revealing the dark force's vulnerabilities and movements. In the center of the formation, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, his chakra surging like a raging river, flowing relentlessly into his hands. His gaze was sharp as a blade, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth as he uttered two words, "Now." Naruto's eyes flew open, a golden chakra erupting from him, radiant as the dawn sun. "Is this it? I expected something far more formidable." A hint of disdain flickered across his smile. He produced from his inventory a dazzling orb, an energy absorption artifact shimmering with a spectrum of colors. This treasure, acquired from a street vendor, was said to be an ancient relic designed specifically to counter the dark forces within ruins. Though costly, in a critical moment, it was undoubtedly worth its weight in gold. The orb levitated above Naruto's head, voraciously absorbing the surrounding dark energy, the once arrogant energy waves deflating like a punctured balloon. A piercing wail emanated from the dark force, as if enduring immense agony. "Brothers, give it your all. Send it to its demise." With Naruto's command, the morale of his team soared, each member unleashing their full potential against the dark force. Lee's taijutsu was as swift as lightning, each punch delivering tremendous force upon the dark core. Tintin's arsenal rained down like a tempest, shattering the dark force's defenses to pieces. Niji's Byakugan accurately pinpointed the dark force's weaknesses, guiding his comrades' strikes. Under the relentless assault of the team, the dark force faltered, ultimately emitting a defiant roar before vanishing into the ether. "We did it. We have triumphed." The members of the team rejoiced, embracing one another in celebration of this hard-won victory. Naruto stood at the center, basking in the glow of triumph. Resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, he had saved the Hidden Leaf Village, earning the title of a true hero. His fame swiftly spread across the ninja villages, transforming him into a living legend among the people. Upon returning to Konoha, Naruto was greeted with a hero's welcome, the villagers' cheers ringing in his ears. Flowers, applause, and accolades, all the glory belonged to him. Yet, Naruto was not intoxicated by success. He began to contemplate how to apply the lessons learned from this experience to reform the Ninja Academy. He understood that only by nurturing more exceptional ninjas like them could true peace be safeguarded in the ninja world. However, as he prepared to embark on this passionate endeavor, he encountered formidable opposition. Some traditional teachers and a faction of parents had banded together, ready to oppose him. "Naruto, do you truly intend to act unilaterally?" An aged voice resonated from behind him. Chapter 82. Eloquence breaks the deadlock. Educational reform commences within the auditorium of the Konoha Ninja Academy. The atmosphere was stifling, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Naruto stood at the podium, his gaze piercing, scanning the sea of faces below, now filled with skepticism and confusion. Drawing a deep breath, his chest swelled with resolve, as if to sweep away the oppressive mood that enveloped the room. Clearing his throat, he spoke, his voice not loud, yet crystal clear, reaching every corner. He could feel countless pairs of eyes fixed upon him, scrutinizing him as though he were an oddity on display. Below, murmurs and whispers circulated among the crowd, the atmosphere thick with doubt, spreading like a viscous liquid. "Today, I stand before you to discuss the reform of the Ninja Academy," Naruto declared forthrightly, without any hesitation. He knew that any moment of indecision would be perceived as weakness. "Reform? Humph." A sharp voice sliced through the air. An elderly teacher, His hair as white as snow and spectacles perched upon his nose, emerged from the crowd. He was the representative of the traditional educators, known infamously as the obstinate Sarutobi Asuma. His expression was stern and unyielding, resembling an immovable statue. Do you understand, Naruto? The teaching methods of our Konoha Ninja Academy have been honed through generations of practice and scrutiny. What right do you, a mere youth, have to propose reform? The old curmudgeon's tone was aggressive, akin to interrogating a wayward child. With a sweeping gesture, he launched into an extensive enumeration of the merits of traditional education. From foundational physical training to theoretical ninjutsu, from teamwork to practical combat exercises, each point articulated with conviction. His voice boomed, as if to obliterate Naruto's reformative ideals entirely. Naruto listened attentively, his expression placid, as if he were hearing an inconsequential tale. With his hands clasped behind his back, a glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes. He recognized that while the old man's assertions appeared reasonable, they were riddled with flaws. This old fellow was a quintessential traditionalist, clinging to antiquated notions as if they were cherished heirlooms, unwilling to let go. He pondered silently within, yet his expression remained impassive. He understood that he could not be overwhelmed by the obstinate aura surrounding him. Sharper rhetoric was essential to shatter the prevailing deadlock. After all, who among them was not a keyboard warrior? Teacher Sarutobi, I comprehend your words, Naruto began, his voice steady and resonant, imbued with a persuasive vigor. A subtle smile played at the corners of his lips, concealing what seemed to be a momentous secret. However, Naruto deliberately elongated his tone, his gaze sweeping across the audience. He sensed their attention gravitating back towards him, as if anticipating a captivating performance. I have some inquiries for everyone. Naruto's voice abruptly halted, creating a vast suspense akin to a bombshell detonating in the minds of all present. Esteemed parents gathered here, do you believe that the ninjutsu your children acquire at school will truly prove invaluable in real combat? Upon graduation, will they genuinely emerge as capable ninjas? The questions he posed resonated like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of unrest throughout the assembly. The representatives of the parents began to stir, their hushed whispers growing louder, reminiscent of startled sparrows. A robust parent, adorned with a bushy beard, rose and boomed, Naruto, what do you mean by this? Are you implying that there are issues with the quality of education at our Konoha Ninja School? Other parental representatives echoed his sentiments, expressing concerns regarding the integration of the so-called street vendor system into the curriculum. Their brows furrowed, anxiety etched across their faces, enveloping the venue in a tense atmosphere. Naruto felt the weight of immense pressure but clenched his fists and maintained his composure. Certainly not. The educational framework of Konoha Ninja School has withstood the test of time, nurturing countless exceptional talents within the ninja world. This is beyond dispute. He began by affirming certain merits of traditional education, a move that astonished the audience. As a wave of confusion spread among them, even the principal nodded slightly, regarding Naruto with newfound respect. However, times are changing, and so is the ninja realm. Clinging to outdated practices will only render us obsolete. Naruto paused before continuing. Today's ninjas outside possess extraordinary skills, and a plethora of bizarre ninjutsu is emerging. Are the teachings we impart sufficient? It's akin to attempting to play a modern game with a Nokia phone. Is victory attainable? A ripple of subdued laughter emanated from the audience, easing the taut atmosphere somewhat. Seizing the moment, Naruto pressed on. My street vendor system, though it may sound somewhat frivolous, offers items that can compensate for the shortcomings of traditional education. He retrieved a finely crafted small box from within his garment, unveiling an array of colorful pills. These are my latest invention, chakra capsules, capable of swiftly replenishing chakra. They could be life-saving in critical moments. Does the school teach this? He then produced a uniquely shaped kunai, showcasing it to the crowd. This is the spiral shuriken kunai, exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through iron like butter, an essential tool for both home and travel. With each item he displayed, the murmurs from the audience swelled, amplifying the intrigue. He resembled a seasoned salesman, extolling the wonders of the stall system with exuberance. My stall system not only offers an array of marvelous items, but also ignites students' creativity and imagination, allowing them to discover joy in their learning. Imagine, if our students could master these skills, how formidable the future of Konoha would be. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ardent and his tone resolute. I am aware that reform will inevitably encounter resistance, but for the sake of Konoha's future, I must take a stand. I am here not to persuade everyone, but merely to convey that I, Naruto Uzumaki, am determined to strengthen the education of Konoha. With a brief pause, Naruto's lips curled into a confident smile. Are you all ready? He passionately elaborated on the stall system, his words flowing like an unrelenting torrent, each statement detonating like a bomb of truth within the minds of all present. Brothers, sisters, esteemed villagers. In the past, I, who was once at the bottom, rose to become Hokage, and what was my secret? It was the system. Now, I share this cosmic-level advantage with you, yet you hesitate? Your perspective is too narrow. He gestured animatedly, reminiscent of a television shopping host. His eloquence rendered the stall system almost mythical, causing Boruto and Sarada to gaze at him in awe. Wow, Dad is amazing, Boruto exclaimed, gripping Sarada's hand. This system is simply divine. I too shall set up a stall and reach the pinnacle of life. Sarada nodded vigorously, her admiration evident. Yes, Uncle Naruto is truly incredible. To further substantiate his claims, Naruto produced several samples. Behold, this is the Shadow Clone Training Manual. With it, Shadow clones will no longer be a dream. And this chakra unlimited refill. No more worries about running low on chakra, Mom. He continued, in this limited edition explosive tag skin. Affix it, and you shall be the most stylish in the street. As he demonstrated, he called out like a traveling healer. And the skeptical gazes from the audience gradually transformed into curiosity and anticipation. A representative parent could no longer contain themselves and inquired, does this chakra unlimited refill truly work? My child struggles to keep up with chakra during training. Naruto thumped his chest in assurance. Fear not. It is absolutely effective. Guaranteed. If not, I will compensate tenfold. With that, he picked up the chakra unlimited refill and demonstrated its effects on a volunteer teacher. Before their eyes, the teacher's previously languid chakra surged dramatically, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Incredible. This is truly astonishing. The venue erupted in excitement, gasps of amazement echoing throughout. Even the most stubborn teacher representatives began to waver, disbelief flickering in their eyes. However, just as the crowd was becoming increasingly captivated by Naruto's fervor, the stalwart Sarutobi Asuma posed a critical question. Naruto, even if this stall system is genuinely extraordinary, surely these items come at a steep price? Where would the school procure such funds? With a composed demeanor, Naruto stepped forward in Chapter 83, resolving financial predicaments, reuniting hearts. A confident smile graced his lips, and his eyes sparkled with wisdom. Teacher Sarutobi, that is an excellent question. He deliberately elongated his words, akin to a performer on stage, captivating the audience's attention. Money, after all, cannot be brought into this world nor taken out. The key lies in how it is spent. The skeptics regarded him with doubt, particularly Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose weathered face was etched with deep lines, as if to say, young man, spare us your theatrics. I wonder what tricks you have up your sleeve. I am aware of the school's financial constraints. Naruto paused, scanning the room and absorbing the expressions of those present. However, as the saying goes, if you neglect financial management, wealth will neglect you in return. Rather than allowing funds to languish in an account, it is far better to let them realize their full potential. Feigning mystery, he paused again and retrieved a resplendent scroll from his makeshift stall system, upon which were emblazoned the bold characters, Konoha Ninja School Investment Plan. Ladies and gentlemen, behold. Naruto slowly unfurled the scroll, pointing to its contents. I have meticulously crafted an investment strategy that guarantees to multiply the school's funds, ensuring a continuous flow of revenue. Sarutobi adjusted his glasses and squinted at the plan, his brow furrowed in skepticism. Is this truly reliable? Investments and financial management. This sounds rather dubious. Before Sarutobi could finish, Naruto interjected. Does it sound like a scam, Teacher Sarutobi? You underestimate me. Do you not know who I am? I am destined to become Hokage. I would never betray my own village. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, Naruto continued. My plan involves utilizing the school's funds to invest in my stall business. At this revelation, the room erupted in disbelief. What? Invest in your stall business? This is utterly absurd, exclaimed a representative of the traditional educators, momentarily at a loss for words to adequately describe Naruto's eccentric proposal. A guaranteed profitable venture. Naruto interjected with a smile. Indeed, it is a surefire success. My stall system produces nothing short of excellence. Do you doubt me? Just look at the teacher who just experienced the chakra infinite refill. He appears 10 years younger. The crowd turned to see the teacher, invigorated and radiant, standing nearby. Observing this spectacle, some parents who had initially expressed skepticism began to waver. Nevertheless, Sarutobi remained unconvinced. Even if your words are enticing, it is inconceivable for the school's entire budget to be allocated to your stall business. Naruto smiled enigmatically. Of course, not all of it. I merely require. He held up 3 fingers, an initial capital of 3 million ryo. 3 million ryo. You might as well go rob a bank. A parent representative sprang to his feet, glaring at Naruto with indignation, resembling a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. Some parents who had initially been swayed by Naruto's words began to waver again upon hearing this, their expressions revealing uncertainty as hesitation once more enveloped the venue. Sensing the decline in support, Naruto felt a twinge of anxiety, yet he maintained his composure. Everyone, please remain calm. Naruto gestured with his hands, signaling for silence. I understand that 3 million ryo is no small sum, but I can utilize my street vendor system for resource exchange, requiring neither the school nor the village to expend a single coin. At this proclamation, the room fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping palpable. All eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at Naruto as if he were a creature of myth, the atmosphere thick with confusion. Resource exchange? What is this all about? Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his chin, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Could you elaborate on this method of exchange? Naruto smiled slightly, confidence radiating from him as he replied. My street vendor system can transform seemingly useless items into valuable goods. He paused deliberately, retrieving a tattered straw sandal from his system space. For instance, this? The crowd stared at the worn sandal, bewildered. What on earth can this do? Cultivate mushrooms? One parent representative queried, pointing at the sandal with a puzzled expression. This is the very sandal worn by the Sage of 6 Paths, the progenitor of ninjutsu. Naruto declared with feigned seriousness. Though it may be somewhat tattered, it is infused with potent chakra. Through my street vendor system's transformation, it can become. He paused once more, building suspense, before clapping his hands dramatically. Flying sandals. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Flying sandals? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned skeptically. Are you certain this isn't a jest? Naruto offered no reply, instead smiling mysteriously as he tossed the worn sandal onto the ground. What followed was a moment of sheer astonishment. As the sandal struck the floor, a flash of golden light erupted. When the radiance dissipated, a brand new pair of sandals appeared, emanating a soft golden glow, with strange runes etched into the soles that exuded a futuristic essence. Wow! Boruto cheered excitedly. Dad, you're amazing. Are these really flying sandals? Naruto, brimming with pride, raised an eyebrow and handed the sandals to Boruto. You'll find out soon enough. Donning the sandals, Boruto leaped lightly and, to everyone's amazement, truly soared into the air. He spun joyfully above, reminiscent of a jubilant bird, his cheers echoing throughout the venue. This is simply extraordinary. The parent representatives expressed their astonishment, their faces lighting up with wonder. Incredible. The members of the Konoha Education Committee began to regard Naruto with newfound respect, huddling together in hushed discussion. It seems this boy's street vendor system possesses remarkable capabilities. Indeed, who would have guessed he could transform waste into treasure? This resource exchange ability is nothing short of miraculous. Perhaps we should consider supporting his reform proposal. The principal beamed with satisfaction as the dawn of reform appeared imminent. Seizing the momentum, Naruto continued, Ladies and gentlemen, this is merely a small demonstration. My street vendor system boasts even more wondrous functionalities. As long as I am provided with sufficient initial funding, I can transform these discarded items into an abundance of resources, thereby resolving the financial challenges faced by our school, and even elevate the economy of the Hidden Leaf Village to unprecedented heights. With unwavering confidence, he surveyed his surroundings. Just imagine, in the future, our Ninja Academy will not only boast state-of-the-art teaching facilities, but each student will also possess a pair of flying sandals. What a splendid vision that would be. The parent representatives were deeply captivated by Naruto's vivid portrayal of a bright future, and they unanimously expressed their support for the reforms, igniting a fervent atmosphere filled with thunderous applause. However, just as everyone was preparing to wholeheartedly endorse the reforms, a discordant voice suddenly emerged. Hold on. The representative of traditional teachers stepped forward, his expression somber. Even if you resolve the funding issue, How do you intend to address the chaos in teaching order? Do you really want students flying around the school in those sandals? He sternly interrogated Naruto, labeling the idea as sheer nonsense. The words of the traditional teacher representative fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly cooling the previously fervent atmosphere. The parent representatives exchanged glances, their earlier excitement now overshadowed by a veil of concern. Having been momentarily enchanted by Naruto's vision of a promising future, they had nearly forgotten the potential risks associated with the reforms. Upon hearing the traditional teacher's doubts, Naruto remained unfazed. He confidently stepped forward, a smile gracing his face, radiating a powerful aura. The traditional teacher representative stood opposite him, gazing provocatively, filled with disdain. The teacher was correct. The issue of teaching order was indeed significant. Naruto openly acknowledged that if students were allowed to fly around the school in their sandals, classroom discipline would undoubtedly be compromised. He paused, surveying his audience with unwavering determination. But have you considered why students are so enamored with flying sandals? It is because they yearn for freedom, for exploration, for breaking free from traditional constraints. He raised his voice, passion infusing his tone. Our ninja education should not be confined to the drudgery of basic skill training. It should cultivate students' innovative spirit and practical abilities. Flying sandals are not merely a means of transportation. They are a platform for igniting creativity. The traditional teacher representative scoffed. It sounds lovely in theory, but what about reality? Students will merely become enamored with these novelties, neglecting their fundamental training, ultimately becoming a generation of inept individuals. He vividly painted a chaotic scenario, students chasing each other in classrooms while wearing flying sandals, flaunting various bizarre trinkets, classroom discipline vanishing, and teacher authority completely undermined. His eloquence was convincing as he sought to stoke further opposition. A heavy atmosphere of apprehension descended once more, and the parent representatives began to murmur among themselves, their faces etched with worry. Naruto listened intently, his brow furrowed in contemplation, pondering strategies to address the situation. He understood that if the issue of teaching order was not effectively resolved, the reforms would face insurmountable obstacles. He took a deep breath. The teacher's concerns were not without merit. Naruto slowly began to speak, his tone remarkably resolute. Thus, I am preparing to establish a specialized curriculum centered on street vendor systems. The atmosphere in the room grew tense once more, akin to a taut bowstring ready to snap at any moment. Some parents, initially captivated by the future Naruto had envisioned, were abruptly pulled back to reality by the words of the traditional educators. They began to murmur among themselves, worry etched upon their faces like ominous clouds. Naruto observed this all, his brow slightly furrowing before relaxing again. As he continued, this curriculum will diverge from traditional ninja teachings, yet complement them, forming a comprehensive system for nurturing ninjas. Silence enveloped the room. A pin drop could be heard. The previously raucous venue seemed to have been placed on pause, with every gaze fixed upon Naruto. A street vendor system curriculum? The principal was the first to break the silence, disbelief lacing his voice. The parent representatives exchanged glances, for they had never encountered such a program. Even the staunchly traditional educator, who had been prepared with rebuttals, found himself momentarily speechless, his words lodged in his throat. Indeed, Naruto's lips curled into a subtle smile, confidence radiating from him. This course will not only provide theoretical instruction, but also practical experience. A parent representative, unable to contain their curiosity, inquired, "What on earth does this entail?" Other parents nodded in agreement, eager to uncover the nature of Naruto's proposition. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to elaborate," he said, clearing his throat, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. The street vendor system curriculum will be divided into two parts, theoretical and practical. He paused deliberately, scanning the audience and ensuring their rapt attention before he continued. The theoretical component will be taught by yours truly. Naruto's smile re-emerged, filled with assurance. I will personally elucidate the foundational logic behind this street vendor system, so you can understand that it is far from a monstrous concept. Rather, it is a genuine accelerator for learning. I assure you, your children will not only find joy in this, but will also acquire substantial knowledge. As for the practical lessons, they are the pie seed or assistants. Students will have the opportunity to set up their own stalls, selling their self-developed ninja tools, engaging in real-world commercial practice. This will hone their practical skills while nurturing their entrepreneurial acumen. Truly a win-win scenario. Naruto spoke with fervor, occasionally interjecting popular internet references that elicited laughter from the parents. Easing the previously tense atmosphere significantly, he continued to elaborate. Of course, to prevent the chaos of flying sandals from overwhelming the scene, we will designate specific areas within the campus for stalls. In this designated zone, students can express their creativity freely and showcase their talents. Conversely, in other areas, adherence to the school's regulations is imperative to ensure the smooth operation of the educational order. As Naruto concluded, a profound silence enveloped the room as everyone absorbed his whimsical ideas. It actually seems rather sensible, murmured a representative of the parents. Indeed, this could allow children to learn while they play. It appears far more engaging than traditional teaching. Another parent representative chimed in. Moreover, it could cultivate their entrepreneurial spirit from a young age. I feel we need not worry about their future employment. Another parent representative exclaimed excitedly. The principal nodded slowly, a look of approval gracing his face. Naruto, your proposal is indeed innovative. It not only addresses the issue of educational order, but also fosters better growth among the students. I have decided to support your reform plan. Upon finishing his statement, the principal led the applause, the crisp clapping shattering the silence of the meeting room and resonating throughout the venue. Other parent representatives joined in, the enthusiastic applause echoing endlessly. Observing this, the traditional teacher representatives turned pale, yet were powerless to object, letting out a resigned sigh. The reform proposal received unanimous endorsement. Standing at the center of the crowd, Naruto resembled a triumphant hero, basking in the admiration of those around him. He scratched the back of his head, a simple smile illuminating his face, while his heart brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. That afternoon, Naruto officially launched the ninja school reform plan. Standing at the school gate, he gazed at the hopeful campus, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Dad, you are amazing, Boruto exclaimed, rushing to Naruto's side. Yes, Naruto-sensei, I can hardly wait to experience the new curriculum, Sarada added excitedly. Other students also expressed their enthusiasm for the new courses, and the entire campus was suffused with a joyous atmosphere. The education of ninjas in the Hidden Leaf Village was on the verge of a new chapter. Just as Naruto reveled in the joy of his successful reform, he suddenly sensed a peculiar disturbance. His brow furrowed as he abruptly lifted his gaze to the horizon, his tone somber. This aura is intriguing. Chapter 85. The Dilemma of Resources, the Collective Will. Feeling the strange disturbance from afar was akin to a string being plucked on a heartstring, stirring an alertness within him. However, this sense of alertness was swiftly subdued, for the ongoing reform of the ninja school remained his foremost priority. He shook his head, redirecting his focus to the immediate quandary. Funding. Money. Oh money, what a relentless little imp you are, Naruto muttered as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Images of the myriad goods from the stall system danced in his mind. Shadow clone pills, detox beans, lucky kunai. These were indeed the magical tools capable of revolutionizing ninja education. Alas, even the most skilled artisan cannot craft a meal without ingredients. The principal sighed in distress, his expression akin to a wilting eggplant. Overwhelmed by the weight of the situation, the members of the education committee nodded in unison, their expressions growing increasingly grim, as if they had collectively swallowed bitter melon. The atmosphere in the conference room became suffocatingly tense, as if the very air had thickened. Clearing his throat, Naruto broke the stifling silence. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that the funding issue is a formidable challenge, but there are always more solutions than difficulties. As the saying goes, where their essay will, their essay way. One committee member adjusted his glasses and spoke gravely. Naruto, we appreciate your enthusiasm, but the reality is harsh. The school's funding is limited and cannot support your, novel procurement of teaching materials. A confident smile crept onto Naruto's lips. Trust me, everyone. I have a plan. He winked mysteriously, retrieving a scroll from his pocket. Behold. He dramatically unfurled the scroll, revealing the bold title, Flea Market System Business Proposal. Now, we are about to witness a miracle. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, I will transform the flea market system into a veritable cash cow for our ninja school. The principal and committee members exchanged bewildered glances, stunned by Naruto's unexpected maneuver. They held their breath, awaiting his explanation. First, Naruto pointed to the initial item on the proposal with determination. We shall establish an on-campus flea market. His tone was fervent, akin to that of a product launch presenter. Students can exchange or sell items they no longer need, which will cultivate their financial awareness while simultaneously addressing the school's funding issues, a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, several parent representatives began to waver, whispering among themselves like startled sparrows. Is this really feasible? One parent asked, their brow furrowing with concern. What if we incur losses? Another parent's voice trembled, as if envisioning the grim prospect of a deflated wallet. Seeing their unease, Naruto felt a pang of anxiety, but his gaze remained resolute. Like a shining star illuminating a bewildered night sky. Taking a deep breath, he continued, Of course, this is merely the first step. Next, I will unveil my secret weapon. He produced 3 uniquely shaped bottles from his system space and placed them on the table. These are the latest chakra energy drinks, designed to replenish chakra instantly and with remarkable efficacy. And this is the high-grade soldier pill, rich in nutrients and delicious, an essential remedy for both home and travel. Finally, this is the Shadow Clone Training Manual, which will enable you to double your shadow clone count, turning you into a true master of the Sea of Bodies tactic. The conference room fell into an awed silence, all present captivated by Naruto's astonishing offerings. The principal and committee members widened their eyes, as if beholding something extraordinary. With a subtle smile, Naruto picked up a bottle of chakra energy drink, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down with gusto. A surge of formidable chakra coursed through Naruto's entire being, filling him with an invigorating sense of power. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Naruto boasted, shaking an empty bottle with pride. At that moment, a hurriedly dressed merchant rushed into the room, panting as he exclaimed, Lord Naruto, I have brought you sponsorship. He placed a heavy pouch of coins on the table. This is the initial batch of sponsorship funds. Please accept it. Shortly thereafter, several more merchants entered, each bearing substantial contributions, and the atmosphere in the conference room became electrifying. The parents' representatives underwent a complete transformation, surrounding Naruto with beaming smiles. Naruto, you are truly remarkable. We believe in you. You will undoubtedly lead the school to success. All eyes were fixed upon Naruto, as if he were the most dazzling star at the center of the stage. A slight smile graced Naruto's lips as he thought to himself, this is merely the beginning. Pausing to gather his thoughts, Naruto surveyed the room and slowly articulated, Ahem, everyone, clearing his throat to recapture their attention. Regarding these funds, my proposal is to establish an account jointly supervised by school and parent representatives, ensuring that every transaction is transparent and open, so everyone can feel at ease. Upon hearing this, the conference room erupted into a flurry of whispers. The parents exchanged glances, their previously worried expressions transforming into surprise and trust. They had not anticipated Naruto's forthrightness, his willingness to expose financial matters to the light of day. Such audacity was truly commendable. The principal regarded Naruto with newfound respect, stroking his beard and revealing a proud smile. Naruto, my boy, you are quite extraordinary. He mused inwardly, marveling at Naruto's creativity and meticulousness, a true talent indeed. With the influx of funding, the resistance to reform dissipated instantaneously. The members of the education committee, who had once worn stern expressions, now beamed with joy, exclaiming, Naruto, your ideas are fantastic. We fully support you. Even the traditional teacher representatives began to waver, their previous hostility replaced by curiosity. The parents, brimming with enthusiasm, assured Naruto, you go ahead and do what you need to do. We will be your strongest backing. Observing the fervent scene before him, Naruto felt a warm surge of emotion. He smiled, displaying his signature radiant grin. Everything was progressing in a positive direction, and it felt exhilarating. Boruto and Sarada jumped up in excitement, cheering, Uncle Naruto. This is amazing. The school is about to undergo a transformation. Just as everyone rejoiced over the resolution of the funding issue, a discordant voice suddenly emerged. Wait a moment. An elderly representative from the traditional teaching faction stood up, his stern face etched with deeper wrinkles, as if carved from centuries of obstinacy. While the funding issue has been resolved, what about the quality of education? Can these flashy ideas truly enhance the students' abilities? We must not end up with nothing to show for our efforts. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became charged, suffused with a faint scent of gunpowder. All eyes turned towards Naruto, eager to witness his response to this unexpected challenge. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Naruto exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips, radiating confidence. He approached the elderly gentleman with composed assurance, his gaze unwavering and resolute. The elder, brimming with self-satisfaction, seemed to revel in the anticipation of watching Naruto falter. Indeed, you are correct, esteemed teacher. The quality of education is paramount. I comprehend your concerns, for we all strive for the benefit of the children. Naruto spoke earnestly, his tone warm and approachable, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor, instantly bridging the gap between himself and the audience. The elder's previously taught expression softened slightly, yet skepticism still lingered in his eyes. However, Naruto deftly shifted his tone, imbuing it with greater conviction. Do you truly believe that the current teaching methods can allow every child to realize their full potential? Is rote memorization and the relentless barrage of exercises truly the optimal approach? As times advance, so too must we as ninjas. Upon hearing this, the traditional educator bristled, his face contorting with indignation as he exclaimed, "Nonsense! The teaching methods employed at our ninja school have been validated over decades. How could they possibly be flawed? Your novel approaches are nothing more than a superficial spectacle, utterly impractical." He launched into an impassioned discourse, outlining the potential decline in educational quality stemming from new teaching methods. His arguments resonating with such fervor that even some parents who initially supported Naruto began to waver. Once more, the atmosphere in the conference room grew oppressive, an invisible weight settling heavily upon the hearts of those present. Naruto refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to listen patiently, nodding occasionally to convey understanding, his eyes gleaming with wisdom as if he were capturing vital insights. He resembled a seasoned hunter, silently biding his time for the opportune moment to strike. The elder's fervor intensified, as if he were reliving his youthful days of spirited debate, spittle flying as he proclaimed, "Imagine if the children neglect their foundational ninja skills. Preoccupied instead with those so-called games, how will their abilities ever improve? When they find themselves on the battlefield, how will they safeguard themselves and protect the village?" He scanned the room, attempting once more to incite dissent. A contingent of parent representatives appeared swayed, uncertainty etched upon their faces as they whispered among themselves, resembling a flock of startled sparrows. At that moment, Naruto interjected, "I have considered all that you say." Observing the waning support, he felt a pang of disappointment, akin to having hard-earned points suddenly erased. Yet, he quickly rallied, for he was a bearer of a system. How could he succumb so easily? "I have considered all that you say." Naruto paused deliberately, creating suspense, successfully capturing the attention of everyone present. He smiled mysteriously, for I had long since prepared my secret weapon. He produced not a phone, but rather a system panel, and with a gentle tap amidst the crowd's curious gazes, a colossal projection screen materialized before them. It prominently displayed several shimmering icons: chakra enhancement jelly beans, infinite shuriken training simulator, and summoning beast simulator. "What on earth is this black technology?" Boruto exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with wonder as if he had glimpsed the gateway to a new world. Even the typically composed Sarada displayed a look of astonishment, secretly acknowledging, "Uncle Naruto is indeed a master of concealment." The initial doubts of the parents swiftly dissipated, replaced by sheer astonishment and intrigue. They craned their necks, eager to catch a clearer glimpse. In stark contrast, the traditional educators wore expressions of dismay, akin to having consumed expired instant noodles. Naruto, reveling in his triumph, pointed at the icons on the screen and began to elaborate with fervor. "These chakra enhancement jelly beans will rapidly boost the children's chakra levels, akin to activating a cheat code. This infinite shuriken training simulator can replicate various combat scenarios, allowing the children to practice shuriken throwing in a safe environment, alleviating concerns of accidental harm. And this summoning beast simulator," as he continued to explain, he deftly operated the system, demonstrating its myriad wondrous functions. The onlookers were dazzled, their gasps of amazement echoing throughout. "This is extraordinary. Such divine artifacts. Naruto, you are truly remarkable." The parents, now resolutely supportive, clamored to ensure their children would be the first to experience these novel gadgets. Even the members of the Konoha Education Committee began to waver, exchanging glances as they weighed the advantages and disadvantages. The traditional educator's expressions grew increasingly grim, resembling one who had just had their beloved lollipop snatched away. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself utterly speechless. Observing this, Naruto's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile. "Sir, would you care to personally experience the allure of this new teaching method?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of challenge. The traditional educator initially intended to flatly refuse, determined to uphold his antiquated scholarly persona. Yet he could not withstand the curious stares of those surrounding him, their enthusiasm akin to a chorus. "Give it a try. Give it a try." His face flushed with embarrassment. He found himself cornered and reluctantly agreed. The elderly gentleman approached the infinite shuriken training simulator with trepidation, resembling a condemned man heading to the gallows. He picked up a simulated shuriken, aimed at the virtual target, and trembled as he threw it. The shuriken wobbled drunkenly through the air before plummeting to the ground with a resounding thud, creating an exceedingly awkward scene. The onlookers stifled their laughter, their shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Boruto covered his mouth, nearly bursting into laughter. Sarada could not help but smirk, thinking, this old gentleman is simply too endearing. The elderly man's face turned crimson, wishing to disappear into a crack in the earth. Seeing this, Naruto swiftly stepped forward to offer guidance, patiently explaining the operational techniques. Under Naruto's guidance, the elderly gentleman finally struck a target, albeit merely grazing its edge, yet it stirred within him a profound excitement, as though he had uncovered a new continent. This peculiar contraption indeed held a certain allure. The old man could not help but concede that this novel approach was far more engaging and effective than traditional training methods. The atmosphere erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. The principal, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "The educational reform at the ninja school has been officially approved." In an instant, Naruto became the center of attention, surrounded by admirers as if he were at a star-studded event. A confident smile adorned his face, and within, he reveled, "With the system at my command, the world is mine to seize." Just as the crowd basked in the euphoria of reform, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced through. While these tools are indeed useful, could they not be misused? What if they fall into the hands of nefarious individuals? The speaker was a member of the Konoha Village Education Committee. His brow furrowed in concern. Naruto was jolted back to reality by the committee member's inquiry. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by a contemplative expression. He recognized that the concerns raised were not without merit. The gadgets produced by the makeshift system, shadow clone pills, detox beans, lucky kunai, did indeed carry the risk of misuse. Should they fall into unscrupulous hands, the consequences could be dire. "Ah, my good sir, your question is remarkably astute." Naruto cleared his throat, a hint of admiration lacing his tone. He stepped forward, his gaze piercing as it swept across each individual present. There was no trace of panic. Instead, he exuded confidence and composure, as if everything were within his grasp. Yet, he understood that every situation has its duality, much like the fire release technique. When wielded wisely, it can roast meat, but misused, it could just as easily scorch oneself. The crux lies in how we guide and regulate it. The committee member, a middle-aged man, maintained a serious demeanor, detailing the various potential abuses. For instance, if shadow clone pills were to be exploited by those with malicious intent, generating countless clones, chaos would surely ensue. Moreover, if detox beans were deployed on the battlefield, would not enemy ninjas swiftly regain their combat capabilities, putting us at a significant disadvantage? His voice was tinged with agitation, clearly troubled by the implications. The gazes of the crowd shifted between Naruto and the questioner, the atmosphere thickening with tension. The once jubilant ambience felt as though it had been paused, each individual holding their breath in anticipation of Naruto's response. With arms crossed, Naruto pondered his strategy earnestly. He refrained from hastily rebutting, instead meticulously analyzing the concerns presented. After a moment, a subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a profound understanding. "Your points are indeed valid, but you seem to overlook one crucial element: regulations." Naruto asserted firmly. "Every system necessitates constraints. We have the capacity to establish a comprehensive set of rules to eliminate misuse from its very inception." He paused momentarily before continuing, elaborating on his thoughts with clarity and coherence. For instance, the shadow clone pills could restrict the quantity of usage and even set parameters for the user's chakra level. The detox beans could enhance regulation and keep meticulous records of their distribution, and the lucky kunai could also be included in this discussion. He expounded on his ideas with fervor, captivating the audience, including even those members of the education committee who had initially held opposing views, now attentively listening. "I have a bold idea." Naruto suddenly halted, a mysterious smile curving his lips as he gazed at the crowd. "What if we establish a comprehensive, multifaceted set of regulations for the usage of street vendor items? What do you think? Before the principal could respond, a curious voice erupted from the crowd. Dad, does this mean I can buy more shadow clone pills? Naruto turned to see Boruto looking at him with eager anticipation. Well, Naruto mused, stroking his chin with a knowing grin, that depends on your performance. As soon as he uttered those words, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Several parent representatives furrowed their brows, their faces etched with concern. They exchanged glances, clearly still apprehensive about Naruto's proposed regulations for street vendor items, which seemed to heighten their worries regarding potential risks for their children. Naruto caught the subtle shifts in the parents' expressions from the corner of his eye, and a pang of anxiety struck him. These seasoned individuals were not easily swayed. Yet, rather than retreating, he stood taller, his gaze resolute. He understood that mere words would not suffice to convince them. Tangible evidence was imperative. My dear friends, I fully comprehend your concerns. For no one wishes for harm to befall their children. Naruto spoke earnestly, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. After a brief pause, he cleared his throat, a confident smile gracing his lips. However, rest assured, I, Uzumaki Naruto, am known for my reliability. I would never let you down. He produced a thick stack of parchment from within his robes, densely inscribed with text. He raised the parchment high, ensuring that everyone could see its contents clearly. This is the set of regulations for street vendor items that I hastily compiled overnight, and the rules are astonishingly detailed. Naruto declared proudly, proceeding to elucidate each point. First, regarding the shadow clone pills, each individual may purchase only one per day, and chakra registration is mandatory upon usage. Violators will be banned from future purchases. As for the detox beans, they must be bought in real names, with intended use accurately stated. Any misuse will result in immediate prohibition. And concerning the lucky kunai, while it may enhance fortune, caution is paramount. One must not act recklessly or face the consequences. As Naruto articulated these regulations, he waved the parchment emphatically, his tone resonant and authoritative. His voice brimmed with confidence and strength, as if imbued with a certain enchantment, causing everyone present to hold their breath and listen intently to his every word. As Naruto elaborated on his detailed explanation, the worries etched on the parents' faces gradually dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of admiration. They had never imagined that Naruto could devise regulations so meticulously and rigorously, to a degree that was almost astonishing. The members of the educational committee who had initially opposed the reforms nodded in praise, extolling Naruto's capabilities. My goodness, this kid Naruto is indeed the man who could drive even Kakashi-sensei to the brink of despair. This set of rules is simply extraordinary, exclaimed one parent from the village of the leaves, his tone brimming with awe. Indeed, I feel much more at ease now. With these regulations in place, the children will certainly behave. Another parent concurred, a look of relief illuminating their countenance. Even the traditional educators, who had harbored skepticism towards Naruto, began to set aside their biases and thoughtfully contemplate his reform proposals. This kid truly possesses some talent, mused an elderly teacher, adjusting his spectacles as he pondered. The dissent against the reforms vanished entirely in the face of Naruto's comprehensive rules. As he rolled up the parchment, he surveyed the room, a radiant smile gracing his features. So, everyone, are there any further questions? He inquired. All present shook their heads in agreement, signaling their endorsement of Naruto's proposals. At that moment, the principal slowly rose to his feet, clearing his throat, prepared to speak. Suddenly, he caught sight of Naruto. The principal's words faltered at the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back as he opted to observe the situation first. He watched as Naruto approached Boruto, sharing a knowing smile before bending down to whisper in a tone audible only to the two. Son, would you like some shadow clone pills? The principal cleared his throat once more, and a faint smile finally broke upon his weathered face. He scanned the room, his voice resonating powerfully, akin to the striking of a morning bell. I hereby declare the reforms at the Konoha Ninja Academy officially underway. As soon as the words left his lips, the entire venue erupted into a cacophony of cheers and shouts, akin to a volcanic eruption, deafening in its intensity. Boruto, Sarada, and their fellow students leaped up in exhilaration, their faces aglow with joy as if they had glimpsed the dawn of a new world. The Konoha Ninja Academy had finally entered a new era. Standing at the center of the school, Naruto became the focal point, basking in the adulation and respect of the crowd. He resembled a triumphant hero, radiating brilliance. His confidence and composure profoundly inspiring everyone present. At that moment, the atmosphere reached its zenith, with everyone immersed in elation. Boruto, like a small cannonball, dashed towards Naruto, wrapping his arms around his father's leg. Naruto bent down, gently ruffling Boruto's hair, a tender smile gracing his lips. This poignant display of paternal affection deeply resonated with all in attendance. Just then, Naruto suddenly sensed a faint chill emanating from afar, an aura akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, eliciting an unsettling shiver. His brow furrowed slightly. The mysterious and formidable presence stirred a twinge of unease within him. His gaze, akin to that of a hawk, swept across the distance, a flicker of vigilance glimmering in his eyes. However, now was not the moment for deep contemplation. Naruto temporarily suppressed the worries within his heart. He observed the jubilant crowd before him, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. It was time to unveil the true prowess of Uzumaki Naruto to the ninja world. Lowering his gaze to his son, who was clinging to his leg, he gently inquired, "Son, do you wish for some shadow clone pills?" Chapter 88. The beginning of change. Naruto ruffled Boruto's golden hair, exclaiming that there was plenty to go around. He retrieved a handful of shadow clone pills from the system space and scattered them like petals from a celestial maiden among the exuberant children. "Catch them. These are treasures that can enhance your chakra." The children erupted in excitement, reaching out to snatch the pills, creating a scene of delightful chaos. In the distance, a chilling aura lingered like a specter, and Naruto keenly sensed an ominous premonition. Narrowing his eyes, a fierce glint flashed within them as he silently vowed, "No matter who you are, do not think you can thwart my efforts to change this world." Reform in the ninja school was imperative, and Naruto resolved to initiate changes within the classroom. He strode confidently into the classroom, followed by a group of curious students. Inside, the representative of traditional teachers sat with an air of disdain and skepticism. Clearing his throat, Naruto addressed the students. "Today, we shall embark on something extraordinary." With a mysterious smile, he produced a collection of vividly colored detox pills from his system. "These are the latest antidotes. Just one can neutralize 100 poisons. From now on, you need not fear poisoning during missions." The children buzzed with excitement, whispering among themselves, while the traditional teacher scoffed. What a spectacle! How can these trivial remedies compare to traditional medical ninjutsu? He deliberately raised his voice, aiming to sway the students' opinions. Unfazed, Naruto confidently approached the podium, brandishing a detox pill. "Doubt me? Then let us put it to the test." He selected a typically frail student to take one. Miraculously, the student's previously pallid face flushed with vitality, and he appeared invigorated. "Wow, it really works," the students exclaimed, their gazes towards Naruto filled with admiration. The traditional teacher's expression darkened as he realized Naruto possessed genuine skill. Reluctant to concede, he resolved to undermine Naruto's efforts. Seizing an opportunity when Naruto was distracted, he covertly blocked the classroom's ventilation, and a stifling heat began to permeate the air. The students grew restless, their focus waning. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Naruto furrowed his brow and swiftly approached the vent, tearing away the obstruction. "Child's play." Naruto cast a cold glance at the traditional teacher. "You think you can stop me? You have much to learn." He promptly reconfigured the classroom's ventilation system, allowing a refreshing breeze to flow in, gradually calming the students' agitation. As Naruto beheld the eager, inquisitive expressions of the children, his heart swelled with determination. "Next, let us delve into the art of utilizing the fateful kunai." Naruto paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before finally resting upon the sullen visage of the traditional educator's representative. It would be prudent for certain individuals to refrain from displaying any clever antics. This maneuver executed by Naruto elicited an astonishing shift in the atmosphere of the classroom, transforming it from lethargy to exuberance. The once drowsy students now appeared as if invigorated, their eyes wide with enthusiasm, as though they were eager to etch the desire to learn into their very foreheads. The fateful kunai, as its name suggests, is a tool that brings forth good fortune. With these words, Naruto produced a gleaming kunai from the depths of the system, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand. As he practiced his throws, his accuracy was impeccable. "My mother need no longer worry about my exam failures." As soon as he uttered this, several students eagerly raised their hands, clamoring for a chance to try. Naruto casually tossed a kunai into the eager crowd, and one by one, the students seized it, brimming with anticipation. Among them was a student who typically struggled with throwing kunai. Yet remarkably, on this occasion, he hit the target with precision. No way. Is this real? The student widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished by his own accomplishment. The other students followed suit, and without exception, each one struck the target. The classroom erupted in joyous cheers, and even the parents present could not resist applauding. They were witnessing a miracle unfold before their very eyes. Those parents who had been skeptical of Naruto's reforms began to waver in their doubts. How could this be possible? The expression on the traditional educator's representative's face was beyond mere discomfort. It was as if he had swallowed a live fly. He had anticipated witnessing Naruto's failure, but found himself inadvertently stepping on his own toes. Naruto, observing the traditional educator's discomfiture, allowed a mischievous smile to play upon his lips. So what do you think? Are you convinced? The traditional educator gritted his teeth, snorted derisively, and turned his gaze toward the window, feigning ignorance. Yet internally, a tempest was brewing. He realized he had indeed encountered an insurmountable challenge. Naruto chose to disregard him and continued to elucidate the techniques for employing the fateful kunai. The atmosphere within the classroom grew increasingly animated, and the students' enthusiasm for learning soared to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, some parental representatives, noting the traditional educator's reaction, began to harbor even greater doubts. Whispers of concern filled the air, and the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. Naruto perceived the shift in the parents' demeanor, amplifying the pressure upon him. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he fortified his resolve. Taking a deep breath, he cast a determined glance over the assembly. I understand that change is not instantaneous. Yet I firmly believe that perseverance will lead us to success. He paused, fixing his gaze upon the traditional educator's representative, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Shall we have another go? With a playful smirk, Naruto's expression carried a hint of mischief. Old stubborn, do you dare to challenge me once more? The traditional educator was taken aback. He had anticipated that Naruto would avoid him, yet here was Naruto, audaciously provoking him. This unexpected turn of events left the traditional educator's face awash with astonishment, as if struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief. In the classroom, the expressions of the others were equally perplexed, their curious gazes flitting between Naruto and the representative of the traditional educators, as an atmosphere of lively anticipation permeated the air. The principal and members of the education committee clandestinely observed the unfolding scene from a distance. Initially skeptical of Naruto's reforms, their convictions began to waver as they witnessed the miraculous effects of the detox bean and fortunate kunai. Particularly, the students' heightened enthusiasm for learning ignited a sense of hope regarding Naruto's reform plans. Clearing his throat, the principal stepped forward, his eyes conveying approval as he addressed Naruto. Your performance today has been commendable, infusing the school with new vitality. I have decided to extend more support to you. Upon the principal's declaration, the atmosphere ignited, akin to a surge of adrenaline, buzzing with excitement. Boruto and Sarada leapt up in exhilaration, fervently cheering for Naruto. However, amidst the collective joy, an incongruous voice pierced through the air. Humph, is this the educational approach of Konoha? It has certainly broadened my horizons. A mysterious visitor clad in a black cloak slowly entered through the classroom door. Tall and imposing, his icy gaze emanated a palpable air of danger, akin to a lurking beast. With a tone of disdain, he uttered, I advise you to know when to stop, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, the once jubilant atmosphere in the classroom froze in response to the unexpected coldness of his words. All eyes turned toward the doorway, where the figure of the mysterious visitor loomed large against the light, resembling an insurmountable mountain. Humph, is this the educational approach of Konoha? It has certainly broadened my horizons. His frigid gaze swept across the crowd, the chilling timbre of his voice reminiscent of echoes from a frozen cavern, sending shivers down spines. Naruto felt an intangible pressure bearing down upon him, yet a determined light flickered in his eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he met the mysterious visitor's gaze without flinching, boldly inquiring, Who are you? Why do you interfere with our educational reforms? The visitor scoffed, gradually advancing, each step resonating like a heavy toll on the hearts of those present. He positioned himself before Naruto, looking down with an air of superiority. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you should know when to stop. The future of Konoha is not to be determined by a mere lowly genin. Boruto and Sarada exchanged anxious glances, their eyes reflecting tension. While the principal and education committee members wore expressions of concern, the earlier excitement seemingly evaporated in this moment. "You speak so lightly," Naruto retorted coldly, his mind racing to devise a counter-strategy. "Then tell me, what do you expect me to do?" The visitor's gaze sharpened, as if piercing through Naruto's thoughts. He replied slowly, "Quite simply, complete 3 tasks to prove your reforms are viable. Otherwise, everything ends here." Naruto's heart raced, yet he stood resolute. He understood that this was a contest pivotal to Konoha's future, and he could not afford to lose. He nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "All right. Tell me what these 3 tasks are." The mysterious visitor sneered, a dangerous curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. "First, within 3 days, gain the support of all parents for your reforms. Second, within a month, ensure that all students' ninjutsu skills double. Third, within 6 months, resolve all security risks within the Hidden Leaf Village." At first glance, these tasks seemed reasonable, yet each one was fraught with challenges. A surge of intense anger welled up within Naruto, though he managed to keep his emotions in check. Taking a deep breath, he firmly declared, "Very well. I accept your challenge. However, you must also promise me that if I accomplish these 3 tasks, you will unconditionally support my reforms." The mysterious visitor coldly smiled, nodding in agreement. "It's a deal." Naruto met his gaze with unwavering determination. Turning to Boruto and Sarada, he found them exchanging glances filled with resolve and hope. Boruto clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Dad, I'll help you." Sarada nodded, her eyes brimming with trust. "Uncle Naruto, we can surely do this." The cold smile on the mysterious visitor's face grew more pronounced as he said, "I look forward to witnessing how you accomplish these impossible tasks. However, I advise you to think carefully, for this may just be the beginning." Taking a deep breath, Naruto walked out of the classroom with his head held high, bolstered by the steadfast gazes and expectant looks of those behind him. Back home, Naruto sat down, closed his eyes, and quickly contemplated solutions for each task. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a spark illuminating his expression as he found himself holding an assortment of peculiar tools and pills. "Dad, what are these?" Boruto inquired with curiosity. With a slight smile, Naruto patted Boruto's shoulder. "These are the keys to solving our tasks. Don't worry, Dad has a plan." The following day, Naruto arrived at school with these extraordinary items. He first approached the representatives of the parents, who still wore anxious expressions, some quietly discussing the prospects of the reforms. "Dear parents, I understand your concerns, but please hear me out." Naruto's voice was resolute and powerful. The parents looked up, their faces tinged with doubt. Taking a deep breath, Naruto pulled out a shimmering little bean from his bag. "This is the worry-free bean. Eat one, and all your troubles and worries will dissipate." The parents, skeptical yet intrigued, accepted the beans and consumed them. Moments later, relaxed and trusting smiles gradually appeared on their faces. One parent chuckled, "Naruto, you truly have a solution." Naruto nodded, secretly pleased. Before moving on to face the representatives of the traditional teachers, who still bore stubborn expressions. "Esteemed educators, I am aware of your reservations regarding the reforms, yet I implore you to grant me an opportunity." Naruto's voice remained resolute. One of the traditional teacher representatives coldly remarked, "We have grown accustomed to the existing educational methods. Can your novel concepts truly prove beneficial?" With a subtle smile, Naruto produced a compact ninjutsu training device from his bag. "This is the Ninjutsu Acceleration Training Device. Once donned, your students will see their ninjutsu proficiency double within a month, without fail." The teacher representatives, still skeptical, accepted the device and, upon wearing it, immediately sensed a remarkable change. Finally, Naruto stood before the principal and the education committee, who bore expressions of concern but also a burgeoning sense of anticipation. "Principal and esteemed committee members, this is my final task. Over the next 6 months, I shall utilize this safety hazard detector to thoroughly eliminate all security risks within the Hidden Leaf Village," Naruto stated with confidence. The principal and committee members nodded in agreement, while a mysterious visitor stood nearby, their expression grim, stating coldly, "Very well, I shall await your performance." Naruto smiled and nodded before turning to leave. The unwavering gazes and support from the crowd bolstered his confidence. Suddenly, he turned back, addressing the mysterious visitor with a steely tone, "I will demonstrate to you the true spirit of the Hidden Leaf." With his head held high, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation and determination for the future, leading Boruto and Sarada into a new day. After successfully completing 3 challenging tasks, Rather than parading about like a peacock seeking accolades, he eagerly approached the veteran educators to seek their teaching wisdom. This unexpected maneuver astonished everyone. The seasoned teachers initially appeared bewildered, likely pondering internally, what scheme is this young man concocting? However, Naruto's sincerity resembled that of an earnest elementary student, compelling them to graciously impart their lifelong expertise. In no time, the school was enveloped in an unprecedented atmosphere of harmony, reminiscent of a retirement home. Observing the opportune moment, the principal and the education committee swiftly announced the formal implementation of the ninja school reforms. Instantly, Naruto ascended to the status of a reform hero, a feeling more exhilarating than winning the lottery. The entire faculty and student body erupted into celebration, with Boruto and Sarada bouncing about like two exuberant monkeys. The atmosphere at the Hidden Leaf Ninja School was as festive as a New Year's celebration, with the sounds of firecrackers, drums, and cheers echoing into the sky. Just as Naruto reveled in his victorious delight and prepared to embrace a leisurely lifestyle, his formidable street vendor system unexpectedly flashed a message, nearly causing him to drop the ice cream he had just purchased. The message alluded to a mysterious organization, the Mysterious Merchant Alliance, seemingly intertwined with the troublemaker from before. Furrowing his brow, Naruto muttered, "Mysterious Merchant Alliance? What could that be? Is there a more significant conspiracy at play?" He promptly accessed the system to delve deeper into the Alliance's information. Suddenly, the system interface flickered, and a chilling voice echoed, "Are you investigating me?" Chapter 90. The completion of educational reform and the emergence of new perils. Naruto opened the system interface, and a torrent of information cascaded down, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Rubbing his eyes, he focused intently on the details regarding the Mysterious Merchant Alliance. This entity was far more intricate than he had anticipated, revealing itself as a vast commercial organization lurking behind the ninja world, with its tendrils extending into various nations, entangling even some high-ranking officials. Goodness, the depths of this situation are truly unfathomable. Naruto couldn't help but mutter, if things went awry, would I not become the next Obito? A shiver ran down his spine as he hastily dismissed the horrifying thought from his mind. Simultaneously, the reform efforts at the Ninja Academy were reaching their final stages. The principal and members of the educational committee surrounded Naruto like a brood of hens protecting their chicks, fearful of any missteps. "Naruto, this reform owes much to your efforts. You have truly worked hard," the principal remarked, patting Naruto on the shoulder with a look of satisfaction. "From now on, our school will depend on you." "Oh, it's nothing. It's all for the children," Naruto replied humbly, though internally he reveled in the thought of his bright future as a reformer in the world of ninjas. However, amidst this harmonious atmosphere, discordant voices began to surface. A few obstinate traditional teachers huddled together, murmuring softly, "Can this reform truly succeed? Are those chaotic ideas genuinely beneficial? Indeed, what if something goes wrong? Who will take responsibility?" Another teacher chimed in. Though these doubts were voiced quietly, they cast ripples across the tranquil surface of the gathering. Upon hearing such sentiments, some parent representatives began to waver, their faces betraying signs of concern. Noticing the unsettling emotions brewing, Naruto approached the skeptical teachers and patiently explained, "Esteemed educators, I understand your apprehensions regarding the risks of reform. But please trust me that these new methodologies are meticulously crafted to ensure no harm comes to our children." As he spoke, he activated the street vendor system, showcasing innovative teaching tools, such as illusion scrolls that simulate real combat scenarios and energy wristbands designed to enhance chakra control. These resources not only elevate teaching efficiency, but also ignite the children's enthusiasm for learning, allowing them to flourish in joy, Naruto declared confidently. "I believe that as long as we unite our efforts, we can undoubtedly enhance our Ninja Academy." His words resonated with passion, gradually dispelling the doubts of some previously hesitant teachers and parents, replacing their expressions with hopeful smiles. At that moment, however, Naruto's system interface flickered ominously, and a chilling voice echoed once more, "It seems you have discovered my presence." Naruto abruptly lifted his head, and the parent representatives exchanged glances, their earlier joy evaporating, replaced by a veil of hesitation. They seemed like buds that had just blossomed in the spring, only to be stifled by the chill of autumn. They whispered among themselves. Their murmurs, though soft, buzzed in Naruto's ears like persistent insects, prompting him to furrow his brow, pulling him from his moment of achievement. "This is unacceptable." The fruits of reform have yet to be harvested, and we cannot allow these minor disturbances to tarnish our efforts. He cleared his throat and spoke with an even more resonant voice. Dear uncles and aunts, I understand your lingering concerns, as this is indeed a novel endeavor. But look at the children. Are they not more vibrant than ever before? Observe the radiant smiles upon their faces. That is the most genuine testament to our success. Naruto gestured towards the students frolicking on the playground, their exuberance shining like the summer sun, dispelling the shadows of doubt lingering in the hearts of the parents. His words acted as a revitalizing tonic, rekindling hope among those parents who had begun to waver. As they gazed upon the spirited faces of their children, their apprehensions gradually dissipated, replaced by anticipation for the future. With the final bell signaling the end of class, the playground of the Ninja Academy erupted into a fervor. The students, like untamed stallions, rushed towards Naruto, encircling him. Naruto-sensei, you're incredible. I adore the new teaching methods. I eagerly await class every day. The children's innocent cheers rang out like the melodious chirping of birds at dawn. Observing their animated faces, Naruto felt a surge of accomplishment swell within him. He knew his reforms had triumphed. The entire school community cast grateful glances his way. Even those teachers who had initially opposed him now wore smiles of acknowledgement. As if to say, this lad truly possesses something special. The principal approached, clapping Naruto firmly on the shoulder, his voice brimming with excitement. Naruto, you are indeed the pride of Konoha. We shall depend on you for the future of our school. Standing at the center of the playground, Naruto basked in the adulation and praise of the crowd. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. A slight smile graced his lips as he mused. Heh, this is merely the beginning. My aspirations reach for the stars and the seas. The entire ninja world shall transform because of me. However, just as the cheers reached their zenith, a striking notification suddenly appeared on Naruto's system interface. The mysterious Merchant Alliance has been activated. The host should prepare for what lies ahead. Upon reading the message, his smile instantly faltered. Naruto-sensei, what is wrong? Boruto inquired with curiosity. Naruto remained silent, his gaze drifting into the distance, his expression profound and contemplative. As if he were lost in thought, he slowly parted his lips, yet words failed to escape. Unbeknownst to him, the mysterious Merchant Alliance had emerged like a hidden boss in a game, making its presence known immediately after vanquishing the minor foes. A sense of unease tightened in his chest. This was no trivial matter. The entire ninja world could be turned upside down. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his anxiety, and scanned the surroundings, noting the celebratory smiles still adorning everyone's faces. This joyful atmosphere could not be allowed to shatter. Clearing his throat, Naruto drew everyone's attention. Everyone, I have one more matter to discuss. He paused, his tone shifting to one of gravity. While our school's reforms have succeeded, they have also attracted some unwelcome visitors. They call themselves the mysterious Merchant Alliance, and they may pose a threat to us and the entirety of the ninja world. Upon uttering these words, an immediate hush fell over the crowd, the previously joyous atmosphere supplanted by astonishment and concern. The representatives of the parents exchanged glances, whispering among themselves, while the children ceased their frolicking, gazing at Naruto with curiosity, as if awaiting an answer. The air was thick with tension, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. I, Naruto Uzumaki, stand here to assure everyone, Naruto declared, clenching his fists with resolute determination. I shall not permit anyone to undermine our hard-won achievements in reform. I will unearth this so-called mysterious Merchant Alliance and utterly vanquish them. I will not allow anyone to harm us or jeopardize this hard-earned peace. His words rang with conviction, piercing the hearts of all present like a sharp sword. Following the silence, the room erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, affirming and supporting Naruto's unwavering resolve. The children excitedly waved their tiny fists, shouting, "Go, Teacher Naruto!" Even those parents and teachers who had previously harbored doubts about the reforms joined in the applause. Boruto and Sarada stood by Naruto's side, their eyes resolute, seemingly conveying, "Teacher Naruto, we will always support you." As Naruto beheld the trusting gazes of those around him, a surge of strength filled his heart. He understood that he was not fighting alone. He had the backing of the entire ninja school and the support of all who cherished peace. Next, I must delve into the investigation of this mysterious Merchant Alliance, Naruto silently resolved. He opened the system interface, beginning to sift through information regarding the alliance, seeking any clues. Suddenly, His gaze sharpened as he noticed familiar names and faces within the system interface, seemingly under the watchful gaze of invisible eyes. A warning bell rang in his mind, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. He turned, slowly scanning each person beside him, finally fixing his gaze on Boruto, who wore a slightly unnatural smile. Chapter 91. The insightful investigation of the Merchant Alliance. Naruto abruptly rose, the chair screeching against the floor, startling the surrounding crowd still caught in their cheers. He surveyed the area with piercing eyes, as if able to see through all facades. So what if he was being watched? When soldiers come, one must defend. When water arrives, one must build a dam. Naruto Uzumaki was not one to be easily intimidated. "Hinata, I'm stepping out for a moment," he stated firmly, leaving no room for doubt. Hinata looked at him with concern, her lips parting as if to speak. Yet ultimately she sighed softly, "Be careful." She knew once Naruto made up his mind, not even 10 oxen could sway him. At this moment, the commercial street of Konoha was bustling with voices, yet the atmosphere was decidedly eerie. The lively calls of vendors had been replaced by the muffled snickers of the Alliance members, who stood arrogantly before their stalls, brandishing ordinary goods at exorbitant prices. "What? A bundle of firewood costs 500 ryo? Why don't you rob a bank instead?" An elderly woman trembled with rage, pointing at the sign. The Alliance member scoffed dismissively, casting a derisive glance at the woman. "Buy it if you want. If not, then scram. The entire firewood supply of Konoha has been monopolized by our trading alliance. Where else can you purchase it?" The surrounding small merchants, filled with resentment yet unable to voice their anger, found their goods piled high, yet no one showed interest. These alliance members deliberately inflated prices, clearly aiming to drive them to desperation. Naruto stood at the corner of the street, his brow furrowed. A foul stench of decay hung in the air, making him feel nauseous. He clenched his fists. It seemed that unless he taught them a lesson, they would remain oblivious to the meaning of peace. A sly smile crept upon Naruto's lips. "System, set up for me." Observing the small merchants with their furrowed brows and despondent demeanor, their goods resembling wilted eggplants, the atmosphere was thick with despair. His fists tightened, knuckles turning pale, as anger surged within him. These unscrupulous vendors truly believed he could be trifled with? He spat, his gaze sharp as a drawn sword. "System, set up, shadow clone pills. Limited time discount. Buy one, get one free." Naruto silently chanted, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, a massive wooden shelf materialized before Naruto's stall, adorned with an array of colorful and exquisitely packaged shadow clone pills. An unusual aroma wafted through the air, instantly captivating everyone's attention, like a lighthouse illuminating the night. "Wow, what is this? It smells amazing. It looks delicious." The onlookers were drawn in, buzzing with excitement. Those who had previously hesitated at the high prices surged towards Naruto's stall like a tide. "Shadow clone pills, don't miss out. Consume and create clones. Limited time discount. Buy one, get one free. Purchasing is profit." Naruto shouted exuberantly, his infectious voice igniting the atmosphere. "Shadow clone pills? Is that for real?" Someone inquired, curiosity piqued. "Of course it's real. Try it and see," Naruto replied, picking up a pill and demonstrating. He swallowed it in one gulp, and with a loud pop, another identical Naruto appeared beside him, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. "My goodness, it really works. How incredible. I must buy some." The once dull marketplace erupted with excitement as people clamored towards Naruto's stall, eager not to miss out. Meanwhile, the members of the alliance stood dumbfounded, gazing at their own empty stalls, then at the throngs gathered around Naruto, their faces turning green with disbelief. How is this possible? The alliance leader, unable to maintain his lofty demeanor, thought to himself, "Let us see how long you can bask in this glory." With a dark expression, he signaled to his subordinates, who discreetly mingled into the crowd. Naruto, witnessing the dwindling number of shadow clone pills in his possession, smiled broadly, his spirits lifted. It seems that the waters are murky enough to be stirred once more. He abruptly ceased his cries, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, a contemplative smile gracing his lips. Soon, his attention shifted to the horizon, where he observed the troubled faces of small merchants, prompting an enigmatic smile to reappear at the corners of his mouth. Naruto gazed at the mountain of coins before him, his heart unperturbed, even stifling a yawn. The harvesting of these unsuspecting souls proved to be rather effortless. "System, cease sales," he silently commanded. Instantly, The shadow clone pills at his stall vanished, as if they had never existed, leaving only a peculiar fragrance lingering in the air, enticing the eager hearts of the crowd. Wait, where did it go? I wanted to buy more. A chorus of lamentation erupted from the crowd, akin to a flock of hungry chicks suddenly deprived of their sustenance, each straining their necks, gazing longingly at Naruto. With a chuckle, he flashed his signature sunny smile, pressing his hands downward to signal for calm. Dear villagers, do not be hasty. The procurement channel for these shadow clone pills is quite simple. He deliberately paused, his gaze traversing the forlorn small vendors, before raising his voice. It's at Old Wong's grocery store on the next street. You can purchase them there. At his proclamation, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Is it true? Old Wong's grocery store? When did Old Wong acquire such treasures? The small vendors, initially taken aback, quickly regained their composure, tears of joy brimming in their eyes as they expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Naruto. Old Wong's grocery store was indeed their source of supplies. Naruto's maneuver had effectively directed traffic towards them, an unexpected boon in their hour of need. The members of the Merchant Alliance turned pale, as if they had swallowed a fly. They had intended to monopolize the market at inflated prices, only to be countered by Naruto's brilliant strategy. This kid is rather intriguing, mused the commercial representative of Konoha, stroking his beard with a smile, admiration sparkling in his eyes. At such a young age, he possessed such vision and ambition. His future was boundless. The surrounding crowd also raised their thumbs in approval, their praises ringing out incessantly. Naruto, flattered by the accolades, scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling. It's nothing much. I just can't stand the faces of those unscrupulous merchants and wanted to lend a hand. Internally, he pondered. The Merchant Alliance must be intricate. I need to investigate further. Just as Naruto prepared to delve deeper, a chilling voice emanated from the outskirts of the crowd. Young man, you are quite impressive. I hold you in high regard. The crowd parted automatically as a mysterious figure cloaked in black approached, his features obscured. An overwhelming aura of oppression surrounded him, silencing all in his presence. You are Naruto. He narrowed his eyes, a flicker of caution rising within him. The mysterious man sneered softly, slowly removing his hood to reveal a sinister visage. Leader of the Merchant Alliance. The appearance of the enigmatic leader detonated the atmosphere like a deep-sea bomb, instantly igniting the tension in the air. His sinister visage seemed to bear a label that warned others to keep their distance. His gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixated menacingly upon Naruto, as if intent on devouring him whole. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air, causing the onlookers to fall into a hushed silence, their breaths cautious, fearful of inciting trouble. Oh, are you the one causing disturbances? The leader's lips curled into a malevolent smile, his voice chilling as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Young man, you possess quite the audacity to oppose our Merchant Alliance. Naruto raised an eyebrow, unyielding as he returned the glare, a defiant smile gracing his lips. Disturbances? No. What I am doing is ridding the people of harm. Your monopolistic practices should have long been condemned to the stocks. His tone was light, yet his eyes radiated unwavering determination, reminiscent of a beast poised to pounce upon its prey. Behind him, Hinata clenched her fists nervously, her worried gaze darting between the two figures. Though she had faith in Naruto's abilities, the formidable aura emanating from his opponent made her apprehensive for his safety. Humph, sharp-tongued. The leader scoffed dismissively, his disdainful glance directed at Naruto. With a grand sweeping gesture, he coldly commanded, smash everything at his stall. And those who dare to purchase his wares, drive them out. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Alliance members, like sharks scenting blood, transformed into menacing figures. Their faces twisted with malice, wielding clubs, they commenced a frenzied destruction of Naruto's stall. The eclectic array of goods shattered under their assault, producing a cacophony of splintering sounds, reduced to mere rubble. Simultaneously, they herded the remaining spectators like ducks, chaos erupting as screams and curses filled the air, the scene spiraling into disorder. Hey, this is outrageous, Naruto exclaimed, his stall reduced to ruins, a surge of fury boiling within him, his fists cracking with tension. Yet, he struggled to suppress the anger. At that moment, Hinata rushed to his side, gently tugging at his sleeve, whispering, Naruto-kun, be careful. The warmth radiating from her steadied his heart, dulling the fire of his rage. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening once more. Fear not, Hinata. I shall ensure they face retribution. Ah, what a touching couple, the leader chuckled coldly, reminiscent of a scorpion lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. He slowly raised a hand, gesturing towards the distance, yet the spectacle was merely beginning. The once lively marketplace now lay in disarray, disrupted by the merchant alliance. The stalls of small vendors were also affected, their goods strewn about, their businesses as desolate as wilted eggplants. Oh, I can no longer endure this. A fruit vendor lamented, his heart heavy as he gazed at his trampled apples, his face a canvas of despair. All my stock is ruined. What am I to do? A young girl selling accessories clutched a handful of broken beads, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. The echoes of sighs rose and fell like a somber elegy, enveloping the entire marketplace and rendering the atmosphere oppressive. Naruto, observing the plight of the beleaguered merchants, felt his anger intensify, his fists clenched tightly, yearning to obliterate the accursed merchant alliance. Just as he teetered on the brink of losing control, a warm and gentle hand grasped his. Turning to see Hinata, he was met with her tender gaze, brimming with love and support, akin to a beacon illuminating the shadows of his heart. Hinata's voice, though soft, infused Naruto with a formidable strength. Her small hand gripped his firmly, their palms exchanging warmth as if silently conveying their mutual sentiments. With a resolute nod, Naruto felt Hinata's affection surge through him, revitalizing his spirit like a jolt of electricity. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening and solidifying, reminiscent of a drawn sword, gleaming with fierce determination. In the distance, the leader observed the entwined hands of Naruto and Hinata, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Slowly, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The sharp sound resonated through the still air, foreboding an ominous turn of events. As the echo of the snap faded, chaos erupted. A strange energy surged from the ground surrounding Naruto's stall, rippling outward like waves. This invisible and colorless force bore an unsettling pressure, thickening the surrounding air. What on earth? Exclaimed an alliance member poised to strike Naruto's stall, suddenly feeling the ground vanish beneath him. He was propelled uncontrollably into the air, crashing down heavily. Disoriented and bruised. Ouch! My back! Cried another alliance member, who, before comprehending the situation, felt as though he had been struck by a rocket. He soared like a cannonball, toppling several small stalls before landing unceremoniously atop a pile of wilted vegetables, struggling to rise. The onlookers erupted in laughter, the sudden reversal playing out like a comical farce. Huh, serves you right for bullying. They jeered, the chorus of laughter ringing out as they reveled in the absurdity of it all. Was this the fabled karma of the present world? The derisive laughter left the alliance members mortified, wishing they could vanish into the ground. They were now disheveled and defeated. A stark contrast to their earlier bravado. The leader's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that Naruto possessed such a trick. He glared at Naruto, who wore a confident smile, a hint of triumph gracing his lips. He gently patted Hinata's hand, reassuring her that there was no cause for concern. Mere parlor tricks. The leader scoffed, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. Even if you possess some skill, it will not alter the ultimate outcome. Is that so? With a mysterious smile, Naruto produced a document from his pocket and waved it before the leader. Are you certain? The leader's gaze fell upon the document, and his expression shifted dramatically. His pupils dilated as if he had encountered something truly terrifying. How could you possibly have this? His voice trembled, laced with disbelief. Naruto tucked the document away, his smile growing more radiant. You need not concern yourself with how I came by it. Simply know that your doom is upon you. The leader attempted to utter a retort, but Naruto interrupted him. Enough of the idle chatter, he stated coldly. It is time for us to settle the score. He turned his gaze toward the trembling members of the alliance, a glint of frost in his eyes. Are you prepared? The commercial representative from the Hidden Leaf Village, a middle-aged man with thinning hair and thick glasses, was now flushed with excitement, clutching the document as if it were a scalding hot potato or a lifeline. Ladies and gentlemen, I possess evidence from Brother Naruto. He bellowed. The Merchant Alliance is engaged in monopolistic practices, tax evasion, and is truly heinous. Now, we must unite to topple them. His voice strained as he shouted to the surrounding small business owners. Upon hearing his words, the small business owners erupted into a frenzy of discussion, their spirits lifted like a phoenix from the ashes. Is it true? Splendid. We can finally rise up, exclaimed a noodle vendor, so exuberant that he flung his noodles into the air. Brothers, arm yourselves. Let us fight to the end. A skewered meat seller roared, brandishing his skewer. The entire marketplace surged with energy, akin to boiling water, steaming with the aroma of hope. The small business owners rallied together, their voices intertwining in encouragement as they turned their hopeful gazes toward Naruto. At that moment, he shone like a beacon of light in the darkness, illuminating their path forward. Brother Naruto, you are truly remarkable. You are our savior. The praise and cheers rose and fell like waves, forming a deafening tide of sound. As Naruto beheld the faces filled with hope, a sense of accomplishment swelled within him. He raised his thumb and flashed a sunlit smile. However, just as everyone believed the situation was favorable and victory was imminent, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The once arrogant members of the Merchant Alliance suddenly transformed, their demeanor shifting back to that of fierce, predatory beasts. Their eyes turned cold, and a sinister smile crept upon their lips. How laughable! Do you think this will defeat us? You are woefully naive. The leader's voice slithered through the air like a venomous snake. It is no secret. The strength of our Merchant Alliance far exceeds your imagination. Prepare to face our wrath today. He slowly raised his hand, and with a sharp snap of his fingers, a sound echoed through the stillness, piercing the silence and heralding an imminent crisis. Bang! Instantly, the surrounding houses crumbled, revealing the hidden ninjas lurking in the shadows. Their gazes fierce and brimming with murderous intent, akin to a well-trained army. Today, no one shall escape this place alive. The leader surveyed the petrified crowd, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he gradually faded into the darkness. Take them down. Leave no one. Naruto observed the unfolding chaos, gently pulling Hinata behind him, his right hand caressing the top of her head, his eyes deep and inscrutable. He murmured to himself, "This is rather interesting." Chapter 93, Breaking the Monopoly. The revival of street vendors. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, as the houses around them fell like mere blocks under the onslaught of the ninjas. Dust swirling and obscuring the sky. Oh, going all out, are we? No wonder they are monopolists. They are ruthless. The corners of Naruto's mouth curled into a slight smile, his gaze as profound as the night sky, devoid of any panic, instead laced with a hint of amusement. He gently patted Hinata's hand, signaling her to remain calm. "Stay back, my dear, and watch my performance." Hinata nodded softly, her eyes filled with worry as she clasped her hands together, silently praying for Naruto's safety. "Get them all." The roar of the Merchant Alliance's leader resonated like a demonic echo from the depths of hell, instantly igniting the nerves of everyone present. The ninjas surged forward like unleashed beasts, howling as they charged towards Naruto and his companions, blades glinting ominously, a chilling aura enveloping the air, transforming the scene into an epic spectacle of destruction. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed, akin to an onlooker enjoying a show, leisurely pulling out a bag of chips and crunching away. "Come on, let us harm each other." He nonchalantly munched on his snacks, disdainfully eyeing the aggressive ninjas, as if they were nothing more than a troop of jesters. "Is this all you've got? Surely, you must have heard of the power of money." At that moment, a henchman from the Merchant Alliance brandished a megaphone, bellowing, "Hey, Uzumaki Naruto, you are surrounded. We have cut off all your supply channels and sales networks. You are now like a turtle in a jar, waiting to be played with." Upon hearing this, the small merchants who had clung to a glimmer of hope were instantly plunged into despair, their faces paling. What cruelty! No way out. They thought. It's over. Our street vendor days are coming to an end. They looked at Naruto, their eyes filled with hopelessness and a hint of reproach, as if to say, "Brother, you've really led us all into a pit this time." Naruto cast a scornful glance at them, a smirk playing on his lips, and then spoke into the air, "System, activate. It's time to show them what it truly means to be the king of street vendors." His eyes sharpened, exuding an overwhelming confidence that seemed to solidify the air around him, commanding respect. Just then, Naruto's phone chimed, the screen lighting up with a notification. Ding. The host's encounter with a monopolistic crisis has triggered the activation of the most powerful street vendor system's anti-monopoly gift package. Would you like to accept it? Naruto's lips curled slightly upwards, forming a smile imbued with profound significance. "This is going to be a sure win," he murmured. He lifted his gaze towards the aggressive ninjas and the despairing small merchants, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Things are about to get interesting. Ding. The anti-monopoly gift package has been successfully claimed. The system's mechanical notification reverberated in Naruto's mind. Huh, what is going on? Why are so many goods suddenly appearing? The small merchants, previously dejected like wilted eggplants, were astonished to see a mountain of goods materializing behind Naruto, their eyes widening in disbelief, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Behind Naruto lay an array of captivating merchandise, the enticing scent of Ichiraku ramen in bucket form, the ethereal chakra replenishing liquid, and a dazzling limited edition Kanai explosive tag set that nearly blinded them with its brilliance. What the heck? Is this some sort of magic? Where did all this come from? The merchants, akin to explorers discovering a new world, gathered around the pile of goods, pointing and chattering excitedly. Naruto, amused by their naive astonishment, chuckled proudly, "Brothers, don't just stand there. Let us get to work. Today, we're going to make a grand spectacle." "But our sales channels are all blocked," a timid merchant replied weakly. "Channels? Who says we have to stick to their routes?" Naruto replied with a mysterious smile, pulling out his phone and opening a chat group titled Ninja World Street Vendor Alliance. "Everyone, start posting ads in the group. Today, we're having a massive online and offline promotion." It turned out that the anti-monopoly gift package not only contained a plethora of goods, but also a connection to all merchants in the ninja world. Truly a commercial marvel. As the news spread, the entire ninja realm erupted with excitement. Countless orders fluttered towards Naruto's phone like snowflakes, nearly causing it to crash. Ding! Kakashi from Konoha Village ordered the Intimate Paradise Collector S Edition. Ding! Gaara from Sunagakure ordered the Anti-Baldness Hair Growth Liquid. Ding! Killer Bee from Kumogakure ordered the Rap Skill Enhancement Manual. The members of the Merchant Alliance were left dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. How could this be possible? Where did his goods come from? The leader of the Merchant Alliance rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he must be dreaming. "Boss, it seems our plan has failed," one underling said nervously. "Failed? No, I will not concede defeat." The Merchant Alliance leader gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage. "Increase the blockade. I refuse to believe he can turn the tides. But, boss, the entire ninja realm is supporting him." Naruto, observing the relentless stream of customers, allowed his lips to curve into a confident smile. "The game has only just begun," he whispered, with a single command. The Ninja World Street Vendor Alliance chat erupted in chaos. The small merchants, invigorated as if they had received a shot of adrenaline, fervently spread Naruto's advertisements among their friends and family. In an instant, the entire ninja realm was saturated with slogans proclaiming the revival of street vending and enticing discounts. "Brothers, charge forth. No longer shall we be exploited by unscrupulous merchants. Support Naruto. Support the street economy. To purchase is to profit. Miss this opportunity, and this store shall vanish." A myriad of flamboyant slogans emerged, rivaling even the fervor of Double 11. The Merchant Alliance was thrown into utter disarray. They had presumed that by severing Naruto's supply and sales channels, he would capitulate, yet he ingeniously forged a new path, embracing online sales. "Boss, what do we do now? Our blockade plan has utterly failed." A minion lamented, his face a mask of despair. "Useless. A bunch of worthless fools." The leader of the Merchant Alliance bellowed in fury, shattering the table before him with a single blow. "Investigate. Discover how he managed to acquire such an abundance of goods." However, before they could unravel the mystery, Naruto had already embarked on a frenzied promotional campaign offline. Standing before his stall, he wielded a megaphone and shouted with fervor, "Don't miss out. Authentic Ichiraku ramen. So delectable you'll lick the bowl clean. Chakra replenishment liquid, restoring your vitality in an instant. Limited edition Kanai and explosive tag set, a must-have for home travel and, dare I say, silencing witnesses." His exaggerated performance and impassioned rhetoric drew throngs of customers. "1 bucket of Ichiraku ramen for me. 10 bottles of chakra replenishment liquid, please. How much for that limited edition Kanai and explosive tag set? I'll take it." Customers clamored to snatch up the goods, the scene teetering on the brink of chaos. Small traders, inspired by Naruto's approach, began their own promotional efforts. United, they formed a formidable force, shattering the monopoly of the Merchant Alliance. Witnessing this spectacle, the commercial representative of Konoha was overwhelmed with emotion, grasping Naruto's hand and trembling as he declared, "Naruto, you are truly the hero of Konoha. You have saved us." The entire commercial street of Konoha was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere, with drums resounding and firecrackers erupting, creating an extraordinary spectacle. Yet, as Naruto reveled in his triumph, He inadvertently overheard a conversation between two alliance members. Alas, we have completely failed this time. Indeed, who would have thought that the higher-ups would show? Keep your voice down. There may be ears on the other side. A sense of foreboding washed over Naruto. He narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance, murmuring to himself, the higher-ups? Could it be? Chapter 94. Tracing origins and navigating trade routes. The fervent voice of Konoha's commercial representative echoed in Naruto's ears. And before him lay the bustling commercial street. Yet an alarm bell rang incessantly in his mind. The higher-ups? These four words pricked at him, leaving him uncomfortable. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sharp as that of a leopard, attempting to detect any suspicious clues. The once despondent alliance members now appeared invigorated, as if revitalized. A sly smile crept across Naruto's lips. Oh, are they in a hurry? It seems the waters run deeper than I had anticipated. He patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder, signaling him to follow. Zhang Feng, accompany me. I have a feeling that the best is yet to come. Although Gu Changfeng felt a hint of confusion, he nodded in response to Naruto's resolute gaze. The two vanished into the bustling crowd, one in front of the other. In the days that followed, Naruto transformed into a modern-day Sherlock Holmes, embarking on a clandestine investigation. By day, he continued to man his stall in the bustling commercial district, engaging in cheerful banter with customers as if nothing were amiss. However, by nightfall, he became a ghost lurking in the shadows, darting through the corners of Konohagakure. He eavesdropped on the conversations of the alliance members, tracked their suspicious movements, and even employed the shadow clone technique to conduct investigations in multiple locations simultaneously. Was this not more thrilling than a puzzle game? Naruto reveled inwardly, feeling as though he were immersed in a grand live-action role, filled with vigor. Yet, the Merchant Alliance was not to be underestimated. They seemed to have sensed Naruto's unusual activity and began to bolster their defenses and secrecy. Naruto frequently encountered inexplicable encounters in remote alleyways, invariably with burly, menacing figures. It was evident they were there to confront him. A cold smirk crept across Naruto's face. He was not easily intimidated. To him, these foes were mere fodder for experience points. With a swift movement, he evaded their attacks effortlessly, delivering a stunning whirlwind kick that sent them sprawling to the ground. However, the more he engaged, the more he felt the formidable force behind them. He realized that not only had they prepared in terms of manpower, but they had also meticulously orchestrated their intelligence operations. Each of his investigations seemed to be anticipated by them, laden with traps at every turn. Intriguing, this adversary possessed considerable skill. Naruto felt an exhilarating thrill. He enjoyed the challenge this presented. He understood that the upcoming investigations would be increasingly arduous, but simultaneously, he would derive greater enjoyment and a sense of accomplishment from them. During one late-night operation, Naruto navigated a series of traps and finally approached the heart of the Merchant Alliance's stronghold. Just as he prepared to infiltrate, he heard a chilling, sinister laugh that echoed as if from the depths of hell. Hee, I thought it was someone bold, but it's just you, little mouse. Naruto jolted his head up to see a man clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a mask, standing before him. The man's voice was deep and laced with mockery. It seems you have learned things you ought not to know. No sooner had he spoken than a shadowy figure emerged from behind him, slowly producing a scroll. In the commercial district of Konohagakure, the usual clamor seemed to be muted, as if the world had been silenced. The small merchants at their stalls wore expressions of despair, their once hopeful gazes now dimmed by helplessness and despair. An oppressive atmosphere hung in the air, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm, making it difficult to breathe. As Naruto observed this scene, an overwhelming sense of guilt surged within him like a tidal wave, causing him to clench his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. No, this cannot continue. He vowed silently to resolve this damned alliance swiftly. What was typically a source of amusement for Naruto could, at a critical moment, prove to be of great utility. He nonchalantly toyed with a small ball, seemingly wandering the streets with an air of indifference, yet secretly observing the movements of the alliance members. Humph. So you wish to play your little games with me? As expected, when Naruto passed by a shop that appeared to be struggling, his true vision eye began to warm slightly, a strange energy fluctuation infiltrating his senses. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he inwardly scoffed. In the corner of that shop lay a meticulously disguised trap, which an ordinary person would have surely fallen victim to. Quite clever, but alas, encountering me, Naruto, is their misfortune. He feigned ignorance as he deftly sidestepped the trap, his toes barely touching the ground as he vanished like a specter. The Alliance members, initially brimming with confidence, believed their plan was foolproof. However, upon witnessing Naruto casually circumvent the trap, they looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes wide with shock and panic. How is this possible? They gasped internally, cold sweat trickling down their backs, an ominous premonition rising within them. Naruto, however, had no time to indulge their alarm. With the aid of his true vision eye, he skillfully navigated through all hazards, making his way directly to the heart of the Alliance's stronghold. His speed quickened, his form darting through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, ghostly and elusive. He chuckled softly. It seems you've stumbled upon knowledge that you ought not to possess. Accompanied by a chilling laugh, a shadow behind the man in the black cloak stirred, slowly unfurling a scroll revealing strange patterns and inscriptions that emanated a chilling aura, the air around the scroll seemingly solidifying. Naruto gazed at the bizarre designs on the scroll, a smile creeping across his face. Oh, are you about to unleash a grand move? Rather than feeling a shred of fear, he felt invigorated. He had long deemed mere hide-and-seek to be rather dull. It was high time for a genuine challenge. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, a flash of inspiration igniting in his mind as a new business strategy began to crystallize. Since a direct confrontation would likely alert them, perhaps a more circuitous approach would yield better results? His eyes sparkled with cunning as a plan formed. With a flicker, Naruto melded back into the shadows, vanishing once more. The man in the black cloak furrowed his brow slightly beneath his mask, intrigued by the speed at which the little mouse had scurried away. After a series of twists and turns, Naruto returned to his stall, the dawn light illuminating the bustling commercial street once more. Yet he knew this was merely an illusion. Beneath the surface, a current of intrigue was stirring. With a resolute idea in mind, he rummaged through his stall and produced a uniquely shaped megaphone. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, today, I bring you delightful news." His voice resonated through the megaphone, instantly captivating the attention of all. As the previously sullen merchants lifted their heads, eyes glimmering with a mix of anticipation and curiosity, Naruto chuckled softly and continued, "I have discovered an entirely new mode of trade, one that does not require us to rely on those blood-sucking alliances. We can conduct business on our own." Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment, and the small merchants flocked around him, eagerly inquiring about the specifics of his method. Naruto, not one to keep them in suspense, elaborated on his well-conceived plan, an online ordering system with offline pickups. "What do you think? Isn't this operation rather impressive?" As he spoke, the previously despairing expressions of the audience transformed into glimmers of hope, as if they glimpsed the dawn breaking through the darkness. The commercial representative from the Hidden Leaf Village was especially moved, tears welling in his eyes as he patted Naruto's shoulder, struggling to find words. "Naruto, you are truly my savior." Thus, under Naruto's guidance, the small merchants began to experiment with this innovative trading model. They posted their product information on Naruto's specially designed online platform, where buyers could place orders and sellers would prepare goods for pickup at designated locations. The entire process was swift and convenient, completely circumventing the exploitative grasp of the Merchant Alliance. Meanwhile, in a distant tavern, the leader of the Merchant Alliance savored his red wine, a sly smile playing upon his lips. Upon learning that Naruto had devised a method to break through their blockade, his brow furrowed and his expression darkened. It seemed this young man possessed some talent after all. He set down his wine glass and scoffed. "How intriguing. However, I shall see how long you can bask in your triumph." With a dismissive wave to his subordinates, they understood and quietly exited the tavern. "Let this be a lesson to you about the consequences of opposing me. Are you ready?" A whisper floated from the corner of the tavern. Chapter 95. Wisdom breaks the seal. The Alliance trembles. Naruto narrowed his eyes, a playful smirk gracing his lips. He had anticipated that the Merchant Alliance would not easily relent, and their counterattack came swifter than expected. Indeed, it was not long before a group of imposing, uninvited guests appeared at the docks, clad in suits and sunglasses. They strode with an air of authority, as if they were eager for everyone to know they were there to cause trouble. With an air of arrogance, they marched forward, embodying the essence of tyrannical executives, albeit in a nefarious guise. "Ah, this group seems rather formidable," Gu Changfeng remarked, scratching his head as he observed their brazen approach. A hint of concern etched on his face. "Naruto, they do not appear to come in peace." Naruto, undeterred, patted Guchang Feng on the shoulder, exhibiting not a shred of panic. Fear not, everything is under control. His azure eyes sparkled with confidence, as if he had already deciphered the intentions of his adversaries. Upon reaching the docks, these individuals wasted no time, brandishing stacks of cash and aggressively sweeping through the market's goods. They resembled a pack of ravenous wolves, greedily devouring everything in sight, intent on stripping the market bare. The once vibrant marketplace was swiftly engulfed in chaos. The air thickened with a palpable tension, transforming the lively commercial dock into a battleground. By heavens, they mean to stir up trouble. Are these people mad? With so much money, do they think they are printing it themselves? Alas, the situation has become dire. Business seems impossible. The small traders, witnessing the unfolding scene, were instantly thrown into a state of panic. Their painstakingly accumulated goods were being acquired with reckless abandon, akin to purchasing cabbages, plunging the entire market into a suffocating atmosphere of tension. They were like startled birds, but a steady voice rang out amidst the chaos. Do not panic, everyone, stay calm. Naruto's resonant tone acted as a balm, swiftly quieting the restless crowd. Standing tall in their midst, he exuded an immense sense of security, akin to a pillar of strength. A subtle smile graced his lips, as if to convey that such trivial matters were easily manageable. In that moment, he resembled a general strategizing in the war room, quietly observing as his mind raced with calculations on how to deliver a resounding blow to these arrogant foes. He slowly raised his right hand, signaling for silence. Though his voice was not loud, it reached every ear with clarity. Let us remain composed. The best is yet to come. A mysterious smile danced on his lips. His deep-set gaze shrouded in enigma, leaving the crowd in eager anticipation of his next move. How long do you think they can endure this? Came the voice of the Merchant Alliance leader from a nearby tavern. The expressions of the small traders were grimmer than that of bitter melon. Each wore a frown, resembling withered eggplants. Their goods piled high like mountains, their financial lifelines stretched thin, akin to noodles being pulled by a skilled chef, ever more delicate, ready to snap at any moment. The air was thick with a sense of oppression and despair, reminiscent of the eerie calm before a storm, leaving them gasping for breath. Naruto, observing this scene, felt a bitterness deeper than consuming bitter herbs, a whirlwind of emotions churning within him. Yet, he inhaled deeply, maintaining a facade of calm, even as his heart raced like ants in a hot pan. This merchant alliance was tenacious, more resilient than cockroaches, impossible to extinguish. Humph. They think such trivial tricks can thwart me? They are woefully naive, he mused with an inward smirk. He was no novice. To challenge him was a fool's errand. This time, Naruto opted for cunning rather than brute force, unveiling his secret weapon, the shadow clone technique. With a swift motion, he produced a small black pill and swallowed it. In a puff of white smoke, dozens of Narutos appeared at the docks, each identical to the original, as if they had been flawlessly copied. The spectacle surpassed any magic show, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. What on earth is happening? What trickery is this? Murmured the crowd in disbelief. Shadow clones. This is astonishing. The Alliance's subordinates were also taken aback. They had anticipated some bizarre merchandise. But this was a surprising turn of events. Boss, this kid seems a bit off, one underling whispered to the leader. What is there to fear? They are merely clones. We outnumber him. How could we be intimidated? Though the leader spoke confidently, a flicker of doubt nagged at him. With a commanding shout from Naruto, his clones sprang into action, rearranging the goods at the stalls to create an illusion of scarcity. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the minions of the Alliance believed they had found an opportunity and eagerly brandished their cash, rushing to purchase. Quickly, quickly! Don't let others snatch it away. I want as much as possible. They descended upon their prey like a pack of ravenous wolves, greedily seizing what they thought was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Yet, they soon realized they had been duped. Wait a moment, why are all these goods identical? Something is amiss. This brat is playing us for fools. The leader's face turned an ominous shade, his teeth gritted in fury. He could scarcely fathom that he had been outwitted by a mere lower-ranking shinobi. Naruto, you are. My sincere apologies, esteemed guests. Today, our stock has been completely sold out. Please visit us again tomorrow, Naruto cheerfully announced, his expression devoid of any remorse, instead tinged with a hint of cunning. The Alliance's subordinates exchanged looks, their spirits deflated like punctured balloons. They had anticipated a lucrative windfall, but instead faced a disastrous loss. akin to a fox attempting to steal a chicken only to end up with nothing. The surrounding small merchants, witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress their laughter. Initially concerned that Naruto might suffer a setback, they were astounded by his ingenious method of diffusing the crisis. Truly remarkable. Naruto, you rascal, you are quite the clever one. Gu Changfeng exclaimed, offering a thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration. As Naruto surveyed the chaotic scene, a slight smile crept onto his lips, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. This was merely the beginning of a splendid performance. Observing the Alliance's minions flailing about like headless flies, he allowed himself a self-satisfied grin. The show is just getting started. From his system space, he produced a handful of antidote beans, scattering them like seeds upon the goods that had been tampered with by the Alliance. Miraculously, the previously wilted items sprang back to life, vibrant and aromatic. Far more appealing than anything enhanced by a beauty filter. Goodness, my goods have come back to life. Mine too. This is astonishing. The small merchants were left agape, witnessing their merchandise resurrected, tears of joy welling in their eyes, happier than winning the lottery. They cast grateful glances towards Naruto, while the Alliance's subordinates stood frozen in disbelief. What they had thought was a guaranteed victory had turned into an unexpected and crushing defeat, leaving them feeling as if they had lost both their prize and their dignity. They appeared disheveled and defeated, akin to defeated roosters, their spirits crushed, feeling worse than having swallowed a fly. Boss, what do we do now? One trembling subordinate asked, his voice cracking with distress. The leader's face was ashen, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing he could consume Naruto alive. But he knew it was too late for words. They had suffered a resounding defeat. Seizing the moment, Naruto, along with the small merchants, began to reverse the tide by purchasing the Alliance's goods. The Alliance's stock piled high, resembling small mountains, suffocating them under the weight of their own failure. The news reached the ears of the Merchant Alliance's leader, who erupted in fury, slamming his fist against the table with thunderous force. Curse you, Naruto. I will make you pay dearly. The members of the Alliance were in disarray, reminiscent of ants scurrying on a hot skillet, frantically turning in circles. Boss, what shall we do now? We can't sell our goods. At that moment, a representative from the Hidden Leaf Village stepped forward and publicly declared, the Hidden Leaf Village will fully support Naruto. The atmosphere instantly erupted with excitement. The small merchants cheered exuberantly, lifting Naruto into the air as if celebrating a hero's triumphant return. Observing this scene, the Alliance leader's expression darkened ominously, clenching his fists. His nails dug deep into his flesh as he seethed. Naruto, just you wait. He turned and vanished into the night. Boss, what's our next move? A shadow approached the leader of the Merchant Alliance, whispering. The leader's lips curled into a chilling smile. The show has only just begun. Chapter 96, The Monopoly Crumbles. The trade route revealed Naruto stood amidst the bustling commercial street of the Hidden Leaf Village, a confident smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the throngs of people. Think you can take me down? I've faced far worse. He understood that the crafty leader of the Merchant Alliance would not relent easily. A new conspiracy was undoubtedly brewing. Rather than passively enduring the onslaught, he resolved to take the initiative. His gaze was resolute, burning with fierce determination. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, the leader of the Merchant Alliance was issuing commands to his subordinates. Spread the word. We will launch a full-scale assault on Naruto. I want him to know the consequences of crossing me. His malevolent eyes glinted with a cold light, akin to a venomous serpent fixating on its prey. The Merchant Alliance, in collaboration with other factions, commenced a comprehensive campaign against Naruto. They employed various tactics, spreading rumors, engaging in malicious competition, and even covertly sabotaging Naruto's market stall. An atmosphere of tension permeated every corner of the Hidden Leaf Village, the air thick with the scent of conflict. At various commercial docks, the Alliance's minions were active, attempting to suffocate Naruto's business entirely. Despite the immense pressure, Naruto did not waver. He adeptly utilized the system to introduce an array of innovative products, captivating customers and stabilizing the market. Items such as shadow clone pills, detox beans, and lucky kanai were in high demand, with scenes of eager customers lining up to purchase them. Boss, give me 10 more shadow clone pills. I need a dozen detox beans. These could save a life in a pinch. Lucky kanai, can't go wrong with that. The enthusiasm of the customers bolstered Naruto's confidence, solidifying his resolve. He knew that as long as he persevered, He could overcome his adversaries and safeguard his entrepreneurial venture. Just then, a shadow stealthily approached Naruto. Whispering a warning in his ear, "Naruto, be cautious of them." Before the shadow could finish, it collapsed to the ground, a kunai embedded in its neck. Naruto's pupils dilated in shock as he spun around, only to see the alliance leader advancing menacingly, flanked by a group of thugs. "Kid, your days of fortune are over." The leader sneered, his tone dripping with menace. Some of the small merchants, witnessing the overwhelming presence of the alliance, turned pale and began to retreat. Though they had initially supported Naruto, the show of force made them waver. Some individuals quietly slipped away, fearing being embroiled in the turmoil. Observing their reactions, Naruto felt a pang of disappointment in his heart. He understood that they were intimidated by the might of the alliance. "What is there to fear? With me here, none shall harm you," Naruto proclaimed loudly, his tone resolute and powerful. He retrieved a multitude of lucky kunai from the system space, distributing them among the nearby small vendors. "Take these. Today, we shall stand against them." The vendors, who had initially been filled with trepidation, gradually found their resolve as they grasped the lucky kunai. They recognized that Naruto was safeguarding them and their livelihoods through his actions. "Brothers, let us fight," shouted a bold vendor, leading the charge. The others rallied behind him, joining Naruto in defiance against the enforcers of the Merchant Alliance. The battle was imminent. Chaos ensued. The lucky kunai danced through the air, slicing through the atmosphere with a whistling sound. With his agile movements and precise throwing skills, Naruto launched kunai toward his adversaries. Remarkably, the kunai seemed to possess a mind of their own, consistently striking their targets and catching the enemies off guard. "What is happening? Why are these kunai so uncanny?" cried one of the struck enforcers, clutching his wound in agony. The other enforcers began to panic, their attacks becoming erratic, completely at the mercy of Naruto's lead. "Brothers, steady yourselves. Do not falter," the leader of the Merchant Alliance bellowed, attempting to regain control. Yet, a flicker of unease stirred within him. The power of these lucky kunai exceeded his expectations. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto hurled several more kunai, striking down a few of the leading enforcers. The alliance's formation crumbled in an instant, the enforcers scattering in disarray, chaos reigning supreme. Onlookers gasped in awe, marveling at Naruto's courage and cunning. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Naruto scoffed, his figure flashing as he pursued them. The lucky kunai in his hand shimmered with a deadly gleam, akin to the scythe of death, reaping the lives of his foes. "You, Merchant Alliance leader," he pointed, trembling. "You will pay for this." Naruto paid no heed to his threats, turning instead to the vendors who had previously hesitated, his eyes reflecting disappointment. "You," he sighed, gazing at the timid vendors. "Never mind, you may leave." He understood that fear could cloud one's judgment and that a forced alliance bore no sweetness. However, at that moment, the vendors who had fled returned. Armed with an assortment of tools, hoes, shovels, rolling pins, they resembled a ragtag army. "Naruto, big brother, we have returned. We stand with you," one excited vendor shouted, wielding a frying pan. It turned out they were moved by Naruto's selfless protection and, having found their conscience, resolved to stand united with him. "Brothers, charge. Let us topple these unscrupulous merchants." This hastily assembled rebellion of vendors surged forth with fervor, their cries echoing, instilling fear in the hearts of the Merchant Alliance's enforcers, who trembled in their boots. A motley crew dares to revolt. The leader of the Merchant Alliance bellowed with a fierce exterior but a feeble heart. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a flying rolling pin struck him squarely in the face. "What the devil? Who hit me?" he exclaimed, clutching his visage in outrage. "It was I. What of it?" retorted a burly shopkeeper, hands firmly on her hips, radiating fury. "I've tolerated you for far too long. Today, you shall experience my unique technique, the rolling pin barrage." With that, she swung her rolling pin with great vigor at the leader. Other vendors quickly joined the fray, and chaos ensued, reminiscent of a raucous market brawl. Naruto, observing this comical spectacle, couldn't suppress his laughter. Seizing the moment, he unleashed several shadow clones, diving into the melee. With the combined assault of Naruto and the vendors, the Merchant Alliance's defenses crumbled entirely. The enforcers cried for mercy, scattering in all directions. "Think you can flee? Not a chance," Naruto declared, utilizing a swift body flicker technique to block the leader's escape, brandishing a gigantic lollipop. What do you intend to do?" the leader stammered, his face drained of color, voice trembling. Nothing much, just offering you some candy, Naruto responded with a mischievous smile, shoving the lollipop into the leader's mouth. The leader mumbled incoherently, unable to articulate his thoughts fully. As the battle subsided, the bustling streets of Konoha returned to their former glory. The vendors rejoiced, celebrating their victory. The commercial representative of Konoha enthusiastically shook Naruto's hand, lavishing him with praise. Naruto, you are truly the hero of Konoha. Naruto scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Oh, it was a collective effort. Just as everyone basked in the triumph, Naruto suddenly felt his pocket vibrate with the presence of the street vendor system. He pulled out the system panel, and his expression turned grave. What is this? He muttered, his gaze fixated on a line of text that had appeared on the screen. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission. Save the ninja world from an economic crisis. Save the ninja world from an economic crisis. Naruto's eyes widened. The name of the task bore a weighty significance. His brow furrowed. This was no trifling matter. If he faltered, would the entire ninja world face ruin? No. He needed to act swiftly. He promptly closed the system panel, his eyes brimming with determination. A new challenge lay ahead. Meanwhile, the leader of the Merchant Alliance, nursing his humiliation from the lollipop incident, was seething in his secret lair, grinding his teeth in fury. That wretched Naruto dared to embarrass me, he seethed, slamming his fist on the table. I will exact my revenge. I must. Unbeknownst to him, a far greater crisis was quietly encroaching. Transforming into Detective Naruto, he embarked on an investigative journey. Disguising himself, he infiltrated the territory controlled by the Merchant Alliance, covertly gathering intelligence. However, the Alliance members were no fools. They seemed to have anticipated Naruto's movements and had set traps in advance. This kid is bound to take the bait. One member sneered, clutching several forged documents. Once he lays eyes on these, he'll be misled, and our plan will proceed smoothly. Naruto cautiously traversed the dimly lit alley, enveloped in an eerie silence. Save for the distant cawing of crows, a palpable tension permeated the air, instilling within him a sense of unease. Something feels amiss, he pondered, sensing that everything around him appeared orchestrated. Suddenly, he spotted a document on the ground, seemingly discarded with intent. He bent down to retrieve it, scrutinizing its contents. The document detailed various business transactions, resembling clandestine plans of the Alliance. Could this be their conspiracy? Naruto mused, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed several Alliance members lurking in the shadows, their faces adorned with smug smiles. You think you can deceive me? It won't be that simple. A slight smirk graced Naruto's lips as he devised a counter-strategy. He feigned confusion over the document, deliberately following its instructions to a designated location. The Alliance members, witnessing Naruto's baiting, were elated. This kid has indeed fallen for our trap. Oblivious to the fact that they had stumbled into Naruto's own snare, they reveled in their perceived victory. Upon arriving at the specified location, he discovered an abandoned warehouse. He pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside. It appeared that the show was about to commence. The warehouse was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a musty odor. With only a few beams of moonlight filtering through the dilapidated roof, illuminating the dust motes suspended in the air, Naruto glanced around, observing the cluttered space, thick with dust, and filled with a decaying scent. He treaded carefully, wary of triggering any concealed traps. Hey there, kid, you finally arrived. A sinister voice echoed from the shadows, followed by several Alliance members emerging from the gloom, encircling Naruto. Did you think you could escape our grasp? Naruto's brow furrowed as the atmosphere seemed to grow heavier around him. He felt like an insect ensnared in a spider's web, utterly immobilized by his adversaries. The Alliance members wore mocking grins, convinced of their imminent triumph. TSK, 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 this trap is rather rudimentary, isn't it? Naruto scoffed, disdain evident on his face. You think such trivial tricks could ensnare me? You underestimate my capabilities. The Alliance members paused in surprise before erupting into laughter. Little brat, still defiant even at death's door. Who knows who will perish first? A confident smile tugged at Naruto's lips. With a flicker of thought, he activated the unique ability of his street vendor system, Fiery Eyes. In an instant, the warehouse transformed into a realm of clarity. Naruto discerned the concealed traps and the weapons wielded by the Alliance members. He could even overhear their whispered exchanges. Boss, this kid seems to have discovered something. Don't panic, There are so many of us. Why fear a mere child? With a cold chuckle, Naruto vanished from sight in a flash. The members of the Alliance were taken aback, unable to comprehend the unfolding events when a cacophony of sounds erupted. The traps within the warehouse were triggered, and explosions reverberated throughout the space. Once the dust settled, Naruto stood in the center of the warehouse, holding a shimmering disc. Apologies, but your core secrets now belong to me. The expressions of the Alliance members, once filled with pride, swiftly transformed into sheer terror. They could hardly fathom how Naruto had managed to see through their traps and, in turn, seize their most vital secrets. As Naruto toyed with the disc in his hand, a knowing smile graced his lips. Now, it's my turn to perform. He retrieved a communicator and dialed a number. Hello, is that old Wong? I have a lucrative deal here. Are you interested? After acquiring the disc, Naruto did not hastily unleash his grand strategy, but instead reached out to the various small merchants he had previously captivated with his lollipops. These merchants, who had once believed Naruto to be corrupted by the sweet temptations of the Merchant Alliance, were now invigorated upon hearing from him again. Each of them rejuvenated as if they had been given a fresh lease on life. Curiosity spread among the small merchants like wildfire, with a plethora of speculations arising as they pondered what Naruto had in store. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Merchant Alliance, the leader was indulging in a massage when an unsettling feeling washed over him, accompanied by the involuntary twitch of his eyelids. What is it? Why do I feel that something undesirable is about to happen? He gestured for the masseuse to cease, instructing, Go, investigate if there are any recent anomalies. On Naruto's end, he revealed portions of the secrets contained within the disc to a few trusted small merchants, advising them on how to utilize this information to counterattack the Merchant Alliance. The small merchants, feeling as though they had stumbled upon a treasure, immediately set their plans into motion. They targeted the Alliance's vulnerabilities with precision, catching the Alliance off guard. The business of the Alliance plummeted, and their meticulously laid plans were thrown into disarray. The leader, seething with rage, bellowed, Who is it? Who has leaked our secrets? The commercial representative from the Hidden Leaf Village, witnessing the tumultuous situation, was left in awe of Naruto's genius. This kid is truly a prodigy. He has skillfully turned the tide without a sound. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, realizing that the future of the economy in the ninja world rested upon Naruto's shoulders. While the Alliance was preoccupied with damage control, Naruto stealthily infiltrated the headquarters of the Merchant Alliance. Clad in dark attire, he glided like a specter through the corridors, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. The true performance was only just beginning. He halted before a tightly shut door, a smirk playing on his lips. Let me see what other trump cards you possess. Gently, he pushed the door open. Chapter 98, striking at the Alliance's core, collapse and disintegration. The night was as dark as ink, the moonlight filtering through the clouds, casting its glow upon the bustling streets of the Hidden Leaf Village. Clad in black, Naruto moved silently along the outer walls of the Merchant Alliance headquarters, his gaze resolute and a slight smile upon his face, filled with anticipation for the imminent confrontation. The headquarters was heavily guarded, with patrolling ninjas and merchants vigilantly surveying every corner. Yet Naruto's figure slipped by them like a shadow, effortlessly evading their notice. He gracefully leaped onto the rooftop, gliding along the eaves, ultimately arriving before a tightly shut window. With a gentle push, he opened the window and seamlessly entered the interior of the building. The corridor lay dimly lit, with surveillance cameras and infrared alarm systems omnipresent. Naruto retrieved a specially crafted interference pill from his pocket and tossed it at a camera. Instantly, the camera emitted a crackling noise, its image becoming distorted and unclear. He swiftly traversed the corridor, reaching a control room. Upon pushing open the door, he found several members of the Merchant Alliance seated before monitors, anxiously monitoring the building's security systems. With a light chuckle, Naruto produced a smoke bomb from behind and hurled it to the ground. Instantly, smoke billowed forth, obscuring their vision. What is happening? One member of the Alliance exclaimed, hastily drawing a self-defense weapon. However, at that moment, Naruto's figure had vanished amidst the smoke. Navigating through the haze, Naruto arrived at a more prestigious office, the command center of the Merchant Alliance's leader. The leader was intensely directing his members in response to the small merchants' counterattacks, utterly oblivious to Naruto's presence. Who leaked our secrets? The leader bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. I will find him and make him pay. Concealed in the shadows, Naruto revealed a faint smirk. He extracted a shadow clone pill from his pocket and swallowed it. In an instant, multiple shadow clones materialized around him, diverting the attention of the Alliance members. "Protect the leader," one member shouted, but Naruto's figure had already surged toward the leader's office like a flash of lightning. The leader, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition, turned sharply. Just then, Naruto appeared before him, holding a fateful kunai in his hand. "I never anticipated you would be my nemesis," the leader remarked. As Naruto's kunai sliced through the air, gleaming with a dazzling light and pointing directly at the leader's throat. "The performance has only just begun," he whispered, when suddenly, a powerful mechanism shot out from the wall, hurtling towards Naruto. His eyes widened, and his body instinctively leaned back, narrowly evading the lethal attack. The mechanism zipped past his nose, creating a gust of wind, and he could even feel the chilling touch of the metal. "Is this for real?" Naruto wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The mechanism's power exceeded his expectations. The air around him seemed to solidify, as a sense of danger permeated the atmosphere. "Ha ha, kid, you're finished." The Alliance members laughed triumphantly, reveling in the thought of him being shredded by the mechanism. "You think such trifles can trap me? You underestimate the might of the ultimate pocket system." A disdainful smile crept onto Naruto's face. He swiftly extracted a dazzlingly radiant super destruction pill from his system, a treasured item he would only use in dire circumstances. "Taste this." Naruto slammed the super destruction pill against the core control console of the Alliance headquarters. Boom. With a resounding crash, the entire headquarters trembled violently, and the blaring alarms pierced the air. The console was instantly shattered into fragments, and the core defense system lay utterly incapacitated. "What?" The laughter of the Alliance members abruptly ceased, replaced by a palpable sense of disbelief and terror. They had never anticipated that Naruto possessed such a formidable trump card. "What is happening?" Far away, the leader of the Merchant Alliance, upon hearing the commotion, was struck with a sense of foreboding. Naruto surveyed the chaos among the Alliance members but refrained from further attacks, instead offering a cryptic smile. "Now, it is time to discuss terms." He clapped his hands, the sharp sound resonating in the silent control room. "Everyone, please do not be alarmed. I am not here to fight." With a playful smirk, he scanned the terrified faces of the Alliance members. "I merely wish to converse about your leader, that elusive figure lurking in the shadows. What sort of person is he, really?" He paused, lowering his voice as if divulging a monumental secret. "You toil tirelessly for him. Yet he treats you like mere oil presses, squeezing out every last drop of value. Look at you now, resorting to oppressing small merchants in your quest for market domination. You have lost all sense of conscience." At this proclamation, the Alliance members exchanged glances, and Naruto seized the moment. "Did you believe that following him would lead to prosperity? Do not be deluded. He will only exploit your hard-earned money to satiate his insatiable greed. Is that true?" A voice timidly inquired, tinged with uncertainty. "Indeed, it is true. Were it not for your residual utility, I would have cast you aside long ago." Just as Naruto finished speaking, a furious roar erupted from the entrance. It was the Alliance leader, his face contorted with rage. He pointed an accusatory finger at Naruto, shouting, "You little brat. How dare you spread such deceitful words? Seize him." However, as his command echoed, the Alliance members, who had previously been submissive, hesitated to approach. Their eyes flickered, evidently beginning to doubt their leader's integrity. "Boss, is what he said true?" One Alliance member summoned the courage to ask. "Nonsense. Do not be fooled by him." The leader retorted, his desperation betraying his facade. It appeared that no one was a fool here. Naruto shrugged, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. "In that case, why not unite to topple this unscrupulous boss and establish a fair and just commercial environment? Wouldn't that be splendid?" As his words fell, someone shouted, "I agree. I've had enough of him. Count me in for the rebellion." Alliance members quickly turned against their leader, and in an instant, the tide had turned dramatically. Meanwhile, the commercial representative from Konoha anxiously awaited news when suddenly he received word that discord had erupted within the Merchant Alliance, which was beginning to crumble. He joyfully slammed his hand on the table. "Good lad. Naruto has indeed not disappointed me. The commercial order of Konoha is saved." At that moment, within the Alliance headquarters, the leader found himself encircled by his own subordinates. Despair etched across his face as he surveyed the scene in disbelief. You have betrayed me," he screamed, like a cornered beast. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Naruto crossed his arms, a victorious smile gracing his lips. Just as he believed victory was assured, He noticed a strange smile creeping upon the leader of the Alliance's lips. Suddenly, the leader pressed a crimson button, and a piercing alarm echoed throughout the headquarters, accompanied by the clattering of machinery. Ha ha ha, do you think this means you've won? How naive. Today, I shall ensure that all of you accompany me to the grave. The leader's maniacal laughter reverberated through the air. Naruto's gaze shifted to the wall where a red countdown began to illuminate, his expression grave yet resolute. Chapter 99. Breaking the pot to win business. A new chapter begins. You all have betrayed me. The leader howled, resembling a trapped beast. Despair washed over him as he scanned the room, disbelief etched across his face. With a resounding crash, the alloy door was kicked open, and the Alliance members turned against him, encircling him. Naruto stood at the entrance, arms crossed, a triumphant smile still present. Yet, he caught sight of the leader's peculiar grin once more. In a fit of fury, the leader pressed the red button, the alarm blaring incessantly. Ha ha! Do you truly believe this is victory? How misguided! Today, you shall all perish alongside me. His deranged laughter echoed in the vast chamber as the countdown on the wall began to flash, dwindling from 60 seconds. Naruto's expression grew tense, yet he showed no sign of retreat. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, seeking a method to disable the device. As the self-destruct mechanism activated, perilous situations erupted throughout the headquarters. Glass from the ceiling shattered, debris raining down with a deafening crash. Power lines snapped, sparks flying, the air thick with the acrid scent of burning. The walls cracked, stones crumbled, and the floor trembled violently, threatening to unbalance anyone standing. Quick, follow me, Naruto shouted, dashing towards the control room while evading the falling rubble and shielding his fellow Alliance members. Despite their lingering fears, no one dared question Naruto's leadership in this dire moment. The leading members reached the control room door, only to find it locked tight. Frowning, Naruto wasted no time and kicked the alloy door open with a forceful strike. The door swung wide, exposing the control panel within. Quick, help me find the shutdown button, Naruto commanded with urgency. Gu Changfeng immediately joined the search as they rummaged through the control panel. The Alliance leader, seeing their progress, charged at them in a frenzy, attempting to intervene. With quick reflexes, Naruto summoned a shadow clone to block the leader's path. You shall not pass. The leader screamed in a frenzy, his voice drowned out by the alarm. With only 30 seconds remaining, time was of the essence. I found it, Gu Changfeng shouted, swiftly pressing the red button. Instantly, a row of indicator lights on the control panel extinguished, and the alarm ceased abruptly. The room fell into a tranquil silence, broken only by the leader's ragged breaths and the sound of debris settling around them. The leader, his face twisted in fury, believed he could wield power over all, yet ultimately succumbed to a mere street vendor. Naruto smirked coldly, his gaze resolute. For justice and peace, I fear nothing. It is now your turn to face the consequences of your actions. In an instant, the leader's countenance turned pale, his eyes darting anxiously between Naruto and Gu Changfeng. Just as he prepared to strike again, a voice pierced through the silence from outside. Naruto, come out quickly. The situation is dire. Hinata's frantic voice reverberated, shattering the stillness. Taking a deep breath, Naruto swiftly turned and strode toward the entrance, leaving the leader in a state of despair. This battle is far from over, he murmured, his voice unwavering. The explosion's shockwave hurled Naruto to the ground. He let out a muffled groan as his back collided with the frigid metal wall, pain searing through him. Shards of stone lacerated his arm, crimson blood staining his orange ninja attire. Yet, he paid no heed to the agony, gritting his teeth as he struggled to rise. Chaos enveloped him, the cacophony of alarms, explosions, and terrified screams intertwining into a deafening roar. Smoke and debris engulfed the air, causing him to cough violently, his vision blurred. Wiping the dust and blood from his face, he gained a semblance of clarity, witnessing Gu Changfeng and other Alliance members frantically fleeing in panic. Everyone stay calm. Follow me, Naruto bellowed, his voice raspy yet brimming with authority. He bore the excruciating pain, each step toward the control room akin to treading upon a razor's edge, the piercing agony rendering him nearly breathless. Yet he understood he could not falter. He was the beacon of hope for all. Naruto, are you all right? Gu Changfeng rushed to his side, supporting the faltering Naruto, concern etched across his features. I'm fine, Naruto forced a strained smile. The system has one last item. Trembling, he retrieved an unremarkable wooden box from his ninja tool pouch. This was the final treasure of the street vendor's system, the time stopper. Drawing a deep breath, he pressed the button, and everything around him seemed to freeze. The alarm ceased, shards hung suspended in midair, and even the leader's menacing expression was captured in that moment. With his injured body, Naruto painstakingly approached the control panel and pressed the button to deactivate the self-destruct mechanism. Time resumed its flow, the alarms abruptly silenced, and tranquility returned to the world. Before the leader could react, Naruto's foot came crashing down upon him. "It is over," Naruto declared from his elevated position, his gaze icy. "Your era has ended." News spread swiftly, and the merchants rejoiced, their cheers echoing skyward. Naruto emerged as a hero in the realm of commerce, standing amidst the ruins, observing the jubilant crowd with a faint smile gracing his lips. "Naruto, do you not intend to punish them?" Gu Changfeng inquired, pointing at the trembling alliance members. His brow furrowed in confusion. Naruto did not respond verbally, but instead offered a meaningful smile, indicating that this was merely the beginning. Without resorting to the violent tactics of a ninja, he slowly approached the trembling members of the alliance and, in an unexpectedly gentle tone, declared, "From this day forth, you shall commence legitimate business under my supervision. As long as you refrain from engaging in illegal activities, I am willing to grant you the opportunity for redemption." The alliance members widened their eyes in disbelief. They had envisioned various forms of punishment, but never anticipated Naruto's extraordinary leniency. Tears shimmered in their eyes, and some even fell to their knees, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. "Lord Naruto, we shall conduct ourselves properly and will never err again." The commercial representative from the Hidden Leaf Village was equally astonished. He approached Naruto, giving a thumbs up, admiration radiating from him. "Naruto, you are truly remarkable. Such magnanimity and composure make you a role model for our generation." Naruto chuckled softly and patted the representative on the shoulder. "I merely hope that everyone can earn a living in a fair environment, rather than through exploitation and monopolization. Only in this way can the Hidden Leaf Village truly thrive." As the news spread, the small merchants rushed to share the joyous tidings, their cheers resonating through the air. Naruto became a hero in the business community, standing amidst the ruins, witnessing the jubilant crowd with a subtle smile. On the commercial street, vendors bustled about, and customers flowed in and out, rejuvenating the entire thoroughfare with life and vigor. "Naruto, your street vendor business is bound to flourish," Hinata said gently beside him. "Indeed." Naruto nodded, yet a vague premonition stirred within him. He then heard a faint rustling sound, akin to the flutter of parchment. Bending down, he picked up a piece of paper that bore bold letters, "Ninja World Peace Conference. We look forward to your arrival." Naruto's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze resolute. He understood that new challenges were on the horizon. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze towards the distance, silently vowing, "No matter what lies ahead, I shall protect this peaceful land with the mightiest street vendor system." The envelope trembled lightly in his hand as Naruto, equipped with his street vendor system, prepared to embrace the impending challenges. Chapter 100. The Grand Opening. Vendors welcoming doubts. The atmosphere at the Ninja World Peace Conference was solemn and grave. Representatives from various nations gathered, yet an underlying tension permeated the air. At that moment, a figure shattered the silence of the assembly, golden sunlight cascading over his blonde hair, as if he were enveloped in a divine aura. Naruto Uzumaki, accompanied by his legendary street vendor system, made a dazzling entrance. "Hello, esteemed leaders. It has been a while." Naruto's signature smile instantly ignited the atmosphere of the gathering, leaving many to wonder if a comedic performer had intruded. The ninja representatives exchanged glances, incredulous at his audacity. "Is this kid truly fearless?" "Ahem, Naruto, mind the decorum," Shikamaru, from the Hidden Leaf Village diplomatic team, sighed, exasperation evident. Naruto scratched his head, tempering his exuberance slightly, and pointed to the array of enticing goods behind him, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, today I present to you treasures that can transform the very landscape of the ninja world." The shadow clone pills, enhanced explosive tags, and chakra recovery candies dazzled the crowd with their peculiarities. The leaders of the ninja delegations from various nations whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with skepticism. Can these items truly be as miraculous as you claim? Gaara of the Sand Village crossed his arms, his gaze sharply fixed on Naruto. "Absolutely. Gaara, these are produced by the system, honest and true," Naruto assured, thumping his chest. "Don't believe me? Let me demonstrate." He then produced a chakra recovery candy and swallowed it whole, instantly revitalizing his previously fatigued chakra. What do you think? The effect is remarkable. I assenti it? Humph. Such trivial tricks might fool children, muttered Killer Bee from the Cloud Village, though his eyes remained glued to the unusual products, clearly intrigued. Representatives from other nations also voiced their doubts, creating a tense atmosphere. Naruto sensed the immense pressure but maintained his confident smile. I understand your concerns, but isn't peace built on mutual trust? He scanned the crowd with unwavering determination. I am here today to show you that peace can be more than just a ceasefire. It can be mutually beneficial. Humph, that sounds lovely. A cold voice interrupted. When did the Leaf Village become so benevolent? Naruto turned to see the speaker. Oh, isn't that the Tsuchikage from the Stone Village? Are you envious of my thriving street vendor business? He squinted, a teasing tone breaking the tension. The Tsuchikage scoffed, nostrils flaring. Don't think you can fool us with these flashy trinkets, you little brat from the Leaf. We of the Stone Village are not so easily deceived. Exactly. Who knows what kind of tricks you Leaf ninjas are up to? Chimed in the representative from the Mist Village, disdain etched on his face. Perhaps you're trying to manipulate us with these items. The atmosphere in the venue plummeted once more, with snide remarks echoing throughout. Naruto frowned slightly, realizing that some nations harbored deep-seated prejudices against the Leaf. Shikamaru sighed helplessly, shaking his head. What a hassle. Killer Bee scratched his head, wanting to enjoy the spectacle without getting embroiled in the political intrigue. At that moment, a calm voice broke the stalemate. I, from the Sand Village, am willing to give it a try. Gaara stepped forward, his gaze steady as he looked at Naruto. I trust Naruto. He would not undertake actions that could endanger the ninja world. This statement acted as a calming balm, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Naruto looked gratefully at Gaara. Brother, I knew I could count on you in this critical moment. Humph, the Sand Village is quite bold. The Tsuchikage remarked with a dismissive smirk. Though his tone was notably less confrontational than before, other ninja representatives began to reassess Naruto, seemingly evaluating the worth of this street vendor system. After all, in this tumultuous era, any force capable of altering the status quo deserved their earnest consideration. Since my esteemed brother Gaara has spoken, I shall not be stingy. Naruto grinned widely, reaching down to retrieve an unusually shaped scroll from the stall. Allow me to present to you all a true marvel. With a mysterious smile, Naruto exerted a slight pressure on the scroll, and in the air, an energy began to coalesce. The scroll gradually unfurled, releasing a strange wave of energy that enveloped the entire area. Upon the scroll was inscribed a complex array, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Naruto formed hand seals and chanted, Arise, my secret weapon, the chakra amplifier. A dazzling white light flashed, and an oddly shaped device materialized before the crowd. It resembled an oversized rice cooker, adorned with an array of peculiar buttons and indicator lights, exuding an air of advanced technology. What in the world is this? The onlookers gaped in disbelief, their expressions a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Hee, this is my secret weapon. Naruto proudly patted the rice cooker, explaining, it can amplify the user's chakra infinitely, allowing your power to skyrocket tenfold. Tenfold. The crowd gasped in astonishment, recognizing the extraordinary nature of this device. To demonstrate the veracity of his claims, Naruto invited a regular ninja onto the stage to perform a simple ninjutsu. Then, he activated the rice cooker, and a humming sound filled the air as a powerful surge of energy enveloped the ninja. Wow, my chakra has become incredibly strong, the ninja exclaimed, exhilarated, feeling as though he were imbued with boundless energy. He repeated the previous ninjutsu, and its potency exceeded the initial display by tenfold or more. This is utterly unbelievable. The crowd was awestruck, their skepticism replaced by curiosity as they gathered around to observe this miraculous device closely. The diplomatic team from Konohagakure seized the moment to promote the potential benefits of the stall system for peace and development within the ninja world. The leaders of the various ninja delegations fell into deep contemplation, and the atmosphere was thick with discourse and discussion. Observing the shift in sentiment, Naruto felt a surge of joy within. It seemed that the dawn of peace was on the horizon. However, at that moment, a voice shattered the harmony of the gathering. A burly ninja clad in black attire slowly rose, his eyes gleaming with avarice, declaring, We from Awakens demand it. Awakens demands it? Naruto repeated, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This fellow has quite the audacity. Do you think this is merely a marketplace for vegetables? The room erupted in uproar. The leaders of the various ninja delegations whispered amongst themselves, and the atmosphere grew tense in an instant. The leader of the Awakens delegation's expression darkened, his gaze slicing through Naruto like a blade, a powerful chakra pressure bearing down upon him. Boy, do not underestimate the gravity of this matter. He scoffed coldly. This stall system pertains to the future of the ninja world. It is not a matter for your jest. Only we, the Hidden Rock Village, possess the capability to control it and uphold the peace of the ninja world. Peace. Huh. Naruto fearlessly locked eyes with him, remarking, "It seems you aspire to monopolize, doesn't it? To seize the street vendor system and dominate the ninja world. Your ambitions are indeed loud and clear." You, the leader of the Hidden Rock Village delegation, seethed with fury, his fists clenched as if ready to strike at any moment. The heads of other nations' ninja delegations voiced their dissent in unison. The actions of the Hidden Rock Village were utterly excessive. This contravened the very essence of the peace conference. The street vendor system ought to belong to the entire ninja world. In an instant, the venue descended into chaos, resembling a bustling marketplace. Naruto surveyed the scene, inwardly lamenting. This predicament was far more precarious than he had anticipated. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "Everyone, please remain calm. The purpose of the street vendor system is to foster peace and development in the ninja world, not to incite war and conflict." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, his tone resolute and powerful. "I have a proposal that can benefit all nations, allowing us to collectively reap the rewards of the street vendor system." The leader of the Hidden Rock delegation scoffed derisively, interrupting him. "What proposal? Merely a ruse to buy time. I advise you to hand over the street vendor system before you invite calamity upon yourself." Disregarding the provocation, Naruto continued, "My proposal is..." He deliberately paused, allowing his gaze to linger on the leader of the Hidden Rock delegation, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "To let you all set up stalls as well." Set up stalls? The assembly exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by his cryptic suggestion. The leader of the Hidden Rock delegation was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a compromise, not such an absurd proposition. "Are you mocking us?" he bellowed. Naruto shrugged innocently. "How could that be? I am quite serious." He elongated his words and then lowered his voice. "Moreover, I intend to offer you a special discount." The leader of the Hidden Rock delegation, now infuriated to the point of laughter, waved his hand, prompting several Hidden Rock ninjas behind him to brandish their weapons. Blades glinting ominously, a chilling aura pervading the air. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, stifling everyone present. "Kid, it seems you are refusing to heed the warning. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Today, you will either surrender the street vendor system or turn this peace conference into your own grave." As his words fell, the Hidden Rock ninjas began to stir, their chakras surging like a volcanic eruption, causing the entire venue to tremble. The ninjas from other nations rose in alarm, bracing themselves in apprehension of the impending chaos. Naruto felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Yet he stood tall, his gaze unwavering, as solid as rock. "Threatening me? TSK, that is not the path to resolution." With a slight curl of his lip, he surveyed the room, observing the faces of the representatives from various nations, all of whom wore expressions of sheer terror. A mysterious smile crept across his face. "Since everyone seems so apprehensive, let us proceed in this manner," Naruto declared, clearing his throat with an air of gravitas, as if announcing a significant decision. "I have resolved to offer the street vendor system free of charge to all nations for collaborative research. As long as you can comprehend it, you may utilize it as you please." Upon hearing these words, the room erupted in astonishment. It was as though they had all been struck by lightning, left speechless and frozen in place, the very air seeming to still. Free? Collaborative research? How could this possibly be? Has he lost his mind? A cacophony of disbelief echoed throughout the chamber, as everyone gazed incredulously at Naruto. Even the leaders of the once formidable ninja delegations were rendered dumbfounded by Naruto's unexpected generosity, having anticipated his reluctance to engage, only to witness him toss the hot potato into their laps, a move that left them utterly bewildered. The leader of the Rock Village delegation was particularly flabbergasted. He pointed at Naruto with a trembling finger. "What on earth are you doing?" Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, wearing an innocent expression. "I've said it before, it's for the peace of the ninja world. Look, we can all research together and prosper together. Isn't that delightful? Let's refrain from monopolizing it." That would be rather uninteresting. He spread his arms wide, as if to say, it's that simple. His words transformed the perception of the assembled ninjas. Once viewing him as a cunning merchant, they now regarded him as a hero of noble intentions. This kid is rather intriguing, mused Killer Bee, stroking his chin. What is this fellow truly up to? As the murmurs of speculation filled the room, a deep voice cut through the clamor. Naruto, have you truly made this decision? Gaara inquired slowly, a note of seriousness in his tone, his gaze fixed intently on Naruto. Indeed, my dear brother Gaara. I, Naruto Uzumaki, am a man of my word. Naruto beamed, revealing a dazzling smile that seemed capable of dispelling all shadows. At least you possess some measure of responsibility. Gaara's lips curved upward slightly, maintaining his stoic demeanor, yet his tone conveyed a hint of admiration. The Sand Village stands ready to uphold fairness and justice within this ninja world. Ah, my good brother from the sand, you are quite honorable, exclaimed Killer Bee, leaping onto the table with exuberance, like a wild stallion unleashed. His chakra radiated a rhythmic energy that vibrated through the air. The Cloud Village will join in. Naruto's street vendor system is bound to be exhilarating. Who knows what treasures we may uncover? With their declarations, the atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically. The previously tense air dissipated instantly. The leaders of the smaller nations began to waver, for who wouldn't desire an opportunity for free research? Moreover, with the support of the Sand and Cloud villages, it appeared a prudent endeavor. The diplomatic team from the Leaf Village seized the moment, promptly extending an olive branch. They swiftly presented their meticulously prepared collaboration plan, elaborating on the intricate specifics of the partnership, encompassing resource allocation, technological sharing, and profit distribution, painting a vivid picture of a prosperous future for the ground-level system. The heads of the various national delegations began to deliberate earnestly, whispering among themselves as they carefully assessed the advantages and disadvantages. The previously stagnant atmosphere began to stir with the sound of discussion. The leader of the Awakens delegation observed the unfolding scene with a grim expression, feeling as though he were caught in a relentless fire, trapped between conflicting choices. Naruto, witnessing the situation gradually tilt in his favor, felt a surge of satisfaction. This strategic maneuver was nothing short of flawless. He gave a thumbs up to Gaara and Killer Bee, casting them a grateful glance. Just as consensus seemed imminent, an overwhelming surge of chakra suddenly enveloped the venue, crashing down like a roaring tide, drowning out all voices. The lights flickered ominously, and an oppressive sensation filled the air, nearly suffocating. Ah, what a lively spectacle! A deep, magnetic voice resonated, seemingly emanating from the abyss of hell, laced with mockery and disdain. The crowd turned towards the source, a mysterious ninja clad in black robes materializing at the center of the assembly. His gaze was cold and piercing, as if capable of penetrating the very essence of existence, a chilling smile curving upon his lips. Collaboration? Heh, did you ever consider my opinion? Chapter 102. The doubters ultimately submit. Cooperation flourishes. The enigmatic ninja flickered into existence like a specter, his cloak rustling eerily in the stillness. The formidable chakra radiating from him palpable and suffocating. His gaze bore an unmistakable warning, as if inscribed with the words "Do not approach," chilling the very air around him. Who was this individual? His entrance alone exuded an aura befitting a quintessential antagonist. Naruto's heart sank. What he had presumed to be a secure alliance now appeared fraught with unforeseen complications. The heads of the ninja delegations instantly braced themselves for confrontation. The previously relaxed atmosphere tautening once more, as they assumed defensive stances, weapons glimmering ominously in their hands. Even Gaara silently summoned sand around him, poised for battle. Killer Bee, despite maintaining a carefree facade, felt the stirrings of chakra within himself begin to agitate. Ah, such naive fools, the mysterious ninja scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. To believe in something so shrouded in mystery, collaboration? It seems more like a path to self-destruction. His words struck like a blade, piercing the hearts of all present. The ground-level system? How novel it sounds. Yet have you considered the lurking dangers beneath? Should this endeavor falter, who will bear the consequences for your ninja's missteps? His argument was compelling, reasoned, and it left several indecisive leaders momentarily stunned. A few who had previously been eager to engage exchanged wary glances. Hey, why must you speak so harshly? Present your arguments without resorting to baseless accusations. Upon hearing these words, Naruto immediately grew anxious and jumped out to refute. My street vendor system has been tested through practical experience and is utterly reliable. Are you merely shouting in jealousy over my thriving business? He could not allow this individual to disrupt his rhythm. He must resolutely defend his entrepreneurial endeavor. The mysterious ninja narrowed his eyes, his gaze becoming even more penetrating. Practical verification? Huh. That merely attests to your good fortune. True risks often lie hidden beneath the surface. Naruto snorted coldly, refusing to yield. Do not indulge in alarmist rhetoric. My merchandise has undergone rigorous scrutiny, and the safety factor is undeniably high. If you haven't utilized it, refrain from making baseless claims, lest you find yourself embarrassed. As tensions escalated, the atmosphere grew palpably charged. Is that so? I find this product rather intriguing. The mysterious ninja suddenly shifted his tone, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and he added meaningfully, however, it still requires thorough validation. The ambience thickened, as if one had poured glue, making it difficult to breathe. Representatives from several small nations began to whisper among themselves, resembling market vendors selecting produce, their expressions a vivid tapestry of emotions, frowning, shaking their heads, and sighing, more animated than a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. Anxiety spread like wildfire through the assembly, causing Naruto's heart to race erratically, akin to a rabbit trapped within his chest. This cooked duck was poised to fly away. How could he not feel urgency? Humph. Words are easier than actions. Produce some evidence. Naruto silently cursed while maintaining an impassive facade. System, grant me an absolute safety shield. Naruto intently focused. For this item was the pinnacle of defense equipment produced by the system, capable of withstanding any form of attack, a true weapon for countering criticism. A flash of golden light enveloped him, a transparent energy shield manifesting around Naruto, emitting a subtle golden glow, exuding an air of sophistication and understated luxury. Come on, strike away. If you can breach my defenses, I shall consume this street vendor system on the spot. Naruto placed his hands on his hips, adopting a stance that challenged all comers. The representatives of various nations were left dumbfounded. This phenomenon was unprecedented. Even Gaara, who had maintained his composure, could not help but widen his eyes slightly, while Killer Bee exclaimed, "Whoa, this is rather interesting." The mysterious ninja's expression darkened. This unforeseen turn of events had completely derailed his plans. He snorted coldly, his figure flickering as he suddenly appeared before Naruto, delivering a swift hand strike aimed at the shield. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the mysterious ninja's attack met with no resistance. Akin to a stone cast into the sea, creating not a ripple. Instead, he was repelled several steps back by a powerful recoil, his expression souring further. How about that? Are you convinced? Naruto raised an eyebrow triumphantly. The swift turn of fortune was like a whirlwind. The surrounding ninja representatives were astounded, their doubts regarding the mysterious ninja's assertions beginning to surface. The street vendor system indeed seemed to possess some merit. The enigmatic ninja clenched his teeth, casting a sinister glare at Naruto, and spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. "You are impressive." Abruptly, he turned and vanished into the night, leaving behind a chilling remark. "We shall see." After the mysterious ninja made his hasty exit, Naruto cleared his throat and waved his hand, resembling a boisterous market vendor. "Ladies and gentlemen, that was merely a minor interlude. Do not take it to heart. Now let us discuss serious matters of collaboration. My street vendor system is undoubtedly your best choice for enhancing national strength and achieving brilliance." With a beaming smile, he rubbed his hands together, presenting an array of enticing cooperative terms: technology sharing, exclusive customization, wholesale discounts, buy one get one free, and even absurd offers like buy two get a wife, struck out. A flurry of preferential policies left the representatives of various ninja nations in a daze, their interests surging exponentially. Is it true? Technology sharing? Does that mean we can also utilize those marvelous tools? Exclaimed the leader of a small nation's delegation, his eyes gleaming like searchlights. It is indeed essential. In my business dealings, I, Naruto, prioritize integrity, he declared with grandiosity, thumping his chest. Wonderful. We from the Sand Village are eager to collaborate. Naruto, you are a friend I shall cherish. Gaara proclaimed first, a rare glimmer of joy surfacing in his gravelly eyes. Ah, this young man is quite likable. I, Killer Bee, also appreciate you. The Cloud Village will join in. Killer Bee excitedly waved his fists, having long coveted Naruto's peculiar inventions. with these two major nations leading the way. The representatives from other countries eagerly expressed their willingness to collaborate. The atmosphere ignited instantly as everyone raised their glasses, engaging in exuberant discussions about a prosperous future. The scene was more vibrant than a festive celebration. Ultimately, amidst the fervent ambience, Naruto successfully forged a cooperative intent with 5 nations' ninja representatives, signing a collaboration agreement. Handshakes, cheers, laughter, and clinking glasses harmonized into a resounding symphony. Naruto emerged as the new beacon of hope for peace and development in the ninja world, basking in unparalleled glory. However, just as the revelers raised their glasses in celebration, reaching the pinnacle of merriment, a crimson warning box suddenly appeared before Naruto, flashing a series of unfamiliar codes and symbols. A blood-red bold line on the screen read, "Warning. System malfunction. Please investigate immediately." A chill ran down his spine, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. Every cell in his body tensing instantaneously, yet he maintained a radiant smile on his face, as if nothing had transpired. Raising his glass in response to the congratulations of others. Chapter 103. System Anomaly. Strengthened Collaboration. Naruto raised his glass, his smile radiant enough to melt glaciers, as if the previous blood-red warning was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, internally, tumultuous waves churned. The sequence of codes and symbols felt like a death knell, relentlessly pounding against his nerves. This system had always been reliable. Why had it faltered at such a critical moment? Could it be that a particular link had malfunctioned? The sensation was akin to unboxing a newly acquired limited edition figurine only to discover it was missing limbs. It was utterly devastating. He suppressed the turmoil within, steadied his mind, and responded to the congratulations with an air of nonchalance. "Come now, everyone. We must not leave without a drunken revelry tonight," he proclaimed loudly, attempting to drown out the chaos within him with an exuberant voice. The wine glass in his hand was raised high, as if he were celebrating the monumental achievement of peace in the ninja world, while in reality, it served to mask the tumultuous emotions churning inside. "Naruto, you appear somewhat different today," noted Gaara from Sunagakure, his piercing gaze reminiscent of a hawk, fixated on Naruto. His tone was neutral, yet it bore an undeniable weight of pressure. Naruto's heart skipped. This boy's observational skills were astoundingly acute. "Is that so? I'm just thrilled today. Absolutely overjoyed." "Ha." He scratched the back of his head, donning an exaggerated grin to deflect attention from himself, attempting to steer the conversation away. "Really? Because I sensed a brief hesitation from you just now," interjected Killer Bee from Kumogakure, who, despite his carefree demeanor, was no stranger to the storms of life. He too had keenly noticed Naruto's momentary unusualness. The leaders of the other nations turned their scrutinizing gazes towards Naruto, their expressions rife with curiosity and skepticism. They were not fools. Each possessed a modicum of perceptiveness. The brief stiffness displayed by Naruto was akin to a speaker caught off guard, unable to regain composure. "Ahem. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement, my friends." Naruto chuckled awkwardly, attempting to evade the mounting scrutiny, though his trembling wine glass betrayed his inner turmoil. After all, to strive together for the peace of the ninja world, I am deeply moved. Naruto, we can empathize with your sentiments. But did you happen to witness something peculiar just now? Inquired a diplomat from Kirigakure, his narrowed eyes laced with a hint of probing. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The previously boisterous banquet hall now fell silent, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. A wave of immense pressure bore down on Naruto, as if he were a solitary vessel amidst a tempest, on the verge of capsizing. He realized that he could no longer conceal the truth. Just as he prepared to clarify, a sharp voice shattered the stillness. "Naruto, are there matters you have been withholding from us?" It was the leader of the Iwagakure delegation, his weathered face etched with distrust and skepticism, his tone tinged with irritation. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Naruto, the air thick with tension, suffocating. As the string of anxiety within him tightened ever more, he hesitated, slowly lowering his wine glass, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, his eyes flickering with a complex mixture of emotions. Then, he undertook an unexpected action, plunging the atmosphere of the banquet hall into an icy abyss. As if stepping into the frigid depths of the Arctic, the leaders of the ninja delegations from various nations exchanged glances, the air thick with an unmistakable tension, as if a cataclysmic battle were on the verge of erupting. In unison, They rose from their seats and made their way to the lounge area in small clusters. Their movements remarkably synchronized, as though rehearsed. They engaged in hushed conversations, brows furrowed, their expressions dark enough to evoke a sense of foreboding. The previously jubilant atmosphere of the banquet had been abruptly replaced by an oppressive and anxious ambience. Within the lounge, low murmurs rose and fell like a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing incessantly, creating a palpable sense of unease. What on earth is going on with Naruto? Why would the system issue such a notification out of the blue? Grumbled one leader from the Land of Lightning, his voice rough and laden with suspicion. Who knows? Perhaps this fellow harbors some unspeakable secrets, remarked another leader from the Land of Water, his tone laced with sarcasm and a hint of wariness. The diplomatic team from Konohagakure was in a frenzy, darting between the various delegations in an attempt to explain and alleviate the tensions, but their efforts bore little fruit. The leaders of the ninja delegations remained as immovable as stubborn stones, indifferent to any reassurances offered. Naruto observed the unfolding scene in silence, his brow knitted. The smile that once graced his face now vanished. He understood that the situation had become precarious. He needed to act swiftly, for otherwise, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. Just as the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control, Naruto took a deep breath and slowly rose to his feet. His gaze was resolute, piercing like a drawn sword, radiating confidence. He stepped into the center of the banquet hall, cleared his throat, and spoke in a voice imbued with charisma. "Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to lend me your ears." His words, though softly spoken, reached every individual present, instantly capturing their attention. Unlike the others, who were fraught with anxiety, he appeared remarkably composed and self-assured. He began to elucidate the operational mechanics of the stall system, suggesting that the unusual notification might merely be a signal of a system upgrade. His words acted like sunlight, dispelling the shadows that loomed over the assembly. "Consider this. My stall system is truly one of a kind. Occasional minor glitches are inevitable, much like the updates you encounter while gaming." He cleverly likened the system to a familiar concept, bridging the gap between himself and his audience. Moreover, each update brings forth new treasures. Perhaps this time, your prowess might even see a significant boost, Naruto declared with a cheerful smile, as if promoting his wares. Though his explanations may have been somewhat tenuous, they were undeniably persuasive. After all, the wonders of the stall system were evident to all. Following Naruto's discourse, the expressions of the leaders from the various ninja delegations softened considerably. They remained skeptical of his explanations, yet their demeanor was no longer as rigid as before. However, just as the atmosphere began to ease, Naruto suddenly shifted his tone, a hint of sharpness lacing his words. "So, if it is merely due to an uncertain anomaly, are you all prepared to abandon our collaboration?" This unexpected interrogation from Naruto left everyone present momentarily stunned. Goodness, the change in tone was astonishingly abrupt. He had just been like a salesman, and now he transformed into an embodiment of justice? This young man would surely excel in acting. "Everyone, we have worked so hard to come together. Must we really part ways over such a trivial matter? That would be utterly childish." With his hands on his hips, Naruto appeared genuinely distressed. He urged them to reflect on the ninjas who had sacrificed their lives during the war, to consider the villages ravaged by conflict. How could they so easily relinquish their hope for peace? His words struck like a heavy hammer, resonating within the hearts of the ninjas from various nations. Indeed, how much effort had they expended for the sake of peace? How could they abandon it all over a baseless threat? In the eyes of several young ninjas, admiration sparkled brightly. This Naruto truly possessed remarkable capabilities. Gaara was the first to step forward, his deep-set eyes filled with resolve. "I choose to trust Naruto. I believe he would not undertake actions that would endanger the ninja world. Indeed, I have faith in Naruto. He is my dear brother." Killer Bee promptly echoed, his iconic sunglasses concealing the determination in his gaze. The affirmations from these two influential figures served as a stabilizing anchor for the wavering crowd. The leaders of the ninja delegations from various nations nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to continue their collaboration. "Naruto, we believe in you. We support you. For the peace of the ninja world, let us strive together." The atmosphere in the banquet hall rekindled with warmth, laughter, and joy reverberating once more, as if the earlier tension had never existed. Observing this scene, Naruto silently exhaled in relief. At last, he had managed to navigate through the crisis. His cleverness had prevailed. However, Just as everyone prepared to raise their glasses in celebration, a piercing voice shattered the harmonious ambience. Wait, I have discovered an issue. An eagle-eyed diplomatic envoy pointed at the ground stall system interface, his expression drastically altered. The inventory of certain items has diminished sharply. Chapter 104. Sudden decrease in inventory. Another crisis averted. The laughter and merriment within the banquet hall came to an abrupt halt, as if the mute button had been pressed. The envoy's words detonated like a bomb, instantly igniting a tense atmosphere. What? A sharp decrease in inventory? Surely not. It was quite ample just a moment ago. Is the system on the verge of collapse? The smiles on the faces of the ninja representatives quickly froze, replaced by a chorus of dismay. Their gazes converged upon the ground stall system interface behind Naruto. The once bountiful list of goods now displayed an alarming number of items with quantities glaringly marked as 0. A sense of foreboding gripped Naruto's heart. Could it be? Was this the onset of a catastrophic failure? He hastily opened the system panel, and upon closer inspection, a cold sweat immediately broke out. Shadow clone pills, 0. Detox beans, 0. Lucky kunai, 0. What on earth? Is this a clearance sale? It was as if a vice had gripped Naruto's heart, and waves of anxiety surged within him, making him feel as though he were precariously walking a tightrope, where one misstep could plunge him into an abyss. What is happening? Is there a malfunction in the system? This does not bode well. The leaders of the ninja delegations from various countries began to whisper among themselves, their initial skepticism about this so-called marketplace system now deepening into suspicion as they cast wary glances at Naruto. I believe we should suspend our cooperation. This is far too dangerous, declared a representative from the land of lightning, clad in armor, his tone resolute and unyielding. Indeed, if we cannot even ensure a supply of goods, what cooperation can we discuss? Echoed a veiled representative from the village hidden in the mist, his voice tinged with displeasure. No, I disagree. Naruto would never betray us. Chirped out Killer Bee, the first to oppose the idea of halting cooperation, his booming voice resonating throughout the banquet hall. Killer Bee, please remain calm. The current situation demands our utmost caution. Attempted to dissuade a diplomat from the village hidden in the clouds, his tone laced with exasperation. Exactly. Who knows what is truly going on? What if this is a ruse? Several indecisive ninjas began to voice their concerns. As both sides became embroiled in a heated dispute, the atmosphere grew tense and charged. Supporters of cooperation and advocates for a pause shouted fervently, their faces flushed, their voices a cacophony of outrage and complaint, akin to a boiling pot ready to overflow. Standing amidst the turmoil, Naruto felt like a sandwich being crushed, struggling to breathe. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm his frayed nerves, as strategies raced through his mind. Just then, a slightly hoarse voice broke through the clamor. Crisp as a nightingale yet tinged with an undercurrent of unease. Everyone, perhaps this is merely a minor glitch. The members of the Konoha diplomatic team felt beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, each feeling like they were being grilled over an open flame. They endeavored to quell the rising tide of panic, suggesting that this might simply be a minor system hiccup, akin to a computer freezing momentarily, easily resolved with a restart. However, the ninja representatives from other nations, shrewd as old foxes, were not so easily convinced. Their skeptical gazes pierced through the Konoha team like poison darts, suffocating them with pressure. A minor glitch? This seems to be a significant failure, scoffed the envoy from the Eagle Eye, his tone dripping with sarcasm and mockery. Indeed, this is a matter of life and death for our nations, and it cannot be treated lightly, chimed in the representative from the land of lightning, his voice heavy with distrust. The members of the diplomatic team turned pale, feeling more discomfort than if they had ingested a fly. They wished to refute the doubts cast upon them, yet found themselves bereft of suitable justifications, helplessly observing the bridge of trust crumble amidst the voices of skepticism. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified, oppressive enough to induce a sense of suffocation. Naruto, witnessing the impending chaos, furrowed his brow, his heart racing like an ant upon a hot skillet. Alas, this situation was perilously close to unraveling. In this moment of sheer desperation, a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. Wait, it appeared that the system possessed a hidden warehouse function, which had previously gone untapped. He quickly accessed the system interface and clicked on the inconspicuous icon for the hidden warehouse. In the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Goodness, all the vanished items were indeed contained within. Everyone, do not panic. I have discerned the situation, Naruto exclaimed, his voice brimming with exhilaration, akin to a beam of light piercing through the darkness. Projecting the hidden warehouse interface into the air, he pointed at the array of dazzling goods and declared, "All these items are right here. They were merely transferred to the hidden warehouse by the system. Now, I shall restock them for your viewing." As his words resonated, the previously empty product list was instantaneously filled with an assortment of peculiar items. The representatives of various nations stood in stunned silence, their earlier skepticism and discontent gradually replaced by astonishment and curiosity. What on earth was happening? Could it truly be just a system malfunction? The function of the hidden warehouse was indeed remarkable. The atmosphere in the room shifted from tense and confrontational to one of tranquility. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the crisis had been averted. He cleared his throat, poised to elucidate further, when his gaze fell upon a nondescript corner of the hidden warehouse interface. There, a small icon flickered with a faint glow. "This is intriguing," Naruto murmured to himself. "Dear friends, although we encountered a minor mishap, rest assured, it is nothing grave. As a token of goodwill, each esteemed partner shall receive some complimentary mysterious gifts. How generous of me, wouldn't you agree?" He patted his chest, assuming an air of magnanimity. This unexpected boon left the representatives of the various nations momentarily speechless. Their previously solemn expressions transformed into that of startled subway passengers engrossed in their phones. The abrupt twist was akin to a sudden whirlwind, catching them off guard. "Wait, is this truly happening? Naruto, my friend, you are far too generous." This display of benevolence elicited waves of admiration and exclamations of delight, dissipating the once tense atmosphere, replaced now by laughter and joy. The gazes of the ninja representatives shifted from suspicion to admiration, sparkling as if they were starstruck fans beholding their idol. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, shall we continue our discussion regarding collaboration? Naruto rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. The leaders of the ninja delegations nodded in agreement, returning to the negotiation table. They engaged in earnest discussions regarding the intricacies of their collaboration, their faces illuminated with positivity, as if they beheld a promising future. The Konoha diplomatic team seized the moment, elaborating on the merits of the cooperative proposal, and the ninjas from various nations nodded in agreement, their resolve to collaborate solidifying further. Naruto observed this harmonious scene, a contented smile gracing his features. Success. This endeavor appeared secure. However, just as the details of the collaboration were on the verge of being finalized, a sudden and urgent ringing shattered the tranquil atmosphere. The communication devices of the ninjas from different nations erupted in unison, and upon connecting, their expressions transformed gravely. What? Chapter 105. Urgent news from the homeland. A grand achievement realized. As the ninjas received urgent messages from their respective homelands, their faces paled dramatically, akin to the grim countenance of someone who had consumed expired ramen. A wave of unease surged within Naruto, coiling around his heart like a vine, making each breath increasingly laborious. The ambience of the venue turned palpably tense, as if the air itself had thickened. What on earth is happening? Something has gone awry back home. Whispers of concern rippled through the gathering, spreading like concentric circles, drowning out the previously joyous laughter. The ninjas began exchanging the contents of their messages, their voices low and frantic, reminiscent of startled sparrows. "Our minds have collapsed," exclaimed the representative from Awakens, his voice trembling, his complexion as pale as a blank sheet of paper. "Our water source has run dry," the representative from Kirigakure added, beads of sweat dotting his brow as though he were ensconced in a desert. Some nations, faced with domestic crises, sought to amend the terms of cooperation, akin to altering the rules of a game on the fly. This naturally encroached upon the interests of other nations, leading to heated disputes, their faces ablaze with fury. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, akin to a bomb on the brink of detonation, instilling a sense of foreboding. "No, absolutely not. This will undermine our interests. We cannot accept this. It is utterly unjust." The cacophony of shouts and arguments intertwined, transforming the venue into a chaotic marketplace. Naruto felt overwhelmed, striving to mediate and discover a balanced resolution, akin to a tightrope walker treading cautiously. However, he soon realized this task was more daunting than scaling the heavens. The immense pressure weighing upon him like a mountain, rendering his breath shallow. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm," Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow, his throat beginning to feel parched. Yet, his voice was swiftly drowned out by the clamor, akin to a pebble cast into the ocean, failing to create a ripple. The leaders of the various ninja delegations, each fiercely defending their nation's interests, resembled a pack of ravenous wolves vying for a prime cut of meat. Gaara suddenly rose, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the assembly, and spoke slowly. Esteemed colleagues, though his voice was soft, it resonated like a boulder plummeting into a still lake, instantly silencing the raucous gathering. His eyes, deep and gravelly, scanned each individual present, exuding an undeniable authority. The previously quarreling ninjas appeared to be paused, their mouths closing as if tamed like wild beasts. Esteemed colleagues, please lend me your ears. Gaara spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with an irresistible authority that underscored the gravity of the situation. This was not a matter that could be resolved through mere argument. What we require is calmness and cooperation, not the tearing down of one another. His words fell upon the assembly like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames of anger that had ignited in their hearts, yet failing to resolve the underlying issues entirely. Although the leaders of the various delegations ceased their squabbling, their glances remained filled with suspicion and distrust, as if poised for another eruption at any moment. The negotiations had reached an impasse, the atmosphere heavy with a tension akin to the stillness before a storm, suffocating in its weight. The diplomatic team from the Hidden Leaf Village found themselves at a loss, attempting to propose various compromises, only to be rebuffed by differing factions for myriad reasons, akin to navigating an unending labyrinth. Naruto surveyed the chaotic scene before him, his anxiety surging like a tidal wave. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, his mind racing with thoughts akin to a high-speed computer processing an array of data. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in his mind like a lightning bolt piercing the darkness. A slight smile crept onto his lips, exuding the confidence of a hunter who has caught sight of his prey. Everyone, Naruto cleared his throat, raising his voice. What if I present a brand new proposal that not only addresses the pressing concerns within your nations, but also allows us to reap greater benefits through collaboration? Would you be willing to hear it? His voice, though not loud, detonated like a bomb in the hall, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The leaders of the ninja delegations exchanged glances, and without further ado, Naruto began to articulate his proposal, his tone self-assured and fluid, like a river flowing with unceasing vigor. He not only analyzed the predicaments faced by each nation but also proposed practical solutions, every step meticulously considered, earning him admiration for his intellect. His proposal served as a master key, unlocking the hearts of the diverse ninja nations, revealing to the previously adversarial parties the glimmer of hope for cooperation. As Naruto elaborated, the eyes of the leaders brightened, akin to lanterns being lit one by one. Their gazes shifted from initial skepticism to burgeoning respect, as if witnessing the emergence of a prodigious talent. Just as everyone was engrossed in Naruto's proposal, Killer Bee interjected, "Yo, Naruto, what on earth did you eat to grow up with such a quick mind? It's truly impressive." With that, he burst into a hearty laugh that reverberated throughout the hall. Naruto's proposal acted as an invigorating tonic, instantly revitalizing the ambience of the gathering. He spoke with fervor, articulating the challenges faced by each nation with clarity and precision, his solutions striking at the core of the issues as if inscribed upon his very countenance. The leaders of the ninja delegations nodded in agreement, their expressions transforming from somber seriousness to a dawning realization, reminiscent of finally discovering the correct answer in a puzzle game. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. The representative from Awakens applauded enthusiastically, his beard twitching like an excited squirrel, exclaiming that this proposal was tailor-made for them. I am in full support. The representative from Kirigakure nodded vigorously, as if witnessing the parched earth rejuvenate. Lord Naruto, you are truly a genius. The leaders of the delegations from other nations expressed their approval, their faces radiating joy akin to winning the lottery. The previously tense atmosphere vanished without a trace, replaced by harmony and laughter. Delegations from various countries eagerly signed cooperation agreements with Naruto, and the ambience soared to a crescendo, reminiscent of a grand celebration. Naruto, you are remarkable. Lord Naruto, you are the savior of the ninja world. Naruto, we stand with you. Cheers, applause, and praises intertwined, creating a thunderous cacophony that seemed poised to lift the roof off the venue. The eyes of the ninjas from various nations were filled with admiration and gratitude as if they were beholding their idol, eager to rush forward for autographs and photographs. Naruto's street stall system appeared to embody a new hope for peace and development in the ninja world, carrying the aspirations of all. As Naruto gazed at the signed agreements in his hands, a profound sense of accomplishment washed over him, akin to triumphing over the final boss in a game. He realized he had taken a significant step toward peace in the ninja world. Though this step was modest, its implications were profound. However, before he could fully relish the joy of victory, an unexpected voice shattered the revelry of the venue. "Naruto, your stall requires an upgrade." The voice, rich with magnetism, whispered enticingly, shrouded in mystery. Naruto paused, scanning the surroundings, but finding no one to attribute the voice to. Scratching his head, he mused, who is playing tricks here? He glanced at the back of the agreement in his hand, where new writing had appeared, an invitation to another world. "We cordially invite Lord Naruto to embark on a new chapter." What was happening? As he pondered, the scroll in his grasp suddenly illuminated, a flash of white light enveloping him before vanishing without a trace. The cheers in the venue abruptly ceased. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Naruto found himself standing at the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Research Room, where a team of otherworldly ninjas awaited him. Chapter 106. A first encounter with the otherworldly. Tensions arise. The door to the research room creaked open, and Naruto entered with a group of uniquely attired ninjas. The air thickened with anticipation as both parties scrutinized each other like exotic beasts. The otherworldly ninjas donned an array of eccentric outfits. Some sported horns atop their heads. Others had tails trailing behind, and a few floated gracefully in the air, resembling a bizarre ukiyo-e painting. In contrast, the Konoha research ninjas wore standard ninja uniforms, their expressions grave, resembling a collection of impassive poker faces. "Ah, esteemed leaders of Konoha, it is an honor to finally meet you," boomed the captain of the otherworldly ninjas, extending a hand in a commanding voice, perfectly articulating the common tongue of the ninja world, yet infused with an exotic flair. The Leaf Village's research ninja hesitated momentarily before slowly extending his hand for a handshake, the sensation akin to grasping a slippery fish. The atmosphere grew decidedly awkward, permeated by an unspoken tension. Although the foreign ninjas wore smiles, their eyes betrayed a hint of displeasure. The Leaf ninjas murmured to themselves, questioning the reliability of these peculiar outsiders. Upon entering the conference room, both parties formally commenced discussions regarding the collaborative details. What was intended as cooperation quickly devolved into a clash of titans. The Leaf Village's research ninja insisted on adhering to their established standards and processes for developing new market products, striving for a methodical approach. In contrast, the leader of the foreign ninjas passionately expounded upon the unique concepts of their world, detailing an array of astounding technological advancements that left the Leaf ninjas bewildered, as if deciphering an ancient manuscript. Our market innovations in the foreign realm are nothing short of explosive. Concepts such as shadow clone vending machines and automated payment shurikens are mere trifles. The foreign leaders spoke animatedly, seemingly envisioning the glorious future of their market empire. "That is unacceptable. Your technology is excessively radical, posing too great a risk," the Leaf Research ninja solemnly countered, but was quickly interrupted. "Conservative. You are far too conservative. One must embrace innovation and dare to break boundaries." The foreign leader, animated and fervent, pounded the table, saliva flying. "Rules. We must adhere to the rules." The Leaf Research ninja retorted defiantly, refusing to yield. The conference room erupted into chaos, both sides arguing vehemently, their faces flushed, resembling market vendors haggling over prices. Naruto sat in the middle, feeling akin to a kindergarten teacher, attempting to mediate but being utterly disregarded. "Stop. Everyone, calm down," Naruto shouted in frustration. Yet his words fell on deaf ears. The foreign ninjas perceived the Leaf ninjas as overly rigid and inflexible, while the Leaf ninjas regarded their counterparts as fanciful and unreliable. At that moment, the conference room door swung open. "What is happening here?" An enraged voice boomed from the entrance. Outside, a group of Leaf ninjas had gathered in the corridor, vociferously chanting slogans against collaborating with the foreign ninjas. Their voices resonated powerfully, like war drums, striking at the hearts of all present. These oddities cannot be trusted. The honor of the Leaf must not be tarnished by outsiders. A steady and cautious approach is our principle. The dissenting voices surged into the conference room like a tempest, intensifying the already palpable awkwardness and tension. The Leaf Research ninjas, already harboring doubts, felt their resolve solidify upon hearing these slogans, their expressions tightening, eyes glimmering with distrust. Conversely, the foreign ninjas sensed a wave of exclusion, exchanging glances filled with anger and confusion. The foreign leader clenched his fists, knuckles cracking, muscles twitching in a clear struggle to suppress an outburst. Naruto sat in the center, his head pounding unbearably. He instinctively rubbed his temples, attempting to alleviate the pressure. He understood that the issues at hand were far more intricate than he had anticipated, and the path to collaboration was fraught with challenges. At that moment, Ino stepped forward. Her gaze was resolute, her voice clear and powerful. "Everyone, please. Let me have a moment." Ino's presence was like a refreshing breeze, dispersing the chaos that enveloped the conference room. She calmly walked to the center of the two parties, articulately analyzing. While it is vital for Konoha to proceed steadily, we must not overlook the innovative spirit of the outsiders. Collaboration could elevate our grassroots technology to new heights, benefiting everyone. Ino's words flowed like a gentle stream, gradually seeping into the hearts of all present. The faces of the Konoha ninjas and the outsiders began to reflect contemplation, with some even nodding in agreement. Naruto exhaled in relief, sensing a turning point in the situation. Just then, the assistant to the envoy from the outsider world suddenly sprang up, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, a slight smirk playing on his lips, as if a brilliant idea was about to escape his lips. "Ah, I have an idea." The assistant rubbed his hands together, grinning mischievously. "Since we cannot reach an agreement, why not hold a grassroots technology competition?" He paused, dropping a bombshell. "The winner takes all. The loser bears all expenses." The conference room fell into an eerie silence, every expression akin to witnessing a ghost. The Konoha development ninjas exchanged glances, while the outsider captain's eyes sparkled with excitement as if he had discovered a rare treasure. "This is intriguing," the outsider captain mused, stroking his chin, his eyes shining with eagerness. A spark ignited in Naruto's mind as he grasped the essence of this idea. He suddenly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Brilliant! This idea is extraordinary. Let us engage in a grand showdown of grassroots technology. Not only can we showcase our respective strengths, but we can also foster communication and strengthen bonds, achieving multiple benefits." Clearing his throat, he passionately outlined his preliminary vision. "We can divide into several groups, each collaboratively developing a new grassroots product. During the development process, both sides will learn from each other, complementing one another's strengths and weaknesses. In the end, we will hold a public exhibition and evaluation, with the victor receiving." Naruto deliberately elongated his tone, tantalizing everyone's curiosity, exclusive sales rights, and a substantial prize. The Konoha development ninjas and the outsider captain exchanged glances, a flicker of agreement passing between them. "This kid truly has some skills. This framework is quite good." The outsider captain was the first to express his approval, noting that it allowed for both cooperation and competition while avoiding ideological conflicts. "Perfect." Although the Konoha development ninjas remained somewhat hesitant, they were gradually swayed by Naruto's enthusiasm, nodding in consideration. Witnessing the shift in attitudes, Naruto felt invigorated. It was as if he envisioned the magnificent future of a grassroots empire, a glimpse of peace dawning upon the ninja world. However, just as everyone was preparing to further refine the framework, a leaf ninja suddenly changed his expression, pointing at the blueprint brought by the captain of the otherworldly team, and tremulously inquired, "Wait, this infinite shadow clone vending machine of yours, will it truly not disturb the chakra balance of Konoha?" The mere mention of the infinite shadow clone vending machine instantly froze the previously relaxed atmosphere. The air in the conference room felt thick and oppressive, making it difficult to breathe. Naruto inwardly cursed the situation. This concept was bound to provoke misunderstandings. He hastily gathered both parties in an attempt to elucidate the relationship between Konoha's traditions and the ideals of the otherworldly beings. He articulated his points fervently, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The otherworldly ninjas listened patiently, occasionally nodding in comprehension, while the Konoha researchers maintained skeptical expressions, as if they were hearing an absurd tale. The captain of the otherworldly ninjas looked at Naruto with an expression of hope, as if to say, "Brother, it all depends on you." Meanwhile, the leaf ninjas harbored their own thoughts, some pondering deeply, others smirking, or whispering amongst themselves. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on everyone. Reminiscent of the calm before a storm, a leaf ninja cleared his throat, breaking the stalemate. Naruto, your idea is commendable, but in practice, he paused, his tone growing serious. It may indeed lead to significant trouble. Several other opposing ninjas from Konoha echoed his sentiments, outlining the potential risks posed by the otherworldly ninjas, chakra disruption, uncontrolled shadow clones, and even a war within the ninja world. Nonsense. The otherworldly ninjas were infuriated at the outburst. Our control over chakra is far more refined than you can imagine. How could such a situation arise? The two factions began to argue once more, anger etched on every face, and the tense atmosphere escalated rapidly. Naruto, caught in the middle, desperately attempted to mediate but felt increasingly powerless, as if he were at the eye of a storm, on the verge of being swept into the whirlpool of contention. Enough! A venerable and authoritative voice resounded. Everyone turned to see the third Hokage standing at the doorway, having appeared unnoticed. He surveyed the room, his gaze sharp as a blade, and the conference room fell into an abrupt silence. What is all this commotion? What a disgrace! He rapped his cane heavily on the floor, his deep voice reverberating painfully in everyone's ears. After a brief silence, the Konoha researchers adjusted their glasses and presented a thick stack of data reports, filled with intricate charts and formulas that dazzled the eyes. Lord Hokage, based on our research, there exists a significant disparity in the chakra fluctuation frequencies between our ninjas and those from the otherworldly realm. Forcing a fusion could lead to chaotic chakra disturbances and potentially unpredictable consequences. Their analysis was sound and reasoned, leaving the otherworldly ninjas momentarily speechless, their faces etched with frustration. The assistant to the envoy from the otherworldly realm fidgeted anxiously, akin to an ant on a hot pan, struggling to formulate any counterarguments. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense once more, as taut as a stretched string, ready to snap at any moment. Naruto, witnessing the standoff, felt as restless as an ant on a hot skillet. Should negotiations falter, the painstakingly constructed bridge of peace he had built would surely collapse. This simply would not do. He needed to devise a solution. As he racked his brain, a spark of inspiration struck him. Yes, his unparalleled street vendor system. Clearing his throat to capture the attention of all present, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an idea." A mysterious smile crossed his face as he teased them with anticipation. Perhaps we can discover a mutually beneficial solution. Oh, what might that be? Speak up, Naruto. The anxious leader of the foreign ninja team implored, his eyes shimmering with hope. Naruto feigned profundity, chuckling softly. Hee, it's a secret. However, I assure you, this plan will undoubtedly astonish you. He retrieved a small scroll from his pocket, upon which were inscribed several crooked characters. Chakra Harmonizer. Upon glimpsing this scroll, the previously troubled foreign and Konoha ninjas were momentarily taken aback. What is this? Could it be some miraculous potion? They exchanged bewildered glances. Naruto, what is this? One of the Konoha researchers questioned, pointing at the scroll, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone. With a mysterious smile, Naruto slowly unfurled the scroll. This is my exclusive secret formula. As the scroll gradually unfurled, the crowd beheld a vial of crystal-clear liquid, sparkling enticingly under the light, reminiscent of a precious gem. What is this? The Konoha researcher adjusted his glasses, curiosity piqued. Naruto beamed with pride, adopting the demeanor of a salesman as he elaborated. This is my uniquely formulated chakra harmonizer. Just a single drop will allow your chakras to fuse flawlessly, alleviating any concerns about fluctuating frequencies. He held up a small vial, deftly dispensing a drop onto his palm, then gestured for a Konoha ninja to step forward and experience it. Although hesitant, the ninja approached and tried it. Immediately, a warm sensation coursed through his body, and his previously sluggish chakra began to flow freely. His eyes widened in astonishment. This sensation is extraordinary. It feels as though my chakra has come to life. In an instant, the atmosphere in the conference room erupted with excitement. The formerly tense environment replaced by an air of delight. The foreign ninjas cheered exuberantly, while Konoha ninjas clustered around Naruto, clamoring to inquire about the principles behind the chakra harmonizer. Observing the joyful scene before him, Naruto's face broke into a satisfied smile. Raising his gaze, he found Ino gazing at him tenderly. Their eyes met, and an electric current seemed to pass between them, rendering the surrounding world a blur. leaving only the reflections of each other in their eyes. An air of subtle intimacy enveloped them, as the foreign and Konoha ninjas exchanged knowing smiles. This was a prospect they were eager to embrace. "Naruto, you are truly remarkable," Ino exclaimed, her voice so gentle it could almost be described as sweet. Naruto scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful, yet his heart swelled with joy. Through Naruto's deft mediation, both parties swiftly reached a consensus and began drafting a new collaborative plan. Enthusiasm surged among them as they actively discussed the details of their cooperation, and the animosity that had once existed gradually dissipated. The captain of the foreign ninja team heartily patted Naruto on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother, I have decided to befriend you." The Leaf Village's research ninja also gave Naruto a thumbs up, stating, "Naruto, you are truly a genius. I had underestimated you before." The conference room was filled with laughter and joy, creating a harmonious atmosphere, and Naruto felt an immense sense of pride as he observed this scene. However, at that moment, a Leaf Village research ninja furrowed his brow and said, "Wait, regarding the chakra transformation technology, we still have a crucial issue to resolve." As these words were spoken, the previously light-hearted ambience instantly froze, and everyone exchanged uneasy glances, a sense of foreboding creeping in. The captain of the foreign ninja team frowned, his tone displeased. "What issue do you have now? We have been very cooperative. You are not going to bring up more trouble, are you?" "Not at all." The Leaf Village research ninja hastily clarified, adjusting his glasses with a hesitant tone. "It's just that our technology conflicts with your principles in certain aspects. We may need to make some adjustments." "Adjustments?" The captain's voice turned icy. "What kind of adjustments? Are you suggesting we abandon our principles?" The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense once more, the previously eased relations plunging back into a cold silence, and the mood among the participants darkened. Naruto watched as both sides confronted each other again, his brow furrowed in concern. What was happening? Just as the Leaf Village research ninja was about to explain, he was interrupted by a voice. "How about this?" Naruto attempted to lighten the mood, but was met with a fierce glare from the captain, who retorted, "What good ideas do you have?" Chapter 108. The dawn of collaboration. The atmosphere in the conference room resembled a taut string, ready to snap. The captain's brow was tightly knit, his displeasure evident, while beads of sweat formed on the forehead of the Leaf Village research ninja, his voice trembling. "It's just that our technology conflicts with your principles in certain aspects. We may need to make some adjustments." "Adjustments?" The captain's voice was as cold as steel. "What adjustments? Are you asking us to forsake our principles?" The room fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The Leaf Village ninjas opposed to the collaboration observed this exchange. A short, stout, middle-aged ninja slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "I knew it. These people are utterly untrustworthy. Why should we collaborate with these foreigners? They are willing to abandon their principles. What can we trust them with?" In an instant, voices of dissent surged forth like a tidal wave. The previously resolute gaze of the Leaf Village research ninja began to waver, sweat accumulating on his brow. The captain's expression darkened further as he struck the table with a heavy fist, the chair creaking ominously, as if it might splinter at any moment. "Enough," the captain shouted. "Since you distrust us so much, do not blame us for proceeding on our own. We can develop better technology ourselves." The ninjas of Leaf Village exchanged glances, and the tension in the air thickened once again. Naruto watched this unfolding drama, his heart racing with anxiety. He rose to his feet, striving to appear at ease, and remarked with a smile, "Hey, everyone, there's no need to be so agitated. In fact, I believe we can adopt a different perspective." "A different perspective?" The captain of the foreign ninja team interrupted coldly. "What other solutions do you propose? We have deliberated for an entire day, and now you come to disrupt us. Thinking you can resolve anything?" Naruto's gaze grew resolute as he inhaled deeply, stepping forward. With sincerity and determination, he stated, "I understand that each of you faces your own challenges, but in order to achieve collaboration, we must be willing to make some compromises. If we can take a step back, might we not discover a mutually beneficial solution?" The ninjas from Konoha who opposed the collaboration scoffed derisively, as if mocking Naruto's naivete. The Konoha research ninjas also appeared somewhat hesitant, seemingly dismissive of Naruto's suggestion. Undeterred, Naruto continued, "For instance, if we could find a balance in chakra transformation technology, one that satisfies your principles while accommodating our needs, wouldn't that pave the way for a smooth collaboration?" The captain of the foreign ninja team's expression shifted slightly. As if Naruto's words had struck a chord, the Konoha research ninja began to ponder, swiftly jotting down notes, seemingly searching for that potential equilibrium. As Naruto observed this scene, a glimmer of hope surged within him. Just as the Konoha research ninja was about to speak, the captain of the foreign ninja team suddenly grasped his shoulder and whispered, "Give me a chance, let us test his proposal." The Konoha research ninja nodded, appearing persuaded. Naruto exhaled in relief, a faint smile appearing on his face. However, just as he prepared to advance the discussion, a sharp voice erupted, "Stop dreaming. There is no way we can collaborate with these foreigners." All eyes turned in unison towards the short, stocky, middle-aged ninja, whose fierce gaze suggested an intention to disrupt. Naruto's heart tightened once more. Realizing that the path ahead would not be easy, he took a deep breath, fixing his determined gaze on the middle-aged ninja, and slowly began. "Then I shall persuade you with facts." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to the Konoha research ninja and the captain of the foreign ninja team, saying, "Give me 10 minutes. I assure you I can find a solution." In the conference room, the atmosphere once again became tense, but this time, all held their breath in anticipation of Naruto's next move. He rubbed his hands together, attempting to alleviate the heavy atmosphere with his signature smile, though it proved to be of little effect. The Konoha research ninja adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a glint of cold light. "Naruto, your idea is commendable, but in practice, there exists a significant challenge. The manner in which the foreign ninja's chakra operates is entirely different from ours. Their chakra is more explosive, while ours emphasizes stability. Merging these two types of chakra is akin to mixing fire and water, an almost impossible task." The captain of the foreign ninja team shrugged in resignation. "We have also attempted numerous methods, but all have ended in failure. The two types of chakra repel each other, making fusion utterly unfeasible, let alone utilizing it to power new ninjutsu." The air in the conference room felt as if it had solidified, oppressive to the point of rendering one breathless. Naruto sensed as though an immense weight rested upon his shoulders, heavy enough to nearly keep his head bowed. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing in search of a breakthrough. Was he truly to relinquish hope? Ding! The system detected that the host was facing a dilemma. The most potent street vendor system initiated its auxiliary function. Naruto abruptly lifted his head, focusing his thoughts, silently invoking, "System, do you possess any means to resolve this predicament?" Ding! It is recommended that the host utilize a chakra harmonizer. This item can harmonize different types of chakra, achieving a state of equilibrium, thus facilitating fusion. A chakra harmonizer? Naruto's heart leaped with joy as he promptly rummaged through the system's inventory, and indeed, he discovered this wondrous item. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly spoke, "Everyone, I have conceived a solution." The crowd turned to Naruto, puzzled, as he smiled confidently, raising a vial of liquid that emitted a strange luminescence high above his head. "This is the chakra harmonizer." Before Naruto could finish his sentence, a Konoha researcher snatched the vial, scrutinizing it closely. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself, "How is this possible? The structure of this substance can actually balance the fluctuations of two types of chakra." The leader of the foreign ninja squad also approached, examining the liquid within the vial with gleaming eyes filled with excitement. He clasped Naruto's shoulder, exclaiming enthusiastically, "Kid, where did you procure this marvel? This is nothing short of miraculous." The Konoha ninjas who initially opposed the collaboration gathered around, their faces alight with astonishment and curiosity. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated instantaneously, replaced by a wave of surprise and anticipation. Naruto smiled enigmatically. A wise man has his own ingenious plans. He paused momentarily before continuing. "Next, we need to." Chapter 108. The Dawn of Collaboration. The birth of a new creation. Naruto's chakra harmonizer acted as a powerful tonic, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of all present. The Konoha researchers, as if invigorated, sparkled with excitement as they pulled the foreign ninja leader into the laboratory. The two engaging in animated discussions about various technical details, as if they were long-lost friends reunited. The scene resembled two tech enthusiasts discovering a shared passion for their beloved niche, brimming with fervor, nearly eager to pledge brotherhood on the spot. The laboratory was filled with the clanging of instruments, various devices flickering with vibrant colors, and a unique scent permeated the air, reminiscent of a blend of chemical reagents and ninja chakra, yet unexpectedly exhilarating. The hearty laughter of the foreign ninja leader intertwined with the meticulous explanations of the Konoha researcher, composing a distinctive symphony of technical discourse. Naruto stood outside the laboratory, peering through the glass window at the fervent scene within, his face radiating a paternal smile of contentment. As time ticked by, the atmosphere in the laboratory grew increasingly fervent, as if something monumental was being conceived. Finally, after countless trials and adjustments, an object emanating a soft glow was born. It appeared as a delicate amulet, its surface intricately engraved with complex runes, emanating an aura of mysterious power. When Naruto raised the talisman high into the air, a hushed silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated upon it. With a gentle infusion of chakra, the amulet erupted in a dazzling radiance, resembling a miniature sun that illuminated the entire room. Subsequently, a formidable wave of energy radiated from the amulet, enveloping everyone present. The sensation was akin to every cell in their bodies rejoicing, brimming with vitality. "My word, this power is simply explosive," exclaimed a young leaf ninja, feeling his chakra surge at an unprecedented pace. "This is nothing short of a divine artifact," the captain of the foreign ninja team exclaimed, embracing Naruto with fervor. Patting his shoulder appreciatively, "You are truly a genius." A leaf researcher adjusted his glasses, barely concealing his excitement. "This is a marvel of technology. It flawlessly merges two distinctly different chakras and maximizes their potency." Cheers, applause, and gasps of admiration intertwined, sweeping through the conference room like a tsunami. Standing at the center of the throng, Naruto gazed at the ecstatic faces around him, his heart swelling with pride. He understood that he had finally succeeded. His entrepreneurial venture had reached a new milestone. However, as everyone basked in the joy of the moment, a hurried voice shattered the celebratory atmosphere. "Lord Naruto, trouble is brewing. We've received word that news of the new product has leaked, and other factions seem to be showing interest." Naruto's smile froze on his face, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. It appeared that overtime was once again on the horizon. Chapter 109. Collaborative Solutions. Promising new horizons. Naruto rubbed his face, the once exuberant smile instantly replaced by an imperceptible sternness. Which faction caught wind of this so swiftly? He mused softly, a hint of amusement in his tone. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, as if gripped by an invisible hand. The gathered individuals sat around the table, the air thick with gravity, where even the sound of a pin dropping would be distinctly heard. The leaf researcher adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowed, the lenses reflecting a glint of cold light. "It seems we have underestimated the allure of the new product and overestimated the limits of certain individuals. I warned you, collaborating with foreign ninjas is inviting trouble," a dissenting leaf ninja remarked sarcastically, his tone dripping with unmasked schadenfreude. "Well, here we are. The trouble has arrived. Let us see how you resolve this." The room erupted in chaos, with supporters of the collaboration glaring at one another as a fierce argument threatened to erupt. "Silence." Naruto slammed his hand upon the table, a powerful chakra surge causing the teacups to vibrate. "Is now the time for infighting? We must unite against external threats." He surveyed the crowd, his gaze fierce. "The collaboration must continue. No one shall impede this." Meanwhile, factions coveting the new product had already begun to mobilize. They spread rumors, claiming that the new product would bring calamity, transforming its users into mindless monsters. These rumors spread like a virus, rapidly infecting the minds of the impressionable leaf ninjas, who began to waver, creating an atmosphere of panic and anxiety. "I told you this thing was ominous. And now, look what has happened." The ninjas opposing the collaboration, fueled by fervor, intensified their incitement, causing the arguments in the meeting room to escalate to a near-deafening crescendo, as if the very roof might be lifted off. The emotions surged between the factions like molten lava, ready to erupt at any moment. At that moment, a figure silently appeared at the entrance of the meeting room, holding a scroll and wearing a grave expression. "Lord Naruto," he paused, his voice deep. "The messenger from the otherworldly realm requests an urgent meeting." The rumors ran rampant within the Leaf Village, becoming increasingly ludicrous. Whispers of using the shadow clone pill leading to sleepwalking destruction of homes, and claims that the detoxifying beans were actually a chronic poison, turning consumers into mere shells of their former selves, proliferated like an extravagant annual drama. The expressions of the otherworldly ninjas visibly darkened, their once hearty laughter vanishing, replaced by furrowed brows and anxious faces. as if a Damocles sword hung precariously above them. They had come to the Leaf Village seeking collaboration, not to entangle themselves in trouble. The captain of the otherworldly ninjas anxiously ran his fingers through his hair, casting glances at Naruto, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. The atmosphere in the Leaf Village Research Department was stifling, suffocating in its oppressive weight. The research ninjas appeared as wilted as frost-bitten eggplants, staring blankly at their blueprints, their pens limply gliding across the paper, as if engaging in a silent protest. A heavy low pressure hung in the air, making even the act of breathing feel burdensome. These individuals thrived on chaos. Naruto scratched his head vigorously, feeling like a duck roasting over an open flame, scorched from both sides. A throbbing headache pulsed at his temples. No, he had to take action. Drawing in a deep breath, Naruto resolved to confront the situation head-on, refusing to allow these rumors to continue their rampant spread. He would make those schemers lurking in the shadows aware that Naruto Uzumaki was not to be trifled with. The following day, in the central square of the Leaf Village, Naruto stood upon a platform, amplifying his voice to reach the entire village. He articulated the principles of the Shadow Clone Pill with clarity, showcased the ingredients of the detoxifying beans, and even demonstrated the use of the Lucky Shuriken. His presentation was logical and vivid, occasionally interspersed with popular internet memes, which lightened the previously tense atmosphere considerably. The gathered villagers of the Leaf Village transitioned from initial skepticism to contemplation, and ultimately, many set aside their misgivings. The captain of the otherworldly ninjas, watching Naruto eloquently address the crowd, clapped fervently and was the first to step forward in support of Naruto, exclaiming, "I told you. Naruto is absolutely reliable. Those rumors are utter nonsense." The research ninjas of the Leaf Village removed their glasses, rubbing their weary eyes, a long-lost smile appearing at the corners of their mouths. The oppressive atmosphere was swiftly dispelled, and confidence in collaboration was reignited among the crowd. Suddenly, a messenger from the world of the approached Naruto, presenting him with a note, a peculiar smile adorning his face. "This was discovered by our people. The rumor monger seems to be." His voice trailed off, leaving behind a meaningful grin. Upon receiving the note, Naruto's gaze sharpened instantly, squinting as he read the note. A mischievous smirk played at the corners of his mouth. How foolish to challenge the inevitable, he mused, crumpling the note into a ball, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Come, let me show you a splendid spectacle." The group set forth towards the source of the rumor, a small faction known as the Mole Gang. This Mole Gang was notorious for its underhanded dealings, earning infamy throughout Konoha. "Boss, trouble's brewing. Naruto and his crew are coming." A panicked member of the Mole Gang rushed in, nearly toppling the teacup before the leader. The leader scoffed dismissively, "What is there to fear? We are hidden underground. What can they possibly do to us?" No sooner had he spoken than the ground began to tremble, followed by a colossal Rasengan descending from above, obliterating the Mole Gang's subterranean hideout. Amidst the swirling dust, Naruto emerged from the haze, accompanied by his comrades, reminiscent of a deity descending from the heavens, who claimed that hiding underground ensured safety. Naruto jeered, producing an X-ray orb and tossing it onto the ground. Instantly, the earth became transparent, revealing the Mole Gang members in a state of utter disarray, akin to exposed hamsters under the glaring gaze of onlookers. What is this advanced technology? The leader of the Mole Gang stood agape, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. As the truth was unveiled, the villagers of Konoha raised their thumbs in approval of Naruto, while the captain of the ninja team excitedly embraced him, exclaiming, "Naruto, you are truly remarkable." This maneuver was simply extraordinary. The unfounded rumors crumbled, allowing research efforts to proceed smoothly. The Konoha research ninjas and the ninjas buzzed with renewed vigor, exchanging ideas fervently, their discussions ablaze with enthusiasm. "I believe this area could be improved. Our technology can enhance efficiency." "That's a brilliant idea. We can merge our techniques to develop even more powerful products." The messenger from the world also contributed several innovative concepts, prompting nods of agreement from the Konoha researchers, fostering an atmosphere of seamless collaboration. Observing the harmonious scene before him, Naruto felt a swell of comfort in his heart. The dawn of peace seemed to be within reach. However, at that moment, a cloaked Anbu ninja hurriedly approached, his expression grave as he leaned in to whisper a few urgent words in Naruto's ear. Naruto's smile vanished instantaneously, his eyes deepening with concern. "I understand." He inhaled deeply, his tone somber. Immediately inform everyone to halt all work at once. Chapter 110. The Upper Echelon Scrutiny. Collaboration amidst frost. The sun continued to shine brightly over Konoha. Yet an unusual tension hung in the air. The once vibrant research base now lay silent, as if a pin could be heard falling. With a single command from Naruto, everyone seemed to be frozen in time, their faces still lit with excitement, now shrouded by a veil of gloom. What was happening? What was going on? Gu Changfeng scratched his head, bewildered, gazing at Naruto. Without uttering a word, Naruto merely gestured towards the center of the village, the location of the Hokage's office. An urgent meeting had disrupted the rhythm of all. The research ninjas exchanged anxious glances, trailing behind Naruto towards the conference room, their hearts racing as if they were harboring a dozen rabbits within their chests. Their hard work, their future, now hung precariously in the balance. Ino followed closely, while the captain of the foreign ninja team and his subordinates were kept outside the conference room, pacing nervously, the clanking of their armor resonating with a dull thud. The assistant to the foreign envoy crossed his arms, wearing a look of amusement, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips, seemingly relishing the air of uncertainty. Meanwhile, a group of conservative Konoha ninjas gathered in a corner, their expressions gleeful, whispering conspiratorially and occasionally emitting sarcastic chuckles. They had long viewed this collaboration with disdain, eagerly awaiting a decisive rejection from the higher-ups. The doors of the conference room stood ominously closed, resembling a monstrous beast that devoured all, sending shivers down one's spine. Inside, the atmosphere grew even tenser. The Konoha leaders sat solemnly at the head of the table, their expressions grave, their gazes sharp as blades. The air felt thick, each breath taken with trepidation. Clearing his throat, a senior member spoke in a deep voice regarding the collaboration with the foreign world. After careful consideration, we believe there are certain risks that cannot be overlooked. Risks? What risks? The research ninjas were sweating profusely, having finally glimpsed hope. They were unwilling to see it snuffed out. A senior member with a goatee slowly interjected. The technology of the foreign world is exceedingly advanced and may pose a threat to our traditional culture, and whether they can be trusted remains an enigma. The Konoha researchers attempted to explain, but were interrupted by the senior member's impatient tone. We have our own judgments. His words brooked no dissent, laced with an air of authority. Outside the conference room, fragments of heated debate drifted out. The foreign ninja captain furrowed his brow, his face a canvas of fury. What did this mean? Were they going back on their word? He pounded his fist against the wall, producing a resounding thud. Captain, remain calm, one of his teammates urged. For now, we can only wait. Just then, the door to the conference room swung open abruptly, and an Anbu ninja emerged, his expression grim, addressing the assembled crowd. Everyone, please disperse. This concludes today's session. Naruto's head snapped up. The weighty atmosphere inside the conference room felt like a boulder, suffocating in its intensity. The higher-ups' decision to reject the collaboration struck like a thunderclap, echoing painfully in everyone's ears. The researchers appeared pallid, as if all their vigor had been sapped away, their arduous efforts on the brink of being rendered futile. Ino's countenance was equally grim. She took a deep breath, wishing to advocate further, only to be brusquely interrupted by an impatient executive. Enough, this matter is settled. Meeting adjourned. A stifling atmosphere enveloped the conference room as the researchers emerged, dejected and disheartened, akin to wilted plants. The captain of the foreign ninja team, witnessing this, was incensed. He seized Naruto's shoulder and, through gritted teeth, demanded, what transpired? How could they act so callously? Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with defiance. Drawing a deep breath, he thrust open the conference room door and strode in with determination. Esteemed leaders, please hold on, he proclaimed, his voice resonating with confidence and resolve. The executives exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in displeasure at the audacity of this impudent youth. One executive scoffed, Uzumaki Naruto, what is it that you desire? I have a solution. Naruto boldly met the executive's gaze, a confident smile gracing his lips. He retrieved a peculiar orb emanating a strange glow from his pocket, raising it high. This is my latest invention, the Shadow Clone Enhancement Pill, which grants clones the full strength of their original. The executives exchanged astonished looks, clearly taken aback by Naruto's assertion. One executive questioned, is that true? Can shadow clones truly possess the original's total prowess? Absolutely, Naruto replied with conviction. Moreover, I possess even more formidable creations. He proceeded to unveil an array of extraordinary items: chakra restoration potions, super shurikens, invincible shields, and more, dazzling the executives. At that moment, the assistant of the envoy from the foreign realm stepped forward, presenting a document to the executives. Esteemed leaders, this is our memorandum of cooperation from the foreign realm. Kindly review it. As the executives perused the document, their expressions gradually softened, and the tense atmosphere began to ease. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto continued. I understand your concerns regarding the risks of collaboration, but trust me, I have means to address these issues. Oh, an executive regarded Naruto with interest. What solutions do you propose? Naruto smiled subtly, replying enigmatically. The sage has his ingenious strategies. Clearing his throat, he added with an air of mystery, distinguished leaders. I comprehend your apprehensions, fear of the foreign entities causing turmoil. Rest assured, I have devised countermeasures. He dramatically produced a scroll adorned with bizarre symbols and unfurled it upon the table. This is my design for a super firewall, ensuring that foreign technology does not intrude and corrupt the cherished traditions of Konoha. Absolutely foolproof. The researchers from Konoha quickly supplemented. We will also establish a joint oversight committee, monitoring around the clock, ready to halt any disturbances at a moment's notice. The executives exchanged glances, the tension etched on their faces beginning to dissipate. The high-ranking official with a goatee stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, this proposal seems rather plausible. Witnessing the shift in attitude among the higher-ups, the atmosphere in the conference room felt rejuvenated. Outside, the captain of the foreign ninja team clenched his fists, a flicker of hope igniting within him. After an intense discussion, the Konoha leadership ultimately agreed to continue the collaboration, albeit while imposing a series of regulatory conditions that were even more stringent than before. A plethora of stipulations that left one feeling overwhelmed. Although the terms were somewhat harsh, they were certainly preferable to abandoning the partnership. Naruto beamed, readily assenting to the conditions. Upon the news breaking, the research base erupted in jubilation, with the development ninjas embracing one another in excitement. The foreign ninja captain rushed over, enveloping Naruto in a hearty embrace and patting his shoulder vigorously, exclaiming, "Good lad, I knew you could do it." However, this joyous interlude was short-lived. Under the new regulatory conditions, the development work encountered unprecedented technical challenges. A peculiar energy fluctuation disrupted the research on the new products, severely diminishing the final results. What on earth is happening? One development ninja exclaimed, pointing at the flickering experimental apparatus, his face pale with alarm. Damn it! The foreign ninja captain muttered in frustration. Naruto furrowed his brow, fixated on the experimental device, and murmured to himself, could it be? Suddenly, he had a revelation. Lifting his head abruptly to address the group, I know where the problem lies. Chapter 111. Breaking through and achieving greatness inside the research base. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though the air might freeze. The Konoha development ninjas wore expressions of deep concern, their eyes glued to the erratically flickering devices that emitted crackling sounds. Their faces were etched with anxiety and restlessness, as if grappling with an unsolvable mathematical conundrum. Their patience wearing thin. This energy fluctuation is utterly bizarre and completely uncontrollable. One development ninja lamented, tugging at his dwindling hair in despair. The foreign ninjas fared little better. Appearing as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, their earlier exuberance vanished without a trace. Damn it, we haven't encountered such issues on our end. The foreign ninja captain grumbled, scratching his head, his chiseled features now twisted with concern. Meanwhile, those opposed to the collaboration from Konoha stood by, like a rowdy audience relishing the chaos, mockingly jeering. I told you, mastering foreign technology is no simple feat. It might just be a colossal pitfall. Their taunts pierced the hearts of everyone present like needles, evoking silent discomfort. Silence. At that moment, Naruto inhaled deeply and bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, instantly quelling the clamor. All eyes turned to him, drawn by the unwavering determination in his blue gaze. Is it merely a minor energy fluctuation? What is there to fear? We are destined for greatness. Trifling challenges are but a drizzle. Naruto flashed his signature sunny smile, aiming to infuse the room with his optimism. Now let us all rally our spirits. Reflect upon the arduous journey we have traversed. Yet, the reality is unforgiving. In the ensuing research, a significant divergence emerged between the technological philosophies of Konoha's ninja developers and those of the otherworldly ninjas. One faction adhered to the traditional theories of Konoha ninjutsu, while the other steadfastly clung to the principles of energy manipulation from another realm. Neither side was willing to concede, and the cacophony of their disputes reverberated throughout the research facility. Your theories are utterly impractical. They are excessively conservative, the otherworldly ninjas exclaimed, their unique accents punctuating their fervent outbursts, spittle nearly flying into the faces of their opponents. Nonsense. Your methods are utterly illogical, the Konoha developers retorted, rolling up their sleeves and vociferously countering the accusations. As the altercation intensified, spiraling towards an all-out brawl, the onlooking Konoha ninjas reveled in the spectacle, eagerly fanning the flames of discord. At that moment, a familiar figure stepped forth. Ino clapped her hands, signaling for silence. Everyone, this is not the time for quarrels. We must unite and collaboratively address the issues at hand. She endeavored to soothe the agitated atmosphere with her gentle voice. What we require now is a calm analysis, not mutual blame. The assistant to the envoy from the otherworldly realm also emerged, his cunning eyes glinting with wisdom as he actively sought solutions for both parties. However, just as emotions began to subside, Naruto's gaze suddenly shifted to the experimental apparatus, his expression turning grave. I think I understand. His words trailed off as he focused intently on the incessantly flickering red light on the device. Naruto furrowed his brow, pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot skillet. As seconds ticked away, the apparatus continued to emit an irksome buzzing sound, seemingly mocking their ineptitude. The Konoha developers hung their heads in despair, resembling defeated roosters. Their previous fervor for research extinguished. The captain of the otherworldly ninjas, equally agitated, tugged at his hair, mumbling incantations from his realm. As if such utterances could miraculously resolve their predicament. The air was thick with the scent of failure, stifling and oppressive. Is there truly no way forward? A Konoha developer murmured, his voice heavy with despondency. Alas, it seems this collaboration is doomed, another ninja echoed despondently. Hearing such defeatist sentiments only heightened Naruto's urgency. No, we absolutely cannot surrender. He abruptly halted, and suddenly, a spark ignited within him as he recalled the peculiar items available in the marketplace system. A bold idea blossomed in his mind. Wait, I have an idea, Naruto exclaimed with fervor, his voice detonating like a bomb, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the laboratory. We may have been too limited in our previous approach, Naruto declared, gesturing toward the experimental apparatus. Why don't we consider a different perspective? Let us merge the energy from the other world with Konoha's ninjutsu, akin to how my shadow clone technique blends two distinct energies. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with hope, as if they had grasped a lifeline. Is this really feasible? A hesitant Konoha development ninja inquired. We won't know until we try, Naruto asserted with unwavering determination, acknowledging that they had no alternative. They might as well take a chance on a dead horse. The captain of the foreign ninja team, equally exhilarated, slapped his thigh. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. I've been eager to experiment with this. Thus, the Konoha developers and the foreign ninjas recalibrated the experimental apparatus, meticulously blending two distinct energies. A low humming sound emanated from the device, the flickering red light gradually stabilizing into a gentle blue hue. Has it succeeded? A Konoha researcher exclaimed, wide-eyed and incredulous at the sight before him. It appears to have worked. The foreign ninja captain shouted in excitement. At that moment, Naruto's attention was drawn to a minute scale on the apparatus, and his expression shifted to one of seriousness. No, the energy output hasn't reached the expected standard, Naruto declared, pointing emphatically at the gauge. Anxiety surged among the group, their hearts racing as if on a roller coaster, oscillating between hope and despair. How much more do we need? The foreign ninja captain asked, his heart pounding. Just a final push. Naruto inhaled deeply, determination glimmering in his eyes. He retrieved a sparkling small bean from his system space. This is the improved detox bean. It contains immense energy and can act as a catalyst to enhance the energy output. An improved detox bean? Is that really viable? A Konoha developer questioned skeptically, as the concept seemed rather implausible. Trust me, it will definitely work, Naruto replied with confidence. He carefully placed the detox bean into the core of the experimental apparatus and initiated the final process. The device emitted an even more intense hum, the blue light becoming dazzling, illuminating the entire laboratory as if it were midday. With a crisp chime, The gauge's needle firmly settled at the anticipated mark. "We did it!" Naruto exclaimed, triumphantly raising his fist. Oh yeah. The Konoha developers and foreign ninjas embraced one another, their faces radiant with joy, as an atmosphere of celebration enveloped the team. The new street item, the Super Chakra Lollipop, had been officially created. It exuded an enticing fragrance and shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, brimming with energy. "This is simply spectacular," the foreign ninja captain marveled. "The effects are undoubtedly remarkable," Naruto proclaimed confidently. The higher-ups of Konoha expressed their immense satisfaction with this achievement, and a formal cooperation agreement was signed between Naruto and the foreign ninja captain. Naruto became an object of admiration among the crowd, and the celebratory atmosphere reached its zenith. "Naruto, you truly are incredible," Gu Changfeng exclaimed, excitedly patting Naruto on the shoulder and giving him a thumbs up. Just as the festivities commenced, a covert Anbu ninja quietly approached Naruto, presenting him with a mysterious letter. Naruto, in a state of perplexity, cautiously accepted the letter and was about to open it when a line of eerie text materialized on the envelope. A new challenge is about to commence. Chapter 112. The Message of Exploration, a new collaboration begins. Naruto meticulously tore open the envelope, and a faint scent of sandalwood wafted towards him. The parchment felt coarse to the touch, reminiscent of some ancient animal hide. What greeted his eyes was not familiar script, but a series of distorted symbols, resembling abstract drawings crafted by a child with a compass, completely baffling. What on earth is this? Morse code? Naruto scratched his head, utterly bewildered, as he attempted to arrange the symbols in his mind, yet could not decipher any meaning. Could it possibly be an alien language? Gu Changfeng leaned in, his eyes wide with curiosity, fixating on the strange characters on the letter. "Naruto, when did you learn this? Teach me." A ninja from the Konoha development team approached, adjusting his glasses and furrowing his brow, gravely analyzing the peculiar symbols as if he were solving a century-old enigma. The surrounding atmosphere grew tense. The once jubilant crowd, celebrating their successful collaboration, now fell silent, each individual shrouded in a cloak of unease. Was this the harbinger of doom for their partnership? The captain of the foreign ninja team retracted his characteristic smile, his muscles taut with concern. He moved beside Naruto, firmly patting his shoulder and solemnly inquiring, "What does this letter truly convey?" Taking a deep breath, Naruto scrutinized the bizarre symbols once more, as if searching for a glimmer of insight. His mind buzzed, overwhelmed as if encircled by a swarm of bees. The expression on the Konoha ninja's face darkened further. He clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding with anxiety, apprehensive that this letter might become an obstacle to their collaboration, rendering all their prior efforts futile. "I told you, collaborating with outsiders is utterly unreliable." The skeptics among the Konoha ninjas began to voice their sardonic remarks, much like spectators reveling in the chaos. Ino hurried over, attempting to ease the tension, urgently advising Naruto, "Don't rush, take your time. The content of this letter is surely complex." Naruto rubbed his forehead, feeling as if his head were on the verge of exploding. He massaged his temples, striving to maintain his composure, yet the disjointed symbols flitted about his mind like headless flies. "This is undoubtedly a bad omen," the Konoha development ninja murmured, his tone steeped in uncertainty. Just as the others anxiously awaited Naruto's interpretation of the letter, he suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes alight with determination. He pointed to one symbol on the paper, exclaiming, "This symbol, I feel I've seen it before." The captain of the foreign ninja team, witnessing Naruto's prolonged silence, felt his countenance darken, his piercing eyes seemingly ready to ignite with fury. "Naruto Uzumaki, what does this mean? Are you attempting to bamboozle me with this incomprehensible scrawl? We approached this collaboration with sincerity. Is it not rather dismissive of you to treat us so lightly?" He seized Naruto by the collar, his tone laced with ire, as if ready to hoist Naruto up and deliver a beating at any moment. "You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I see no necessity for us to continue this partnership." Observing this, the Leaf Village's research ninja immediately positioned himself in front of Naruto, adjusting his glasses as he sternly admonished, "Hey, what are you doing? Refrain from resorting to violence. We are currently analyzing this letter. Could you possibly remain calm?" His fists were clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms, poised as if ready to engage in a brawl with the leader of the foreign ninja. "Our Leaf Village is not to be trifled with. Let us communicate respectfully without resorting to threats." "Umph. Is this how you treat your collaborators? If you cannot even comprehend a simple letter, what is there to discuss regarding cooperation? The foreign ninja leader sneered, asserting that you clearly lack the sincerity for collaboration. This is a waste of time. The tension between the two escalated, the air thick and charged, while the atmosphere surrounding them became increasingly hostile. The opposing ninjas from the Leaf Village, relishing the spectacle, added fuel to the fire with their mocking remarks, buzzing like bothersome flies, much to everyone's annoyance. Silence. Ino's sudden, commanding shout shattered the stalemate. She stepped forward, her gaze resolute, and her tone edged with sharpness. Have any of you considered that this letter might be a trap? She pointed to the symbols on the paper and continued, perhaps this is not an important message at all, but rather a deliberately constructed obstacle, aimed at sowing discord and misunderstanding between us, hindering our cooperation. Upon her declaration, a profound silence enveloped the room, all present, including the previously irate leader of the foreign ninjas and the Leaf Village researcher, were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged bewildered glances, and Naruto, too, was momentarily stunned. Re-evaluating the peculiar letter, his previously chaotic thoughts began to clarify, illuminated by a sudden insight. He meticulously analyzed each symbol in detail, striving to uncover the truth within. Perhaps Ino is right, Naruto murmured to himself, his gaze deepening with contemplation. The assistant to the envoy from the foreign realm suddenly stifled a chuckle, sharing a knowing laugh with the foreign ninja leader. Captain, look, the show is beginning. Naruto's eyes swept over the letter with renewed vigor. The symbols that had initially seemed chaotic now appeared to dance with vitality in his mind. He slapped his thigh in excitement, akin to winning a 5 million lottery. I understand. This is not some alien script. It is a treasure map. No, it is a hint for collaboration. He pointed emphatically at a symbol resembling a comical face, exclaiming, this symbol, I saw it yesterday in an ancient text in the village. It signifies guidance. And this crooked smile adjacent to it represents a clue. Thus, this letter is not a threat, but rather a delightful surprise from our allies. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt as though they had been struck by enlightenment, instantly revitalized. In the hidden village of Konoha, a ninja from the research department adjusted his glasses, his expression one of disbelief. Goodness, I never imagined such an approach existed. I spent half a day studying this, thinking it was some nonsensical incantation. The captain of the foreign ninjas stroked his bald head, offering an awkward smile. It seems I was overly sensitive. The culture of Konoha truly runs deep and is unfathomable. In a moment of triumph, Ino raised an eyebrow, placing her hands on her hips like a strategist queen. Humph, I told you there was something amiss. In critical moments, you must rely on my analysis. The Konoha ninjas who opposed collaboration now resembled wilted eggplants, retreating into corners, no longer daring to cast sarcastic remarks. The atmosphere swiftly shifted from a tense mystery to a lively comedy. The Konoha research ninjas and the foreign ninjas began brainstorming enthusiastically, fervently discussing the treasure map. They seemed to regress to their student days, pooling their intellects towards a shared goal. The collaborative plan progressed remarkably, efficiency soaring to new heights. The assistant from the foreign world beamed, eagerly bouncing around to offer suggestions, proposing to incorporate fire-style barbecue into the collaboration plan one moment, and suggesting a hot spring inn as the meeting place the next. However, just as they were gearing up for action, the Konoha research ninja's expression suddenly shifted. He flipped through the documents, his brow furrowed. Oh no, our new plan's critical component requires a material known as moonlight stone, which is said to be found only in perilous locations, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain. The group felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, their smiles vanishing without a trace. Naruto took a deep breath, a fierce fire igniting in his eyes. Clenching his fists, he spoke confidently, his lips curling into a subtle smile. A mere stone cannot deter me. Uzumaki Naruto. Let's go? I will lead you to it. Chapter 113. The Quest for Materials, a turning point in collaboration. With a grand gesture, Naruto proclaimed, onward. Our target is the Moonlight Stone. His demeanor was one of unshakable confidence, as if he were merely heading to his backyard for vegetables rather than embarking on a treacherous treasure hunt. The group set forth with great zeal towards the perilous location marked on the map, a valley shrouded in thick fog, accompanied by chilling winds that made it feel like they had entered the set of a horror film. The fog was so dense it felt tangible, visibility was severely limited, and the air was occasionally pierced by the eerie howls of unknown creatures, reminiscent of anguished cries that sent shivers down the spine. The Konoha research ninja trailed closely behind, his palms clammy with sweat, muttering incessantly, "This is terrifying. Didn't the documents say it was just small animals? That sound feels monstrous. Oh. Aren't these our elite ninjas from Konoha? What is this? Have you lost your courage before even starting the treasure hunt?" The opposing ninjas from Konoha mocked sarcastically. They had been unwilling participants in this collaboration, and now, seizing the opportunity, they unleashed their scorn upon the research ninja. The atmosphere plummeted. The previously united group now drenched in dismay, their morale at an all-time low. Naruto furrowed his brow, poised to utter a word, when suddenly the leading foreign ninja captain stumbled, letting out a pained gasp as he fell into a pitfall in the ground. "Captain!" The assistant of the foreign envoy exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward in an attempt to extricate him. However, the pit appeared to possess some mechanism. The more he struggled, the deeper the spikes at the edge of the pit pierced into him, blood seeping from the captain's arm. The ninjas from the Leaf Village who opposed the collaboration, witnessing this, erupted with renewed fervor, hopping in indignation as they shouted, "See? This is the consequence of collaborating with foreigners. I told you, these people are harbingers of disaster. They only bring us trouble." In a bid to mediate, Ino stepped forward, yet her voice was drowned out by the cacophony of complaints. A palpable tension hung in the air, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Just as despair settled over everyone, the previously silent Leaf Village researcher adjusted his glasses, his tone tinged with hesitation, yet laced with a hint of excitement. "Wait, I think I've recalled a solution." "What solution?" The foreign ninja captain strained to ask, his half-emerged form from the pit betraying his urgency. His hand was mangled and bloodied by the spikes, yet he was clearly unwilling to concede at such a critical moment. The Leaf researcher inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. "We could create a small explosion to trigger a natural reaction in the valley, allowing the pit to reset. This way, the captain can escape safely." "What?" The assistant of the foreign envoy's eyes widened in disbelief. This was clearly the most conservative approach. Were they certain it would work? Isn't this just a spur-of-the-moment idea? The ninjas from the Leaf Village who opposed the collaboration were relentless, shaking their heads in disapproval. This plan was far too timid and would only lead them into greater peril. In an instant, the valley erupted with discordant voices, a cacophony akin to the roars of demons, sending shivers down spines. Naruto attempted to intercede, but his voice was feeble amidst the uproar, unheard by any. He sighed in resignation, a wave of irritation washing over him. As the bickering reached a boiling point, the previously unassuming Leaf researcher suddenly summoned the courage to turn and stride toward a seemingly perilous direction deep within the valley. His figure appeared frail, yet each step was resolute and powerful. The crowd fell silent, their disputes momentarily halted, eyes drawn to the retreating silhouette. Ino softly inquired, "Where is he going?" The foreign ninja captain ceased his struggles, concern lacing his voice. "Is this kid out of his mind?" "That direction is." A complex expression crossed Naruto's face as he inhaled deeply, stepping forward with determination. "Regardless, we must trust him." The Leaf researcher, undeterred by the skepticism of the crowd, resolutely ventured into the depths of the valley. There, the fog grew denser, and the chilling wind became more piercing. Resembling a monstrous beast with a gaping maw, ready to devour everything in its path, he cautiously pushed aside the entwined vines, carefully avoiding the traps hidden on the ground. Advancing step by step, suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixated on the earth beneath him. Scattered there were fragments of oddly colored ores, shimmering with a faint glow under the dim light. "This is the companion ore of Moonstone," the Konoha researcher exclaimed excitedly, his voice trembling with exhilaration. He quickly retrieved tools from his backpack and began collecting the ore fragments. Upon hearing his shout, the others rushed over. They stood agape at the sight of those glimmering ore pieces, especially the Konoha ninjas who had previously ridiculed the researcher, now rendered speechless as if a hand had clutched their throats. "Good heavens, is this even possible?" The assistant from the alternate world could not help but exclaim, his face a picture of astonishment. The captain of the alternate world ninjas, equally incredulous, struggled to crawl out of a trap, ignoring the wound on his arm, and exclaimed with excitement, "Truly, the elite of Konoha possesses remarkable skills." The gazes directed towards the Konoha researcher were filled with admiration. Even Ino, usually stern, allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. Spirits soared. Hope rekindled. The group followed the researcher's lead, pressing onward. Indeed, It wasn't long before they stumbled upon a vast cave, its entrance obscured by dense foliage. Had it not been for the researcher, they would have overlooked it entirely. This is the place. The researcher pointed towards the depths of the cave with fervor. Naruto waved his hand and led the group into the cavern. Inside, a magnificent vein of moonstone illuminated the surroundings with a gentle glow. Before the vein stood a colossal stone creature, guarding this treasure. What is this? A mere stone beast? Watch as I unleash my shadow clone Rasengan. Naruto shouted as he charged forward. An intense battle erupted in an instant. Naruto's shadow clones surged forth. The captain of the alternate world wielded his blade with unmatched speed. Ino executed her techniques with precise control, while the researcher provided support from the sidelines. After a fierce struggle, they united their strengths and ultimately vanquished the stone creature. Cheers echoed throughout the cave, and joy radiated from every face. However, as they prepared to retrace their steps with the moonstone in hand, they discovered that the return path was blocked by a landslide. Staring at the obstructed route, their expressions turned grave. The earlier elation of defeating the stone creature swiftly dissipated, replaced by tension and anxiety. My goodness, this is just too much. Naruto couldn't help but grumble, raking his signature blonde hair in frustration. After overcoming the stone creature, now a landslide? Is this a joke? The captain of the, usually so generous, wore a furrowed brow as he paced back and forth, scrutinizing the surrounding environment. The cave was shrouded in dim light, and the air was thick with the oppressive scent of damp earth. Is there any way out? The voice of the Konoha-developed ninja trembled slightly as he gingerly cradled a container filled with moonlight stones, fearful of any jarring impact. These materials were highly sensitive to time, and delays would render them ineffective. Don't panic, let me think, Naruto mused, stroking his chin as he began to ponder. They had tried every conceivable method, digging with shurikens, blasting with ninjutsu, and even pushing with brute force, but to no avail. A massive boulder obstructed their exit, standing like an insurmountable wall. As time ticked away, a stifling atmosphere enveloped them. This is disastrous, Naruto exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, feeling utterly drained. He looked up at the cave's ceiling, where debris continually fell, producing a rustling sound that seemed to herald even greater peril. Captain, perhaps we should concede? The assistant of the world murmured, his tone tinged with despair. The captain shot him a glare, remaining silent. He understood that surrender would mean the complete annihilation of their efforts, rendering their toil futile. At that moment, Ino suddenly spoke up. Wait, I think I've come up with a solution. Her voice, though soft, rekindled hope among the group. All eyes turned to her, awaiting her elaboration. Ino took a deep breath and said slowly, my mind-body switch technique might work. She paused, her gaze fixed on Naruto. We'll need your cooperation. Naruto blinked in surprise, quickly grasping her intent. He sprang to his feet, determination flickering in his eyes. All right, let's do this. Wait. The previously silent Konoha-developed ninja interjected. This method is too perilous. What if? No time for hesitation. Naruto interrupted. We have to take this gamble. Ino inhaled deeply, forming hand seals, and exclaimed, mind-body switch technique. Her consciousness instantly entered Naruto's body. Controlling him, Ino formed seals once more and unleashed Naruto's signature Rasengan. The golden chakra swirled in his hands, emitting a buzzing sound that illuminated the dim cave. Now, Ino commanded, directing Naruto to hurl the Rasengan violently against the boulder blocking their exit. With a thunderous crash, debris erupted and dust filled the air. However, when the dust settled, they discovered only a shallow crack had formed in the massive stone. Damn it, this won't do. The rock is too hard. Ino withdrew from Naruto's body, her complexion pale and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. At that moment, the ninja from Konoha who had opposed collaboration spoke up again, pointing at the falling rubble from the cave's ceiling, mockingly declaring, see, this is divine will. It does not wish for us to collaborate with the. We should hasten our return to avoid being entombed here. Nonsense. Another retorted. This has nothing to do with divine will. It is simply geological instability. The cooperative ninjas were instantly incensed, pointing fingers at the opposition and unleashing their ire. You stubborn old fools, always clinging to convention. If we listened to you, Konoha would have perished long ago. Who are you calling stubborn? You little brats know nothing. The opposition, unyielding, rolled up their sleeves, ready to engage in battle. As tensions rose, the assistant to the envoy from the otherworldly realm was frantic. Like an ant on a hot pan, pacing in circles. Esteemed elders, now is not the time for quarrels. We must devise a way to escape. Just then, Naruto suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly, I've got it. Everyone paused, their gazes fixed upon him. With a mysterious smile, Naruto pulled out an unremarkable plastic bag from his ninja tool pouch. What is this? The crowd thought, puzzled. Naruto grinned, shaking the plastic bag in his hand, declaring, This is no ordinary plastic bag. It is, he paused for effect, the super invincible cosmic obstacle removal bag from the strongest street vendor system. The crowd collectively scoffed. That name sounds ridiculous. Even Gu Changfeng, who had always supported Naruto, couldn't help but mock. Ignoring their reactions, Naruto, with an air of mystery, extracted a lollipop from the bag. Naruto, you aren't planning to blow up the rock with a lollipop, are you? Ino asked, exasperated. With a sly smile, Naruto replied, Of course not. This is no ordinary lollipop. He held it up for everyone to see, exclaiming, This is the earth-shattering lollipop. With a mischievous grin, he plunged the lollipop into the fissure of the massive rock. The crowd stared in bewilderment. What on earth is this? An earth-shattering lollipop? It sounds utterly implausible. However, in the next moment, something miraculous occurred. As the lollipop was inserted into the crack, it began to melt, emanating a peculiar wave of energy. Immediately, the ground trembled, and the fissure in the rock widened, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. What in the world is this? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape at the unfolding spectacle. With a thunderous boom, the giant rock collapsed, debris scattering and dust billowing. As the dust settled, a path leading to the outside world was revealed before them. Sunlight streamed through the opening, dispelling the gloom within and illuminating the ecstatic faces of the crowd. Incredible, Naruto! The captain of the otherworldly ninja team exclaimed, excitedly patting Naruto on the shoulder, overwhelmed with joy. You truly are a treasure. Hee, just a small feat. Naruto modestly scratched his head, though internally he was elated. The crowd cheered and set off on their journey home. Along the way, laughter and joy resonated. The tense atmosphere long dissipated. Upon returning to Konoha, they immediately began crafting new street vendor items. With the rare materials provided by Naruto and the technical support from Konoha's researchers, the new items were swiftly completed. During the demonstration, the new street vendor items exhibited capabilities far beyond expectations, their formidable power leaving everyone in attendance in awe, the cheers echoing to the heavens. The esteemed leaders of Konoha expressed profound admiration for this achievement, and the captain of the foreign ninja team formally entered into a cooperative agreement with Naruto. In the eyes of the people, Naruto had become a hero. At the celebratory banquet, the clinking of glasses and sounds of laughter filled the air, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. However, amidst the revelry, Naruto suddenly realized something was amiss. I distinctly remember having 10. Furrowing his brow, he murmured to himself. Approaching the box where the newly acquired items were stored, he meticulously recounted them, only for his expression to shift dramatically. No, this isn't right. One is missing. Chapter 115. Tracing the lost item, an initial foray into adventure. No, this isn't right. One is missing. Naruto's face paled, anger glimmering in his eyes. He swiftly opened the box containing the items, counting each piece with a frown that knitted his brows tightly together. The interior of the box was a chaotic mess, evidently rummaged through by someone, and a stifling atmosphere hung in the air. Standing nearby, Tintin watched Naruto with concern. He shook his head, his tone resolute. It can't be lost. I distinctly counted 10. It must have been stolen. Gritting his teeth, he began to search the room meticulously for clues. Dust swirled up from the floor as he moved, revealing new scratches on the edge of the table, while the window was slightly ajar, indicating that someone had indeed intruded. Damn it! Naruto's fists clenched, veins bulging as if he intended to smash the entire room to pieces. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself and resumed his thorough inspection of every corner. Observing this, Tintin hurried to assist. Naruto, don't rush. We will surely find some clues. Perhaps we should ask others in the village? Naruto nodded and, accompanied by Tintin, ventured to the village center. However, to his astonishment, as he inquired around, villagers recoiled, regarding him with wary glances, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. Excuse me, sir, have you seen any strange individuals around the village lately? Naruto attempted to engage a vegetable vendor. The vendor shook his head, eyes flickering. No, I haven't. You should ask someone else. With that, he turned away, abandoning his business. Naruto traversed the village, questioning nearly everyone, yet no one was willing to provide any leads. He felt an unprecedented sense of isolation, as waves of frustration and fury surged within him, nearly engulfing him. The indifference of Konoha weighed heavily on his heart, his steps growing burdensome. Yet, Naruto refused to yield, continuing to search every nook, his eyes radiating an indomitable spirit. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I shall never surrender, he whispered, his resolve unwavering. At that moment, a man clad in a black cloak entered his field of vision. Perhaps this individual could offer some clues. Intrigued, Naruto quickly followed him. The black-clad figure led Naruto through a labyrinth of twists and turns, arriving at a dark and damp alley. The entrance was littered with refuse, emanating a foul stench, and the buzzing of flies was nauseating. The cloaked man halted, turning around with a sly grin. "Little brat, are you following me?" Naruto approached directly. "I want to know if you are aware of the recent thefts in the village." The man in black smirked. "I possess much information, but it comes at a steep price." He rubbed his fingers together, indicating that Naruto needed to pay. "How much?" Naruto inquired. "Not much, just this amount." The man gestured a number, causing Naruto to gasp in shock. He barely had enough for the smallest denomination. "I don't have that much money," Naruto replied honestly. The man in black scoffed dismissively. "No money? Then you shan't receive any information from me." He turned to leave, but Naruto seized his arm. "Wait, I have something else to trade." In a moment of inspiration, Naruto produced a shadow clone pill from his inventory. The man's eyes sparkled at the sight of the small pill. He snatched it eagerly, examining it with a greedy smile. "Where did you acquire this?" Naruto remained silent and merely stated, "Is this sufficient for your information?" The man weighed the pill in his hand, hesitated briefly, then nodded. "Deal. Now, what do you wish to know?" Naruto described the characteristics of the stolen items, and after a moment's contemplation, the man replied, "I know where they are." He pointed toward a desolate mountain outside the village. "They are hiding there." Naruto felt a surge of joy, quickly expressing his gratitude before turning to leave. "Wait." The man called after him, "Be cautious. Those individuals are not to be trifled with." Without looking back, Naruto waved his hand and vanished at the end of the alley. Following the clues provided by the man in black, Naruto arrived at the foot of the barren mountain. The path was rugged and overgrown, and a chilling atmosphere enveloped the air. This must be the place, Naruto thought as he inhaled deeply and began ascending the trail. As he carefully pushed aside the dense underbrush, he peered around, but the desolate mountain held nothing but a few gnarled trees, devoid of any signs of life, let alone a hideout for thieves. Could that informant have deceived me? Naruto scratched his head, doubt creeping into his mind. A gust of wind rustled the leaves, the sound jarring in the eerie silence of the forest. After confirming that no one was nearby, Naruto prepared to turn back. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound behind him. His heart raced, as if struck by lightning. He spun around, instantly entering a combat stance, his muscles taut and chakras surging within him. "Don't be alarmed, it is I," a cold voice intoned, laced with an undeniable authority. A man clad in a black uniform and wearing a mask stood before Naruto, exuding a frigid aura that signaled he was a formidable opponent. "Are you from the Anbu of Konoha?" Naruto asked tentatively, maintaining his guard. "I have been dispatched to assist you in investigating the thefts," the Anbu tracker replied, his tone calm and emotionless. "That's wonderful. With your help, we can surely apprehend those thieves," Naruto exclaimed with excitement, a radiant smile illuminating his face as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The two swiftly began to analyze the clues. Naruto recounted the words of the information dealer alongside the characteristics of the stolen items. Upon hearing this, the Anbu tracker furrowed his brow slightly, indicating that they had likely been relocated to the underground black market. The underground black market? Naruto was taken aback, having never heard of such a place before. The Anbu tracker explained, "The underground black market of Konoha is a hub for all manner of illicit transactions, a veritable den of iniquity. If you wish to recover the stolen items, it is an unavoidable destination." A fierce flame ignited in Naruto's eyes as he clenched his fists, resolutely declaring, "All right, let us head to the underground black market and apprehend them all." The Anbu tracker cast a glance at Naruto, subtly nodding in agreement. "Let us proceed. Time is of the essence." With that, he led the way down the mountain, with Naruto closely trailing behind. The two raced onward, swiftly arriving at the outskirts of Konoha village. In an inconspicuous alley, a dark entrance loomed before them. A group of burly men clad in black stood guard. their expressions fierce, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation that instilled fear in any onlooker. Naruto gazed at the heavily fortified entrance, contemplatively stroking his chin. Chapter 116. Delving into the abyss and facing peril at the edge of Konoha village, the dim alleyway resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, silently awaiting its prey. Naruto fixated on the black-clad sentinels, mentally cursing, "What a display. It feels as though I've stumbled into a mafia collecting protection money." He discreetly surveyed his surroundings, seeking an opportunity to slip inside unnoticed. The air was thick with a damp, musty odor, mingled with a faint metallic scent of blood, creating an unsettling atmosphere that tightened around his heart like a creeping vine. Beside him, the Anbu tracker scanned every nook and cranny with hawk-like precision, leaving no stone unturned in his vigilance. Naruto understood that this mission demanded utmost caution. Even the slightest misstep could lead to an irretrievable fate. Their eyes met, and they shared a tacit nod of understanding. "It seems we have no choice but to force our way in," Naruto contemplated, and with a sudden burst of energy, he darted toward the entrance like a flash of lightning. "Who goes there?" The guards were no mere pushovers. Their keen senses quickly detected Naruto's presence. A furious roar shattered the silence of the alley. "Damn it, discovered so soon? Do I carry a built-in aura of mockery?" Naruto inwardly cursed. Yet his pace did not falter. "Stop! Intruder, we will not show mercy." The guards bellowed in unison, drawing their glinting blades, which shimmered ominously in the dim light. "Brothers, arm yourselves and take him down." The guards lunged forward like wolves descending upon their prey. Naruto quickly skidded to a halt at the entrance, caught off guard by the sudden escalation. "Don't get me wrong. I'm merely a passerby observing the situation." He scratched his head, plastering a bright smile on his face in an attempt to diffuse the tension. "Passerby? I'll have a massive watermelon." The head guard let out a chilling laugh, gesturing with his hand as several guards menacingly surrounded Naruto. Sensing the tightening encirclement, Naruto realized that evasion was no longer an option. He took a deep breath, his muscles tensing, and his gaze sharpening to an extraordinary intensity. "Very well, it seems a confrontation is inevitable today." A faint smile crept onto Naruto's lips, revealing a hint of danger. Slowly, he placed his right hand on the kunai pouch at his waist, poised to strike at any moment. "Ha, kid. You've got some nerve to act so arrogantly before me." The head guard sneered, advancing towards Naruto step by step, his face illuminated by a bloodthirsty glint. "Today, you shall learn that this place is not meant for your kind." Just then, one of the guards abruptly received a message and hurried to the head guard's side, whispering something urgently. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile emerged on the head guard's face, his gaze towards Naruto brimming with malice. "It appears luck is not on your side. Kid, someone is waiting for you inside." The head guard signaled to his subordinates, then revealed a mischievous grin, softly commanding, "Let him in." As Naruto stepped deeper into the alley, a chilling atmosphere enveloped him, starkly contrasting the chaos outside, as if he had entered an entirely different realm. The buildings flanking him were dilapidated, their walls plastered with chaotic graffiti, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay. "This place is utterly sinister, resembling a haunted house," Naruto muttered quietly, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the echo of his own footsteps resonating in the desolate alley, a sound that felt jarringly intrusive. He warily scanned his surroundings, an unsettling feeling that something was lurking in the shadows, watching him, sending chills down his spine. "Wait, this silence is unnervingly excessive." Naruto halted, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Just then, he noticed something peculiar on the ground ahead. Upon closer inspection, he saw thin metal wires faintly connecting the walls on either side. "Damn it, a trap!" Naruto cursed inwardly, quickly retreating a step. In the nick of time, a shadow darted past, expertly severing the wires with a kunai. "Be cautious, it's a trap." The low voice of an Anbu tracker resonated in Naruto's ear. Gratefully, Naruto cast a glance at the tracker, silently relieved to have such a reliable comrade by his side. In the surrounding buildings, pairs of eyes were fixed intently on them, revealing that they had been discovered. "It seems we've been spotted," the Anbu tracker stated coldly, his tone devoid of any emotion. Concealed in the shadows, members of the thief gang exchanged glances, astonished that their trap had been so effortlessly dismantled. "Boss, what do we do now?" one thief whispered. The leader of the thieves, his face darkened and eyes glinting with ferocity, declared, "Since we've been discovered, we shall strike directly." No one leaves here alive today. He sprang to his feet, his dagger gleaming ominously. Brothers, charge. The thieves lunged at Naruto and the Anbu tracker like famished wolves, their blades glinting ominously in the dim light. Brothers, eliminate them, commanded the leader of the thieves, and instantaneously, chaos ensued. Goodness, these ruffians are truly relentless. Naruto quipped while deftly evading their attacks. The thieves employed insidious tactics, occasionally launching poison darts from the shadows and releasing mists that rendered defense nearly impossible. Gradually, Naruto began to feel overwhelmed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, I came prepared. A smirk played on his lips as he retrieved a lucky kunai from the system space. This kunai was no ordinary tool. It possessed tracking capabilities and could autonomously navigate obstacles. With a casual flick, Naruto sent the kunai soaring through the air, tracing an uncanny arc before accurately striking several thieves' pressure points, rendering them immobile. What can I say? I am just that formidable. He shrugged, wearing a mischievous grin. The crowd around them grew increasingly intrigued, murmuring amongst themselves. Who is this kid? How is he so powerful? What sorcery is that kunai? It can turn corners? This is far more thrilling than the practical exercises at the Ninja Academy. The battle raged on, and with the aid of his system tools, Naruto gradually turned the tide. Shadow Clone Jutsu, activate. Dozens of Naruto clones materialized, encircling the thieves. The clones coordinated seamlessly, their attacks fierce and relentless, leaving the thieves with no means of retaliation. Boss, we can't hold on any longer. One thief cried out in terror. The leader's face turned ashen. Retreat. He tossed a smoke bomb, seizing the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Naruto, with keen eyes, spotted the leader's trail and pursued him without hesitation. The Anbu tracker followed closely behind as the two engaged in a frantic chase through the narrow alleyways. Hurry, it's right ahead, Naruto exclaimed, pointing towards a dilapidated wooden door, his voice brimming with excitement. However, just as they were about to burst through, a group of cloaked figures suddenly emerged, obstructing their path. Who are you? Naruto inquired warily. The figures remained silent, unsheathing their weapons, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the air. In that moment, the atmosphere in the alley thickened, laden with the scent of gunpowder. Naruto narrowed his eyes, surveying the unexpected group of cloaked figures, a torrent of expletives rushing through his mind. What in the world is this? Are they reinforcements for the thieves? No, their gear seems far superior. He gripped his kunai tightly, his palms slightly damp with perspiration. The Anbu tracker beside him furrowed his brow, resembling a drawn sword, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. The two stood back to back, vigilantly watching the impending threat, prepared for any sudden assault. Just as tension reached its zenith, the leader of the cloaked figures slowly removed his mask, revealing a weathered visage. Do not be alarmed. We are not your enemies, he spoke, his voice deep and resonant. We are the special operations team of Konoha's Anbu, also in pursuit of this band of thieves. Naruto was taken aback, his face adorned with large question marks. Anbu? Wait, which department has emerged now? Is there a hidden faction within the Hidden Leaf Village that I have yet to discover? He internally mused, yet maintained a facade of calm. So, you are also here to apprehend the thieves? How fortuitous. However, why have you only just now made your appearance? Have you lost your way? We have our own methods of operation. The leader of the cloaked figures offered no further explanation, instead shifting the conversation. Since our goals align, shall we collaborate? Naruto's eyes sparkled with mischief as he grinned. Collaboration? Certainly, but you must follow my lead. His inner thoughts raced with excitement. The more allies, the greater the strength. The leader, surprised by Naruto's eagerness, nodded in agreement. Very well, but your abilities must be sufficient. The two parties quickly reached an understanding, initiating a new alliance. They wasted no time and rapidly assembled, pursuing the direction in which the thief leader had fled. A fresh atmosphere of cooperation enveloped the air. The thief leader was in for a rude awakening. Naruto tightened his grip on the kunai, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The group swiftly navigated the labyrinthine alleyways, their footsteps echoing on the empty streets. There it is. Naruto pointed towards a dilapidated warehouse ahead. Move out, with the leader's command. They surged forward, bursting through the door. Bang! Yet, the warehouse was eerily vacant. What is happening? Has he escaped? Naruto furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. At that moment, a somewhat hoarse voice echoed from the depths of the warehouse. To my surprise, You have managed to catch up so swiftly. From the shadows of the warehouse emerged a towering figure, the thief leader. A chilling smile adorned his face, betraying no hint of panic at being surrounded. Huh, little brat. Do you think you can capture me like this? Such naivety. He clapped his hands, and from the shadows emerged a dozen black-clad thieves, each wielding weapons and glaring menacingly at Naruto and his companions. Brothers, charge. Let these fools witness our might. With the thief leader's command, battle erupted instantly. Kunai and shuriken flew through the air, akin to a torrential downpour, producing sharp, whistling sounds. Naruto deftly evaded the incoming assaults, his kunai dancing like a serpent, each strike lethal. Shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of Narutos appeared in an instant, encircling the thieves. Goodness. So many Narutos. Which one is the real one? The thieves were thrown into disarray, their attacks becoming frantic and chaotic. Haha, take a guess. The real Naruto smirked mischievously, swiftly closing in on the thief leader while the thieves were distracted. You think you can capture me? Not so easily. The thief leader scoffed, suddenly pulling a trembling villager from behind him. If you want him to live, stop right now. Despicable. Fury ignited within Naruto, yet he was forced to halt. System. Is there any way to save the hostage? Naruto silently pondered. Ding. Upon detecting the current predicament, it is advisable to employ the strategy of feigned distraction with shurikens. This tactic can divert the enemy's attention and create an opportune moment for rescue. An excellent tool. Without hesitation, Naruto exchanged for the shurikens, waiting for the right moment before hurling them with great force. The shuriken traced a peculiar arc through the air, emitting a piercing shriek that captured the attention of all the thieves. What on earth is this? The leader of the thieves was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, instinctively turning to look. Now is the time. In an instant, Naruto launched his attack, dashing towards the hostage with lightning speed, delivering a swift chop that knocked the thief leader unconscious. Well done, Naruto. The Anbu trackers and the mysterious figure seized the opportunity to subdue the remaining thieves one by one. Is this all? I expected more prowess. Yet they couldn't withstand even a single blow. Naruto clapped his hands, looking down disdainfully at the fallen thief leader. Naruto, you are truly remarkable. Tenten, who had been hiding in the shadows, emerged with admiration gleaming in her eyes as she gazed at Naruto. Hee, it was nothing, Naruto said, scratching his head sheepishly. Now, how shall we deal with these ruffians? The Anbu tracker approached, surveying the thieves bound like dumplings, his tone icy. Naruto glanced at the unconscious thief leader, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wake him up first. I have questions for him. As soon as the leader fell, the remaining henchmen scattered like frightened birds, a scene reminiscent of trees falling and monkeys fleeing. Still hoping to escape? Not a chance. Naruto scoffed, his figure flickering like a phantom as he darted through the alleys. Goodness, this lad is far too swift. A thief exclaimed in terror, only to catch a glimpse of a shadow before feeling a chill at his neck, plunging him into unconsciousness. The Anbu trackers and the mysterious figure followed closely, pursuing the fleeing thieves like leopards on the hunt. In that instant, the village of Konoha became a stage for a thrilling game of cat and mouse. Thanks to his familiarity with the terrain and the enhancement provided by the system's swift movement talisman, Naruto moved with astonishing speed. He leapt across rooftops and weaved through alleys, intercepting the thieves one by one. Stop struggling, you cannot escape. Naruto effortlessly knocked a thief to the ground, then produced a rope and expertly bound him. Within a quarter of an hour, the majority of the thieves had been apprehended, leaving only a few stragglers who continued to resist. Brothers, do not fear. We have the numbers. One thief brandished his kunai, attempting to bolster morale. Numbers? Are you certain of that? Naruto replied mockingly, forming hand seals, shadow clone technique. Boom. Hundreds of Narutos materialized from thin air, surrounding the remaining thieves completely. My goodness. So many Narutos. The thieves were utterly dumbfounded, their weapons clattering to the ground. Now, do you have anything to say? The real Naruto crossed his arms, gazing triumphantly at the encircled thieves. With the battle concluded, Naruto successfully reclaimed the stolen goods. News of his valiant deeds spread throughout Konoha, with villagers praising his bravery. His street vendor business flourished as customers flocked in, and Naruto became a hero of the Hidden Leaf Village. At the celebratory feast, laughter and cheerful voices filled the air, and Naruto's heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment. However, just as he raised his cup in celebration, a covert ninja approached him silently, presenting a mysterious letter. Taking the letter, Naruto furrowed his brow. The envelope bore no signature, only a few indistinct scribbles. He slowly opened the envelope. Chapter 118. A new journey awaits. With utmost caution, Naruto unfolded the enigmatic letter. A faint scent of sandalwood wafting towards him. The parchment was aged sheepskin, rough and cold to the touch, reminiscent of an antique unearthed from a cellar. The scrawled handwriting resembled the scratchings of a chicken's claw, and the ink had smudged, rendering the already unclear words nearly indecipherable. What on earth is this? It looks like some sort of cryptic script. Naruto's brow tightened in frustration, akin to someone constipated for 3 days. He held the letter close, wishing he could scrutinize it with a magnifying glass, yet still found it utterly perplexing. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air. The revelry of the feast seemed to fade into the distance. Hinata, ever curious, leaned in with her sparkling eyes fixed on the letter. Naruto, what does it say? Could it be a new mission? Her voice brimmed with excitement, eager for more thrilling adventures. I want to know what it says too. Naruto scratched his head, looking exasperated. The script was so abstract, it felt like the work of a master of stream of consciousness. He felt like a complete illiterate. The contents of the letter were fragmented. Aside from a few barely recognizable words like fog and abyss, the rest was incomprehensible, akin to a celestial language. Naruto's mind felt muddled, as if 1,000 shadow clones were clamoring within him, each emitting a different noise, causing his head to throb. He rubbed his temples and sighed. The joy from his earlier triumph overshadowed by this sudden enigma. The sense of achievement from capturing the thief was swiftly shattered by this confounding letter. Alas, could it be that just as I have become a hero, I am to be thwarted by this letter? Naruto felt as if he were playing a challenging game, having just emerged from the novice village, only to be blocked at his doorstep. He surveyed his surroundings. The once bustling street stall had grown quiet, with only a few scattered customers observing from a distance. After all, the recent theft incident had left everyone a bit apprehensive. Gazing at the desolate stall, Naruto's heart sank further, as he relied on the income from this venture to sustain himself. How difficult it is for me, Naruto lamented inwardly, feeling overwhelmed by the weight of his burdens. He felt like a mere pawn manipulated by fate, having just reached the pinnacle of his life. He was abruptly yanked back into the abyss. Whispers and rumors began to swirl around him. Had Naruto gotten himself into trouble again? Had he offended someone? A myriad of speculations left him feeling vexed. He picked up the letter once more, scrutinizing it intently, as if hoping to unravel the mystery hidden within the blurred script. Yearning to uncover a thread of insight, he took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain calm and not to lose his composure. This letter was undoubtedly significant. Naruto's eyes narrowed, gripping the piece of paper tightly in his hand, a premonition of a new adventure stirring within him. The Anbu tracker appeared before Naruto like a whirlwind of darkness, clad in a standardized Anbu uniform, his face obscured by a characteristic cat mask, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes that cut through Naruto's heart like a sharp blade. Naruto, what is the meaning of this letter? The voice of the Anbu tracker was low and frigid, akin to the interrogation of a criminal, causing the air around them to feel as if it had crystallized. Startled by this sudden inquiry, Naruto hastily concealed the letter behind him, scratching his head and stammering, I don't really know. It was just handed to me out of the blue. The tracker's gaze sharpened further. You truly have no idea? This letter could very well pertain to the safety of the village. It would be prudent to disclose the truth. His tone bore a hint of impatience, as if he considered Naruto a suspect deliberately withholding vital information. I swear I'm not lying. If I am, let me eat ramen tomorrow without scallions, Naruto exclaimed, hopping in agitation. He despised ramen without scallions, and it was his most serious oath. The Anbu tracker scoffed. Humph, you remain as unreliable as ever. He clearly doubted Naruto's words, perceiving him as merely feigning ignorance. Hey, what do you mean by that? How am I unreliable? I've been diligently managing my stall lately, and even caught a thief. You cannot suspect me just because I can't decipher this wretched letter. Naruto felt wronged, a surge of indignation rising within him. The atmosphere between the two became taut, as if a fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. Tintin, observing from the sidelines, dared not breathe, sensing Naruto's unusual demeanor starkly contrasted with his usual comical self. Suddenly, Naruto smacked his forehead as if struck by a revelation. I'm such a fool. Why am I fumbling around when I have the stall system at my disposal? He exclaimed with newfound excitement, disregarding the still scowling Anbu tracker, and began rummaging through his stall. He alternated between feeling the shadow clone pills and picking up the antidote beans, murmuring to himself, resembling a madman. Bystanders regarded him with bewildered expressions, whispering among themselves as if watching a clown from a circus. The Anbu tracker, bewildered by Naruto's sudden antics, furrowed his brows, growing increasingly convinced that Naruto was indeed hiding something. "What are you doing?" The Anbu tracker couldn't restrain his irritation. Naruto ignored him, eagerly rubbing his hands together, his eyes brimming with anticipation. A great show is about to begin. With a sudden slap on the stall S sign, it flickered, revealing a line of small text. Special goods information scroll, price, 1,000 Ryo. Heh, I knew this system was reliable, Naruto exclaimed, pulling out 1,000 Ryo and seizing the scroll. Both the Anbu tracker and Tintin stared in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by Naruto's latest scheme. Naruto tore open the scroll, and a brilliant flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings. A clear line of text appeared on the scroll. Clue: lost cargo, black market transactions, abandoned mine outside Konoha village. "Wow, this is truly remarkable," exclaimed Tian, her eyes wide as saucers. The Anbu tracker also showed a slight reaction. The corner of his mouth seemed to twitch beneath his mask. Villagers nearby were drawn to this extraordinary scene, gathering around as the makeshift stall came alive with excitement. "Boss, do you have more of these scrolls? I want to buy one. Give me 10. I'll take them all." Naruto beamed with delight as business boomed. Clearly, this information scroll was a hot commodity. "Dear customers, please don't rush. There's enough for everyone," he called out while busily collecting payments. "This kid really has some talent," thought the Anbu tracker as he observed Naruto's bustling figure. Holding the clues from the scroll, Naruto's expression turned resolute. It seemed this incident was no ordinary affair, and they needed to investigate the abandoned mine outside the village. "I'll accompany you," the Anbu tracker said. "All right, brother. I'm counting on you this time." Naruto clapped the tracker on the shoulder, and the two set off toward the outskirts of the village. As they progressed cautiously, the atmosphere grew tense and heavy. The abandoned mine lay in a desolate wilderness outside Konoha village, overgrown with weeds and filled with chilling winds that sent shivers down their spines. Upon nearing the mine's entrance, they discovered it was riddled with various traps, sharp spikes, hidden snares, and glinting mechanisms that promised danger. "It seems we've been detected," the Anbu tracker's deep voice echoed ominously in the stillness of the wilderness. Chapter 119, Breaking Barriers and Exploring Shadows, Perils Abound. At the entrance of the abandoned mine, a myriad of traps awaited, including sharp spikes, concealed snares, and glimmering mechanisms that evoked a sense of dread. Naruto and the Anbu tracker approached with utmost caution, the air thick with tension and danger. "These traps are set up with such expertise," Naruto murmured, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized every detail. The Anbu tracker remained silent, his eyes sharp as those of an eagle, scanning the surroundings. He nodded slightly. They had indeed been discovered. Taking a deep breath, Naruto attempted to disarm the traps before him. His fingers danced lightly, seeking any flaw in the mechanisms. But at that moment, he inadvertently triggered a trap, and an arrow suddenly shot forth from the shadows. Although Naruto reacted swiftly, he was unable to evade it entirely. The arrow grazed his arm, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him. "Ah!" he gasped softly, quickly pressing his hand against the wound as blood began to seep through his garment. "You reckless fool!" The Anbu tracker reproached him, swiftly retrieving a vial of medicinal powder from his waist and applying it to Naruto's injury, staunching the flow of blood. "We have no time to waste. Otherwise, the secrets of this mine will be snatched away by others." Naruto gritted his teeth, forcing a semblance of a smile through the pain. The two individuals proceeded cautiously, each step akin to treading on thin ice. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from ahead, as if something lurked in the shadows. The dark operative instantly became alert, his body tensed, and the kunai in his hand glimmered with a cold sheen. "We have a situation," he murmured, a flicker of sternness in his gaze. Naruto nodded, and the two closed ranks, holding their breath as they awaited silently. At that moment, a shadow gradually emerged from the darkness, revealing several figures faintly visible at the entrance of the mine. "It seems we have arrived just in time," Naruto whispered, resolute determination shining in his eyes, his heart brimming with the spirit to embrace the challenge ahead. With weapons firmly gripped, they advanced with steadfast resolve towards the shadow. mentally preparing for their next move. As Naruto and the dark operative stealthily approached, the dim light at the mine's entrance mingled with the scent of dampness and dust in the air. The shadow grew clearer, revealing several individuals clad in matching black attire, each exuding a menacing aura, brandishing gleaming weapons that signaled their hostile intent. "Stop! Who goes there?" barked a figure resembling a leader, his voice echoing ominously within the cavernous mine. "Brother, look at their forehead protectors. They are ninjas from Konoha," another guard exclaimed, pointing at Naruto and the dark operative's forehead protectors, a hint of anxiety creeping into his tone. "Ninjas from Konoha?" The leader squinted, scrutinizing Naruto up and down. "What business do you have here? This is no place for you." "We're merely passing through," Naruto attempted to clarify, forcing an awkward smile. "Passing through? Who would believe you?" scoffed a guard. "I see you are here to sabotage our plans. Please don't misunderstand. We really..." Naruto's explanation was abruptly cut off by the leader. "Enough chatter. Brothers, attack." With a command, the guards surged forward, weapons raised, charging at Naruto and the dark operative. "It seems we have no choice but to engage," the dark operative said in a low tone, drawing his kunai and preparing for battle. "Wait," Naruto exclaimed suddenly, retrieving a palm-sized metallic sphere from his ninja tool pouch. "First, take a look at this." The metallic sphere emitted an eerie blue glow, standing out starkly in the dim mine. Upon seeing the light, the guards halted abruptly, terror etched on their faces. What is that?" the leader stammered. "Heh, a marvelous item," Naruto replied mysteriously, tossing the metallic sphere into the air. The sphere suspended midair, its blue light intensifying, illuminating the entire mine as if it were daylight. "Ah, my eyes," one guard cried, clutching his eyes as he collapsed to the ground in agony. "What sorcery is this?" Another guard shouted in terror, retreating hastily. "Run, run," the leader shouted in panic, turning to flee. The other guards followed suit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Naruto and the dark operative exchanged bewildered glances, both astonished by this sudden turn of events. "What just happened?" the dark operative asked. "Dazed. Heh, a secret," Naruto replied with a mysterious smile. "Now, we can proceed." He stepped deeper into the cavern, leaving the Anbu tracker disheveled in the wind. "Hey, wait for me." In the depths of the mine, the damp air was permeated with a faint musty odor, and the uneven rubble beneath his feet creaked with every step. Naruto held aloft the glowing metallic sphere, advancing unimpeded, while the guards fled like mice startled by a cat. The Anbu tracker followed closely behind, his eyes wide with astonishment at the ethereal blue light emanating from Naruto's possession. "Where did you acquire this treasure? Are we hosting a technology exhibition here?" "Huh, it's a secret weapon, designed to handle all sorts of adversities," Naruto replied, raising an eyebrow with pride as he continued deeper into the mine. This was no high-tech gadget. It was a blinding orb he had drawn from the strongest street vendor system, specifically crafted to counter visual-based foes, remarkably effective. As they pressed onward, they eventually arrived at a spacious cavern. At the center lay several enormous wooden crates, adorned with enigmatic symbols. With keen eyes, Naruto spotted a partially visible scroll peeking from the corner of one crate. It was one of his lost treasures. "Incredible, it's right here," he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, exhilarated like a little hamster that had stumbled upon a trove of riches. The Anbu tracker approached, noticing that the crates were piled high with scrolls and peculiar metallic devices, his brow furrowing in concern. "It appears these thieves have a significant connection to this mysterious organization. Humph, daring to steal from me, they shall face the consequences," Naruto declared, cracking his knuckles in anticipation of a showdown. He began rummaging through the crates, meticulously counting his belongings. The Anbu tracker assisted, and their teamwork quickly yielded the majority of the stolen items. Just as Naruto was preparing to conclude his search, his heart swelling with delight at the thought of his spoils, heavy footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. Moments later, a dozen figures clad in black cloaks entered slowly, each exuding a formidable presence, as though they had emerged from the depths of hell. "Who are you?" one of the mysterious figures inquired coldly, his voice low and gravelly, akin to the rasp of sandpaper. "This is bad. We are surrounded," the Anbu tracker whispered, tightly gripping his kunai, muscles tensed and ready for battle. Naruto gazed at the cloaked figures, the excitement that had previously adorned his face now transforming into an eager thrill. A slight smile crept upon his lips, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination as he clenched his fists. Chapter 120. The Truth Revealed. A triumphant return as Naruto faced the assembly of black-robed figures. A brazen grin spread across his face. He flexed his wrists, the joints emitting crisp cracks, as if to say, "Come, let me show you how to truly engage in combat." His azure eyes blazed with fervent combat spirit, betraying not an ounce of fear. "Hey, buddy. Today you will witness what it means to be a one-punch hero." Naruto glanced at the Anbu tracker beside him, a playful twinkle in his eye. Yet his voice resonated with unwavering determination. He assumed a standard battle stance, his chakra surging within him. The Anbu tracker, sensing Naruto's formidable aura, felt a rush of adrenaline. Gripping his kunai, he stood back to back with Naruto and murmured, "Be cautious. These foes are formidable." The atmosphere around them thickened instantaneously. The air charged with the pungent scent of gunpowder, heralding the imminent clash. Now, the command from the leader of the cloaked figures echoed like the tolling of a death knell, and in an instant, a flurry of shadowy figures lunged toward Naruto and the Anbu tracker. Their attacks were unpredictable, some darting like phantoms, while others sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, rendering defense nearly impossible. Naruto nimbly dodged left and right, akin to a lithe cheetah, narrowly evading each assault. While evading, he swiftly retrieved several shadow clone pills from his inventory, hurling them to the ground with force. With a series of thuds, identical Narutos materialized, dispersing across the battlefield. "Oh, these shadow clones are quite effective," the original Naruto exclaimed, snapping his fingers. Instantly, all clones charged at the cloaked figures, ensnaring them in a chaotic melee. Simultaneously, the Anbu tracker demonstrated his exceptional combat prowess, wielding his kunai with a precision that sent glimmers of cold light towards the enemies. Each strike forced several cloaked figures to retreat, eliciting muffled groans of pain. The onlookers from the mysterious organization widened their eyes in disbelief. They had not anticipated that these seemingly ordinary ninjas possessed such extraordinary strength. Their expressions morphed from disdain to astonishment, mingled with a hint of trepidation. "This kid has some tricks up his sleeve," a shadowy figure murmured, his gaze tinged with caution. Just then, one of the shadow clones was struck down by a cloaked figure, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. "TCH, I was careless." Naruto's original self stuck out his tongue, preparing to launch another offensive when a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to stumble precariously. Furrowing his brow, he muttered to himself, "What is happening?" He nearly fell, barely regaining his balance. "What on earth is this?" "System, come out and explain," he silently commanded, but received no reply. Damn it. Of all times to malfunction, the cloaked figures, indifferent to his inner turmoil, pressed their assault relentlessly. One of them, swift as lightning, delivered a powerful kick to Naruto's chest, sending him flying backward. Ugh! A mouthful of blood erupted from him, as he felt his insides twist painfully. Naruto, the Anbu tracker, witnessing this, felt a surge of panic. Yet he too was entangled with several cloaked figures, overwhelmed. Coughing, Naruto struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze resolute. "You think you can take me down? Not so easily." He gritted his teeth and charged forward once more. Damn it, my body feels heavier by the moment. Naruto felt as though he were burdened by an immense weight. His speed and reflexes dulled. The assaults from the cloaked figures intensified, adding more wounds to his body, the crimson of his blood staining his garments. The situation for the Anbu tracker appeared equally dire. Despite his remarkable skills, he was outnumbered and bore injuries as well. The members of the mysterious organization, witnessing this, erupted in mocking laughter. "Ha ha ha, do you truly believe you can contend with us?" Utterly delusional. The leader of the cloaked figures taunted, "Kid, surrender quietly and spare yourself the pain." Naruto felt a wave of darkness wash over him. His stamina had reached its limit. Was this truly where he would fall? No, he would not yield. At that moment, a flash of inspiration ignited within his mind. The hidden function of the street vendor system. Heh, it seems the heavens themselves are aiding me. A peculiar smile graced Naruto's lips as he trembled, raising his right hand. His finger pointed skyward. System, activate Super Saiyan mode. A torrent of formidable energy erupted from within Naruto, golden light enveloping his entire being. His wounds healed at an observable rate, and his vitality surged back. What? The cloaked figures were taken aback, caught off guard by this sudden transformation. What followed was the true battle. Naruto's golden hair stood on end, his gaze sharp as a blade. Wait, how is this possible? The leader of the cloaked figures gaped in terror, as if witnessing a miracle. In a flash of golden light, Naruto transformed into a Super Saiyan. His speed became a blur, leaving behind mere afterimages. Before the cloaked figures could react, Naruto struck them down one by one, as though playing a game of whack-a-mole, their cries of despair echoing. "Is this all you've got? I expected more." Naruto scoffed, brushing off his hands dismissively. The Anbu tracker stood agape, astonished by this miraculous turn of events. Naruto seized the leader of the cloaked figures, extracting the location of their base from him. With the Anbu tracker in tow, he charged into the lair, dispatching the guards with ease, as though slicing through vegetables. Deep within the hideout, Naruto discovered a mountain of stolen street vendor goods, gleaming brightly. "My treasures, I've missed you so," he exclaimed, embracing a pile of kunai, tears of joy welling in his eyes. The chief thief and his gang were bound and trembling on the ground. "Please, spare us. We shall never transgress again." The chief wept, regretting his actions fervently. "Too late," Naruto retorted coldly, escorting them all back to Konoha. Upon their return, Naruto was greeted with a hero's welcome. Villagers lined the streets, their cheers resounding like thunder. Surrounded by adoration, Naruto felt as though he were gliding down a red carpet, elated beyond measure. "Naruto, you are incredible," Ino exclaimed, embracing him with stars of admiration in her eyes. Just a small feat." Naruto scratched his head, feigning modesty. The street vendor business flourished beyond expectations, teeming with crowds. The air filled with the sounds of drums and firecrackers, vibrant flags waving. Perhaps that was a bit of an exaggeration. In summary, Naruto found himself abundantly rewarded, counting his riches until his hands ached. After the celebration concluded, he reclined in a rocking chair, basking leisurely in the sunlight when suddenly, a figure appeared before him. "Naruto, there's an urgent mission for you." A messenger handed him a letter, which bore the words "Poverty Village of the Shinobi World." Naruto furrowed his brow, sensing that the matter was far from simple. Chapter 121, Aid to the Impoverished Village, a Foreboding Dilemma. Upon reading the letter, Naruto's frown deepened. A poverty-stricken village in the shinobi world? What could this possibly entail? He muttered to himself, a nagging feeling in his heart that this was no trivial affair. However, as the new generation's king of street vendors, such minor issues could hardly daunt him. He resolved to take immediate action, demonstrating his noble willingness to assist while perhaps earning a little extra money in the process. Without delay, Naruto contacted Guchangfeng to help procure supplies, shadow clone pills, antidote beans, and lucky shurikens. All were organized. After all, when performing good deeds, one must present only the finest provisions. Soon, the square of Konoha village was piled high with various supplies, resembling a small mountain. Gazing at the bounty, Naruto's heart brimmed with hope, envisioning the grateful villagers of the impoverished village and the clinking coins that would flow into his pockets. "Naruto, the supplies are ready," Guchangfeng reported enthusiastically as he rushed over. "Excellent work." Naruto nodded in satisfaction, preparing to issue the command to depart when the captain of the supply transport team approached. His expression tense. "Report, Lord Naruto. We've received word that there may be bandit groups lurking along the transport route." The captain's voice was low and grave, as if a bomb had exploded in the midst of the crowd. An air of tension enveloped everyone immediately. The smile on Naruto's face faltered. He had not anticipated such complications. The transport team set off. On the rugged mountain path, several carts struggled onward, their wheels crunching over gravel with a creaking sound. The road was narrow and in poor condition, and the carts were at constant risk of overturning. The captain led the team with utmost caution, acutely aware of his limitations. Should they encounter bandits, it would be a formidable challenge. This oppressive atmosphere permeated the crew, each member gripping their weapons tightly, their expressions tense as they surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, rustling the leaves. The captain's heart sank, an ominous premonition washing over him. He whispered, "Everyone, be vigilant." As anticipated, a group of cloaked figures emerged from the dense forest like phantoms, brandishing swords and blocking the transport team's path. The leader of the bandits, a man with a menacing scar across his face, brandished his sword and roared with a thunderous voice, "This mountain is mine, and these trees are of my planting. Should you wish to pass, leave behind your toll." The bandits' avaricious gazes scanned the carts laden with supplies like famished wolves, drool nearly escaping their lips. They envisioned mountains of gold and resources ripe for plunder, their faces contorted into expressions of brutal delight. Meanwhile, the captain of the transport team gripped his kunai tightly, Absolutely not. These provisions are the lifeblood sent to the impoverished villagers. You shall not lay a finger on them. The captain responded with resolute conviction, his tone imbued with unwavering determination. Aware of his limited strength, he knew he must fight to the bitter end for the villagers behind him. Tensions escalated, the air thick with the scent of impending conflict, as if a grand battle was on the verge of eruption. The leader of the bandits roared and launched the first attack, brandishing a massive blade that sliced through the air towards the captain of the transport team. Other bandits raised their weapons, shouting as they charged at the convoy. In that critical moment, a golden figure suddenly appeared before them, like a deity descending from the heavens. It was Naruto. With one hand on his hip and the other clutching a disc radiating an otherworldly glow, he positioned himself at the forefront of the convoy. Ho, you wish to rob? First, you must seek the consent of this humble vendor. Naruto's lips curled into his signature mischievous smirk. The bandit leader's blade struck the disc with a resounding clang, akin to steel meeting steel, yet leaving no mark whatsoever. The bandits were left dumbfounded. Their assault had proven utterly ineffective. What in the world is happening? Naruto chuckled with pride, revealing that the disc was his absolute defense disc, a defensive artifact he procured from the market system. This contraption could withstand not just the blades of bandits, but even the mightiest ninjutsu with ease. It appeared that this group of petty thugs was woefully unprepared. As Naruto spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at the bandits. He swiftly formed hand signs, summoning several shadow clones that materialized beside him, determined to impart a lesson to these brigands, demonstrating the prowess of the king of the marketplace. Shadow clone jutsu. Wow, Lord Naruto is magnificent. The members of the transport team cheered as they witnessed Naruto's valor, the earlier tension evaporating in an instant. They could envision the hope of victory, their fears dissipating. What on earth is this kid's background? The bandit leader gazed at Naruto, his eyes filled with terror and resentment. Yet he realized there was no retreat from the current situation. Overestimating yourselves. Naruto scoffed, sending one of his shadow clones racing towards the bandit leader. Naruto's clones descended upon the bandits like tigers leaping down a mountain, fists and feet flying, creating a cacophony of sounds as the bandits were sent reeling. Cries of anguish echoing through the air. The scar-faced leader could do little more than serve as a human punching bag, beaten into a bruised and battered state. Is this all you've got? How dare you attempt to rob? Naruto stood with his arms crossed, a look of disdain on his face as he surveyed the disheveled bandits. His contemptuous gaze seemingly conveying, your combat prowess is inferior even to the shoddy shurikens I sell at my stall. Before long, the bandits were thoroughly subdued, each one cradling their heads, kneeling on the ground, too frightened to lift their gazes. Lord Naruto, spare us. We shall never dare again. Their pleas for mercy rang out in unison, resounding through the valley. Let us see if you dare to rob again. Naruto snorted, waving his hand to signal the transport team to proceed. He must hasten to the impoverished village to deliver these compassionate supplies into the hands of the villagers, while also seeking potential business opportunities. The transport team set forth once more, the sound of hooves and wheels echoing along the rugged mountain path. Following the earlier minor incident, everyone became increasingly cautious, their admiration for Naruto growing. At last, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the transport team arrived at their destination, a dilapidated village, seemingly forsaken by the world. The houses within the village were low and decrepit, their walls peeling and mottled, bearing the scars of time. The villagers, clad in coarse garments, appeared emaciated. Welcome, I am the village chief, emerged an elderly man with graying hair and a gaunt visage. He bowed deeply to Naruto and his companions, yet his eyes were filled with doubt and wariness, as if he were bracing for something. Hello, esteemed elder. We are here from Konoha village to assist you. Naruto cheerfully stepped forward, speaking with warmth while inwardly pondering. Why does this village chief seem so unwelcoming? Assistance? The chief looked at Naruto with a perplexed expression, unable to fathom that anyone would truly come to aid their forgotten village. Absolutely. We have brought a wealth of provisions. Naruto clapped his hands, signaling his team to unload the supplies. Upon seeing the mountainous piles of grains, clothing, and medicines, the villagers' eyes sparkled with renewed hope. They exchanged glances, scarcely believing their eyes, fearful that this scene was merely an illusion. Sakura began to busily attend to the villagers, retrieving medical supplies to conduct simple health checks and tending to the wounds of the injured. Her gentleness and patience swiftly earned the villagers' trust. allowing them to feel a long-lost sense of care. Laughter and cheerful voices echoed throughout the village, as the villagers bore smiles that had long been absent, as if the clouds of despair had finally lifted and sunlight flooded the earth once more. Gu Changfeng busied himself directing the villagers in transporting the supplies, a beaming smile gracing his face. It seemed that this aid mission was progressing rather smoothly. Naruto gazed upon the scene with satisfaction, feeling a sense of fulfillment in his benevolence. However, just then, a sharp voice shattered the village's tranquility. Why do they receive more supplies than we do? A burly man shouted, pointing at the villagers distributing provisions nearby, his face contorted with discontent and envy. Indeed, Chief, you cannot show favoritism, echoed several other villagers, their voices rising in unison. The chief's complexion paled instantly. He lowered his head, his brow furrowed as if grappling with a dilemma. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. As Naruto observed this unfolding scene, the smile faded from his face, replaced by a grave expression. He sensed that the situation was far more complex than he had initially imagined. Chapter 122, Village Disputes and the Wisdom to Resolve Crises. The villagers buzzed like agitated ants, their clamorous voices threatening to lift the roof off the buildings. The burly man, spitting with indignation, pointed accusingly at the villagers distributing supplies. Why does their family receive 2 bags of rice, while mine only gets 1? The village chief. What do you mean by this? Are you being biased? The chorus of discontent surged like a tidal wave towards the pale-faced chief. He hunched his shoulders, weakly pressing his hands down in an attempt to regain control, but it was akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. Everyone, please quiet down. The supplies were brought by the Leaf Ninjas, and the distribution is based on headcount. Absolutely fair and just. Fair? Nonsense. A burly man interrupted him harshly. I have 5 people in my household. Why are we only given 1 bag of rice? The Oldley family has only 3 members, but received 2 bags. Isn't this blatant bullying? Exactly. Chief, you must provide us with an explanation today. Several other villagers echoed his sentiments, while onlookers began to murmur, creating a scene reminiscent of a chaotic marketplace. Sakura Haruno and Gu Changfeng exchanged glances, both recognizing the worry reflected in each other's eyes. This was no mere issue of resource allocation. It was evidently a struggle for power within the village. This burly man, known for his arrogance, was seizing the opportunity to incite chaos and usurp the chief's position. Naruto observed the tumultuous scene before him and sighed. He had initially believed that the arrival of aid would usher in better days, yet he never anticipated such turmoil. The complexity of the situation rivaled the challenge of retaking the Nin exams. As more villagers rallied to voice unreasonable demands, they formed a small encirclement around the chief and those advocating for fair distribution. Tension mounted, and the air crackled with hostility. What are you planning to do? A timid villager quivered, asking hesitantly. What do you think? We are here to seek justice. The burly man sneered. Today, no one will have it easy. The charged atmosphere caused both Sakura and Gu to clench their fists tightly. Naruto understood that this was a manifestation of the internal power struggle within the impoverished village. He stepped forward, intending to speak, when the burly man abruptly turned, glaring menacingly at Naruto. You, don't you dare meddle in our affairs. This is our village's matter. It's none of your business. Naruto advanced a step, hands in his pockets, wearing his signature sunny smile, as if he hadn't heard the man's threat at all. Hey, uncles, let us discuss this calmly. Fighting won't resolve anything. His tone was lighthearted, resembling both an attempt to mediate and casual chatter. Don't play innocent. The burly man shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Naruto. You must be in cahoots with the chief, deliberately siding with them. I bet you want to hoard the supplies for yourself. Other villagers joined in the uproar. Exactly. This kid seems suspicious. Hey, you can't say that. Naruto exclaimed, hands raised in exasperation. I genuinely came here to help everyone. How can you wrongfully accuse a good person? A good person? I see you as a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year with ill intent. The burly man scoffed. Those who know what's good for them should scram and not hinder us. The surrounding villagers echoed his sentiments, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if a brawl could erupt at any moment. Sakura and Gu tightened their fists, ready to step in to protect Naruto. At that moment, Naruto suddenly withdrew his smile, and his tone turned grave. Since no one believes me, then the distribution of supplies shall be temporarily suspended. Upon hearing this, the venue fell into a profound silence. Everyone was taken aback, including the boisterous villagers. They had anticipated Naruto would yield, yet he had taken such a bold stance. The burly man, too, was momentarily stunned. He had not expected Naruto to be so resolute. He opened his mouth, intending to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. An atmosphere of confusion enveloped the crowd as they speculated about Naruto's intentions. Naruto surveyed the assembly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he slowly proclaimed, "I have a new distribution proposal." With arms crossed and a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He continued, "Since there are objections to the current method of distribution, why not adopt a different approach?" He paused, scanning the crowd, his tone growing weighty as he declared, "I propose a distribution based on labor. The amount of supplies will be determined by each individual's contribution to the village's development. What say you?" This statement sent ripples through the crowd. Distribution based on labor? What scheme is this young man concocting? A curious villager inquired, "What specifically do you mean?" Naruto cleared his throat and began to eloquently elaborate on his grand plan. "First, we must construct a new irrigation system to resolve our long-standing water shortage. Second, we need to renovate the dilapidated houses to ensure everyone lives more comfortably. Finally, we ought to establish a small market to facilitate trade among us." He spoke like a seasoned planner, elucidating the details of each project, even considering the construction steps. The diligent and kind-hearted villagers listened with wide eyes, expressing their approval. "This is a splendid idea. As long as we are willing to work, we can receive a fair share of supplies." Meanwhile, the burly man and his few unruly companions exchanged glances, realizing their scheme to incite chaos and seize the village chief's position had been thwarted by Naruto's unexpected proposal. "What on earth is this kid trying to pull?" the burly man muttered under his breath. As more villagers rallied behind Naruto's plan, the burly man recognized the tide had turned and reluctantly accepted the new distribution scheme. The tense atmosphere dissipated, and villagers began to fervently discuss the construction of the village, seemingly forgetting the earlier quarrel. However, just then, the sound of hurried footsteps from afar shattered this brief tranquility. "Oh no, the bandits are coming!" a villager cried in alarm. It turned out that the bandit gang had assumed the village's internal discord would provide them an opportunity to invade. Yet they were unaware that Naruto had already prepared for this eventuality. A confident smile crept across Naruto's face as he reassured, "Do not panic. I have made arrangements." He led the villagers and the leaf ninjas swiftly to the pre-established defensive positions, utilizing the terrain to their advantage for resistance. The battle was imminent. "Huh, you think this ragtag bunch can stop us?" the bandit leader scoffed, laughing arrogantly. "Brothers, charge." With a cold sneer, Naruto retrieved a small scroll from his pocket. He slowly unfurled the scroll, revealing the bold inscription, "Street Vendor System Activated." Naruto, with a mischievous smile, produced a small black sphere the size of a ping-pong ball from the stall. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the moment of miracles." He feigned mystery as he tossed the ball into the air, then struck it forcefully against the ground. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the black sphere instantaneously expanded into a colossal orb of energy, sending the foremost bandits flying. The shockwave from the explosion swept through the surroundings, kicking up dust and debris, toppling trees, while the bandits cried out in despair, scrambling for safety. "What on earth is this?" Gu Changfeng, hiding behind cover, widened his eyes in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping. Sakura Haruno stood in stunned silence, murmuring, "This is just too outrageous." The villagers were equally astounded, their gazes filled with awe as they regarded Naruto. This was no mere genin. He was akin to a walking artillery piece. But there was more to come. With a sly grin, Naruto retrieved a uniquely shaped kunai and hurled it toward the bandit leader. The kunai traced a peculiar arc in the air, striking the bandit leader squarely on the rear. The leader let out a pig-like wail, rolling on the ground while clutching his backside. "My behind. It's on fire." The kunai erupted into flames, sizzling against the bandit leader's rear, filling the air with the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat. What kind of weapon is this? The distant bandits were paralyzed with fear, urinating themselves as they fled in disarray. "Boss, wait for us. Don't leave us behind." Their chaotic retreat resembled a gaggle of bears being chased by angry bees, a scene both comical and satisfying. The villagers erupted in deafening cheers, celebrating this hard-won victory. "Naruto, you are incredible. Naruto, you are our hero." Surrounded by the villagers, basking in their adoration, Naruto felt a swell of pride. However, Just as the cheers reached their zenith, an unsettling voice broke through. Wait, where did these strange items come from? A villager pointed at the scroll in Naruto's hand. Indeed, these do not seem like the standard ninja tools, another villager echoed. Could he have stolen them? Is he a spy? Once the seeds of suspicion were sown, they quickly took root and flourished. The villagers' expressions grew increasingly complex. An elderly man with graying hair approached Naruto, an inexplicable glimmer in his murky eyes. Young man, can you explain these items to us? Chapter 123. Successful mission and fulfillment of aid. The villagers' doubts spread like a plague throughout the village, with some refusing to accept the aid supplies, even discarding what they had already received. I don't want anything of unknown origin, a villager shouted, tossing his ration pack at Naruto's feet. The package hit the ground with a resounding thud, sending up a small cloud of dust, the sound echoing in Naruto's chest like a dull thump. Witnessing this scene, a wave of despondency washed over him. He understood that it was imperative to completely dispel the villagers' doubts. Otherwise, this aid mission would be rendered futile. The tense atmosphere enveloped the entire village like an invisible net. Compounding the situation were the malevolent individuals, such as the spies from the band of robbers previously driven away by Naruto, who seized the opportunity to spread rumors among the villagers, claiming that the aid supplies were plundered from other villages and were of dubious quality. Just think, who would be so benevolent as to give away such a bounty for no reason? Surely, there must be a hidden agenda. A shifty-eyed fellow lurked at the back of the crowd, fanning the flames of discontent. The villagers, already on edge, became even more susceptible to the rumors, casting suspicious and hostile glances at Naruto. The oppressive atmosphere also stirred concern in Haruno Sakura and Gu Changfeng, who stood nearby. Sakura furrowed her delicate brows, anxiously regarding Naruto, while Gu Changfeng clenched his fists, ready to respond to any unforeseen developments. Naruto took a deep breath, striving to maintain a smile. Yet the expression appeared strained under the villagers' hostile gaze. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the once welcoming villagers were now evasive, avoiding eye contact. Even the elderly man with graying hair regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, his expression inscrutable. The old man slowly spoke, his hoarse voice resonating through the stillness of the village. Do you have something to say? Naruto opened his mouth to explain, but suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the crowd. He must be hiding something. Don't be deceived by him. Yes, let him clarify his words. The villagers' emotions flared once more, and chaos ensued. Naruto gazed at the incited crowd, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. He realized that if he did not demonstrate his true capabilities now, it would be challenging to win their trust. Gritting his teeth, a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes, and he thought, since they do not believe me. He paused, reaching into his cloak to retrieve a peculiar scroll adorned with an enigmatic design. Then I shall reveal to you my secret. Taking a deep breath, Naruto fixed his gaze upon the villagers, as if preparing for a significant battle. The scroll he held contained an aura of mysterious power. Are you truly going to do this? Gu Changfeng grasped Naruto's hand tightly, his expression grave, concerned that this might attract further troubles or even the covetous eyes of enemies. Naruto was determined to show them his genuine strength to completely eliminate their doubts and earn their trust. Gu Changfeng frowned, his worry becoming more palpable. But Naruto reassured him with a confident smile and turned to face the villagers. Dear villagers, I understand that you harbor many doubts and concerns at this moment, but today, I shall prove through my actions that I sincerely wish to help you. As he spoke, he slowly unfurled the scroll, and a soft glow emanated from it, illuminating Naruto's figure with clarity. The villagers collectively held their breath, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. The patterns on the scroll gradually took on a three-dimensional form, and a small point of light began to hover in the air, soon transforming into a quaint little stall brimming with an array of peculiar items. This is my stall system, capable of generating various items you might need, Naruto proclaimed with pride. He casually picked up a small vial, explaining, for instance, this shadow clone pill allows you to create multiple clones in a short time, useful for emergencies or tasks usually beyond reach. The villagers' eyes sparkled with a mix of curiosity and astonishment, their surprise growing more palpable. A young villager couldn't resist reaching out to touch the vial containing the shadow clone pill, the texture feeling genuine, as if confirming this was not merely an illusion. In awe, he exclaimed, "Is this for real?" Naruto nodded affirmatively, smiling as he handed the vial to the villager. "Indeed, you may try it for yourself." Whispers of excitement spread among the villagers, a newfound trust and admiration gleaming in their eyes. And this is the detox bean, which can swiftly neutralize any poison. This lucky kunai significantly enhances your fortune, ensuring your endeavors proceed smoothly. Naruto continued to showcase the wondrous capabilities of the stall system, each item eliciting further amazement from the villagers. The tense atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of trust and gratitude. The villagers gathered closely, attentively listening to Naruto's explanations. Naruto, thanks to you, we can see a glimmer of hope. An elder spoke slowly, tears shimmering in his eyes. Just as Naruto was about to unveil his next plan, a voice emerged from the crowd. Naruto, we believe in you. But how do you intend to handle the distribution of supplies? With a grand gesture, Naruto replied confidently, distribution of supplies? That is a simple matter. Everyone shall receive their share. No one will be overlooked. He activated the stall system, revealing a dazzling array of supplies that left the villagers in awe. Nutritionally balanced soldier rations, warm and comfortable chakra sleeping bags, and knives that could slice through iron were all present, creating a festive atmosphere akin to a celebration. Step right up, form an orderly line, one at a time. Naruto transformed into the stall owner, his voice booming with enthusiasm. Gu Changfeng stood nearby, diligently maintaining order like a devoted security chief. Sakura Haruno was equally occupied, treating the villagers' ailments while educating them on hygiene, embodying the role of a compassionate medical angel. Under Naruto's astute management, the distribution of supplies proceeded with impeccable organization, ensuring each villager received what they needed. Seeing the radiant smiles on the villagers' faces filled Naruto with a sweetness surpassing honey. This was his aspiration, to wield his power to transform the world, filling it with love and peace. The lives of the 5 impoverished villages flourished as if under a miraculous spell, improving dramatically. The villagers were well-fed and warmly clothed, their cheeks flushed with health. They extolled Naruto at every opportunity, elevating him to the status of a savior. Naruto, you are truly a wonderful person. Naruto, you are the hope of our village. Naruto, I want to have your children. An avalanche of praises washed over him, nearly overwhelming him in a sea of happiness. He felt akin to a rising star, illuminating the entire ninja realm. However, just as Naruto reveled in the joy of success, a black carrier pigeon unexpectedly flew in and perched upon his shoulder. Tied to its leg was a black letter, devoid of any markings yet emanating an eerie aura. As Naruto tore open the envelope, he was met with a few blood-red words inscribed within. Are you prepared to accept the challenge? Chapter 124, Resources in Peril. Victory against the odds. Gazing at the crimson letters, a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. This familiar formula, this recognizable scent, unmistakably heralded the machinations of a villain. Though apprehension gnawed at him, now was not the time for such thoughts. The transportation of supplies was of utmost importance. Just then, the captain of the transport team rushed over, his face etched with anxiety, sweat pouring down like a frantic ant on a hot stove. Naruto, it's bad. A large group of bandits has been spotted ahead, numerous in number and well-armed. With our limited personnel, I fear. The captain's voice dwindled. As if on the brink of tears, the atmosphere instantly thickened, tension permeating the air. Naruto clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. What is there to fear? The supplies are the villagers' hope. Even if it costs me my life, I shall protect them. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of brazen shouts echoed from the distance. Amidst the swirling dust, a band of ferocious bandits emerged before them. Each one was robust, wielding an array of grotesque weapons, clearly not to be trifled with. The leading bandit, brandishing a massive spiked club, laughed arrogantly. Well, isn't this the Konoha transport team? What? You think this meager number can protect the supplies? Perhaps you should weigh your own worth. The bandits laughed unabashedly, as though the transport team were already within their grasp. The team members exchanged glances, their hands trembling around their weapons, fear seeping through the ranks. The relief supplies, precariously stacked upon a rudimentary cart, swayed in the wind, as if ready to be plundered by the marauding bandits at any moment. The captain gritted his teeth, drawing his kunai, and shouted, "Do not be afraid. We fight for the villagers. Even if it costs us our lives, we must safeguard the supplies." While his tone was resolute, a flicker of hesitation danced in his eyes. "Captain, can we truly win?" A young team member whispered, his voice laden with trepidation. The captain opened his mouth, yet no comforting words emerged. Huh. It seems you are aware of your own inadequacy. The bandit leader sneered, advancing step by step. Those who are wise will hand over the supplies and spare themselves some pain. He raised his spiked club, pointing it at Naruto. Kid, if you wish to live, get lost. Naruto's lips curled into a sly smile. You think you can seize my supplies? That depends on whether you possess the capability. Upon hearing this, the captain's face flushed a deep shade, and he brandished his kunai, directing it at the bandit leader, shouting hoarsely, Enough of your nonsense. If you want the supplies, you'll have to step over my corpse. He understood his own limitations, yet as captain, he had to exude an air of authority. However, his trembling hands betrayed the dread within, and his teammates exchanged glances, their morale waning. Naruto gazed at the captain, shaking his head in exasperation. This captain was as stubborn as they come. Wasn't this a classic case of throwing oneself into the lion's den? He stepped forward, blocking the captain's path, and said with a smile, Captain, let's not act impulsively. Violence is futile. We must rely on our wit. Wit? At a time like this, you're still spouting nonsense. The captain glared at Naruto impatiently. Given the current circumstances, what alternative to force was there? Are you afraid? Naruto shrugged, rendering himself speechless. He quietly activated the most formidable street vendor system, and a dazzling array of products appeared before his eyes. Smoke bombs, antidote pills, and so forth. Today, he would demonstrate the power of technology. The bandit leader, observing the internal discord, laughed heartily, pointing at Naruto. Huh, it seems you are not united within your ranks. Kid, I suggest you kneel and beg for mercy. It will save you from suffering later. Disregarding the bandit leader, Naruto retrieved several smoke bombs, strength-enhancing pills, and a megaphone from the system, swiftly setting them up. He concealed the smoke bombs beneath a cart, discreetly handed the strength-enhancing pills to several team members, and placed the megaphone in a hidden spot. With everything in place, a mysterious smile graced his lips. The smoke bomb detonated with a resounding bang, instantly enveloping the area in a thick cloud, obscuring everyone's vision. The bandits were thrown into disarray, utterly bewildered. In their moment of confusion, Naruto activated the megaphone, and a thunderous voice boomed forth. I am the mightiest transport team of Konoha. You rabble, surrender at once, or you shall face dire consequences. Simultaneously, several team members, empowered by the strength-enhancing pills, felt their power surge. They brandished their weapons, roaring in defiance, their momentum overwhelming. The bandits, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, exchanged glances, bewildered. They truly seemed formidable. One bandit stammered, Why yes, could it be that we've kicked a hornet's nest? The bandit leader also began to panic, questioning his earlier judgments. Were they truly on the verge of defeat? On the transport team's side, the members looked at the daunted bandits, their previously despondent spirits soaring in an instant. A wave of elation swept through the crowd, and even the captain was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Naruto's prowess. Seeing the terror in the bandits' eyes, Naruto smirked disdainfully, slowly stepping to the front of the line. He beckoned the bandit leader with a finger. Now, it is our turn to perform. With a grand flourish, Naruto shouted, Brothers, charge. Let them witness the might of Konoha. The team members, invigorated as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline, charged into the smoke with fervor. Within the fog, shadows danced, accompanied by the sounds of clashing, mingled with the bandits' cries of distress, creating a spectacular scene akin to an action blockbuster. Ouch, my back, my legs, my arms. Stop. I surrender. The bandits, beaten and trembling, fled in disarray, their former arrogance utterly shattered. The effects of the giant strength pill were astonishingly formidable. The team members felt as though they were endowed with extraordinary powers, effortlessly knocking down foes like mere children. As the smoke dissipated, the battlefield was littered with disheveled bandits, each sporting bruises and looking utterly defeated. The transport team erupted in jubilant cheers, exchanging high fives in celebration, their gazes towards Naruto brimming with admiration. Naruto, I want to have your children. The exultation echoed along the transport route, startling a flock of birds into flight. Naruto chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Just a standard operation. Inwardly, he mused, I rate this display of coolness a perfect score. Naruto directed the team to collect the goods seized from the bandits and incorporate them into the relief supplies. Remarkably, this counterattack effectively doubled the aid provisions. The transport team set forth towards the impoverished village, their journey filled with laughter and joy. Upon arriving at the village, the sight of the plentiful supplies brought smiles to the faces of the villagers, further solidifying their trust in Naruto. As he beheld the villagers' grateful expressions, a profound sense of accomplishment filled his heart. However, as the distribution of supplies commenced, several village chiefs began to quarrel over the allocation ratios. Why does your village receive more? One chief fumed, pointing accusingly, veins bulging on his forehead. Our village has a larger population. We deserve a greater share. The air crackled with tension, and the once cheerful atmosphere became palpably strained. Naruto looked on, momentarily at a loss, as the villagers gathered around, murmuring amongst themselves. Some crossed their arms, while others gestured animatedly, the atmosphere growing increasingly fraught. The volume of the chiefs' bickering escalated, threatening to rend the very sky. Why should your village get more? Another chief retorted fiercely, his face flushed with anger, as he gestured emphatically. You greedy scoundrels. The air was thick with animosity, and the previously joyous ambience was abruptly frozen. The villagers began to split into factions, hurling accusations at one another, with some even shoving, resulting in a chaotic scene. Naruto took a deep breath, surveying the agitated crowd encircling him, his mind racing with calculations. He felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, as though a heavy burden rested upon his shoulders. A glance at Sakura revealed her concern, yet there was a resolute glimmer in her eyes. Naruto, what should we do? Asked Gu Changfeng, anxiety lacing his voice. In that moment, a thought struck Naruto, and he raised his voice. Everyone, quiet down. The villagers and chiefs paused, momentarily stunned, their attention drawn to him. Naruto's words rang clear amidst the clamor, as if they could pierce through the din. Since everyone is so eager to argue, let us establish a fair and just distribution. A mysterious smile graced Naruto's face as the predetermined marketplace system whirred to life in his mind, a brilliant scheme taking shape. The village leaders and residents exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what elixir Naruto was concocting. The tension in the air reached its zenith, all eyes fixated on Naruto, eagerly awaiting his next move. With a subtle grin and a sense of inner triumph, he thought to himself, this time, I shall truly astonish you all. He slowly raised his hand and proclaimed in a booming voice, cease the distribution of supplies. At his words, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. The villagers stared at one another, seemingly frozen as if under a spell. The village leaders were left dumbfounded, as though they had witnessed something utterly extraordinary. The previously charged atmosphere dissipated, replaced by an unsettling stillness. What? Cease distribution? The village chief was the first to break the silence, rubbing his ears in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Naruto, are you certain? Gu Changfeng, equally perplexed, tugged at Naruto's sleeve and whispered his inquiry. Naruto offered a mysterious smile, refraining from explanation, instead producing a peculiar scroll from behind him. The scroll emanated a faint golden glow, inscribed with intricate runes that hinted at its extraordinary nature. The villagers craned their necks. Curiosity piqued as they speculated about the scroll's significance. Huh, a marvelous treasure, Naruto exclaimed, shaking the scroll with pride. With this, our village will undergo a magnificent transformation. He unfurled the scroll, revealing the bold inscription, Super Environmental Transformation Plan. Environmental transformation? The village leaders were left in a fog, unable to comprehend Naruto's intentions. Indeed, Naruto clarified, pointing to the scroll's contents. This plan will enhance our village's water sources, soil, and air quality, allowing everyone to live a better life. He then retrieved a palm-sized box, opening it to reveal a collection of shimmering seeds. These are universal seeds. Once planted, they will grow rapidly and bear a variety of fruits. Next, he produced an oddly shaped spray bottle, introducing it as, this is a purification spray, capable of cleansing airborne pollutants, ensuring we breathe fresh air. One wondrous item after another emerged from Naruto's hands, leaving the village leaders in a daze. They had anticipated Naruto would simply distribute supplies like other ninjas, yet he had devised such an ingenious approach. Naruto, are you serious? The village chief swallowed hard, struggling to fathom the reality before him. Absolutely. Naruto thumped his chest confidently, declaring, I assure you, before long, our village shall transform into a paradise on earth. The village leaders exchanged glances, excitement flickering in their eyes. Initially focused on resource allocation, they now glimpsed a brighter future. Naruto, I stand with you. The village chief was the first to voice his support. I, too, lend my support, echoed the other leaders in unison. The villagers, now buoyed by enthusiasm, looked forward to the possibilities that lay ahead. The once tense atmosphere gave way to laughter and joy. Excellent. Since we are all in agreement, let us commence. With a grand gesture, Naruto proclaimed boldly as he approached the center of the village. He scattered the miraculous seeds upon the ground, which took root and flourished rapidly, transforming the barren earth into a lush green meadow in the blink of an eye. The villagers, filled with awe, gathered around, curiously touching the enchanting plants. Next, Naruto took a purification spray and directed it towards the sky, releasing a wave of refreshing air that invigorated the senses. How delightful! The villagers exclaimed, inhaling deeply, their faces alight with ecstasy. Observing the scene before him, Naruto nodded in satisfaction, aware that his plan had come to fruition. Naruto, you are truly a genius, Gu Changfeng remarked as he approached Naruto, giving him a thumbs up. Just a small feat, Naruto replied, scratching his head with an embarrassed smile. What about the resources? A villager timidly inquired. Naruto smiled enigmatically. Patience. The best is yet to come. Amidst Naruto's grand environmental transformation initiative, the entire village buzzed with excitement. The villagers, infused with newfound energy, rolled up their sleeves and set to work. The once tense village leaders laid aside their grievances, collaborating seamlessly. One moved stones while another transported soil, working in perfect harmony. The air was filled with an atmosphere of fervent anticipation, akin to the soundtrack of a construction project. The rhythmic chants of heave-ho, heave-ho, mingled with the clatter of tools and the hearty laughter of the villagers, creating a harmonious symphony that resonated throughout the village. The previously desolate land, under the collective effort, blossomed with vitality. The verdant grass spread rapidly, vibrant flowers bloomed in competition, and the air became fresh and invigorating, as if a beauty filter had been activated. Resource allocation? What was that? In the face of such vigorous construction, it had been cast aside. Everyone reveled in the joy of building their home, where arguments were non-existent. The community thrived in harmony, reminiscent of a return to kindergarten, with even the elder women exhibiting an endearing charm. Naturally, Naruto was not idle. He navigated through the crowd, occasionally offering guidance, exuding the confidence of a supervising leader. The stall system collaborated with Naruto, occasionally producing various miraculous tools that enhanced the efficiency of the construction efforts, prompting exclamations of admiration from the villagers. As the village underwent a remarkable transformation, the distribution of resources became a natural progression. Those who worked harder received a greater share, and everyone accepted this with good grace, harboring no dissent. Each face radiated happiness, as if they had won the lottery, showering Naruto with gratitude, perceiving him as their savior. Naruto's popularity soared dramatically, akin to a rocket launch. The jubilant atmosphere reached its zenith, almost spilling out of the screen. Just as everyone basked in this bubble of happiness, a jarring cough shattered the tranquility. A villager suddenly clutched his chest, his face pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What is happening? Panic spread among the surrounding villagers as they rushed to his side. Sakura Haruno arrived swiftly, her brow furrowed into a tight line. She slowly raised her head and, with a grave tone, addressed Naruto. Naruto, the symptoms exhibited by this villager are exceedingly rare. The villagers immediately grew anxious, casting worried glances at Naruto. Sakura, her brow still knitted with concern, gently pressed her fingertips against the patient's pulse, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, leaving only the villagers' increasingly frantic breaths echoing in the silence. Chapter 126. The emergence of a rare disease. With her dark brows knitted together, Sakura spoke somberly, akin to delivering a death sentence. Naruto, this illness is peculiar. The pulse is erratic, the temperature fluctuates, as if it has been afflicted by some rare poison. Yet, I have never encountered such symptoms. Upon hearing the term rare, the villagers' hearts plummeted. Their previously jubilant expressions were now etched with anxiety. Voices erupted like a boiling pot. Buzzing with dismay, what are we to do? The child's father must hold on. Have we just begun to enjoy a good life, only to suffer again? The atmosphere grew heavy with tension, an air of despair enveloping the village. The sounds of laughter and joy vanished without a trace, replaced by a stifling silence and a chorus of sighs. Even the air seemed thickened, making it difficult to breathe. The patient's complexion deteriorated further, lips turning purple, breaths quickening. As if on the brink of collapse, beads of sweat formed on Sakura's forehead. She bit her lower lip, her hands moving restlessly over the patient, attempting to ease his suffering with chakra. However, all efforts felt futile, as if cast into an abyss. This is not working. Conventional treatments are utterly ineffective. Sakura's voice trembled, her usual confidence wavering in the face of the crisis. The flickering hope of the villagers dimmed with her words, despair spreading like a contagion, shrouding the entire village. Some began to weep softly, while others silently prayed for a miracle. Witnessing the patient's agony felt like a heavy stone lodged in Naruto's chest, constricting his heart. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain composure. No, he could not surrender. After all, he was the man endowed with the most formidable system. There had to be a solution. He placed a reassuring hand on Sakura's shoulder, his tone resolute. Sakura, do not panic. There must be a way. Swiftly, he opened the system interface, his gaze flitting across a myriad of items, his mind racing to identify a potential remedy for their predicament. Suddenly, his eyes landed on an unassuming corner, where a product named Universal Healing Capsule caught his attention. Wait, Sakura, Naruto exclaimed, a spark of excitement in his voice. I believe I may have found a solution. With a mysterious smile, he retrieved a crystalline capsule from the system space and presented it to Sakura. Let us give this a try? Sakura accepted the capsule, scrutinizing it with curiosity, and inquired, what is this? Sakura Haruno clutched the capsule that emanated a faint glow, her brow furrowing even deeper. As a medical ninja, she could not fathom using such an unfamiliar object on a patient. Hesitantly, she remarked, Naruto, this doesn't appear to be a conventional medicine. I need to analyze its components first. Moreover, treating such an unusual ailment may require specific medicinal herbs, like the Millennium Ganoderma or Snow Lotus. Her words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flicker of hope ignited among the villagers. Those herbs were beyond the reach of their impoverished village. Even in Konoha, they were exceedingly rare. What could they possibly do? Was there truly no salvation? A wave of despair swept through the crowd once more. Naruto, observing the villagers' despondent expressions, felt a fire ignite within him. This street vendor system had proven useful for trivial items, yet in a critical moment, it seemed utterly inadequate. With lives hanging in the balance, he found himself helplessly staring at the situation. A surge of self-doubt enveloped him. No, absolutely not. I am destined to become Hokage. How could I be intimidated by such a minor obstacle? Taking a deep breath, Naruto reopened the street vendor system. Like an avid gamer, he frantically scoured the myriad of goods, flipping through pages and leaving no corner unchecked. Eureka! His eyes lit up as he discovered an inconspicuous item labeled Miraculous Life Pill. This was it. Certified by the system, its efficacy was guaranteed. Without hesitation, he exchanged for one. Handing the miraculous pill to Sakura, he looked at her with unwavering determination. Sakura, trust me, this will work. Sakura gazed into Naruto's resolute eyes, hesitating for a moment before choosing to place her faith in him. Carefully, she administered the pill to the ailing patient. A miracle unfolded. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, the patient's pallid complexion flushed with color, and his labored breath steadied. The furrowed brows that had been locked in anxiety relaxed, revealing a long-lost sense of ease. After a couple of soft coughs, the patient gradually opened his eyes. He was alive, truly alive. The villagers erupted in jubilation, cheering and embracing one another like wild stallions, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The exuberant atmosphere spread like wildfire, enveloping the entire village. Gu Changfeng excitedly patted Naruto on the shoulder, exclaiming, Naruto, you're absolutely incredible. You managed to pull this off. However, amidst the celebrations, Naruto's gaze drifted toward the horizon, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he murmured, the real show has only just begun. The villagers of the 5 impoverished hamlets beamed as if they had won the lottery. Their dilapidated homes were restored. Children donned new garments, joyfully chasing one another, creating a paradise of bliss. The once sallow faces now glowed with a vibrant health, brimming with vitality. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of food, something they had scarcely dared to dream of before. They raised their thumbs in admiration, showering Naruto with accolades. Naruto, our eternal deity. Naruto, our everlasting God. Naruto, you are our great savior. As he gazed upon the joyous faces of the villagers, a sweetness filled his heart, surpassing that of honey. With a grand sweep of his hand, he proclaimed, It's a trivial matter, just a small gesture. Greater things await you in the future. News spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world. Lords from various nations extended olive branches to Naruto, inviting him to share his wisdom. In an instant, he became the most sought-after figure in the ninja realm, basking in the adoration of the masses wherever he went. During the celebration, villagers sang and danced, creating a lively atmosphere. The bonfire blazed brightly, illuminating every joyful face. The aroma of grilled meat and the fragrance of fine wine intertwined, crafting a sea of merriment. Encircled by the villagers, Naruto reveled in the treatment befitting a hero. He raised his cup, exclaiming, "To the peace of the ninja world, cheers." The villagers echoed his sentiment, raising their cups and shouting cheers. Their jubilant cries resonated through the sky, reverberating across the entire ninja realm. However, amid this festive ambience, a tinge of unease crept into Naruto's heart. He recalled the mysterious challenge letter he had received earlier, the crimson letters resembling a sinister sigil that lingered in his mind. They wish to challenge me? Let them come, he declared resolutely. As the night deepened, the bustling crowd gradually dispersed. Alone at the village entrance, Naruto stared into the abyss of the dark sky, gripping the challenge letter tightly in his hand. "The game has begun," he whispered. Chapter 127. The battle preparations continue. Resolve unwavering, Naruto crumpled the challenge letter and tucked it into his pocket. The provocation from the mysterious organization felt like a thorn in his throat, yet he understood that more pressing matters required his attention. Peace in the ninja world was not achieved overnight. Taking a deep breath, he grounded himself in reality. The relief efforts must persist. He summoned Gu Changfeng, Sakura, and the captain of the transport team to gather in a modest wooden hut, where the dim oil lamp cast flickering shadows upon their faces. "Brothers and sisters, you are all aware of the situation. The challenge is imminent. But our aid must not falter." Naruto's tone was resolute, serving as a balm to the anxiety that had settled among them. Breaking the silence, the captain of the transport team spoke up. "Naruto, I have compiled the list of supplies we need." Yet he hesitated, pulling out a crumpled piece of paper and laying it before the group. Gu Changfeng leaned in for a closer look, gasping, "Goodness, the deficit is staggering. The villages urgently require medicines and food, and our warehouse is nearly empty." The air thickened, a palpable tension enveloping them like an invisible net. The oil lamp crackled, as if lamenting their predicament. Sakura furrowed her brow, her delicate fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, creating a tense cadence, like a tightly drawn bowstring on the verge of snapping. "What are we to do? A clever cook cannot prepare a meal without rice," lamented the captain, his face drawn and wilted like a frostbitten plant. Naruto stroked his chin, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "Fear not, for I have a plan." He retrieved a tattered booklet from his pocket, emblazoned with the bold inscription, "The Supreme Street Vendor System." "Ah, my old companion. It is time for you to showcase your prowess once again." Naruto silently mused, flipping open the booklet and swiftly scanning the myriad of goods on display. "Eureka!" He abruptly raised his head, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "This is it. What on earth is so enigmatic?" Gu Changfeng inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Naruto offered a mysterious smile, closing the booklet slowly as he replied, "A secret. You shall find out tomorrow." The following morning, at the edge of the training grounds in Konoha village, a tattered cloth emblazoned with Naruto's heartfelt general store fluttered in the breeze, drawing attention. Behind the stall, Naruto stood, donning his signature sunny smile, exuding an air of confidence as if everything was within his grasp. "Ahem. Esteemed villagers, do not let this opportunity pass you by. Our shop has just received a fresh batch of heartfelt supplies, exceptional quality at reasonable prices, fair to young and old alike." Naruto shouted, akin to a wandering healer, attracting a crowd of curious villagers. The stall was adorned with an array of peculiar items, including the aromatic shadow clone pills, rumored to allow the consumer to instantly create multiple duplicates, and exquisitely packaged detox beans, claimed to neutralize a multitude of poisons. Even shuriken bore lucky labels, purportedly infused with chakra and blessed for good fortune. The villagers were mesmerized by the bizarre assortment. Before long, members of the aid supply transport team arrived at the stall. Observing the oddities, their leader appeared perplexed. "Naruto, what is the meaning of this?" he questioned. Naruto, with a knowing smile, pointed to the shadow clone pills, stating, "Captain, while they may not genuinely create clones, they are rich in chakra and nutrients, providing a swift boost to stamina, more effective than military rations. He then held up a detox bean, proclaiming, "This is no ordinary bean. It contains special herbal ingredients that can effectively alleviate various poisoning symptoms, potentially life-saving in critical moments." Finally, he grasped a lucky shuriken and confidently asserted, "This has been personally blessed by me. Wielding it on missions will turn misfortune into fortune." The transport team leader listened, momentarily taken aback. Though skeptical, he could not dismiss Naruto's unwavering confidence. At that moment, Gu Changfeng and Sakura approached the stall. Sakura quickly discerned the underlying strategy. "Naruto, you're not suggesting these items are substitutes for the missing supplies, are you?" Naruto snapped his fingers. "Correct. Sakura, you are incredibly astute. While these items may seem peculiar, they are, in fact, highly practical and cost-effective, perfectly filling the gap in our supplies." After Naruto's persuasive pitch, the transport team leader and Gu Changfeng gradually warmed to the idea. They began procuring the quirky heartfelt supplies and loading them onto the transport vehicles. Just then, a voice cut through the air. "Wait, I believe we should reduce aid to certain villages." Naruto's brow furrowed, his gaze sharpening like a drawn sword. As he scanned for the source of the voice, a towering figure, with a face marked by an abundance of flesh, emerged from the crowd, flanked by several intimidating companions. "Ah, is that not the infamous Bald Chong? What? Has the last beating not been sufficient? And here he is again, seeking another confrontation." Gu Changfeng rolled up his sleeves, adopting a stance ready for battle, recalling how he had previously left this band of rogues in disarray. "Humph, young one, do not be too arrogant. We are not here to trouble you today. We merely find your assistance rather questionable. Why should you provide resources to those destitute souls while neglecting us?" Bald Chong spoke with a swaggering tone, exuding confidence as his henchmen echoed his bravado, brandishing their weapons with an air of menace. Naruto's lips curled into a faint, amused smile. This band of robbers truly was relentless. However, he would not allow them to triumph easily today. "It appears you seek to pilfer our belongings?" he drawled mockingly. Bald Chong erupted into laughter. "At least you are perceptive. Hand over the supplies, and perhaps we might spare your miserable life." TSK, in these times, one encounters many willing to offer themselves as fodder. Naruto smirked derisively, retrieving a lucky shuriken from a nearby stall and tossing it into the air. "Brothers, arm yourselves. Let them witness the might of our benevolent shop." Absolutely. Gu Changfeng and Sakura could no longer contain their eagerness, swiftly brandishing their weapons, poised for action. Although the transport team leader felt a twinge of anxiety, Naruto's unwavering confidence bolstered his courage as he grasped a wooden stick, ready to fight. The battle was imminent. The robbers charged forward with their blades drawn. With remarkable speed, Naruto produced several shadow clone pills, tossing them to the ground. A series of explosions erupted, releasing clouds of smoke that obscured the robbers' vision. "Now deploy the antidote beans," Naruto commanded, and the group hurled the beans, which upon hitting the ground released a pungent odor, causing the robbers to stagger, disoriented and dizzy. The robbers were thrown into chaos, retreating while clutching their noses, their previous bravado dissolved. The transport team, witnessing this turn of events, surged with newfound confidence, launching a vigorous assault against the thieves. Mere tricks," Naruto scoffed, retrieving several sealing talismans from the stall and hurling them towards the robbers. The talismans burst forth in brilliant light, ensnaring the robbers in place, rendering them immobile. "What is this sorcery?" Bald Chong exclaimed in terror as he struggled against the talismans, all in vain. "This is the fusion of technology and sheer determination," Naruto declared with a triumphant smile, clapping his hands before directing his comrades to bind the robbers and hand them over to the Konoha guard. With the bandits dispatched, the transport team resumed their journey. Upon delivering the supplies to the impoverished village, the villagers erupted in jubilant cheers, their gratitude echoing in the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, upon returning to Konoha, prepared to confront the looming challenge posed by a mysterious organization, Naruto sensed an unsettling atmosphere enveloping the village. The pedestrians moved hurriedly, and a faint scent of scorched air lingered ominously. He casually stopped a passerby, intending to inquire, but the individual suddenly shuddered, fixating on him with hollow eyes, murmuring, "The blood moon descends." Chapter 128. Unusual Phenomena in the Village, Ingenious Solutions to Predicaments. Naruto returned to Konoha, the faint scent of charred remnants thickening in the air, enveloping the village like an invisible net. The streets, once bustling with life, were now filled with hurried individuals, their expressions anxious, as if pursued by a ferocious beast. Their faces were pale, their steps unsteady, resembling marionettes under someone else's control. What is happening? Have they all been possessed? Naruto scratched his head, pondering. He approached another passerby. But just as he was about to speak, the person convulsed as if electrocuted, their vacant gaze fixed on him, whispering, "The blood moon descends." The voice was dry and raspy, akin to a whisper from the depths of hell, sending chills down his spine. The blood moon? What on earth is this? A strong sense of unease welled up within him as he furrowed his brow. Surveying his surroundings, he perceived that the villagers appeared to be in a bizarre state. As if under some form of control, an invisible pressure enveloped him, akin to being pressed upon the pause button, rendering him uncomfortable. He quickened his pace, seeking any clues. However, to his surprise, the villagers began to point at him, their whispers buzzing like mosquitoes. Look at him. Ever since he returned from aiding the impoverished village, everything has changed. He must have brought back something unclean. He is a harbinger of misfortune. Had we known, we wouldn't have let him go. Now the entire village suffers. These accusatory voices pierced Naruto's heart like sharp needles. He yearned to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. The agony of being misunderstood weighed heavily upon him. I refuse to bear this blame. Naruto clenched his teeth in frustration, though confusion and disbelief predominated his feelings. He sensed the scrutinizing gazes around him as palpable, suffocating his breath. At that moment, he felt as if he stood at the eye of a storm, with animosity crashing upon him like a tsunami. This sensation left him both helpless and furious, yearning to shout, "There is but one truth." Yet finding no outlet for his frustration, Naruto tightened his fists, striving to regain his composure. He took a deep breath, resolved to uncover the truth. His gaze eventually settled on an elderly man approaching him unsteadily. "Naruto," the elder stammered, trembling fingers pointing at him. "What? Please, calm down. What is happening?" Naruto asked anxiously. "You should leave. Don't come back." The elder suddenly broke down in tears, collapsing to the ground as if witnessing something horrifying, mumbling incessantly, "The blood moon. The blood moon." Just as Naruto prepared to inquire further, a chilling voice interrupted him from behind. "Naruto Uzumaki, accompany me." The chilling voice sliced through the cacophony surrounding Naruto like a sharp blade. He slowly turned around to behold several ninjas clad in Konoha uniforms, their expressions grave and their gazes piercing, as if they sought to see through him. What is happening? Are they here to apprehend me for interrogation? A sense of trepidation gripped Naruto. The gravity of the situation felt as though he were a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. "Uzumaki Naruto, we require your cooperation in investigating the recent anomalies in the village," the leading ninja stated coldly, his tone laced with an air of undeniable authority. A torrent of expletives surged through Naruto's mind. Could it be that before he even grasped the situation, he was to be treated as a suspect? He scratched his head, rendered speechless. He was escorted to the meeting room of Konoha's upper echelons, where the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. The leaders of Konoha bore grave expressions, their eyes burning with intensity, as if they intended to strip him bare. "Naruto, have you visited the impoverished village recently?" An elder inquired heavily. "Yes, what of it?" Naruto feigned calmness, fully aware that he must not show any sign of panic. Revealing weakness would render any explanation futile. "The anomalies in the village began to manifest after your return from the impoverished village. Do you have any explanation?" Another middle-aged ninja questioned sharply, his tone thick with suspicion. "What explanation could I possibly provide? I'm a victim here too." Rage boiled within Naruto, yet he understood that confronting them head-on would lead to his downfall. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. "No, dear esteemed leaders, I truly know nothing. I am even more bewildered than you." Naruto spread his hands innocently. "Rather than interrogating me, it would be more prudent to visit the impoverished village together. We may uncover the truth." As his words hung in the air, the meeting room fell into a profound silence, everyone exchanging glances filled with uncertainty and confusion. They clearly had not anticipated such a request from Naruto, which was entirely beyond their expectations. "What trickery is this boy plotting?" one of the senior members murmured softly, observing their tense demeanor. Naruto could not help but smirk inwardly. Humph, a bunch of stubborn old-timers, merely conjecturing from behind their desks while the truth lies before their very eyes. Yet they remain oblivious. He chose to say no more, standing silently as he awaited their decision. He believed that the truth would ultimately come to light, and he would confront them with irrefutable evidence. Very well, since you insist, let us go and see. Ultimately, a senior member broke the silence with his decision. Let us proceed. There is but one truth. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile. Then let us not delay any further. Let us depart. The upper echelons of Konoha, their expressions rife with skepticism, followed Naruto as they marched toward the impoverished village. Upon arriving at the village entrance, they were greeted not by the anticipated scene of desolation, but by an atmosphere brimming with vitality. The villagers wore radiant smiles, adorned in new clothing, while children frolicked exuberantly in the spacious square, their joyous laughter filling the air. What on earth is happening here? A high-ranking shinobi could not suppress an exclamation. The scene before them utterly transformed their perception of the impoverished village. Welcome, welcome, Lord Naruto. You have finally returned. The village chief and the villagers surrounded him with warm enthusiasm, their faces adorned with expressions of heartfelt gratitude, each voicing their appreciation for Naruto. Lord Naruto is truly a benefactor. If it weren't for you, we would still be enduring the harsh winds of the Northwest. Indeed, the supplies you brought have been a timely boon, saving the lives of our entire village. The villagers animatedly showcased their newly constructed homes built with the aid of the provided materials, treating the dignitaries to delicacies crafted from the ingredients brought by Naruto. The air was filled with the aromas of food and the sounds of joyous laughter, contrasting sharply with the oppressive atmosphere of Konohagakure. As the high-ranking officials observed the villagers' genuine smiles and listened to their heartfelt appreciation, their initial doubts and wariness gradually dissipated, replaced by deep admiration for Naruto. Their previous skepticism now seemed almost laughable. Goodness, this kid is impressive. One high-ranking official couldn't help but murmur, regarding Naruto with newfound respect. At that moment, Naruto approached the dignitaries, his tone taking on a note of seriousness. Everyone, you must have noticed that the anomalies in Konohagakure are entirely unrelated to the impoverished village. It is all a conspiracy. A conspiracy? What kind of conspiracy? One official inquired, puzzled. Someone is attempting to orchestrate a disturbance, aiming to tarnish my reputation in Konohagakure. Naruto replied with a cold smirk, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. They have fabricated these anomalies and sought to blame me, intending to ruin my name for their nefarious ends. Upon hearing Naruto's analysis, the officials experienced a moment of clarity. It was indeed a conspiracy, and they had nearly fallen into a trap. That was close. Thankfully, Naruto alerted us. Otherwise, we would have been used as pawns. These insidious individuals are utterly detestable. Seeing the high-ranking officials come to this realization, a smirk of satisfaction crept across Naruto's face. Humph, do they think they can bring me down? Not a chance. With a thought, he activated the ground stall system, and numerous luminous screens materialized in the air. Today, let me show you the prowess of Naruto. He waved his hand, and an array of extraordinary tools surged forth from the ground stall system, establishing an impenetrable defensive barrier around both Konohagakure and the impoverished village. Golden light cascaded like sunlight, dispelling the gloom and instilling hope among the people. What is this? The high-ranking officials widened their eyes, gazing at the miraculous spectacle before them, their hearts brimming with astonishment. This is my secret weapon, Naruto declared proudly, raising an eyebrow and winking at the officials. From now on, as long as I, Naruto, am here, no one shall dare to bully Konohagakure or the impoverished village. Lord Naruto is magnificent. The villagers cheered exuberantly, their trust and respect for him deepening. Just then, a sinister voice echoed in the air. Heh, Uzumaki Naruto, you are indeed intriguing. However, this is merely the beginning. Upon returning to Konohagakure, Naruto felt akin to a triumphant general, as villagers lined the streets to welcome him with admiration in their gazes. And a few bold maidens even discreetly offered him heart-shaped bento boxes. Previously, those who labeled him as a harbinger of misfortune now hung their heads in shame. Wishing to vanish into the depths of the earth, Naruto felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction within, surpassing even the delight of consuming 10 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. Well done, Naruto. Even the typically aloof Sasuke displayed a rare expression of admiration. Sakura, brimming with concern, fluttered around him, her attentiveness leaving Naruto slightly overwhelmed. The higher-ups in Konoha began to regard Naruto with newfound respect, with the Hokage himself personally meeting him, patting his shoulder and declaring, "Naruto, you have done exceptionally well. The future of Konoha rests upon your shoulders." In that moment, Naruto felt the weight of responsibility settle upon him, invigorated with determination, eager to confront the mysterious organization at once. In the following days, the entire village of Konoha mobilized to prepare for the impending challenge posed by the enigmatic group. Ninjas diligently honed their skills, enhancing their abilities. Even the usually laid-back Shikamaru took on a rare seriousness, delving into various tactics, hoping to provide support for Naruto. Naruto himself was not idle. He rummaged through the street vendor system, seeking powerful items, ready to arm himself to the teeth. He even exchanged for a limited edition Super Saiyan outfit, which made him feel as though his combat power had skyrocketed, capable of obliterating the planet with a single punch. With all preparations complete, the day of reckoning finally arrived. Naruto stood in the plaza of Konoha, gazing at the expectant faces surrounding him, filled with fervor. "Brothers, today, let us deliver a resounding lesson to that mysterious organization." The villagers erupted in a unified cheer, their spirits soaring, as the entire village of Konoha buzzed with excitement. However, just as Naruto was about to activate the street vendor system and showcase his prowess, a chilling voice suddenly descended from above, like a thunderclap, reverberating in everyone's ears. "Naruto Uzumaki, do you think your little tricks can escape our notice? We are intimately familiar with your street vendor system." This voice, as if emanating from the depths of the abyss, carried an eerie coldness that abruptly silenced the jubilant crowd. The air seemed to freeze, and all gazes fell upon Naruto. With furrowed brows, Naruto realized that this mysterious organization possessed an alarming understanding of his street vendor system. This was no trivial matter. Intimately familiar? Quite the audacious claim. "I shall see just how much you truly know." A smirk danced upon Naruto's lips as he feigned nonchalance, while his mind raced, devising a strategy. He swiftly opened the system interface, scanning through the myriad of items, seeking hidden features or items that the adversary might be unaware of. Yet, the more he browsed, the colder his heart grew. Those once prized items, such as shadow clone pills, detox beans, and lucky kunai, which appeared eccentric to others, now seemed utterly transparent before this mysterious organization, devoid of any secrets. An inexplicable pressure descended upon Naruto, akin to a heavy mountain pressing down, making his breaths labored. The atmosphere in the square grew increasingly oppressive, and the faces of the villagers were etched with concern. Even Naruto, typically optimistic, sensed an unprecedented feeling of crisis. "System, is there any way to shield against their probing?" He attempted to communicate with the system, yearning for a glimmer of hope. Ding. Host's request detected, searching for solutions. The system's cold mechanical voice resonated, igniting a flicker of hope within Naruto. However, before that hope could fully ignite, it was doused by a chilling reality. Ding. Regrettably, the probing methods employed by the adversary are unknown. The system cannot effectuate effective shielding. What the hell? This is utterly frustrating. Naruto couldn't restrain himself from cursing. What kind of mysterious organization was this, potent enough to leave even the system at a loss? Just as he found himself at a loss, a shadow suddenly descended from the heavens, landing in the center of the square. "Naruto Uzumaki, your time has come." Before the shadow could finish speaking, dozens of figures clad in black emerged like phantoms from all directions, encircling Naruto. Each of these figures exuded a chilling aura, radiating an unmistakable intent to kill. "What? Are we playing a game of attrition? Do you think you can bully me with numbers?" Though Naruto voiced his grievances, he did not dare to be complacent. Swiftly, he performed hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of Naruto clones materialized, filling the square to capacity. "Humph, mere trifles." The leader of the black-clad figures sneered, waving a hand. "Attack." In an instant, battle erupted. Naruto's clones surged forth like a tide, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu, Rasengan, Chidori, Shadow Clone Shuriken. The square was alight with flashes and reverberating explosions. However, the black-clad figures were formidable foes. Their coordination was impeccable, seamlessly balancing offense and defense, making it difficult for Naruto's clones to gain the upper hand. Damn it, who are these guys? Why are they so difficult to deal with? As Naruto dodged their attacks, he anxiously pondered his next move. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his hand, glancing down. He was astonished to see the interface of the street vendor system had popped up before him, revealing an unprecedented feature: Invincible Golden Bell. What? Such a treasure exists? Naruto rejoiced internally, finally feeling confident in the system's reliability. Without hesitation, he clicked the activation button. A blinding golden light enveloped him as a colossal golden bell shield materialized around him. The black-clad figure's attacks struck the bell, dissipating like raindrops on a vast ocean, leaving no ripple. What? The leader of the black-clad figures gasped in shock. What on earth is that? Hee, a secret. Naruto chuckled triumphantly from within the golden shield. Now it's my turn to counterattack. With rapid hand seals, he invoked the sage art, super large Rasengan Shuriken. A massive golden Rasengan Shuriken shot forth from the bell, streaking toward the horde of black-clad figures like a meteor. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, sending the black-clad figures sprawling in all directions, their cries echoing in the air. Retreat! The leader of the black-clad men, sensing the dire situation, decisively ordered a retreat. Thinking of escaping? It wouldn't be that simple. Naruto sneered, manipulating the golden bell to pursue them, determined to showcase the true might of the street vendor system today. The villagers in the square watched in astonishment, never having witnessed such formidable power or the miraculous street vendor system. Naruto is truly incredible, Sakura murmured, while Gu Changfeng expressed his shock. He had always known Naruto was strong, but he never imagined he would reach such heights. Naruto, Gu Changfeng began, only to be interrupted by Naruto. Hold your words. Let me finish dealing with these ruffians first. Naruto replied without turning, as the speed of the golden bell increased, closing in on the black-clad men. The golden bell surged forward like a wild stallion, sending the black-clad men into a frenzy, crying for mercy as they scuttled away. Clutching their heads, their meager skills crumbled like paper before the invincible golden bell, utterly defenseless. What on earth is this? One black-clad man screamed as he was sent flying by the golden bell, streaking across the sky like a meteor, his destination unknown. Mamma mia, this guy must be cheating. Another black-clad man exclaimed, terrified and scrambling away, his speed rivaling that of an Olympic athlete. In the square, the villagers erupted in cheers, celebrating as if it were a festival. Lord Naruto is magnificent. Lord Naruto is unbeatable, a true god of war. Lord Naruto, I adore you. I want to bear your children. The cacophony of adulation nearly lifted the roof off the square, with the sound crescendoing to a deafening roar. Sakura covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with admiration, as if witnessing the birth of a new idol. Even the usually composed Gu Changfeng couldn't help but smile faintly, feeling pride and joy for his brother. Ultimately, the black-clad men were left fleeing in all directions, akin to headless flies, utterly disheveled. With a colossal Rasengan, Naruto obliterated them into mere particles, leaving only ashes in his wake. A faint charred scent hung in the air, signaling the conclusion of the battle. With absolute strength, Naruto defended his street vendor system and upheld the hopes of everyone. This battle firmly established his reputation, his name sweeping through the ninja world like a tempest. Nations sent congratulatory messages, expressing their willingness to collaborate with Konohagakure on poverty alleviation projects. In an instant, the status of Konohagakure soared, becoming the focal point of the ninja world, and Naruto emerged as the undeniable hero. At the celebratory feast, laughter and clinking glasses filled the air, reaching a joyous crescendo. Naruto finally exhaled in relief, revealing his signature sunny smile. However, just as he prepared to savor the fruits of victory, he noticed a new icon flashing with mysterious light on the interface of the street vendor system. What is this? Naruto, filled with curiosity, gently tapped the icon, and in an instant, the system interface transformed, revealing a line of text that quickened his heartbeat. Chapter 130, Exploration and Assistance, a New Journey Begins. Naruto rubbed his hands together, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at the system interface, as if it concealed some extraordinary secret. Let me see what treasures await, he thought, a restless itch akin to a cat's pawing at his mind. The surroundings were eerily quiet, the only sound being the swift rustling of the interface, further intensifying his focus, as if all else had faded away, leaving only him and this enchanting system. Anxiety and exhilaration collided within his chest, like two swirling tornadoes, rendering him both restless and unwilling to cease. Suddenly, a bright red warning box appeared on the screen, the bold letters exploding before him like thunder. Insufficient energy. What? Insufficient energy? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. He rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the message again, Indeed, it was a proclamation of energy deficiency. In an instant, the smile on his face froze, as though encased in ice. His excitement plummeted like a roller coaster, leaving him breathless, his innards gripped by an invisible hand. The air around him seemed to grow heavy, pressing down on his shoulders with an unbearable weight. His brow furrowed tightly, knotted in distress, the previously light-hearted atmosphere dissipating, replaced by an inexplicable sense of oppression. He instinctively clenched his jaw, emitting a creaking sound, as if to crush all his anxiety and unease into submission. "What am I to do now?" Naruto murmured, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table, the sound echoing through the silent room, reverberating like a drumbeat in his heart, further adding to his turmoil. He fixated on the flashing red warning box, as if willing it to dissolve under his gaze. "System, can you?" He hesitated, carefully inquiring. "Could you perhaps extend a line of credit for energy?" The system remained unresponsive, its icy red glow unwavering. "Ah," Naruto sighed, collapsing into his chair like a deflated balloon. At that moment, the system interface unexpectedly displayed a new line of text. "New task detected." A new task. Naruto's head shot up, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Could it be? He swallowed hard, his heart racing at the thought of a new opportunity. It felt akin to triggering a hidden quest in a game. Thrilling. Could this be the arrival of fortune? Should he gather energy first or dive directly in? Naruto found himself torn in a mental struggle. Cautiously, it would be wise to accumulate energy first, but what if the new task offered substantial rewards? Missing out would be a grave loss. It was akin to drawing cards. What held more significance, a safety net or the chance to upgrade a bicycle to a motorcycle? A truly perplexing dilemma. Restlessly, he paced the room, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. His brow furrowed deeply, his expression more tortured than one enduring constipation. The air in the room felt frozen, as if stretched taut like a string, on the verge of snapping at any moment. Suddenly, Naruto slapped his thigh and exclaimed with excitement, "Eureka! Brothers, I've found a solution." His sudden outburst startled Guchongfeng, causing the teacup in his hand to nearly fly away. Haruno Sakura looked on in confusion, completely bewildered. "Naruto, are you okay?" Guchongfeng asked cautiously, his eyes filled with concern, as if he were observing a madman. "I'm fine. I've figured out how to resolve the energy deficiency," Naruto proclaimed, exhilarated as if he had just received a shot of adrenaline, his eyes sparkling as if he had discovered a new continent. "What solution?" Sakura inquired curiously. "Hee, I'm going to seek the help of our benefactors, the villagers of the impoverished village," Naruto replied with a mysterious smile, his tone brimming with confidence. At this revelation, both Guchongfeng and Sakura were left speechless. "What is this? Seeking the villagers' assistance to recharge the system? This is unheard of," Guchongfeng stammered, feeling as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. Disregarding Guchongfeng's skepticism, Naruto dashed out of the room, heading straight for the impoverished village. News spread like wildfire throughout the village. The villagers hastily put down their tasks, gathering at the village entrance with puzzled expressions. "What is that rascal up to now? Is he going to sell us something bizarre again? Please, don't let it involve us spending money." Various speculations circulated among the crowd, enveloping the village in a curious atmosphere. Standing at the center of the crowd, Naruto took a deep breath and, with unwavering resolve, declared, "Dear villagers, I need your assistance." His voice carried a mix of urgency and an inexplicable strength, igniting a flame of hope in the hearts of the villagers. "Naruto, just tell us what you need. We are here to help." The village chief, leaning on his cane, trembled as he stepped forward, his murky eyes filled with trust and anticipation. "Yes, Naruto, speak up. We are all ears." The villagers echoed enthusiastically, their voices resonating like a powerful wave, rising higher and higher. Naruto grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "I need just a small amount of energy from each of you." He scratched his head, feeling slightly bashful, as it indeed sounded a bit absurd. "Energy?" The villagers exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily bewildered, but soon they began to comprehend. Some offered their cherished grains, others presented hand-stitched cloth bags, while still others contributed their treasured herbs. Each person was eager to lend their humble support to Naruto. A warm current surged within Naruto's heart as he gazed upon the earnest faces and listened to their heartfelt words, nearly moved to tears. "Thank you, everyone, thank you," he said, his voice quivering with emotion. On the system interface, the energy bar began to rise gradually, the red light slowly fading away. replaced by a vibrant green symbolizing hope. Watching the energy bar increase bit by bit, Naruto clenched his fists in excitement. It felt akin to uncovering rare loot in a game. Pure bliss. Ding. The system's energy has been restored, and new features have been unlocked. The system's prompt resonated in Naruto's mind like a melodious symphony, filling him with joy. Eagerly, he opened the new feature interface, and a myriad of dazzling icons flashed before his eyes like a kaleidoscope, leaving him in a daze. Wow, this system is truly remarkable, he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, his heart brimming with delight. What are you up to now, Naruto? Gu Changfeng inquired with curiosity as he leaned closer, craning his neck to glimpse the interface. What is this? Haruno Sakura gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. The surrounding villagers gathered around, intrigued by Naruto's actions. Without hesitation, Naruto clicked on a new feature, and a small energy orb appeared in his hand, radiating a gentle green glow. Is this an energy amplification orb? Gu Changfeng exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This is truly astonishing. Haruno Sakura could not help but marvel, her eyes filled with wonder. With this, our relief efforts will undoubtedly reach new heights, Naruto declared with unwavering confidence, his smile as bright as a child's. Just as Naruto was poised to showcase his new abilities and bring transformative change to their aid work, a hurried figure rushed towards him, breathless. Naruto, we have a problem. Other impoverished villages are facing new crises. Naruto's smile vanished, his expression instantly turning serious. He clenched his fists and swiftly turned towards the village exit, leaving the others in stunned silence. Chapter 131. New dangers arise. Ingenious strategies to counter the wind howled, as if providing a soundtrack to Naruto's anxious heart. He pressed his lips tightly together, his brows furrowing in concentration, his feet moving with such speed that they seemed to create afterimages. The boy, who had just moments ago been elated by the system upgrade, now resembled a poised cheetah, radiating an aura of tension. A faint burnt odor permeated the air, evoking an inexplicable sense of unease. What is happening? Is someone playing tricks on me? Naruto thought to himself as he ran, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could sense an invisible force frantically tugging at his nerves, his heart pounding like a drum. The trees whizzed by him in a blur, urging him to move faster. Faster. At last, he arrived at the troubled, impoverished village. The sight before him made him gasp in horror. The entire village was enveloped in a strange black mist, resembling a massive cauldron pressed against the ground, suffocating in its oppressive presence. Once a place of gentle smoke rising from chimneys, the village now felt like a ghostly realm. Eerily silent, save for the intermittent sobs of the villagers, piercing the suffocating stillness. A strong scent of sulfur hung in the air, nauseating and sharp. Naruto could feel the ground trembling beneath his feet, as if some unknown creature was stirring below. The villagers appeared as though their souls had been drained, each face pale and drawn. What on earth is happening here? Could it be the side effects of awakening extraordinary powers? Naruto gazed upon the apocalyptic scene before him, a profound sense of powerlessness washing over him. This was no mere child's play. It was a genuine crisis. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself. Yet the relentless thumping of his heart echoed loudly, causing him discomfort. At that moment, a familiar voice pierced through the chaos. Hee, what a splendid show we have here. Following this, an unsettling cackle slithered into his ears like a venomous serpent. Instantly, Naruto's sharp gaze darted toward the source of the sound, his eyes glinting with a keen intensity. In the shadows, several pairs of avaricious eyes were fixated upon them. Well, if it isn't the underdog of Konoha, little Naruto. What is this? Do you wish to take a slice of the pie? A burly bandit, his face marred by a brutish demeanor, jeered as he brandished a large blade. Behind him loomed a cadre of equally menacing marauders, each one eager and hungry for victory, their eyes shimmering with greed, as if they had already envisioned their triumph. You lot are but insignificant minnows. How dare you compete with me? Naruto retorted defiantly, though a hint of gravity lingered on his countenance. Despite their lackluster strength, the sheer number of bandits posed a formidable challenge, each one as ferocious as a ravenous wolf. More critically, the enigmatic power lurking in the shadows was stirring, presenting the real peril. Enough with the chatter. Scram if you know what's good for you, or I'll show you what I'm capable of. The leader of the bandits bellowed, swinging his sword as he charged forward. The other bandits surged behind him, resembling a pack of frenzied wild dogs. their ferocity directed toward Naruto. Humph, you wish to engage in a contest of strength? Very well. A sly smile crept across Naruto's lips as he prepared for the impending clash. Rather than rushing into battle, he retrieved a shimmering orb from his system space. System. Activate the Mirage Veil. With Naruto's command, the orb erupted in a brilliant radiance, enveloping everything in its dazzling light. The bandits, caught off guard, found their surroundings transforming dramatically. The desolate village morphed into a bustling metropolis, dilapidated buildings transformed into resplendent palaces, and the acrid scent of sulfur was replaced by the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers. What on earth is happening? The bandit leader exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in bewilderment as he surveyed the surreal landscape, feeling as though he was trapped in a dream. The other bandits echoed his sentiments, standing frozen, as if entranced. The hidden mysterious force lurking in the shadows also hesitated. Its previously restless aura now clouded with confusion over this sudden metamorphosis. Hee, you think you can outsmart me? You still have much to learn. Naruto observed his entranced foes, a triumphant smile adorning his face. He remained vigilant, quietly gathering his strength, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the air, and Naruto's instincts tingled with unease. He swiftly turned his gaze toward a particular direction, his eyes sharp as blades. Who goes there, lurking in the shadows? Show yourself. A shadow slowly emerged from the darkness, its voice deep and hoarse. Interesting, truly interesting. Ah, there are quite a few of you. Confronting, wielding a kunai, leaped out from the thicket, an earnest expression tinged with excitement adorning his face. He had long been eager to engage in a grand battle. Following closely behind, Haruno Sakura arrived, her diamond-shaped mark on her forehead glimmering softly, her eyes filled with determination. Naruto, I am here to support you, brothers and sisters. Today we shall show these little rascals who truly reign supreme on this street. Naruto grinned widely, the beads in his hand glowing even brighter, rendering the illusion more vivid. The bandits were completely lost within the phantasmagoric city, flailing about like headless flies. Wind release, vacuum wave. Confronting initiated the attack, unleashing several wind blades that howled through the air, sending a few bandits crashing against the walls of the illusion, producing dull thuds. Haruno Sakura refused to be outdone. She formed hand seals, a surge of green chakra coalescing in her palms. Medical ninjutsu, healing arts. She infused the chakra into the injured villagers, alleviating their suffering. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto activated the shadow clone technique, instantly creating a dozen clones that surged forward like they were invigorated, launching themselves at the bandits with fists and feet that struck with fervor, eliciting cries of distress from their adversaries. The bandits, already disoriented within the illusion, were further overwhelmed by the relentless assault from Naruto and his companions, reduced to wailing and scurrying away in terror. Stop! Stop! We surrender. The bandit leader, unable to withstand the onslaught, knelt on the ground, bruised and weeping. The remaining bandits dropped their weapons, huddling together like quails, their earlier bravado vanishing entirely. The villagers, witnessing this transformation, rose from the ground, cheering and clapping, the atmosphere resounding with joy throughout the village. They gazed at Naruto, Confronting, and Haruno Sakura, who, after vanquishing the bandit gang, did not let their guard down. Naruto furrowed his brow, beginning to investigate the source of a mysterious power. He exchanged for a true sight eye from the system store, and upon activation, everything around him became crystal clear. He discovered that this power emanated from deep underground, coiling like a massive serpent beneath the village, emitting low growls. What on earth is this? Naruto scratched his head, feeling a chill run down his spine. It seems the villains nowadays enjoy playing tricks. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to descend and uncover the truth. He produced a lucky kunai and hurled it forcefully at the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth split open, revealing a pitch-black abyss. Naruto leaped into the chasm, closely followed by Confronting and Haruno Sakura. At the bottom of the pit, they beheld a mass of black mist, expanding continuously and exuding a disquieting aura. Without hesitation, Naruto activated the dispelling charm, a golden light shooting forth from the talisman, enveloping the black mist. The crackling sounds filled the air, the mist shrieking in agony as if scorched by fierce flames, gradually dissipating into nothingness. As the villagers beheld the dissipating black mist enveloping their hamlet, their jubilant cheers echoed even louder. Overcome with gratitude, they fell to their knees, bowing in reverence towards Naruto and his companions. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed by the immediate triumph. A keen intuition whispered to him that a far more sinister scheme lurked beneath the surface. His eyes narrowed, as if he had caught a glimpse of a pivotal truth. Sakura Haruno, observing Naruto's grave demeanor, voiced her concern. Naruto, what troubles you? Gu Changfeng, equally perplexed, cast a questioning glance in his direction. Naruto, however, offered no response. Instead, he slowly retrieved a scroll concealed within his sleeve, carefully unfurling it. The scroll bore an array of peculiar symbols, prompting his resolve to strengthen. Chapter 132, The Scheme Unraveled. A glorious return. Naruto meticulously laid the scroll open, the strange symbols seemingly animated, dancing before his gaze. He scrutinized them, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment, as if the very air around him had solidified. While the surrounding villagers rejoiced in the aftermath of the Black Mist's retreat, everything appeared blurred through Naruto's eyes. He felt akin to a player ensnared in a puzzle game, having just completed the tutorial, only to find himself blocked at his doorstep. This was no mere farce. He sensed the faintest whiff of conspiracy. The symbols, Naruto murmured, his fingers gliding over the intricate patterns of the scroll. The chilling touch heightened his alertness. It was a variant of some sealing technique, imbued with a trace of malevolent chakra. Sakura and Gu exchanged solemn glances, each perceiving the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. Although they could not decipher the symbols' meanings, Naruto's expression conveyed an unmistakable sense of foreboding. I have a feeling this is far from simple, Naruto proclaimed, gazing over the throng of cheering villagers before his eyes fell upon the distant mountain range. Dispelling the black mist was merely the first step. The true adversary lurked in the shadows, watching us. Damn it, these fiends refused to be vanquished. Naruto clenched his fists, the joints cracking sharply. He recalled the mission assigned by the system, suddenly realizing that this assistance plan might have been under surveillance from the very beginning. Someone intended to ensnare him completely. Let us return to the village. We must deliberate carefully. Naruto inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Understanding the significance of these symbols was crucial to uncovering the puppet master behind it all. Upon returning to the village, Naruto promptly summoned paper and ink, meticulously reproducing each symbol from the scroll. He resembled a detective, diligently examining every detail, leaving no hint unexamined. The atmosphere around him thickened with tension, as if the very air had turned viscous. As he sketched and analyzed, the symbol structure suggested an ancient sacrificial rite. Gu Changfeng and Sakura observed silently, acutely aware of the pressure emanating from Naruto. Though they wished to assist, they felt utterly inept in this particular domain. Just then, Naruto's pen abruptly halted. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally resting on Gu Changfeng. Slowly, he began to speak. Gu Changfeng, do you recall when I suddenly stood up and pointed to a bright red mark on the map, speaking in a hurried tone? Do you remember the chakra amplifiers we sold at the street stall? A significant number of amplifiers have flowed into Sunagakure. Gu Changfeng and Haruno Sakura gasped in shock. The relationship between Sunagakure and Konohagakure was already delicate. If they were secretly gathering chakra amplifiers, the consequences would be dire. They intended to use the amplifiers to enhance the strength of their ninjas, and Haruno Sakura dared not continue. Yet everyone understood what that implied. War. Indeed, Naruto's fists clenched tightly. They seek to instigate conflict, and these impoverished villages are merely pawns to weaken our strength. They wish to exhaust Konoha, leaving us unable to attend to other matters. The air in the room seemed to solidify, the atmosphere stifling. These scoundrels, they truly are despicable. Naruto could not help but exclaim in frustration. What shall we do now? Gu Changfeng asked urgently, a surge of fervor rising within him. We shall retaliate. A glint of cunning sparkled in Naruto's eyes. Since they wish to play dirty, we shall play along to the end. At that moment, the ninja forces from Sunagakure had already closed in on the village in need of aid. A dark mass resembling a locust swarm, stirring up clouds of dust. The villagers were terrified, scurrying to hide. Some daring villagers, armed with makeshift weapons, trembled as they stood at the village entrance, attempting to resist, but their efforts seemed futile against the trained ninja forces. Ha ha ha, a bunch of ants daring to resist. The leader of the Sunagakure ninjas laughed arrogantly, the kunai in his hand glinting ominously. Just as the situation seemed dire, Naruto appeared with the Konoha ninjas, and all the impoverished villagers who had benefited. If you wish to move them, first ask if I consent. Naruto stood at the forefront of the crowd, his golden hair shining in the sunlight, like a guardian deity. Upon seeing Naruto, the Sunagakure ninjas were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that he would appear here. Even more shocking was the sight of the impoverished villagers standing resolutely behind him, armed with hoes and sticks. Their expressions unwavering and devoid of fear. You Sunagakure ninjas cannot believe your eyes. You have united. Indeed. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile. Unity is strength. Today, allow me to demonstrate what true power is. He patted a large package behind him, a mysterious smile gracing his face. The real show is just beginning. With a sly grin, he struck the package, producing a muffled thud. The Sunagakure ninjas exchanged confused glances. Suddenly, Naruto tore open the package, revealing a mountain of items, none other than the chakra amplifiers that had previously sold like hotcakes at the street stall. Surprised, aren't you? Unexpected, isn't it? Naruto grinned mischievously, gesturing grandly as countless amplifiers flew towards the villagers, one for each. Today, let them witness the true power of currency. The villagers grasped the amplifiers, and in an instant, they felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through their bodies. The once cumbersome hoes now felt remarkably light in their hands. Their gazes sharpened, and their spirits soared, as if each of them had transformed into a formidable Super Saiyan. Goodness, this is something else, exclaimed the leading ninja of Sunagakure, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. He could not comprehend how this once feeble group of villagers had suddenly become so powerful. Charge! Let's show them what we've got. With Naruto's command, the villagers surged forward like fierce tigers descending from the mountains, rushing towards the ninjas of Sunagakure. Hoes and wooden sticks flew through the air, infused with the potent chakra granted by the amplifiers, creating a scene reminiscent of a chaotic melee against a seasoned master. The ninjas of Sunagakure were momentarily stunned. Their proud ninjutsu crumbled like paper before these villagers who had seemingly tapped into an extraordinary power. The valley echoed with cries of despair and the sounds of collision. As the chaos reached a fever pitch, retreat. We must withdraw. The leading ninja of Sunagakure, recognizing the dire situation, hastily ordered a retreat. This battle was unwinnable. If they continued, they might end up stripped of their dignity. The ninjas fled in disarray, abandoning their gear like a pack of frightened dogs with their tails between their legs. Naruto stood firm, watching them scurry away in defeat, and could not help but let out a triumphant laugh. Is that all you've got? You thought you could cause trouble? How naive. The air filled with victorious cheers as the villagers lifted Naruto high into the air, each face beaming with joy. He had become their hero, a true beacon of hope. His deeds spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world, and soon, Naruto's name was synonymous with peace and hope. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow that bathed the village in golden light, Naruto stood at the center, reveling in the villagers' gratitude and applause, his heart swelling with joy. At that moment, he received an invitation to the ninja art exhibition. With a slight smile, he picked up a state-of-the-art chakra amplifier and gently placed it into his backpack. Chapter 133, The Art Exhibition Dilemma. A radiant emergence humming a cheerful tune, Naruto arrived at the venue of the ninja art exhibition. Burdened with his large backpack and a sense of pride, he envisioned his shadow clone jutsu, detox beans, and lucky kunai arranged in a dazzling display, drawing all eyes to him, and his grin nearly reached the back of his head. However, reality delivered a chilling blow. As soon as he set his burden down, the curator of the exhibition, a meticulously dressed middle-aged ninja with impeccably slicked back hair, approached with a furrowed brow. His scrutinizing gaze swept over Naruto's exhibits like a beam of light, tightening his frown further, the creases on his face deepening as if they could crush a fly. What are these? The curator pinched his nose, his tone dripping with disdain. This is an art exhibition, not a flea market. Naruto's smile froze in place, his expression rigid as if he had been struck by a pause button. Aren't these art pieces? I meticulously selected these fine items. Naruto scratched his head, his tone tinged with uncertainty. The curator let out a derisive laugh, pointing at Naruto's shadow clone, that object resembling a marble, and scoffed. Can this thing even be consumed? How can it be called art? And what about this so-called detox bean? Do you think this is a candy shop? The other participating ninjas around them, upon hearing the curator's remarks, cast scornful glances, whispering among themselves as if they were witnessing a farce. Their eyes brimmed with disdain and contempt, as if to say, "Is this all there is?" The judges of the art exhibition soon arrived, their faces stern, their gazes sharp as hawks, armed with magnifying glasses. They meticulously examined Naruto's makeshift wares, their expressions rife with disapproval and criticism, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Naruto felt as though he were a jester stripped of his garments, standing center stage, subjected to ridicule and reproach. Though disheartened, a resilient spirit surged within him. I, Naruto, refuse to be defeated by this. He clenched his fists, his gaze resolute, silently vowing to demonstrate to these uninformed individuals what true art embodies. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly opened a wooden box in his hands, revealing an array of vividly colored lucky shuriken, sparkling brilliantly under the light. Ahem. Well then, the curator cleared his throat, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I believe we should first discuss the arrangement of the venue. His oily smile bore the hallmark of a shrewd merchant as he leisurely produced a list longer than a roll of wrapping paper, filled with an array of stipulations for the exhibition's layout. Requirements such as the precise spacing of exhibits down to the millimeter, the height of the displays conforming to the golden ratio, and the background colors adhering to the Morandi palette left Naruto feeling overwhelmed. I mean, sir, are we hosting an art exhibition or staging a performance art piece? Naruto couldn't help but interject. This isn't about arranging exhibits. It's more like shackling them. The curator adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, sneering, "Young man, if you lack understanding of the rules, refrain from speaking out of turn. Art is refined, not something that your street wares can compare to." "Exactly. If you don't comprehend art, you shouldn't meddle," echoed the other participating ninjas, gazing at Naruto with scorn. "Stop wasting our time. Quickly pack up your belongings and spare us the embarrassment." Each taunt struck Naruto's heart like an invisible dagger. He felt as if he were ensnared in a colossal vortex, surrounded by derision and contempt, utterly isolated. At that moment, Shikamaru sauntered over, observing Naruto's furrowed brow. He scratched his head lazily and remarked, "Naruto, I think he has a point. Perhaps we can make some adjustments." Naruto's eyes brightened, as if grasping a lifeline, and he eagerly inquired, "Shikamaru, what brilliant idea do you have?" Leaning closer, Shikamaru whispered a few suggestions into Naruto's ear. Upon hearing them, Naruto's expression shifted to one of realization, a confident smile beginning to form at the corners of his mouth. Great idea. Truly worthy of Shikamaru." Naruto, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and activated his formidable street vendor system, embarking on a transformation of his exhibits. He encased the shadow clone pills in transparent glass domes, adding lights at the base, instantly turning them into radiant little sprites. The detox beans were meticulously placed in a charming wooden box, adorned with exquisite engravings on the lid, imparting an air of sophistication. The lucky kunai were strung together with fine threads, suspended on a wooden rotating stand, their vibrant hues shimmering and dazzling like a rainbow. Onlookers were left in awe. What was once mundane street fare had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis through Naruto's ingenuity. The derision and disdain that had once graced their faces were replaced by astonishment and curiosity. Observing the spectators' expressions of wonder, a swell of pride surged within Naruto. He understood that the true spectacle was only just beginning. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. A red-haired girl, wielding an enormous fan, was keenly examining Naruto's exhibits. She was none other than Temari, the wind shadow of Sunagakure. "Oh, these little trinkets are rather intriguing," Temari remarked, picking up a shadow clone pill and scrutinizing it closely, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. This luminous novelty was far more captivating than those antiquated relics. The curator, upon noticing Temari, rushed forward with exaggerated deference. "Ah, Lady Temari, your presence graces us. How do you find these, artworks?" Temari cast a sidelong glance at the curator, her tone laced with a hint of disdain. "I find them quite delightful. This represents a new form of art, does it not? Why must we be shackled by tradition? Art should flourish in all its diversity." The curator was momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly chuckling. The surrounding exhibiting ninjas fell silent, casting admiring glances at Temari. After all, the wind shadow of Sunagakure was not someone to offend. Sensing an opportunity, Naruto stepped forward, animatedly narrating the stories and meanings behind his street goods. He likened the shadow clone pills to the spirit of unity among ninjas, the detox beans to their indomitable spirit, and the lucky Kanai to their yearning for peace. Wow, so these little items carry such profound meanings, exclaimed some spectators. Indeed, I previously thought they were merely ordinary trinkets. Many began to feel moved by Naruto's narrative, their attitudes toward his exhibits shifting. Although the judges remained skeptical of Naruto's artistry, their opposition softened. The previously tense atmosphere in the exhibition hall gradually lightened. However, beneath the calm surface, tensions simmered. Other exhibiting ninjas, feeling overshadowed by Naruto's newfound attention, exchanged furtive whispers, their eyes glinting with malice. Humph. This brat dares to steal our limelight. Indeed, we cannot allow him to revel in this triumph. We must devise a plan to ensure he is completely sidelined before the official exhibition begins. A shadowy ninja chuckled ominously. Hee, I have an idea. He leaned closer to the others, whispering a few words, which elicited sinister smiles from the group. As night fell, a dark figure darted past outside the exhibition hall. Everything was set in motion. Chapter 134. Intrigues and clever resolutions. Naruto gazed at the whispering ninjas before him, a frown creasing his brow as an unsettling premonition gripped him. The air seemed thick with the scent of conspiracy, suffocating him. These individuals were undoubtedly plotting something nefarious. Alarm bells rang in his mind, as if he were hearing a high alert warning signal. Indeed, at the stroke of midnight, a faint crack echoed within the exhibition hall. Naruto's heart sank. Something was amiss. He rushed over, only to find that the meticulously prepared shadow clone display had been stealthily damaged at one corner. This was a setup he had dedicated half a day to construct. Before he could gather his thoughts, the exhibiting ninjas burst in, their faces alight with amusement. Well, if it isn't our prodigy Naruto. What's this? Can't even keep an eye on your own exhibit? Sneered one particularly sardonic ninja, gesturing at the broken display with exaggerated disapproval. TSK, this is going to cost you points. Naruto opened his mouth to defend himself, but the curator approached with a scowl. Naruto, Uzumaki. What is the meaning of this? Look at the state of your exhibit. The exhibition hasn't even commenced, and already your display is in disarray. Do you even wish to participate? The curator's finger pointed accusatorily at the damaged display, his tone severe, as though he was ready to cast judgment on Naruto right then and there. Staring at the curator's stern visage, Naruto felt a wave of indignation wash over him, more bitter than the most bitter herb. He wanted to shout, "This is so unfair." Clearly framed, he was left speechless, the sensation akin to swallowing a fly. He stomped his feet in frustration, desperate to refute the accusations, but lacking any evidence, feeling deflated like a punctured balloon. The atmosphere around him felt as if it had solidified, the only sounds being the gloating laughter of the exhibiting ninjas, buzzing like pesky flies in his ears, driving him to distraction. Just then, Shikamaru approached slowly, his eyes glimmering with a profound insight. He placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder and murmured, "Don't panic. Let me handle this." Stepping forward, he surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on the curator's face. "Let us not rush to conclusions. I sense that the situation is more intricate than it appears." Shikamaru's words were like a ray of sunlight, dispelling the shadows that loomed over Naruto's heart. He knew that Shikamaru must have noticed something amiss. Yet, at that moment, a voice interrupted, "Oh, what do you have to say, Shikamaru?" The speaker was a burly ninja, arms crossed and a disdainful expression plastered on his face, dripping with provocation. The surrounding ninjas chimed in, seemingly convinced that Naruto was the true culprit. "Indeed, Shikamaru. What evidence do you have to prove it wasn't Naruto? I see a guilty conscience. He simply won't admit it. Such a person deserves to be disqualified from the competition." Bitter and acerbic words pierced Naruto's heart like sharp blades. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh, yet he restrained himself from erupting, for he understood that the moment was not yet ripe. Shikamaru smiled faintly, disregarding the scornful jeers, and approached the display, meticulously examining the fracture marks. He reached out to touch the break, his brow furrowing slightly. The fracture was quite recent, and as Shikamaru paused, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding ninjas, his tone took on a weighty significance. This manner of breakage seemed rather professional. As soon as Shikamaru's words fell, the atmosphere around them thickened instantaneously. The once arrogant ninjas now wore expressions of discomfort, exchanging furtive glances as if speculating about Shikamaru's discovery. At that moment, Naruto spoke up suddenly. "Shikamaru, stop wasting time with them. I have a way to prove my innocence." With that, Naruto produced a sparkling orb from his pocket. This orb was none other than the core component of the stall system, the restoration orb. He placed the orb upon the fractured display and intoned a silent command for restoration. A brilliant flash of white light erupted, and miraculously, the broken display was restored. Moreover, the repaired display was not only intact but adorned with additional radiant embellishments, rendering it even more exquisite. The surrounding ninjas were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. They could hardly fathom that Naruto possessed such extraordinary abilities. The curator was likewise astonished, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before him. He approached the display for a thorough inspection, confirming that it was indeed flawless and even more refined than before. How is this possible? The curator murmured to himself, his expression one of incredulity. Naruto smiled slightly, offering no explanations, instead directing his gaze toward the judging panel. Esteemed judges, do you have any further questions? The judges exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, they had harbored prejudice against Naruto's stall items, deeming them unworthy of high regard. However, having witnessed Naruto's miraculous restoration ability firsthand, a flicker of respect began to blossom within them. Just then, one judge rose abruptly, stepping forward with a respectful tone. Mr. Naruto, your exhibit is truly remarkable. How did you accomplish this? Naruto chuckled softly, preparing to explain, when suddenly a voice emerged from the crowd. This kid indeed possesses some talent. The judges flocked around him, their previous disdain evaporating as curiosity and intrigue filled their eyes, akin to discovering a new world. An elderly judge, trembling as he extended his gnarled hand, cautiously touched the restored display, continuously exclaiming in astonishment. He adjusted his reading glasses and leaned in closely, scrutinizing every detail of the display as if admiring an invaluable treasure. This is nothing short of miraculous craftsmanship. The elderly judge stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, proclaiming that the art of restoration was nothing short of miraculous. Furthermore, the embellishments adorning the exhibition booth exuded a unique aesthetic charm, truly astonishing. As Naruto observed the judge's abrupt change in demeanor, his heart blossomed with joy, akin to the sweetness of honey. He felt as if he were a valiant warrior who had successfully conquered a challenge, standing triumphantly on the podium, reveling in the euphoria of victory. Unable to restrain himself, he broke into his signature radiant smile, his spirits soaring high. However, the tranquility was fleeting as the winds of discontent stirred. The exhibiting ninjas, witnessing Naruto effortlessly unravel their devious schemes, felt as though they had been dealt a stinging blow to their pride, igniting their ire once more. They huddled together, murmuring conspiratorially, so what if he can restore the booth? Those trinkets of his possess no artistic merit and will undoubtedly be dismissed by the judges. One ninja whispered, his tone dripping with envy. Indeed, let us confront the judges and expose the true nature of his worthless wares. This relentless group was indeed undeterred by defeat. Naruto privately scoffed. Having anticipated their relentless pursuit, he had already prepared for their antics. Just as the ninjas were poised to launch their next attack, Shikamaru approached Naruto, whispering a caution, Naruto, be wary of their next ploy. It appears they are about to assail the artistic value of your works. Naruto nodded, indicating his awareness. A sly smile crept across his face as he subtly activated his street vendor system, retrieving a selection of knickknacks, such as shadow clone figurines and lucky shurikens, arranging them on the booth in an artistically striking display. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges and audience, since you all exhibit such keen interest in my exhibit, allow me to demonstrate the unique artistic value of these humble items, Naruto declared, clearing his throat to capture attention. He first grasped a shadow clone figurine, pressing it gently. It instantly multiplied into several, dancing gracefully in the air and striking comical poses, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Next, he picked up a lucky shuriken. Tossing it lightly into the air, it traced a perfect arc before landing squarely on target, leaving the spectators in awe, captivated by Naruto's splendid performance. The audience erupted in applause, the atmosphere charged with excitement. The once arrogant exhibiting ninjas suddenly felt as if they had been dealt a heavy blow, their faces pale. Discomfort etched upon them as if they had swallowed a fly. At that moment, Tamari squeezed through the crowd, approaching Naruto with a glint of admiration in her eyes, softly remarking, Naruto, these trinkets of yours are indeed quite intriguing. Just as Naruto opened his mouth to respond, the curator approached, wearing a complex expression that mirrored the dramatic transformations of a Sichuan opera performer, uttering, "Naruto, Uzumaki." His previously furrowed brow now relaxed, smooth as if pressed by an iron, while the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Clearing his throat, his tone softened, "Naruto, Uzumaki. Your exhibits are indeed quite innovative and possess a certain artistic value. However, it appears your booth is rather small, adversely affecting the presentation of your works. I shall arrange for a larger booth, centrally located in the exhibition hall. What do you think?" The curator's sudden change of heart left the surrounding ninjas utterly stunned, their expressions akin to those witnessing the apocalypse. Just moments ago, they had mocked Naruto, yet now they resembled wilted eggplants, deflated. Seeing the curator's shift in demeanor, Naruto felt a joy that surpassed even winning the lottery. He stifled his laughter and feigned composure, nodding appreciatively. "Thank you very much, esteemed curator." With a grand gesture, the curator summoned staff to relocate Naruto's exhibits to the hall center. The new booth was not only larger and more spacious, but also equipped with professional lighting and sound systems. It was truly a lavish treatment. Naruto rearranged his exhibits, adding dazzling light effects that elevated the overall grandeur of his display. Spectators gathered, showering compliments upon his creations. "Wow, this is incredibly cool. These little gadgets are truly marvelous. Naruto, you are a genius." As he basked in their praise, Naruto felt as if he were standing atop the pinnacle of life, his spirits soaring. He imagined countless bills beckoning to him, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips. However, just then, a voice abruptly shattered the joyful atmosphere. "Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down." A judge stood, speaking with grave seriousness. "We have decided to introduce an additional evaluation criterion." The judge's words struck Naruto like a thunderclap, reverberating in his ears. An additional evaluation criterion? What nonsense is this? Panic gripped him, nearly causing him to expel the joy he had just savored. This sensation was more unbearable than consuming expired ramen. The judge cleared his throat and continued at a leisurely pace. "This art exhibition aims to promote the essence of traditional ninja arts. Therefore, we have added a new evaluation criterion: inheritance and innovation. Contest entries must reflect a continuation and enhancement of traditional art, alongside innovation." As he absorbed this, Naruto's mind buzzed. Traditional art? His makeshift wares were worlds apart from that concept. It was akin to asking a noodle shop owner to craft sushi cakes, completely mismatched. Meanwhile, the other participating ninjas whispered amongst themselves, reveling in his predicament. "This kid is finished. Huh, let him dabble in such trivial pursuits." They had already looked down upon Naruto's primitive goods, and now they felt assured of their victory. The judges began to scrutinize Naruto's exhibits anew, their gazes akin to those directed at a frog that had unwittingly wandered into a fine dining establishment, filled with disdain and confusion. The stifling atmosphere enveloped Naruto, making him feel as though he were on the verge of suffocation. It was as if he were ensnared in a vast quagmire, sinking deeper and deeper with no hope of escape. Yet he had no intention of conceding. After enduring so much to seize this opportunity, how could he surrender so easily? What should Naruto do now? Gu Changfeng leaned in, his tone laced with concern. Taking a deep breath, Naruto allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, radiating confidence. "What is there to fear? It is merely a matter of inheritance and innovation. I shall demonstrate to them the true essence of art." He strode to the center of the stage, grasping a shadow clone pill high above his head. "Ahem, esteemed judges and audience members. What I am about to showcase is the pinnacle of street art." As he gazed down at the sea of eyes, some mocking, others bewildered, an indomitable spirit surged within him. Inheritance? Innovation? To hell with that. His street merchandise had never needed to be inherited from anyone, nor defined by anyone else. "System, transform these treasures for me," he silently commanded. The system's cold electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Host's needs detected, initiating street art transformation program. Before his eyes, the once ordinary shadow clone pills, detox beans, and Lucky Kanai began to emanate a strange radiance. Following this luminescence, their forms underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The formerly dull shadow clone pills transformed into lifelike mini Naruto figures, each striking a different ninja pose, utterly adorable. The detox beans morphed into translucent green gems, exuding a delicate fragrance that tempted the senses. The most extravagant transformation was that of the Lucky Kanai, which became a miniature flying sword gleaming with golden light, inscribed with the words World's #1, radiating an overwhelming aura of whimsy. In the audience, the ninjas who had anticipated a spectacle of ridicule now stood agape. Was this truly the street merchandise they had once scoffed at? It was astonishingly splendid. Wow, what adorable little Narutos. What is this green gem? I must taste it. I want that flying sword. I'll pay any price. The previously silent exhibition hall erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, with joyous exclamations spreading like wildfire. Even the judges could not help but widen their eyes, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Observing this commotion, Naruto's lips curled into a sly smile. This was merely the beginning. He mysteriously winked, retrieving a small scroll from his pocket. Now, the moment to witness a miracle had arrived. With a swift motion, Naruto unfurled the scroll, and with a resounding pop, a cloud of white smoke materialized. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal projection screen loomed behind the stage. The screen began to play Naruto's meticulously crafted promotional video, Street Art, leading the trend in the ninja world. In the video, a version of Naruto, with a rather awkward broadcasting tone, earnestly introduced the myriad uses of various street items. The shadow clone pills can serve as an alternative to the shadow clone technique. And at a crucial moment, they can bewilder adversaries. The detox beans not only neutralize toxins, but also replenish chakra, and in dire times, they can be consumed like candy. The lucky kunai is truly remarkable, slicing through steel with ease, always hitting its target, an essential tool for both home and travel, whether for self-defense or illicit activities. This extravagant promotional film, complemented by a captivating background score, instantly ignited the atmosphere. The audience erupted in laughter. Even the usually stern judges couldn't suppress their smiles. This young man is indeed a prodigy. A seasoned judge finally could no longer contain his enthusiasm, rising to his feet and leading the applause, proclaiming, "I hereby award the best exhibit prize of this art exhibition to Uzumaki Naruto." The other judges nodded in agreement. They had to concede that although Naruto's street market items appeared rather unrefined, they possessed a unique artistic charm that resonated with the common folk. The other participating ninjas, witnessing this scene, suddenly turned pale, their expressions more dismal than if they had ingested spoiled milk. Their meticulously crafted artworks had been overshadowed by a collection of mere trinkets. This was an utter humiliation. The audience, exuberant as if celebrating a festival, surged towards Naruto's booth, clamoring to purchase his art. "I want 10 shadow clone pills. Bring me a pound of detox beans. Lucky kunai? I must have the lucky kunai." Standing on the podium, Naruto held the gleaming trophy, reveling in the cheers and accolades from the crowd. In that moment, he felt like the brightest star in the ninja world. However, as Naruto basked in the glory of his victory, a hand gently patted his shoulder. He turned to see a mysterious figure wearing a mask standing behind him, holding a black invitation. "Uzumaki Naruto, congratulations on winning the best exhibit prize. On behalf of the Akatsuki organization, I sincerely invite you to join us." The mysterious voice resonated in Naruto's ear. Chapter 136. New challenges arise. Astonishing the audience, Naruto gazed at the masked figure before him, his mind swirling with countless questions. The Akatsuki? That name does not sound like a reputable organization. Just as he opened his mouth to inquire further, the uproarious cheers around him pulled him back to reality. Perhaps it was best to savor this moment of triumph. He turned to descend the podium, intending to return to his booth and continue basking in the adoration of his fans. Yet, after a few steps, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The once jovial exhibiting ninjas now resembled wilted eggplants, their faces drawn long, eyes brimming with schadenfreude, as if they were ready to inscribe "waiting to see your downfall" across their foreheads. A subtle tension hung in the air, as if an explosion were imminent. Naruto keenly detected this unusual vibe, his brow furrowing slightly, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. These individuals, so quick to turn their backs after victory, are remarkably pragmatic. At that moment, the curator of the art exhibition suddenly cleared his throat, breaking the eerie silence. Ahem. To ensure the fairness and integrity of this art exhibition, we have decided to conduct a surprise inspection of all exhibits. As soon as these words were uttered, all eyes in the room were instantaneously drawn to Naruto. The participating ninjas, who already harbored animosity towards him, were now electrified with excitement. Their lips stretched almost to their ears. Humph, they thought he was formidable. Now he was about to be scrutinized, wasn't he? Indeed. How could his meager wares possibly be compared to our masterpieces? Whispers buzzed around Naruto like a swarm of mosquitoes, making him feel as though he were stripped bare in the middle of a street, utterly uncomfortable. The palpable distrust enveloped him like an invisible net, constricting him tightly. Naruto clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his skin. These individuals were clearly intent on causing trouble. A surge of anger rushed to his head. But he knew this was not the time for an outburst. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. The curator approached him with a registration book, his expression devoid of emotion, stating flatly, "Please cooperate with our inspection and present your exhibits." Naruto glared at the curator, his displeasure reaching a boiling point. He scoffed and opened his mouth to retort. "Wait." A clear, resonant voice emerged from the crowd. It was crisp and melodious, flowing over Naruto's agitated spirit like a refreshing spring. Turning towards the sound, he beheld Temari standing resolutely among the crowd, her gaze unwavering as she fixed it upon the curator. "I believe Naruto's exhibits require no additional inspection." Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. The curator, taken aback, hadn't anticipated anyone would speak on Naruto's behalf. He adjusted his glasses, irritation creeping into his tone. "Miss, please refrain from interfering with our work. We are doing this to ensure the smooth running of the art exhibition." Ensuring the smooth operation of the exhibition, does that entail excluding unique works? Temari countered unflinchingly. Though Naruto's exhibits may appear as mere trinkets, they embody unique creativity and concepts. Is that not the essence of art? The curator was momentarily rendered speechless by Temari's rebuttal, opening his mouth, but finding no words to counter her. The surrounding ninjas began to murmur among themselves, some expressing discontent with the curator's actions, while others continued to observe, awaiting the unfolding drama. The atmosphere was taut, akin to a tightly drawn string, poised to snap at any moment. Naruto cast a grateful glance at Temari, warmth swelling in his heart. This girl truly had his back. Just then, Shikamaru stealthily approached Naruto, whispering, "Naruto, utilize the system's detection function." Naruto paused, then realization dawned upon him. Of course, how had he overlooked that? He swiftly accessed the system interface, conducting a comprehensive scan of all his exhibits. Ding! The assessment concluded. All exhibits met the standards of the art exhibition and possessed unique artistic value. The system's voice resonated in Naruto's mind. A slight smile crept onto his lips, confidence blooming within him. He presented the test results to the curator and the judges, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, please observe closely. My exhibit is without any flaw." Upon viewing the results, the judges were left utterly astonished. They had initially assumed Naruto's exhibit was merely a collection of gimmicks, only to discover it possessed genuine artistic merit. "How can this be?" one judge murmured in disbelief. "It seems we have misjudged," another judge lamented. The curator's expression soured. He had not anticipated being outdone by a mere lower-ranking ninja. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he remarked, "In that case, let us proceed with the exhibition." Naruto, relishing the curator's discomfort, turned to Temari with a smile and said, "Thank you." "Temari," she replied with a slight smile, "No need for thanks. I merely spoke the truth." At that moment, an idea struck Naruto, a glint of mischief sparkling in his eyes. "Everyone, since my exhibit is flawless, how about," he paused deliberately, pointing to an item on the display. "I demonstrate its new functionality." Picking up a kunai known as the color-changing shuriken, he infused it with chakra. Witness the marvel. He grinned, launching the shuriken towards a specially designed target behind the display. Whoosh! The shuriken traced a stunning arc through the air, its once silver body transforming into a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, more vibrant than a rainbow. "Wow! How beautiful! What jutsu is this? Incredible!" The crowd erupted in excitement, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. The once desolate Naruto's booth was now a bustling hub of activity. Those ninja who had come to scoff at him now wore expressions more befitting a fly they had inadvertently swallowed. The artistic creations they had painstakingly crafted paled in comparison to Naruto's humble item. Jealousy ignited within them, a fervent desire to incinerate Naruto's booth. This was no ordinary color change. It could adapt its hue according to chakra attributes, aiding ninjas in swiftly identifying allies and foes during battle. Seizing the moment, Naruto began to expound on the shuriken's features. Temari joined in the promotion, showcasing her own shuriken skills, earning rounds of applause. This is truly remarkable, both practical and aesthetically pleasing. She beamed at the captivated crowd. With Temari's endorsement, interest in Naruto's seemingly trivial item surged. Even the judges, who had previously looked down upon him, began to reassess his exhibit. This kid is quite intriguing, one judge mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps we truly underestimated him. Another concurred. As Naruto surveyed the lively scene before him, his heart swelled with pride. He envisioned himself ascending to the pinnacle of success, destined to become the wealthiest ninja in the realm. However, just as the atmosphere of joy reached its zenith, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out. Wait a moment. I have received word that these street vendor items are suspected of infringement. The curator, with a pallid complexion, rushed towards Naruto, brandishing a scroll which he abruptly unfurled. The scroll prominently displayed the words infringement notification. Chapter 137, Shadows of Infringement, Countering the Dilemma. Infringement? Naruto's eyes widened, as if doused with a bucket of icy water. His smile instantly frozen in place. The air around them seemed to stagnate. The once vibrant exhibition booth fell into an eerie silence, soon followed by a rising tide of murmurs. What is happening? Are these street vendor goods truly infringing? Surely not. I wanted to purchase a shadow clone technique to try it out. TSK. I knew there was something amiss with these substandard products. The piercing gazes of doubt pricked at Naruto like needles, rendering him uncomfortable as beads of sweat began to form in his palms. This abrupt turn of events left him bewildered, his mind racing to recall whether he had inadvertently plagiarized anyone's design. Several judges, their expressions grave, encircled him, the foremost being an elderly man with a white beard who adjusted his glasses and spoke sternly. Uzumaki Naruto, please explain the nature of this infringement. I don't know. Naruto felt more anxious than during the Chunin exams, his heart pounding violently. Playing the fool, remarked a flamboyantly dressed ninja with a sarcastic tone. I see your creations are merely copies of others' ideas, and now that you've been exposed, you feign innocence. Indeed, just look at his guilty demeanor. There's undoubtedly something amiss. Another ninja chimed in. Around him, the exhibiting ninjas swarmed like sharks sensing blood, converging to accuse Naruto as though he were the epitome of villainy. The weight of the accusation bore down on him. He understood that if he could not resolve this issue swiftly, both his reputation and his exhibition would be irreparably tarnished. His breathing became rapid, fists clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. The curator approached Naruto, his face a shade of gray. Uzumaki Naruto, due to the suspicion of infringement surrounding your exhibits, we must suspend your display. Please cooperate with our investigation. Naruto took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. I did not infringe. These street vendor items are all my own creations. Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from the crowd. Oh? Is that so? How can you prove that these items are your own creations? A mysterious figure, cloaked in black, gradually stepped forward, obscuring their features. Before the figure could finish, Naruto felt a shiver run down his spine, a wave of cold surging from his feet to the crown of his head. The figure's voice was foreboding, akin to a serpent's hiss, instilling discomfort. Who are you? Naruto narrowed his eyes, cautiously scrutinizing the uninvited guest. Who I am is inconsequential, the mysterious figure sneered coldly. What matters is, where did these street vendor items originate? None of your business. Naruto retorted irritably. All my creations are made by me using my system. In his moment of desperation, Naruto nearly let slip a crucial detail, but managed to halt himself just in time. System? The mysterious figure seemed to latch onto something. What system? Pray, enlighten me. Naruto's heart tightened, and he inwardly exclaimed in dismay. He had initially intended to keep the existence of his system a secret, but it seemed that clarity was now imperative. Since you have inquired earnestly, I shall generously disclose it. Taking a deep breath and adopting a passionate demeanor, he declared, my system is called the Ultimate Street Vendor System. It can create an array of wondrous items, such as shadow clone pills, detox beans, and lucky kunai. As he spoke, Naruto opened the system interface, showcasing the item creation process to the audience. The interface shimmered with brilliance, and various materials materialized out of thin air, which, under the system's guidance, automatically combined to form the finished products. The onlookers erupted in astonishment, and the judges stood agape, having never encountered such marvels before. They momentarily forgot about pursuing the issue of copyright infringement. Is this for real? An elderly man with a white beard stammered. Without a doubt. Naruto proudly lifted his chin. What do you think? Are you convinced? The mysterious figure appeared momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a revelation from Naruto. Do you have any further questions? Naruto provocatively inquired, glancing at the enigmatic individual. After a brief silence, the mysterious figure suddenly smirked sinisterly. Humph. Even if you prove the origin of these items, what does it matter? Who can guarantee that you have not plagiarized someone else's ideas? What? Plagiarism? Naruto nearly burst into laughter. My creations are utterly unique. No one can replicate them. Is that so? Then why do I find your shadow clone pills strikingly similar to my multi-shadow clone technique? The mysterious figure's tone was frigid, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Multi-shadow clone technique? Are you jesting? Naruto nearly erupted in laughter. Brother, your technique conjures a multitude of clones for combat, while my shadow clone pills are designed to replenish chakra. Completely different, I assure you. He produced a shadow clone pill, tossing it lightly in his hand. This is a proprietary recipe. Once consumed, chakra surges forth like never before, more invigorating than a sports drink. The mysterious figure's expression darkened, evidently stifled by Naruto's retort. He let out a cold huff, ready to interject once more, but was interrupted by the elderly man. Enough, sir. The old man glanced at the mysterious figure with a hint of impatience. We have observed the evidence. Naruto's exhibits pose no issues. If you have nothing further, kindly take your leave and refrain from causing a disturbance. The other judges nodded in agreement. As authorities in the art world, they recognized the uniqueness of Naruto's creations, and the system's demonstration had truly opened their eyes. Realizing his scheme had failed, the mysterious figure shot Naruto a fierce glare before vanishing into the crowd. Hooray! It's all over. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, a great weight lifted from his heart. He turned to Gu Changfeng and enveloped him in a hearty embrace. Thank you. Gu Changfeng smiled warmly. No problem. We are brothers, after all. The other ninjas who had previously ridiculed Naruto now scurried away, silenced by their embarrassment. Seizing the momentum, Naruto began to introduce the culture and stories behind the street vendor items to the captivated audience. He vividly recounted the creation processes and usage methods of each item, occasionally interjecting humorous anecdotes that elicited hearty laughter from the audience. Wow, these street market goods have so many stories. Indeed, I had thought they were merely ordinary trinkets. Naruto, how much for your shadow clone pills? I'll take a dozen. Standing amidst the crowd, Temari couldn't help but applaud as she watched Naruto speak with such fervor, prompting others to join in, creating a thunderous ovation. However, just as everyone was immersed in the allure of Naruto's exhibition, a deafening crash shattered the tranquility of the art show. The ceiling of the exhibition hall suddenly collapsed, dust swirling in the air, accompanied by a cacophony of screams. What is happening? Naruto's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the chaotic scene. Chapter 138. Crisis at the exhibition, ascending to the pinnacle of extremes. What on earth? Naruto exclaimed, gazing at the fallen ceiling, as dust flew and the sounds of panic transformed into a discordant symphony, buzzing in his ears. It seemed this art exhibition was on the verge of turning into a ruin. The surrounding ninjas were in disarray, a frenzy more chaotic than dumplings in boiling water. Some were fleeing in panic, others stood frozen in shock, and a few even pulled out their phones to record videos, likely aiming to garner likes on social media. At a time like this, were they really thinking about likes? Naruto internally scoffed, a surge of inexplicable responsibility swelling within him. No, I must do something. As the dust began to settle, the grim reality of the exhibition lay bare before everyone. A gaping hole in the ceiling allowed sunlight to pour in, illuminating the chaos below as if it were a stage spotlight. Many precious artworks lay shattered, and the judges wore expressions of utter dismay, their faces paler than those who had swallowed flies. The other exhibiting ninjas were equally stunned. The once fiercely competitive art exhibition had abruptly transformed into a disaster scene. This is it. It's all over. One judge slumped onto the ground, deflated like a punctured ball, murmuring weakly. Such a rare art exhibition, ruined just like that, lamented another, pounding his chest in despair. An atmosphere of hopelessness enveloped the air, as if the entire exhibition had been paused, rendering it eerily silent. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence. Ahem, I have a solution. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, and there stood Naruto at the center of the wreckage, holding a peculiar little gadget, a confident smile gracing his lips. This was a compact, transparent dome radiating a faint blue glow, resembling a prop from a science fiction film. This is my latest invention, the Absolute Protection Shield. While it may seem unremarkable, its defensive capabilities are unparalleled. As Naruto spoke, he tossed the shield onto the ground, and with a resounding thud, it expanded into a massive glass bowl, encapsulating a heap of shattered porcelain within. "What kind of black technology is this?" exclaimed a participating ninja, eyes wide as saucers. "Can this thing withstand the collapse we just experienced?" Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "Preventing collapses? A piece of cake. And there's even more impressive stuff to come." He swiftly accessed the stall system, and the dazzling array of goods on the panel left him utterly mesmerized. "A bottle of repair spray, please," Naruto exclaimed, and with a mere tap of his finger, a canister radiating vibrant colors materialized in his hand. He directed a vigorous spray at the shattered artworks, and a miraculous transformation unfolded before his eyes. The fractured porcelain and the severed wooden sculptures began to restore themselves at an astonishingly visible pace, as if time itself were rewinding. "Am I seeing things? What sort of sorcery is this?" One judge rubbed his eyes, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before him. "This is utterly absurd." Another judge gasped, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. Naruto, with a triumphant grin, continued to extract an assortment of peculiar items from the stall system. Cement capsules for swiftly reinforcing structures, a cleansing cube that could absorb dust from the air, and an alarm bell that automatically signaled danger. He resembled a magician, conjuring wonder from his pockets, miraculously transforming the chaotic scene of the exhibition hall. The previously flustered ninjas were now utterly astounded by Naruto's feats. They gazed at him in awe, as if witnessing a breathtaking performance. The damaged artworks, under his restoration, gleamed anew. The collapsed roofs, reinforced by his ingenuity, stood resolute, and the pervasive dust, swept away by his cleaning prowess, vanished into thin air. It was as if the entire art exhibition had been fast-forwarded, instantly regaining order, and even surpassing its former glory. Temari, amidst the crowd, looked on with wide-eyed astonishment. Her gaze filled with curiosity and admiration as she murmured, "Is this really the underdog Naruto? How many secrets does he possess?" Shikamaru, standing beside Temari, wore a subtle smile, pondering, what tricks is this guy up to now? Yet, it's rather entertaining. Just as everyone was rendered speechless by Naruto's astonishing display, a quivering voice broke the silence. "Where on earth did you acquire these items?" The curator of the exhibition, trembling as he pointed at the warning bell in Naruto's grasp, was filled with incredulity. Naruto chuckled, feigning mystery, and replied, "A secret. This is my exclusive recipe, not for public knowledge." The curator attempted to inquire further, but was interrupted by other judges. "Enough questions. The priority now is to restore the exhibition hall and resume the art show," one judge exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration as he gazed at Naruto. "Young man, you are truly remarkable. These items of yours are nothing short of miraculous." The other judges nodded in agreement, their perceptions of Naruto's stall goods completely transformed. Once scornful of such trivial objects, they now wished to elevate them to the highest esteem. The audience, too, was filled with admiration for Naruto, praising his contributions as the highlight of the exhibition. "This is true art, functional and engaging. Those so-called art pieces from before pale in comparison. I must buy. I will buy, no matter the cost." The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became vibrant, as crowds surged towards Naruto's stall, eagerly vying to purchase his remarkable artifacts. Naruto was bustling with excitement, collecting money while enthusiastically promoting his wares, a grin stretching from ear to ear. "Ah, beautiful lady, I notice a shadow over your brow. Have you been experiencing a streak of bad luck lately? How about a lucky pill? I assure you, your wishes will be fulfilled," he exclaimed. "And you, good sir, that kunai in your hand seems rather dull. Would you like to exchange it for one of my razor-sharp kunai? It cuts through iron as if it were mud," he continued. "And you, dear lady, your skin appears somewhat parched. Would you care to try my moisturizing mask? I guarantee you will awaken rejuvenated and radiant." Naruto's enthusiastic calls echoed throughout the exhibition hall, with throngs of people gathered around his stall in a lively frenzy. He resembled a celebrity, reveling in the adoration and accolades of the crowd. At that moment, a judge approached Naruto, gravely announcing, "After careful deliberation, our committee has unanimously decided to bestow the highest honor of this art exhibition upon." Pausing as his gaze swept across the audience before finally settling on Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, The hall erupted in thunderous applause, cheers rising and falling like waves, with Naruto's name resounding in the air. Wait, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Before the award is presented, I have a question for Mr. Naruto. Chapter 139. The aftermath of the exhibition. Gazing towards New Horizons standing on the podium, Naruto was met with the roaring cheers of the audience, crashing over him like a relentless tide. The cacophony filled his ears, yet it resonated as a triumphant symphony. His eyes scanned the crowd, observing those still passionately discussing his stall's offerings, a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, deep down, he understood that this was merely the beginning. The surrounding clamor seemed to be separated by an invisible veil, and within him, a calmness settled like a tranquil lake. At that moment, the curator of the art exhibition approached him, her expression solemn. Naruto, while you have achieved this honor, many traditional artists maintain a conservative stance towards stall items. Listening intently, Naruto's gaze drifted toward the exhibiting ninjas, their envious glances piercing him like cold arrows, tightening his chest. Frowning, the path ahead began to blur before his eyes. He could sense the stifling atmosphere around him, akin to the oppressive air before a storm. Taking a deep breath, the cool air tingled in his nostrils. He knew that the aftermath of the exhibition would not be easy. To ensure the long-term integration of stall items into the realm of ninja art, he must shatter the shackles of traditional beliefs. Just then, a conservative art judge approached, icily stating, Uzumaki Naruto, do not presume that winning an award grants you the freedom to act recklessly. Integrating stall items into the ninja art world is far from simple. Naruto clenched his fists, yet his gaze radiated determination. He offered no reply, merely standing silently, as if gathering strength to brace for the impending storm. As Naruto stood on the podium, the clamor receded like the tide, leaving behind a delicate silence. He felt an intangible pressure permeating the air, as if hundreds of cameras were aimed at him. Awaiting his next move, he surveyed his surroundings, noticing that the ninjas who had previously scoffed at his street stall creations were now gazing at him with a complex expression. Their eyes resembled those of someone who had encountered a peculiar curiosity, tinged with a hint of reluctance. Naruto understood that this was not merely the conclusion of an art exhibition. Rather, it marked the inception of a silent contest. Hey kid, won an award, and now you're full of yourself? An elderly gentleman, no, an art judge, leaned on his cane and ambled over, his tone laced with disdain, as if commenting on a pot of hot pot lacking spice. Naruto scratched his head, muttering to himself, this old man speaks as if he possesses some peculiar skill of sarcasm. He inhaled deeply, sensing an inexplicable pressure in the air, as if a heavy stone were pressing against his chest, rendering him somewhat breathless. He realized that in order to integrate his street creations into the circle of these antiquated judges, considerable effort was required. Naruto, what do you plan to do next? Shikamaru's voice broke through the tense atmosphere from behind. Naruto turned to see Shikamaru wearing a knowing expression, clearly having anticipated this outcome. Instead of rushing to respond, Naruto descended the stage slowly, approaching the judges who had expressed their disapproval. Each step he took resonated with determination, as if he were about to attend a grand banquet of destiny. The crowd was taken aback. No one expected Naruto to take such decisive action. Esteemed judges, I have a question I would like to pose, Naruto said, bowing deeply before them, his demeanor earnest as if he were seeking to apprentice under them. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The judges exchanged glances, initially expecting Naruto to retort like an impetuous youth, yet he surprised them by seeking dialogue. Go ahead, what do you wish to inquire? One judge stroked his beard, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile. He did not answer immediately, but instead addressed the entire assembly, his tone composed. I wish to hear each of your genuine opinions regarding my street creations, devoid of any prejudice. A profound silence enveloped the venue, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes were fixed on Naruto, seemingly awaiting his next move. He remained silent, standing still as he awaited their responses. Upon uttering those words, the atmosphere felt as if it had frozen. The stubborn judges exchanged glances, likely caught in an internal debate of what they ought to say. Naruto stood like a condemned man awaiting judgment, outwardly calm, yet inwardly yearning for their honest feedback. At last, a judge wearing reading glasses cleared his throat, his voice reminiscent of a rusty gate creaking open. Ahem, young man, your street creations are indeed somewhat unique. He carefully chose his words, appearing as though he were evaluating a dish of incredibly unappetizing cuisine. To be frank, we initially approached this with bias. After all, how could something from a street stall be considered art? However, what you have presented today has indeed unveiled new possibilities before us. Upon hearing this, the other judges nodded in agreement, as if a consensus button had been activated. Even the previously sarcastic elder displayed a rare glimmer of approval in his gaze. The participating ninjas witnessed this scene, feeling as if they had bitten into a sour lemon. As Naruto observed their reactions, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips, and his heart swelled with joy. A warm sensation enveloped him, akin to sipping hot soup on a frigid winter day. He realized that despite their harsh words, these old-timers had come to acknowledge the value of his humble wares. Well then, esteemed teachers, would you care to give it a try? Naruto seized the moment, his tone laced with anticipation. This time, the judges did not hesitate, expressing their willingness to sample his street goods. Upon hearing this, Naruto's heart soared in exhilaration, feeling as light as a bird. He sensed that his venture into the realm of street commerce had glimpsed a new dawn. After the exhibition, Naruto resolved to host a small artistic sharing session centered around his street items. Word spread, and the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village flocked to the event like cats drawn to the scent of fish. The venue was teeming with people, bustling with energy akin to a concert. Standing on the stage, Naruto eloquently articulated the uniqueness of his wares, transforming items such as ninja scrolls, shadow clone pills, and detox beans into seemingly sentient entities, evoking waves of astonishment from the audience below. The atmosphere was ignited by Naruto's fervor, with attendees expressing keen interest in his merchandise, some even declaring their desire to place orders on the spot. Witnessing such enthusiasm, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, as if he were perched atop the pinnacle of life. Just as he immersed himself in this joy, a shadow silently materialized behind him, whispering a few words into his ear. In an instant, Naruto's smile froze, the light in his eyes gradually replaced by a shadow of unease. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles paling. Now, this is getting interesting, he murmured, a barely perceptible chill lacing his tone. Chapter 140. The Hidden Inquiry Approaches. Strategy with purpose. Naruto's smile was abruptly halted, as if a pause button had been pressed. A shiver coursed down his spine, reminiscent of biting into a popsicle only to encounter an ice shard, sending a jolt through his teeth. The surrounding cacophony faded into the background, leaving only the echo of those whispered words, resonating like an incantation in his mind. He took a deep breath, attempting to quell the turmoil within, but the tension coiled around him like a vine, making each breath increasingly labored. What on earth is happening? Naruto internally lamented, finding the persistent shadow of this mysterious organization rather unnerving. He had only just begun to relish a few days of untroubled triumph, and now they were already eager to disrupt his peace, clearly aiming to toy with his mindset. Clenching his fists, knuckles widening, he recognized that this was not a good omen. The days ahead were unlikely to be tranquil. Indeed, before Naruto could fully digest the news, discordant murmurs began to circulate from the art exhibition. Those ninjas, who usually harbored envy and resentment towards him, now emerged like sharks sensing blood in the water, eager to stir trouble. What? The infamous Uzumaki Naruto has caught the attention of a mysterious organization? Surely, he must have resorted to some underhanded tactics to elevate his mere trinkets to prominence. It was evident that his peculiar creations were anything but legitimate. He must have employed some dubious means. Various rumors surged forth like a tidal wave, threatening to obliterate the hard-earned reputation Naruto had built. The harsh words pierced his nerves like sharp knives, igniting a fury within him that made his entire body tremble with rage. He longed to rush over and pummel those slanderous troublemakers into submission. These wretches were utterly detestable. Gritting his teeth in anger, he felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame, discomfort radiating through him. He understood that these individuals could not abide his success and were eager to see him brought low. At that moment, Shikamaru appeared before him, his gaze sharp as if he could penetrate Naruto's thoughts. Gently, he patted Naruto's shoulder and spoke softly. It seems someone is beginning to feel restless. Naruto furrowed his brow, looking at Shikamaru with a mix of confusion and unease. What should he do next? Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure, recognizing that this was not the time for impulsive actions. The clamor of those foolish jesters was merely an appetizer. The real challenges lay ahead. turning to Shikamaru's serene visage. An inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over him. This guy was remarkably reliable in critical moments. Shikamaru, do you have a clever plan? Naruto scratched his head, a sly smile creeping onto his lips, as if he had transformed back into that mischievous youth. He resolved not to hastily engage in debate with those pests, but to provide them with a shocking revelation that would send them into disarray. Shikamaru adjusted his glasses, a glint of intelligence flickering in his eyes. Since they are so eager to uncover the secrets of your street vendor system, let us surprise them. Naruto's eyes lit up with curiosity. Oh, how do you intend to surprise them? Shikamaru's lips curled into a knowing smile. We shall disseminate some fabricated information and allow them to investigate on their own. Thus, in the ensuing days, a plethora of insider information regarding Naruto's vendor system began to circulate within the ninja community. Whispers claimed that Naruto's shadow clone pills were, in fact, a special type of chakra crystal that required a unique ritual for activation. Others suggested that the detox beans were mysterious artifacts from an ancient ruin, imbued with potent healing powers. Even more absurdly, some spread tales that Naruto's lucky kunai was a cursed object from a deity, requiring the sacrifice of one's lifespan for use. These falsehoods spread like a contagion, rapidly engulfing the ninja circles, and the previously mocking participants of the exhibition erupted in a frenzy. They no longer conspired together to ostracize, but rather each harbored their own ulterior motives, embarking on a clandestine quest for the truth. Some ninjas, in an attempt to validate the activation ritual of the shadow clone technique, resorted to performing an eerie dance within the exhibition hall, muttering incantations under their breath. Others, driven by a desire to analyze the ingredients of the detoxifying bean, went so far as to experiment with their own cherished poisons, resulting in their own disheveled appearances. Even more absurdly, there were ninjas who stealthily infiltrated Naruto's booth, seeking clues related to the sacrificial extension of life. The entire art exhibition became shrouded in chaos due to these ludicrous falsehoods, transforming the previously tense atmosphere into one tinged with absurd humor. Naruto observed the ninjas, who were frantically entangled in the web of misinformation he had spun, and couldn't help but chuckle. These guys are quite amusing, he mused to himself. Do they really think I'm a fool easily manipulated? Meanwhile, Shikamaru silently surveyed the unfolding events, his gaze deep and composed, as though contemplating something profound. It appeared that the situation had grown increasingly intriguing. Shikamaru murmured to himself, his eyes drifting into the distance, seemingly awaiting a signal. He slowly made his way to a secluded spot and activated a special communicator, whispering, "The plan is set in motion, proceed with caution." A low voice responded from the other end, affirming its understanding. Not idling, Shikamaru deftly recorded notes on a scroll, his fingers moving with the precision of a finely tuned processor, rapidly synthesizing information. Through his intelligence network, he meticulously began to unravel the enigma of the mysterious organization, revealing clues that, although vague, were sufficient to guide Naruto in the right direction. "Wow, Shikamaru, you're impressive," exclaimed Naruto, as the despair that had clouded his mind dissipated. Akin to the lifting of a fog to reveal a clear sky, he no longer felt like a passive punching bag, but rather a gambler holding a winning hand, poised to turn defense into offense. A trademark sunny smile spread across his face, realizing that these adversaries were not infallible after all. Empowered by this newfound confidence, Naruto's actions grew bolder. He manipulated the booth system to fabricate a series of misleading evidence, leading the investigators of the mysterious organization in circles, akin to headless flies, flailing aimlessly without grasping anything substantial. Simultaneously, he did not overlook the opportunistic exhibiting ninjas. He covertly gathered evidence of their slanderous actions against him, preparing to strike back decisively when the moment was ripe. Indeed, when these exhibiting ninjas realized they had been outmaneuvered by Naruto and found themselves ensnared in his web of evidence, chaos erupted. They began to blame one another, shirking responsibility, and the once unified alliance crumbled into disarray, resembling a frantic flock of scavenging birds, displaying their folly unabashedly, standing to the side with arms crossed. Naruto watched the spectacle of their infighting with great satisfaction. "Huh, you think you can challenge me? You're still too inexperienced." Just as Naruto felt everything was under his control and prepared to relish the spoils of victory, an invisible pressure quietly descended upon him. He distinctly sensed that the investigation by the enigmatic organization had suddenly intensified, akin to the oppressive stillness that precedes a tempest. Shikamaru approached Naruto, adjusting his glasses with a grave expression, indicating that they had become aware of their game. Naruto narrowed his eyes, perceiving the palpable tension in the air surrounding them, and his gaze gradually solidified with determination. Is that so? Then this time, let them truly experience my prowess. As his words fell, his hand gently brushed against the ninja tool pouch at his waist, revealing a uniquely shaped scroll, its surface glimmering faintly, as if concealing a monumental secret. Chapter 141. The Truth Revealed. A new chapter unfolds. The atmosphere at the art exhibition became suddenly grave, resembling the imminent arrival of a downpour. With an air thick with anxiety, Naruto felt the invisible pressure gripping him like a giant hand around his throat. The surrounding clamor seemed to vanish, leaving only the thunderous beat of his own heart. He inhaled deeply, his gaze becoming even more resolute, like two tempered blades radiating a chilling light. Playing hide and seek. Are we? I shall accompany you to the very end. He mused inwardly. This pressure spread like a contagion, swiftly causing once wavering supporters to distance themselves from Naruto, fearful of being ensnared in the maelstrom. The ninjas exhibiting their works, who had previously taken pleasure in his misfortune, now intensified their mockery, their taunts raining down upon Naruto like a hail of bullets. Ah, isn't this the king of flea markets? What's wrong? Is your stall about to collapse? Jeered one overly slick ninja. Those trinkets of his are only fit to deceive children. They hardly deserve any recognition, echoed another ninja in agreement. Naruto surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was isolated, surrounded by adversarial voices. This sensation was more distressing than consuming a bowl of expired ramen. Yet, he remained unflustered, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In moments like these, one must remain composed. He touched the scroll at his waist, a wave of warmth surging within him. Shikamaru, lend me a hand, Naruto whispered. Shikamaru adjusted his glasses, a glint of understanding in his eyes. He approached the curator with an air of calm assertiveness. We have new evidence to present regarding Naruto's exhibition, he stated. The curator, frowning deeply, clearly impatient with the trouble Naruto had brought. What evidence? Hurry up, I have no time for games. Shikamaru offered a slight smile and handed over a scroll. I believe you will reconsider after reviewing this. The curator, skeptical yet intrigued, took the scroll and slowly unfurled it. The scroll contained a detailed account of the mysterious organization's nefarious deeds and their manipulation of the art exhibition to suppress emerging artists. As the scroll unfolded, the curator's complexion turned increasingly pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Trembling, he inquired, "Is this true?" Shikamaru nodded calmly, affirming its authenticity. Just then, a clear voice rang out, "I believe in Naruto." Everyone turned to see Hanabi, standing resolutely among the crowd, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Naruto. Feeling a surge of warmth within him, Naruto inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "There is but one truth. Today, I shall reveal to everyone who the true jester is." With a sudden flourish, he unfurled another scroll in his hand, its surface shimmering with golden light, unleashing a formidable wave of chakra that engulfed the entire arena. What followed was the commencement of a grand spectacle. The golden radiance burst forth as if the curtain of a theatrical performance had been abruptly drawn, enveloping the audience in an inexplicable force. The ninjas shielded their eyes, gasping in astonishment, akin to popcorn erupting in a hot pan. The brilliance emanating from the scroll bore a searing energy, seemingly capable of piercing through the very souls of those present. Naruto stood at the heart of the luminosity, resembling a deity of war, his eyes ablaze with fervent flames. "You wish to play, do you? Today, I shall indulge you." A mischievous grin graced his lips as he revealed a mini shadow clone pill in his palm, pulsating with a disquieting chakra. This was not merely for display. Yet, instead of charging at the raucous ninjas, he directed his gaze towards the periphery of the crowd, where a figure cloaked in black stood out starkly against the brilliance. A knowing smile tugged at the corners of Naruto's mouth. "Found you, old trickster," he murmured, then signaled to Shikamaru, who quietly vanished into the throng. Just when everyone anticipated an imminent clash, Naruto unexpectedly turned his back on the center of the art exhibition, striding towards a secluded corner. What is he up to? One ninja scratched his head in confusion. Is he attempting to flee? Another whispered. Temari, equally puzzled, chose to trust Naruto, her gaze fixed intently on his retreating figure. Moments later, Naruto halted before the door of a dimly lit chamber and gently knocked. "Come in," a low voice beckoned from within, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Naruto entered, finding only a stooped elder, his back turned to the entrance, radiating an aura of oppression. "You must be the pivotal figure," Naruto stated directly. The old man slowly turned, revealing a weathered face, his murky eyes filled with weariness. "How did you find me?" he rasped, as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind. "By my charm." "Of course," Naruto shrugged, grinning playfully, yet his expression swiftly shifted to seriousness. "What do they intend to exploit from my street vendor system?" The elder sighed deeply and began, "They wish." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the room. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" It was Shikamaru's voice, laced with urgency, clearly indicating trouble. Naruto furrowed his brow and glanced at the elder, who appeared increasingly anxious. "It seems time is of the essence," Naruto mused, a peculiar smile dancing on his lips. "The real performance has only just begun." He turned and exited the room, leaving the elder trembling in the dimness. Emerging from the chamber, a playful smirk adorned Naruto's face, reminiscent of a cat reveling in its capture of a mouse. "Ah, Shikamaru. Is that you? What is the matter, missing me?" He spoke with a casual air, as though the earlier tension had merely been a figment of imagination. However, Shikamaru's expression was grave as he exclaimed, "Stop joking around, Naruto. This is serious. I've discovered that someone is clandestinely manipulating the art exhibition. They intend to exploit your street vendor system." Naruto raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this old schemer was indeed formidable, even setting his sights on the street vendor system. Nevertheless, he was prepared. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed loudly, akin to a stand-up comedian, "Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for pretense. I am fully aware of your conspiracy. You aim to leverage my street vendor system for some nefarious dealings, don't you?" At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The once arrogant exhibiting ninjas now wore expressions akin to having ingested expired mustard, their faces a kaleidoscope of colors. "Nonsense," one ninja shouted, his bravado thinly veiling the panic in his eyes. "Oh, is that so?" Naruto retorted with a cold smirk, dramatically waving a scroll in his hand, causing golden light to flicker once more, now interspersed with countless tiny runes dancing like little sprites in the air. These runes represented the data flow of the street vendor system, containing incriminating evidence against the shadowy organization and the deceitful exhibiting ninjas. "Do you see this? This is the evidence. I have long been aware of your actions." Naruto pointed at the runes, embodying a righteous judge as he pronounced their guilt. "I have warned you before, do not provoke me, or you shall suffer the consequences." The ninjas present, including the judges, gazed at the unfolding spectacle as if witnessing a special effects blockbuster, utterly dumbfounded. The true identities of the mysterious organization members and the underhanded dealings of the other participating ninjas were laid bare. In an instant, those individuals became pariahs, fleeing the art exhibition in disgrace. The tide had turned dramatically. Naruto transformed from an ostracized street vendor into a savior of the ninja art world, and his street vendor goods consequently emerged as the emblem of a new era. The judges did an abrupt about-face, extolling the artistic value of the street vendor items, while ninjas from all corners flocked to learn and exchange ideas. The entire art exhibition resembled a jubilant celebration, teeming with life. Standing at the center of the crowd, Naruto reveled in the sweet taste of success, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life, even more exhilarating than savoring a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. At that moment, he received a system notification. "Warning. The core ninja technique of the street vendor system, multiple shadow clone explosion, has been stolen. Please retrieve it promptly." Naruto's smile vanished instantaneously as he surveyed the jubilant ninjas around him, musing thoughtfully, "It seems the real game has only just begun." Without a backward glance, he turned and left, his demeanor somewhat hurried. Chapter 142. The Lost Ninja Technique and the Black Market Investigation. Naruto hastily arrived at the scene of the theft, a secret warehouse outside of Konoha village as indicated by the system. The scene could only be described as a horrific disaster. Various ninja scrolls and tools lay strewn about, as if ravaged by a tornado, creating a chaotic mess. The air was suffused with the scent of dust, mingled with a barely perceptible peculiar odor, reminiscent of the residue left after the combustion of a particular explosive talisman. "Goodness, this is quite exaggerated." Naruto couldn't help but scoff. "Is this thief akin to a mischievous pup?" A professional in destruction? He crouched down, carefully picking up a flattened explosive talisman, his brow furrowed in concentration. The craftsmanship of this talisman was exceptional, clearly not of ordinary quality. It seemed evident that this opponent was formidable. Around him, the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified, enveloped in an eerie silence, occasionally punctuated by the cawing of crows, which only heightened the unsettling ambience. A sense of unease washed over Naruto, as if unseen eyes were observing him from the shadows. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anxiety and surveyed his surroundings with unwavering determination, attempting to uncover any clues. Humph, don't even think about escaping. I will unearth you. Naruto clenched his fists, his heart brimming with fury and resolve. He was no naive saint. To dare steal from him was to court peril. After a thorough investigation, however, he found himself at a dead end. With no other options, Naruto resolved to venture into the renowned black market of the ninja world, hoping for a stroke of luck. As he stepped into the black market, a barrage of mingled scents assaulted his senses, prompting an involuntary frown. The dimly lit space buzzed with a cacophony of voices, as an array of peculiar ninjas hurried past, each seemingly harboring their own secrets. Naruto donned a hood to conceal his identity, yet his striking golden hair was far too conspicuous, drawing the attention of many. Hey kid, first time in the black market? Looking to buy something? A burly man with a face etched in scorn blocked Naruto's path. Maintaining his composure, Naruto sidestepped the man and pressed onward. Yet, wherever he moved, he found himself intentionally obstructed. Damn it, why does everyone treat me like a thief? Naruto cursed inwardly, feeling akin to a sheep lost among wolves. Just as despair began to creep in, a figure caught his eye. It was a short individual clad in a black cloak, stealthily slipping into an inconspicuous shop. This person seemed suspicious. Naruto narrowed his eyes, curiosity igniting within him. He quietly followed, arriving at the shop's entrance. Just as he was about to push the door open, he overheard a low voice from within. Are you certain you brought the goods? Of course. You can trust me to handle things, came a reply, but this time, the goods are not cheap. Following the voices, Naruto stealthily made his way to the back door of the shop, peering through the crack. To his astonishment, the black market owner resembled a jolly Buddha, his round belly and disingenuous smile betraying his guise. Opposite him stood a figure cloaked in black, their face obscured. Yet the chilling aura surrounding them sent alarm bells ringing in Naruto's mind. Boss, I need to inquire about something. Naruto boldly pushed the door open, feigning innocence. The black market owner didn't even glance up, leisurely savoring his tea. Kid, this isn't a place for someone like you. Best you be on your way. He drawled, dismissing Naruto with a wave. Do not be alarmed, my esteemed proprietor. I merely wish to inquire if there are any rare curiosities to be found lately. Naruto, with a playful grin, leaned forward and produced a shuriken. Behold the quality and craftsmanship of this fine piece. It is undoubtedly a premium item. The black market owner cast a disdainful glance at the shuriken and scoffed. Is this truly what you present? How audacious of you. Ah, dear sir, you possess a discerning eye. This is no ordinary shuriken. Naruto paused, lowering his voice conspiratorially. It is infused with chakra, rendering it immensely powerful. The black market owner's interest was piqued as he straightened his posture. Oh, is it truly as remarkable as you assert? Indeed. Why not put it to the test? Naruto suggested, seizing the shuriken and deftly flinging it towards the wall's corner. With a swift whoosh, the shuriken embedded itself into the wooden panel with a resounding thud. Is this all? The black market owner appeared thoroughly disappointed. I expected something far more formidable. Patience, good sir. The spectacle is only just beginning. Naruto replied with a mischievous smile, swiftly performing hand seals, shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, a multitude of Narutos filled the shop, startling both the black market owner and his cloaked associates. What do you intend to do? The black market owner stammered, his voice quaking. Merely wishing to engage in a philosophical discourse with you. Perhaps discuss aspirations, Naruto replied cheerfully, and inquire if there have been any recent thefts of ninjutsu. The owner's expression shifted dramatically as he vehemently denied. I have no idea what you are talking about. Come now, do not feign ignorance. I have seen it with my own eyes. Naruto pointed at the cloaked figure. He is the thief of ninjutsu. The cloaked figure narrowed his eyes, suddenly brandishing a kunai and charging at Naruto. The other henchmen swiftly drew their weapons, encircling Naruto menacingly. Run, Naruto commanded, and all the shadow clones scattered in a frenzy. The henchmen pursued relentlessly, chaos erupting around them. Abruptly, Naruto skidded to a halt, turning to face the pursuing henchmen with a cheeky grin. Farewell. With a loud poof, all the shadow clones dissipated into white smoke, leaving the henchmen bewildered. Where did he go? One henchman asked, confusion etched on his face. There. Over there. Another pointed in a certain direction. Hiding in the shadows, Naruto watched with amusement as the henchmen floundered about like headless chickens. He stealthily made his way to another street when suddenly, a familiar voice caught his attention. Curious, this marked Kakashi. With his gray silhouette gliding through the dim corners of the black market, resembled a phantom. His keen gaze scrutinized every suspicious nook, his nostrils flaring slightly as he detected the lingering chakra in the air. Suddenly, he halted before a weathered wall, his gaze fixating on a few peculiar symbols in an inconspicuous corner, reminiscent of an ancient script, emanating faint energy pulses. These symbols were the distinctive markings from the stolen ninjutsu scroll of Konoha. Found it, Kakashi murmured, promptly committing the shape and location of the markings to memory. Naruto, it seems fortune smiles upon you. I have uncovered a lead. He retrieved a specialized communication seal to relay the information to Naruto. Almost simultaneously, Naruto was engaged in a battle of wits against a swindler selling counterfeit goods on the opposite side of the black market. Boss, this shuriken in your hand is clearly a substandard product, yet you dare to sell it at such a high price? You are taking advantage of honest folks. Naruto indignantly accused, his acting skills rivaling that of an acclaimed actor. Suddenly, the communication seal in his hand vibrated, and Kakashi's message invigorated him. A marker? Splendid. Naruto excitedly rubbed his hands together, disregarding the astonished merchant, and instantly employed the body flicker technique, racing towards Kakashi's indicated direction. Following the mark left by Kakashi, Naruto navigated through twists and turns until he arrived at a concealed trading venue. Two burly guards stood vigil at the entrance, clearly not to be trifled with. With a swift glance, Naruto devised a plan. He inhaled deeply, puffed out his cheeks, and bellowed, "The city management is here. Everyone behave yourselves." The guards momentarily froze. Caught off guard, seizing the opportunity, Naruto slipped inside. The interior of the trading venue appeared even more expansive than it did from the outside, teeming with a diverse assembly of individuals engaged in all manner of illicit transactions. Naruto's sudden entrance startled the crowd into silence. Clearing his throat, Naruto feigned inquiry. "Does anyone know the whereabouts of the stolen ninjutsu?" The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to speak. At that moment, a figure gradually emerged from the throng. Cloaked in black, with a hood obscuring his face, only a pair of icy eyes were visible. He regarded Naruto with a smirk of derision. "Are you looking for me?" The atmosphere grew tense, charged with an undercurrent of danger. Just as Naruto prepared to strike, a group of uniformly dressed ninjas abruptly appeared, encircling them. "Fighting is prohibited in the black market," the leading ninja stated coldly. "Everyone, cease your actions." Confusion swelled within Naruto as he cautiously surveyed the surrounding ninjas. What were these individuals? "You there, who are you?" Naruto squinted, his tone laced with wariness. The air around them seemed to solidify, the tension rising like a tide. These ninjas exuded an enigmatic aura that unsettled him. The leading ninja chuckled derisively. "We are the enforcers of order in the black market. Kid, you have quite the audacity to cause trouble here." "Trouble?" Naruto felt wronged, exclaiming, "I am merely here." Before he could complete his sentence, the mysterious thief interjected, "Gentlemen, this lad is here to disrupt the black market. He just attacked me, attempting to seize my belongings." "Nonsense." Naruto roared, "You are the thief. You have stolen the ninjutsu of the Hidden Leaf Village." The mysterious thief merely sneered, remaining silent while casting a provocative gaze at Naruto. The crowd began to murmur, their expressions filled with skepticism towards Naruto. The ninjas, swayed by the thief's claims, began to take action against Naruto. They swiftly formed a formation, encircling him. Naruto felt a surge of indignation and fury. He clenched his fists, yet refrained from making a move. He understood that if he acted here, it would only complicate matters further. "Kid, surrender," the leading ninja coldly declared. "You are surrounded." Naruto's mind raced, contemplating a countermeasure. He surveyed his surroundings, searching for a possible escape route. However, the sheer number of ninjas around him, all possessing formidable strength, rendered any attempt at breaching their ranks nearly impossible. Just then, a familiar voice emerged from the crowd. "Stop." Kakashi materialized like a specter, positioning himself protectively in front of Naruto. He yawned languidly, his tone tinged with exasperation. I must implore you, can you not be so rough? This is the future star of Konoha. If he gets hurt, how am I to explain it to Lord Hokage? The leading ninja scrutinized Kakashi, sneering, a ninja from Konoha? Do not presume that your affiliation grants you the liberty to act recklessly here. We abide by the rules of the black market. This kid has violated the rules and must face the consequences. Rules? Kakashi scratched his head. Is your rule merely to accept one side of the story? Do you not even consider conducting an investigation? Humph. The facts are evident. What need is there for investigation? A mysterious thief interjected sarcastically. Listening to the distorted claims from this group, Naruto's anger flared. This thief clearly sought to drag others into the fray. Truly a cowardly act of a rat wielding a gun in its den. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm. He knew that this was not the time for a head-on confrontation. He must find evidence to prove his innocence. Do you not wish to know what this thief has stolen? Naruto inhaled deeply and proclaimed, he has not pilfered mere gold or jewels, but a forbidden jutsu capable of annihilating the ninja world. A stir rippled through the crowd, the previously cacophonous discussions gradually subsiding. Seizing the moment, Naruto drew forth a scroll from his robes and held it aloft. This is a research report hastily compiled by Konoha's jutsu experts. It meticulously details the dangers of the stolen jutsu, and should it fall into the hands of the malevolent, the ramifications would be catastrophic. He unfurled the scroll, revealing densely packed text accompanied by intricate illustrations, indecipherable to the layman but resonating with immense power to any ninja present. The ninjas exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from skepticism to astonishment. Though they were enforcers of the black market, they possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding jutsu, and the horrors described in the report were indeed profound. The leading ninja furrowed his brow, his tone softening. Is this scroll genuine? Naruto Uzumaki stands by his integrity. I have no need to deceive you with forgeries, Naruto replied, standing tall, his voice resolute. Do you wish to perpetuate wrongdoing? Or do you aspire to uphold peace in the ninja world? The thief stands before you. How will you choose? The atmosphere shifted dramatically, the previously tense standoff now transforming into a hesitant stalemate. Naruto sensed that he had successfully sown a seed of doubt in their minds. At that moment, Kakashi subtly tilted his head towards a certain direction within the crowd and murmured, it seems something intriguing is about to unfold. Xianglin's eyes scanned the throng like a meticulous scanner, capturing every nuanced expression and movement. She observed that although the black market boss feigned indifference, his gaze frequently drifted toward the enigmatic thief, and each time their eyes met, the thief would nod ever so slightly. The subtle undercurrents did not escape Xianglin's keen perception. Naruto, I've uncovered something. She leaned closer to Naruto and whispered, there is undoubtedly a connection between the black market boss and that thief. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a surge of energy, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Well done, Xianglin. I knew that old rascal was up to no good. He abruptly raised his voice, pointing at the black market boss. Everyone, I know who is shielding this thief. It's him, the black market boss. The black market boss's expression darkened, contorting as though he had swallowed something foul. You're slandering me. I don't even know him. Don't play the fool with me. Naruto retorted with a scoff. You two have been exchanging glances. Do you think we're blind? Xianglin, tell everyone what you observed. Xianglin stepped forward and recounted the details of her observations in full. The surrounding crowd erupted in outrage, directing accusatory glares at the black market boss. You heartless scoundrel, dare to harbor a thief. I can't believe I used to frequent your establishment, never suspecting you were such a person. What more do you have to say for yourself, black market boss? The boss was besieged by the crowd, his face ashen, clearly distressed. Naruto reveled in the scene, filled with a sense of accomplishment. It was a thrill surpassing even the joy of indulging in his favorite snacks. The ninjas who had previously surrounded Naruto turned their allegiance, joining him in the pursuit of the mysterious thief and the stolen ninjutsu. Together, they encircled the thief. The thief's face displayed a look of sheer panic as he realized he was trapped. Wait, the mysterious thief suddenly shouted, pulling a crumpled note from his pocket. I can tell you who hired me, but you must guarantee my safety. Naruto snatched the note, which bore an address. Chapter 144, The Truth Approaches. Ninjutsu returns holding the wrinkled note. Naruto's lips curled into a knowing smile. Although he suspected it might be a trap, as an aspiring Hokage, He felt compelled to confront the challenge head-on. Let us go. Arm yourselves and follow me to this mysterious address. With a sweeping gesture, he urged Kakashi and Xianglin to follow, trailed by a cadre of ninjas inspired by his sense of justice. The group set forth towards the address inscribed on the note. The atmosphere heavy with anticipation, as quiet as the calm before a storm, where even a pin dropping could be heard. Naruto silently vowed, "Brothers, if we can unearth the mastermind behind this, I'll treat everyone to all-you-can-eat ramen." At last, they arrived at the location indicated on the note, an abandoned ninjutsu research facility. The place was in a state of utter disrepair, with moss creeping up the walls, the air thick with the musty scent of decay, mingled with an indescribable foul odor, as if they had stepped into the set of a horror film. A chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down their spines. Naruto couldn't help but shudder, inwardly complaining. This place is utterly sinister. Everyone, be cautious. Kakashi's voice resonated with a somber gravity as he activated his Sharingan, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from the ground, triggering a hidden trap. Countless shurikens and kunai rained down upon them like a hailstorm, prompting everyone to dodge frantically. Naruto activated his shadow clone technique, instantly creating several clones that intercepted most of the assault. The research facility was fraught with intricate mechanisms, each corner harboring unexpected dangers, and they found themselves in a frantic struggle for survival. Naruto felt an increasing warmth coursing through his body, adrenaline surging. The exhilaration was more thrilling than riding a roller coaster. Cheyenne utilized her sensory abilities to provide early warnings of traps, while Kakashi skillfully neutralized each threat with his exceptional ninjutsu. Within the facility, the only sounds were the clashing of metal and the activation of traps, accompanied by their labored breaths. The oppressive atmosphere had everyone on edge, and Naruto felt as though a heavy stone weighed down on his heart. Just as they were frantically evading traps, a familiar voice echoed from deep within the research facility. "Ah, my friends, we meet again." From the shadows emerged the figure of the mysterious ninjutsu thief, wearing a mocking smile that suggested he held all the cards. Well, we meet again." He clapped his hands, and from the darkness emerged a dozen towering ninjas, each exuding a menacing aura, clearly not benign characters. This was the quintessential setup for a villain. "Naruto Uzumaki, I never expected you to be foolish enough to come here to meet your demise. Courageous, or perhaps exceedingly foolish?" The thief derided, his tone dripping with disdain. His subordinates brandished their weapons, preparing for a fight. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, and battle loomed imminent. Yet, as Naruto gazed at the adversaries before him, he displayed not an ounce of fear. Instead, a confident smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Meet my end? Absolutely not. I am destined to become Hokage." His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, his spirit aflame, as though he were imbued with boundless strength. However, he did not recklessly charge into battle. Naruto was not the type to blindly rush forward. He was a clever and spirited young man. "Kakashi-sensei, Cheyenne, you take the others to search for the stolen ninjutsu. Leave this to me." With that, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Multiple shadow clone technique." Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of Narutos materialized, filling the entire research facility to capacity, creating a truly spectacular scene. What? So many clones? The thief and his henchmen were momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the sheer number. For a moment, they were at a loss regarding which one to attack, unable to discern the real Naruto among the multitude. "Heh, come and catch me if you can." The clones of Naruto emitted taunting laughter, scattering throughout the research facility, engaging in a game of hide and seek. The enemy, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, found the previously tense atmosphere now tinged with absurdity. "Damn it, don't think you can escape," the thief bellowed, commanding his subordinates to pursue Naruto's clones. However, there were simply too many clones for them to discern which one was the real Naruto. Concealed in the shadows, the true Naruto observed the enemy floundering like headless flies, a sly smile creeping across his lips. He awaited the perfect moment. "Found you." One clone suddenly materialized behind the thief, wielding a shuriken. "Catch this. A mere trick." The thief scoffed, effortlessly dodging the attack. Yet, at that moment, he felt a chill creeping up his back. "What are you looking at?" The genuine Naruto descended from above, delivering a powerful Rasengan that struck the thief squarely in the back. "Ah!" The thief shrieked, sent flying and crashing to the ground, frothing at the mouth and seeing stars, performing an exaggerated act of demise. Is that all? I expected more from you, Naruto remarked, nonchalantly brushing off his hands. The other clones dissipated, leaving the original standing proudly, exuding an aura akin to that of a leading man in a romantic drama. Boss. The thief's subordinates, witnessing this, panicked, their morale plummeting by 80%. Brothers, charge. Eliminate them. With a commanding shout from Naruto, Kakashi, Cheyenne, and a multitude of ninja surged forth like tigers unleashed, unstoppable in their momentum. Blades flashed and shadows danced, the scene descending into chaos. Within 10 minutes, all of the thief's subordinates lay defeated, groaning on the ground. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Cheyenne discovered the sealed stolen ninjutsu deep within the research facility, also uncovering clues regarding the mastermind behind it all, a kunai marked with a distinctive emblem. Naruto, we found the ninjutsu, Cheyenne exclaimed with excitement. Well done. Naruto took the kunai, examining the emblem closely, a smile forming on his lips. At last, I have found you, the puppet master. Utilizing this kunai as a lead, Naruto unraveled the conspiracy orchestrated by an ambitious individual seeking to dominate the ninja world with the stolen ninjutsu. Upon the revelation of this news, the entire ninja realm erupted with outrage, condemning the despicable deeds of the mastermind. Ultimately, justice was served, and the stolen ninjutsu was restored to its rightful place. Naruto emerged as a hero in the ninja world, with people exclaiming, Naruto, you are truly remarkable. Naruto, you are our pride. Naruto, I want to have your children. Listening to the praises surrounding him, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of joy, a sensation more exhilarating than devouring 10 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. Yet, just as he reveled in the triumph of victory, he was abruptly confronted with anomalies in the marketplace system. The screen flickered with crimson warning signals, and a line of small text gradually materialized. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected, analyzing. Naruto gazed at the message, his brow furrowed, his hand reaching instinctively towards the screen, only to halt abruptly. Chapter 145, System Turmoil. Undercurrents in the ninja world. The ominous warning flashed like a flickering flame, casting a peculiar hue in Naruto's azure eyes. He scratched the back of his head, his usual playful demeanor replaced with a profound sense of bewilderment. What mischief was the system up to this time? He resolved to temper his curiosity. After all, the system had its whims from time to time. The pressing matter at hand was to unearth the remnants of the recent ninjutsu theft, for this was a critical juncture concerning his illustrious image as the guardian of peace in the ninja world. Kakashi-sensei, Cheyenne. With a swift movement, Naruto appeared before the two. His gaze was resolute, akin to a warrior poised for battle. I have an inkling that matters are not as straightforward as they seem. Those culprits must be concealing something. We need to investigate thoroughly. Kakashi set aside his book, observing Naruto's earnest expression, aware that the boy was not jesting. He nodded. Very well, Naruto. Just tell me what you need. Cheyenne adjusted her glasses, a glint of sharpness flashing behind the lenses. Rest assured, I shall assist you in analyzing the intelligence. After a brief consultation, the trio decided to follow the leads from the previous case. However, upon their return to the vicinity of the black market, they sensed something was amiss. The once bustling streets were now eerily silent. Shops were shuttered, and only a few individuals lurked furtively, casting wary glances. A wave of immense pressure washed over Naruto, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could sense that someone was deliberately erasing the traces they had previously left behind. The sensation was akin to being ground into the earth, leaving him thoroughly vexed. It appears the situation is far more complicated than we anticipated, Kakashi remarked solemnly, resting a hand on his ninja tool pouch, ready for any eventuality. Cheyenne swiftly scanned the surroundings, attempting to discern any abnormalities. At that moment, Naruto did not charge headlong into the fray as he typically would. Instead, he fixated on the flickering red light of the system interface, lost in profound contemplation. Naruto squinted, a sly grin curling at the corners of his mouth. You wish to play hide and seek with me? I am the master of this game. He produced a handful of shadow clone pills and scattered them across the ground like seeds. With a series of poofs, a multitude of Narutos materialized before them, each one a perfect replica of the original. Brothers, cause a commotion. With a commanding shout, Naruto directed the shadow clones, who immediately dispersed, some mimicking his signature Rasengan pose while others proclaimed, I am the man destined to become Hokage. Some individuals lay on the ground, feigning death. creating a scene of utter chaos. This sudden upheaval rendered the already tense atmosphere even more bizarre. Those furtive figures were instantly thrown into a state of panic, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. What was happening? So many Narutos? Which one was genuine? Which one was a mere illusion? Could it be the legendary technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu? The enemy found themselves disoriented amidst Naruto's clones, flailing about like headless flies, the spectacle both absurd and exhilarating. Amidst the turmoil, the true Naruto stealthily infiltrated the black market. In the dimly lit black market, an unpleasant odor of dampness and mildew permeated the air, creating discomfort. Holding his breath, Naruto cautiously navigated through the narrow corridors. He moved like a nimble cat, silently approaching his target. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a crumpled piece of paper. He picked it up and, illuminated by the faint light, discerned a few words written upon it. Uchiha Clan. Uchiha? Naruto's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition rising within him. He sensed that he had brushed against a monumental secret, one capable of upheaving the entire shinobi world. It appeared that this incident was far more intricate than he had envisioned. He tucked the note into his pocket and turned to leave. Just then, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps drawing near. Naruto, be careful. The voice of Karui echoed in his ears, and in the blink of an eye, a shadow lunged at him from the side. Naruto swiftly dodged, but Karui was not as fortunate, sustaining a cut to her arm from a sharp dagger. Blood instantly oozed forth, staining her ninja attire. Karui. Naruto's heart raced, and he hastily retrieved an antidote pill from his pocket, quickly placing it into Karui's mouth. He anxiously monitored her reaction while remaining alert for any further attacks. Karui felt the pill dissolve swiftly in her mouth, a refreshing sensation spreading throughout her body, alleviating the pain from her wound. She looked up at Naruto, her azure eyes filled with concern, causing her heart to flutter. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and a hint of ambiguity danced in her gaze. Yet Naruto remained oblivious, his focus wholly on Karui's injury. I feel much better. Thank you, Naruto. Karui said softly, her voice trembling slightly. Thank goodness, Naruto sighed in relief, though his vigilance toward their surroundings remained intact. He glanced around, realizing that the furtive figures had vanished, evidently having recognized the precariousness of their situation and fled. Kakashi and Karui exchanged a glance and nodded, signaling Naruto to proceed. The trio quietly ventured deeper into the black market, ultimately discovering a concealed entrance to the clan's hideout. A few clan members stood guard at the entrance. Who are you? What brings you here? One of the members demanded sharply, suspicion evident in his tone. We are ninjas from Konoha, here to investigate the theft of ninjutsu, Naruto replied calmly. His tone, though composed, carried an edge as sharp as a blade, striking directly at the heart of the inquiry. One member of the family scoffed, the theft of ninjutsu? Do you think we will believe you? You are clearly here to provoke us. Naruto furrowed his brow, taking a deep breath in an attempt to maintain his composure. We bear no ill intent. We merely require your cooperation. This dispute has already affected the peace of the ninja world, and we must uncover the truth. We hope you can understand. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the family members grew even more austere. One stepped forward, his tone becoming more severe. You are too late. The Uchiha clan has already ascertained everything. Your meddling will only lead to your own misfortune. At that moment, a cold laugh echoed from a distance, capturing everyone's attention. Just as tensions escalated and the air was thick with animosity, a steady voice broke the stalemate. Calm yourselves, members of the Uchiha clan. Naruto and his companions are indeed here as investigators dispatched by Konoha. Everyone turned to see a venerable ninjutsu expert from Konoha, an elderly man with graying hair and thick glasses, approaching with deliberate steps. He held several documents, stamped with the official seal of Konoha, exuding an air of authoritative legitimacy. This is Konoha's formal investigation letter, along with identification proving Naruto and his team as investigators. The elder handed the documents to the Uchiha clan members, asserting, with these, I trust you can lower your guard. The Uchiha clan members received the documents and scrutinized them, their hostility noticeably diminishing. They exchanged glances, clearly wary of the elder's stature. After all, he was a respected authority on ninjutsu in Konoha, and they were reluctant to offend him. Very well, we shall temporarily place our trust in you, the leader of the Uchiha clan said coldly. However, should we discover any suspicious behavior on your part, we will show no mercy. Naruto, relieved, felt a weight lift from his chest. He recognized that the elder's timely arrival was nothing short of a salvation. A radiant smile broke across his face, filled with confidence as he reassured, "Don't worry, old man. We are allies of justice and would never act recklessly." He turned to Kakashi and Sakura, winking proudly as if to say, "See, with me on the case, everything will be resolved." Yet, just as Naruto was prepared to delve deeper into the investigation of the Uchiha clan to uncover further clues, his phone suddenly rang. A hurried voice crackled through the receiver. "Not good, Naruto. The black market boss is transferring some important items. It might be the stolen ninjutsu." Hearing this, Naruto's brow furrowed deeply. He felt as if he were a player in a game, abruptly interrupted, his frustration simmering. What a fast-paced turn of events, he muttered under his breath, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. With a steely gaze, he locked onto the new target like a cheetah on the hunt, and without hesitation, he took off running. He understood that the black market boss's actions were certainly not trivial. This transfer operation was undoubtedly cloaked in significant secrecy. He had to rush over immediately. There was no way he would allow those nefarious individuals to succeed. At that moment, he resembled a chess piece propelled forward by fate, compelled to make a choice. Chapter 146. Delving into the black market, the truth approaches. Naruto surged forth like a whirlwind, his form blurring as he dashed out of the ramen shop. The scenery along the streets rapidly receded in his vision, transforming into indistinct patches of color, while the rushing wind around him sounded like a war drum urging him to hasten. Anxious and frustrated, he cursed the black market proprietor for his exceptional knack for orchestrating chaos, and once again quickened his pace. Kakashi and Sakura followed closely behind, their expressions akin to the calm surface of the sea before a tempest, concealing a brewing storm within. Kakashi's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, while Sakura adjusted her breathing rhythmically, maintaining her optimal combat readiness. They understood that this endeavor was no trifling matter. They had to commit wholeheartedly. Upon their arrival at the clandestine stronghold of the black market, they were confronted by a scene that sent shivers down their spines. In a frenzied attempt to conceal illicit activities, the proprietor had insidiously set up an array of deadly traps. The ground was riddled with bottomless pits, gaping like monstrous maws eager to devour any audacious creature that dared approach. Sharp projectiles glimmered ominously on the walls, as menacing as the scythe of death itself. An oppressive atmosphere hung heavily in the air, rendering even breathing a laborious task. "Goodness, has this old fool emptied his entire stash?" Naruto exclaimed, unable to suppress a curse at the sight of the intricate traps before him. His nerves tightened, akin to a bowstring drawn taut, ready to snap at any moment. He could feel the frantic pounding of his heart, each beat resonating like a drum against his eardrums. The air seemed to thicken, and the temperature plummeted as if it had descended to freezing point. It appeared that things were becoming serious. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, his demeanor gravely serious for the first time. He swiftly formed hand seals, a surge of chakra flowing steadily, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Sakura, too, quickly entered a state of readiness, biting her lip as her keen eyes scanned the surroundings like a hawk, determined to uncover any weaknesses in the traps. Taking a deep breath, Naruto sensed the palpable tension in the air, an invisible net ensnaring them tightly. It seemed the time had come to stretch his muscles. He clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously. He understood that the path ahead was fraught with peril, yet this realization did not deter him. Rather, it ignited the fighting spirit within him. However, just as he was poised to unleash his full potential and charge in like a whirlwind, Kakashi suddenly extended his hand to halt him, his tone grave. "Naruto, hold your horses," he cautioned, breaking the tense atmosphere that had enveloped them. Naruto, momentarily taken aback, tilted his head in confusion, but ultimately chose to trust Kakashi's judgment. Kakashi formed hand seals, chakra rapidly coalescing at his fingertips, manifesting as a miniature whirlwind. "Wind release, vacuum wave," he exclaimed. A miniature tornado howled as it precisely struck a trap on the ground. With a sharp crack, the earth surrounding the trap suddenly collapsed, revealing a deeper, more profound abyss. Faint hissing sounds emanated from within, suggesting the presence of some creature stirring in the depths. "Goodness, does this thing retaliate?" Naruto thought, feeling a shiver run down his spine as he gazed into the newly formed chasm. Rubbing his arms, he imagined countless serpents writhing within, causing goosebumps to rise all over his skin. Kakashi's probing had not only failed to uncover the trap's mechanisms, but had instead triggered something even more perilous. Furrowing his brow in concern. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe that a bunch of children can navigate through the traps I have meticulously set? The sinister voice of the black market owner echoed from the shadows, reminiscent of a lurking serpent poised to deliver a fatal strike. His mocking laughter reverberated in the dim space, chilling Naruto to his core. It appeared he had anticipated their arrival, prepared in advance to ensnare them in his trap. Humph. Old man, do not rejoice too soon. Naruto retorted coldly, undeterred by the adversary's arrogance. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. He scrutinized the surrounding traps, discerning that although they appeared intricate, there was an underlying pattern to their design. A sly smile crept onto his face, as if victory were already within his grasp. From his ninja gear, he retrieved a kunai that glimmered with a faint light. This was the lucky kunai he had exchanged for at the system store. Endowed with a measure of fortune, he hurled the lucky kunai, striking a pivotal node of one of the traps. With a gentle click, what once seemed indestructible ceased its operation, as though a pause button had been pressed. In rapid succession, Naruto unleashed several lucky kunai, fluidly dismantling the traps before him as if they were mere wisps of smoke. Kakashi and Cheyenne watched in disbelief, their expressions reflecting astonishment at Naruto's seemingly effortless mastery over the black market owner's cunningly devised mechanisms. They had anticipated a grueling endeavor. Yet Naruto navigated the challenges with astonishing ease. Cheyenne's lips parted as if to speak, yet she hesitated, ultimately fixating nervously on Naruto's every movement, her hands unconsciously clenching. Her gaze remained riveted on him, her slender fingers tightening, knuckles blanching with tension. It felt as though her heart hung suspended in the air, rising and falling with each of Naruto's actions. She was torn between concern for his safety and unwavering confidence in his abilities, believing he would surely turn peril into triumph. This tumultuous blend of emotions left her feeling a weighty pressure in her chest. Just as Naruto was about to unravel the final trap, a shadow suddenly darted forth from the darkness, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a wraith. This shadow was the enigmatic thief, clearly intent on thwarting Naruto and his companion's efforts to disrupt his plans. You think you can stop me? No way. Naruto let out a cold laugh as he swiftly retrieved a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, hurling it fiercely towards the direction of the shadowy figure. The shuriken sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, akin to bolts of lightning aimed at the mysterious thief. However, the thief displayed remarkable agility, effortlessly evading Naruto's assault, his form flickering like a wraith, elusive and difficult to grasp. With a disdainful smile, he regarded Naruto, his tone dripping with scorn. You think you can stop me? Enough talk, take this. Naruto bellowed, his chakra surging violently within him, emitting a formidable aura. He swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of Narutos surrounded the mysterious thief, encircling him completely. Humph, mere parlor tricks. The thief scoffed, his body flashing as he transformed into an afterimage, weaving effortlessly between Naruto's clones like a fish gliding through water. The kunai in his hand shimmered with a chilling light, each swing accompanied by a menacing aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Naruto's clones relentlessly attacked the mysterious thief, yet he nullified each assault with ease. The thief's prowess far exceeded their expectations, his strikes swift and lethal, overwhelming Naruto with immense pressure. Damn it, this guy is far stronger than I imagined. Naruto gritted his teeth, astonished. He understood that if this continued, they would inevitably succumb to the mysterious thief. Just then, Kakashi and Ino joined the fray. Kakashi's Sharingan gleamed with an eerie light as he unleashed Raikiri, crackling with electricity, resembling a thunder dragon as it surged towards the thief. Meanwhile, Ino employed medical ninjutsu from the sidelines, healing Naruto's wounds and providing chakra support. The combined efforts of the three finally instilled a hint of pressure upon the mysterious thief, compelling him to approach the battle with greater caution, no longer underestimating them. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, thick with the scent of gunpowder, as if an explosive confrontation was imminent. Humph, the three of you think you can defeat me? What a delusion. The mysterious thief sneered, rapidly forming hand seals to invoke a more powerful jutsu. Who will emerge victorious remains to be seen. Naruto snorted, taking a deep breath and pushing his chakra to its limits, preparing for a final clash. Rasengan, Naruto shouted, the vibrant blue chakra swirling furiously in his hand. forming a high-speed rotating sphere of energy, the piercing sound of its trajectory echoing throughout the black market. This was Naruto's signature technique, the Rasengan. The thief's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated Naruto wielding such a formidable jutsu. In a moment of desperation, he crossed his arms in front of him, attempting to withstand the onslaught of the Rasengan. Bang! A tremendous explosion reverberated as the Rasengan collided with the mysterious thief, the immense force propelling him backward, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Coughing, the mysterious thief struggled to rise, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His face as pale as a ghost. He gazed at Naruto in terror, unable to fathom how he, a mere chunin, had been cornered into such a dire predicament by a lowly genin. With such limited prowess, how dare he emerge to embarrass himself? Naruto let out a derisive chuckle and slowly advanced towards the enigmatic thief, each step reverberating like a drumbeat against the thief's heart, instilling a suffocating sense of dread. The mysterious thief realized he was no match for Naruto and, with flickering eyes, sought an opportunity to flee. However, Kakashi and Cheyenne had long since encircled him, severing all avenues of escape. Surrender is your only option now. You have nowhere left to run, Kakashi remarked coldly, as the Raikiri in his hand glimmered ominously. The thief, in despair, closed his eyes, aware that this time, he was doomed. It's done. Naruto clapped his hands, a relaxed smile gracing his face. The surrounding Konoha ninjas erupted in cheers, exclaiming, Naruto, you are truly incredible. You are indeed our hero. Amidst the applause, Naruto and his companions delved deeper into the black market, in search of the truth behind the stolen ninjutsu. They traversed through dimly lit passages until they arrived before a concealed chamber door. The door to the chamber stood firmly shut, etched with mysterious runes that emanated a disquieting aura. Something significant must lie hidden within, Naruto murmured, his heartbeat quickening, an inexplicable intuition swelling within him. Be cautious, Naruto, Kakashi warned. Taking a deep breath, Naruto slowly extended his hand and pushed open the chamber door, which creaked ominously. Chapter 147, The Truth Revealed. The source of ninjutsu. The chamber door gradually opened with a disconcerting creak, releasing a musty scent mingled with a faint trace of blood that assailed Naruto's nostrils, causing him to wrinkle his nose. In the dim light, the interior of the chamber loomed like a lurking beast, patiently awaiting its prey. Steeling himself, Naruto inhaled deeply and stepped inside, his heart pounding like a war drum. Kakashi and Cheyenne followed closely, the three of them forming a protective circle, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. This place is so eerie it makes me want to break into an impromptu rap, Naruto muttered under his breath, attempting to ease the tension in the air. Yet, the only response was an oppressive silence. The chamber was riddled with intricate ninjutsu traps, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, resembling a web ready to ensnare the unwary. Naruto treaded cautiously, each step akin to walking on the edge of a blade. Scattered across the floor were fragments of scrolls and hidden weapons, suggesting that a fierce battle had once transpired. He bent down to pick up a scroll, upon which was inscribed the forbidden technique Shiki Fujin. Goodness, this is no trivial matter, Naruto gasped, hastily returning the scroll to its place. Be careful, Kakashi suddenly cautioned. A glint of cold light shot from the shadows, hurtling directly towards Naruto's face. Reacting swiftly, Naruto sidestepped just in time, as a shuriken embedded itself into the wall behind him with a dull thud. What the hell? Is this a game? Naruto muttered under his breath, quickly forming hand seals as a shadow clone materialized beside him. Light it up for me. With Naruto's commanding shout, shadow clones burst forth, illuminating the entire chamber with their torches. The traps lay exposed under the light, appearing even more grotesque and menacing. Gleaming blades, glistening with venomous darts, and explosive seals hidden beneath the floor sent shivers down one's spine. Good heavens, this truly resembles a labyrinth of death. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. It seems that the black market proprietor has indeed gone to great lengths to safeguard this secret. Kakashi scrutinized the traps surrounding them, his brow furrowed in concentration. The arrangement of the traps exhibited a meticulous pattern, as if crafted by the same hand. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly remarked, Wait, could this technique be? Just then, Naruto inadvertently activated a mechanism. With a soft click, the stone tiles beneath them flipped, revealing a bottomless chasm. Before anyone could react, a powerful suction force yanked them downward. What in the world? Naruto cried out, the rushing wind whipping against his face, sending chills through him. Contrary to his expectations of pain, he felt weightless, as if standing on a cloud. He opened his eyes to find himself on a suspended platform, with Kakashi and Cheyenne standing securely beside him. Fortunately, I was prepared, Naruto boasted, patting his multifunctional pouch at his waist, retrieving a shimmering orb. Have you heard of the rebound pellet? It turned out that prior to entering the chamber, Naruto had sensed impending danger and discreetly exchanged for this rebound pellet from the system stall. It had the ability to redirect any trap's attack, making it an essential tool for home, travel, and treasure hunting alike. At the moment of their descent, Naruto decisively activated the rebound pellet. The trap that had originally opened downward suddenly redirected, a powerful force propelling them upward, allowing them to land safely on the platform. Meanwhile, the enemies lurking in the shadows, anticipating a spectacle, were taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. The traps had backfired. Their cunning schemes had ultimately led to their own demise, as they were struck by their own devices, leaving them battered and humiliated. The atmosphere turned comical in an instant. Ouch! What is this madness? My waist. One enemy lamented. This kid is something else. The cries of the adversaries echoed, filled with dramatic irony. Observing their disarray, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. My apologies, everyone. But it seems I have the upper hand. Having resolved the trap crisis, Naruto continued his search within the chamber. At last, in an inconspicuous corner, he discovered the stolen mysterious ninjutsu scroll. Found it, Naruto exclaimed, embracing the scroll with an exuberant smile. Huh, now let's see what you have to say. Kakashi and Cheyenne gathered around, their faces illuminated with expressions of relief and pride. Wonderful job, Naruto. You truly are remarkable, Cheyenne praised earnestly. Indeed, well done. Kakashi rarely allowed a smile to grace his face as he patted Naruto on the shoulder. Clutching the scroll tightly, Naruto was filled with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. It was the fruit of his long and arduous efforts, the struggles of which only he truly understood. At that moment, Naruto's gaze fell upon the bottom of the scroll, where it appeared to bear a peculiar mark. What could this be? Squinting, he scrutinized the emblem closely. The design seemed familiar, suddenly. He recalled that it was identical to the emblem on the packaging of an invincible shadow clone pill he had previously seen at a stall. A bold hypothesis began to form in Naruto's mind. He immediately accessed the sales records of the system stall, and indeed, the purchaser of the invincible shadow clone pill was none other than the black market boss. Goodness gracious. So it was you orchestrating this whole affair. Realization dawned upon Naruto as he pointed at the mark on the scroll, declaring to Kakashi and Karui, this black market boss is the mastermind behind the theft of the ninjutsu. Both Kakashi and Karui were taken aback, astonished that the truth was so unexpected. However, why would he do such a thing? Karui inquired, perplexed. As for that question, I believe I have already discerned the answer, Naruto replied with a mysterious smile, retrieving a listening device from his versatile satchel. This was something I secretly placed on the black market boss earlier. Now, let us listen to his true intentions. The listening device revealed a conversation between the black market boss and a mysterious figure, exposing the boss's conspiracy. He was employed by an ambitious individual seeking to dominate the ninja world, aiming to collect various powerful ninjutsu to fulfill his nefarious aspirations. Who would have thought that this black market boss was such a person? Karui exclaimed indignantly. What a despicable scoundrel. A flicker of anger flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Naruto made the contents of the listening device public, causing an uproar among the ninja community. The ambitious plot was thoroughly unraveled, leading to the disgrace of its perpetrator. Meanwhile, Naruto emerged as the hero who saved the ninja world, earning the adoration of the people. Karui, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Naruto, her eyes brimming with admiration and joy. Naruto, you are incredible. Feeling a bit bashful, Naruto scratched his head, while those around him beamed with pride. Subsequently, Naruto glanced at the scroll in his hands, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Time to return to Konoha. The door to the secret chamber slowly closed as Naruto, Kakashi, and Karui sped back to Konoha, bearing the enigmatic ninjutsu scroll and evidence against the black market boss. Upon entering the village, they were met with a jubilant welcome from the townsfolk. The air was filled with the sound of gongs and drums, firecrackers erupted, and colorful streamers danced in the wind, as if the entire village was celebrating their return. Naruto, you are amazing. The villagers rushed forward, eagerly patting his shoulders, some even leaping in excitement. Naruto, feeling a bit shy, smiled and scratched his head. Yet an overwhelming pride surged within him. He waved his hand, showcasing his signature sunny smile. "Hello, everyone. I'm back." On the main street of Konohagakure, a multitude of people gathered, fervently recounting Naruto's valiant deeds. Children gazed at him with admiration, elders raised their thumbs in approval, and the youth's eyes sparkled with respect. In a fleeting moment, Naruto's name resonated throughout the entire shinobi world, cementing his status as a legend. Standing in the central square of the village, Naruto surveyed his surroundings, absorbing the cheers of the crowd, his heart brimming with warmth and strength. He lifted his gaze to the sky, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a warm and radiant glow upon his face. In that instant, he felt as though he were standing atop the pinnacle of the world, with every effort and sacrifice yielding the finest reward. As Naruto reveled in this honor and joy, a sudden, subtle vibration emanated from his waist. He retrieved his small messenger bag from the system, and a brilliant light burst forth from the interface, as if a new quest was about to unfold. Curiosity and anticipation surged within him, and he clenched his fists, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. No matter what challenges lay ahead, I shall forge ahead without hesitation. Naruto murmured to himself, a determined smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the light from the system intensified, heralding the arrival of a new adventure. Taking a deep breath, Naruto fixed his gaze on the luminous beam, filled with boundless courage and determination. Calamity is merely a new beginning. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, seemingly cheering him on. His heartbeat quickened, every cell in his body urging him to move forward. Just then, the radiant light from the system split the sky, and Naruto's eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve as he took a new step forward. Chapter 148. A new journey begins. The system's call. As the brilliant light faded, the text on the system interface gradually became clearer. Naruto widened his eyes, as if attempting to penetrate the brilliance. The system displayed a new quest to explore the lost forbidden jutsu scroll. Quest reward, Chakra Amplifier. A Chakra Amplifier, Naruto exclaimed, for it was a legendary artifact said to significantly enhance a ninja's chakra capacity. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he thought, if I could obtain this, wouldn't my strength soar to new heights? Nearby, Kakashi and Cheyenne also gathered, curiously peering at the system interface. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, pondering aloud. The forbidden jutsu scroll sounds rather daunting. Cheyenne chimed in, analyzing. According to intelligence, the forbidden jutsu scroll may be concealed within the forbidden grounds of Konohagakure. Naruto, exhilarated, tightened his fists, his eyes sparkling. Haha, the more challenging, the better. That means the rewards will be even more impressive. He rubbed his hands together, eager to embark on the new quest. The system interface continued to display. Quest clue, Konohagakure's ninjutsu expert. Ninjutsu expert? Naruto scratched his head, wondering who this old man was. Kakashi explained, he is the authority on ninjutsu research in Konohagakure. He may possess some clues regarding the forbidden jutsu scroll. Thus, Naruto and his companions promptly set off towards the Konohagakure Ninjutsu Research Institute. They arrived at the entrance of the Research Institute, where an elderly man with a shock of white hair sat peacefully, engrossed in a hefty scroll. Greetings, esteemed elder, Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. We have come to inquire about something. The old man lifted his gaze, squinting at Naruto before responding leisurely. What is it, young one? After Naruto articulated his purpose, the elder fell into a contemplative silence and finally remarked, the forbidden technique scroll is indeed a perilous item. He paused momentarily, then continued, however, I might possess some clues. Before the old man could finish his thought, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed nearby, and a figure rushed toward them. This is bad. A grave situation has arisen. The newcomer gasped, breathless. The Hokage has been attacked. What? Naruto exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Hold on, old man. Before we delve into those clues, may I first ask what formidable items are typically contained within that forbidden technique scroll? His eyes darted with calculation, pondering. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. If that scroll contains something like an explosive tag, then my efforts would be in vain. Kakashi and Cheyenne acknowledged Naruto's wisdom, noting that it was rare for him to exhibit such caution. Even the usually serious Kakashi couldn't help but smirk slightly, thinking to himself, It seems this boy is not entirely devoid of sense after all. Surrounding ninjas exchanged astonished glances, whispering, "Has Naruto changed his ways today? Could he have been switched with someone else?" The elder stroked his beard and nodded in appreciation. "Indeed, young man, you are showing progress. The jutsu recorded in this forbidden technique's scroll possess immense power, but they are often accompanied by significant risks, which is why they are classified as forbidden." He opened the scroll, pointing to a particular section. For instance, this Shikifuin jutsu is an extraordinarily dangerous sealing technique. The elder elaborated on various forbidden techniques with fervor, while Naruto listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions. Kakashi and Cheyenne also paid close attention, recognizing the invaluable knowledge for ninjas like themselves. However, as they delved deeper into the task at hand, they discovered the leads were scant, akin to a tangled mess that eluded comprehension. Naruto furrowed his brow, his fingers sliding across the system interface. This old man seems to have offered little beyond warning us of the dangers of the forbidden techniques. Cheyenne sighed in agreement. Indeed, these clues are far too vague to grasp. A palpable pressure enveloped the trio, with Naruto even feeling his breaths grow heavier. He massaged his temples, striving to regain his composure. Suddenly, Naruto's head snapped up. "Wait, Naruto!" Kakashi reached out to halt him. But Naruto had already bolted forward like an arrow released from a bow. He dashed out of the research institute, the wind roaring past his ears. As if cheering on his impulsiveness, Kakashi swiftly seized Naruto by the collar, exclaiming with exasperation, "Naruto, what scheme are you concocting this time? This is not how we conduct missions. We must analyze calmly." "Calmly? Nonsense," Naruto retorted, breaking free from Kakashi's grip. "That old man is too preoccupied with preaching philosophy. We have 0 leads, and I might as well take matters into my own hands." He pointed emphatically at a remote corner on the map, his conviction unwavering. "My instincts tell me there's something off about that place." Kakashi furrowed his brow, crossing his arms with a composed tone. "Instincts? Can we truly rely on such a thing? We should start with the information from the ninjutsu experts and deduce step by step." "Deductions, my foot." Naruto rolled his eyes, placing his hands on his hips defiantly. "If we keep deducing, it will be too late. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am destined to become Hokage. My instincts are the strongest." The two faced off, neither willing to yield. As an air of tension enveloped them, as if a fierce battle were on the verge of erupting. In the meantime, Cheyenne observed from the sidelines, shaking her head in resignation, recognizing the perfect match of these two adversaries. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Naruto's mind. His eyes lit up, and he leaped with excitement, akin to a child who had just discovered a new world. "I found it! I found it! Look!" He pointed at an inconspicuous dot on the map, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "Here, here." When the ninjutsu expert mentioned the forbidden scrolls, his gaze seemed to unconsciously flicker towards this direction. Kakashi and Cheyenne leaned in for a closer look, and indeed, the small that indicated an abandoned warehouse in the Hidden Leaf Village. A location so obscure it had nearly faded from memory. Kakashi stroked his chin thoughtfully, acknowledging the boy's unexpected prowess. Cheyenne, not one to hold back, raised her thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Naruto, you are remarkable. To uncover such a hidden detail. I had thought you were merely reckless." With pride swelling within him, Naruto lifted his chin, a broad smile spreading across his face as if he had received the world's accolades. "Of course, I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage." He rubbed his hands together eagerly, ready to explore the abandoned warehouse and redeem himself. However, just as Naruto prepared to set off, the alert sound of the system echoed. "Mission warning. This clue harbors hidden dangers. Please proceed with caution." A chill gripped Naruto's heart, swiftly replacing his earlier excitement with trepidation as he gazed at the ominous red warning on the system. He inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and fell silent. Kakashi and Cheyenne exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by Naruto's sudden change in demeanor, unable to comprehend what had transpired. "What is wrong, Naruto?" Kakashi inquired cautiously. Yet Naruto remained fixated on the mission prompt, his expression shifting unpredictably. Chapter 149. Ominous Signs and the Search for Clues. As Naruto contemplated the system's warning, a mixture of fear and curiosity swirled within him. His fists tightened and relaxed, as if he were rallying his courage. He gazed at Kakashi and Cheyenne, reassuring them. "It's fine, I'll be okay." With his signature smile still adorning his face, he added, "With you two by my side, what is there to fear?" As Kakashi observed Naruto's unwavering resolve, a faint smile graced his lips, and he nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed together. However, exercise caution and remain vigilant. Xianglin tightly grasped Naruto's wrist, her eyes shimmering with encouragement. Naruto, we believe in you. Together, we shall uncover the clues and resolve this crisis. The trio exchanged determined glances, silently conveying their mutual trust. Taking a deep breath, Naruto temporarily cast aside his mounting anxiety as they followed the trail of clues to a valley shrouded in mist. An acrid scent permeated the air, rendering each breath a struggle. Naruto furrowed his brow, his body trembling slightly as tension surged within him. He vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel his unease, and pressed onward. This place is truly eerie, Xianglin whispered, her voice resonating clearly amidst the valley's gloom. Indeed, something feels amiss, Kakashi replied, tightening the gear upon his person as he scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Suppressing his discomfort, Naruto inhaled deeply, striving to project a tone of confidence. It's all right. Let us forge ahead. Each step deeper into the valley felt weighted, the encroaching mist thickening as if deliberately obscuring their vision. Suddenly, a low, ominous rumble echoed from ahead, heralding an ill omen. Be careful, Kakashi shouted, but before his warning could fully escape his lips, a horde of shadowy ninjas erupted from the fog, launching an assault upon them. The foreboding threat materialized as the mist erupted like a shaken pot, revealing a dozen black-clad ninjas. Their movements were ghostly, their blades flashing with lethal intent as they charged towards Naruto and his companions without mercy. Caught off guard, the trio found themselves in a precarious position, the enemy's barrage akin to a tempest, rendering them breathless. Kakashi's Sharingan whirled into action, deftly wielding kunai to deflect a majority of the incoming strikes. Meanwhile, Xianglin agilely maneuvered around them, occasionally casting sealing tags in an attempt to thwart the oncoming onslaught. Naruto, however, appeared somewhat flustered, though his eyes darted with a hint of mischief, suggesting he harbored a cunning plan. Goodness, these foes seem invigorated, Naruto mused internally, evading attacks with a blend of chaos and agility. No mere brawler, he was a man equipped with the most formidable street vendor system. In the face of this formidable adversary, a sly grin tugged at the corners of Naruto's mouth as he brandished a flash bomb from his system's inventory with a flourish. Let us see how you fare against this. With a mischievous chuckle, Naruto hurled the flash bomb towards the enemy. It erupted with a resounding bang, unleashing a dazzling array of blinding light accompanied by a cacophony of sound, disorienting the shadowy ninjas. Caught off guard by the sudden brilliance, their coordinated assault faltered. Some shielded their eyes while others spun in confusion, utterly disoriented. Kakashi and Ino were momentarily taken aback, astonished by Naruto's audacious maneuver. What trickery is this boy up to now? Kakashi shook his head in resignation, yet a faint smile crept upon his lips. Ino, with widened eyes and an expression of disbelief, wondered aloud, what kind of jutsu is this that causes the enemy to harm themselves? The group of ninjas flailed about like headless flies in the brilliant light, their attacks either striking the air or landing upon their own comrades, plunging the scene into utter chaos. One unfortunate soul was directly struck by a teammate's blade, unleashing a piercing scream. The once tense battle had suddenly transformed into a comical spectacle, the hilarity of the situation palpable. At that moment, Naruto abruptly ceased his playful demeanor, his gaze sharpening with a newfound intensity. Seizing an opportunity, he inhaled deeply and swiftly formed hand seals. A powerful surge of chakra surged within him, emanating an even more potent aura. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto bellowed, and in an instant, hundreds of Narutos materialized, encircling the bewildered black-clad ninjas. Rasengan. Simultaneously, the myriad Narutos conjured swirling spheres of blue chakra, the orbs humming with energy, saturating the air with a formidable vibration. Charge! The Narutos roared, surging forth like fierce tigers descending a mountainside, hurtling towards the black-clad ninjas. The valley erupted with a cacophony of explosions, dust billowing as anguished cries echoed throughout. As the dust settled, the black-clad ninjas lay scattered upon the ground, bruised and battered, their moans resonating in the air. Naruto stood tall, exuding an aura of confidence, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Kakashi and Ino approached, their expressions beaming with pride. Well done, Naruto, Kakashi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. You were truly remarkable. Ino added, leaping with excitement and enveloping Naruto in a warm embrace. It was nothing. Naruto scratched his head, a bashful expression on his face. However, just as they began to celebrate their victory, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A fit of coughs echoed from the mist, followed by an emergence of even more black-clad ninjas from the fog, their numbers greater and their presence more imposing. This is bad. They have reinforcements. Kakashi's expression darkened as he spoke gravely. These black-clad ninjas did not rush to attack. Instead, they encircled Naruto, their gazes icy and predatory, akin to that of venomous serpents fixated on their prey. It seems their target is you, Naruto, Ino noted, sensing the ominous shift. A heavy weight settled in Naruto's heart, an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, as if he were a hunted animal under the relentless gaze of ravenous wolves, poised to be torn to shreds. The air thickened with tension, akin to a taut string ready to snap at any moment. Just then, Naruto noticed that these black-clad ninjas appeared to be deliberately guarding something deep within the valley, shrouded in mist, obscuring its true nature. Yet, he could sense a peculiar aura emanating from it, instilling an inexplicable sense of unease within him. What could that be? Naruto instinctively yearned to approach, yet Kakashi seized him firmly. Do not act impulsively, Naruto. The situation remains unclear. Refrain from recklessness. Kakashi spoke in a grave tone. Naruto's heart was filled with confusion. He longed to comprehend the nature of the threat, but the battle at hand demanded his full attention. What exactly was their objective? Kakashi muttered, his gaze intensely fixed on the depths of the valley, his kunai gripped tightly in his hand. Chapter 150. The truth resurfaces. Glory adorned the black-clad ninjas coiled around Naruto like venomous serpents, their cold stares fixated upon him. The atmosphere within the valley grew increasingly tense, as if a taut string were on the verge of snapping. A heavy weight settled in Naruto's heart. He felt akin to prey ensnared by a pack of ravenous wolves, poised to be torn asunder at any moment. Yet what was their true aim? Kakashi murmured, his focus unwavering on the valley's depths, his kunai clenched even tighter. At that moment, Naruto noticed that these shadowy ninjas seemed to be deliberately guarding something concealed in the depths of the valley. Enveloped in mist, its true form was obscured. Yet Naruto sensed an unusual aura emanating from it, stirring a profound unease within him. That object was undoubtedly significant. Naruto pondered, a thought flickering through his mind. Perhaps the secret within the valley was the key to unraveling the mystery of this conflict. Simultaneously, Kakashi, Ino, and the other Leaf ninjas engaged in fierce combat, striving to buy Naruto precious time. Kakashi's Sharingan blazed brilliantly, his kunai tracing silver arcs through the air. Ino adeptly evaded the enemy's assaults while providing tactical support through her intelligence analysis. However, the enemy's onslaught intensified, and Naruto began to feel the strain of fatigue. His breath quickened, sweat drenched his clothing, and the suffocating tension threatened to engulf him. He understood that they must resolve this battle swiftly, lest they descend into a more perilous predicament. No more delays. Naruto clenched his teeth, his resolve solidifying further. Drawing in a deep breath, he suddenly feigned a vulnerability, luring the adversaries to strike. Naruto! Kakashi shouted, his kunai slicing through the air to intercept the enemy's lethal blow. A faint smile graced Naruto's lips. He had already devised a plan. He intentionally exposed a weakness, enticing the foes deeper, preparing to unleash the ultimate secret weapon from the underground system to turn the tide of the battle in one fell swoop. The black-clad ninjas surged forth like sharks scenting blood, determined to shred Naruto into pieces. They wielded their razor-sharp blades, the air filled with the shrill sound of slicing, as if the scythe of death were harvesting lives. A subtle smirk danced on Naruto's lips. He moved like a nimble eel, weaving through the deadly flurry, dodging left and right, appearing beleaguered while, in truth, he was disorienting his foes. Is this guy finished? One of the shadowy ninjas sneered coldly, his blade carving a deadly arc aimed directly at Naruto's vital points. Go, eliminate him. The other black-clad ninjas hastened their assault, their faces alight with bloodthirsty excitement. In their eyes, Naruto had become a mere fish on the chopping block, vulnerable to their whims. However, at the very moment they approached, he abruptly ceased his flight. His shadow clone technique. Wind release, Rasengan. Two voices echoed simultaneously as Naruto's body erupted with formidable chakra. Countless shadow clones materialized out of thin air, encircling the dark-clad ninjas. Following this, a spiraling Rasengan, imbued with immense power, hurtled toward the enemy, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound. The expressions of the black-clad ninjas froze instantly, their faces etched with disbelief and terror. They had never anticipated that the seemingly exhausted Naruto harbored such tremendous strength within. As the Rasengan passed, it appeared to rend the very fabric of space, emitting a chilling hum. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted at the center of the enemy ranks, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy. The dark-clad ninjas were sent flying like kites severed from their strings, cast away by the shockwave. Their bodies traced chaotic parabolic arcs through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, stripped of their fighting spirit. The battlefield underwent an instantaneous reversal. The once menacing black-clad ninjas now lay like lost dogs, lamenting their fate. Naruto slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his garments, a hint of victorious joy illuminating his face. The corners of his mouth curled upward into a proud smile. Is this it? Pathetically weak, he mused, his tone laced with disdain, akin to a haughty monarch surveying his subjects. Kakashi, Ino, and the Leaf Ninjas soon gathered around him, their faces brimming with astonishment and admiration. They marveled at Naruto's prowess and felt genuine pride in his triumph. Naruto, you are truly remarkable, Ino exclaimed, jumping with excitement, her eyes sparkling with adoration. As expected of Naruto, you have not disappointed us. Kakashi patted Naruto's shoulder, his tone filled with a sense of relief. Naruto scratched his head, offering a humble grin, yet the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. He surveyed the fallen black-clad ninjas, puzzled by what could have driven them to such desperation. He stepped forward, venturing deeper into the valley, sensing that a greater secret lay hidden within. After a few strides, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on the depths of the valley, murmuring to himself, "This chakra feels so ancient." Following the trail of the ancient chakra, he parted the thick mist and finally arrived at the heart of the valley. There stood an ancient stone tablet, inscribed with peculiar runes, emanating a faint glow. "What on earth is this?" Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity as he reached out to touch the tablet. The moment his fingers made contact, a surge of potent energy coursed through him, and ancient memories flooded his mind. It turned out that this valley concealed a long-lost legacy of ninjutsu, the sage arts of nature. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission of exploring the mystery of the valley, earning the reward, the scroll of natural power transcendence. The voice of the system resonated in Naruto's mind. Fortune smiled upon him. What a remarkable gain. Naruto leaped in excitement, tightly clutching the scroll as if he held the entire world within his grasp. This was sage art, a power that countless ninjas yearned for. Unable to contain his eagerness, he unfurled the scroll, and a refreshing aura of nature enveloped him, revealing the secrets of cultivating the sage art of natural power. This is it. I shall become invincible. Naruto danced with exhilaration, envisioning himself standing atop the pinnacle of the ninja world. Naruto, you are incredible, Ino exclaimed, leaping into Naruto's embrace, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Her cheek pressed against his chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat. A subtle hint of intimacy blossomed between them. Ino, Naruto stammered, scratching his head, his cheeks slightly flushed. The surrounding ninjas of Konoha observed this scene with warm smiles, as if blessing the young couple. Kakashi patted Naruto's shoulder knowingly, saying, Naruto, cherish the person before you. Gazing into Ino's affectionate eyes, a warm current surged within Naruto's heart. He grasped her hand firmly, savoring her gentle touch, silently vowing to protect this girl. Suddenly, he felt the scroll in his hand grow warm, an immense energy surging forth, enveloping him entirely. It was as if he stood beneath a warm sun, brimming with strength. This is astonishing. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling his power rapidly ascend, as if he had shattered some unseen barrier. Naruto, you. Ino sensed the transformation within him, her gaze filled with astonishment. As Naruto slowly opened his eyes, he declared, let us go back to Konoha. He took Ino's hand and turned towards the valley's exit. His silhouette radiated confidence and determination, reminiscent of a king embarking on a grand journey. Wait, Naruto! Kakashi suddenly called out to him. Their triumphant return stirred Konoha into a frenzy. The air was filled with the sounds of drums and fireworks, banners waving, and crowds thronging. The celebratory atmosphere was more vibrant than the new year. Naruto! 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 The villagers' cheers echoed like thunder, nearly overturning the entire village of Konoha. Standing in the village square, basking in sunshine and glory, Naruto felt akin to a superstar. He flashed his signature radiant smile, his dazzling white teeth shining brighter than the sun, blinding those who gazed upon him. Naruto, you are amazing. You are our hero. Naruto, I want to have your children. The excited screams of his fans surged like a tidal wave, more fervent than at a concert. Startled by this sudden wave of enthusiasm, Naruto nearly stumbled but was swiftly caught by Kakashi, preventing a calamity of a hero's fall. Naruto, you have accomplished something monumental. Naruto was personally awarded the Outstanding Contribution Award of Konoha Village by the esteemed Hokage. The resplendent medal glimmered more radiantly than the sun itself. As Naruto accepted the medal, his hands trembled with excitement. This was the honor he had longed for. After the celebration concluded, he returned to his humble abode, collapsing onto his bed, utterly exhausted, feeling as if he might disintegrate. Being a hero was no easy feat. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received a reward, a super invincible deluxe gift package. The unexpected announcement startled him. What? There's a reward? Instantly invigorated, Naruto sprang from his bed in a flurry of enthusiasm. This system was quite remarkable. He eagerly accessed the system interface, where a dazzling golden gift package awaited him. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he opened the package, only to exclaim in disbelief, "What on earth is this?" His eyes widened as he gazed at the perplexing activity on the system interface, his mouth agape, large enough to fit an egg. Chapter 151, New Signs and Hidden Mysteries. Naruto fixated on the screen, his concentration unwavering, resembling a kitten stalking its prey. The flickering and blurring of the screen felt like a game of hide and seek, leaving him with a throbbing headache. What peculiar occurrence was this? He murmured to himself, pressing his eyes closer to the screen, desperately searching for any useful information amidst the garbled prompts. The room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop, punctuated only by his labored breathing and the occasional rustle of his scratching head. The air felt almost palpable, infused with an eerie mystique. Naruto's gaze, sharp and penetrating, swept across every line of text and pixel on the system interface, determined not to overlook any suspicious detail. He sought any thread of insight to unravel the riddle posed by the system. However, the system's prompts were as inscrutable as ancient scriptures, each word seemingly engaging him in a wordplay of its own. Frustration mounted as he scratched his head more vigorously, his hair resembling a bird's nest, his brows furrowing tightly together as though two small mountains could crush a mosquito. He sensed his brain was operating at full capacity, a cacophony of questions swirling chaotically like a herd of wild horses. This oppressive sensation engulfed him like a tide. He occasionally bit his fingers, and at times stared at the ceiling, as if he could extract answers from the air itself. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly stifling, mirroring the deepening furrows of his brow. He felt ensnared within an enormous labyrinth, surrounded by towering walls with no exit in sight. This feeling was utterly dreadful. No, I cannot continue like this. Naruto suddenly slammed his hand on the desk, leaping from his chair. I must decipher what is happening. Taking a deep breath, he turned away from the system interface and gazed out the window. Pulling out his phone, he swiftly navigated the screen and dialed a number. After a few beeps, the call connected, and Naruto's voice resonated through the line. Hello? Is it you? Something significant has occurred here. Hurry over. With Naruto's urgent summons, his companions swiftly assembled. Kakashi arrived with his usual nonchalance, casually flipping through a copy of Intimate Heaven. In stark contrast, Cheyenne was meticulous, clutching a hefty stack of documents, indicating she was well prepared. Gu Changfeng scratched his head, beaming sheepishly, while carrying 2 bags of snacks, uncertain whether they were for himself or to share with the group. What is going on, Naruto? You're acting as if it's the end of the world, Kakashi queried lazily, stowing Intimate Heaven into his ninja gear pouch. Indeed. I thought you were inviting us for a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Gu Changfeng chimed in, his eyes fixated on Naruto, eager not to miss any crucial information, particularly if it involved free ramen. Naruto rolled his eyes, pondering whether these two could ever take anything seriously. He gestured towards the flashing alerts on the system interface and spoke gravely. Take a look at this. Do you have any insights? Cheyenne adjusted her glasses, leaning closer to the screen to scrutinize the flickering characters. Kakashi, too, abandoned his lethargy and began to study the information earnestly. The room fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the rhythmic tapping of keyboards and the occasional murmurs among them. The tense atmosphere spread throughout the space like a spider's web. I suspect this might be some encrypted message. Cheyenne broke the silence. We need to find the key to decrypt it. Encrypted message? That sounds exceedingly troublesome. Why not just brute force it? Kakashi replied impatiently, scratching his head. I recall there was a sealing technique. Kakashi-senpai, brute force might compromise the information itself. Cheyenne countered immediately. We must proceed with caution. Caution? Can caution fill our bellies? When dealing with such matters, we must tackle them decisively. Kakashi stood firm, his tone becoming more assertive. The two exchanged heated words, refusing to yield, and Naruto and Gu Changfeng could only watch anxiously from the sidelines, unable to interject. The atmosphere in the room resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, thick with tension. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Naruto. He pointed at a symbol on the screen and exclaimed, "Wait, I think I've seen this symbol before." He slapped his thigh, excitement radiating from him, his expression akin to that of a cunning fox who had just pilfered a chicken. Kakashi and Cheyenne instantly halted their quarrel, turning their attention to Naruto, while Gu Changfeng, who had been quietly munching on snacks, paused mid-bite, ears perked up in interest. "Where did you see it? Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense," Kakashi urged, a hint of urgency in his voice. With a triumphant tilt of his chin, Naruto pointed at the symbol on the screen, declaring, "This symbol is identical to the mark left by that mysterious thief before." Seriously? No way. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he leaned closer to the screen. And indeed, he discovered the astonishing similarities between the two. Xianglin adjusted her glasses, nodding in agreement after a careful comparison. It indeed bore a striking resemblance, almost confirming that it was the same individual who had left the mark. The room fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere becoming exceedingly grave. Naruto shattered the stillness, his tone serious as he remarked, "It appears that the recent system anomaly is likely connected to the previous case of stolen ninjutsu. We must reevaluate the clues of the case to see if we can uncover new leads." With that, Naruto began to maneuver through the system interface, his fingers gliding swiftly as various data and information flashed across the screen, dazzling those who beheld it. Xianglin joined in, deftly employing her intelligence analysis skills to intertwine the clues, attempting to discern their interconnections. Kakashi, meanwhile, contemplated silently, occasionally offering his insights. Gu Changfeng, though unable to contribute much, made an effort to cheer them on, occasionally passing snacks and beverages. After an intense session of analysis and reasoning, a sudden spark of inspiration struck Naruto, who pointed at a name on the screen and exclaimed, "I understand. This individual is likely another accomplice behind the mastermind." Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the name displayed on the screen. "How did you come to this conclusion?" Kakashi inquired with curiosity. Naruto grinned proudly and explained, "Look, this person's activity trajectory overlaps significantly with that of the mysterious thief from before. Furthermore, they have frequently been spotted near the black market, suggesting possible connections to the black market owner." "Brilliant. Naruto, you truly are a genius detective," Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, to which Xianglin nodded in agreement. "It certainly makes sense. We appear to be closing in on the truth." Just as Naruto prepared to delve deeper into investigating this concealed figure, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello? What? There's been an incident at the black market?" Naruto's expression shifted, his tone urgent. On the other end, Gu Changfeng's anxious voice resonated. "Naruto, there's trouble at the black market. Someone has attacked it, and chaos reigns at the scene." "What?" Naruto sprang to his feet, his face paling as a wave of intense unease washed over him. "I'm heading there right now." He hung up the phone without hesitation and rushed towards the black market. Under the cloak of night, Konoha appeared particularly tranquil. Naruto sprinted down the street, the buildings on either side rapidly retreating, the glow of streetlights flickering across his face, reflecting his anxious demeanor. The wind howled, seemingly urging him to quicken his pace. His heart pounded violently, as if it might leap from his chest. The black market was situated in a secluded corner of Konoha, typically deserted. Yet tonight it was abuzz with activity. The flickering lights, raucous shouts, and the pervasive scent of blood intertwined, creating a chaotic tableau. Naruto cautiously approached the entrance of the black market, acutely sensing the presence of numerous lurking dangers. The air was thick with tension, akin to a taut string poised to snap at any moment. He slowed his pace and held his breath, striving to locate the position of the enemy. The black market lay in utter disarray, strewn with various debris and weapons, while the walls bore witness to a plethora of bullet holes and knife marks. The air was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and the metallic scent of blood, inducing a wave of nausea. Naruto felt a surge of queasiness, yet he steeled himself against the discomfort and pressed onward. Cautiously, he navigated through the rubble, only to suddenly find himself falling into a pit. The trap was deep, enveloped in darkness, where even a hand could not discern its own fingers. Naruto landed heavily, feeling as though his bones might shatter. Struggling to rise, he quickly realized the pit was lined with sharp wooden spikes, each movement fraught with peril. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, striving to maintain his composure. He groped along the walls of the pit, seeking an escape. At that moment, he heard faint footsteps approaching. "Who goes there?" Naruto inquired warily. The footsteps drew closer in the darkness, and soon, a multitude of figures emerged like phantoms from every direction, encircling him. Each of these adversaries was masked, wielding an array of weapons, their glinting blades reflecting a menacing light in the dim surroundings, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing their prey. "Oh, it seems tonight's supper has arrived," a sinister voice echoed, laced with mockery and cruelty. Taking a deep breath, Naruto felt the sharpness of the spikes behind him. "Come on, let me see what you're made of." He grinned, but his foes wasted no time, their assault raining down like a tempest, weaving a deadly web of flashing blades. Initially, Naruto found himself on the back foot, barely managing to evade their relentless attacks, feeling as though he were a small boat tossed about in a storm, on the brink of being engulfed. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, splattering onto the ground, as the tense atmosphere thickened palpably. "Damn, have these guys taken something? They're fierce." Naruto cursed silently, his eyes darting rapidly. He was no mere brute who would charge headlong into battle. With a sudden strike to the ground, he utilized the marketplace system to conjure a collection of small devices, tossing them casually. A series of small explosions erupted beneath the feet of his assailants, creating a cloud of black smoke and sending debris flying. The sudden chaos disoriented the attackers, fracturing their encirclement and plunging the scene into turmoil. "What the hell? My eyes. I can't see anything." The enemies cried out in panic, utterly unprepared for the cunning ploy of this seemingly foolish genin. "Ha ha, surprise, surprise from my market wares." Huh. Taking advantage of the confusion, Naruto swiftly scrambled out of the pit, a sly smile gracing his lips. Just then, a chilling voice resonated from behind him. "Are you done playing?" Naruto spun around, encountering a mysterious figure clad in black, slowly emerging from the shadows, their face obscured by an eerie mask that concealed their expression. "Oh, the main event has finally arrived," Naruto scoffed, his palm resting firmly on his ninja tool pouch. Naruto seized the opportune moment, his hands moving rapidly to form seals as chakra surged violently within him. With a fierce roar, he unleashed Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The tumultuous chakra coalesced in his grasp, taking the shape of a swirling tempest, emitting a piercing whistle as it hurtled toward his adversaries. A thunderous explosion resonated as the spiraling shuriken detonated amidst the enemy ranks, sending powerful shockwaves that propelled them into the air. The cacophony of anguished screams, wails, and the clashing of weapons intertwined, leaving the scene in utter disarray, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood and charred flesh. Most foes were flung backward, sprawled on the ground in agony, stripped of their combat prowess and unable to rise. Standing resolute, Naruto's garments billowed dramatically, exuding an aura of majesty, as a confident smile illuminated his face, appearing especially radiant under the dim light. "Well done, Naruto!" Gu Changfeng exclaimed, fervently pumping his fist in celebration, pride radiating from his expression as if he had single-handedly repelled the enemy. Truly, Naruto was the strongest. Xianglin clapped her hands in excitement, her face breaking into a satisfied smile, the earlier tension dissipating entirely. Kakashi nodded in approval, a subtle smile gracing his lips, affirming Naruto's prowess. Yet, the battle was far from over. A small faction of enemies remained resolute, swiftly adjusting their tactics to launch an assault on Naruto's companions. The glimmering blades emanated a chilling intent as they advanced. Witnessing this, Naruto's pupils constricted sharply, a surge of fierce anger swelling within him. His comrades were of paramount importance, and he would not allow anyone to harm them. "Damn it," he growled, his gaze sharpening with determination as he readied himself for a counterattack. Clenching his fists once more, the chakra within him boiled, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the adversaries. At that moment, Naruto keenly discerned that although these foes fought with desperation, they seemed to be guarding something, an enigmatic object cloaked in black fabric, surrounded by their ranks. This revelation filled Naruto with perplexity. What could this object be? Why were they so intent on protecting it? He sensed a larger conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. With vigilance towards his enemies, Naruto approached the mysterious object, his gaze unwavering. Chapter 153. The Truth Revealed, The Return of Ninjutsu. His eyes, as sharp as a hawk's, fixed upon the enigmatic item shrouded in black cloth. Despite the chaos of flashing blades and thunderous cries surrounding him, it felt as though an invisible barrier shielded him from distraction, allowing him to maintain unwavering focus. Each step he took was resolute, as if the ground beneath him was not stained with blood, but a pathway leading to the truth. "Kid, don't think you can get close." An enemy screamed, lunging at Naruto with a kunai. Naruto deftly sidestepped the attack, countering with a powerful punch to the assailant's abdomen. With a dull thud, the enemy was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood. The enemy's onslaught intensified, each strike lethal, descending upon Naruto like a tempest. Naruto deftly evaded attacks, moving forward with great difficulty amidst the gaps in the onslaught. His body swayed slightly, drenched in sweat, and his breath became increasingly labored, yet he persevered with gritted teeth, his gaze betraying not a hint of fear. He resembled a steadfast nail, firmly embedded in place, unyielding to the relentless winds and rains. At last, Naruto arrived before the enigmatic object. He took a deep breath, slowly extending his hand to reveal the hidden black cloth. Beneath it lay an ancient scroll, emanating a faint ripple of chakra, seemingly harboring immense power. "What is this?" Naruto murmured to himself, reaching out to grasp the scroll. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind. "You wish to take it? Dream on." In an instant, the shadowy figure of the black market boss appeared behind him, a gleaming kunai poised to strike at Naruto's back. In a split second, Naruto lunged forward, narrowly evading the lethal blow. He rolled on the ground and swiftly sprang to his feet, confronting the black market boss. "You think you can ambush me? You underestimate me." A cold smile crept across Naruto's lips, while the black market boss's expression darkened, a scoff escaping him. "Kid, don't get too cocky. Today, you shall witness my prowess." Before his words had fully dissipated, the black market boss launched his attack. His movements were spectral, his speed akin to lightning, and the kunai in his hand slashed with the ferocity of a venomous serpent, each strike targeting Naruto's vital points. Naruto, refusing to relent, summoned all his strength to engage in a fierce battle with the black market boss. The two exchanged blows, their fists and feet colliding, the clanging sound of kunai reverberating throughout the space. An aura of danger enveloped the air as Kakashi, Chien, and Guchongfeng observed anxiously, their hearts in their throats. "Naruto, be careful." Chien could not help but shout. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Naruto called out, dodging the black market boss's relentless strikes. As the battle escalated, Naruto began to feel the strain. The black market boss's attacks grew increasingly ferocious and swift, challenging his defenses. "Heh, kid, your strength is rather lackluster," the black market boss taunted with a smirk. "Is that so? Then prepare to receive my next move," Naruto declared, swiftly forming hand seals and chanting, multiple shadow clone technique. Spiraling shuriken. Instantly, dozens of Naruto clones materialized on the battlefield, each wielding a rapidly spinning spiraling shuriken. "What?" The black market boss's expression shifted dramatically, and before he could react, the multitude of spiraling shurikens descended upon him like a torrential downpour. "This is impossible." The black market boss's voice faltered abruptly. Naruto's figure darted across the battlefield like a specter, each movement executed with impeccable precision. The dozens of spiraling shurikens surged toward the black market boss, the air thick with the pungent aura of chakra, the metallic clang of their collision echoing deafeningly. The silhouette of the black market boss was instantly engulfed by the glowing shuriken of the spiral technique, his anguished cries echoing through the air. With a thud, the black market boss crashed heavily to the ground, his body marked by spiral-shaped wounds as if struck by countless drills. He struggled to rise, but ultimately fell into a pool of blood, never to rise again. "It's over," Naruto muttered quietly. a victorious smile gracing his lips as he slowly approached the ancient scroll, reaching out to gently lift it. The scroll felt warm and delicate to the touch, emanating a faint chakra fluctuation, as if narrating its extraordinary nature. The crowd gradually gathered around, with Kakashi, Cheyenne, and Gu Changfeng expressing their relief and satisfaction with smiles on their faces. Kakashi stepped forward, patting Naruto on the shoulder. "Well done, Naruto. You have truly grown." "Of course, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto replied with a confident grin, turning to raise the scroll before the other watching ninjas. "This is the stolen ninjutsu scroll. Our mission is complete." A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, resonating like the tide. Villagers surrounded him, patting his shoulder, expressing their heartfelt respect and gratitude. Cheyenne's eyes shimmered with tears as she tightly grasped Naruto's hand. "I can't thank you enough, Naruto. This is our hero, the pride of Konoha," an elder ninja proclaimed loudly. Surrounded by villagers, Naruto returned to Konoha, where a grand celebration was held. The villagers beat drums and performed dragon and lion dances, enveloping the entire village in a joyous atmosphere. Standing in the village square, Naruto raised the mysterious ninjutsu scroll high, basking in the cheers and reverence of the crowd. "Naruto, you are truly the hero of Konoha now," Cheyenne remarked with a smile. "A hero? I am merely an ordinary genin," Naruto replied, scratching his head with a humble smile. Just then, a messenger ninja approached with a letter, the envelope marked to Naruto, from the Hokage. Upon opening it, Naruto's expression shifted slightly. "What?" "An invitation to the Ninja Cultural Exchange Festival." The villagers gathered around, curious about the envelope in Naruto's hand. "Cultural Exchange Festival? What kind of event is that?" With a furrowed brow, Naruto thought. Chapter 154, A New Journey. Accompanied by Sarada and Gu Changfeng, Naruto set forth towards the Ninja Cultural Exchange Festival, his heart brimming with anticipation and uncertainty, though the road ahead was fraught with challenges. To be continued. Chapter 154, Cultural Encounters and the Dawn of Conflict. The trio of Naruto arrived at the bustling stalls of the Ninja Cultural Exchange Festival. The scene resembled a grand role-playing event, with the unique cultural traits of each village vividly coming to life. The stalls of Sunagakure were filled with swirling sands and the jingling of wind chimes, exuding an exotic charm. The booths from Kirigakure were shrouded in mist, evoking a sense of enchantment tinged with a hint of chill, while the stands from Awakens were constructed from piled boulders, exuding a rugged masculinity. Naruto gazed at the peculiar stalls before him, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment, as a fervent flame of mischief ignited within his heart. Rubbing his hands together and cracking his knuckles, he yearned to deploy his makeshift stall system immediately, allowing these individuals from diverse cultures to truly appreciate his wares. "All right, it is time for the world to witness the fashion of Konohagakure," he exclaimed with an exuberant shout, retrieving a specially crafted shadow clone pill from his bag. This peculiar item resembled a marble. However, upon consumption, it could conjure a shadow clone, an indispensable asset for any domestic escapade or clever ruse. Ladies and gentlemen, don't miss this opportunity. The latest high-tech, or rather, black technology, shadow clone pill from Konohagakure. Buy one get one free, no deception here. Naruto bellowed, reminiscent of a street performer. Yet, his exuberant cries seemed to press an invisible mute button, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. The previously jovial ninjas from various villages now furrowed their brows, their expressions twisted in discomfort as if they had tasted something rancid. A cultural representative from Kumogakure, clad in imposing battle armor and possessing a formidable physique, glared at Naruto with a gaze that could pierce through steel. "What is this? To blaspheme the sacred art of the shadow clone technique? This is sheer heresy," he thundered, his voice echoing like rolling thunder. In quick succession, representatives from other ninja villages echoed their discontent, decrying Naruto's creation as an affront to their cultural traditions, labeling it a disgraceful mockery. The atmosphere in the vicinity plummeted to a frigid state. Naruto's radiant smile froze, rigid upon his face. Observing this, Gu Changfeng felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. Although Sarada also sensed the impropriety, she actively sought to alleviate the tension, casting anxious glances at Naruto in hopes he could devise a strategy to navigate this unexpected cultural clash. Feeling the hostile gazes directed at him, Naruto resembled a hapless lamb ensnared by a pack of wolves, overwhelmed by pressure. A sinking feeling gripped his heart, It seemed he had truly botched the situation. At that moment, a sinister voice cut through the air. Humph, the ninjas of Konohagakure are indeed lacking in cultural awareness. The snide tone belonged unmistakably to the cultural representative from Sunagakure, a fellow sporting an unruly hairdo, who now stood with crossed arms, regarding Naruto with disdain. Do you even comprehend what cultural respect entails? The shadow clone technique is a treasure of our ninja village. And you have the audacity to reduce it to such a trinket. What a waste. The representative gestured vehemently towards the pill in Naruto's hand, spittle nearly flying from his lips. Naruto, undeterred, defiantly retorted, "How is this a waste? I call it cultural innovation. Moreover, the shadow clone technique is not exclusive to your Sunagakure. We in Konohagakure can utilize it as well. Innovation? This is desecration. You treat our ninja culture as a mere jest." The representative's voice grew louder, as if he were intent on devouring Naruto whole. Ninjas began to gather around. Some seemingly entertained, while others appeared eager for a spectacle to unfold. The air was thick with tension, an unmistakable scent of conflict permeating the crowd. Indeed, this brash youth was far too audacious. The sand-hidden village articulated a valid point. This is a blatant affront to our ninja culture. I perceive that this individual is deliberately causing a ruckus. The voices supporting the representative of the sand-hidden village rose in a crescendo, akin to a surging tide directed at Naruto. Naturally, there were also some ninjas who believed that Naruto's actions were merely an inadvertent mistake, ardently defending him. Surely, Naruto did not intend any harm. He is generally a good person. I find this to be rather intriguing. It might indeed prove to be useful. Let us not quarrel. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding at play. The crowd gradually bifurcated into two factions, hurling accusations at each other, and the clamor escalated, on the verge of erupting into chaos. In the face of the accusations and skepticism, Naruto refrained from further defending himself. He inhaled deeply and retrieved a peculiarly shaped device resembling a headset from his system's satchel, which emitted a strange luminescence. This unexpected act somewhat alleviated the tense atmosphere, as confusion washed over the crowd, leaving them bewildered by Naruto's intentions. "Please, remain calm," Naruto implored, raising the device. "I believe we can utilize this to foster a better understanding of each other's cultures." The explosive-haired ninja scrutinized the device with skepticism, snorting derisively. "What is that contraption? What trickery are you attempting?" With a subtle smile, Naruto donned the device upon his ears, declaring, "This is indeed a remarkable tool." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, and continued, "Allow me to discuss the puppet techniques of the sand-hidden village." As he placed the peculiar headset upon his ears and inhaled deeply, the device glimmered softly, as if absorbing some form of energy. "The puppet techniques of the sand-hidden village originate from," he began, detailing not only the origin of the sand-hidden village's puppet arts, but also elucidating the emotions and philosophies entwined within, sharing even some obscure details with eloquence. The explosive-haired ninja, who had once wore a mask of disdain, now widened his eyes in astonishment, his jaw agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. He regarded Naruto as one might marvel, his prior hostility dissipating, replaced by incredulous wonder. "How does he know this?" he murmured to himself, feeling as though his worldview had been profoundly challenged. Cheers erupted from the crowd supporting Naruto, with exclamations of "Naruto is amazing, truly a ninja of Konoha," resounding through the air. Naruto raised an eyebrow in pride, reveling in his success. A product of the system must surely be exquisite. This maneuver is assuredly a triumph. He exhaled, the previous tension dissipating, replaced by a profound sense of accomplishment. However, the tranquility was short-lived. Over at the performance stage, chaos erupted anew. The performing ninjas from various villages argued vehemently over the order of appearances. Why should they go first? "Our lightning release performance from the Cloud-Hidden Village is the true main event," bellowed a muscular ninja from the Cloud-Hidden Village. "Huh, lightning release? You dare call that the main event? Our puppet show from the Sand-Hidden Village is the true artistry," the explosive-haired ninja retorted defiantly. "Silence. Everyone quiet down." The organizer of the exchange festival shouted hoarsely, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the cacophony of disputes. He was frantic, sweating profusely, moving about like an ant on a hot skillet, utterly helpless. The atmosphere on the performance stage was tense, as if a full-blown brawl was about to erupt at any moment. Observing the chaotic scene, Naruto furrowed his brow. Was it going to be ruined again? Gritting his teeth, A sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Wait, the system. His eyes sharpened with focus as he swiftly rummaged through his system backpack. Uh-huh. Naruto abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sparkling with determination. Chapter 155, Solving Problems and Averting Disasters, Gradually Improving. He quickly scrolled through the myriad of items within his system backpack, the surrounding clamor seeming to fade away, leaving only the system interface aglow in his vision. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as his fingers danced across the virtual screen, a blend of tension and urgency etched upon his face. Sarada and Gu Changfeng stood nearby, silently watching him, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. The other ninjas ceased their squabbling, curiously watching Naruto. As the atmosphere shifted from tense to an eerie silence, an inexplicable sense of expectation permeating the air. Time ticked by, and Naruto's frown deepened. He still had not found a suitable item. A hint of panic began to creep in, his heart racing as if it were a drum. The patience of the other ninjas was waning, discontented murmurs rising like a swarm of mosquitoes, irritatingly buzzing in the air. The festival organizer was equally frantic, pacing back and forth, beads of sweat cascading down his face like raindrops, the oppressive atmosphere growing increasingly palpable, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. Naruto felt as though he were suffocating, the immense pressure weighing upon him like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. Why hadn't he found anything yet? This wretched system was failing him at a critical moment. Gritting his teeth, he inwardly cursed. He could feel the dampness of sweat soaking through his back, his palms becoming clammy. The surrounding ninjas began to murmur among themselves, their doubtful glances piercing him like needles, causing him to feel exposed. Is this kid capable? I doubt it. He is just putting on a show. Let us not waste time. We should handle this ourselves. Various voices of skepticism reached Naruto's ears, heightening his agitation. Just then, a gruff voice shattered the stalemate. Kid, can you even do this? If not, just scram and don't waste our time. The speaker was a ninja from the Cloud Village, his imposing figure and muscular build standing tall like a fortress amidst the crowd, disdain and provocation evident in his tone. Yeah, clear out and stop embarrassing yourself, chimed in a ninja from the Sand Village, his wild hair bouncing with each movement, resembling a bomb ready to explode. In the face of the crowd's derision and mockery, Naruto took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He fixed his gaze on the system interface, his fingers gliding swiftly, silently praying, "System, you must deliver." Suddenly, his fingers came to a halt, his gaze fixating on an inconspicuous icon. This is it. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a hint of a confident smile graced his lips. He lifted his head, surveying the surroundings, and proclaimed with a booming voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. I have discovered the solution to our dilemma." What solution? The crowd inquired in unison, their eyes converging upon Naruto. With a mysterious grin, Naruto slowly retrieved an item from his system bag and raised it high. Clang, clang, clang. Behold! He presented a uniquely crafted wooden lottery tube, adorned with peculiar runes that emitted a faint glow, exuding an air of mystique. The tube's crimson body, embellished with gilded carvings, appeared both ancient and splendid, starkly contrasting with the usual style of his ninja tools. As the onlookers beheld this unexpected object, their expressions transformed from bewilderment to curiosity, and the previously tense atmosphere softened considerably. What is this? An inquisitive ninja from Sunagakure couldn't help but ask, his wild hair bobbing with his curiosity. With a sly grin, akin to a fox that had pilfered a hen, Naruto explained, "This is the Wheel of Fate. Oh, I mean, the random lottery tube. As the name suggests, it is designed to determine your performance order, fair and square." How thrilling is that? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, having never encountered such an eccentric contraption. Yet they could not deny its allure. Will it truly determine the performance order? Is it reliable? A burly ninja from Kumogakure scratched his head, his voice gruff. Naruto patted his chest confidently, declaring, "Absolutely reliable. This is my exclusive concoction, honest to all. One draw can alter the universe." He struck a pose that radiated assurance, nearly eliciting laughter from Sarada, who stood nearby. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the organizer of the cultural exchange cautiously inquired, "Is it really feasible? This concerns the dignity of all the villages. Rest assured." Naruto winked at him, his smile radiant as sunlight. "Everything shall be left to fate. Whatever is drawn shall be accepted. No one can retract their choice." He approached the crowd, placing the lottery tube on the ground, and announced loudly, "Come forth, everyone. For the sake of our splendid cultural exchange festival and our cherished friendship, let us together shake the gears of destiny." Though the cultural representatives from various ninja villages harbored some lingering doubts, they were compelled to step forward and draw lots, swayed by Naruto's unwavering confidence. As the sounds of drawing echoed, each face bore a mix of tension and anticipation. Soon, the results were revealed, and the performance order was established. To everyone's astonishment, they accepted the outcomes with grace, and the prior conflicts and tensions seemed to vanish as if by magic. The ninja from Kumogakure laughed heartily, clapping Naruto on the shoulder, saying, "Kid, this is quite something." A ninja from Sunagakure nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "I didn't expect you to possess such ingenuity." The atmosphere transformed instantly into one of light-heartedness and joy, with laughter and chatter filling the air, as though the earlier disputes had never occurred. Zuolana and Gu Changfeng gazed at the scene before them, their faces illuminated by a gratifying smile, as Naruto's ability to adapt to circumstances surpassed their wildest expectations. As Naruto surveyed his surroundings and beheld the radiant smiles on everyone's faces, his heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment. With a mischievous grin revealing his pearly whites, he confidently declared, "See, I wasn't misleading you, was I? This is my exclusive secret." Suddenly recalling something, he tapped his head and muttered to himself, "Next, we shall arrange the venue for the cultural seminar." Naruto offered a subtle smile before stepping into the cultural seminar room. The soft glow of the lights enveloped the space, where representatives from various ninja villages had already taken their seats. The atmosphere was steeped in a blend of seriousness and tension. At the center of the long table lay an array of cultural heritages from each nation, each artifact bearing the weight of history. Esteemed guests, let us continue our cultural discussion today. Naruto's words were abruptly interrupted by a surge of fervent debate. No, we cannot allow cultural inheritance to become so casual. We must uphold traditions with utmost diligence, proclaimed a tall, middle-aged ninja representing the Cloud Village, his voice resonant and resolute. Nonsense. Times change, and culture must innovate alongside. Otherwise, it will be left behind, retorted a youthful female ninja from the Sand Village, her hair elegantly tied up and her eyes gleaming with determination. The two sides remained unyielding, and the argument intensified, the atmosphere within the room growing increasingly charged. Standing aside, Naruto furrowed his brow, contemplating how to diffuse this conflict. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say something," he announced loudly, his tone imbued with confidence and conviction, compelling all to fall silent. He retrieved a uniquely designed cultural display device from his system backpack. The transparent contraption emanated a gentle glow, resembling a miniature holographic projector. This is a cultural display device that can showcase successful cases of various cultural inheritance methods. Let us take a look together. Naruto's words carried an air of mystery, capturing everyone's attention. He gently pressed a button on the device, and in an instant, a beam of light shot forth, projecting vivid images into the air. First, the traditional dance of the Cloud Village appeared, with performers adorned in resplendent attire, their movements graceful and precise, each detail reflecting the profound richness of their cultural heritage. Next came the innovative musical performance from the Sand Village, where young musicians employed novel instruments, blending modern elements into a lively and energetic rhythm. Observe these cases. Whether through conservative inheritance or innovative development, success can be achieved. Naruto's words resonated with depth, each syllable striking a chord in the hearts of the listeners. The cultural representatives from various ninja villages gazed at the unfolding scenes, deep in thought. The middle-aged ninja from the Cloud Village nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. Inheritance is not static, and keeping pace with the times is indeed essential." The young female ninja from the Sand Village also displayed an expression of concurrence. "Indeed, we must not forsake innovation in our quest to uphold tradition. Both are complementary." Gradually, the atmosphere lightened, as laughter and conversation began to flow among the attendees. As Naruto observed the scene before him, a profound sense of achievement flooded his heart. His influence was undeniably on the rise. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us delve deeper into the distinctive cultural traits we each possess," he suggested. However, before the echoes of his words could dissipate, a flustered staff member rushed in, his pallid face betraying a sense of urgency. "This is dire. This is terrible," he exclaimed, panic lacing his tone. An important cultural artifact from the village hidden in the clouds has gone missing, and we suspect foul play from other ninja villages. Instantaneously, the atmosphere in the room grew tense once more, as every gaze converged on Naruto. Without hesitation, he strode purposefully towards the location of the missing exhibit, leaving behind a profound silence. This is certainly a provocation, Naruto mused, furrowing his brow as he sensed that something was amiss with the exchange festival. A series of troubles seemed to befall them one after another. His azure eyes sharpened like those of a hawk, scanning the surroundings as he thought. The previously alleviated atmosphere has now shifted towards chaos once again. The ambience turned from harmonious camaraderie to one reminiscent of an impending battlefield, with the representatives of each village wearing expressions that had morphed from smiles to suspicion and vigilance. The air was thick with tension, as if a great conflict among the ninja world was on the verge of erupting. Taking a deep breath, Naruto quelled the urge to smash his fist against the wall. He advanced with determined strides towards the scene of the incident, his steps swift and resolute. Behind him, the crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage, their eyes filled with anticipation and trust. After all, he was the greatest variable in this exchange festival, or rather, their beacon of hope. What on earth happened? Naruto thought to himself as he reached the site of the missing exhibit, where chaos reigned. The display items were askew, as if they had endured a minor earthquake. He reached out, feeling the cold remnants of chakra fluctuations lingering on the display, hinting at an unknown disturbance. Enough noise. Everyone, calm down. Naruto's voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority, silencing the clamor around him. His gaze, penetrating like a beam of light, swept across each ninja present, searching for any clues. Yet, all he encountered were accusatory glances and taut muscles, offering him no insight whatsoever. These individuals are truly exasperating, Naruto muttered under his breath, inwardly lamenting their lack of composure. He began to scrutinize his surroundings in hopes of uncovering some traces of the culprit. The ground was littered with chaotic footprints, and the air was thick with a medley of chakra signatures, akin to a pot of stew that had been overturned, leaving him bewildered as to where to begin his investigation. His brow furrowed deeper, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. This was not merely a case of lost items, but rather a matter that could jeopardize the trust between the various ninja villages. Rubbing the back of his head in frustration, he acknowledged that analytical thinking was not his forte. He was more accustomed to resolving issues with his fists. Yet now, he was compelled to use his intellect. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. Humph, it must be those from the Sand Village who stole it. Naruto turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a tall and robust ninja from the hidden Cloud Village, whose gaze was laden with distrust and hostility. Nonsense. You lost your own belongings, so why blame us? Retorted a ninja from the hidden Sand Village, as both sides stood their ground, ready to clash. Observing the tense standoff before him, a glimmer of inspiration flickered in Naruto's eyes. He slowly raised his hand, effectively halting the impending conflict, and then executed an unexpected maneuver. Instead of blindly accepting the accusations, he produced a small black sphere, no larger than a marble. A product of the system, it must be exquisite. Tracker, activate. With a mischievous grin, he tossed the sphere into the air. The sphere spun gracefully, emanating a soft blue light, resembling a firefly dancing in the night sky. The onlookers were momentarily bewildered, pondering the nature of this peculiar act. The previously tense atmosphere was interrupted by this sudden display, as curiosity took hold of everyone. Their eyes glued to the luminous orb, as if witnessing a magical performance. What? This thing can fly? Exclaimed the burly ninja from the hidden Cloud Village, his eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of ninjutsu is this? I've never seen it before. The ninjas from the hidden Sand Village scratched their heads, filled with questions. The sphere traced a beautiful arc in the air, finally resting in an inconspicuous corner, its glow flickering as if beckoning to something. Come, let's investigate. Naruto waved his hand, leading the way toward the direction indicated by the sphere. The crowd followed closely behind, hearts brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Guided by the sphere, they arrived at a cluttered room. Upon opening the door, they discovered the missing exhibits lying quietly in a corner, completely intact. So they were here all along. What a farce. Who moved them here? As the truth emerged, the expressions on the faces of the representatives from each ninja village were a tapestry of surprise, embarrassment, and relief. It turned out that a young ninja responsible for transporting the exhibits had, in a fit of playfulness, hidden them away and forgotten to return them to the display. With the misunderstanding resolved, a wave of joyful emotions erupted within the crowd. As everyone expressed their gratitude to Naruto, praising his remarkable tracker, Naruto scratched his head, a sly smile creeping across his face, reveling in the system's prowess. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landed on a vacant space in the distance, a slight smile curving his lips. The main event was yet to unfold. With a mysterious grin, Naruto retrieved an array of bizarre items from the street vendor system. Let the show begin. With a flourish of his hand, a massive projection screen materialized, showcasing a vision of the future generated by the system. The lightning release of the hidden cloud village merging with the magnet release of the hidden sand village, creating an even more powerful lightning magnet release. The silent assassination technique of the hidden mist village combined with the taijutsu of the leaf village, resulting in an even more unpredictable assassination skill. The earth release of the hidden stone village fused with the plant release of the hidden grass village, constructing even more formidable defensive structures. What in the world is this? The representatives from the hidden cloud village were nearly agog, their eyes bulging at the overwhelming power of these fusion techniques, which seemed to transcend the limits of imagination. This is simply too powerful. The representative of Sunagakure could not help but exclaim, if this can truly be realized, wouldn't the defensive capabilities of our village ascend several tiers? The representatives from other ninja villages were equally astonished, left speechless by the breathtaking spectacle that stirred their very souls. What do you say, everyone? Shall we indulge in this together? Naruto grinned mischievously, akin to a cat that had pilfered a fish. Let us play. Absolutely, we must engage. Count me in. The representatives from various ninja villages eagerly expressed their willingness to cast aside their prejudices and embark on a long-term cultural exchange partnership. The delegates from Kumogakure, Sunagakure, Kirigakure, Awagakure, and Kusagakure promptly convened to finalize and sign a cooperative agreement. Naruto, you are truly remarkable, Gu Changfeng exclaimed, rushing towards Naruto and embracing him, excitement radiating from him like that of an exuberant child. Just a small feat, Naruto modestly replied, yet his heart soared with joy, knowing that the system had indeed produced a masterpiece. The organizers of the exchange festival jubilantly declared Naruto the most significant contributor to the event, bestowing upon him the honorary title of Peace Ambassador of the Ninja World. Standing on stage, illuminated by the spotlight, Naruto reveled in the thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. As he beheld the amicable interactions among the ninja villages, pride swelled within him. However, just as Naruto basked in the euphoria of success, his stall system suddenly flickered with mysterious light. Ding! New task detected. Chapter 157, System Assistance, Cultural Convergence. Naruto gazed at the flickering light of the stall system, his heart racing with excitement. Ding! New task detected. Deepen cultural integration, promote peace within the ninja world. The familiar voice echoed in Naruto's mind, reminiscent of a well-known recipe, a quintessential positive energy mission. Just as he was about to unveil his ultimate treasure, the cultural integration gift package, several cultural representatives from the ninja villages abruptly stepped forward, their expressions grim, as if they were facing a severe ailment. Wait a moment. Uzumaki Naruto, can these peculiar items genuinely foster cultural exchange? I highly doubt it, retorted the representative from Kirigakure, skepticism dripping from their words. Indeed, what if these items corrupt our village's traditional culture? The essence passed down through generations cannot be tainted at your whim, echoed the representative from Awagakure, their tone as unyielding as stone. You are merely envious, blatantly so. Gu Changfeng could not contain his retort, asserting that Naruto's offerings were genuine treasures, while their negative remarks stemmed from sour grapes. The atmosphere turned tense in an instant, akin to a taut string poised to snap at any moment. Naruto felt an immense pressure, reminiscent of the frantic anxiety experienced before a final exam, utterly unprepared. Furrowing his brow, a wave of anxiousness washed over him. How could these stubborn old-timers be so resistant? Naruto, what should we do? Sarada inquired with concern, knowing that Naruto would surely devise a solution, for he was indeed a man of the system. Taking a deep breath, Naruto endeavored to calm himself. This situation required a careful and strategic approach. A subtle smile graced his lips, hinting at a mysterious charm. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no need for haste. My offering is far more intricate than it appears. Naruto refrained from forcefully defending himself, instead extending a hand with a warm smile. Why not allow our actions to speak for us? Come, let us partake in the cultural simulation feature of the street vendor system. I assure you, your perspectives will shift. The crowd exchanged glances, yet ultimately, swayed by Naruto's earnest gaze and the enigmatic glow of the system, they hesitantly stepped forward. The cultural representatives stood before the vendor, their emotions a tumultuous blend as they fixated on the softly shimmering screen, as if anticipating some unforeseen miracle. Are you ready? Naruto inquired softly, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. The group nodded, their hearts still laden with skepticism. With a few gentle taps on the screen, the system sprang to life, enveloping them in a radiant beam of light. In an instant, it felt as if they had traversed through time and space. To their astonishment, they found themselves within a virtual ninja village, the surroundings mirroring their own home village impeccably. Familiar structures, customs, and even villagers greeted them. The representative from the Hidden Mist village wore an expression of disbelief. He had never imagined experiencing such a vivid cultural atmosphere in such a brief span. Indeed, this encapsulates our village's culture. The representative from the Hidden Rock village also felt a surge of excitement as he observed local artisans crafting pottery and children at play. Everything felt so endearing. This feature does not undermine our culture. Rather, it enhances its presentation and dissemination, Sarada explained, her face adorned with a smile. Gradually, the cultural representatives nodded in agreement, their doubts and resistance dissipating like mist. They began to engage enthusiastically, sharing their unique cultural traits, with laughter and praise resonating throughout the space, creating an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere. As Naruto took in the scene, the weight in his heart finally lifted. A subtle smile crossed his face as he reveled in his quiet triumph. Who says peculiar endeavors cannot foster cultural exchange? Just then, an organizer of the exchange festival rushed over, breathless. Naruto, the next segment is the cultural skills demonstration. How prepared are you? Naruto smiled reassuringly, patting Gu Changfeng on the shoulder. Fear not. We are thoroughly prepared and will astound everyone. Anticipation gleamed in the eyes of the crowd, and the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. Filled with confidence, Naruto's team and the representatives exited the cultural simulation feature, each wearing expressions of lingering excitement. The previously tense atmosphere transformed into one brimming with joy, shifting more rapidly than a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. Goodness, this is truly remarkable. Far superior to my family's heirloom telescope, remarked the representative from the Hidden Mist village, stroking his chin in admiration. Indeed, this cultural experience has utterly disarmed me, echoed the Hidden Rock village representative, his voice tinged with emotion. The cultural skills demonstration commenced, with ninjas from various villages eagerly preparing to showcase their talents. The physical combat display of Konoha was a seamless blend of grace and strength, while the hidden techniques of the Mist village were as swift as lightning, and the earth-shattering ninjutsu of the Stone village commanded immense presence. In a flash, a dazzling array of skills unfolded, igniting an electrifying atmosphere. However, this delightful spectacle was short-lived. The differences in performance styles gradually sparked disputes. Such flamboyance. Not practical at all. A ninja from the Stone village scoffed. Who are you calling flamboyant? This is called technique. Do you even understand art? A ninja from the Mist village retorted. As tensions flared, the audience began to stir, with fans from various villages rallying in support of their respective ninjas. The atmosphere turning palpably tense, akin to a powder keg ready to explode. Calm down, everyone. We're all comrades here. Let us not ruin the camaraderie. Naruto quickly stepped in to mediate. With a glint in his eye, a plan formed in his mind. System buddy, it's your time to shine. Ding. The fusion prop is ready. The system's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. He retrieved a uniquely shaped device from the system and tossed it into the air. Fusion ninjutsu, super transformation. The prop erupted in a dazzling light, enveloping all performing ninjas. As the light faded, something miraculous occurred. The originally distinct ninjutsu styles intertwined, giving birth to a completely new form of performance. Konoha's body techniques harmoniously merged with the Mist's hidden weapons, balancing speed and power. The Stone's earth techniques complemented the Sand's puppet techniques, unifying offense and defense. The spectacle was nothing short of more astonishing than the Oscars. The venue erupted with thunderous applause and cheers, and the performing ninjas from all villages expressed their admiration for Naruto. Naruto, you're a genius. This is incredible. I take back what I said. You're truly a treasure. The organizer of the cultural exchange excitedly announced. Next, we will enter the deep dialogue segment on the cultures of the ninja villages. However, Naruto keenly noticed a lingering skepticism in the gazes of some representatives from the ninja villages. They seemed to harbor little hope for the forthcoming segment, and some began to whisper among themselves. Just as Naruto was about to speak, he met Naruto's gaze, which silently urged him to refrain. Observing the doubtful representatives, Naruto resolutely decided in his heart. Today, they must be completely convinced. With unwavering determination, he strode towards the dialogue area, his steps steady as though propelled by an unseen wind. All eyes were upon him, breaths held in anticipation of what would unfold next. The atmosphere thickened, laden with an invisible pressure, like a taut string poised to snap. As the dialogue commenced, the initial ambience was cordial, with pleasantries exchanged and mutual praises for each other as cultures. However, this veneer of harmony was swiftly shattered. A representative from the Stone Village was the first to strike. Cultural exchange? Sounds lovely. But who knows if you're merely trying to seize the opportunity for cultural invasion, encroaching upon our traditions? With these words, the atmosphere in the venue instantly grew oppressive. Representatives from other ninja villages echoed similar concerns, their demeanor akin to a group of agitated cats, watchfully wary of one another, fearful that their cultures might be appropriated. Naruto felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, as if a colossal mountain were resting upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his palms grew slightly clammy, the tension within him proving hard to suppress. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure. Esteemed representatives, Naruto began, his voice low yet resonant. I understand that each of you harbors apprehensions, fearing that your culture may be influenced by others, or even supplanted. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, sincerity glimmering in his eyes. However, what I wish to convey is, Naruto, what mischief are you up to now? A familiar voice suddenly called out from the crowd. Naruto refrained from replying directly, instead offering a mysterious smile as he produced a gleaming shadow clone pill. Dear friends, allow me to elaborate, he declared, swallowing the pill. With a resounding pop, he conjured a dozen shadow clones. The clones moved in perfect unison, akin to a well-drilled battalion, swiftly arranging a myriad of goods upon a makeshift stall. Behold, Naruto gestured toward the array of products on display, exuding the enthusiasm of a television shopping host. This is a comprehensive collection of cultural exchange case studies from other worlds. Don't miss out as you pass by. Absolutely invaluable, guaranteed to enlighten you. For just 998. You can't go wrong. The unexpected spectacle left the crowd dumbfounded, the previously tense atmosphere transforming into one of levity. The representative from Rock Village could not stifle a laugh, exclaiming, "This lad truly defies convention." Other representatives joined in the laughter, their prior anxieties alleviated as they curiously examined the case studies on display. Naruto's shadow clones began to narrate the successful tales of cultural exchanges from other realms with vivid detail. Some clones passionately performed theatrical scenes from other worlds, while others, resembling eloquent storytellers, regaled the audience with captivating cultural narratives. These tales ranged from humorous anecdotes to deeply moving stories, some filled with profound wisdom, prompting reflection. As they listened, the representatives' doubts began to dissipate. They recognized that cultural exchange was not a zero-sum game, but rather a pathway to mutual benefit. As Naruto had articulated, cultural exchanges founded on equality and respect could foster understanding and integration between diverse cultures, thereby advancing peace and development within the ninja world. A buoyant atmosphere spread throughout the crowd, with applause and laughter resonating in waves. Naruto once again became the focal point, his influence further magnified. He shone like a radiant star, illuminating the entire venue and the future of the ninja realm. Naruto, you are quite impressive. Gu Changfeng chuckled, patting Naruto on the shoulder. I didn't expect you had such a trick up your sleeve. Naruto grinned proudly, ready to respond when suddenly, a low voice emerged from the corner, shattering the harmonious ambience. However, how will resources be allocated? A hoarse voice queried from the shadows. The speaker is the representative of the Sand Village, slender in stature, with sharp eyes akin to a vigilant desert fox. Indeed, resources are limited. Why should we allocate more to you? Another voice chimed in, that of the representative from the Mist Village, robust in build and firm in tone, akin to a storm at sea. The tense atmosphere once again permeated the room, as everyone seemed to revert to a state of heightened confrontation. The previous laughter and merriment vanished without a trace, replaced by a stifling silence. Well, about that question. Naruto scratched his head, caught off guard by this sudden existential inquiry. He cast a furtive glance at Gu Changfeng, hoping for a hint, but Gu merely shrugged, indicating his own helplessness. Just then, a voice resonated in his mind. Detection of a dilemma encountered by the host. Would you like to utilize the fair distribution model? A spark of joy ignited within Naruto. This was a timely stroke of fortune. Without hesitation, he affirmed his choice. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene, revealing a complex model on the table, adorned with myriad lines and symbols, exuding a high-tech allure. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, Naruto proclaimed confidently, pointing at the model. This is my latest creation, the fair distribution model. It automatically calculates a reasonable resource allocation plan based on each ninja village's cultural contributions, ensuring absolute fairness and justice. The crowd gathered around, intently examining this remarkable model. Even the representatives from the Sand and Mist villages, who had previously been skeptical, displayed expressions of astonishment. This is truly impressive. This lad always manages to concoct something novel. Marvelous. This model is tailor-made for cultural exchange. Enthusiastic applause erupted as Naruto successfully diffused yet another crisis, garnering further recognition for his capabilities. He winked at Gu Changfeng, as if to say, "What do you think, brother? Am I impressive, or what?" Just as the dialogue was nearing a harmonious conclusion, the organizer of the exchange festival wiped the sweat from his brow and approached the crowd, announcing, in our final segment, we will collaboratively create a project that fuses the cultures of all ninja villages. Naruto's smile instantly froze, an ominous premonition rising within him. Collaborative creation? He repeated the phrase, alarm bells ringing in his mind. It felt akin to the impending exam week when the teacher announces a group project that must excel to pass. He surveyed the representatives of the ninja villages, each wearing a serious countenance, reminiscent of students burdened with the weight of final exam preparations. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, thick with an impending sense of tension. Indeed, this collaborative creation was more suffocating than Naruto had anticipated. The representative from the Land of Thunder sought to incorporate wild rock elements, while the representative from the Land of Wind insisted on preserving the traditional puppet theater. The representative from the Land of Water asserted that their elegant water-based ninjutsu performances must be integrated. In an instant, various cultural elements clashed like a chaotic stew, each unwilling to yield. Rock, that is far too loud. Do you comprehend the intricacies of our puppet theater? The representative from the Land of Wind retorted, fuming. Water-based ninjutsu performances? Hee, how can such feeble weakness embody the grandeur of our Land of Lightning? The representative from the Land of Lightning disdainfully curled his lips. Silence. Silence. The organizer of the cultural exchange was drenched in sweat, feeling akin to a kindergarten teacher struggling to maintain order among a group of unruly children. Everyone must harmonize. Harmonize. Integrate. Do you understand? Yet, his shouts fell like pebbles into the ocean, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if a great battle of the ninja world were on the verge of erupting. Naruto felt an immense pressure, his brows furrowing, palms beginning to sweat. This was hardly a cultural exchange. It was evidently a scene of cultural conflict. Sarada approached Naruto and whispered, Naruto, what should we do? It feels like we're losing control. Naruto took a deep breath and replied, don't panic. I have a plan. He patted Gu Changfeng's shoulder, saying, brother, bring out our treasure. Gu Changfeng immediately understood, retrieving several boxes from the stall and opening them with an air of mystery. Inside were an array of peculiar trinkets, shimmering and captivating everyone's attention. What is this? A representative from a ninja village inquired curiously. Naruto smiled gently and pointed to one uniquely shaped prop, saying, this is called a cultural fusion amplifier. Cultural fusion amplifier? The crowd looked bewildered. How could this contraption sound so implausible? Naruto feigned mystery, clearing his throat. Ahem. This is the latest high-tech product developed by the stall system. By simply inputting the cultural elements of the various ninja villages, it can automatically generate the optimal integration plan. It is absolutely scientific, absolutely fair. As he spoke, he discreetly activated the system, allowing it to randomly generate some fusion ideas. Ding. Generation Plan 1, Rock Puppet Show. a stunning audiovisual feast combining the rock music of the Land of Lightning with the puppet theater of the Land of Wind. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. Rock puppet show? The representative from the Land of Wind looked astonished. What on earth is that? Can rock and puppet theater even coexist? Ding. Generation Plan 2, Water-style light and shadow show. A mesmerizing visual spectacle combining the jutsu of the Land of Water with light and shadow technology. The representative from the Land of Water paused. This actually sounds quite interesting. Ding. Generation Plan 3, Earth-style sculptural art. Merging the earth techniques of the Land of Earth with sculptural artistry to create magnificent artistic works. The representative from the Land of Earth stroked his chin. This concept seems to possess potential. As the system continued to generate various bizarre, yet creative plans, the previously tense atmosphere gradually eased. Curiosity overcame resistance, and the representatives from the various ninja villages began to seriously contemplate the feasibility of these proposals. Remarkably, the plans generated by the system perfectly integrated the cultural elements of each village, creating one astonishing cultural masterpiece after another. The wildness and intricacy of the rock puppet show, the dreamlike and shocking nature of the water-style light and shadow show, the grandeur and delicacy of the earth-style sculptural art. How utterly incredible. This is nothing short of a miracle, an excited representative exclaimed. This stall system is truly extraordinary. Another representative echoed in agreement. The atmosphere at the scene surged with excitement, cheers and gasps resonating in a harmonious crescendo. Representatives from various ninja villages expressed profound admiration for Naruto and his innovative street vendor system, eagerly proposing a long-term cultural exchange cooperation with Konoha. Naruto, once merely a low-ranking ninja, had now emerged as the true hero of the cultural festival, his street vendor system serving as a vital bridge for cultural exchange. Naruto, you are truly remarkable, Sarada exclaimed, her fists clenched in enthusiasm. Naruto scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. It's all thanks to the system, all thanks to the system. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, a deep voice whispering in Naruto's ear, "Kid, I find your system quite intriguing." The cheers surged like a tsunami, deafening enough to threaten the very roof of the exchange event. Cultural representatives from 3 ninja villages clasped hands in fervent excitement, their faces radiating the joy of survival against adversity. They promptly signed a long-term cultural exchange memorandum. The ink barely dry, yet it held the promise of infinite possibilities for the future. Standing at the center of the stage, bathed in the spotlight, Naruto felt as though he were at the heart of a grand concert. Below him, the ninjas from various villages, no longer resembling fierce adversaries, transformed into fervent fans. Shouting his name in admiration, their eyes filled with a reverence that seemed almost overwhelming. The air was thick with an intoxicating aroma of genuine appreciation. "Naruto, you are incredible," Sarada exclaimed, jumping with excitement, her pink hair bouncing in tandem. "Naruto, from now on, you are my big brother." Gu Changfeng joined in the fervor, his honest face alight with pride. Naruto bashfully scratched the back of his head, flashing his signature sunny smile. As he observed the friendly cooperation among the ninja villages, an unprecedented sense of pride swelled within him. This achievement was not solely his own. It was the result of collaborative efforts with the street vendor system. He felt as though he were standing atop the pinnacle of life, an exhilarating sense of fulfillment coursing through him. However, just as Naruto reveled in the joy of success, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance, marked by hurried footsteps. A ninja rushed toward him, a grave expression etched upon his face. "Report, Lord Naruto, a new ninja village is rising. They seem quite interested in our cultural exchange, but they are also wary and may seek trouble." The news struck Naruto like a thunderclap, his smile freezing in place, a sense of alarm ringing in his heart. A new ninja village? It appeared that the tranquility of their days would soon be disrupted. He understood that while the street vendor system was formidable, it could not resolve every challenge. In the face of new trials, he would need to exercise greater caution and diligence. Taking a deep breath, Naruto's gaze sharpened, reminiscent of a sword drawn from its sheath. He turned to Sarada and Gu Changfeng, a knowing smile gracing his lips, his tone imbued with determination, anticipation, and a hint of challenge. "Let us go. It is time to meet these new friends." After Naruto finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the entrance, followed closely by Sarada, Gu Changfeng, and a group of intrigued ninjas, their figures gradually fading into the warm glow of the setting sun.